I just crossed over to become the holy son of the Holy Land. But I was slandered as a spy for the demon sect by my fiancé and the protagonist. However, I did not get angry but laughed instead, admitting to all the charges, because I awakened the system of turning accusations into reality. As long as others slander me with accusations, they will all come true if I admit to them. You said I practiced the swallowing heaven demon technique, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine level technique swallowing heaven demon technique. You said I stole the sacred treasure Taisu Bell from the sacred ground, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sacred treasure Taisu Bell. At this moment, as I stood in front of the law enforcement hall, a senior elder on the high platform suddenly shouted in a deep voice, "Qin Luo, do you plead guilty?" A powerful momentum swept towards me, causing me to stagger and almost kneel on the ground. I steadied myself and said in a deep voice, "I am not guilty." Ha! The elder of the law enforcement hall sneered. "Whether you are guilty or not is not for you to decide. Now there is evidence and witnesses. You have no choice but to plead guilty." I cursed inwardly. Damn! Then why ask me? At this moment, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but question me. "Senior brother, at this point, you still won't plead guilty? As long as you plead guilty, the Holy Master will definitely spare your life. At most abolish your cultivation and expel you from the sacred ground." Lu Ruyan is the saintess of the Taisu sacred ground, the daughter of the Holy Master, and also my former fiancé. At this time, a handsome man walked out. "Senior brother, I know you resent me and Ruyan, but even so, it's not a reason for you to join the demon sect." He looked at me with a hint of pride in his eyes. This man is the son of Qi Fortune, Yi Chen. At this time, the onlookers' disciples also spoke up one after another, accusing Qin Luo of colluding with the demon sect saintess, and for practicing the swallowing heaven demon technique, draining the blood and bones of many fellow disciples. The disciples were full of condemnation towards me, and they were certain that the Taisu Bell was stolen by Qin Luo. A year ago, the four images sword technique in the scripture pavilion was stolen, and it must have been Qin Luo's doing. Linger Jr.'s sister apprentice was raped and killed 10 years ago. It must have been done by Qin Luo. Looking at those hateful eyes, I almost believed it, but then I realized it couldn't be true. 10 years ago, I was only 8 years old. My birds hadn't even hatched yet. So all of this is slander. They are just kicking a man when he's down. The reason is also very easy to explain. I was an orphan brought in by my master from the outside, gifted from a young age, reached the 6th realm of divine power at 18, surpassed all others, became the holy son of the Taisu Holy Land, and engaged to the holy daughter Lu Ruyan of the Taisu Holy Land, a winner in life. But because I was too outstanding, many people were jealous. Today, as I fall from grace, it naturally attracts many people to kick me when I'm down. Qin Luo, 3 days ago I lost my sacrificial robe. Did you steal it? Qin Luo, 18 years ago, my family of 36 was wiped out. Was it you? Qin Luo, my family's dog was poisoned. I think it was you. The more you say, the more outrageous it gets. On the high platform, the Taisu Holy Lord finally couldn't bear it anymore. He shouted, "Enough!" Suddenly, the whole place fell silent. At this moment, he looked at me. "Qin Luo, the elder of the law enforcement hall accuses you of killing fellow disciples, colluding with the saintess of the demon sect, and stealing the sacred objects of our Taisu Holy Land. Is this true?" I was about to refute, when I heard a mechanical voice in my ear. Ding! The super villain system has been activated. Admitting to slander can get you a beginner's gift package. The law enforcement elder beside me, seeing me silent, immediately rebuked. "Qin Luo, why don't you answer the Holy Lord's question? Are you guilty?" I looked at the people of the Holy Land, suddenly smiled, and then said something that shocked everyone. Yes, 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 everything you said is right. It was all me. Qin Luo. The whole room was in an uproar. No one had expected me to admit it. Holy crap, I made it up. I killed and ate my dog Wonkai, and he actually admitted it. Qin Luo really stole my sacred garment. Could it be that he secretly loves me? The face of the little fairy with freckles turned bright red. Yi Chen was stunned. He never expected that I would actually admit it. Only he knew that all of this was just slander. But admitting it was just right. The position of your holy son now belongs to me. Yi Chen, he. You are right. I did kill those senior brothers. I did it to cultivate the swallowing heaven demon technique. I just gave a slight smile to a junior brother who slandered me, and he immediately avoided my gaze with guilt. The swallowing heaven demon technique has been lost for thousands of years. How could I have it when even the demon sect doesn't possess it? It's all made up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the dream come true beginner's gift pack. Admitting to the slander will grant you the divine level technique, swallowing heaven demon technique, which can swallow the heavens and devour the earth. achieving the chaos body after consuming various special constitutions. You are also right that I am not an orphan. My family is prominent, even stronger than the Taisu Holy Land by 10,000 times. Ding! It has been discovered that the host is a prince who was exiled from the great Qin dynasty, and the strong of the dynasty have come to acknowledge you. Damn! There's still this kind of operation. The system is awesome. I looked at another disciple again and said, what you said is right. I did steal the Taishu bell. And you, what you said is also right. A year ago I stole the 4-elephant sword technique from the scripture pavilion. And 3 years ago I also stole the 9 transformation profound pill. Just then, Lu Ruyan shouted, enough, senior brother. Have you caused enough trouble? Even if you don't want to admit your guilt, you shouldn't talk nonsense here. When the scripture pavilion was stolen a year ago, you were clearly not in the Holy Land. How could you have stolen the 4-elephant sword technique? Many people froze at this statement. Yeah, Qin Luo obviously didn't do this. Why would he confess? Can it be that he really has a grievance? Yi Chen's fists clenched slightly. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Ruyan Lu was already one of his inner harem, and now Ruyan Lu would even speak for Qin Luo. Could this be considered an old flame? He muttered in his mind. Qin Luo must die. Yi Chen, said it. Today, he must die. Acknowledging the theft. Obtaining, Tai Hui Bell, Holy Grade Lower Grade. Obtaining, 4-elephant sword technique, Holy Grade Lower Grade. Obtaining 9-turn Xian Dan, Heavenly Grade Lower Grade, and, more importantly, those first 2 acquisitions were complete. The Tai Ruin Bell was destroyed in a great battle 500 years ago, and its power was 10 to 1. The 4-elephant sword technique itself was a remnant, and even if it was a remnant, it was enough to make the 4-elephant sword technique ranked as a lower grade of the heavenly rank, but now he had gotten all of them at the holy rank. Bullock class. The 9-turn Shen Dan was even a heavenly ranked elixir, a treasure that could enhance one's cultivation. How can one word cool describe it? It should be to say, cool, very cool, very cool. He turned his head and landed on Lu Ruyan and said with a smile, senior sister, didn't you just say that you wanted me to confess? Now I plead guilty and you say I didn't do it. You're making it hard for me. Say, do I plead guilty or not guilty to whatever you say I plead guilty to? And let's say I plead guilty to whatever you say I plead guilty to. Okay? Looking at the extremely unfamiliar color inside Qin Luo's eyes and listening to Qin Luo's words, Lu Ruyan felt it was a little difficult to breathe before. Qin Luo would never talk to her like this. Elder brother. You've changed. You never talked to me like this before. Elder brother. Stop. Qin Luo stopped Lu Ruyan from continuing. Don't call me senior brother. Your senior brother is already dead. Died when you chose to believe others slandering him over and over again. You've chosen well. Senior sister. By the way, this is the last time I call you sister. From now on, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. Qin Luo is not the dog licking before. What will happen at the end of licking? He's dead. Decisively severing the relationship with Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Luo in front of her and felt so strange. She had been pampered by Qin Luo for more than 10 years. Even if she was a dog, she still had feelings, not to mention the people. She felt her heart ache as if something was leaving her. Trying to grab it but couldn't get it back. The daughter of luck's slight regret arises, and she loses -1,000 points of luck. Daughter of fortune found, name, Ruyan Lu, age, 18, luck level, 3rd order, but all people have luck. Great luck can be called the son of luck. According to the color of luck can be divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple and so on. Lu Ruyan's head yellow light. For the 3rd order of luck, can be called the daughter of luck, physique, Xuanmei's body. People with this kind of physique are often born with a beautiful face, and both their temperament and appearance exude a kind of unspeakable charm. Luck value, 48,000 points. Realm, 7th level of the Sea Preaching Realm. Realm, Qi Gathering. Pulse Concentration. Shen Zhang. Xian Dan. Sea Preaching. Shen Tong. Shen Huashen. Cave Heaven. Holy Realm. Sage. Holy King. Great Sage. Introduction. Qin Luo Qingmei. The daughter of the Holy Lord of the Holy Land of the Taishu. Licked many dogs. Qin Luo and Yi Chen. So the girl is at war. Yi Chen in order to take this girl. Many times designed to frame Qin Luo, so that Qin Luo in the Holy Land of the Taishu notorious. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched. No wonder the former master was a licking dog. So Lu Ruyan possessed this kind of seductive physique. Host, Qin Luo, age, 19, luck level, 0, black, physique, innate mortal body, the most primitive physique of the human race. The purest physique. Not special in any way, but extremely suitable for the cultivation of devouring heavenly devil technique. Villain value, 1,000 points. Any loss of fortune of the son, daughter, of fortune due to the host can give the host villain value, which can be used to exchange for items. The realm, 7th level of the avatar realm, your master is really treating you as his own son. Tuzi suggests that you must go to your master's grave to burn some incense. Introduction. The host is the son of the Emperor Qin dynasty, an extremely honored person in this realm, the small Tai Hui Holy Land. Take it. So it's okay to be lawless? Qin Luo, who was already prepared to die, was even more carefree now. Dare to kill him? Oh, the great Qin dynasty will make everyone in here bury him with them. It's so damn worth it. Turning his head, his gaze fell on Yi Chen's body, his expression slightly heavier for a moment. This dog day is worthy of being a son of Qi. Unity's son. Why is my Qi luck value black? Why is it 0 rank? Ordinary people's Qi are all blank slates. As for you, because of me you're the chosen villain? You're a traveler. Discovered the son of luck. Yi Chen, name, Yi Chen, age, 17, luck level, 5th order, Cyan, luck value, 735,000 points, physique, burning heavenly fire body, born with sword bone, naturally has an affinity for flames, can easily be refined, fused with foreign fire, earth fire, heavenly fire, etc., to achieve the supreme burning heavenly fire body, destroying the heavens and the earth, and born with a sword bone. He can practice any sword technique in a day by leaps and bounds, and is a natural sword cultivation wizard. Cultivation level, 3rd level of the Sea of Resistance realm, can easily fight over the steppes, within the Sea of Resistance realm, almost invincible, and the strongest of the Avatar realm can also be a battle. Introduction. The waste stream of the Son of Luck because of the experience of killing and decisive, by the ring inside the powerful soul of the body of the teaching, rise against the odds, often oversteps the level of the battle, and a lot of luck of the relationship between the daughter of the shallow, the future use of the identity of the daughter of the luck of the rapid growth of resources, the level of luck or can be sustained to climb, not surprisingly, will ultimately be certified to become an emperor transcendence of this world. Good guy. Medicine old man. Soft rice flow the son of Qi luck? Also scraps rise? No wonder the heart is so dark. Many times the stimulus to set up the former master. However, the former lord is dead. The former lord's revenge. It doesn't matter. But you targeting me today is just plain fucking wrong of you. Looking at the more than 700,000 fortune value, Qin Luo's eyes were hot. How do I glean all his Qi value? Qin Luo asked in his heart. Defeating, suppressing, or killing the son of fortune can make the son of fortune's fortune go to 0, and robbing the son of fortune's chances, women, etc., and suppressing the son of fortune's state of mind, etc., can also make the son of fortune lose his fortune value. Yi Chen took a step out as he stepped in front of Lu Ruyan and chided Qin Luo. Senior brother, how can you bear to speak to senior sister like that? Just now, Lu Ruyan even spoke for Qin Luo, which caused a sense of crisis to rise in Yi Chen's heart. Lu Ruyan and Qin Luo are childhood sweethearts, and he has not heard of such words as a childhood sweetheart can't resist heavenly descent. He only knew that Ruyan Lu was the one he had managed to snatch step by step, and now only 1 foot short of the door. He would be able to get Ruyan Lu completely, and any accidents would not be allowed to happen, not only because Ruyan Lu was beautiful and had a good figure, but also because Ruyan Lu was the daughter of the Holy Lord of the Tai Ruins, the only daughter. If he married Ruyan Lu, he would be the destined holy son of the Tai Ruins Holy Land, the future Holy Lord of the Tai Ruins Holy Land, and the resources of the entire Tai Ruins Holy Land would be tilted towards him. He would also receive the support of the Tai Ruins Sacred Land, and one day in the future, he could head to his family to avenge his hatred and take back everything that should have belonged to him. Go and take revenge among the family that had withdrawn from him, and tell them that, 30 years on, 30 years off, there is no fooling a young man. Senior brother, now that the human and material evidence is all there, even if you are talking nonsense, how can you hoodwink the division heads of our Tai Hui Holy Land? Senior brother, I would advise you to confess your sins as soon as possible, and the Holy Lord might be lenient with you. Yi Chen thought that it was impossible for Qin Luo to turn the tables anymore, and he was going to stand up and beat the hell out of him. Senior brother, if you think about those fellow disciples that you killed, I think that if you have even a little bit of conscience, you should kneel down and admit your mistake and go to their graves to apologize. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth hooked up in a look of disdain. Which guy's pants weren't pulled tight enough to reveal you? The first time she heard Qin Luo cursing, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened, disbelief written in her eyes. The Qin Luo she remembered was a gentleman, but now, how to become a landlubber? Yi Chen's face instantly became gloomy as he looked at Qin Luo and said, Senior brother Qin, resisting is only a way to death. Today, I'm going to challenge you on behalf of the many senior brothers who died at your hands. I want to avenge them. The light of the righteous path shone on Yi Chen's body, making him look magnificent at this moment. Those elders sitting on top of the high platform, one by one shut up and didn't say anything. Qin Luo's performance just now had disappointed them too much. Yeah, you're right. I killed all the fucking ones. So you'll be the extra one today. Qin Luo's voice fell. A stormy rise towards Yi Chen and rushed over. He hallowed the 7th stage of the Avatar realm. Can't do anything about Yi Chen's tiny pioneer sea? He doesn't believe it. The biggest difference between the Avatar realm and the Sea Pioneer realm was that the Avatar realm could already control a portion of the power of the elements of the heavens and the earth, while the Sea Pioneer realm could only utilize the power in the Sea of Chi within the body. Don't be a wimp. Just do it. The villain should be lawless and carefree. So what if all the worlds are enemies? So what if we're all enemies of the world? If we die, we'll be dead for 10,000 years. Reward, for Elephant Sword Technique Comprehension Perfection Realm, martial arts are classified according to the realm of cultivation. Introductory. Successful. Great successful. Perfection, reward obtained, refining of the Tai Ruin Bell completed, carrying a saint rank lower grade Tai Ruin Bell. Even a cave realm powerhouse can touch it. Rewarded, comprehension of devouring devil technique, devouring other people's origin, strengthening one's own physique. Even mortal body has the moment to go against the heaven. In an instant, he realized all the moves of the 4 elephant sword technique. The 4 elephant sword technique was the 4 elephants of gold, wood, water, and fire, and before, there was only the fire sword stance inside the Tai Ruin's Holy Land. As for Yi Chen, he was a burning heavenly fire body, coupled with his natural sword bone. The fire sword stance amongst this 4 elephant sword technique happened to fit his physique perfectly. It is self-evident that it has been stolen. On top of the elevated platform, someone opened his mouth and asked, Holy Lord, should we make a move to take down Qin Luo? Sacred Lord Lu Changhe glanced at Qin Luo. A flash of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He had wanted to give Qin Luo a chance to admit his mistake, punish Qin Luo to stay under the Seo cliff for 10 years, and then let him take part in the life and death duel for the sacred ground. And if he made a great achievement, then he could spare Qin Luo. Unfortunately, Qin Luo even lost his mind and babbled, taking another look at Yi Chen. A flash of appreciation could not help but flow out of his eyes. Yi Chen's talent was top-notch, and the speed at which his cultivation progressed was shocking. He had already noticed Yi Chen a long time ago. After comprehensive consideration, he felt that Yi Chen was even more suitable than Qin Luo for the position of the holy son of their Tai Hui Holy Land. Let's see how his battle power is. Since he dares to challenge Qin Luo, he naturally has his own considerations. Lu Changhe spoke indifferently with him there. No surprises. Qin Luo could hardly still be able to kill Yi Chen under his nose. Since you guys are saying that I'm stealing, then I'll steal one to show you. As soon as Qin Luo struck out, hot flame power began to gather around him. The long sword in his hand was offered and fire danced in the 9 heavens. Boom! The scorching flames moved everyone. The law enforcement elder was the first to exclaim. Fire danced 9 heavens. That's right. It was Qin Luo who stole the 4 elephant sword technique. With the actual hammer, the eyes of the law enforcement elders were filled with excitement. They couldn't wait to go down and catch Qin Luo immediately to justify the punishment. The other disciples were also all filled with righteous indignation. Qin Luo is a moralistic guy. Now he can't pretend anymore. That's right. Everything was done by Qin Luo. Qin Luo deserves to die. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. She had just excused Qin Luo, but Qin Luo turned his head and slapped her face. You remember? Just now she was saying that Qin Luo was not in the Holy Land when the 4 elephant sword technique was stolen, but now, Qin Luo had already executed the 4 elephant sword technique. Her face was burning hot and painful. She felt as if she didn't recognize Qin Luo anymore. Yi Chen, who was facing Qin Luo's fire dance of the 9 heavens, was confused. This sword technique, only those at the level of elders could obtain it according to their contributions. Qin Luo hadn't gotten it. He knew, and he stole this sword technique. There's no backup inside the Tai Hui Holy Land. How is this possible? Yi Chen was shocked in his heart. His consciousness probed. There could still be the remnants of the 4 elephant sword technique inside the spatial ring. How could Qin Luo? And Qin Luo seemed to have cast it with more power? An exclamation of shock rang out from above the high platform. De Chang? No, this sword technique. Qin Luo has already cultivated it to the consummate realm. Heavens! Qin Luo was actually such a sword Dao wizard. Although Yi Chen appeared flustered, he was still the first to strike. And he used all of his means to show Qin Luo what it meant to be a son of Qi. His cultivation instantly soared to the peak of the Sea Pioneer realm, and a tattered turtle armor surfaced in his hand at the first opportunity, blocking Qin Luo's surefire strike. He also cast a sword technique at the first time. Naturally it was not the 4 elephant sword technique, but another sword technique that had been cultivated to the point of great accomplishment, worthy of being born with a sword bone. The talent for sword Dao is just strong. Qin Luo had been practicing for so many years before he had only managed to cultivate a martial art to the point of great accomplishment, and it was only because his master had continuously given him a small cooking stove during this period that he was able to achieve the results. But this Yi Chen, after cultivating for just a few short years since he was a scrapper, he was already like this. People were more angry than people. The two exchanged a move and fought to a draw. Qin Luo looked relaxed and easy. On the contrary, Yi Chen had some means at his disposal. However, there was a huge realm gap between the two. Enough to make Yi Chen famous in one battle. Lu Changhe looked at the scene below, his expression a bit gloomy. If Qin Luo was only as unusually talented as that before, but only relying on his master to have deep roots and to have the status and identity he had today, he wouldn't waver from the idea or decision he had just made. But now that Qin Luo had displayed a powerful sword Dao talent and was able to comprehend and execute a sword technique of the consummate realm, it was enough to make him take it seriously. The elder of the law enforcement hall spoke up. Sacred Lord, Qin Luo stole the four-elephant sword technique from the Tibetan scriptures and caused the loss of the four-elephant sword technique in my Tai ruin sacred ground. And now that we have all the human and material evidence, I think we should imprison Qin Luo in my Tai ruin's dungeon. Lu Changhe frowned and ignored him. Instead, he said to Qin Luo, I remember that it's not easy for you to cultivate, and your master even made a great contribution to my Tai ruin's sacred ground. So I'll give you a chance today. You go to the thoughtfulness cliff and contemplate for 3 years, and if you pass my test, I'll grant you permission to join the hall of battle. When Qin Luo heard this, he laughed coldly in his heart. Thinking about the cliff is not as simple as simply thinking about the past. Under the Sihui cliff, there is an unbearable wind wash and a cold pool, not to mention cultivation. Even a great power of the cave realm has a record of death under the Sihui cliff. The it was a proper delay in cultivation, so he wasn't going to go. Moreover, the Hall of War Affairs is not a proper hall of the Tai Hui Holy Land, and the death rate inside the Hall of War Affairs is extremely high, exceeding 50% every year. Only disciples with no resources and average talent who wanted to fight for their lives would join among the Hall of Battle. From a holy son to a combat disciple of the Hall of Battle Affairs, was it more than just a fall from grace? The Holy Lord is actually so merciful to Qin Luo, just letting Qin Luo enter the thought cliff? It's not because of Qin Luo's talent to be able to comprehend a heavenly rank sword technique to the perfection realm at the age of 18. This is simply a demon. There was still a smart person who had a mouthful of the reason why Lu Changhe had opened his mouth. Lu Ruyan just wanted to open her mouth to persuade Qin Luo. She intended to give him one last chance. But Qin Luo didn't give her a chance. Qin Luo looked at Yi Chen and laughed coldly. You think that turtle shell in front of you can block me? Yi Chen unwillingly opened his mouth towards Qin Luo. Senior brother Qin, even if you have cultivated the stolen four-elephant sword technique to the consummate realm, so what? If you want to break my Xian armor turtle shell, ha! The Xian armor turtle shell was a treasure that he had obtained by chance, and it was almost unbreakable by anyone under the cave realm. He showed a provocative expression at Qin Luo, signaling him to continue. Qin Luo sneered. Satisfy you. Boom! The aura on Qin Luo's body changed. The color of sharpness emanated from his body, causing Lu Changhe, who had just wanted to open his mouth to reprimand Qin Luo when he was ignored, to shut up. Golden blade breaks the mountain. This was the sharpest attack inside the four-elephant sword technique. This move was sharp, with a strong penetrating power. Qin Luo was sure that he could break the turtle armor of Yi Chen. A sword was offered once again with an unrelenting momentum, and a mournful sound even came from the air. The speed of this sword was extremely fast. The tip of the sword touched above the turtle armor, and in Yi Chen's unbelieving gaze, the turtle armor unexpectedly began to continue cracking. As if there was a turtle's mournful sound, the turtle armor made a clicking sound and began to break. Impossible! Yi Chen exclaimed. A nice voice resounded in his ears. Chen this person's sword move has already reached the realm of perfection, and it's the metallic with the sharpest attack. The Xuanxia turtle armor can't stop it. As the female voice fell, the turtle armor began to shatter. On top of the high platform, a woman who was originally indifferent to what was happening here and was only moved by Qin Luo's display of the fire dance of the 9 heavens immediately stood up and exclaimed out in shock. This is another move of the four-elephant sword technique. Qin Luo, he actually made up another move of the four-elephant sword technique? There was a touch of fire in her gaze as she looked at Qin Luo, and she immediately spoke to Lu Changhe. Sacred Lord, Qin Luo was a genius of the sword Dao, with an unparalleled talent. Lu Changhe wasn't a fool. He also saw Qin Luo's talent, and while he was shocked in his heart, he was also a bit angry. Good boy, to hide so deeply. It seems that he no longer has any sense of belonging to my Tai ruin's holy land. Elder 2, call off this battle. Tu Shuyi was an elder of the law enforcement hall. His cultivation had long since reached the middle stage of the cave realm, and he was the one who initiated this trial. After Lu Changhe gave an order, he no longer hesitated and flew towards Qin Luo with a single leap. As he struck out, he angrily rebuked. Qin Luo, stop it quickly, or else I'll suppress you on the spot. He had always looked down on Qin Luo. This was still a grudge from the previous generation. He had been suppressed by Qin Luo's master many times before due to competition, and had long held a grudge. This time he made a move. He almost didn't hold back, as long as he could leave Qin Luo with a small life. Even if he had wasted Qin Luo, so what? Yi Chen had just been ready to pull out one of his crushing treasures. It just so happened that Tu Shuyi stepped in and made him give up immediately. Cave heaven realm powerhouses could already open up cave heavens within their bodies. which were considered to be small worlds, and their strength had already exceeded the realm of human beings. And in this world, they were also called great powers. Qin Luo didn't panic in the slightest as he watched Tu Shuti rush in. That female elder on top of the high platform saw that Tu Shuti struck out with that kind of relentlessness, and immediately opened her mouth and said, "Holy Lord, Elder Tu." Lu Changha raised his hand to interrupt her. "Elder Tu, there are limits. Some disciples can't be so unruly even if they are extremely talented. It's only right to give him a little taste of a lesson." Close. Tu Shuyi was just about to suppress Qin Luo on the spot. An ancient, powerful aura suddenly surged forth. An object that was familiar to all of the Tai Ruin Sacred Grounds disciples surfaced. Boom! The Tai Ruin Bell appeared. Bang! The Tai Ruin Bell ruthlessly smashed into Tu Shuyi's body. Yi Chen, who was in front of Qin Luo, stared in disbelief, his eyes filled with disbelief. That's the Great Market Bell. He could clearly know that the Tai Ruin Bell was now inside his ring, in the hands of his master, so how could it suddenly appear outside? And it seemed to be in Qin Luo's hands, which was outrageous. Kid, surprised or not, Qin Luo's sentence pulled him back to reality. A sword stabbed towards his chest. Take advantage of your illness. As the crisis of death struck, Yi Chen used a treasure at the first opportunity. It was a jade talisman that emitted an ancient aura. Boom! The long sword in Qin Luo's hand collided with the jade talisman, and the jade talisman shattered, helping Yi Chen block Qin Luo's surefire strike. Bang! Yi Chen landed heavily on the ground, spraying out a large mouthful of blood. Put! Yi Chen's mentality collapsed. Lost 10,000 points of chi value. Gained 10,000 points of villain value. Qin Luo, you! Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Qin Luo with wide eyes. He was still in disbelief. Obviously the Great Market Bell was in his hands. How could it appear in Qin Luo's hands? Accident? Qin Luo looked at him playfully, causing him to panic. Of course it was unexpected, and he immediately tightened his expression. Fearing that a hint of something unusual might be seen, Lu Changha and the elders of the Tai Ruins Holy Land, they had all been confused, staring blankly at the Tai Ruins Bell that was blocking Tu Shui. They each looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The Great Ruin Bell. It's actually repaired? Lu Changha's tone carried a strong look of shock. The reason why Qin Luo stole the Tai Ruin Bell is to repair it? Qin Luo even has this kind of tactic? The disciples were also all confused. They had naturally seen the holy relic of the Tai Ruins Sacred Land, the Tai Ruins Bell. And strictly speaking, the Tai Ruins Bell was more symbolic than combat. The disciples had the opportunity to look at the Tai Ruin Bell, and the Tai Ruin Holy Land also had this tradition. Senior brother Qin, you actually stole the Tu Ruined Bell. You disappoint me too much. Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Luo with shock in her gaze. With all the human and physical evidence, there was no room for Qin Luo's sophistry. Qin Luo glanced at Ruyan Lu and smiled disdainfully. It's none of my business if you're disappointed or not. Are we very familiar? Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Luo with disbelief. She couldn't believe that Qin Luo would slur his words. His tone was extraordinarily strange. Weren't they very familiar? They were childhood sweethearts. And if Yi Chen hadn't come out of nowhere, they might have become a couple in the future. It was so sad. She felt her heart ache and hurt. Lu Ruyan's state of mind collapsed, losing 5,000 points of chi value. The host gained 5,000 points of villain value. Qin Luo's eyes lit up, and he was able to glean away so much chi luck value in 3 words. Continue. Lu Ruyan, you guy who acts as a watch and wants to set up a house of cards at the same time. You're my fiancé, and you even colluded with Yi Chen to falsely accuse and conspire against me. How does a bitch like you have the face to stand here and preach to me? But whenever you want to order billion, shut your mouth. Lu Ruyan's state of mind continues to collapse, losing 3,000 points of chi value. Host gains 3,000 points of villain value. Lu Ruyan loses 1,000 points of fortune and the host gains 1,000 points of villain value. Qin Luo's eyes brightened even more, completely ignoring Ruyan Lu's pale face, and wanted to continue, but was interrupted by a scolding voice. Enough! How could Lu Changha not be angry when his daughter was angrily rebuked by Qin Luo? At the same time a powerful sage aura rushed towards Qin Luo. A boom! This aura landed on Qin Luo's body, causing him to fly out and smash on the ground, spraying out a large mouthful of blood. Tu Shuti also used this opportunity to immediately break away from the control of the Tai Ruin Bell, and he leapt up, wanting to fly over and give Qin Luo a fatal blow. I said enough. Lu Chang's chiding voice exploded in Tu Shui's ears and exploded in his mind, causing him to stop immediately with a jolt. Marred. Saints are so damn bullish. Qin Luo struggled to get up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and his unyielding gaze fell on the towering Lu Changha. Qin Luo, I'll ask you one more time. Do you confess? Lu Changha's voice once again resounded in Qin Luo's ears. Qin Luo sneered. There's no excuse for wanting to do that. I've done what you say I've done. but make me confess. Ha! Unless you get down on your knees and beg me. Boom! Such a treacherous statement caused the entirety of the Tai ruined sacred land to shake. And all of them looked at Qin Luo as if they were looking at a dead man. To dare to speak to a saint like this, to speak to the holy lord of their Tai ruins holy land, Qin Luo would surely die. What a big dog's guts. You even humiliated the holy lord. Deserve to be killed. Tu Shuyi shouted angrily, turned his head to Lu Changhe and said, Sacred Lord, this son Qin Luo is unruly and untamed. He has no respect for his elders, and for the crimes he has committed. With all the human and material evidence, I suggest that Qin Luo's tendons be pulled out of his body, and his soul be permanently subdued. Sacred Lord must not. Lin Ruoxuan was the first to plead for Qin Luo. Sacred Lord, although Qin Luo is unruly, he is a one-in-a-million sword Dao wizard. A little bit of tutoring will be able to grow into a generation of heavenly pride. If we kill him, it will be the greatest loss for my Tai ruined sacred land. She was a sword cultivator. She was too aware of the power of sword cultivators, especially a powerful one like Qin Luo who was able to cultivate a heavenly ranked sword technique. Nope, it should barely be considered a saintly ranked sword technique to the consummate realm. If Qin Luo was allowed to grow up, he would have the potential to clash hard with the saint realm at the cave heaven realm. This kind of genius, she really couldn't bear to see it die young. Qin Luo, you immediately kneel down and apologize to the Holy Lord. Lin Ruoxuan turned her head to Qin Luo and gave him a wink. Elder Lin's words are fallacious. This son Qin Luo stole my Tai ruins holy land's holy weapons and killed my Tai ruins holy land's disciples. He has already centrifuged himself from my Tai ruins holy land a long time ago, and this kind of white-eyed wolf will only end up backfiring on our Tai ruins holy land when he is cultivated. Please also order the Holy Lord to suppress this Fang. Tu Shuyi bowed to Lu Changhe and said Lu Changhe didn't open his mouth. He was waiting for Qin Luo to take the initiative to admit his mistake. He might consider giving Qin Luo a step down however. In the end, Qin Luo could only be reduced to nothing more than a sword and a puppet in the hands of their Tai Hui Holy Land. Saints could not be insulted. Today Qin Luo dared to insult him. He already had a way to take his death. Qin Luo looked around at those former fellow disciples and Yi Chen's smug face. Admit you're wrong? Being at the mercy of the other side? Roll the ball. His gaze landed on Lin Ruoxuan's body and he grinned. Many thanks to Elder Lin for her righteousness. However, this Tai ruins holy land. I, Qin Luo, don't care. Lin Ruoxuan closed her eyes, unable to bear to see what happened to Qin Luo next. Stubborn, Lu Changhe snorted coldly, and Tu Shuyi's eyes lit up unexpectedly. Qin Luo would seek his own death, so don't blame him. First, he killed Qin Luo, and then he would find a way to get Qin Luo's senior sister, that old thing's daughter, to be able to solve his heart's hatred. Turning his head, Tu Shuyi began his trial verdict on Qin Luo. Qin Luo, you killed a fellow disciple of the Tai ruins holy land and stole the Tai ruins bell as well as the 4-elephant sword technique. The human and material evidence is all there. Can you plead guilty? Qin Luo carried his sword, his eyes full of arrogance. At this time, he should have pretended to say, I am the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, I will exterminate the entirety of your Tai ruins sacred ground. Before he could open his mouth, a voice rang out from outside the Tai ruins holy land. Jia Jia Jia, what a great Tai ruins holy land. So many people bullying a junior like this? Lu Changhe's face instantly changed as he stood up in a flash, his gaze falling into the distance. Only dark clouds covered the sky. The sky suddenly became gloomy. The originally bright sunlight was swallowed up by the thick clouds, as if the whole world was shrouded in an oppressive darkness. An old crone stepped into the air from beyond the Tai ruins holy land. Her appearance caused Lu Changhe's expression to be extraordinarily grave, lightly spitting out 4 words. Cold moon sage. After the old crone appeared, she opened her mouth arrogantly. Qin Luo, this saint has bailed out. The sudden arrival of a saint who opened his mouth to shelter Qin Luo caused everyone in the Tai ruins sacred land to freeze. Especially Lu Changhe's face became extraordinarily ugly. The cold moon sage was a strong person in the middle stage of the sage realm, a line stronger than his cultivation. If there was a clash with the cold moon sage, even if this was his home turf, it made him feel extraordinarily tricky. What's more, this was his home turf, and it was his foundation that was destroyed. Damn it, how come the son Qin Luo still has a saint behind him? Yi Chen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resignation. He was about to get Qin Luo killed, but now that a Chang bite came out halfway, he felt very uncomfortable. No, master, think of a way. You must get Qin Luo killed. If he doesn't die, I can't sleep. Yi Chen opened his mouth to plead in his heart. Before, he had simply wanted to get Qin Luo killed, but now he had instead risen a little fear of Qin Luo. He's scared, because Qin Luo's methods were too bizarre. Obviously, the 4-elephant sword technique had been stolen by him and there was no more backup. How could Qin Luo have succeeded in cultivating it and cultivated it at a stronger realm than him? It could be explained by counting the 4-elephant sword technique that Qin Luo had already stolen out long ago, or if he had gotten it from somewhere else. But this Tai Ruin bell is obviously inside his ring. How can Qin Luo have it in his hand? And it is still an intact Tai Ruin bell. All of this made Qin Luo carry a layer of fog on himself, and he couldn't see clearly inside the ring. A graceful and elegant woman who exuded a noble aura and was a beautiful woman lightly opened her red lips and said faintly, "Don't worry. The Tai Ruin's sacred ground isn't that simple. He won't be able to get away that easily." These words slightly comforted Yi Chen's heart. Qin Luo looked at the cold moon sage. He was a bit confused. He searched his mind and couldn't find any intersection with this cold moon sage in front of him, the other side, coming to his rescue for no reason. Is it because of his beauty? Looking at the guttering old face, Qin Luo shivered fiercely. Is the system someone you set up? Unico is not a mover of saints. Unico is just a support system. Well, it's not exactly a saint's porter. Lu Changhe leapt up and stood on the opposite side of the cold moon sage as he said in a deep voice, "Cold moon sage, today this is a family matter of my Tai Ruin sacred land, and the cold moon sage has to intervene?" The cold moon sage sneered, "I don't care about your family matters, and it's none of this saint's business. But, Qin Luo, this day the Holy Spirit guarantees it." Lu Changhe's face was as gloomy as water as he said in a deep voice, "Sage Cold Moon, give me a reason." Sage Cold Moon spoke faintly, "Qin Luo is my personal disciple's closest senior brother. I wonder if this reason is enough? A pro-disciple to a pro-brother? You mean evening?" A woman's figure emerged inside Qin Luo's mind. She was as bright as the moon. Her eyes were as deep as stars. Her body was slender. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and she was dressed in plain clothes, just like a fairy who had left the earth behind. Exuding a cool and mysterious atmosphere, the previous owner had always loved her as his own sister. Just now Qin Luo was wondering why he didn't see Shen Waning's appearance. But it turned out that Shen Waning had gone to get help. When did she worship this cold moon sage? That's right. Your senior sister Shen Waning is now the saint's personal shut-in disciple, and it was she who pleaded with me to save your life. Today, this saint saves your life, and in the coming day, you and Shen Waning will have nothing more to do with each other. The cold moon sage's decisive voice resounded in Qin Luo's ears, causing his expression to become extraordinarily complicated. In the former lord's life, two women occupied an important place in his heart, one of which was Shen Waning, and the other was Lu Ruyan. To Shen Waning, he only had the love of brother and sister, and to Lu Ruyan that was licked tight. In Qin Luo's opinion, a bitch like Lu Ruyan couldn't compare to a single toe of Shen Waning, and in terms of looks, he felt that Shen Waning was still better. The body, too, was definitely stronger than Lu Ruyan. Choosing a woman, why not choose Shen Waning, but instead choose Lu Ruyan? Pure and simple as brainwattage. How about Lu Changhe giving me face? Cold moon sage Lin Huashan looked at Lu Changhe and asked in a deep voice, "What if I say no? Then let's fight." Lin Huashan said indifferently, "This saint promised Shen Waning, then he must take Qin Luo away. If you don't believe me, try blocking me." The arrogant, cocky stance made Lu Changhe feel a pang of suffocation. In full view of the public. If he agreed to Lin Huashan so easily, then where would his Lu Changhe's face be? Since Sage Coldmoon had to want to take someone away from my Tai Ruin sacred land, then let this sage see what kind of backbone you have. Boom! With a leap, Lu Changhe leapt up and verticalized to the sky above the clouds, shouting at Lin Huashan below, "Catch me in 3 moves, and I'll consider it." Lin Huashan laughed coldly in her heart, instantly penetrating Lu Changhe's thoughts. "Face is worth a few dollars, but since you want it, what's the harm in me giving it to you?" She took the same step into the air and rose into midair. Saints dueling against each other attracted the gazes of almost everyone in the Tai Ruin sacred land. Qin Luo still wanted to take this opportunity to run away. Who knew that Yi Chen had been staring at Qin Luo? Elder 2. Qin Luo wants to run. Tu Shui's gaze immediately locked onto Qin Luo when he sneered. "Qin Luo, if you dare to move one more step, I will definitely suppress you on the spot." Qin Luo responded unwillingly. "Old thing, do you dare? In a moment, that cold moon sage will come down, and she will send you back to the west with a slap. 1 for 1. Little master. I won't lose money." "You." Tu Shui almost choked to death. Honestly, he didn't dare. The cold moon sage, in their place, was extremely prestigious. If he was targeted by her, Tu Shui would only die. The battle in the sky unfolded quickly and ended quickly after Lu Changhe landed with an ugly face. He spoke in a deep voice. "Fine. You can take Qin Luo away today." This was a disguised admission that he had lost, and had just wanted nothing more than a step up. What with letting the other party take his 3 moves, he could be weaker than his opponent. However, the Tai Ruin bell must be left behind. Lu Changhe's gaze landed on Qin Luo's body and spoke in a deep voice. Lin Huashan was just about to open his mouth when Qin Luo grabbed it first. "Stay when you say so? That's the holy weapon of my Tai Ruin's holy land. Tu Shuyi jumped out and said, "You say yes?" Qin Luo catalyzed the Tai Ruin bell to land on top of his head and said indifferently, "If you call it, does it say yes?" Lin Huashan looked squarely at Qin Luo for the first time. This Qin Luo in front of her was madder than her, but she has cocky capital. What does Qin Luo have? A defiant mouth? Heh! A cold laugh sounded. Lu Changhe's eyes instantly lit up. Today, no one can leave. An old man slowly stepped out from the depths of the Tai Ruin sacred land, and quite a few people immediately spoke respectfully when they saw the old man's appearance. "Greetings, old ancestor." Lu Changhe was no exception as he similarly bowed. Lin Huashan's face instantly became gloomy. She glanced at Qin Luo. Her voice rang in Qin Luo's ears. "Kid, you're on your own today. This saint has already tried her best." After the old man appeared, his gaze landed on Qin Luo's body as he said indifferently, "As the holy son of my Tai Ruin's sacred ground, how dare you steal my Tai Ruin's sacred ground's holy artifacts, betraying my Tai Ruin's sacred ground? Who gave you the courage to do so?" Boom! An extremely powerful aura suppressed towards Qin Luo, more than several times stronger than Lu Changhe's previous aura. Qin Luo was just about to open his mouth and say, "My status as a prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty has given me courage." Before he could open his mouth, he heard a majestic voice ring out from outside. "Marquis Fengwake of the Four Directions of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty has come to pay a visit." So fast? Qin Luo instantly straightened his back. "Mard, the old man is here. Today, all of them will kneel for him." The Great Qin Imperial Dynasty was a power far more powerful than the Tai Ruin's Holy Land. In his memories, the founder of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty was a great emperor realm powerhouse, and in the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, all those who had been granted the title of Marquis would be saints. The old man froze and immediately restrained his aura as his gaze landed on Lu Changhe's body. A probing expression in his eyes. Ryu Changhe said he didn't know. "Bring this brat down." At the order of the old ancestor of the Tai Ruins, the elders of the Tai Ruin sacred land were about to make their move just then. Qin Luo shouted, "I'm Qin Luo, Marquis of the Four Directions. I'm here, with the power of the great market bell." Qin Luo's voice traveled far. Boom! A powerful aura rushed in strongly from outside. A middle-aged man clad in black armor was like no one else, charging across the room and reaching directly above Qin Luo. He locked onto Qin Luo with a single glance. "I wonder what the Marquis of the Four Directions is here for?" Old ancestor Tai Hui and Lu Changhe both asked with grave faces. The aura emanating from the Marquis of the Four Directions was slightly weaker than the old ancestor of the ruins, but they didn't dare to belittle the Marquis of the Four Directions because he represented the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. A Fengwake's gaze landed on Qin Luo's body, only to see a jade pendant floating in Qin Luo's hand, causing his gaze to shrink. A whoosh! He rushed to Qin Luo with great speed, picked up the jade pendant in Qin Luo's hand, and secretly manipulated the secret technique stated in the message. Soon, a red light flashed in the jade pendant and disappeared into Qin Luo's body, and then the jade pendant began to emit a dazzling light, echoing with the power of the bloodline in Qin Luo's body. Although they didn't know what had happened, old ancestor Tai Hui and Lu Changhe both had a thump in their hearts and had some bad premonitions. Yi Chen's eyes were even wider. He couldn't figure out why there were so many twists and turns today. "Qin Luo, can't he die?" Yi Chen muttered. As Fengwake watched this scene, he was certain that the person in front of him was the bloodline of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, the ninth prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty that the imperial capital side had sent a message for him to search for. He took 2 steps back slightly and bowed to Qin Luo. "Marquis of the Four Directions Fengwake's up to meet the ninth prince." Boom! The impact of that one sentence was too strong. Yi Chen stumbled and stared with wide eyes. He's the imperial son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty? Jealousy, anger, fear, and other emotions to name AFEW. It was so hard that he was about to step on Qin Luo and take away the position of the Holy Sun in Qin Luo's hands. And now Qin Luo had unexpectedly gained an even more esteemed position, the ninth prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Ruyan Lu also looked at Qin Luo in disbelief. Elder brother Qin is actually the ninth prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty? How is this possible? Impossible. How could it be? How could Qin Luo be the ninth prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty? Didn't the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty only have 8 emperors? When did the ninth one come? Joke. It's just a big joke. How could Qin Luo, a thief, become the ninth prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty? I must not have woken up yet. Yes, I haven't woken up yet. Lu Changhe's face was unsightly. He realized the importance of this issue. If Qin Luo was the ninth prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, then the trial that they had just put on Qin Luo had completely crossed Qin Luo. In the coming days, Qin Luo would definitely retaliate against their Tai Hui Holy Land. He took a step out and said in a deep voice, "Qin Luo is the child that my elder Shinsu of the Tai Hui Holy Land picked up from outside." Did the Marquis of the Four Directions misread the situation? Fengwake glanced at him and spoke indifferently. "My Great Qin Imperial Dynasty naturally has its own means of detection, and this does not need to be explained to you. Tai Ruin's sacred land. I've already established that His Highness Qin Luo is the 9th prince of my great Qin imperial dynasty. The identity of His Imperial Highness cannot be doubted. Bossy, I say yes and no need to tell you why. Your Highness, the 9th prince, please also follow me to the imperial capital. There's no rush. Qin Luo said now it's his turn to play. He glanced at Fong Wake and said, does the Marquis of the Four Directions know what I am doing right now? I am being judged by the holy land of the Tai Ruins. The moment these words came out, Old Ancestor Tai Ruin and also Lu Chang's faces changed. They knew that this was Qin Luo's small-mindedness. Don't worry, Old Ancestor. In this matter, our Tai Ruin's sacred ground is justified. Even if the great Qin imperial dynasty is powerful, it can't bully others with its power. Lu Chang had transmitted his voice to the Old Ancestor of the Tai Ruins. The Old Ancestor just nodded and did not say much. Oh, a dense killing intent rose from Fong Wake's body as he looked around and droned. You dare to judge the imperial son of my great Qin imperial dynasty, Tai Ruin's sacred ground. You have a lot of guts. The might of one person suppressed everyone in the Tai Ruin's sacred land who didn't dare to say much. Only Tu Shui stepped forward at Lu Chang's eye gesture as he explained. Reporting back to the Four Directions Marquis, before we didn't know that Qin Luo was the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty. He was previously the holy son of our Tai Ruin's sacred ground, and as he has violated our Tai Ruin's sacred ground's laws, he naturally should be put on trial. Throwing his voice, Tu Shui found the feeling that at this moment he is the center of attention, the brave man who does not fear the power, and Qin Luo knocked him down to the bottom with one sentence. Just now he tried to put me to death 3 times. Boom! The killing intent on Fong Wake's body coalesced into substance as he offered a blade. If you dare to plot against the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, you shall be beheaded. The killing intent was on the verge of condensing into substance, causing Tu Shui to be unable to even take a breath, and his eyes were filled with panic. Marquis of the Four Directions, still please be merciful. Lu Changhe was still a human being. Tu Shui had jumped out according to his orders after all. He should protect Tu Shui. He who stands in my way is guilty of the same offense. Fong Wake had no intention of retreating a step, and slashed out. Tu Shui had only just broken free from Fong Wake's suppression, but it was too late to dodge. All he could do was cry out, Holy Lord save me. Lu Changhe obviously hesitated, and with this hesitation, he was cut down by Fong Wake to kill Tu Shui with a single slash. Bang! Tu Shui's corpse fell to the ground, smashing into the hearts of many people, causing them to tremble, and many of them began to tremble. Just now, they had participated in the act of defaming Qin Luo, and a powerful person of the 8th realm, the cave realm, was killed so easily. How arrogant and painful they had just been, how fearful they were now. However, there are still brave people at this time. Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Luo and said, Senior brother Qin, you've changed. Elder Tu is just enforcing the law impartially. What's more, you killed my Tai Ruin's holy land disciples and stole my Tai Ruin's holy weapons. The human and material evidence is all there. The one who's in the wrong is you, senior brother. Only, Lu Ruyan's tone was not as tough as before. Everything stemmed from the change in strength status. Qin Luo was absolutely certain that he could pretty much do whatever he wanted right now. Justice, human evidence and material evidence? Qin Luo laughed coldly, looked at Lu Ruyan and said, Isn't the human evidence you're talking about you and Yichun? You saw me kill a disciple of the Tai Ruin's holy land with your own eyes? Lu Ruyan was a little hard to say. Did she ever see it with her own eyes? She had only seen the dead people with her own eyes, and Qin Luo appearing beside those people. Answer me. Did you see me kill the disciples of the Tai Ruin's holy land with your own eyes? Qin Luo once again chortled. I didn't. Lu Ruyan's sentence landed on the ground, and an uproar rose. Who would have thought that the important witnesses were not seen, and still so high and mighty, righteously accusing Qin Luo? You saw me steal the holy weapon of the Tai Ruin's holy land with your own eyes? Qin Luo asked again. But you have. In your hands. Lu Ruyan didn't even finish her sentence when she was interrupted by Qin Luo again. Answer me. Did you see it with your own eyes? No. Ruyan Lu answered honestly. Then why are you here as a witness? Ruyan Lu, are you just making things up out of thin air? No, it's not. Lu Ruyan immediately pushed Yi Chen out. Senior brother Yi. He witnessed you murdering my brothers and sisters from the Tai Ruin's holy land. Everyone's gazes once again fell on Yi Chen's body. Not pretending anymore. Yi Chen stepped out. It was already at the point of death between him and Qin Luo. So what was he afraid of? That's right. I saw with my own eyes, Qin Luo, that you killed a disciple of my Tai Ruin's sacred ground. And isn't the 4-elephant sword technique that you performed, as well as the Tai Ruin's bell, capable of proving that you stole my Tai Ruin's sacred ground's treasures? For your own selfishness, you killed my Tai Ruin's holy land's disciples and stole my Tai Ruin's holy land's sacred artifacts. Have you ever put the grace of the Tai Ruin's holy land's upbringing and teaching in your eyes? You're a selfish little man, no matter what. So what if Qin Luo was the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty? He was going to sit on Qin Luo's charges today, so that he would be poked and prodded even when he was in the middle of the great Qin imperial dynasty. Qin Luo didn't get angry at all. He clapped his hands. Splendid. Splendid. What a handful of planted evidence. However, I think that you, Yi Chen, are the one who killed the disciples of the Tai Ruins Holy Land and stole the Tai Ruins Bell, the holy weapon of the Tai Ruins Holy Land, as well as the four-elephant sword technique. Yi Chen laughed coldly. Qin Luo, there are both human and material evidence, and you're still sophomoric? Do you really think that all of us in the Tai Ruins Holy Land are blind? He didn't believe that Qin Luo was still able to turn the tables. Qin Luo secretly shook his head and ignored him. Instead he looked at Fong Wake and asked, Marquis of the Four Directions, I wonder if I can inspect the ring in his hand. After all, I represent the great Qin imperial dynasty, and the imperial son of the imperial dynasty can't be subjected to injustice. Don't you think so? When these words came out, Yi Chen's face flashed with a flash of panic. He never expected that Qin Luo would want to search his ring. Yi Chen's mind is in turmoil. Losing 3,000 points of chi value. Host gains 3,000 points of villain value. Fong Wake just glanced at Yi Chen. This kind of small person. As a rule, he did not put it in his eyes, but just now, Yi Chen even wanted to make Qin Luo take the blame. Regardless of whether Qin Luo had done this or not, he wouldn't allow a stigma to appear in the great Qin imperial dynasty. If His Highness the Ninth Prince wants to investigate, naturally, he can. After Fong Wake finished speaking, his gaze landed on Lu Changhe's body and asked, I wonder what Sacred Lord Taihui thinks. I say I'm asking you, but I'm really just telling you. Before Lu Changhe could speak, Yi Chen refused. No. Inside my ring are my Yi Chen's secrets. I won't allow anyone to look into it. Moreover, Qin Luo's theft is already a fact. How can there be any sophistry? This Tai Ruin Bell, could it be a fake? Could it be that just because he, Qin Luo, is the ninth prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty, he is free to distort the facts and act arbitrarily in the midst of my Tai Ruins sacred land? My disciples of the Tai Ruins Holy Land also have backbone. How can I allow you, Qin Luo, to bully them at will? Good fellow, full of righteousness. Presuming to tie the Taihui Holy Land to his chariot, the disciples of the Tai Ruin sacred ground really began to talk. The Tai Ruin Bell is all here. Could it be that the Tai Ruin Bell is a fake? Qin Luo is trying to bully others with his power. Qin Luo laughed coldly as he pointed at the Tai Ruin Bell in front of him. You guys keep saying that this is the Tai Ruin Bell of your Tai Ruin sacred land. But what kind of dangling is the Tai Ruin Bell of your Tai Ruin sacred land that you guys aren't clear about? This Tai Ruin Bell of mine is 100 times and more stronger than that lousy thing from your Tai Ruin Holy Land. I still say that, Qin Luo said as his gaze landed on Lu Changhe. You said that this is the Tai Ru Bell of your Tai Ru sacred ground. Do you call it, and does it agree? Don't tell me that your hallowed holy lord of the Tai Ruins Holy Land doesn't have the ability to activate the Tai Ruins Bell. Word by word, Lu Changhe's face grew deeper and deeper. Everyone's gazes fell on Lu Changhe. They expected Lu Changhe to catalyze the Tai Ruin Bell and then live to give Qin Luo a beating, but Lu Changhe froze and didn't say a word. They didn't think about it. Just now when Qin Luo took out the Tai Ruin Bell to fight against Tu Shuyi, why didn't Lu Changhe control the Tai Ruin Bell? It was because he couldn't control it. Yi Chen saw that something was wrong and immediately opened his mouth to explain for Lu Changhe. That's because you, Qin Luo, cut off the connection between the Sacred Lord and the Ruin Bell. And now the Sacred Lord can't control the Ruin Bell. Qin Luo snorted. You're stupid. You think others are stupid too? What realm am I? I'm just the avatar. What realm is your Saint Lord? He's a saint. And I cut him off? Oh, why don't you say that I can cut him to death with a single sword? Alright, let's pretend that you're all idiots and all think that I'm able to do this matter. Then I'll ask Elder Lin. Qin Luo's gaze landed on Lin Ruoxuan and asked, Elder Lin, may I ask you if the four-elephant sword technique of the Tai Ruin sacred land is crippled or complete? Lin Ruoxuan had cultivated the four-elephant sword technique. She spoke without thinking. The four-elephant sword technique of the Tai Ruin sacred ground is a remnant, and there is only one move. The fire dance of the nine heavens. What about me? How many moves did I just perform? Qin Luo asked. Lin Ruoxuan was silent for a moment as she said, You have executed another move of the four-elephant sword technique. Qin Luo let out a laugh. And I'm still able to perform the other two moves of the four-elephant sword technique. Even the four elephants in one. Do you believe me? As his words fell, the aura changed. A blanket of fine rain seemed to be falling all around them. And the rain of the four-elephant sword technique fell without interruption. Lin Ruoxuan's eyes widened. Her eyes filled with shock. Qin Luo had once again refreshed her knowledge. This kind of person might be a demon who practiced the sword path. If, say, you have only one move and I have all of them, who do you think stole them from whom? In one sentence, the entire Tai Ruins Holy Land was dryly silenced. Yeah, they only have the remnants. And Qin Luo had all of the 4-elephant sword technique, so all of this is mine. And what you just called accusations are all their slander, Lu Ruyan said weakly at this time. Senior brother Qin, but you've just admitted it. Then she was greeted by Qin Luo's stern gaze, causing her to panic a little. Admit it? Ha, I don't. Do I have a choice? The situation is stronger than the people. You all damn one and all use your power to oppress people. Even if I don't admit it, isn't this culpability still mine? Ruyan Lu wanted to retort something else, but was unable to do so. Qin Luo's gaze once again landed on Yi Chen as he said indifferently, Yi Chen, there is a price to pay for slandering me. Don't you just want this sainthood and that bitch? Qin Luo pointed at Lu Ruyan, causing the latter's heart to ache immensely. Bitch? Senior brother Qin even called me a bitch? Lu Ruyan felt that a piece of her heart had been hurt by Qin Luo in 1,000 ways. Lu Ruyan's state of mind slightly collapsed, losing 5,000 points of fortune. The host gained 5,000 points of villain value. Do you know that those things are like dirt in my eyes? Qin Luo said with disgust. Wanting? Yes, but slandering me is your fault. Today, that ring of yours, you must take it out, or else, you will not leave today. Yi Chen felt Qin Luo's aggressiveness, and he once again felt helpless and angry. The last time was still in the family. Those people forced his father to abdicate and told him to get out of the Yi family. That he swore then that he would kill those clansmen. And after that he did, killing back the Yi clan and slaughtering all those who had humiliated him that day. And now that the similar scenario reappeared, he clenched the fist in his hand. Master! He let out a low roar. The only one he could rely on now was his master. Her master sighed. I told you before that you were overly impulsive, and now there has been an accident. But sermonizing aside, she also had a vested interest in the matter, and the origin of the Tai Ruin Bell was now warming her soul. Yi Chen was her disciple, and having encountered such a crisis, she naturally had to stand up for Yi Chen. A sigh resounded in the ears of many people, and Fang Wei's originally calm expression became grave at this moment. Everyone's gazes fell on Yi Chen's side, only to see an illusory figure floating out from inside his ring. At the sight of that illusory figure, many people's eyes widened. The idioms of magnificent and overwhelming and pouring the country into the city didn't feel out of place on that woman's body at all. Even Lu Ruyan was somewhat ashamed of herself after the woman came out. Her gaze landed on Qin Luo's body, and she spoke faintly. How about sparing others when you have to? In this matter, consider Tatsuron, and count me as owing you a favor. While speaking, she exuded a powerful aura. Fang Wei felt this powerful aura and took a step to Qin Luo's side, looking at the woman vigilantly. Although this woman was only a soul body, her soul body was extremely powerful and had already reached the Saint King realm. She's strong? Qin Luo asked. Fang Wei replied. The soul is powerful, but that's all she has. Since that's the case, Qin Luo understood. He spoke in a deep voice. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. What do you mean just assume Yi Chen is wrong? Have I slandered him? If you're saying that I've slandered him, please also show me proof. Otherwise, Yi Chen and I will not rest in death today. Yi Chen, the battle just now isn't over. Come again. Qin Luo shouted towards Yi Chen, his sword aura lingering around his body. Stern and compelling. Fang Xian emphatically glanced at Qin Luo. He hadn't expected that this exiled ninth prince would have such a powerful sword. It seems that the imperial capital will be even more lively, Fang Wei muttered in his mind. HM? The woman's disgruntled voice resounded in everyone's minds, and even the old market ancestor's body shook. He transmitted his voice and asked, Changha, what is that woman's origin? Lu Changha was also confused. How did he know where that woman came from? He had thought that Yi Chen was just an ordinary genius, but he had never thought that there was such a powerful soul behind him who was teaching him. I don't know. The woman's gaze landed on Qin Luo. Junior, do you know what the consequences of rejecting me are? Qin Luo sneered. What? You've been beaten into a soul body and you still have the arrogance? When these words came out, a monstrous rage went straight to the clouds on the woman's body. This was the biggest thorn in her heart. Qin Luo was exposing her shortcomings. Today, I'll teach you a lesson and let you know how high the sky is. Boom! She took a step out. Hot flames swept towards Qin Luo. Fang Wei took a step out and blocked in front of Qin Luo. He looked at the woman and spoke in a deep voice. No matter what your excellency's origin is, you don't want to harm the imperial son of my great Qin imperial dynasty in front of me. The woman laughed coldly and spoke disdainfully. Great Qin imperial dynasty? What a big bully. Oh, Qin Luo could hear that the woman had some disdain for the great Qin imperial dynasty, but regardless of her previous status, she was now the Tiger Falls Plain, Marquis of the Four Directions. If you add the Tai Ruin Bell, will you be able to suppress that woman? Qin Luo said. Fang Wei glanced at the Tai Ruin Bell maneuvered by Qin Luo and nodded imperceptibly. Good. Qin Luo threw the Tai Ruin Bell to Fang Wei. Then he carried his sword and charged towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen, today I'm going to unmask this hypocrisy of yours. While walking, the sword stance in Qin Luo's hand began to change. A greenish-green light flashed, This was the 4-elephant wood of the 4-elephant sword technique. The wood wraps around 1,000 hills. Wood entanglement 1,000 mountains was a relatively difficult sword move. Qin Luo chopped out with his sword, and his sword chi was like a thin line, whistling towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's face changed immediately. As a natural sword bone, he naturally felt the power of this sword move. Completion? It's still consummation. Yi Chen was horrified in his heart, and he wanted to call for his master's help at this moment, but master threw a sentence at him. You deal with that Qin Luo first. I'll fight off this 4 directions marquis of the great Qin imperial dynasty in front of me. Shi Huang had thought that she could suppress Feng Wake, but after Feng Wake exuded his aura, she felt a little uncertain, and Qin Luo even gave the great market bell to Feng Wake to use, which made her heart sink. She knew exactly what the Tai Ruin bell did, and the damage it did to the soul was greater than the damage it did to the physical body. Master couldn't be counted on, so Yi Chen could only rely on himself. I, Yi Chen, possess such heaven-defying talent, and I'm still afraid of a tiny Qin Luo like you? Swimming dragon steps. Yi Chen's body moved and quickly executed that floating dragon step that was as graceful as a dragon. Intending to avoid Qin Luo's sword move that was like a vine twisting and coming, however, he hadn't expected that Qin Luo's sword technique was so bizarre and tight. That sword move seemed to prejudge his every move, making it difficult for him to break free from that invisible bond even though his body was like a dragon. Qin Luo laughed coldly. The difference in realms, coupled with my 4-elephant sword technique of the perfection realm. You think you can dodge it? He had read a lot of novels, and many of the protagonists inside the novels were beaten to a dog in the beginning, and finally turned the tide against the wind. And what was Yi Chen's bottom card? Isn't it that soul body? In terms of cultivation, Yi Chen was not as good as him, and in terms of the realm of perception control of sword techniques, Yi Chen was not as good as him. In short, he possessed the strength that could crush Yi Chen. Seeing that a sword chi like silk coming towards him, Yi Chen's face became ugly, but did not fall into despair. He still had means. Mirror, mirror. Boom! Yi Chen's body was churned up by the sword chi like a reflection in his hand, while the real Yi Chen appeared in another direction. He walked as fast as he could and vanished towards the distance, trying to hide in the crowd. Good means! Qin Luo exclaimed in praise. But, want to leave? It's not that easy. He leapt out and landed in front of Yi Chen. Would entanglement 1,000 mountains? Once again, he just wouldn't let Yi Chen go. Get the hell out of here! Yi Chen roared as he similarly executed an extremely powerful sword move. Boom! Like a hot flame, it came towards Qin Luo and blocked his sword move in one go. When Lin Ruochuan saw this sword move, she immediately blurted out, "This is Fire Dance 9 Heavens, the fire dance of the 9 heavens of the grand completion realm." Yi Chen, who had been forced into a desperate situation, could no longer care about that much. Being exposed was better than him leaving his little life here. Moreover, he had thought of a good reason how to fob off the Holy Lord and the others, but the next, a bell rang out as Feng Wake, who had fought with Shi Huang, rang the Tai Ruin bell, and Shi Huang felt a soul shock, causing her soul, which had been so hard to stabilize lately, to falter once again. She was a decisive person, and the first thing she did was to summon the great market bell. Inside Yi Chen's ring, the broken Tai Ruin bell felt the call and broke through space and flew out, falling into Shi Huang's hands just in time to block Feng Wake's next wave of attacks. The great market bell. This is our great market bell. The people of the Tai Hui Holy Land are numb. How come it's so reversed? Isn't there all the fucking witnesses and material evidence? How can reality be so magical? Yi Chen's heart thumped. He knew that he couldn't explain it. Bang! A huge rumbling sound rang out. The broken Tai Ruin's bell was naturally no match for the intact Tai Ruin's bell, and the two collided with each other. A huge impact spreading out in all directions. Yi Chen's mind is broken. Master even pitched him. Loss of 5,000 points of luck value. Host gained 5,000 points of villain value. Take advantage of your illness. The rain fell without interruption. It was as if a gap was torn in the sky, and a dense rain of swords poured down like the Milky Way, so powerful and unrivaled that it shrouded the surrounding space in a solemnity. You can't! 1 second squelch. Qin Luo looked at Yi Chen in front of him, his eyes filled with fire. He thought of a familiar bridge within the novel, digging for bones. Today, he will also dig up the bones. Qin Luo coldly and mercilessly exerted his tactics, stabbing the sharp blade in his hand deeply into Yi Chen's body, digging hard into the deeply hidden sword bones. Yi Chen's body trembled violently, his face as pale as paper, veins rippling on his forehead. In extreme pain. A mournful and desperate hissing sound erupted from Yi Chen's throat. The sound was like the wailing of a wild beast in the darkness of the night, filled with endless pain and struggle. Master, save me! Yi Chen shouted. But it couldn't change his end as a piece of bone emitting a strong sword aura was dug out by Qin Luo. Yi Chen's sword bone was dug up, losing 200,000 points of chi. The host gained 200,000 points of villain value. When Shi Huang saw this scene, her expression became extraordinarily grim. In her eyes, Qin Luo had become a dead man, not giving her face and digging up her disciple's sword bone. For the second time in her life, Shi Huang, felt so humiliated. Boom! An extremely powerful soul force surged through her body, and she wanted to use the power of the Tai Ruin Bell's origin to deliver a fatal blow to Feng Wake. When Lu Changhe saw this scene, his face became extraordinarily ugly. Old ancestor, the Great Market Bell. If this strike was inspired, the Tai Ruin Bell would be finished. Completely vaporized old ancestor Tai Hui's face also turned ugly, but he was still able to keep his composure. The Tai Ruin Bell. We can't control it now. We can't stop her. After old ancestor Tai Ruin finished speaking, he closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to see the Tai Ruin Bell destroyed in front of him. Feng Wake's face also became extraordinarily ugly. This strike wanted to kill him. It was impossible to do so. If he didn't cope well, perhaps he would be seriously injured. Just at this time, a loud laughter sounded behind him. Old Feng, you can't. Then let me, old Zhang, help you out. Boom! An aura comparable to Feng Wake's rose, and a burly man with a huge axe rushed over. An axe chopped towards Shi Huang, and space seemed to be split open by him, carrying an unrelenting momentum that made Shi Huang cry out. Ben wanted to finish off Feng Wake first, then kill Qin Luo, and then help Yi Chen put the sword bone back in place. But now, another Holy Realm powerhouse has suddenly appeared to join the battle, and she is in danger. Yi Chen, go! Shi Huang roared, and a jade talisman in his hand shot out towards Yi Chen. Not good. Qin Luo secretly screamed that the jade talisman was coming on strong. He took an arrow step and dodged away. Whoosh! Slicing past him, the air wave also sent him flying, and the jade talisman landed on Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen gripped the jade talisman tightly and urged it, and immediately a huge black hole surfaced behind him. The means are decisively strong. Old ancestor Tai Hui said in a deep voice as he watched the scene that the soul body alone was this powerful. How heaven-defying was Shi Huang in her intact state? Glancing at the black hole, he had no intention of striking the Tai Hui Holy Land. It was better to stay out of it. Boom! A heaven-destroying rumbling sound rang out, and old ancestor Tai Ruin and Lu Changhe immediately stepped in to block the aftermath of the explosion of the tattered Tai Ruin Bell. Avoiding any damage to the Tai Ruin sacred ground, Qin Luo couldn't help but spray out a large mouthful of blood as he felt a huge wave rush over and ruthlessly slam into his chest. Pfft. After the spray, my chest felt much better. Taking advantage of this opening, Shi Huang's figure turned around and rushed in the direction of the black hole. She wanted to run too. Reminder, Yi Chen's master is going to escape. The unified sun suggests to immediately consume all the villain value to exchange the treasure to intercept. Opening big reward. Cheap. Redemption. Redeem. Qin Luo didn't hesitate and immediately opened his mouth, consuming all villain value to redeem successfully. Acquired. Soul Binding Rope, Holy Grade. Acquired. Soul Strike Whip, Sacred Lower Grade. The so-called Soul Binding Rope immediately appeared in Qin Luo's hand. He always felt as if there was something odd about this rope, but it was too late to think about it that much. He immediately urged on, and with a whoosh, he shot towards Shi Huang. Yi Chen could really see from the mouth of the black hole. His master was about to rush over, but in the next second, a long rope appeared out of thin air and immediately bound He Huang's limbs as well as her neck, causing her to fall to the ground. It was just less than 10 steps away from him. Chen pull me! Shi Huang shouted towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen just wanted to raise his feet. He saw a strong man holding a huge axe rushing from the back of Shi Huang. He did not hesitate, immediately turned around. Shi Huang looked at Yi Chen with disbelief. Her dear disciple, the disciple she had watched grow up, had abandoned her? After entering the black hole, Yi Chen destroyed the jade talisman in his hand at the first opportunity, and the black hole closed. He ran away. Yi Chen abandons his golden finger master, losing 200,000 points of chi value, and the host gains 200,000 points of villain value. Boom! Boom! Feng Wake and the burly man who had just appeared by Shi Huang's side, their powerful auras suppressing Shi Huang, causing the possibility that she had just had of breaking out of her bonds to instantly dissipate into nothingness. Of Feng Wake, they glanced at Shi Huang, then turned their heads to Qin Luo. Ninth Prince, what is this? Feng Xian asked. Only then did the strong man realize that the person in front of him was the Ninth Prince Qin Luo that the imperial capital had made search for. He looked Qin Luo up and down, and didn't see Qin Luo's extraordinary. His cultivation was just okay, and compared to the other several emperors, the gap was a bit big. This is the soul binding rope, specially used to bind souls. Qin Luo opened his mouth in a serious manner. Unicorn suggestion. Host 200,000 villain values can be exchanged for the human emperor streamer, as a variant of the 10,000 soul streamer. The human emperor streamer naturally has its own unique features, and it is all too appropriate for an emperor among the human race to become the main soul in the human emperor streamer. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched. Isn't this just a name change? Marquis of the Four Directions, can you allow me to dispose of this woman? Qin Luo asked. Feng Wei glanced at Qin Luo and then at Shi Huang before clasping his fists and saying, "Your Imperial Highness, please go ahead." The burly man froze and was just about to say something when he was greeted by Feng Wei's gaze, who shook his head slightly at him. The strong man could only swallow his words inside his stomach. Good. Qin Luo, with the help of Feng Wei and the others, brought Shi Huang to his cave residence in the Tai Ruins Holy Land. It was said to be a cave, but it was actually a mountain peak, and after Master Shin Su passed away, he and his sister were the only two people living there, making it seem very empty. Qin Luo was the first to redeem it when he arrived. Redeemed the Human Emperor Streamer. Redemption successful. Acquired, Human Emperor Streamer, Sacred Lower Grade, Refining. Things produced by the system were relatively easy for Qin Luo to refine. It didn't take long for him to refine it successfully, and then he gave Shi Huang an evil smile. Let's go inside. Other people's 10,000 soul streamer, gloomy and black. His Human Emperor Streamer, on the contrary, appeared to have a vast and righteous atmosphere in general. Boom. Shi Huang was thrown inside the Human Emperor Streamer by Qin Luo, who exposed his purpose. Are you willing to become the main soul of my Human Emperor Streamer? Shi Huang wasn't a fool. She naturally knew what Qin Luo meant. She roared towards him. Junior, how dare you? I'm the Shi Huang Empress. How dare you humiliate me like this? Empress? Qin Luo didn't expect to earn a lot. He sneered. What Empress? You're just my prisoner now. You will never make me submit. That's up to you. With a thought, the soul-striking whip appeared in his hand and he fiercely lashed down. The burly man guarding the outside finally couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Old Feng, it's just a stray prince. Why are you being so respectful to him? That soul body just now is a soul of the Saint Realm. If it's sold it can be exchanged for a big price." Feng Wei glanced at him and shook his head slightly. "Old Zhang, you have underestimated this ninth prince of ours, Zheng Tuo, Marquis of the Broken Army of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. His strength had long since reached the middle stage of the Sage Realm, and he was one of the Tiger Generals in the middle of the battlefield. He and Feng Wei, together, were conquering those sect forces fighting against the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty near the Great 100,000 Mountains. All of them were ordered to find the lost ninth prince. What underestimation! Lost for almost 20 years. If the Imperial capital wanted to come and find it, it would have already been found. Why wait until this time? Zheng Tuo said with a touch of mockery in his tone. I heard that when that ninth prince was born, his bloodline returned to his ancestors. So, bloodline return? Feng Wei shook his head slightly. I don't think so. The bloodline returning to the ancestors in their mouths was not the bloodline becoming like the ancestor of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. That pioneer great emperor or rather, become their human ancestors. Those ordinary humans in general, the ancestors of the human race. They had gone through 10,000 generations to get to where they were now. With the birth of various powerful people and the continuous evolution of their bloodlines, the strong are always strong. And if you return to your ancestors, it proves that you have returned to the kind of penniless situation of your ancestors. And the effort and hard work you put in is several times that of others. And you don't seem to be able to get enough reward. Do you know what this ninth prince of ours was doing when I first arrived? Feng Wei said. Do what? He's being judged by the Tai Ruins Holy Land. I should say, he's being judged by the Tai Ruins Holy Land as its holy son. Holy son? This ninth prince would actually become the holy son of the Tai Ruins Holy Land? Zheng Tuo instantly put away his contempt. However, whenever one could become the holy son of a holy land, it proved that he had the potential to become a saint. Saying that he's being judged, I see that this ninth prince of ours is so defiant that he's even hardened against the saints. Also, it seems like he knew I would show up in general. Feng Wei's words cast a veil of mystery over Qin Luo's body. I feel as if the rhythm of everything is in the anticipation of this ninth prince of ours, who unexpectedly has, in his hands, several saint weapons. The Tai Ruin bell was still in his hands now, and the rope that Qin Luo had just cast out was also a holy weapon. There was also the thing inside the room that was now clouding their perceptions, which was also a holy artifact. It's all his? Zheng Tuo was shocked at this time. As a saint, his entire fortune in his hands was just this one saint artifact giant axe in his hands, and Qin Luo, a tiny avatar realm, even had several holy weapons. It's man for man. Feng Wei glanced at Zheng Tuo. An inexplicable color flashed in his eyes as he patted Zheng Tuo's shoulder. Brother, I think that if you want to return to the imperial capital to take revenge, the ninth prince might be a good choice. At these words, Zheng Tuo's expression instantly became grave. He has been suppressed for so many years. The imperial capital? He is afraid to go back. In the imperial capital he has enemies, and the power is very large. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some prestige in the military and a war record, now, he would have been killed. Revenge. He had only thought about it before, but didn't dare to do it. If Feng Wei's words sent him into deep thought. The ninth prince is the only one among all the princes who doesn't have a background. Sending charcoal in the snow can be compared to adding flowers to the brocade. Feng Wei said. Zheng Tuo nodded. allow me to think about it. Inside, Shi Huang finally couldn't withstand the damage to her soul. I promised you yet. Jia. Why didn't you agree to this earlier? You have to ask for trouble. Well, without further ado, the Human Emperor streamer welcomes you. Boom! The addition of Shi Huang caused the Human Emperor streamer to start upgrading, becoming extraordinarily powerful. After refining for a day and a night, Qin Luo walked out. This day and night was extraordinarily torturous for the Tai Ruins Holy Land. They were not a bit happy to see a big show, especially Lu Ruyan. She never thought that Qin Luo was not the culprit for the theft of the Great Market Bell. Yi Chen was. Yi Chen, you actually deceived me. Lu Ruyan felt as if her heart was aching. She had already decided to make a clean break with Qin Luo and planned to throw herself into Yi Chen's arms. But she never expected that everything was why Yi Chen was just using her. Lu Ruyan is extremely disappointed in Yi Chen, losing 5,000 points of chi value. The host gains 5,000 points of villain value. This is disappointing? Qin Luo sneered in his heart. I thought you were the ultimate goofball. Looks like I overthought it after all. Inside a novel, there will always be brainless female protagonists who lick the protagonist furiously. No matter what mistakes the protagonist has made, no matter what the protagonist has done that the heavens and the people are angry about, even if she killed her entire family, she would still find a reason to excuse the protagonist. Now it seems that Ruyan Lu is not that kind of heroine. Perhaps it has something to do with Yi Chen's fall from grace. If the situation is now under Yi Chen's control, it's not a good thing. Qin Luo didn't take it to heart as he looked at Shi Huang and asked, where should your good disciple be right now? This instantly evoked bad memories in Shi Huang's heart. She went to bat for Yi Chen. And how did Yi Chen treat her? Yi Chen unexpectedly abandoned her. She had absolute certainty that as long as Yi Chen made a move to help her, she would be able to escape without having to endure the pain of Qin Luo's rope binding and whipping. But Yi Chen didn't want to take a single risk. She and Yi Chen were considered to be broken from today. Shi Hua took the initiative to cut off Yi Chen's subsequent chance. Yi Chen lost 10,000 points of fortune, and the host gained 10,000 points of villain value, or the damn son of fortune will is better grip. All of a sudden on 10,000 points, compared to Lu Ruyan appears stingy. The place where he went out is random, but it must be 10,000 miles away from here. Shi Huang didn't know the exact place either, which made Qin Luo somewhat regretful. However, it wasn't particularly important. Even if he knew Yi Chen's location, he had no one under him to use. The next step should be to refine his sword bone. Amidst Shi Huang's dumbfounded expression, Qin Luo took out Yi Chen's sword bone and began to absorb and refine it. After staring blankly for a while, Shi Huang finally came to a realization. She cried out in shock. Heaven Swallowing Devil Technique. You actually obtained the Heaven Swallowing Devil Technique. Qin Luo evil smile, devouring. In the middle of a vast forest, Yi Chen opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, his expression carrying a tinge of pain and hatred. The sword bone, gone from me forever. Devouring Yi Chen's sword bone. Yi Chen loses 20,000 points of chi value. Host gains 20,000 points of villain value. Yi Chen sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his expression instantly wilting. Qin Luo, sooner or later, I will definitely kill the great Qin imperial dynasty one day, and set your bones on fire. Now Yi Chen can only be ruthless. Was forced to flee the Tai Ruins Holy Land. The master is gone. The sword bone is gone. He is described as penniless. However, as a son of Qi, he was consistently lucky. In the middle of nowhere, he came across an injured woman being chased by a demonic beast. Seeing the opportunity, Yi Chen picked the demonic beast with his sword. Miss, are you alright? The pale Yi Chen had some potential to be a gigolo, and he smiled at the sight of the raggedly dressed woman with a bit of spring light leaking out. For a moment, the woman was a little smitten at the sight of him. What young girl isn't in love? Especially when the man in front of her isn't just good looking, but he also saved her life. Thank you, sir, no harm, just doing it in passing, Yi Chen replied indifferently. Quite the posture of some nobleman, which mesmerized the woman even more. Yi Chen casually took out one of his own clothes and handed it to the woman, helping her to cover up the leaked spring light on her body, causing the woman's face to instantly turn red. The charming atmosphere rises at this moment. Miss, a voice of alarm came from the woman's family, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere between them. After they appeared here, the woman was the first to introduce herself. This gentleman just saved me at the hands of a demonic beast. The middle-aged man at the head of the group immediately cupped his fists to Yi Chen and said, thank you for saving my lady. Please accompany us to 10,000 Swords Villa as our guest. The villa master will definitely reward us generously. The advantage of the soft food streaming male protagonist is played out again in this moment. Qin Luo's speed of devouring the sword bone's origin wasn't very slow, and soon the sword bone that had just exuded a stern sword intent in Shi Huang's eyes had already been devoured by Qin Luo. After devouring it, the characteristics of the sword bone, Qin Luo also possessed some of them. Boom. A sword power rose from his body. And the sword power was complete. The realm of the sword road. Cultivating sword practitioners. Cohesion of sword power can be called sword repair. Sword power from the introduction. Small success. Great success. Complete. For realms, Qin Luo had previously mastered the consummate realm of the holy rank lower grade sword technique under the system's edition. And in the process, he coalesced his sword momentum into the realm of the great completion. Now it's straight to consummation. Which is kind of watered down. Moreover, his cultivation had also refined, reaching the 9th level of the divine profound realm. Alright, get some rest. Qin Luo waved the small leather whip in his hand, causing Shi Huang to have a jolt. Seriously, she was afraid of Qin Luo. Luckily, she didn't have a physical body right now. If she did, she wouldn't be alive. The ice clear and jade clean Empress Shi Huang would never have imagined that one day she would be so abused. That's right. It's abusive. It's almost more exciting than fucking her. Qin Luo put away the human emperor streamer and walked out. Feng Wake and the others had been waiting for a long time. He naturally also noticed Qin Luo's cultivation enhancement. The light in his eyes flickered as he glanced at Zheng Tuo again, nodding slightly. Zheng Tuo was hesitant. To be honest, he was in a difficult position in the great Qin imperial dynasty. The other emperors wouldn't accept his allegiance because that would offend his enemies. Right now, perhaps there was only one option for Qin Luo, or else he would have to flee the great Qin imperial dynasty in the near future. But Qin Luo's power was too small. No, it wasn't small. It was simply no power at all. For Shi Huang not appearing, Feng woke up. He didn't ask. That was Qin Luo's secret. Quite literally, he had recognized Qin Luo's position as the prince. Your Highness, should we head to the imperial capital immediately? Feng Wake reminded. It will soon be the big event of the royal bloodline baptism. It's better for your highness to go as soon as possible. He didn't mind expressing his goodwill either. Imperial bloodline baptism? Qin Luo froze for a moment and asked, can the Marquis of the Four Directions tell us? Before Feng Wei could say anything, he heard Zheng Tuo take over. Your highness, it is better for me to tell you. Feng Xian silently stepped back. He could hear that Zheng Tuo had already made his choice. There were not many paths in front of Zheng Tuo. Fleeing, in Feng Wei's opinion, was certain death. Be why defecting to Qin Luo? There might be a possibility of being doomed, or a strong rise. After all, Qin Luo was the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty with an esteemed status. That's why he proposed that Zheng Tuo take a stab at it. Qin Luo's gaze fell on Zheng Tuo. Haven't you asked for guidance yet? Zheng Tuo heavily clasped his fists at Qin Luo and bowed. My humble servant, Marquis Zheng Tuo of the Broken Army, greets His Highness the Ninth Prince. In the future, I will be willing to serve under your highness. Ha! Qin Luo didn't expect that this burly man actually wanted to serve him? The allegiance of a Saint Realm powerhouse. Honestly, why did Qin Luo feel a bit fluttered? However, he was not a fool, and he still understood the saying that when things go wrong, there must be a demon. The strength of the great Qin imperial dynasty. The former lord's memories had some inside, although the power was strong. But a strong person of the Saint Realm was not some big cabbage to eye in the great Qin imperial dynasty. Saints were the mainstay of existence. So there was a problem. Marquis Broken Army should still explain about the bloodline baptism first. These words caused Zheng Tuo to tremble. He knew he was too eager, collected himself and began to explain. The bloodline baptism of the imperial family was an event that took place once every 10 years in the great Qin imperial dynasty, selecting the most gifted amongst the imperial family to undergo a baptism of the bloodline from start to finish. At a huge cost. Previously, there were royal children who had awakened a special bloodline and also physique during the process of bloodline baptism. For the sake of this bloodline baptism, a lot of people that were fighting for their heads, and in the midst of martial arts fights, there would also be cases of royal children being killed or injured. As the prince, Qin Luo naturally didn't need to compete to have a spot, and with the martial arts fight over, the quota had already been determined long ago, and Qin Luo's arrival would be destined to leave the quota short by one. Oh, so someone will hold a grudge against me? Qin Luo asked. Zheng Tuo nodded. That's right. That's something your highness has to guard against. After all, the imperial sons, counting you, but there are 9 of them, and there is only one person for the future position of imperial son. 9 dragons raider? Qin Luo blurted out. Interesting, interesting, I like it. Let's go. I can't wait to go to the imperial capital. Qin Luo felt that the blood had ignited. This fucking day is like when you're killing it inside a game. That was what was so cool. Having just crushed Yi Chen and obtained so many goodies, he had already fallen in love with this world. It's so good compared to the other world where it's boring and you can only be a cow or a horse. He had just walked down the mountain peak when he ran into Lu Ruyan and the others, especially Lu Ruyan. The way she looked at Qin Luo with affection caused Qin Luo's body to be jolted. Senior brother Qin, Ruyan misunderstood you. You love Ruyan so much. You definitely won't blame Ruyan, right? Surely not. Blame? Think you're the dog-licking senior brother from before? Qin Luo slowly walked towards Ruyan Lu. and Ruyan Lu lifted that pretty little faced eye in her heart. She thought, sure enough, elder brother Qin still loves me, no matter how much it changes. His love for me will never change. Now that Qin Luo had an additional layer of identity, being the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, he was even more compatible with her, but the next second, Qin Luo gave her a big forced pocket snap. The slap confused Ruyan Lu. Where's the face? Want some more billion? Framed me. Almost got me killed. And still don't want me to blame you? Bitch, you're not pretty to look at, but you're pretty to think about. The disciples of the Holy Land were in an uproar. The numerous lickspittles hadn't expected that Qin Luo would dare to hit the goddess of their hearts. At once, many people accused Qin Luo, what makes you qualified to hit the holy maiden? Hitting a woman? I look down on you. Isn't it just that you think your status is different and look down on our senior sister? I poo. What the hell? The one who falsely accused you is Yi Chen. You don't have the ability to kill Yi Chen yourself. Why take it out on the holy maiden? Qin Luo coldly glanced at the clamoring people for a few moments, turned his head to Zheng Tuo and said, Marquis of the Broken Army, if someone dares to humiliate the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, how should he be dealt with? The corner of Zheng Tuo's mouth hooked into a cruel expression. Kill. Without waiting for Qin Luo's command, he started to do it. As soon as the saint struck out, he instantly locked onto the few people who were clamoring, and those people immediately revealed expressions of fear, and just as they wanted to beg for mercy, they exploded with a bang sound. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and many people just had a jolt and immediately shut up. Not daring to say another word, Lu Ruyan looked at this scene dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Qin Luo would beat her up and go on a killing spree. Senior brother, you've changed, Ruyan Lu weakly spoke. Fuck off, bitch. Qin Luo kicked Lu Ruyan in the stomach. In my memory, this bitch woman and Yi Chen but together have framed Qin Luo several times, saying that they listened to Yi Chen's slander. Ha, is it love brain? Or is it more sober? Who the hell knows? Boom. As soon as Qin Luo threw his kick, Lu Changhe appeared. He looked at Qin Luo with fury. Qin Luo, I, the Tai Ruin's sacred ground, have nurtured you for so many years, and you even allowed someone to kill my sacred ground's disciples. It's simply ungrateful. Qin Luo looked at him unwillingly. Cultivate me? Oh, that's not even my master. All my cultivation resources are given by my master. As for the Holy Land, my master gave the Holy Land more cultivation resources than the Holy Land gave me. One sentence almost choked Lu Changhe to death. The old ancestor of the great market also walked out as he spoke leisurely. Qin Luo, the Holy Land has cultivated you after all. You shouldn't be like this just because of a small matter. I'll make the decision. From now on, you'll still be the holy son of the Holy Land. The Tai Ruin Bell will be given to you for safekeeping. But the 4-elephant sword technique, you need to leave behind the topography. Qin Luo glanced at old ancestor Tai Hui and slowly shook his head. I don't agree. If you guys insist on grabbing it, there's nothing I can do. As his words fell, Zheng Tuo stepped forward as he spoke in a deep voice. If the Tai Ruin's sacred ground dares to persecute the imperial son of my great Qin imperial dynasty, the armies of my great Qin imperial dynasty will surely step through the Tai Ruin's sacred ground. Not a single one will be left behind. Gone. Qin Luo had wanted to find that cold moon sage to communicate with him, but when the situation stabilized a little, that old crone walked away. There was no other way but to keep this matter in mind first, and then come back to look for his senior sister when he was done with the imperial capital. As for Lu Ruyan, this daughter of Qi, Qin Luo glanced at her. At the moment she was teary-eyed and looked rather pitiful. Lu Ruyan's state of mind collapsed, losing 10,000 points of Qi. The host gained 10,000 points of Qi. Name, Ruyan Lu, age, 18, luck level, first order, physique, Xuan Mei's body, luck value, 18,000 points, realm, 7th level of the sea-proofing realm. She was already out of 30,000 points of Qi, and had been reduced from a third-order daughter of Qi to a first-order daughter of Qi. Little trash. Is it still possible for the Qi luck value to go back up? Qin Luo asked. If the son, daughter, of fortune gains a new chance, it is possible to increase the value of fortune. And fortune is not static, relatively unlikely. Lu Ruyan had thought that Qin Luo was looking at her as a return to her heart, but who knew that Qin Luo's sentence would make her almost close herself? Bitch, don't worry. Sooner or later, I'll let you sleep in the same cave as Yi Chen. Don't thank me. This is what I should do. Lu Changhe instantly became furious. Qin Luo, how dare you? Threatening to kill his daughter in front of him. Was this treating him? A saint? As if he didn't exist? Boom. The powerful aura swept towards Qin Luo and was firmly blocked by Zheng Tuo. Sacred Lord Tai Ruin, do you want to seek death? Zheng Tuo held a huge axe in his hand, intending to start a war at the drop of a hat. Qin Luo looked at Lu Changhe and sneered. What? Is this the Holy Lord's attempt to kill me? But I'm just talking. I didn't kill your daughter, but if you want to kill me, TSK, I just don't know if you'll be able to afford the price. For a sage to be so contradicted by a junior. Lu Changha was furious to the extreme. Old ancestor Tai Hui. At this time a cold voice rang out. Changha, stand down. Turning his head, old ancestor Tai Ruin's gaze fell on Qin Luo as he spoke faintly. Qin Luo, have you ever thought about breaking away from my Tai Ruin Holy Land? You should know that you are not the only imperial prince in the great Qin imperial dynasty. And you, being able to be in exile for nearly 20 years, what does this prove? Originally I thought you would be a smart person, but I never thought that you would make such an irrational decision. The meaning of his words was to remind Qin Luo that you don't have a background or a backer, and we, the Tai Hui Holy Land, are willing to be your backer. But if they want to get the support of our Tai Ruin's Holy Land, then they need to take out what they want, such as the 4-elephant sword technique. Sacred ranked martial skills could suppress the bottom line in their Tai Ruin sacred land. And the old ancestor of Tai Ruins was certain that the complete 4-elephant sword technique in Qin Luo's hand was of the sacred rank. There was also the Tai Ruin bell. How could their Tai Ruin bell from the Tai Ruin Holy Land be straight out? Oh, Qin Luo raised his eyebrows. What? Do you guys want to retain me so badly? Why don't I give you guys a suggestion? I cannot break away from your Tai Ruin's Holy Land, but I will be the Holy Lord of the Tai Ruin's Holy Land. Ruyan Lu will be my concubine, and all of you in the Tai Ruin's Holy Land will swear allegiance to me. At that time, the Tai Ruin bell can still be the Tai Ruin Holy Land's, and the 4-elephant sword technique can be the Tai Ruin Holy Land's top cultivation martial skill. However, Qin Luo said in his heart, it's all on the Holy Lord. It's still considered the Holy Lands, isn't it? The Holy Lands is the Holy Lord's, and the Holy Lord's is still the Holy Lord's. Damn well. Qin Luo's sentence caused everyone in the Tai Ruin's Holy Land to clamor. The expressions of the old ancestor of the Tai Ruins and Lu Changha instantly became gloomy. Lu Changha chided. Qin Luo, you're too arrogant. The old ancestor has good intentions and wants to retain you, but you've humiliated my Tai Ruin's sacred ground in such a way. Humiliation. Ha, do you guys think that the status of my great Qin imperial dynasty's imperial son is no match for your holy lord of the Tai Ruin's Holy Land? Qin Luo laughed coldly. If you want something, then you have to give something. Is it hard for you to just move your mouths and try to whore yourselves out for nothing? These words were too hard to hear, and the face of old ancestor Tai Ruin, who had his mind uncovered, grimaced as he said with a cold snort, Qin Luo, do you know that in the great Qin imperial dynasty, counting you, there are a full 9 emperors, and in the end, there is only one person who can become an emperor's son. No background, no backing. Qin Luo, I'd like to see how far you can go in the great Qin imperial dynasty. The system has detected that one of the host's mother's blood relatives is still alive. Is he to be awakened? Waking up costs all of the villain's value. Crouching. Qin Luo really wants to say 666. Matriarch. Damn it, he didn't even know what his matriarch's last name was right now. And the system had detected a blood relative. Strong? System, isn't the answer obvious? Wake up. It doesn't matter if you want to drain him. The backing is there. Can the villain value be far behind? Qin Luo didn't have the idea of continuing to argue with old ancestor Tai Hui. His gaze shifted to land on Zheng Tuo's body, opening his mouth to ask, Marquis of Broken Armies, you said that even if I don't become the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty in the future as the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, or even if I have a higher status, but exterminating a small Tai Ruin's Holy Land can still be easily done, right? Zheng Tuo's mouth revealed a hideous expression as he glanced at old ancestor Tai Ruin and the others and said, a small Tai Ruin sacred land is just a small place. The imperial dynasty only needs to send a large army to destroy it. Then it's okay for me to threaten them, right? Qin Luo asked again, Your Highness' status is so honored. What's the harm in threatening him when it's just the small Tai Ruin's Holy Land? Zheng Tuo held a huge axe in his hand. With the two of them, him and Fong Wake, even if this was the home ground of the Tai Ruin's Holy Land, so what? Could it be that the Tai Ruin's Holy Land dared to confront the great Qin imperial dynasty? Qin Luo turned his head to look at old ancestor Tai Ruin and the others with a smile on his face. Before the Tai Ruin sacred land, but if someone had said a word for me, perhaps the situation would be different now. He knew very well that if he hadn't gotten the system, he would have been doomed to a miserable end. Therefore, the Tai Ruin's sacred ground didn't have any favor for him. There was in his only hatred. He was still a person from another world, and he was a villain, and the daughter of Qi Fortune was a natural enemy. However, there aren't any pills of regret to take in the world. Qin Luo looked at them, memorizing their faces one by one. From today onwards, I'll make a clean break with the Tai Ruin sacred land, and in the coming days, when I come across any of your Tai Ruin sacred land, it's either you die or I live. Therefore, from this day forward, begin to fear. Dropping these vicious words, Qin Luo and Fong Wake headed towards the outside of the Tai Ruin sacred land with them, behind him, Old ancestor Tai Hui and Lu Changha's expressions were gloomy to the extreme. Old ancestor. That wolf cub Qin Luo. He's even ungrateful. We might be in trouble next. Lu Changha said. The old ancestor of the Tai ruins laughed coldly. It's just a royal son. It's early for him to want to grow up enough to threaten my Tai ruin sacred land. In the great Qin imperial dynasty, he is only one of the 9 imperial princes. Do you think the great Qin imperial dynasty couldn't find Qin Luo before? They probably just didn't want to look for Qin Luo. He's in a predictable position. Great Qin imperial dynasty. Maybe one day the great Qin imperial dynasty will perish. Old ancestor Tai Ruin snorted coldly, a touch of anger in his tone this time. The Tai Ruin's holy land, could be said to have lost their fortune. Turning his head, old ancestor Tai Hui looked at Lu Ruyan, and for a split second, he had a calculation. Doesn't the young master of Divine Soldier Valley like Ruyan very much? Let Ruyan marry the young master of Divine Soldier Valley. Lu Changha froze. An expression of resistance appeared on his face, and before he could object, he heard old ancestor Tai Rui leisurely speak. Divine Soldier Valley took out a holy weapon as a bride price. It shouldn't be too difficult for them, right? He glanced at Lu Changha and revealed a meaningful expression. Changha, you must remember that you are first the holy lord of the Tai Ruin sacred land before you are Lu Ruyan's father. In this matter, it's decided. After old ancestor Tai Hui finished speaking, he turned around and left her. Ruyan Lu hissed angrily when she learned that she was going to marry the young lord of Divine Soldier Valley. I don't want to marry him. In this matter, there is no room to turn around, the determined Lu Changha said in a deep voice. And, this time, when it comes down to it, you're the source. This sentence made Ruyan Lu freeze. Was she the source? A red-faced scourge? Qin Luo, I hate you. Ruyan Lu couldn't resist and could only curse angrily. Rechu. Qin Luo sneezed as he was communicating with the system. When will that so-called backer of mine show up? It's not urgent. Don't worry. Everything is in order. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth twitched as he glanced at Zheng Tuo. He thought about it and planned to open his mouth to ask, Marquis of the Broken Army, why do you want to defect to me? You have to know that I'm just the exiled prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty. And as that old Ruin ancestor said, I'm the weakest one in terms of power amongst all the imperial princes, competing for the position of emperor's son in the future. I'll be able to compare to those brothers? Here we go. The test is here. Before, Zheng Tuo still had some hesitation in defecting to Qin Luo, but Qin Luo's straightforward refusal made him frustrated. There's a saying that what you can't have is always on the move. He took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. Your Highness, I, Zheng Tuo, have enemies in the imperial capital. They are very powerful. There will be no prince who will dare to take me in, because, well, the gain is not worth the loss. He let out a bitter laugh, a helpless expression on his face. Ninth Prince, you may be my last choice. I can see that you are extraordinary. Following you, I may have a glimmer of hope in the future to return to the imperial capital and be able to take revenge. A fight to turn a bike into a motorcycle. If your Highness is willing to accept me, Zheng Tuo is willing to become your Highness's pawn and conquer the world for your Highness. After saying that, Zheng Tuo fell to one knee. Qin Luo looked at Zheng Tuo, who didn't agree the first time. Instead he said, if you follow me, you might die faster and earlier. Would you still be willing to do so? Because of what? That's naturally because Qin Luo is the villain. He's going to be lawless and arrogant. The corner of Zheng Tuo's mouth twitched, not realizing that the ninth prince in front of him was so honest. I am willing to follow your Highness, even though I die without regret. Good, Qin Luo said in a deep voice. Then from today onwards, you, Zheng Tuo, are my Qin Luo's retinue. One day, if you die in battle for me, I will avenge your death and kill all my enemies. Zheng Tuo was trembling as he immediately replied, my lord Zheng Tuo, I am willing to fight for your Highness. As a villain, you should have a large number of hawks and dogs. Congratulations, host. Your path is getting wider and wider. Reward to some? Qin Luo asked. A man's heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. Host, you seem to be forgetting your identity. Go on, kill all the sons of fortune. Their fortune value is your villain value. Cut. Qin Luo silently raised a big finger in his heart. Shi Huang did bring good news. You said you found that cheap apprentice of yours? Shi Huang's voice sounded inside Qin Luo's mind. That's right. I found his bearing. Extraordinarily far from here. That's some good news. The son of Qi must die. There is not the slightest room for maneuver on this point. This time when he went to the imperial capital, Fangwake would follow. Zheng Tuo would not go over. Qin Luo called Zheng Tuo aside specifically. The guy who escaped from the Tai Ruin's sacred land before is in this location. Qin Luo roughly repeated Shi Huang's words. If you're free, go over there yourself, or send one of your elite men. To kill him? Zheng Tuo asked. Qin Luo shook his head. Kill him? You probably can't. Don't look at Zheng Tuo as a saint, but he was just the villain's leg man, and if he wanted to kill the son of Qi, It would have to be a villain like himself who would personally take action, keep an eye on him and find out exactly what he's up to. When Qin Luo was busy with the imperial capital, he would immediately come over and kill Yi Chen. Couldn't give Yi Chen too much time to grow. If it wasn't for the fact that this trip to the imperial capital was a major matter, Qin Luo felt that he should go and exterminate that little sprawling dish Yi Chen right now in a place that was extremely far away from Qin Luo and them. It was a desert, and in the middle of the desert there was a place shrouded in mist, which exuded an aura of danger everywhere. In the depths of the mist, at the remnants of the wall, a man, as thin as a wood, moved slightly, and he opened a pair of confused eyes. I'm not dead yet? Oh, I'm not dead yet. Well, if I'm not dead, then you should be. Boom! A powerful energy fluctuation rose from his body. His body became filled up. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and he soon reached the Saint Realm before rising all the way up without any obstacles. The Holy King. It's nothing more than that. Boom! Break! 1,000 years of great dreams and the realization of the Great Tao. One step in the air. Targeting Great Qin. The Great Qin Imperial Capital. He's here. Heavenly Devil Sect. Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden. Reporting to the Holy Maiden. The Qin Luo that you asked to pay attention to earlier. He seems to have been judged by the Tai Ruins Holy Land. The woman who was practicing cultivation opened her eyes. Her eyes on the other hand were like two twinkling stars, sometimes as bright as day, sometimes as deep as a black hole. As if they were able to see into all the secrets of the world. The woman caught in her gaze immediately lowered her head. She slowly stood up. She possessed a pair of unbelievably long legs and an extremely exaggerated figure. A head of long black hair, casually draped over her shoulders, lightly dancing with the wind as if it contained endless magical power, and an exquisite face that looked very bewitching. The Tai Ruins Holy Land. They that don't know how to die. Inform down. I want to see the living Qin Luo. He saved my life. I saved his. One life for another. That's enough. Yes. Only Qin Luo himself knew that the Taihui Holy Land hadn't really wronged him in accusing him of colluding with the heavenly demon sect's Holy Maiden. In the middle of the secret realm, Qin Luo saved the severely injured heavenly demon sect's Holy Maiden. Knight Ling Xian, the former lord, was a face watcher. He believed that face value was justice. Regardless of what the heavenly demon sect's Holy Maiden was, how could she be a devil if she looked so beautiful? The Great Qin Imperial Capital was the largest city in the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, with a population of over 10 million people within the city. At this moment, in a luxurious mansion, a man with a fair face wrapped his arms around a sultry to the core woman. Listening to his men's report, he sneered, "TSK, the wild child that strayed outside is coming back? Isn't it good to get away with it outside? Why do you have to come to this dragon's den? It's a cannibalistic place, don't you think?" the man asked. Looking down and picking the woman's chin, the woman let out a charming smile. "What your highness said is naturally right." The man's name was Qin Feng, the 8th prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. "Your highness, feel free to command. My subordinate will go and make the arrangements." Qin Feng's fingers tapped on the table as he pondered. After a while, he brightened up and looked at the woman and said, "I think it would be better to give her to that brother of mine." The woman smiled charmingly. "Everything is at your disposal, your highness." Qin Feng patted her face and said, "That brother of mine is an emperor. How about you become a concubine for him?" In the middle of another mansion in the imperial capital, a woman looked at her father and spoke angrily. "I'm not getting married. Emperor Qin has already ordered. Where will you be allowed to refuse? Do you want my Gu family to be decimated?" Gu Qingxue, a famous beauty in the imperial capital, and her father was one of the vice presidents of the Great Qin Academy. The Great Qin Academy was the place where the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty cultivated talents, and about half of the marquises of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty had practiced inside the Great Qin Academy. As the vice president of the academy, Gu Yanting himself had the cultivation of the Sage Realm, and with the fact that a number of his disciples were marquises, he had a supreme status. She, Gu Qingxue, was also the object of flattery and pursuit of many young ladies and gentlemen in the imperial capital. Her cultivation had also long since reached the 9th level of the Sea Rescue Realm, only one step away from the Avatar Realm. And she was considered a genius. Now that the Qin Emperor had ordered her to marry the 9th prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, she felt extraordinarily ridiculous. "I don't know what he's from. I don't know what he looks like. And I know even less about what kind of person he is. Just because of his status as a prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, I have to marry him?" Gu Qingxue said indignantly. Gu Yanting nodded. "That's right. Just because this identity is already enough. But then I don't want to marry him." Gu Yanting sighed. "Unless he himself is willing to cancel the engagement. Otherwise." Gu Qingxue's eyes lit up. "That's right. Their Gu family was a vassal and couldn't rebel against Emperor Qin's orders. But what if Qin Luo himself cancelled the engagement? Now that she had a method, it was up to her to implement it. and she immediately called her friends over. There was no shortage of her dog lickers in there, and as a famous beauty, she had no shortage of suitors in the imperial city. Of course, there was also her two-time childhood sweetheart, Lin Xian. In there. A fallen son of a humble family, relying on his own efforts, he now became a disciple of the Great Qin Academy, and also managed to join the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division. With a bright future ahead of him. Jiyu Qingxue had simply said that she was about to marry a ninth prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty who had appeared out of nowhere, and that had drawn the ire of her lickspittles. She cried and said, "Your Majesty's order. Qingxue dare not disobey. Unless what?" Marquis Yingwu's grandson couldn't wait to follow up. Unless the ninth prince he can voluntarily withdraw from the marriage. Many people's eyes lit up at this statement. This ninth prince who came out of nowhere doesn't deserve Qingxue. I think we should let him know what's going on. Leave this matter to me. I'll go and ask around to see when that ninth prince is coming. I'll be at the city gates to greet him. Marquis Yingwu's only grandson leapt to his feet and said, "As the only grandson of Marquis Yingwu, he was notorious for being arrogant and domineering in the Great Qin Empire. He had already internalized that Gu Qingxue was his woman, and a ninth prince who came out of nowhere dared to snatch his woman. And he, Chen Mo, was not willing to do so." The crying Gu Qingxue made Chen Mo rise up with a great desire to protect. He promised to Gu Qingxue, "Even if it's that ninth prince who came out of nowhere, and he doesn't agree, I'll beg my grandfather to go to his majesty. Don't worry, Qingxue." At the moment, he was living like the ultimate licking dog, and he hadn't even realized that Gu Qingxue was already throwing her eyebrows at Lin Xian. "Many thanks to brother Chen Mo." A sentence of Chen Mo's brother made Chen Mo's bones crumble, as if he had already seen the scene where he suppressed Qin Luo and got away with his arms around Gu Qingxue. After sending those people away, Gu Qingxue jumped headfirst into Lin Xian's arms. "Brother Lin Xian, Qingxue misses you so much." Lin Xian touched Gu Qingxue's hair, giving her a great sense of security. "Don't worry, Qingxue, I won't let you marry anyone else. That ninth prince, if he doesn't know how to die, I'll let him know how to write the word death." "No." Gu Qingxue hurriedly spoke to stop Lin Xian. "Brother Lin Xian, don't be impulsive. He's the ninth prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty." Lin Xian sneered. "It's just the ninth prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Even if I killed him, no one would be able to investigate." The reason why he was able to rise up from the Cold Clan was because he had received an inheritance, and it was still a great emperor's inheritance. "I hope he recognizes the time himself. My Lin Xian's woman is not for anyone to miss." Feng Wake brought Qin Luo to the imperial capital by flying demonic beasts, and basically didn't stop along the way. It only took less than 10 days to reach within the confines of the imperial capital. "Your Highness, the imperial capital is just ahead. I've already delivered the message ahead of time, and in a moment someone from the sovereign house will step in to bring your highness into the imperial capital." "Doesn't the Marquis of the Four Directions go to the imperial capital?" Qin Luo asked. Feng Wake shook his head. "I still have military affairs to attend to when I return." "Good. I'll thank the Marquis of the Four Directions for taking care of me on this journey." "Your highness is welcome." Although Feng Wake advised Zheng Tuo to defect to Qin Luo, he instead kept an appropriate distance from Qin Luo. A lot of people had already gathered at the gates of the Qin capital. Among them were the officials of the Zhongrunfu. Jiyu Qingxue was inside a carriage, which was a birthday gift from Lin Xian, and after being refined by Lin Xian, it could isolate the probing of the Saint Realm. She was snuggled in Lin Xian's arms, her face flushed with spring. Between the two of them, all the rest of what needed to be done had been done, except for that crucial step. Lin Xian cold among the rise. He naturally knows the woman should be grasped. Do decent people? In his view is purely stupid. Coming. The keenly perceptive Lin Xian's gaze landed in the sky above, only to hear a loud and clear eagle cry. Feng Wake brought Qin Luo down from the sky. An official of the sovereign's office took a step over. "Greetings to the Marquis of the Four Directions. The Marquis of the Four Directions has worked hard all the way." Feng Wake nodded indifferently, pointed at Qin Luo and said, "This is His Highness the Ninth Prince." The official from the sovereign's office owed Qin Luo a slight bow and said, "Ninth Prince, we still need to go to the sovereign's office to determine your identity." "It should be," Qin Luo said indifferently. His gaze moved away from this person's body and immediately rested on top of the carriage not far away. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly. "Interesting. Discovering the sons and daughters of destiny, the capital of Qin hides tigers and dragons. And the sons of fortune are everywhere." Name, Lin Xian, age, 25, luck level, 4th order, luck value, 488,000 points, physique, 5 elements spiritual body. This is a gifted body, integrating the sharpness of gold, the rawness of wood, the softness of water, the intensity of fire, and the stability of earth into one, with extremely fast cultivation speed, strong combat power that can easily cross the level of combat, and the formation of the symbiotic state of the 5 elements within the Dantian, with extremely strong combat endurance, cultivation level, peak of the Avatar realm, introduction, 3-year-old dead father, 5-year-old dead mother, 7-year-old dead sister, 9-year-old family destroyed. As the son of luck, his childhood is destined to be extremely miserable. From the end of the rise, relying on the killing, gained the status and identity of the moment. Killing decisive, that is what he said. As long as he found that the crisis will be immediately nipped in the bud, get the inheritance of the great emperor of the hymn. No one else. Name, Gu Qingxue, age, 20, luck level, first order, luck value, 13. 800 points, physique, Xian ice spirit body, ice cold. Good taste. Want to experience what is called ice and fire? She's perfect for it. Oh, no. Whose head seems to be a little green? Is it him or you? Cultivation level, 9th level of the ocean-proof realm, introduction, a noble woman from a wealthy family. One of the fated protagonist women. However, the way it opens now seems to be a bit off. I believe you will know it right away. Qin Luo frowned. What the hell? Gu Qingxue seems to have some relationship with him? Feng Wake was leaving. He saluted Qin Luo. Your Highness. Farewell. It's been a hard journey. Qin Luo returned. The official of the sovereign's office glanced at Feng Wake in surprise before looking at Qin Luo, and he muttered in his heart. It seems that this ninth prince should not be simple. Had it been a simple feral child, the four-square husband would have maintained this stance. One must know that the Four Directions Marquis was a powerhouse of the Sate realm. Lin Xian, who was sitting inside the carriage holding Gu Qingxue, frowned slightly as he murmured in a low voice. That brat seemed to be looking at me just now. Who did brother Lin Xian say? Is it that guy? Gu Qingxue pointed at Qin Luo and asked. Her carriage was fitted with a special kind of mirror inside, so that those inside could see outside, but those outside couldn't see inside. Well, that fellow should be the imperial prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty. A flash of jealousy flashed within Lin Xian's gaze towards Qin Luo. Lin Xian, who had grudged his family since childhood, had a hatred of the rich due to the harsh environment in which he grew up. Qin Luo was undoubtedly well off, and he was naturally cynical. Gu Qingxue looked at Qin Luo seriously for a few moments, then looked up at Lin Xian and said, he doesn't look as good as brother Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth were even harder to suppress than AK's, as he picked up Gu Qingxue and gave her a deep kiss, and even then, there was a perverted feeling of pain in his heart. Your Highness, let's go into the city. The officials of the sovereign's office also treated Qin Luo slightly better. Qin Luo was just about to enter the carriage when Chen Mo jumped out. Are you the new ninth prince? Chen Mo asked as he looked Qin Luo up and down. Qin Luo ignored him and instead looked at the Zhongrenfu official and asked, is he also a Zhongrenfu official? Li Yuan immediately replied, Your Highness, this is the young marquis of the Yingwu Marquis residence. Chen Mo also raised his chest at the right time, looking arrogant. Oh, this little marquis, what are you looking for me for? Qin Luo asked. Chen Mo casually took out a piece of paper. Seeing as you're a prince, I, Chen Mo, won't make things difficult for you. After signing this agreement, I, Chen Mo, will make you a friend. Receiving the paper in Chen Mo's hand, Qin Luo looked at it and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. Finally, he understood the meaning of the system's sentence. This was the dissolution of the marriage contract, and the male and female protagonists of the marriage contract were Qin Luo and Gu Qingxue. Although Qin Luo didn't know when the marriage contract was entered into, he knew that today. Perhaps he was going to let everyone in the imperial capital know his Qin Luo's great name. He's coming. He looked at Chen Mo with a flash of odd color in his eyes. If not wrong, this guy in front of him was being used as a gun? Boiling goat? What if I say, no sign? Qin Luo said. Chen Mo's face instantly grimaced as he threatened. The ninth prince is afraid that this is the first time he has come to the Qin capital. Do you know that there are hidden tigers and dragons in the Qin capital? And that a turn of the head and a smash could potentially hit a saint? If you don't give me Chen Mo face, then I, Chen Mo, will also let you, the ninth prince, know that it's useless to just have a status in the imperial capital. If no one gives you face, then you'll have trouble moving an inch. Qin Luo ignored him and turned his head to look at Li Yuan and asked, what do you say? Am I a royal prince of noble status, or is he a so-called minor marquis of noble status? Li Yuan froze. Naturally he hurriedly replied, in the great Qin imperial dynasty, naturally the status of an imperial prince is honored beyond compare. Oh yeah? Qin Luo spoke while shifting his gaze to Chen Mo, his eyes becoming stern. In that case, who gave you the courage to threaten this emperor? You think this great Qin dynasty is owned by your Chen family? Boom! A powerful aura rose from Qin Luo's body as he directly gave Chen Mo a big forced pocket. Qin Luo's violent outburst was completely out of everyone's expectation, and his powerful aura at the ninth level of the divine profound realm instantly suppressed Chen Mo's snap. A slap viciously hit Chen Mo's face, causing his face to swell instantly, and the whole person stumbled and planted on the ground, spraying out a large mouthful of blood. He was confused however. It didn't take 2 seconds for him to react. Someone dared to hit him. In the imperial capital, someone actually dared to hit him in the face. He was furious. Ah! You seek death. I will kill you. I will kill you. Chen Mo roared angrily, drew out the long sword in his hand, and killed towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo had a cloudy look on his face. He looked at Li Yuan and said with a smile, "Look, he is trying to murder the prince. TSK TSK. These words made Li Yuan's heart thump, especially Qin Luo's next sentence. Murdering the emperor? I'll fight back in self-defense and kill this guy. Shouldn't that be a problem? Boom! Li Yuan's head was about to explode. Killed. Qin Luo was going to kill Marquis Yingwu's only grandson? No! He couldn't let Qin Luo do this. If Marquis Yingwu knew that Chen Mo had died in front of him, then he would be dead. Ah! Whoosh! His aura erupted and he had already reached the cave realm as he leapt and rushed to Qin Luo's face, blocking Chen Mo. Young Marquis, stop! He chided Chen Mo instead. Chen Mo became even angrier. Get out of the way. If you don't get out of the way, I'll even kill you together. Li Yuan was annoyed in his heart. He was doing this to save Chen Mo's life, and he was so unaware of it. A powerful aura suppressed Chen Mo, and he roared angrily, and the explosive sound caused Chen Mo's entire body to be confused. Is it hard for you to want to plot against the imperial son of my great Qin imperial dynasty, murdering the emperor's son? The whole family should be executed. Boom! Chen Mo stumbled and almost fell to the ground. It was the henchmen who were quick on their feet and rushed over to help Chen Mo from the beginning to the end. Qin Luo had only slapped him, and after that, he hadn't struck again, and he certainly had no intention of doing so. It's just a licking dog. Killing it is splattering blood and a little more trouble. It's what comes next. That's the good stuff. Qin Luo looked at the piece of paper in his hand and said with a smile, Gu Qing Xue, TSK TSK. Someone has dared to openly plot against the emperor for Gu Qing Xue. How attractive is this woman? Do you know, my lord? He looked at Li Yuan and asked, and the latter immediately replied, Your Highness, Gu Qing Xue is the beloved daughter of Vice President Gu of the Great Qin Academy, and is quite famous in the imperial capital. Oh yeah? Looks like I'm not losing out on having this kind of woman as my fiancé, right? A fiancé? It was also the first time Li Yuan knew about it, but he only wanted to hurry up to deal with Qin Luo and bring him to the clan house. He felt that Qin Luo was a hot potato. He had a premonition that if he didn't make a move just now, once Qin Luo made a move, Chen Mo would definitely die. His Imperial Highness is honorable, and those who can match His Highness are naturally few and far between. Oh, is that so? Qin Luo's gaze once again landed on top of that carriage, causing the two people inside the carriage who had just been watching the show to frown. I only heard Qin Luo speak faintly. I think that my fiancé has already come to greet me. These words caused Gu Qing Xue's heart to thump, sensing her worry. Lin Xian smiled and said lightly, Don't worry. He can't see it. What's more, he's never met you. Aha! Gu Qing Xue nodded and continued to look at Qin Luo. She felt that the arrogant and domineering Qin Luo was like a villain in a dynasty. It was disgusting. As her gaze fell on Qin Luo, she realized that Qin Luo had started walking towards her carriage. It made her heart stutter and a thought floated through her mind. He didn't really find out about me, did he? She's screaming furiously in her mind at the moment. Don't you come over here. Don't you come over. Shi Huang's voice also fell on Qin Luo's ears at this moment. That woman inside is your fiancé? He Huang, who had become the main soul of the human emperor flag, had also basically had her soul power completely repaired, and if she used the human emperor flag, her strength would be able to go to the next level. Of course, the difference between now and before was that she had become Qin Luo's person. TSK, that woman, but she has no idea of shame. I think you should punish her properly. Qin Luo could hear the grudge inside Shi Huang's tone as well as the color of anticipation. It was as if they wanted to see Qin Luo using a whip to teach Gu Qing Xue a hard lesson. Sure enough, a woman who has been tempered is different and somewhat perverted. Qin Luo muttered. He took a step to the side of the carriage, looked at the carriage and smiled. I guess, my Qin Luo, the fiancé of the 9th prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, is inside this carriage, right? Gu Qing Xue? Miss Gu. Hearing this, many people murmured. Gu Qing Xue is his fiancé? I heard that it was the great emperor himself who ordered Gu Qing Xue to become his fiancé. It seems that the great emperor isn't that heartless towards the stray prince. Chen Mo also froze for a moment, his gaze falling on the carriage. Qing Xue is inside the carriage? She must have been extraordinarily disappointed in me just now. Chen Mo felt his heart ache. No, I can't wimp out. He was ready to continue, and once again took out a withdrawal letter as he stepped towards Qin Luo. This marriage must be retired today. For love. He will be a charging warrior. Gu Qing Xue was flustered as she looked at Lin Xian and asked, Brother Lin Xian, what should we do? No harm done. Lin Xian said calmly, just reply to him, let's go. Gu Qing Xue stabilized her mind and shouted to the outside, Your Highness, The ninth prince, Qingxue just came to see your highness today, and now that she's seen you, Qingxue is going back. The carriage turned around and was about to head towards the imperial capital. As for Qin Luo, he took a step out and stopped in front of the carriage. I just heard that Miss Gu was a rare beauty in the imperial capital. Why don't you come out and meet me? I'd like to see if you're worthy of this imperial prince. Qingxue has an occasional wind chill today. Your highness, don't make things difficult for Qingxue. Gu Qingxue's slightly trembling voice rang out as she rejected Qin Luo. Is it an occasional wind chill, or are you afraid to come out? Qin Luo asked rhetorically. Don't you go overboard. Chen Mo jumped out once again to help Gu Qingxue out. Qin Luo glanced at him and said faintly, "Stupid licking dog." Although he didn't understand, Chen Mo knew that Qin Luo was scolding him. Without waiting for him to retort, Qin Luo continued speaking towards the carriage. Miss Gu, I guess, inside the carriage, there's more than just you? I have a hunch there's another man inside your wagon. The moment these words came out, Gu Qingxue inside the carriage as well as Lin Xian's face changed. Lin Xian was the first to speak. Go immediately, don't care about him. But in the next second, a holy might descended, and the Tai Ruin bell was sacrificed by Qin Luo. Cheating, that's not a good habit. I'd like to see who has the guts to humiliate the royal family of my great Qin imperial dynasty like this. Smash me. Holy weapon. Li Yuan, who was not far away, widened his eyes, not expecting that Qin Luo's first strike would be a holy weapon. Chen Mo's eyes were glazed over. He felt that his lover was about to be threatened, and he hated his inability to do anything about it. However, under the powerful pressure of the holy weapon, he couldn't move. How is that possible? A flash of panic flashed across Lin Xian's eyes. Confrontation. Impossible. Bang! The holy weapon smashed hard against the carriage, and in an instant, the carriage was in pieces. Qin Luo was very measured. He didn't kill anyone, the wagon was in pieces, and the two men were naturally exposed. Qin Luo kicked Chen Mo's body. Lick the dog and take a good look. Everyone's gazes instantly shifted to Gu Qingxue and also Lin Xian, who was currently blocking in front of Gu Qingxue, wanting to help Gu Qingxue withstand Qin Luo's attack. But when Qin Luo withdrew, the two of them became the center of attention. Really two? My goodness, is it that exciting? It's so exciting to be alone in a room with a man and a woman. Who is that man? How dare he steal a woman from the prince? Chen Mo was also stunned. He did know Lin Xian, and he had the intention to befriend him before, but he never expected that Lin Xian would get there first, so it was hard for him. Qin Luo's gaze fell on Li Yuan and asked, "This lord, someone has seduced the future imperial consort. What do you think should be done about it?" Someone is spying from the shadows. It seems like they're in league with that kid. Shi Huang's voice of reminder rang in Qin Luo's ears. Maybe it's his protector. Li Yuan's entire body is numb. He just came to pick up a person. To not play him so much. He didn't know how to answer that. Gu Qingxue seemed to see his predicament and decisively relieved him. Li Yuan wiped the non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead and said in his heart, "Good man. Brother Lin Xian and I are in love. How is it seduction?" Gu Qingxue's love brain kicked in, making Lin Xian's just prepared speech not useful at all. Lin Xian is a bit angry, losing 10,000 points of chi value. The host gains 10,000 points of villain value. TSK. Courageous. Qin Luo applauded. If I'm not mistaken, my marriage to you should have been contracted by Emperor Qin, and now you're saying you're going to elope with someone else? Qin Luo's tone became harsh. Are you disobeying the Qin Emperor's order? Are you humiliating my great Qin imperial family? Word by word, Gu Qingxue's face turned pale as she moved her mouth. Not knowing what to say, Lin Xian opened his mouth in time. He looked at Qin Luo and said, "Ninth Prince, Miss Gu Qingxue and I, we didn't transgress. We are innocent." Innocent? Qin Luo scoffed. Do I have to catch you in the act? Today? How dare you humiliate me like this? I will behead you. Indecent development. Unfavorable. Meticulous to the king. No. As a villain it's one word. Fuck. A sword was offered out, and the rain of the four-elephant sword technique of rain falls infernal. The sky was filled with a rain of swords pouring towards Lin Xian, causing Lin Xian's face to change immediately. He didn't expect that this imperial son who appeared out of nowhere would be so powerful. Sword power perfection. Li Yuan exclaimed from a short distance away, his tone carrying a touch of horror. To be able to cultivate a potential to the consummate realm. This was already considered a one-in-a-million genius. The Qin Luo in front of him was truly worthy of the bloodline of the great Qin imperial dynasty. Lin Xian roared. Undying golden body technique. A dazzling light flashed on his body before he met Qin Luo with a punch towards him. Fiery palm. A large hand seal smashed towards Qin Luo. A bang. The two exchanged blows. Lin Xian was undefeated and was sent flying, smashing heavily on the ground. A green light flashed across his body, his injuries recovering in a short moment. That's kind of interesting, but unfortunately, it's all in vain. Ring me with the great ruin bell. Qin Luo roared, and the great ruined bell emitted a deafening sound that directly acted on the soul. Knock. A bell rang, and almost everyone present fell into a state of stupor. Lin Xian also had a moment of disorientation. The golden light on his body also dimmed a bit at this moment. Take advantage of your illness. Qin Luo rushed out with a whoosh, and his golden blade broke through the mountain. The long sword in his hand was pointed straight at Lin Xian's chest, so he couldn't help but taste the flavor of the 5 elements spiritual body today. If that person dares to make a move, suppress him. Qin Luo's voice rang in Shi Huang's ears. Yes. Qin Luo wanted to try to see if brute force was able to kill the son of Qi in front of him. Poof! Bang! Brother Lin Xian! Gu Qingshua's heartbreaking voice rang out. Lin Xian's defense was broken. His expression became hideous as he roared. Open for me! Open! Open! Boom! His 5 elements spiritual body operated crazily, all of them transforming into a kind of energy to maintain his undying golden body. Put! He sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, which was even mixed with clots, heavily damaged. He was seriously injured by Qin Luo's blow. Lin Xian was seriously injured. His belief in invincibility collapsed, losing 100,000 points of qi. The host gained 100,000 points of villain value. Not enough substance? He was like a madman. He wanted to take out that forbidden thing on hand. He wanted to suppress Qin Luo alive. Don't move! Someone is coming! A voice exploded in his ears. At the same time, a powerful aura instantly locked onto Qin Luo and Lin Xian. Who dares to strike privately in an important part of the imperial capital? Pretend that my great Qin laws don't exist? Boom! The powerful aura caused Qin Luo to stagger, and a middle-aged man appeared in midair as he indifferently looked at Qin Luo and Lin Xian. Either way, you better give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will definitely press you into the Demon Suppression Division to suppress you today. Lin Xian immediately cupped his fists and said, Lin Xian, 100 tenant of the Demon Suppression Division, has met Commander Lu. Lu Tsang glanced at Lin Xian with a smirk in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. I haven't seen you for a while. You've even risen to the peak of divine power. I think you're only one step away from the God transformation realm. Lu Tsang's gaze turned his head and landed on Qin Luo's body. A light flashed by. Such a young 9th level of the Avatar realm? Qin Luo looked at him in an unassuming manner and said indifferently, I am Qin Luo, the 9th prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty. And you, Lin Xian, the 100 households of the Demon Suppression Division, have openly met my fiancé in private. So I ask Commander Lu to preside over justice. Lu Tsang frowned and looked at Lin Xian and asked, can there be such a thing? Lin Xian immediately replied, everything is a misunderstanding. Please ask Commander Lu to be clear about it. Lu Tsang had already seen what happened in the dark, and he deliberately asked this question just to harbor Lin Xian. Since it was a misunderstanding, then this matter will be over. His gaze fell on Li Yuan's body as he said indifferently, is it still necessary for the identity of the prince to be verified in the middle of the sovereign's office? Li Yuan immediately bowed his head and said, reporting back to Commander Lu, it needs to be verified in the middle of the patriarchate. What he meant in his words was that you, Qin Luo, are not a prince yet. Interesting? The corner of Qin Luo's mouth slightly hooked up. It's only damn interesting when there's a challenge. A smirk appeared within Lin Xian's gaze towards Qin Luo. His expression was slightly amused as he said in his heart, what prince? Isn't he just a wild child that came out of nowhere? Today's humiliation will be returned tenfold and 100-fold in the coming day. Lin Xian secretly swore in his heart. In his heart, Qin Luo had become a dead man. He would kill Qin Luo. For sure. Qin Luo also laughed, then took a step to Gu Qingshua's side, and forced Gu Qingshua into his arms amidst Lin Xian's fire-breathing gaze. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's all said and done. But, he looked at Lin Xian and said mockingly, I don't think this woman is really worthy of me. Being a proper wife won't work, so why not? How about being a concubine? Lin Xian's mind collapsed, losing 50,000 points of qi. The host gained 50,000 points of villain value. It was enough to see that Gu Qingshua occupied a great position in Lin Xian's heart, and Love Brain was not just a woman, but also a man. You! Gu Qingshua tried to resist when she heard Qin Luo's voice ringing in her ears. Dare to move and your entire family will be destroyed. At the same time Qin Luo asked in his mind, when will my people arrive? It's so hard to have no one to rely on. He was a villain. How could he be forced to be a villain? To be thwarted under the hands of the son of Qi? What kind of reasoning is that? Consume 10,000 points of villain value. Can speculate once. Good lord. Tunchan, you're taking advantage of the fire. Screw it. Screw it. 10,000 villain points consumed. The target is 3 days away from the capital of the Great Qin Empire, and will be there in 3 days. No surprises. Dependable? You don't believe me? Or should I go? This little system. It's quite temperamental. Qin Luo turned his head towards Lin Xian and said with a smile, how about 3 days later, you come to my concubine ceremony? As for some people agreeing to disagree, he felt that after 3 days, no one would disagree. Lin Xian angrily tried to strike when a scolding voice resounded in his ears, one that he and only he could hear. Do you want to get killed? No matter what, Qin Luo's identity as a prince should be conclusive, and Gu Qingxue was Qin Luo's fiancé just now. Inside the carriage, it could still be said that the two were discussing feats and not now. Qin Luo was hugging his woman. You're angry. You go against Qin Luo. What does that mean? There are some things, even if all know, but not on the surface. Everything still have room to turn around. Lin Xian's clenched fists unclenched as he felt suffocated in his heart. Head glows green. The feeling of humiliation makes Lin Xian's state of mind continue to collapse. Loss of 5,000 points of chi value. Host gains 5,000 points of villain value. Qin Luo knew that today was almost over. He glanced at Lu Tsong and spoke faintly. Commander Lu, is it? I remember you. A sharp color flashed in Lu Tsong's eyes. What was the meaning of Qin Luo's words? He would not know, threatening his hallowed saints. Just a wild child who came out of nowhere. I don't know what to say. Lu Tsang sneered in his heart. Turning his head, Qin Luo glanced at the slightly disoriented Chen Mo. Chen Mo, right? And what a little marquis. Living himself into a joke. Just a friendly reminder. Lick the dog. Lick the dog. Lick the dog until you end up with nothing. After saying that, Qin Luo took a step towards the imperial capital. Today, a small test. Li Yuan saluted Lu Tsang and then hurriedly caught up with Qin Luo. This ninth prince can really be an ancestor. Too arrogant, Li Yuan complained in his heart while trotting. He was afraid that Qin Luo would make another mistake. Chen Mo was just licking the dog. Not completely stupid. He looked at Gu Qingxue. His face became a little ugly. He felt his heart aching at the moment. Finally, frozen without a word, he turned away. Gu Qingxue was a little flustered, a little confused. She looked at the people around her and watched them whispering, always feeling like they were talking about her, making her a little ashamed. After today, her reputation might be ruined. Glancing at Lin Xian, she saw a strong concern and love in the other party's eyes, and her heart was slightly comforted. She was a sweet woman and didn't make love to Lin Xian in public. She similarly took steps towards the imperial capital. She wanted to go home and report today's events to her father. Solace had already torn her face off, and she thought that by adding more fuel to the fire, she might be able to get the engagement annulled. When Gu Qingxue left, Lin Xian's expression instantly became gloomy. It was the first time he'd suffered that much of a loss since he'd grown up until now. Liu Tsong walked to his side and said in a deep voice, you were too irrational just now. Even if he doesn't have the recognition of the patriarchate, his identity is still about 8 or 9. To openly provoke the imperial prince in the imperial capital, you have a lot of guts. When we get back, I'll immediately send you out on a mission to avoid the wind for a while. It wasn't that he was afraid of Qin Luo. A royal prince with no roots was just a prince. His hand couldn't reach into their Jin demon division. He was afraid that some people would take advantage of this and push the envelope. Thank you, Commander Lu, for your kindness. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, but the matter, without a solution, I won't leave for now. Lu Tsong frowned. That marriage was authorized by His Majesty. Don't mess around. A great man has no wife. And some women are not yours if they are not yours. Lin Xian lowered his head. Silent. Self-appointed him. How can he tolerate his own woman? Be played by others. Become a plaything on top of someone else's bed? Wouldn't that be a hatchet job for him? Compared to Qin Luo, he was the one who came first. He was the one who was Gu Qingxue's lover. A childhood sweetheart. They had known each other for more than 10 years. A childhood friend who can't stand up to a prince from heaven? Screw it. Big deal. He would just leave the great Qin dynasty of women. You can't let it. It's about a man's face. If he lets it go, he will have a heart demon. And there will definitely be obstacles to breaking through the realm in the future. Commander Lu, I have my own methods. Don't worry. Lin Xian felt that it was time to go and operate. There were people in the great Qin imperial dynasty who had a more honorable status than Qin Luo. The emperor. A favor, used in this case, is honestly a bit of a waste. Of course, it was not a good time to kill Qin Luo. When something went wrong, the first person to be suspected would be him. And he wouldn't make a move to kill Qin Luo lately until it was absolutely necessary. After a few days, when the wind had passed, he would make a move to send Qin Luo to his death. Liu Tsong looked deeply at Lin Xian and said, you have a great future. Remember, don't do anything wrong. Thank you, Commander Lu, for reminding me. Lin Xian clasped his fists heavily. This big event that happened at the entrance of the imperial capital began to spread towards the city, in which Chen Mo was treated as a joke by many people. There were also quite a few people who knew of Lin Xian's great name. They never expected that Gu Qingxue, who had a great reputation for beauty amongst the imperial capital, would be taken down by Lin Xian. Even more so, it hadn't occurred to him that Gu Qingxue was about to become the imperial consort. This ninth prince, it doesn't seem to be that simple either. I think I've seen the ninth prince before. He seems to be the holy son of the Tai Ruins Holy Land. The holy son of the Tai Ruins Holy Land. The 9 emperors seem to have extraordinary talent? I'm looking forward to it somewhat. The 9 emperors of my great Qin imperial dynasty seem to be geniuses in every way. Qin Luo then went all the way to the middle of the patriarchal palace, and after some bloodline testing, he was determined to be the 9th prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty. During this time, a vice-patriarch of the patriarchate called Qin Shouyuan came over and specifically probed Qin Luo's talent before finally leaving expressionlessly. It really is a bloodline return. Qin Shouyuan shook his head. It seems that this 9th prince's future achievements are destined to be limited. The man under his command asked, Lord Sovereign, hasn't the 9th prince been elevated to the 9th level of the Avatar realm by now, proving that his talent should be considered good? Qin Shouyuan laughed coldly. It's just a matter of being plucked from the seedling, using countless heavenly treasures to help him cleanse his marrow and veins, wanting to become a saint. Difficult. Becoming a saint was the only way to be qualified to hold a certain amount of power of speech in this world, and the saying that all under saints were mole crickets was not as simple as saying it. Then the bloodline baptism in a few days? An inexplicable color flashed in the eyes of the henchman. Qin Shouyuan turned his head to look at him and spoke faintly. He's a prince. Don't hit him with those calculations of yours. Otherwise, I can't protect you if you're held accountable. The officials inside the sovereign's office were either members of the Qin family's clan or people who possessed the Qin family's bloodline, and they were all related to each other. Qin Luo's sudden appearance, topping out a position, was a source of discontent for many people. The men under his command immediately collected the thoughts that had just risen. Not daring to speak, that's it? Qin Luo asked. Reporting back to your highness. It has been tested and determined that your highness is indeed the royal bloodline of my great Qin imperial dynasty, being the 9th prince of my great Qin imperial dynasty. Oh yeah? Qin Luo asked. Then do you know which clan my mother clan is? As soon as these words came out, Li Yuan's face revealed a look of confusion. Li Yuan's mother was also of the clan bloodline, so as a matter of fact, he should know something about the clan, but he knew nothing about the mother clan that Qin Luo was talking about. The sound of footsteps rang out, and Qin Feng stepped into the middle of the patriarchal mansion. 9th brother, if you want to know about your mother's clan, look for me. I know. It was as if Qin Luo had smelled a similar scent. He turned his head to look. A fair-faced man walked in, surrounded by a group of beauties. This fucking seems like the standard way to open a villain. As a villain, his platitudes are a bit too low. Greetings, your highness the 8th prince. The people inside the sovereign's mansion immediately saluted Qin Feng. Qin Feng ignored all of them as he wrapped his arms around a scantily clad beauty and walked over to Qin Luo. 9th brother, for so many years, you suffered outside. Don't worry, since you've come back, brother will definitely make it up to you. Right, Qin, who you come along to? He said to the tiger-backed, burly-looking youth on one side. Yes, your highness. Qin, who glanced at Qin Luo before agreeing. Qin Luo, whose senses were exceptionally sharp, saw a touch of hostility in Qin Hu's eyes. Is this the home-men banquet? Qin Luo sneered in his heart. You're my brother? Who wouldn't know how to act? Qin Luo looked up at Qin Feng and instantly burst into hot tears. I can finally see my family. Buster, 9th brother. Both felt sick to eye in each other's eyes. They both seemed to see distaste for each other. As kindred spirits, there is natural animosity between them. 8th brother, my brother is being bullied. You have to help me out. Whoever dares to bully my Qin Feng's brother, I'll get him killed. Lin Xian, 100 households of the Demon Suppression Division. He robbed my woman. Buster, help me get him killed. Qin Luo gritted his teeth and said, a great man has no wife. It's just one woman. Buster will give you a few more. Go, 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 let's go drink and forget about all this unpleasantness. Sure enough, the falsehoods are great. The Moonwatch Tower was an extremely tall restaurant in the great Qin imperial dynasty. The two emperors, Qin Luo and Qin Feng, were eating here, so naturally, they were a package deal. Qin Feng graciously pointed to the women behind him and said, which one does your younger brother fancy? Your older brother will send you. Qin Luo picked up his wine glass and heard Shi Huang's voice ringing in his ears. There's something added to this wine. What is it? Qin Luo asked. Can it be that he dares to poison me? Shi Huang sneered. What wouldn't you dare? For the position of the supreme, regicide is all over the place. Isn't sibling rivalry normal? However, what's inside this drink shouldn't be fatal thought. Maybe it's just some aphrodisiac or something like that. Qin Luo froze. Aphrodisiac? Does this poison trouble me? Qin Luo asked. With me, no surprises, Shi Huang said confidently. At this time, Qin Luo finally realized why old Grandpa Goldfinger was so good. If there is an old man in the family, there is a treasure. No wonder Yi Chen's chi luck value was a bit higher than Lin Xian's. Is that so? The corners of Qin Luo's mouth hooked up slightly. Since Beiji is so generous, I won't be polite. What kind of multiple choice questions are for kids? I want them all. As soon as Qin Luo opened his mouth, Qin Feng froze slightly, then looked at Qin Luo and smiled. Good. Since my younger brother wants it all, then my older brother I can only cut my losses. However, brother, I have given brother a great gift. It is not too much for brother to promise me a small request, is it? After Qin Feng finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, one of his men brought over an agreement. Qin Hu, as you can see, he is a descendant of our royal family. According to seniority, he should address you as uncle. Qin Hu, call ninth uncle. Qin Feng said to Qin Hu. Qin Hu immediately stood up and spoke expressionlessly. Ninth uncle, look, as an uncle, you can't rob your nephew, right? It was only at this time that Qin Feng exposed his true purpose to it was for Qin Luo's bloodline baptism quota. And the content on the top of the agreement said that Qin Luo voluntarily gave up entering the secret realm of the royal family for bloodline baptism, and gave up this quota to Qin Hu. After picking it up, the corner of Qin Luo's mouth slightly hooked up as he looked at the contents inside the agreement, then slowly shook his head. This is an agreement that I can't sign. Oh, is that so? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Brother, you're not giving your brother face and have to rob the juniors? If this spreads out, what will others think of our imperial prince? As a prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty, we must set an example. As he spoke, a powerful aura rose from his body, which had reached the peak of the transformation god realm, suppressing towards Qin Luo. Think about it, brother, think about it, and say it again. Boom! Qin Luo casually summoned the great ruin bell and landed it on top of his head, and once the holy weapon was out, all the pressure was blocked. Qin Feng's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that this wild child who came out of nowhere wouldn't give him any face at all. Buster, it's not that I don't give you face, Qin Luo said, and just because I'm an elder, this is something I can't sign. It's the obligation of juniors to honor their elders. If others know that Qin Hu, as a junior, is trying to snatch food from the mouths of his elders, then what will others think of Qin Hu? Not to mention, Qin Luo's disdainful gaze fell on Qin Hu. What's the use of cultivating a waste of a descendant? The word waste viciously pierced Qin Hu's heart, causing his entire being to become enraged. You fart! Boom! The aura of the avatar realm rose from his body as he looked at Qin Luo angrily. Even if you're a prince, today I, Qin Hu, will challenge you and let you know that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Originally, that spot was his, and when Qin Luo came out of nowhere and snatched that spot, he got angry, and now that Qin Luo was openly calling him a waste, it was intolerable. Wastes are wastes. Others get angry at a word. TSK. Qin Luo shook his head. Wastes aren't scary. What's scary is that wastes don't know themselves and still try to provoke the strong. This kind of juniors, eighth brother, you're also willing to promote them? Qin Luo looked at Qin Feng with an exaggerated expression of surprise on his face. It had to be said that Qin Luo had impressed Qin Feng. He had thought that Qin Luo would refuse. He didn't expect Qin Luo to be so arrogant and unself-conscious. Is that so? Qin Hu is a famous genius amongst my clan. Ninth brother said that Qin Hu is a waste. Then the others? He dug a hole for Qin Luo. Qin Luo sneered in his heart. The others are naturally even worse than trash. A sentence fell into Qin Feng's pit. But how come Qin Feng wasn't in the mood to get excited? Because of what? He glanced at the expression on Qin Luo's face. Was it arrogance? Disdain? Or was it, don't care? That's right. Qin Luo wore an expression of total disinterest on his face, saying nice things about those in the clan. Will those people be able to help him? Joke. Big joke. As a villain, he needs to convince people by force. Morality. It's not needed. Boom. A powerful aura surged out from Qin Luo's body as he offered a sword. His cultivation at the 9th level of the Avatar realm was slightly stronger than Qin Hu. Hubris and arrogance. Qin Hu roared, holding his greatsword in his hand. Chop for me. Boom. A powerful blade momentum emerged from his body. The blade momentum was greatly accomplished. Blade technique grand completion. This was his Qin Hu's bottom line. But in front of Qin Luo, it wasn't enough to look at and completely crushed. Bang! The two collided together, and Qin Hu's face changed in a flash. Completely unbeatable. Qin Feng was indeed a bit startled, not expecting Qin Luo's sword technique to be so terrifying. This is still a bloodline returning physique? The powerful sword chi caused several hideous and horrifying wounds on Qin Hu's body, and Qin Luo sent Qin Hu flying downstairs with a sword strike just as Qin Feng wanted to make a move. A stern aura locked onto him, causing him to freeze for a split second before the fight ended instantly. Bang! Qin Hu had just landed on the ground when Qin Luo leapt down from the upper floor and stomped his foot hard on Qin Hu's head. A sword was placed on Qin Hu's neck. That's it? Trying to challenge me? Waste? No less. Humiliation. The extreme humiliation caused Qin Hu to spurt out a mouthful of old blood and forcefully fainted, turning his head. Qin Luo looked at Qin Feng upstairs and said, "Eighth brother, the things you sent me, Don't forget to deliver them to my mansion. This kick didn't just step on Qin Hu's self-confidence. It also stepped on Qin Feng's face. A battle outside the city and a battle inside the city made Qin Luo famous. He let everyone in the imperial capital know one thing. That he, Qin Luo, the ninth prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty had come. This was something that the great Qin imperial dynasty had never thought to announce officially. Looking at the direction Qin Luo left, a ray of cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and after a while, he smiled. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect. This ninth brother of mine is even more arrogant than me. Interesting, nah. He's got secrets on him. Go empty him of them. I want to know everything about him. How could a mediocre mortal body only be so powerful? He found it somewhat unbelievable, that proved that Qin Luo must have other secrets on him. Go, all of you. Go. I, Qin Feng, am a man who keeps his promises. Indistinct cloud. Remember one thing. I'm going to make fall under your pomegranate skirt. Qin Feng had indeed poisoned him, but this poison was not harmful. It only somewhat affected his sanity, and it also required a combination of two poisons to work. This woman has another kind of poison in her. As you command. The indistinct cloud bowed its head in response. As an imperial prince, Qin Luo naturally had a mansion within the city, which was assigned by the Zhongrenfu, and as soon as he left, the Zhongrenfu officials quickly followed him, guiding Qin Luo to the middle of his mansion. Just after entering the middle of the mansion, Qin Luo felt the feeling coming on that he seemed to miss women a bit. Sure enough, it's just as you expected. Qin Luo said to Shi Huang, come into the human emperor streamer and I'll help you. Shi Huang said, yes. He instructed the temporary housekeeper inside his courtyard. I'm going to cultivate. No one can disturb. Yes, your highness. The butler bowed his head in agreement. After entering the room, Qin Luo entered the human emperor streamer at the first opportunity. The Shi Huang in front of her was full of flavor, and she still carried a charming flavor. If it wasn't for the soul body, maybe Qin Luo might not have been able to control himself. Whoosh! He retrieved the two sacred artifacts, and Shi Huang glanced at Qin Luo grudgingly. I realized that I just owe you in my previous life. Complaining was complaining, but Shi Huang still performed her duties seriously and helped Qin Luo remove the toxins. That brother of yours, the woman who sent you, has also arrived. Shi Huang said faintly. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth rose slightly. Shall we make a bet? I guess there's poison in there. Shi Huang froze, then noticed Qin Luo's eyes fall on a spot on her body and instantly understood in seconds. Humph. Denizen. No bet. Forget it if you don't bet. Brush. Qin Luo reappeared in the middle of the outside world, and Shi Huang inside the human emperor's streamer muttered, maybe it really is poisonous. Squeaky. The door to the room was pushed open and indistinct clouds walked in with a couple of women. My slave has met His Highness the Ninth Prince. While saluting Qin Luo, they threw up wings towards him, but the next second, she froze because she realized that Qin Luo's eyes were clear inside. TSK, my eighth brother still really keeps his promises, and when he said he'd give it all to me, he gave it all to me. Qin Luo's tone was slightly mocking. However, did I just say that no one is allowed to disturb me? Qin Luo's gaze landed on that butler, causing him to have a jolt and immediately kneel on the ground. Your Highness, it's this girl. They insisted on coming in. She said that she is a concubine given to you by His Highness, the eighth prince, specifically to serve you. But you didn't listen to me, did you? Qin Luo asked as he took a step to that butler's side and looked down on him. Your Highness spare me. Your Highness spare me. I will listen to your Highness next time. The butler kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Not next time. Next life. Qin Luo slashed his sword across, and the butler was wiped out with a look of disbelief in his eyes. If you do something wrong, you should pay for it, shouldn't you? What's more, others were counting on him, and as his butler, if he couldn't do even a little something, he was either bad or stupid. The indistinct cloud trembled, not expecting Qin Luo to kill when he said he would. Simply like a devil, Qin Luo's gaze instantly shifted to them women, and he sneered. Are you guys trespassing into this imperial prince's room? Are you preparing to plot against him? The indistinct cloud immediately began to explain. No, Your Highness the Ninth Prince, we never had this idea. We are concubines given to you by the eighth prince and are trying to serve you. Concubines? A bunch of sluts who are ridden by 1,000 people. You guys deserve it too? Qin Luo waved his hand and the entire room was plunged into darkness. Jia. Meet death next. A mosquito's leg is still meat even if it is small. How can there only be Shi Huang inside the human emperor's streamer? In the midst of indistinct clouds and their shocked gazes, a magnificent woman slowly stepped out, causing them to lose their concentration for a moment. As women, they are envious and jealous. Shi Huang just laughed coldly, and with a wave of her hand, she instantly tore apart their physical bodies, and all of their souls were absorbed by the human emperor streamer. After going out, Qin Luo let the people carry out the body of that steward and gave his Qin Luo's rules to the subordinates inside the mansion. Each one of them was silenced, and their gazes towards Qin Luo took on a tinge of fear. Seal the house for 3 days, and after that, open the door again. Qin Luo planned to cultivate for 3 days, and for these 3 days, let the bullets fly for a while. Have you heard? There's a new prince inside the imperial dynasty, the 9th prince who's been living in exile for 18 years. I didn't just hear about it, but I also know that the 9th prince is incredibly talented and is the holy son of the Tai Ruins Holy Land. You're fucking outdated. The Tai Ruins Sacred Ground has already issued a statement expelling the 9th prince from the sacred ground. Crap. Is the Tai Ruins Holy Land crazy or stupid? Doesn't a royal son deserve their status as a holy son? Gu Mansion is splat. Gu Yanting slapped Gu Qingshue's face hard. Do you still want some face? The face of my Gu family is about to be disgraced by you. Gu Qingxue looked at Gu Yanting with disbelief. She never thought that her father would hit her stubbornly. She retorted, "Father, am I wrong for pursuing my own happiness?" Gu Yanting looked at Gu Qingxue with disappointment. "Isn't it right for you to ride in a carriage with a man in public?" "Yes, my daughter is at fault. But that 9th prince, he smashed my carriage for no reason. Is he not right?" Boom! These words instantly sent Gu Yanting on his way, and he angrily rebuked, "Rebellious daughter, do you know what you're talking about? Do you know what your behavior represents? He has a reason even if he kills you on the spot." Gu Qingxue simply broke down. "Father, I don't want to marry that 9th prince. I'm not marrying him. Moreover, he threatened his daughter, saying that he was going to destroy my entire family. What kind of a thing is he? A wild child who came out of nowhere. To even presume to want me to be his concubine is an insult to his daughter, and an even greater insult to you, the vice president of the Great Qin Academy. I won't marry. If father has to force me, then kill me." Gu Qingxue closed her eyes after she finished speaking. Looking like a dead pig. Gu Yanting almost choked to death, huffing and puffing as he watched Gu Qingxue's slaplift and froze. "I'll go and kneel down to beg His Majesty to take back the order." When Gu Yanting finished saying this, his entire body looked as if he had aged dozens of years. Opening her eyes to look at Gu Yanting's pale back, Gu Qingxue's nose was sore, but she was confident that with her father's presence, His Majesty would definitely agree. "Father," Gu Qingxue softly exclaimed, and Gu Yanting's body lurched. At this point, he felt it was time to stage a father-daughter warmth that spoke of his helplessness, but Gu Qingxue's next sentence almost made him unable to resist beating this rebellious daughter to death. "Father, if His Majesty does not agree, you will kneel outside the palace gates and not rise, and His Majesty will surely take into account the repercussions." Gu Yanting's body stumbled, and in the end, he didn't turn his head, afraid that he couldn't help it and would have to slap this daughter of his to death. Pro-life, pro-life, pro-life. You are so filial. In 3 days' time, almost everyone inside the imperial capital knew about Qin Luo, the 9th prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Forced, the official announcement of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty was made, saying that because of an accident, the 9th prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty was stranded outside. All treatments regarding the royal son were immediately put into effect. If it wasn't for Qin Luo's so arrogant behavior, presumably, he would have only been able to get one benefit, which was the daughter of Gu Yanting, the vice president of Great Qin Academy, and with the engagement not even officially announced. The reason for the low profile is understandable. He, the 9th prince, is not taken seriously. 3 days was enough time for Qin Luo to refine the 9-turn Xiandan. The lower grade of the heavenly rank was still extremely precious to the current him, allowing him to refine his cultivation by another sliver. A penniless, poor, pitiful yet, just don't know what compensation that Qin Emperor will give me. He didn't believe that everyone knew about the return of the imperial son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, and that His Majesty, the Qin Emperor of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, would not give a little indication. Hint, the lean-to has arrived. Is it attracting the lean-to? Just tell me straight. How much villain value? Qin Luo asked. Only 988, spent. Qin Luo opened his mouth generously. In the middle of the imperial capital, an old man wearing a bucket hat was walking forward, but just at this moment, his heart throbbed slightly. It seems like the old man still has descendants alive? The old man's eyes widened. He had come this time to take revenge, but he had never expected that what he had thought was a broken family actually had descendants in existence. His gaze instantly locked onto a direction. Whoosh! The figure disappeared like a ghost, without a single person noticing. Someone is coming. Shi Huang's tone was grave. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth rose slightly. That should be my people. Brush! A terrifying aura instantly locked onto Qin Luo, and in the next second, an old man appeared out of thin air opposite Qin Luo. It was like an instantaneous movement, causing Qin Luo to be shocked while revealing a strong look of envy in his eyes. Blood was thicker than water. The old man looked up and locked eyes with Qin Luo, and determined that Qin Luo was his bloodline's closest relative. "You are Wan Er's son." "That's right. You are definitely Wan Er's son." The old man shivered and spoke with hot tears in his eyes, causing Qin Luo to be touched. His body trembled uncontrollably, and tears coalesced in his eyes. A son is like a mom. This kind of thing is shown to the fullest extent in Qin Luo's body. "Child, I'm your grandpa." Su Qianwan spoke in a trembling tone. "Grandpa." Qin Luo opened his mouth with difficulty, and after shouting out, there wasn't the slightest sense of contradiction or resistance. Good boy, your mother she." Qin Luo shook his head. He only knew that his mother clan's surname was Su. For the other things, he didn't inquire the slightest bit. He proceeded to recount his memories. He has been living in exile for 18 years, so it can be said that he has been living in exile since he was in his infancy, and he has only just returned to the great Qin imperial capital recently. Before this, he didn't even know who he was. Without the system, he could have even hung up already. "Are you saying that your master is called Shinsu?" Su Qianduan asked. "That's right. My master is Shinsu from the Tai Ruins Holy Land." Su Qianduan nodded in understanding. "I have a little favor for Shinsu, and I didn't expect that he would return it to you." All this Qin Luo understood. It turned out that Shinsu knew his identity from the beginning. There is no hatred in this world without a reason, and there is no love without a reason. Su Qianduan, who had wanted to make a scene in the imperial capital, now had a hang-up. He was angry at Qin Luo's current situation. "My Su Qianduan's grandson, and he, Emperor Qin, treats him so differently. I will definitely seek justice for you today." "Grandpa, don't be impulsive." Qin Luo wanted to determine Grandpa's cultivation first. "Grandpa, this is the great Qin imperial capital after all. So what if it's the imperial capital?" An aura of arrogance rose from Su Chanshan's body. "Don't worry, unless Emperor Qin wants to kill me. Otherwise, there are not many people within this imperial capital who can be my opponent." "Grandpa, your cultivation level is a Saint King?" Qin Luo asked with some uncertainty. 30 years ago, your grandfather I was the peak of a Saint King." Su Chanshan leapt up and spoke proudly. "Now, the Great Sage Realm." The Great Sage Realm was the true pinnacle of battle power in this world. Qin Luo's mouth smiled. Not bad. Grandpa is a great saint and has a backer," Shi Huang said with some indignation. "This emperor is still a great emperor realm powerhouse, but you're just the main soul of my human emperor streamer now, so a good man doesn't have to mention his courage. In the coming days, how about I, Qin Luo, bring you back to the emperor realm? In the future, just do your best to assist me." As soon as Su Qianduan had left, Qin Luo went out and spoke to the people of the mansion. "Open the door to welcome the guests. Today, this prince will take a concubine." Gu Yanting also really listened to their own daughter's words, kneeling outside the palace gate for 3 days, during which there are also a lot of help him to say. After Lin Xian knew about this, he clenched his fists and became even more determined that Gu Qingxue loved him. "Qingxue, don't worry, no matter what, I won't let you be snatched away by someone else. That is, even if he is a royal prince." Gu Qingxue was not far away. She looked at Gu Yanting's back, her nose turned sour, and tears rolled down her face once again. The 3 days had come and gone, and today was the day Qin Luo had agreed to take her concubine, but Gu Qingxue still clearly didn't take Qin Luo's words seriously. "That arrogant ninth brother of mine, didn't he say that he's taking a concubine today and sending a congratulatory gift for me?" Qin Feng spoke coldly. He had sent so many women to Qin Luo, but he was angry that Qin Luo had killed them. This wasn't stepping on his face anymore. This was stomping his face into the ground and starting to crush it. Didn't Qin Luo say out loud he would like to see Qin Luo? How to end up today? After the spreading of the word by those who were interested, many people in the city were watching Qin Luo's jokes. A ninth prince who came out of nowhere, blabbering about making Gu Qingxue a concubine for him. Some people don't know the heights of heaven. Even in the imperial dynasty, his status as a prince is incomparably honored. But there's still a saying, force is supreme. No background, no backing, just relying on the name of a royal prince. Big words too soon. I heard that the ninth prince is a bloodline returner. TSK, all of you know what that means, right? Proving that the ninth prince may not have a chance to be a saint in this life, marrying Gu Qingxue as his wife. This is the grace that his majesty has given him, and he wants to let Dean Gu shelter him in the future, but he just doesn't know the heights of heaven? Now that Dean Gu is asking his majesty to withdraw his order, guess, will his majesty agree? Impossible. His majesty's word is his word. Saying that letting Gu Qingxue marry the ninth prince is letting Gu Qingxue marry the ninth prince. But the ninth prince has already wicked the Gu family, so perhaps he won't be able to get the Gu family's help. Arrogant and domineering ninth prince, do you really think that the imperial capital is the holy land of the Tai ruins, and that you can let a prince do as he pleases? There are 9 royal princes, except for that 8th prince. Which one is not a dragon and phoenix among men? The pride of heaven. Just at this time, news finally came out from inside the palace, and an old eunuch walked out and looked at Gu Yanting and opened his mouth. His Majesty has ordered that since Gu Yanting's daughter is unwilling to marry Ninth Prince Qin Luo as her wife, there is no need to do so. When these words came out, Gu Yanting trembled. He knew that this move must have been evil to Emperor Qin, and even though Emperor Qin had agreed, he might not be able to go any further. Jiu Qingxue cried tears of joy after hearing this news, and she couldn't wait to share this good news with Lin Xian, but the next second, the old eunuch said something else. Then be a concubine for the ninth prince. Men, go take the Gu family's daughter and send her to the ninth prince's residence. Gu Yanting's body trembled, a strong look of disbelief in his eyes. Emperor Qin made his daughter Qin Luo's concubine? Did he hear right? What? Vice President Gu, have an opinion? The old eunuch's grim gaze landed on Gu Yanting. It caused Gu Yanting, who was in the sage realm, to be jolted. Vice President Gu, remember, no one can disobey His Majesty. Dropping these words, the old eunuch said to a few young eunuchs, go, take the Gu family daughter to the ninth prince's residence. Remember, it's the new prince's house. The new prince's mansion was more than 10 times bigger than Qin Luo's current prince's mansion, with pavilions and pavilions, thousands of servants, hundreds of guards. Even the mansion was bigger than even the 8th prince's. When Gu Qingxue heard this news, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Miss, the maidservant hurriedly helped Gu Qingxue up. Her eyes were listless at the moment, and she was clearly in disarray. Run, hurry. Gu Qingxue knew that for today there might only be one way out, and that was to run away, but she had just raised her feet when she heard a grim voice ringing in her ears. Ms. Gu, where are you going? A eunuch walked out from the darkness. His Majesty has agreed to His Highness the Ninth Prince's request. You are now going to be a concubine to His Highness the Ninth Prince. Gu Qingxue didn't realize that her whereabouts had long been on someone's radar. If you want to walk away, you can't, but you can only be taken back home to change your clothes and become a concubine. Gu family, Gu Yanting was silent and speechless. Qin Di's move could be said to be a great humiliation to him. Gu Yanting, how could he be considered a high-ranking official of the great Qin imperial dynasty, and even more so at the sage realm? But Qin Luo made his daughter marry Qin Luo as a concubine, which was a big blow to him. Father, I'm not willing to. Gu Qingxue cried out. Gu Yanting didn't spoil his daughter this time. He snorted coldly. You don't want to. You don't want to now. What's the point? If we, father and daughter, do anything else, we will be immediately beheaded by the whole family. He wasn't scaring Gu Qingxue, it was the truth. You can only go and become a concubine to the ninth prince. There is no second way to go. Unless you want to make our Gu family extinct. Let your father, me, die in front of you. Gu Yanting impacted Gu Qingxue's heart word by word. She had just gone so far as to think of committing suicide to preserve her innocence, but that behavior was no different from running away, and would equally involve the Gu family. Go ahead. If you want to see father and the Gu family exterminated, do whatever you want. Just do it. Gu Qingxue's love brain sobered up. She looked at her father and bowed heavily. Father, everything is my daughter's fault. My daughter is sorry, father. Sorry, Gu family. Don't worry. I'll be a good concubine to the ninth prince. She similarly said silently in her heart. Brother Lin Xian, we're not meant to be in this life. Let's be husband and wife again in our next life. And Lin Xian was still working on it. His entire body clamported when he heard that Emperor Qin had agreed to let Gu Qingxue be Qin Luo's concubine. He even wanted to kill Qin Luo immediately. Don't be impulsive. A voice exploded in his ears, bringing him back to his senses. He took a deep breath and walked into a mansion. Are you sure? Just let me return this favor to you? A woman looked at Lin Xian and spoke with a smile. Okay, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Good. Sentimentality and righteousness. Worthy of being someone I value. I'll help you with this matter. But it doesn't count as a favor. With me here, he really won't be able to take this concubine today. Qin Feng was also shocked when he heard this news. The daughter of the vice dean of the Great Qin Academy giving Qin Luo a concubine? You didn't mishear? Reporting back to your highness. That's right. Moreover, the ninth prince has changed to a new residence, which is on the street next to yours. Is it hard to be that set? There was still some understanding between master and servant, and the henchman replied, that's right, it's the set you want. Your highness, Qin Feng now wanted to curse. Your highness, is the gift still on the table? Delivery. I'm going to deliver it myself. I want to see what's so peculiar about this ninth brother of mine. Having just lived there for not even 3 days, he moved, and Qin Luo knew that this was an elevation of status and position. Without force, everything is vanity. Sure enough, having a backer is awesome. Qin Luo lamented. It's not just the backing, It's the array of treasures. A sword of the lower grade of the heavenly rank was sent to him. 3 pills of the lower grade of the heavenly rank were delivered. A set of heavenly rank lower grade soft armor was also given. There were more other earth and metaphysical rank treasures that were countless. Don't underestimate the heavenly ranks. After all, there weren't many people under the Saint Realm who were as rich as Qin Luo, and even had sacred artifacts. 3 days is all it takes, and public opinion instantly takes a sharp turn for the worse. Can it be that His Majesty is trying to compensate the ninth prince? It should be Du Yanting's behavior that has angered His Majesty, right? Or is it possible that the ninth prince's bloodline isn't that ordinary? No one can guess the point. Everything stems from strength. After Su Chanshan came out from inside the palace, his face was a bit unsightly. His request only reached about Qin Luo, and the rest of the matter Qin Di did not agree to. Grandpa, someone might come to cause trouble today, and I still need you to help me calm down the scene. Qin Luo was certain that Lin Xian would definitely come. If he didn't, he wouldn't be a son of Qi. Many novels and talkbooks have related plots within them, and the protagonist will often step in at the most critical moment, then suppress the villain and take the heroine to live in the past without shame. The premise is one that most of the villains are brainless, and the villain's family forces, all of them retarded, end up having the protagonist brushing the field and upgrading all the way to the point where the forces behind the villain, those people, are reduced to small monsters. Another thing is that the protagonist will be surrounded by people who are happy to help him. But now, with a great Saint Realm powerhouse by his side, Qin Luo felt that it was already enough. Gu Qingxue arrived as promised, her face expressionless as she entered the mansion through the side door. Qin Luo stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Gu Qingxue's waist amidst the envious and jealous gazes of many people. Gu Qingxue trembled, and there was some resistance in her heart, but it quickly dissipated. For the sake of her family, she had no choice, no options, thinking that, at night, she would be ravaged by Qin Luo. She felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Many people came. Qin Feng came, licking dog Chen Mo came. They all didn't expect what Qin Luo had said before to become a reality, causing people to be shocked. Today, I take you as my concubine. Are you willing? Qin Luo looked at Gu Qingxue, who was close by. His eyes were ice cold. Take a concubine? Or take a wife? Oh, neither exists. It's not like he's a dog-licking villain who thinks face value is justice. What he wanted was the origin power within Gu Qingxue's body, as well as that drop of chi luck value, and that Lin Xian. Just at this time, a voice rang out from outside. I disagree. Gu Qingxue trembled and immediately opened her mouth, shouting, I agree. I'm willing to be His Highness the Ninth Prince's concubine. The word love is the most hurtful. Lin Xian almost collapsed, losing 50,000 points of chi value. The host gained 50,000 points of villain value. Coming, Qin Luo didn't expect this so-called son of Qi to make such a high-profile entrance. Very arrogant. It seems like you didn't even put me in your eyes. I'm curious. What's your backbone? Qin Luo looked at Lin Xian in a good way, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and in Lin Xian's eyes, it looked like a smug smile. He couldn't stand it. Qin Luo moving against his woman, enraged. He angrily opened his mouth towards Qin Luo. Let go of Qingxue, otherwise, I don't mind letting your blood splatter on the spot. Boom! Everyone present was stunned. All of their gazes were invested in Lin Xian. This guy, he's very arrogant. He even dares to threaten the prince of my great Qin imperial dynasty. TSK, I like it. Qin Feng looked at Lin Xian with a touch of probing color in his gaze. He could also see that Lin Xian was extraordinary, and he felt that there might be a good show today, and he noticed a woman slowly walking behind Lin Xian, and with a jolt, he immediately stood up in fear. Her Highness the Princess has arrived. A shrill voice rang out, and a graceful and luxurious woman slowly walked inside the courtyard. Everyone present stood up as they saluted the woman. Greetings, Your Highness, a princess of the great Qin imperial dynasty. Xin Yun, who was dressed in a palace outfit and had a look of unruffled authority on her face, slowly walked over. She was one of the few people with the most esteemed status in the great Qin imperial dynasty, a very special existence, and she was the only princess of the great Qin imperial dynasty, the jewel in the palm of His Majesty's hand, and loved with great affection. Her mother's clan was powerful and was one of the kings with different surnames in the great Qin imperial dynasty, and being able to split the land and seal the king was proof of extraordinary strength. Her master's origin was mysterious, and it was said that she was the guest of honor of the Qin emperor, and she was also one of the deputy Zongshangs of the Zongrenfu of the great Qin imperial dynasty, which was enough to see her special status amongst the great Qin imperial family. And she's also the daughter of Qi, daughter of fortune found, name, Xin Yun, age, 29, luck level, 3rd order, physique, Linglong Ice Heart. A woman with a Linglong Ice Heart is as calm as water, able to remain calm and rational, and is less susceptible to interference and temptation when practicing. Luck value, 59. 800 points. Cultivation, 1st level of Cave Realm. Introduction, the proud daughter of the sky. Noble, such as no accident. will certainly become one of the protagonist's harem? Is the protagonist, or the future of another protagonist? Everything is possible. What a great guy. Is this inviting out a great god? Qin Luo only slightly scanned the area before landing his gaze on Lin Xian without mercy. He chided at Lin Xian. What are you? Where is your place to speak here? You don't agree? Can it be that you are really having an affair with this concubine of mine? Filthy messing with the royal family. How dare you? Do you want to be exterminated from all 9 clans? Of course Lin Xian wasn't afraid of being executed by the 9 clans, because he simply didn't have 9 clans anymore, even to the extent that he didn't even worry about whether or not the Gu family would be put to death. Anyway, it was just that he couldn't be made to feel any pain, and his woman couldn't be snatched away from him. If his woman's 9 clans were exterminated, he would just take revenge later on when he had accomplished his cultivation. Gu Qingxue had tears in her eyes as she shook her head slightly at Lin Xian. She heard the eunuch's voice in the middle of the palace with her own ears and saw with her own eyes her father's panicked and helpless appearance. She woke up and realized that she couldn't be capricious anymore now that Lin Xian was here. It made it difficult for her, and she wasn't willing to see Lin Xian risk his life for her. Lin Xian thought that he had read Gu Qingxue's expression. He felt that Gu Qingxue was simply worried about him, which made it even more impossible for him to let Gu Qingxue be forced by Qin Luo. What if I say no? A clear and cold voice rang out as Qin Yan slowly walked out. She had a lofty expression. The way she looked at Qin Luo was extremely unfamiliar, and the moment she opened her mouth, she made Qin Luo's heart feel bad. You're the wild child that my Qin family grew up outside? Sure enough, character can't depend on camp. Qin Luo leisurely said to himself these 2 sons of Qi he had encountered could not be considered anything good. It was just that they had been favored by the heavenly Tao. The host realizes the true meaning. History is always written by the victor. Whoever is the way of heaven is qualified to define the protagonist. Good and evil? It's just a matter of different positions. The unified son is old and happy. He can consume all of the villain value and reward the divine level of feats. Do you agree? The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched. This system, it was staring at his villain value all the time. However, the divine level feats. This deal was worth it. Agreed. Qin Luo said silently in his heart. Successful redemption. Obtain technique, 9 turns golden body technique, divine grade, top level body refining technique. Have you ever seen that Lin Xian practicing the indestructible golden body decision? Compared to it, it's 100 times stronger than that. And when practiced to the ultimate level, it can be reborn in a drop of blood. Gee, it's worthy of the system. When the tutelary sun strikes, it depends on whether there is one or not. Qin Luo expressed his satisfaction. But what Qin Yun said made Qin Luo quite dissatisfied. Just coming to the imperial capital and making such a big deal out of your status as a royal son. Do you know that you are discrediting my great Qin imperial family? I don't see the need for concubinage. Sign this paperwork and let the Gu family's daughter leave your mansion, and you'll come with me to be punished inside the patriarch's palace. With a casual throw of his hand, the piece of paperwork that had voluntarily dissolved the relationship with Gu Qingxue, the daughter of the Gu family, floated in front of Qin Luo. Chen Mo looked at the scene. How familiar it was. The difference was that it seemed like he was just a joke before let the whole town look at the joke. Let the people inside the circle taunt him. I'd like to see if you dare to be as arrogant in the face of Princess Qin Yun as you are to me. Chen Mo stared at Qin Luo with a deadly stare. He wished to see Qin Luo being punched in the face, and he equally wished to see Qin Luo punching Qin Yun in the face, although the latter was not very likely. If that possibility arose, he would not remain a laughingstock among those people. Qin Luo took over that paperwork and looked at the contents. The corner of his mouth pulled a little. TSK, what a big bully. His gaze landed on Qin Yun's body and he smiled slightly before tearing off. Who are you to order me around? I take a concubine and His Majesty agrees. So what is your status? Do you think you have a more honorable status than His Majesty? The Qin Emperor of my great Qin imperial dynasty. Boom! Everyone hadn't expected Qin Luo to openly contradict Qin Yun. Qin Feng also couldn't help but admire Qin Luo. Indeed, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. It seems that someone has helped my poor concubines out. Qin Yun's face changed in a flash as her gloomy gaze landed on Qin Luo's body. What a big guts. Something that doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. It's true that children born from sluts have mouths that are just foul. Today, I'm going to teach you a good lesson so that you'll know what it means to have a good upbringing. Brush. With a flash of her figure, she reappeared right in front of Qin Luo and slapped towards him. Qin Luo spoke coldly at this moment. Humiliating my mother. You should be slapped. Snap. A solid slap landed on Qin Yun's face, not to mention that Qin Yun was dumbfounded by Qin Luo's slap. Everyone present was shocked by Qin Luo's slap. The picture they were going to see was Qin Luo being crushed by Qin Yun, and being seriously injured by Qin Yun's slap. But now, Qin Yun's entire body that had reached Qin Luo's proximity couldn't move the slightest bit. It was as if she had put her face in front of Qin Luo's face for him to hit. Gu Qingxue, who was close at hand, felt the most real. She felt a suffocating sensation, and she was equally unable to move the slightest bit, and her heart was more in awe of Qin Luo. Guqing Shue has fear in her heart. She loses 5,000 points of chi value, and the host gains 5,000 points of villain value. Qin Yun was burning with rage. The first time someone dared to hit her in the face since she grew up. At the same time, there was a strong fear growing in her heart because she couldn't control her body now. She wasn't a fool. Naturally she knew that there was an existence with extremely strong cultivation hiding in the shadows. Saints. The weakest must be a saint. Qin Yun was hit in the face by the villain, losing 5,000 points of chi. The host gained 5,000 points of villain value. Boom. A powerful holy might erupted. How dare you? What kind of rat dares to be so reckless in the great Qin imperial capital? This saint was Qin Yun's protector. A middle-aged woman rushed towards Qin Luo. She didn't care about her powerful aura and crushed on Qin Luo's body, causing Qin Luo to almost spurt out a mouthful of old blood. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and Qin Yun also came out of the state she had just been in at this moment, as she slapped her hand towards Qin Luo. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Brush! A figure appeared in front of Qin Luo and slapped that saint's face hard. Scram! The chiding voice caused the woman's face to change suddenly. Put! She sprayed out a large mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Meanwhile Qin Yun was once again immobilized. Qin Luo sneered. Help you be symmetrical. Snap. Amidst everyone's dumbfounded expressions, Qin Luo slapped the other half of Qin Yun's face. Humiliation. Anger. The villain continues to hit Qin Yun in the face, losing 10,000 points of chi. The host gains 10,000 points of villain value. Qin Yun's gloomy gaze fell on Qin Luo's body as if to say, "You're dead. Qin Luo, how dare you? That's our sister." Qin Feng began to speak out righteously at this time, trying to refresh Qin Yun's perception of him and get a hint of goodwill. Sister? Qin Luo laughed coldly and said indifferently, "My mother could have only given birth to this one child of mine. Those who insult my mother should be executed. I, Qin Luo, am not afraid to spill my blood on the spot. Since ancient times, filial piety is greater than heaven." Qin Yun humiliated his mother and said that the sky is bigger than the sky, and today, he is going to take advantage of the situation. Why make false pretenses when you've already become the enemy? Qin Yun sensed the overriding killing intent from Qin Luo's body. She was horrified in her heart. This cheap brother in front of her, who came out of nowhere, actually dared to kill her? Qin Feng froze. A cold smile flashed in his eyes as he said in his heart, "Arrogant fellow. This is the great Qin imperial capital. Offend Qin Yun. You're afraid you'll die without even knowing how." His face still showed an anxious expression. "Ninth brother. That's our bloodline's closest relative. A sister of the same father. How dare you?" Qin Luo didn't even bother with the idea of paying attention to him. In his opinion, Qin Feng was living like a jumping clown. That female saint, with a touch of horror in her eyes, looked at Su Chanshen and asked, "Who are you?" "Su Qianchen." The voice resounded in that woman's ears, causing her face to change instantly. "You're not dead," the woman exclaimed, a tinge of fear in her tone. Turning his head, Su Qiqian glanced at Qin Yun, and with a wave of his hand, she flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Su Chanshen's voice rang in her ears. "Next time, if I hear you speak disrespectfully to my daughter again, I'll waste all my cultivation." Boom! A powerful force landed on Qin Yun's body, causing her to involuntarily spurt out a large mouthful of blood. Qin Yun, who struggled to stand up, looked at Su Qiqian angrily. She hadn't suffered such a big loss yet. Today was the first time, and it had to be the last time. She was still trying to put down harsh words when she heard that female saint's voice ringing in her ears. He might be a great saint. Boom! Qin Yun's head was about to explode. She was naturally aware of the great sage's strength as well as his status. Weakly moving her mouth, she bowed to Su Chanshen. "Latecomer's mouth is not ready to speak. Please calm your anger." Su Shang, insulting the daughter of a great saint. Even if she was the only princess of the great Qin imperial dynasty and the granddaughter of the Jinbei king, it wouldn't do. It was because the status of the great sage Su Qianwan was comparable to that of her maternal grandfather. This was why Su Chanshen said that unless Emperor Qin wanted to kill him, there weren't many rivals in the imperial capital, or even the great Qin imperial dynasty. Humph! Su Chanshen coldly snorted, causing Qin Yun to stagger once again as if he had been struck by lightning. The form took a sharp turn for the worse. Everyone hadn't expected that Qin Luo had a great saint behind him. No wonder he's so arrogant. So he has a great saint behind him. Qin Feng was so jealous that he was on the verge of crunching his teeth. Originally, his power and talent was ranked last within all the imperial princes, and now, well, it's not easy to come to a Qin Luo, backhanded, and stepped on him. One of the most suffocating people in this room was Lin Xian. He knew all about Qin Yun's status, and he felt that a favor to invite Qin Yun was enough. But now, a great saint appeared behind Qin Luo, instantly causing his mood to fall to the bottom. Looking at Lin Xian's expression, the corner of Qin Luo's mouth hooked up slightly. He hadn't forgotten about this protagonist, TSK, snatching a marriage to this prince's head. Fresh, really fresh. But then again, this prince is not some unreasonable person. Two lovers, a man and a woman. This is supposed to be a good story. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Luo's attitude just now and now was simply a different person. His gaze fell on Gu Qingxue and asked, Gu Qingxue, are you willing to leave with that guy called Lin Xian? If you're willing, this emperor will fulfill you. Although Lin Xian didn't know how Qin Luo thought, his heart was pounding at the moment, and his eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked towards Gu Qingxue. Gu Qingxue's heart tip trembled. Letting her make the decision on such a difficult matter? If she had said that before, she wouldn't have even hesitated to charge for love, even though she died. But if she leaves, what about her family? What about her father? Therefore, facing Lin Xian's expectant gaze, she said indifferently, I'm not willing. Bang! Qin Luo seemed to be hearing the sound of a heart falling to the ground and breaking. Gu Qingxue, who had finished speaking, turned her head away, tears pouring out madly, and it was obvious that the words, it was very hard for her to say them. Qin Luo sneered, but what did it have to do with him? Anyway, it's all going to die, and he'll make the two a pair of outlaws. Don't call him hard-hearted. Who made him the villain? Who made their camps inconsistent? Hear that? Qin Luo looked at Lin Xian and said mockingly. She said no, if we are talking about two lovers, this emperor would be happy to fulfill you. But, you openly snatched the marriage. This is provoking me, the imperial prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty. This is the greatest insult to my great Qin imperial dynasty. Even the imperial capital has someone who dares to rob a pro-royalist. Is there any law in this world? Is there any justice in heaven? Today, your head must be used to uphold the royal law of my great Qin imperial dynasty. Looking at the righteous Qin Luo, everyone felt a little trance, as if this Qin Luo in front of them was a righteous man who upheld the laws of great Qin. I'll give you a chance to fight me, and if you win, I can let you leave alive. Otherwise, you'll only have one path to choose from, and that's the path of death. Today, no matter what, the origin of the five elements spiritual body in Lin Xian's body, he was determined to take it. Boom! Qin Luo took one step, and the powerful aura of the ninth level of the avatar realm suppressed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian froze. Then a flash of ecstasy rose in his heart. If a great saint realm powerhouse made a move against him, he might not be able to do it. But Qin Luo, he must let Qin Luo know this time that he, Lin Xian, was not a soft target. The last defeat was purely accidental. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and was the first to rush out, a crippled battle sword emerging in his hand, emitting a rich holy might. Sacred weapon? Su Qianduan frowned, his aura firmly locked onto Qin Luo. If the slightest accident occurred, he would immediately step in and save Qin Luo. Give me the town. Qin Luo casually threw up the Tai Ruin bell and smashed it towards Lin Xian. Holy weapons. Who doesn't have them? And he has multiple pieces. The soul-beating whip emerged in his hand and viciously lashed out towards Lin Xian. Snap! Explosive sounds resounded in Lin Xian's mind, causing his entire being to be in a trance for a moment. Take advantage of your illness. Qin Luo offered a sword, and the rain of the four-elephant sword technique fell without interruption. A rain of swords whistled down from the sky, and that might caused many people to be moved. As Qin Yan watched this scene, she also had to admit that this brother of hers that came out of nowhere had a truly terrifying talent. Sword power complete. Bang! The two collided together. The great market bell versus the broken blade. A tie. The soul-striking whip put Lin Xian into a trance, and by the time he reacted, the other blade was offered up, and he exchanged blows with Qin Luo. Seconds defeated. Brush, brush, brush. Countless wounds surfaced on his chest. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated the indestructible golden body technique, this was enough to incapacitate him. After stabilizing himself on the ground, Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Qin Luo with a hideous expression as he opened his mouth. Just now is just the beginning. Next, I'll let you know just how powerful I, Lin Xian, really am. Whoosh! His body was as fast as lightning, as if he had hidden himself into the darkness, and in the blink of an eye, he had already reached Qin Luo's proximity, and a piece of black iron shard surfaced in his hand, causing a great sense of crisis to rise in Qin Luo's heart. The aura of an emperor's soldier. Open the human emperor streamer. Shi Huang's voice of reminder rang in Qin Luo's ears. Sure enough, there's still an undercurrent? With a thought, the human emperor streamer opened. Boom. The figures of the two of them became blurred, shrouded in a layer of mist. A piercing voice rang in Lin Xian's ears. GGG. You stay here with us forever. Okay, little brother. Little brother. Slaves are very good at serving people. As for Qin Luo, Lin Xian had lost him in his eyes. Leave the rest to me. The emperor's soldier fragment was a killing weapon to Qin Luo, but to someone like Shi Huang, who had once touched that threshold, it was just so. As soon as Shi Huang struck, His powerful soul instantly locked onto Lin Xian, and his expression changed in an instant angrily. He roared, "Qin Luo, you don't speak of martial virtues. We agreed to fight one-on-one, but you let a saint take a shot at me." Lin Xian had seen many saints, and he was extraordinarily familiar with the aura of saints. And the sole aura that Shi Huang was revealing at the moment was the saint realm. Only a saint could suppress him so easily. Ha! Qin Luo's coldly laughing voice resounded in Lin Xian's ears. "I can only tell you that this is nothing more than my weapon, right? Although I, Qin Luo, am not a decent person, I don't care to cheat you, a person who is about to die." Bang! Lin Xian was viciously slammed onto the ground. A compelling voice resounded in his ears, and it seemed like he was seeing a single spiteful woman, constantly eating away at his soul and essence blood. The remnants of the imperial weapon in his hand came out of his hand and was controlled by Shi Huang. Lin Xian's eyes widened. As a person of the great emperor's inheritance, he naturally knew that even the remnants of an emperor's soldier had great power. It was unbelievable that a saint was able to take the remnants of the emperor's soldier from his hand so easily. A powerful attack is actually sealed inside. Shi Huang's somewhat surprised voice rang out. Even this imperial weapon fragment is able to. With a firm grip of Shi Huang's hand, the remnants of the imperial soldier, which had just been trembling, instantly ceased to move. Not bad, just an avatar realm, and you're able to control an emperor's soldier, and even manipulate it to explode itself. But unfortunately, you've met me. Shi Huang's words caused Lin Xian to be struck by lightning. He sprayed out a large mouthful of old blood, and his breath instantly became shriveled. That's not just an emperor's soldier fragment, that's the core of an imperial soldier. This was the forbidden thing he controlled in his hands. A weapon powerful enough to exterminate a saint. There is a certain fit with my Tao. Shi Huang glanced at Qin Luo with flair as she spoke. Sending you. Qin Luo opened his mouth generously. A small piece of debris is just a piece of debris. Besides, what's yours is not mine. You are all mine. What's wrong with putting something in your place for safekeeping? Bang. Qin Luo stamped his foot on Lin Xian's body. The human emperor streamer was put away, and everyone saw Lin Xian being suppressed. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you can't. The long sword in Qin Luo's hand was on Lin Xian's neck. At this moment, Lin Xian felt extremely humiliated to the core. Lin Xian loses 100,000 points of chi. The host gains 100,000 points of chi, TSK. It's worthy of being a son of chi. This chi value is clattering down. Whoosh! An air-breaking sound rang out, and a middle-aged man appeared inside the courtyard. He bowed slightly to Su Qianwen. I, Li Chang of the Wanxiang Holy Land, have met Sage Su. Lin Xian is an heir to my Wanxiang Holy Land. I wonder if Sage Su can give face to my Wanxiang Holy Land. In the coming day, the Wanxiang Holy Land, will definitely come with heavy gifts to say thank you. Su Qianwen coldly glanced at him and his gaze landed on Qin Luo. Everything is up to my grandson. Li Chang's gaze also shifted to Qin Luo's body, and he said to Qin Luo, "Please, Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, please be magnanimous, and I, the Wanxiang Holy Land, will definitely give you an explanation for today's matter." Qin Luo sneered. "Just now that guy almost killed me." "Explain? Account for what?" The Wanxiang Sacred Land and the Tai Ruin Sacred Land were both sacred lands, but there was a huge gap between them, with the Wanxiang Sacred Land possessing a Saint King realm powerhouse while the Tai Ruin Sacred Land did not. Qin Luo had also dealt with people from the Wanxiang Sacred Land before, and he didn't expect that this Lin Xian was still an heir to the Wanxiang Sacred Land. Then what is he doing in the imperial capital? What's he doing in the Department of Demon Control? Looks like he's got something up his sleeve. And, Qin Luo's mouth slightly hooked up. Sect disciples join my Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division, TSK. I'm afraid there's some kind of conspiracy here. As a prince of the Imperial Dynasty, I will have to investigate properly, so people can't be released. As soon as Qin Luo's words fell, a voice sounded outside. Deputy Commander Chu Trus of the Great Qin Demon Suppression Division has arrived. A powerful aura descended as Lu Tsang and Chu Trus both stepped in from outside. Chu Trus first bowed slightly to Su Chanshan. Chu Trus has met Sage Su. Then his gaze landed on Qin Luo and he spoke indifferently. Lin Xian joined my Jin Demon Division as a disciple of the Wanxiang Sacred Ground, concealing his identity. This matter needs to be investigated severely. Commander Lu, take Lin Xian away. Yes, sir. Lu Tsang took a step in the direction of Qin Luo and went over. Is this a fair and square fishing expedition? Oh, Qin Luo laughed. Lin Xian. Lin Xian. I didn't realize that your backstage is about to fucking catch up with me. For a moment, I couldn't tell who the fuck was the main character. He had his sword on Lin Xian's neck, with no thought of letting go. He looked at Lu Tsang and said indifferently, "The person under my sword, you can't take away." Ninth Prince. The Demon Suppression Division is responsible for handling all matters related to the sect. This is a rule set by His Majesty. Even though your highness is a noble prince, you cannot meddle in the affairs of my demon suppression division, Lu Tsang said in a deep voice. Please don't mistake yourself, your highness, or else the demon suppression division, will have no choice but to report today's matter to his majesty and let him deal with it. Yeah, with a wave of Qin Luo's hand, the human emperor streamer was offered and enveloped Lin Xian. No one had expected that Qin Luo would be so rigid, not even giving face to the Jin demon division. Moreover, the people from the Jin demon division can be said to have made a reasonable move. Chu Truss's face was also blooming in an instant as he looked at Su Chanshan and said, Su Shang, the ninth prince's move is not in line with the rules. This matter shall be under the control of my Jin demon division. Su Qianchen sneered. Rules? You talk to me about rules? Don't think I don't know what you all think. If you want someone you can. Let your demon suppression division commander come here. You're not qualified enough for a tiny deputy commander. Qin Luo wasn't even afraid of the impact. He, Su Qianduan, was afraid of a bird. He only had Qin Luo as a family member. The family was finished bears. He didn't have to think too much. Chu Truss also didn't expect that Su Chanshan would be so hard on him. It made it a bit difficult for him. And to be honest, their demon suppression division had struck out in the past and had nothing to lose, but touching these two almost unattached people, it was like they had hit a hard rock. Smoke his origin. Qin Luo ordered in a deep voice to Shi Huangde. I wanted to properly shell Lin Xian, but I didn't expect him to even move over the deputy commander of the Jin demon division. Wouldn't you be able to move out an even more powerful being next? Then we can't give Lin Xian another chance to drain him. The protagonist was always able to operate against the wind, and today Qin Luo had seen it. Good. Shi Huang naturally knew what Qin Luo wanted to do with a wave of her hand. A force penetrated deep into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's face had a horrified expression. What are you doing? What do you want to do to me? No. Lin Xian's agonizing hissing voice seemed to have traveled through the human emperor streamer to the outside. Qin Yun knew that it couldn't wait. She took a step out and held out a token in the direction of Su Qianwan and also Qin Luo. This is given by His Majesty himself. Seeing this token is like His Majesty's presence. Qin Luo, I order you, let go of Lin Xian. Boom! The token exploded with a loud bang, and a majestic face that could not be seen emerged in the center of the courtyard. Many people immediately fell to their knees. Greetings, Your Majesty. That blurred face would be coalesced into Emperor Qin's true face in a short period of time. Now that Emperor Qin had paid attention to this place, he could even descend with the power of this token. Brush! Qin Luo reappeared, only without Lin Xian, and he looked at that majestic face before looking at Qin Yun. Wasting such a good thing for a tiny Lin Xian. TSK. Qin Luo lamented. The value of this token could be much higher than the value of a sacred artifact. This must be the life-preserving item that Emperor Qin had left for Qin Yun. But instead of using it to protect her own life, Qin Yun had come to protect Lin Xian. Sure enough, the chi of a son of Qi is just heaven-defying. Qin Luo sighed in his heart. Qin Yun's heart ached immensely, but she owed someone a favor and had to pay it back, especially since she had specifically come over to pay back the favor. And it was a shame for her to be slapped in the face by Qin Luo. She's a little regardless at the moment. Lin Xian must live. Otherwise, where would she, Qin Yun, have any face to speak of? As for Qin Luo, there was a flash of ferocity in her gaze towards Qin Luo. There would be a long time in the future. He would let Qin Luo know what would happen if he offended her. She would make it difficult for Qin Luo to move an inch in the imperial capital, or even in the great Qin imperial dynasty. Qin Luo, how dare you disobey His Majesty? Qin Yun rebuked at Qin Luo. In fact, she couldn't wait for Qin Luo to disobey Emperor Qin. Then Emperor Qin would definitely inflict severe punishment on Qin Luo. And at that time, Qin Luo would have to shed a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Naturally wouldn't dare. Qin Luo wasn't a fool. What was the premise of his arrogance? His status as a prince, disobeying the invisible backer behind himself. Unless he was out of his mind. He looked at Qin Yun and smiled faintly. Alright, my dear sister. I'll spare Lin Xian's life today for your sake. You win. As Qin Luo's words fell, Shi Huang's voice rang in Qin Luo's ears. It's done. No. Lin Xian hissed, his expression hideous. Lin Xian loses his 5 elements spiritual body and loses all of his chi value. The host gains 228,000 points of villainous value. Hint, Lin Xian has not yet lost his status as a son of fortune. The heavenly Tao has left him a glimmer of a chance. Please kill the son of fortune as soon as possible for an unexpected reward. There's an unexpected reward? Qin Luo's heart fluttered. And just as he was about to ask Shi Huang to destroy Lin Xian, he saw that the silhouette in the sky was about to open its eyes. He felt a prying sensation. Shi Huang's voice of reminder also rang in his ears. Not good. There's a chance he'll find out who I am. Brush. Qin Luo didn't hesitate and immediately put away the human emperor streamer. Bang. He threw Lin Xian at Qin Yun's feet. Lin Xian, Her Highness begged for you. I promise not to kill you today. Get lost. Lin Xian let out a hiss of pain as his cultivation level fell. It had fallen to the first level of the divine profound realm, and there's a downward trend. Qin Luo, I'm going to kill you, Lin Xian roared, stood up and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood as his entire body collapsed straight down, but instead of collapsing on the cold ground, he fell into Qin Yun's arms. She probed Lin Xian's body at the first opportunity and found that his body was empty and the injuries on his body were extremely serious. This is, the origin of her physique has been forcibly extracted. His talent has been stripped away. Next to him, Lutsong spoke with an ugly face. Qin Yun's eyes reddened on the spot. She glared at Qin Luo with a slightly hideous expression. Qin Luo, how dare you? Qin Luo leisurely opened his mouth. But I only said that I would spare his life. I didn't say that I wouldn't waste him. Daring to strike out at me 3 times. Daring to think of my Qin Luo's concubine. Don't I? Qin Luo, a dignified prince, want to lose face? You're elbowing your way out today? Or are you having an affair with this Lin Xian? For the sake of a man, how dare you disregard our sibling bond? I've already given you face. People, take them away. You are not welcome in my Qin Luo's mansion. Please. The face in the sky seemed to open its eyes to look at Qin Luo before dissipating into nothingness. Phew. Qin Luo let out a long breath. He felt that the imperial capital is too damn dangerous. There are too many big shots here. He should find a way to go outside to develop. Good. Qin Luo. Good. You're very good. Qin Yun stared viciously at Qin Luo and turned to leave with Lin Xian in her arms. Wanxiang Holy Land's Li Chang looked at Qin Luo with an extraordinarily cold gaze. However, he didn't put down any harsh words and silently left. Chu Trust glanced deeply at Qin Luo, as if he wanted to burn Qin Luo's face into his mind. He had seen many arrogant people, but this was the first time he had seen such an arrogant prince. It's hard to become a great man. Chu Trust gave his evaluation after going out. With them all gone, the new steward of the imperial prince's residence came up and asked in a low voice, Your Highness, should the ceremony continue? The so-called ceremony is, naturally, the ceremony of taking a concubine. Qin Luo glanced at Gu Qingxue, who shuddered and gave Qin Luo a reluctant smile. She was heartily afraid of Qin Luo. What ceremony? And she deserves it? Qin Luo turned around. A sword. Poof. It stabbed into Gu Qingxue's heart. Why? Gu Qingxue looked at Qin Luo incredulously. Because I'm too dirty. It didn't make sense that he would pick up the protagonist's broken shoes when he had crossed over. And he didn't have any special hobbies. What's more, staying around this woman might stab him one day. There was another vital point. That was the value of qi. He needed it. A fly's leg was meat, wasn't it? There is no woman in my heart. Drawing the sword is natural. Kill the woman of fortune. Reward, sword intent fledgling comprehension. Gu Qingxue was killed and lost all her fortune. The host gained 800 points of fortune. The crowd was dumbfounded. Even Su Chanshan was stunned. After doing so much, Qin Luo, you ended up with nothing? Incorrect. Qin Feng said in his heart. He offended Qin Yun, Chu Trust of the Demon Suppression Division and the Wanxiang Holy Land. And he didn't gain nothing. He gained a lot of hostility. And now we should add the hatred of the Gu family. Qin Luo, who killed Gu Qingxue, had obviously offended the Gu family to death. Although the Gu family only had one saint, Gu Yanting had many disciples. Making things difficult for Qin Luo could still be done somehow. Qin Luo, I thought you were some kind of strong dragon. But now it seems that you are nothing but a mad dog. It's a pity that Gu Qingxue, such a beautiful beauty, has died. Qin Feng looked at Gu Qingxue, who had fallen dead in a pool of blood, and felt that it was too bad. Chen Mo, next to him, was struck by lightning. Gu Qingxue was dead. The goddess in his heart was dead? Is he sad? Seems like some, but more, emotionally, he's living himself up as a joke. He thought back a lot and realized that Gu Qingxue would only smile at him when she had a use for him. Otherwise she was respectful, like Qin Luo said. He is a licking dog. Qin Luo's gaze shifted and landed on Chen Mo as he pointed at Gu Qingxue. Why don't you take it away? While it's hot. Crap. Many people were shocked. The odd gazes all fell on Chen Mo at the same time. Chen Mo felt goosebumps all over his body. It was true that he wasn't a good person, but he hadn't been reduced to such a beast. If this matter spreads out, how can he, Chen Mo, still be a man? Your Highness the Ninth Prince. Are you insulting me? Chen Mo stiffened his hand and spoke coldly at Qin Luo. That's right. Qin Luo's bald reply made Chen Mo a little embarrassed. Next, should he punch his face? But the man in front of him was a man who even dared to punch the princess in the face. Humph. Chen Mo whisked his sleeve away. Qin Feng looked deeply at Qin Luo, then said with a smile, since ninth brother is in a hurry to enter the bridal chamber, then eighth brother will not delay ninth brother. He sort of indirectly helped Chen Mo out. Take care. Don't see me off. Qin Luo didn't have the idea of retorting, making Qin Feng's punch feel like it was drying on top of cotton. Qin Feng, who walked out of Qin Luo's mansion, his face instantly became gloomy. Today, this ninth brother of mine has made a name for himself. Tomorrow, the imperial capital will surely spread the word of his deeds. Get a few people and add to the story of today. I'd like to see that dear sister of mine. What she's going to do to this brother of ours. There was no affection amongst the royals. To be honest, he couldn't wait for Qin Luo to die tomorrow. Not just this brother, but his brothers as well. That would be great. After waiting for everyone to leave, Qin Luo opened the system at the first opportunity. Host, Qin Luo, age, 19, luck level, 0, black, villain value, 356. 800 points, realm, 9th level of the avatar realm, sword Dao realm, sword intent fledgling, techniques, devouring heavenly devil technique, 9 turns golden body technique, Tai Hui Xin Jing, martial arts, 4 elephant sword technique, blast wind sword technique, system recommendation, Qingfeng sword, holy grade, the indestructible Qingfeng sword will help you sweep the world and kill all the heavenly protagonists, redemption price, 99, 800 points of villain value, as long as 998, this price. You cannot buy a loss, cannot be fooled, limited time to buy, the expiration of the price, nice guy? Is this still an event for you? System recommended redemption, seal of life and death, sacred order technique, as a villain. You must have the means to control the hawks and dogs. Planting a seal of life and death in a person's body can control the other person's life and death, so that he or she will not be able to live or die, redemption price, 100. 000 villain points, system recommended redemption, Xian Turtle Spirit Liquid * 1 drop, Holy Order upper grade, for the sake of the host. The unified sun has worried his heart out. Do you know that your grandfather's lifespan is not much? This is the liquid condensed from the essence of a 10,000-year-old turtle. Taking 1 drop can increase your lifespan by several years or even 10 years, redemption price, 150. 000 villain points, Qin Luo frowned. Grandpa's lifespan is running out? Redemption. Redeem them all. Redemption successful. The Qingfeng sword was in his hands. The seal of life and death was mastered. And the Xian Turtle spiritual liquid was available. After getting the Xian Turtle spiritual liquid, the first thing Qin Luo did was to find Su Qianwen. Grandpa, this is the Xian Turtle spiritual liquid that I obtained by chance. It's said to have the effect of prolonging life, and I can't use it, so I'll give it to Grandpa. Su Qianwen froze and looked at the porcelain vase in Qin Luo's hand. He vaguely felt a strong breath of life from inside that vase. He was already bound to die, but he didn't expect that. After years of immersion, he would unexpectedly revive and raise his cultivation level, but the origin had already been injured, and he really didn't have much time left in his lifespan this time. When he returned, he wanted to take revenge, but unfortunately, the information about his enemy was not learned from Emperor Qin's mouth. Emperor Qin also sent some life-prolonging treasures to Su Chanshan, but they had very little effect, however. All the treasures that prolonged life were of great value, and after every power obtained them, they would naturally try their best to hide them and act as their family's underpinnings. Who doesn't have a few dying old men in their family? He looked deeply at Qin Luo. He felt that he could not understand this grandson somewhat, but, he thought for a moment, wouldn't it be better for the children and grandchildren to not be able to see it? Taking over the Xian Turtle spiritual liquid, Su Chanshan began to absorb and refine it at the first opportunity. Qin Luo entered inside his room and began to devour Gu Qingshue's origin power. As for Lin Xian's origin power, it was too powerful to devour in a short period of time. The time until the bloodline baptism was almost up, and he couldn't afford to waste too much time. Gu family. Gu Yanting stumbled and fell into a chair when he learned from him that his daughter had been killed. He is old enough to have a daughter. This woman is his pearl in the palm of his hand. He held in the palm of his hand inside for fear of falling, in the mouth for fear of melting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically gone to plead with Emperor Qin to change his mind for the sake of the marriage. Although in the end, weighing the pros and cons, he could only give his daughter to Qin Luo as a concubine, but that was not wanting his daughter to die. Put. A mouthful of Gu Yanting's old blood spurted out. Qin Luo, you're so cruel. Gu Yanting covered his heart and hissed with a pained expression. Father, Gu Yanting's son, Gu Qingfeng, walked in from outside. He had also heard the bad news and had wanted to find his father to confirm it. Seeing his father in this state, how could he not understand? The sister is dead. Father, my little sister's revenge must be avenged, Gu Qingfeng said through gritted teeth. When Gu Qingxue was born, he was already in his 30s, and it could be said that he had watched Gu Qingxue grow up, like a brother, like a father. But he's a royal son. Gu Yanting's tone was sad. A saint who couldn't even avenge his own daughter's death. He felt too useless. He's just one of the emperors. What's more, it's not like there's just one power in this world that can compare to the great Qin imperial dynasty, Gu Qingfeng said with a grim expression. Originally, he had gotten the news and wanted to come to find a way to stop his little sister from marrying, but who knew that this bad news would come to him? How could he accept it? Father, shouldn't a royal son of the great Qin imperial dynasty serve in a government office or in the army? Find a way to get him to the demon suppression division or to the border army. The Great Qin Imperial Dynasty was founded on the use of force, and force was honored and supreme. All high-ranking officials are in the realm of saints. All marquises, including hereditary ones, can only be taken over by the realm of saints. If no saints appeared in the offspring, at most they could retain their titles for 3 generations, and after 3 generations they cut themselves down to commoners. It's not as if there's no precedent for the death of a royal son. Before this generation of Qin emperor ascended the throne, there were 7 imperial sons, and after Emperor Qin ascended the throne, there were only 2 brothers left. The rest, all of them, died. Princess House. Xinyan's face was gloomy as he sat in the middle of the lobby, waiting for half a day to finally get the news. Your Highness, Lin Xian's life was saved, but his cultivation has fallen to the Sea Pioneer realm, and moreover, 9 out of 10 of his talents have gone. Bang! Xinyan slapped the table hard as her expression became hideous and terrifying. Qin Luo, good, I have a good brother. Today's humiliation will definitely be repaid tenfold and 100-fold in the coming day. Go, let the people of the Dark Hall out. Xinyan's words were not even finished, and his men immediately knelt on the ground. Your Highness, you must not. If the Dark Hall strikes against the prince, I fear that it will bring misfortune to the Jinbei royal house. Please think twice. Your Highness, you dare to stop me? Xinyan spoke coldly, causing the other party to shudder. After about half a quarter of an hour like this, Xinyan's emotions stabilized, possessing a Linglong ice heart. She was originally extraordinarily calm, but today, her face was hit too hard, so it made her lose her mind. Now sanity returns. Tomorrow is the day of the bloodline baptism, right? Xinyan asked. As one of the titular vice-patriarchs inside the patriarchate, she hadn't paid much attention to this matter before, but she knew that for today's chance to make Qin Luo eat his words, this was currently it. Reporting back to Your Highness. Yes, tomorrow is the day of the bloodline baptism. Good. Go tell those guys that I want Qin Luo to not get a single bit of his blood. Yes, sir. The men under his command breathed a sigh of relief and immediately went out to inform those people. Bloodline baptism, each according to their ability. Whoever could absorb more blood qi, that was their ability. You can't absorb it. That can't be helped. So what if you're competing in the light of day? The prince? After Lin Xian woke up, he looked up at the beams of the room, his eyes lifeless. That he was actually wasted. He was reduced to a waste. How could he accept such a thing? Li Chang stood next to Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian in such a state, he enlightened. There's still a chance. If you can enter the heavenly dungeon and get that thing, your cultivation will recover. Perhaps you can break through and be stronger than before. Yes, that thing. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It was as if he had seen hope. He naturally had a purpose for joining the Demon Suppression Division, and that was to obtain the thing inside the heavenly prison, which was one of the most important parts of the great emperor's inheritance. If one was able to obtain that thing, so what if he was the prince of the tiny Great Qin Imperial Dynasty? What's wrong with him killing it? Seeing that Lin Xian had a fighting spirit, Li Chang let out a huge sigh of relief. He reminded Lin Xian, I've been exposed. I need to leave the imperial capital. Everything, be careful yourself. Remember to keep a low profile. Saint realm powerhouses were not allowed to stay in the imperial capital for long periods of time without an invitation from the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. He had hidden in the shadows before, and some people knew about it, but they almost always just pretended not to know. Now, if he took the initiative to walk out, it was equivalent to exposing his identity and giving others a handle, and if he didn't leave, the Jin Demon Division was going to ask him to drink tea. Good. Lin Xian revitalized his spirit again. He had just sent Li Chang away when he heard the bad news. Gu Qingxue is dead, stabbed to death by Qin Luo after you left. Put. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with clots, and he instantly shriveled up. Qin Luo, I'm at loggerheads with you. Today, I, Lin Xian, make an oath here. If I don't kill you, I will not be a human being. Poof. As he spoke, he began to spit out blood as if he were a fountain. Spitting, spitting, his cultivation level had fallen again. If Gu Qingxue had just become Qin Luo's concubine, Lin Xian wouldn't have been so sad, but he felt that Gu Qingxue must have been killed by Qin Luo because she saw him being injured by Qin Luo and preferred to die. Gu Qingxue died for him. Invisible brainstorming is the most deadly. Lin Xian fell ill and almost died. Qin Luo had already refined Gu Qingxue's origin almost to the point where his cultivation had stabilized at the peak of the Avatar realm. The next step should be to ascend to the realm of transformation. At the realm of the transformation god, the main cultivation was the soul, but unfortunately, the villain value was not enough anymore, and Qin Luo didn't have a more awesome soul cultivation technique. When we come out, we'll go back inside the imperial family's treasure trove to search and find out. As a royal son, he naturally enjoyed the right to obtain the royal family's gongfu, And the royal family's treasure trove could be of a much larger specification than the treasure trove of the Tai Ruin sacred ground. There were saint-rank techniques in martial arts, and there were quite a few of them, and as a royal son, he was qualified to receive them. No need to use it for nothing. Today was the day to go to the bloodline baptism. Qin Luo bid farewell to Su Qianyuan and headed in the direction of the patriarch's mansion unexpectedly. Just after walking out of the mansion, he bumped into someone. Chen Mo, are you waiting here specifically for me? Qin Luo asked. Chen Mo nodded with a complicated expression. I want to say thank you. Qin Luo felt a bit ridiculous. The dog licker even had a day to wake up? He's the goddess who killed the licking dog in front of him. And instead of thinking about revenge, he's saying thank you? You woke me up and showed me what a joke I was before. And you killed Guqing Shue so that I could break the thread of my love. I broke through 3 realms in a row in one night. I think I should come and thank you. Qin Luo was in a bit of a trance, not expecting that. As a villain, there would be a day when the villain would say thank you. That's right. The Chen Mo in front of him wasn't a good thing, and he was also a small bully in the imperial capital. The only thing was that he was in love with Guqing Shue, and he was very devoted. If Qin Luo was the big villain, the Chen Mo in front of him was the little villain. Qin Luo gave him an odd look as he thought that he should otherwise develop this little villain into one of his own. When I return from amongst the bloodline baptism of the imperial clan, come and find me at my residence. Qin Luo instructed him. Chen Mo froze. He wasn't a fool. Naturally he knew that Qin Luo wanted to recruit him. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Well, in that case, your highness, then I will take my leave. After leaving, Chen Mo headed towards Marquis Yingwu's residence, before he could walk to the Yingwu Marquis. On the street, he saw Qin Luo again. It made him flinch. Your highness, the 9th prince, didn't you say that you were going to the bloodline baptism? Chen Mo asked. Qin Luo looked at him, the corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. No hurry, no hurry. I think that I should kill you before going to the bloodline baptism. Whoosh! Qin Luo offered a sword and charged towards Chen Mo. The powerful aura locked onto Chen Mo, making Chen Mo, who was in the avatar realm, unable to move at all. A poof. A sword accurately hit Chen Mo's chest. A look of disbelief hung on his face. All the life-preserving things his grandfather had given him could not be utilized. You're holy, said Chen Mo, shivering and pointing at Qin Luo. A bang. Qin Luo kicked Chen Mo and shouted, what is it that dares to steal a woman from this emperor? After saying that, he turned around and swaggered away. The people not far away instantly exploded. And after recognizing Chen Mo clearly, someone snapped and shouted, something big has happened. Marquis Yingwu's grandson has been killed. Marquis Yingwu's residence. A life tablet shattered. Yes, it's little Marquis. The person who was looking after the fortune tags saw this scene and his liver and gut split. All of Marquis Yingwu's sons and daughters died on the battlefield, leaving only this sole seedling. That's why Chen Mo was able to be arrogant and domineering in the imperial capital. And that's why Chen Mo said that he could get his grandfather to beg Emperor Qin to cancel Qin Luo and Guqing Shue's engagement because, well, he's got that going for him. His family all died for the country, and the Marquis of Yingwu was even more successful in battle, and his title was hereditary. But now, Chen Mo was dead, and the sky was about to fall on Marquis Yingwu. Quickly, send word to the Marquis that the young Marquis is dead. Find the little Marquis. Only when Chen Mo died did Chen Mo's guards react, and they immediately rushed towards Chen Mo. Little Marquis. They realized that Chen Mo's vitality was extinct and he was definitely dead. Before their hands could touch Chen Mo, a black smoke floated by and Chen Mo's body instantly disappeared. Go after them. Quickly, go to the Marquis residence. The guards split in two, trying to catch up with the wisp of black smoke, but after chasing it for a while, the black smoke disappeared. Many people felt that the sky was falling. The only bloodline of Marquis Yingwu, dead. The empire is going to quake. The 9th prince killed the grandson of Marquis Yingwu. My god. This 9th prince is too arrogant. Who says it isn't? The 9th prince killed Guqing Shue just after arriving in the imperial capital, and now he's killed Chen Mo. Is he the reincarnation of the god of murder? The 9th prince is too arrogant and domineering. How dare he? If Marquis Yingwu comes back, won't he have to fight him to the death? Too arrogant, too domineering. This imperial capital, there's no security at all. Qin Feng was stunned when he received the news. Qin Luo actually killed Chen Mo? That's right. It's what many people saw with their own eyes, saying that the 9th prince was annoyed with Chen Mo for stealing a woman from him, so he killed Chen Mo openly on the street. The henchman replied, is that so? Qin Feng felt that it all seemed reasonable, but he always felt that something was not right. Qin Luo is arrogant and bossy, and is also considered a lunatic who does things without regard for consequences. But he felt that if Chen Mo hadn't messed with Qin Luo shouldn't go so far as to specifically kill Chen Mo. If you want to kill, you would have done it before in the prince's residence. Why bother? If I remember correctly, Today should be the day that Qin Luo travels to the patriarchal mansion to have his bloodline baptized, right? Back to your highness. Yes, Qin Feng sneered, killing Chen Mo by the way on the way to the Zhongren mansion. It seems like everything is reasonable and fits Qin Luo's persona. So the person was killed by Qin Luo? Yes, that's right. It was Qin Luo who killed him. Figuring this out, Qin Feng stopped thinking about the complexities. TSK, this ninth brother of mine is arrogant. The only grandson of Marquis Yingwu has been killed. Wouldn't Marquis Yingwu go crazy? I'd like to see. Ninth brother, if you still want to fight for the position of imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, how does such a person deserve to be an emperor's son when he wantonly massacred the descendants of meritorious generals? Qin Luo sensed that Shi Huang had returned before he stepped into the patriarch's mansion. The person is considered to have died. The person who struck is very strong, a saint without a doubt. Just now when Qin Luo and Chen Mo exchanged words, Shi Huang reminded Qin Luo that there was a Saint Realm powerhouse spying in the shadows, that he had thought that Holy Realm was coming at him, but he hadn't expected to go after Chen Mo. It can barely keep a trace of his true spirit from being destroyed. Shi Huang said, good. A cold light flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. Dare to design and frame me. Ha, good for you. A Sacred Realm powerhouse openly striking out. This is breaking the rules. The guts are not small. There was an unwritten rule in the imperial capital and even among the sect sanctuaries that the opposing Saint Realm powerhouses were not allowed to strike at geniuses below the Saint Realm, otherwise, the herd will attack. Otherwise, if your side sends a Saint Realm to assassinate our genius, and our side sends a Saint Realm to assassinate your side's genius, what's the point of playing Dai in the imperial capital? A Saint Realm appeared, pretending to be Qin Luo and killing Chen Mo. This kind of behavior can be considered as risking universal condemnation. Wait for me to go to the bloodline baptism first, and after I come out, we'll have fun. Qin Luo sneered and took a step into the middle of the patriarchal mansion. The people who participated in the bloodline baptism, plus Qin Luo, totaled 10 people. Qin Luo was the last to arrive, and after he arrived, the gazes of the other 9 people all fell on Qin Luo. Hostility flickered in many people's eyes. Alright, since everyone has arrived, prepare to go. Qin Shouyuan spoke in a deep voice as he turned around and headed towards the deep forbidden land of the patriarchal mansion. Soon they arrived at the forbidden land. A bronze gate opened and Qin Shouyuan pointed inside and said, each of you find your own position. After 10 days, I hope to see each of your bloodlines become stronger. The other 9 people glanced at each other. They had all been ordered not to allow Qin Luo to be able to absorb a single bit of blood chi from this blood pool. They wouldn't let Qin Luo absorb it even if they wasted it. After making up their minds, they stepped into the blood pool behind the giant bronze door and each found a good position, which just left Qin Luo with a center position. Qin Luo looked at the layout of the place, and then looked at the location left behind. It looked like that location should be extraordinarily good, but this position is in the middle of everyone and is the easiest to target. That he's not so narcissistic that these people are looking out for him specifically. Then there was only one possibility. Those 9 people wanted to compete for his blood chi. TSK, it seems that there are quite a few things against me. This imperial capital, it's really dangerous. Qin Luo had made up his mind that after the bloodline baptism, he was going to find a way to leave the imperial capital, preferably joining the army. Step by step, to build his own power, Qin Luo took a step towards the central location of the blood pool, and after Qin Luo sat down, the bronze giant door began to slowly close. That he felt a binding force hold him in place. That he tried to communicate with Shi Huang and realized that this place had been isolated and Shi Huang couldn't be contacted. It seems that this place has quite a few prohibitions. If you're here, you're here. The other 9 glanced at each other, each corner of their mouths curling into a smile as they began to silently run the technique they had obtained from Qin Yun, this gong method. They didn't have access to it before. The name is Heaven Swallowing Kung Fu. They can quickly devour all the energy, but not refining, only swallowing. They have to do swallow those blood chi into their body. As for how much to refine, it was up to each individual. 9 people were enough to make Qin Luo return empty-handed from this bloodline baptism. As time passed, the blood chi finally began to gush out, and the 9 people began to utilize the heaven swallowing technique at the same time, and it was called a playful game. The slightest hint of blood chi that had just emerged was instantly divided up among the 9 people. Chen Lo, not a dime a dozen. Sure enough, playing like this, huh? Qin Luo sneered. We'll have to see who can suck up to who. The so-called heaven swallowing technique was a castrated version of the technique that was inspired by the heaven swallowing demon technique. And to be honest, in front of the heaven swallowing demon technique, it couldn't even be considered a younger brother. Today, none of you can suck it. I, Qin Luo, said so. Boom! The heaven swallowing devil technique was in operation. Suck me. A few people were still complacent. They had just absorbed a lot of blood chi, and after they absorbed it over, they immediately ran other techniques to refine it. But it's a shame that a lot of blood is wasted for nothing. This 9th prince, It seems like he shouldn't be able to absorb a single bit of blood chi. A few people looked at each other, and they all saw the smiles in each other's eyes, and they seemed to be making eye contact. The ninth prince might be bored these 10 days. The ninth prince can cultivate other techniques in these 10 days, and it won't be too boring, will it? The corners of several people's mouths were harder to press than AK's. The blood chi appeared once again, and they immediately operated the heaven swallowing technique, and they could already feel the blood chi starting to pull in their direction, but in the next second, an even more domineering force swept those blood chi across the room. Boom! The blood chi all surged into Qin Luo's body amidst their dumbfounded expressions. God-level feats. Fooling around? Qin Luo looked at the several people with a cold smile, and immediately began to refine them after the heaven-swallowing devil technique devoured them over. He wasn't as trashy as a few people's feats, quenching the bloodline? In Qin Luo's opinion, there was no need for it. This returned bloodline of his was awesome. There was nothing in this world more awesome than this bloodline of his, because inclusiveness was strong. This bloodline was the source, and he could develop into any kind of bloodline and physique, and could likewise hold the origin power of any bloodline and physique. If it changes to become another bloodline or physique, it won't be able to contain all of it. Therefore, all of this blood chi, collectively turned into energy. He would cultivate the 9 revolutions golden body technique. The 9 revolutions golden body technique. There were a total of 9 revolutions, each of which would bring about a sea change, cultivating to a high depth. He was even able to fuck up great emperors with a single punch. This is the ultimate physical strength. Boom! The 9 revolutions golden body technique began to operate. The other 9 people were all wide-eyed as they watched the blood chi surging towards Qin Luo's direction and froze without a single thing they could do about it. They looked at each other. What to do? An accident. Pure and simple. Let's make it hard in the next wave. How can he alone be stronger than the 9 of us? The next wave of blood chi appeared. The 9 people even exerted their milk strength, frantically running the heaven swallowing technique. But Frozen did not absorb a single bit of blood chi. They could only watch as all the blood chi surged towards Qin Luo. What to do? What to do? A few people had that inside their eyes. Harder. Go for it. Effort. On the first day, they exerted all their strength, and instead of replenishing the inside of their bodies, they were consumed. Aside from a drop of appetizers, they didn't get a mouthful of the rest of the big meal. All the blood chi that had been accumulated for 10 years was absorbed by Qin Luo alone. If eyes could kill, they would have already cut Qin Luo into 1,000 pieces. The next day, only half of them still wanted to try to take food from Qin Luo's mouth, and the remaining half gave up. On the third day, only one person still tried to fight for it, but unfortunately failed. On the fourth day, everyone felt that Qin Luo shouldn't be able to hold out for that long and once again worked together, but, grossly, the power that had been cultivated over several days was squandered again. Day 5, Day 6, Day 7. They were in complete despair. They had come out from thousands of troops, and this was the final result? What had they worked so hard for so many years for? Even some of them should have broken through the realm to the transformation god realm a long time ago. But now, it's a lost cause, not to mention delaying the normal progress of cultivation. There was not a single benefit to be gained. On the 9th day, Qin Luo finally finished cultivating the first turn of the 9-turn golden body technique. Crackling sounds came from inside his body. His flesh was changing. His body became extraordinarily strong. This blood chi, it's really something good. If I can absorb all the source of that blood chi, it might be able to help me cultivate successfully in the second turn. The blood chi concentration of 10 people in 9 days. The blood chi that had been accumulated for 10 years. The almost greatest opportunity for the younger generation of the great Qin imperial dynasty was devoured by Qin Luo alone. It was also on the 7th day that Marquis Yingwu arrived at the imperial capital. Boom! Marquis Yingwu flew in straight from outside. He didn't even follow the laws of the imperial capital. The people from the Demon Suppression Division immediately stepped in. Marquis Yingwu, please also abide by the rules of the imperial capital. Marquis of Yingwu, Chen Zhanshan, roared. My grandson is dead. You come to lecture me on rules? Where is the murderer? Did your demon control department catch the murderer? Have you done my grandson justice? My grandson is a corpse so far. What are you Zen Mushi doing? Boom! The cultivation of the Saint King spread out towards the commander of the Demon Suppression Division in front of him and suppressed him. Holy King! Marquis Yingwu has actually broken through. That commander of the Demon Suppression Division's face suddenly changed. Now the status of the Sacred King Realm's Marquis Yingwu compared to before. It was a complete turnaround. The Saint King Realm was already considered the cutting edge of the great Qin imperial dynasty. The wave of people at the highest level. They were all Saint King Realm powerhouses. It could be said that they were the small group of people at the pinnacle of power in the great Qin imperial dynasty. Marquis Yingwu, calm down. This matter is complicated. The tone of the commander of the Demon Suppression Division was immediately different as he tried to calm Marquis Yingwu down. Scram! I want to see His Majesty. The only bloodline of my Chen family is gone. No matter who killed my grandson, I will make him pay for his life. Boom! He charged towards the Qin Emperor's palace in a single bound. The commander of the Demon Suppression Division hesitated for a moment and could only follow. As for blocking, he couldn't stop it. Everyone within the imperial capital saw Marquis Ingwu appear, and he ignored the imperial capital's forbidden air rules as he flew over the heads of many people in the imperial capital. Marquis Ingwu has no rules at all now? If your only bloodline heir is killed, do you still talk about rules? You must make the other party pay for their blood. One life for another. Okay? But the one who killed Chen Mo was that one. Marquis Ingwu dared? Oh, the big deal is to kill someone and run away. There are no more heirs anyway. Whatever the flood. Marquis Ingwu still had some sense of propriety as he arrived outside the palace and landed. The old eunuch was already waiting for Chen Zhanshan. And after seeing Marquis Ingwu appear, he spoke. His Majesty already knows what Marquis Ingwu is here for. By order of His Majesty. Chen Zhanshan immediately knelt on the ground. I am at your command. The Department of Demon Suppression has full authority to handle this matter. And no matter who is involved, they will be dealt with according to the law. His Majesty also has a saying that a royal son who commits a crime is as guilty as the common people. This sentence resounded in the ears of many people, and one by one, their breaths became short. This was simply stating explicitly that Qin Luo had killed Chen Mo. Qin Luo was guilty, and should be dealt with as he saw fit. Chen Zhanshan was trembling as he shivered and spoke. I thank your Majesty. I ask your Majesty to grant me permission to participate in the entire process of the case. A majestic voice floated out from the depths of the palace. Granted. Shu Truss, the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Division, was specifically responsible for investigating this matter before Qin Luo came out. After investigative visits, it was determined that it was indeed Qin Luo who beheaded Chen Mo that day. The motive is also obvious. Chen Mo went to find Qin Luo. The two had a conflict in words. Qin Luo was indignant and intercepted Chen Mo on the road, according to Qin Luo's persona. It makes sense, Marquis Ingwu. All the evidence in this case so far points to the ninth prince Qin Luo, because the ninth prince is still at the sovereign's palace for the bloodline baptism. This case cannot be closed for the time being. When the ninth prince shows up, the Demon Suppression Division will immediately bring the person to the Demon Suppression Division for interrogation. I wonder what Marquis Ingwu thinks. Shu Truss looked at Chen Zhanshan and asked. The meaning of what he said is also very obvious. Basically it can already be concluded that it is Qin Luo who killed someone. And when Qin Luo comes out, he will be arrested and brought to justice. Chen Zhanshan looked at him and said in a deep voice, will the Demon Suppression Division enforce the law impartially? That's natural, Shu Truss said indifferently. And what is the harshest punishment that can be inflicted on a royal son? Chen Zhanshan is no fool. The Qin Emperor said that the Emperor's son commits the same crime as the common people. Although it is not just as simple as saying it, but behind Qin Luo stood a great saint. If the evidence of guilt is conclusive that Chen Mo was killed by Qin Luo, I will personally suppress him on the 99th floor of the heavenly prison. Shu Truss spoke in a deep voice. The heavenly prison of the Devil Suppressing Division had a total of 108 floors, and the 99 floors were already considered to be extremely deep, and every one of them was a felon of the great Qin imperial dynasty. Yes, I hope Commander Chu can do what he says. Don't worry, my Demon Suppression Division will definitely enforce the law impartially, no matter who it is. As long as they have violated the laws of my great Qin imperial dynasty, then they will definitely be severely punished. Shu Truss had lost face inside Qin Luo's imperial residence before, and he was bound to get it back, not to mention suppressing Qin Luo to death. It would also cause Qin Luo to lose the ability to compete for that position forever. Also more than one person has passed the word. They had only one demand, and that was to make Qin Luo unable to clear his body of the charges. Even if they couldn't sit on Qin Luo's sins, they still wanted to make Qin Luo stay tainted. The arrogant and domineering Qin Luo, coupled with the support of the great Saint Realm powerhouse behind him, had already caused many people to realize the threat of Qin Luo and regard him as a competitor. Qin Luo can be described as raising an enemy. Qin Luo, who was in the blood pool, didn't know what was going on outside. He was observing very much. On the contrary, the other 9 were as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a pile of poop. Their previous prophecy came true. Not a single drop of blood chi could be absorbed in here, so they could only go and cultivate their own techniques. Only this person wasn't Qin Luo, but them. Torment. Inside the princess residence, Qin Yun asked, the bloodline baptism should almost be over, right? Reporting back to your highness, the bloodline baptism will end today, and the people from the Demon Suppression Division are already waiting for the ninth prince at the entrance of the sovereign's mansion, ready to take him at any time. That brother of mine, this is a lost cause. Not only is the bloodline baptism not benefited, but instead he has to be judged by the people of the Demon Suppression Division. TSK. This is what happens when you're arrogant. Do you really think that the imperial capital is his little Tai Ruin's holy land? Unconscionable fellow, Qin Yun sneered. Deliver my words likewise within the Jinmu division. The results must come out today. The Jinmu division cannot chill Marquis Yingwu's heart. Remember, in the name of the patriarchate, just say that it's even more necessary for the royal family's children to be severely punished for breaking the law. If any difficulties are encountered, the patriarchate will stand with the demon suppression division. Although Qin Yun was the lowest in cultivation and status within the vice-sovereigns of the sovereign's house, she could equally represent the sovereign's house, especially now that no one within the sovereign's house would speak up for Qin Luo. Yes, sir, the henchman immediately made arrangements, but there was still some desire to speak. Your Highness, what if this matter is investigated clearly as not being done by the Ninth Prince? After all, there are a lot of suspicions within this matter. Qin Yun's slender fingers tapped on the desktop as she faintly said, "Does it matter? Not important. Not important at all. This matter, it must be the work of the Imperial clan. Qin Luo is a member of the Imperial clan. He has an enmity with Chen Mo. Killing Chen Mo stands to gain. The matter need only be reasonable enough. That's right. Cause and effect. Justifiable homicide." Enough said. I in the midst of the pool of blood. Time was over, and not a trace of blood was left. The feeling of bondage disappeared. Qin Luo stood up and stretched his body. Crackling sounds rang out and he felt great. Although his cultivation had not increased, his battle power had increased by a large margin. If he encountered that Lin Xian fellow again, Qin Luo felt that crushing him would be even easier. "Gentlemen, I can thank you for the gift of your gifts these past few days." Qin Luo looked at the other 9 people with a single sentence igniting the anger in their hearts. Each one of them stared at Qin Luo with reddened eyes. They had waited for too long for the day they entered the blood pool, barely fishing for blood chi and delaying their own cultivation. "You've gone too far. Ninth Prince, I'll make a note of today's matter, and I'll be rewarded in the coming days. Ninth Prince, one can't do things too drastically. You'll have no friends that way." Qin Luo sneered. "What? Can't stand to see me? Unfortunately, even if you guys don't like me, you can't fuck me over." Provocation. Extreme provocation caused the expressions of the 9 to become extraordinarily grim. One by one, they gritted their teeth. Just as Qin Luo said, they couldn't look at Qin Luo but couldn't do anything about it, so they could only break their teeth and swallow inside their stomachs. Qin Shouyuan had already been waiting for a long time, and as he watched Qin Luo being the first to appear, a complex color flashed in his eyes. However, he didn't say much and waited until everyone else had come out before Qin Shouyuan asked, "How are you baptized?" As soon as I said that, the others came to blows. "Lord Sovereign, His Highness the Ninth Prince has absorbed all the blood chi of the 9 of us by himself. Lord Patriarch can do it for us. We've been waiting for today for many years, but we've gotten nothing." Qin Shouyuan froze as his gaze fell on Qin Luo. "Ninth Prince, what means did you use?" Qin Luo had an innocent expression on his face. "Where are the means? It's just that a few of them are rather scrappy. They didn't refine it themselves, causing their blood chi to go to waste, and they don't want others to know that they are gifted with garbage, so they can only plant it on me. Is that so?" Qin Shouyuan froze. To be honest, he didn't believe that Qin Luo was able to absorb so much blood chi by himself. This kind of thing was unheard of. Perhaps the Ninth Prince has some special bloodline? Thinking of this, Qin Shouyuan came to be in the spirit. After all, Qin Luo was the heir left behind by Emperor Qin in his peak state, so it would be normal if he possessed any hidden bloodline. The previous test may have been wrong? Your Highness the Ninth Prince, how about testing the bloodline again? Qin Shouyuan asked. Yes. Qin Luo did not hesitate. The results of the test came out. Qin Luo, still in mortal form. A look of disappointment appeared on Qin Shouyuan's face. "I told you, those few people should be trash. They didn't refine much blood chi. Instead they want to falsely accuse me." He. Qin Luo shook his head, looking at those few people with contempt in his eyes, making those few people about to explode with anger. Qin Luo bullied people too much. "Ninth Prince, I want to challenge you." Someone among them popped out. Qin Luo shook his head decisively. "I don't fight with trash. Ninth Prince, you wouldn't dare. Just disdain." Qin Luo, today Enough. Qin Shouyuan chided, then said to a few people, "You and the others go and test the strength of your blood veins. I'd like to see if you didn't cultivate properly inside the blood pool. As for His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, there are people outside looking for you, so you can leave first." "Bye," Qin Luo said to a few people, making them angry once more. Walking out of the Patriarch's mansion, Qin Luo didn't expect to see an acquaintance. "Long time no see, Lin Shen. One day is as good as another. I wanted to find you after I got out, but I didn't think you'd send me to the door." When enemies met, their eyes were red. Lin Shen looked at Qin Luo with a hideous expression. He laughed coldly. "Ninth Prince, ha, now you're in trouble. The Demon Suppression Division is catching a major criminal today. Qin Luo, you quickly bind your hands and surrender. Otherwise don't blame me, the Demon Suppression Division, for not showing you any mercy." Lu Tsong was not far away, And this was his way of helping Lin Xian out. The people of the Demon Suppression Division immediately followed Lin Xian's orders and surrounded Qin Luo. Lin Xian walked up to Qin Luo. The day before yesterday, His Majesty had said that an imperial son who breaks the law is as guilty as the common people. Ninth Prince, you killed the grandson of Marquis Yingwu, Chen Mo. In the street, many people saw it with their own eyes. The evidence of the crime is conclusive. And today, the Department of Demon Suppression is going to arrest you and bring you to justice. If there is any resistance, the Demon Suppression Division has the right to step in and suppress it. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait for Qin Luo to resist the law enforcement. The people from the Jin Demon Division would give Qin Luo a little color, letting Qin Luo taste what it was like to be stepped on. Looking at Lin Xian with a hideous expression and feeling his breath, Qin Luo smiled. It seems that you're really wasted. Your cultivation is only at the Sea Pioneer realm. But you're really weak. How about I give you a chance? Kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 3 times. And I can think about returning your 5 elements spiritual body to you. Boom! Lin Xian was struck by lightning. His entire body trembled. The 5 elements spiritual body, destined to be the pain of his life, give it back to him. The temptation is too great. He longed for the talent to return again. But reason told him that Qin Luo was just teasing him, and that Qin Luo wouldn't give it back to him. There's only one chance. It's out of date. Qin Luo looked at Lin Xian with a smiling face, making Lin Xian feel that Qin Luo was a devil at this moment. The state of mind that he had managed to stabilize so easily was now somewhat unstable. That he gritted his teeth and said, Qin Luo, today I, the Jin Demon Division, have been ordered to arrest you and bring you to justice. Immediately bind your hands and surrender, or else I, the Jin Demon Division, will have to suppress you on the spot? Qin Luo sneered, then exclaimed, What? You're going to kill me? How dare you? Murdering the prince is a great offense that will execute all 9 clans. Die for me. Boom! The aura on Qin Luo's body erupted, reaching its peak in an instant as the Qingfeng sword was offered and sword intent emerged. Fledgling sword intent? At the side, Lutzong's face changed in an instant. A sword cultivator who comprehended sword intent had exponentially increased his combat power. He had never expected that Qin Luo would dare to strike at Lin Xian so openly. Once again, his prediction of Qin Luo's bottom line was shattered. Simply a madman. A complete lunatic. However, right now everything should still be under his control as a saint. Give me the Tai Ruin Bell. Soul binding rope to me. Give me the soul beating whip. Qin Luo gritted his teeth. He only needed to buy a breath of time enough. The Tai Ruin Bell flew out and landed in the void, ringing heavily. A rumble. The power of the soul impact landed on Lutzong's body. The soul binding rope bound Lutzong's hands and feet at once. But in a flash, he broke free. The soul beating whip struck him hard, causing his soul to stir. A breath of time was bought. Qin Luo's sword had already arrived in front of Lin Xian. Qin Luo, how dare you? Lutzong opened his mouth with eyes wide open. Lin Xian had used all his means, but having lost his identity as a son of Qi, his battle power had dropped by more than half. It was almost as if 9 times out of 10 of his strength was gone. Puff! Amidst Lin Xian's unbelieving gaze, Qin Luo stabbed his chest with a sword, while Qin Luo grabbed the spatial ring on his finger. But where the protagonist is concerned, how should he have some good things right? Those things also contain great opportunities. Lin Xian's eyes widened. How could he not believe that Qin Luo would kill him at this time? At this place. It's not scientific. It's so unreasonable. Boom! A powerful force smashed onto Qin Luo's body, causing him to fly backwards. Bang! Qin Luo smashed on the ground and immediately stood up, rebuking Lutzong. Commander Lu, could it be that you are also complicit in Lin Xian's intent to murder the imperial prince? Lutzong's gloomy gaze swept over Qin Luo's body as he immediately poured the energy in his body inside Lin Xian's body in an attempt to awaken a trace of life in Lin Xian. But it can't be done. It really can't be done. Lin Xian's vitality had been cut off. His head tilted and he died. Kill the son of lucky value. Get the reward, Divine Dragon Essence Blood * 1 drop. It contains great life energy, which can transform a person into a world unrivaled genius. Is just 1 drop of the so-called Divine Dragon's Essence Blood so awesome? However, but whenever the word God is tainted, it proves to be enough to go against the heavens. Liu Tsong's chest is violently rising and falling. Lin Xian, this son is the person he extremely valued. During the period there is a deeper reason. Lin Xian cannot die, but now, Lin Xian is dead, dying in front of him like that. He had no way to answer to some people, and he had no way to answer to himself. He looked at Qin Luo with a hideous expression. At this moment, he really wanted to strike out and kill Qin Luo on the spot, but he did not dare. Lutzong has a wife and children. There is a huge family. If he dares to do this thing, tomorrow is the end of his family. The 9th prince has openly slandered, beaten, and killed an official of my Jin Demon Division. This is a matter that my Jin Demon Division won't let go of. Come on people, bring the 9th prince to the Demon Suppression Division. A prince committing a crime is the same as a commoner. Today, several crimes are punished together. He, Qin Luo sneered. This time there was no resistance. He just honestly followed Lutsong and they headed to the middle of the Jin Demon Division. By killing Lin Xian, he had already considered one of his heart's desires resolved, and he had also obtained a drop of Divine Dragon's Essence Blood. So Qin Luo felt very happy that he felt that a drop of Divine Dragon Essence Blood was likely to raise the 9 turns golden body technique to the second turn anyways, right? Sure enough, a man with a system has too many chances. In the Jin Demon Division, 3 chambers were in session. Not only were there officials from the Jin Demon Division, there were also the Delizi, the Ministry of Justice, the Duca Yuan, and other magistracies that had sent people over to participate in the interrogation of Qin Luo. Su Qianwan was naturally present. Upon seeing the blood on Qin Luo's body, Su Qianwan was instantly enraged. A powerful holy might rose from his body and enveloped Lutsong and the others a puff. The rest of them except Lutsong fell to their knees. You Devil Suppressor Division have great guts. How dare you treat my grandson like this? Are you guys pretending that old man doesn't exist? Ah! Boom! An aura like a raging wind and giant wave swept towards Lutsong, causing his entire body to stagger. Put! Lutsong sprayed out a mouthful of blood before he felt better. He immediately argued. The 9th prince has no wounds on his body. On the contrary, he killed 100 tenants of my Demon Suppression Division, intending to resist law enforcement. Su Qianwan wasn't an old fool. In the moment of anger, he sensed that Qin Luo had no injuries on his body, but he was using this opportunity to show his presence and let the others know that Qin Luo's opinion should be taken into consideration when interrogating him. A grandson of a Sane king was just that. So what if Qin Luo killed him? As long as Qin Luo didn't admit it. Today, no one could move Qin Luo. Sage Su, calm your anger. Our Demon Suppression Division will definitely handle the case impartially. Chu Trust glanced at Lutsong. Knowing that now was not the time to ask Lutsong. Lutsong wisely retreated with the rest of the people, leaving Qin Luo in the center of the hall without waiting for Chu Trust to speak. Chen Zhanshan asked towards Qin Luo, "Did you kill my grandson?" The corner of Qin Luo's mouth hooked up slightly as he looked around and said to Chen Zhanshan, "That's right, I killed him." When these words came out, the hall was in an uproar, and even Su Qianwan's brows were slightly furrowed. There are things that you do, but you don't admit that you did it, and everything is better. But when you do it, and you admit it, it's a bit of a problem, and Qin Luo is in the category of, I didn't do it, but I'll dare to admit it. Ah! Chen Zhanshan roared. Qin Luo, how dare you kill my grandson? Old me will make you pay for my grandson's life today. Chen Zhanshan had already imagined the moment of confirming Qin Luo's guilt many times, but after Qin Luo admitted it, he couldn't control himself. Not only did I kill him, but I have his body. Another sentence that made Chen Zhanshan almost break his defenses. Qin Luo, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Chen Zhanshan couldn't care about that much anymore. He wanted to strike to suppress Qin Luo. Boom. Chu Trus and the others immediately shot out and stopped Chen Zhanshan. Marquis Yingwu, please remain calm. This was the territory of their Jin Demon Division. If they really let Chen Zhanshan make a move to destroy Qin Luo, then he, the deputy commander of the Jin Demon Division, would have to be punished extremely harshly even if he didn't pay for his life. This matter, leave it to our Demon Suppression Division. Our Demon Suppression Division will definitely handle it impartially. Turning his head, Chu Trus looked at Qin Luo and asked in a deep voice, Qin Luo, do you know the crime? What's my crime? Qin Luo revealed an innocent expression. Chu Trus droned in a deep voice. Just now you admitted to killing Marquis Yingwu's grandson, Chen Mo, and we heard it with our own ears. According to the great Qin laws, as well as His Majesty's words, a royal son committing a crime is the same as a commoner, and today the Demon Suppression Division is going to judge you. Wait. Qin Luo stopped Chu Trus. When did I say I killed Chen Mo? Are you kidding me? Chu Trus droned in a deep voice. Qin Luo, the 3 chambers of the Demon Suppression Division will not allow you to speak nonsense. Just now you personally admitted to killing the grandson of the Marquis of Yingwu. All of us heard it with our own ears. Qin Luo shook his head. No, I didn't say I killed Chen Mo. Marquis Yingwu, I don't even recognize him. The moment he opened his mouth and questioned me, I thought it was because he was Lin Xian's grandfather. I admit that I killed Lin Xian. Everyone was numb at this moment. Qin Luo's tawdry maneuver was simply teasing them. Bang! Chu Trus slapped his hand on the table as he scolded Qin Luo. Will the Devil Suppressor Division allow you to talk nonsense? But you just said that you killed Chen Mo and hid Chen Mo's body. Now you're saying that you killed Lin Xian. Then Lin Xian's corpse could be in my Jin Demon Division. How could it be in your hands? Qin Luo, are you teasing us? Facing his reproach, Qin Luo leisurely said, I just misremembered. One of the sentences was just wrong. How is it against the law to say something wrong? Qin Luo's attitude made Chu Trus's face as gloomy as water. Chen Zhanshan was on the side, staring at Qin Luo with a deadly stare. He was also furious. Turning his head, Qin Luo looked at Chen Zhanshan and said to him, Marquis Ingwu is sorry for his loss. Brother Chen and I don't fight and are considered to be sympathetic. Some other day I will definitely go to his grave and burn a few more beautiful women, so that he won't be so lonely down there. What a tiger and wolf speech that was. And it left everyone in the room in a fucking daze. By the way, Brother Chen was extremely fond of that Gu Qingxue. Some other day, I will definitely help him and Gu Qingxue be buried together, so that they can renew their relationship down there. That's right, Brother Chen will definitely like it very much. Chen Zhanshan's expression became more and more hideous. His eyes reddened as he roared. Enough! This was humiliating. This was a humiliation of his grandson Chen Mo against him. Chen Zhanshan, looking at Qin Luo, his expression was as if he wanted to eat someone. His aura continued to climb. He didn't care at the moment. He wanted to kill Qin Luo. Boom! Su Chanshan's powerful aura locked onto Chen Zhanshan. Chen Zhanshan, what do you want to do? If you dare to make a move, I'll make your Chen family extinct. Extinction. Other than the old man, who else is in the Chen family? There are also some collateral branches, but Chen Zhanshan does not care, and there is no bloodline of his among those people, and he is not a close relative. So if they die, they die. Both of you. This is my demon suppression division. Chu Trus warned again. Chen Zhanshan sat down with an exasperated sigh, and Su Qiqian also collected his aura. Okay, the next interrogation continues. Chu Trus asked, 10 days ago, did you see Chen Mo, ninth prince? Qin Luo nodded. Yes, met him. Some people say that Chen Mo and you had a verbal confrontation over Gu Qingxue, and you killed Chen Mo in the street in a fit of anger. Qin Luo shook his head. There's no such thing at all. Brother Chen is here specifically to thank me. That day, I was angry with Gu Qingxue for cheating on Lin Xian. Lin Xian, you guys know, is this Shin Demon Division 100th household that intends to murder me today? Lin Xian didn't. Lu Cong couldn't help but speak. You say? Qin Luo gave him a look. Then I won't say. Love it. Lu Cong, shut up. Chu Trus scolded. Then his gaze fell on Qin Luo once again. Please continue. Ninth Prince. Qin Luo continued to speak. Talking about where? Yes. Talking about the fact that I stabbed that slut to death with a sword. As Qin Luo spoke out these words, a murderous intent flickered out from the crowd of onlookers. Su Qianwan's gaze swept around, his cold gaze making many people shudder. After I killed that Gu Qingxue, I even asked Brother Chen specifically, and I said, while it's still hot, why don't I give it to you? The veins on Chen Zhanshan's forehead popped up. He was about to be unable to hold back. This was humiliating his grandson again. Although Brother Chen didn't accept my kindness, he even came to thank me afterwards specifically for this matter. The use of love is so deep. I've decided that I must help Brother Chen and Gu Qingxue, so that they can sleep in the same cave, so that they can renew their relationship down there. Maybe. Alright, no need to say anything. Chu Trus interrupted Qin Luo's words, then exchanged glances with the others and said, let's have the witnesses come over next. A few people who saw Qin Luo's murder on the street told the story all over, and at the same time, they also identified Qin Luo as the one who killed the people. Now that so many people are pointing the finger at you, what do you have to say now? They perjured themselves. Qin Luo spoke seriously. Since I said that Chen Mo went to me, then we had a verbal altercation. Why didn't I kill Chen Mo on the spot, but instead went to another street to kill Chen Mo again? Is my Qin Luo's time so worthless? Besides, the human evidence is there. But what about the physical evidence? Without even physical evidence, how are you going to confirm that I did this? Or is it that you guys are hardwired to put this charge on me? Are you all just like Lin Xian, his accomplices, intent on murdering me? Tisk, is the Demon Suppression Division completely infiltrated by the sex forces? How dare it be so rampant? Qin Luo didn't just not admit his guilt, but instead, he was hitting the other side of the fence, making the faces of Chu Trus and the others look a little ugly. Su Qianwan slowly stood up. Alright, it's time for the farce to end. If my grandson said he didn't kill Chen Mo, he didn't kill Chen Mo. If you have any doubts, you can come to me. Su Chanshan, even if Qin Luo was convicted, he, Su Qianwan, would not let the people of the Demon Suppression Division imprison Qin Luo, not to mention, Qin Luo was not guilty. Let's go. Su Chanshan led Qin Luo to leave from the lobby of the Jin Demon Division just like that. Chu Trus and the others didn't stop them. And in reality, no one was able to stop Su Chanshan, although Qin Luo had not been convicted, but Qin Luo had not cleared the charges on him. Then everyone would think that Qin Luo was the one who killed Chen Mo. These, Qin Luo knew in his heart. In fact, whether it was cleansed or not, it did not matter to him. He just wanted to find the person behind it who dared to plot against him, and find him and get him killed. Just after walking out of the gate of the Demon Suppression Division, Xin Yun, who had rushed here after hearing about Lin Xian's death, blocked Qin Luo. Qin Luo, how dare you? Previously, you promised not to kill Lin Xian in front of His Majesty, and you dare to go back on your word today. You are disobeying His Majesty. Men, bring Qin Luo back to the Patriarchate and punish him properly. The Zongrenfuse people surged out from behind Qin Yun and surrounded Qin Luo. Su Qianwan frowned and snorted coldly. Qin Yun immediately spoke. Su Shang, this is a matter for my Qin clan's royal family. That day Qin Luo counted in front of His Majesty and promised not to kill Lin Xian. If he kills Lin Xian today, he will be showing great disrespect to His Majesty, whether as a subject or as a royal son. Disobeying His Majesty and disobeying his father is a great offense. My clan has the right to take Qin Luo back and discipline him properly. This is a matter of my royal family. Su Shang is not a member of my royal family, so please don't interfere. After Qin Yun slightly saluted Su Qiqian, he then gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Luo. She could never have imagined that Qin Luo would be so heartless as to beat and kill Lin Xian in full view of everyone. Lin Xian wasn't just her best friend. She actually had some good feelings towards him. She even shed tears when she heard the news that Lin Xian had been killed by Qin Luo. Therefore, she rushed over with the people of the Patriarch. She didn't care what the result of Qin Luo's interrogation today was. He had to bring Qin Luo back to the middle of the Patriarch's mansion to be properly punished. On the one hand, he was avenging himself for being punched in the face, and on the other hand, he was avenging Lin Xian. Qin Luo slowly walked out as he looked at Qin Yun and said, "Dear sister, for the sake of a tiny Lin Xian, you even had the idea of trying to get your brother killed. What's it called? It's called elbowing your way out." And, Qin Luo sneered, "How did I promise you that day? Can you tell me? You promised me that you won't kill Lin Xian." Qin Yun said in a deep voice, No, you're incomplete. I can tell you exactly what I'm talking about. I promise you that I won't kill Lin Xian today. How long has that day been since now? It's not even tomorrow, or the day after that, or the day after the big day after that. In this matter, even if it comes before His Majesty, I am justified. What's more, Lin Xian dared to plot against me today. If I don't kill him, am I waiting for him to kill me? Qin Yun's face changed immediately. She didn't expect that Qin Luo was keen on words. Moreover, Qin Luo had thought about killing Lin Xian later when he promised her before. Lin Xian had already become an invalid. Why did Qin Luo have to kill Lin Xian? A chill rose in Qin Yun's heart. Jair and cut off the roots. This was the label she gave Qin Luo. If you don't believe me, then we can go before His Majesty and confront him. Ask His Majesty if what he has heard is as I have said. Qin Luo, he occupies the reason. Today Qin Yun must be good to dwell on the things of that day. Then he will go to the palace to meet the godly Qin Emperor. As for the matter of killing Lin Xian instead, it didn't matter, because Lin Xian was just a small person. Even if he was some sort of heir to the Wanshan Holy Land and any other mysterious identities that couldn't rise to the surface, the great Qin Imperial Dynasty wouldn't even recognize him. They only recognized the identity within the great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Lin Xian is just a small hundred of the Jin Demon Division. So what if he kills it? Qin Yun gritted her teeth and looked at Qin Luo. A ferocious light flashed in her eyes. Qin Luo, I'm telling you, today's matter is not over. Don't let me catch you in the act. Let's go. Qin Yun left with the people from the sovereign house, and today's events began to spread quickly. The ninth prince is so hardened, refusing to admit his guilt and killing the 100 households of the Demon Suppression Division? It can be called arrogant to the extreme. It seems to be tough, but the price is extremely tragic. Who would be willing to serve this kind of person, destined to have no future? Marquis Ingwu may have put out the word that if the Demon Suppression Division is not able to find justice for his grandson, he will have to find it on his own. In the imperial capital, the ninth prince has no future to speak of. Out of the imperial capital, Marquis Ingwu's residence. In the quiet moments of the night, Chen Zhanshan held Chen Mo's shattered fate card. His face cloudy and uncertain. He wanted revenge, but now he didn't even know who his real enemy was. Marquis, a guest has come to visit, the butler said outside. Who? Chen Zhanshan asked in a deep voice. It says it can help the Marquis. Let him in. The visitor was a man in black, and after seeing him, Chen Zhanshan asked, what can you help me with? To help you get your revenge. Boom. The aura on Chen Zhanshan's body suppressed towards the other party. How are you going to help me get revenge? Do you know who my enemy is? The man in black said word for word. Qin Luo. Chen Zhanshan sneered. You think I'll believe it? Of course. The murderer might not be Qin Luo. The black-clothed man's words caused Chen Zhanshan's face to become gloomy. Do you know who killed my grandson? The great Qin Imperial clan. The man in black said in a deep voice. Your grandson died from the royal family's strife. If Qin Luo hadn't appeared, your grandson wouldn't have died. Your enemies are the great Qin Imperial clan. Kill Qin Luo and I can tell you who killed your grandson. I can make an oath of the great Tao. Chen Zhanshan coldly looked at the other party. It's you guys? No. I can likewise make a heavenly oath. Do you know that if I kill Qin Luo, there will be no place for me in the great Qin imperial dynasty, and even the Devil Suppressor Division will hunt me down and kill me without end. You can join us, the man in black said. Who are you? The other party spat out one word softly. North. Chen Zhanshan understood in seconds. Marquis Yingwu, think it over. The strife in the imperial family of the great Qin imperial dynasty is not only using your grandson and you as pawns, but also killing your grandson. Is such a great Qin imperial dynasty still worthy of your allegiance? After the other party left, Chen Zhanshan fell into deep thought. In fact, what the man in black said, he had already seen. His grandson's death was a conspiracy. A conspiracy against Qin Luo was also a conspiracy against him. But was Qin Luo wrong? Of course he's wrong. His grandson also died because of Qin Luo. Damn it! Chen Zhanshan let out a low growl. Shortly after the man in black left, he took advantage of the night to head to Qin Luo's imperial residence. It didn't make sense. Qin Luo had hinted at him several times. It didn't make sense that he couldn't hear it. Bodies. The body may be in Qin Luo's possession. He wanted to see what Qin Luo wanted to do. He sneaked into the imperial prince's residence. He knew that Su Chanshan had already discovered him, and he didn't think about concealing his whereabouts too much. Following the guiding scent, he went to a courtyard. Marquis Yingwu, I'm glad you're here, Qin Luo said as he looked at Chen Zhanshan with a smile on his face. You have my grandson's body? No. Qin Luo's words caused Chen Zhanshan's face to cloud over. Did he misunderstand? It's not your grandson's body. It's your grandson in my hands. Before Chen Zhanshan could react, he heard a familiar voice ring out. Grandpa. Qin Luo's human emperor streamer opened and an illusory figure walked out. He looked at Chen Zhanshan and his nose was sore. Unfortunately, there were no tears. To be precise, he was already dead, and only his soul was preserved by the human emperor streamer. If there was no Shi Huang, no human emperor streamer, he, Chen Mo, would already be without. Chen Zhanshan's body trembled. He didn't expect that Chen Mo still had a soul in him. That's right. The shattering of the fate card only proved that Chen Mo's chance of survival was gone. As a matter of fact, even the Saint Realm would find it difficult to retain their souls when their physical bodies were gone, and only under specific circumstances and with the help of special treasures would they be able to retain a trace of their souls from being extinguished. The human emperor streamer. This was a special holy artifact, even though it was now the lower grade of the holy rank, but as the more souls inside it became more powerful, the human emperor streamer would still be upgraded. This holy grade lower grade could be much more precious than an ordinary holy grade middle grade, or even upper grade. Of course, the souls inside would all be Qin Luo's slaves. Chenma is no exception. Qin Luo silently left, leaving the space here for the grandparents and grandchildren. Chen Zhanshan knew what happened that day from Chen Mo's mouth, and also knew that it was Qin Luo who had someone saved Chen Mo and retained Chen Mo's soul from extinction. As a saint, the fact that he couldn't do this was enough to see that the person who had struck behind the scenes was very strong. Maybe it was Su Chanshan, but he felt that Su Chanshan shouldn't have a specialty in souls. When they had almost finished exchanging pleasantries, Qin Luo walked in. He smiled and said to Chen Zhanshan, Marquis Yingwu, how about we talk next? Good. Marquis Yingwu just watched Qin Luo put Chen Mo back. He knew in his heart that right now Chen Mo could only survive by relying on Qin Luo. For Chen Mo to have become Qin Luo's slave, he would have no choice but to selectively forget. Marquis Yingwu, how about I give you a choice? Qin Luo asked. Ninth Prince, please speak. Chen Zhanshan's tone was not as forceful as it usually was before. Become mine, Qin Luo said with a smile. A battle power of the Saint King realm. He could want it too much. Not only did he want Chen Zhanshan to submit to him, but he also wanted to plant the seal of life and death inside Chen Zhanshan's body. Only by controlling the life and death of the other party could he feel secure, and any oaths were all farts in his eyes. Chen Zhanshan pondered for a while. Now that Chen Mo was in Qin Luo's hands as a hostage, he actually didn't have a lot of options. I can choose to side with the Ninth Prince, Chen Zhanshan said. No. Marquis Yingwu is wrong. What I'm saying is that you submit to me. Let me do some tricks inside your body and submit to me forever. Qin Luo's words caused Chen Zhanshan's face to become extraordinarily ugly. All of a sudden, submission? He was a powerful person of the Holy King realm, and he was submitting to Qin Luo? It's a joke. Is the Ninth Prince threatening me? Chen Zhanshan spoke in a hardened tone. Strong people had majesty, and he was no exception. Qin Luo couldn't threaten him like this even if he pinched his grandson's little life. No. I want to make a deal with Marquis Yingwu. If Marquis Yingwu is willing to submit to me, I can let your grandson truly come to life. How about that? This sentence made Chen Zhanshan's eyes widen. His grandson now only had a soul body. It was not too much to say that he was dead. Qin Luo was able to bring his grandson back to life again? You didn't lie to me? Chen Zhanshan asked. If you need it, I can make an oath of the great Tao. Qin Luo said indifferently. He doesn't have the means. But Shi Huang does. It just takes time and some treasures. This time, Qin Luo pinched Chen Zhanshan's lifeblood. If his grandson was able to survive, his bloodline would still have a legacy, and it wouldn't be cut off. The expression on his face kept changing as he weighed the pros and cons. In the end he made his decision. I hope the ninth prince is true to his word. Qin Luo smiled faintly. Although I am not a good person, I will still do what I promise. So let's get started? Good. Chen Zhanshan was also curious as to what means Qin Luo had to control his life. He was a saint. Qin Luo was just a small avatar realm. He still thought in his heart that Qin Luo's means were not so great as to be able to control his little life. And that was the main reason why he agreed. Don't resist, Qin Luo said, then began to cast the Seal of Life and Death. The Seal of Life and Death was a saint rank technique that could control everyone within the saint rank. The prerequisite was to plant the Seal of Life and Death in the opponent's soul. When Qin Luo cast it, Chen Zhanshan was shocked. The subtlety of that tactic caused a bad feeling to rise in his heart. Could it be that Qin Luo could really control his life? Sensing the agitation of his mood, not far from him, Su Qianwan said in a deep voice, "Don't move." A powerful aura locked onto Chen Zhanshan. If he dared to disadvantage Qin Luo, he would definitely welcome Su Qianwan's thunderous strike. For this grandson, Su Qianquan felt even more mysterious. Xiao Luo should have obtained a heaven-defying inheritance, perhaps that of a great emperor, Su Qianwan murmured in his heart. Then in the future, this great Qin imperial dynasty might actually fall into Xiao Luo's hands. Unfortunately, his daughter had died early, or else he might have been so happy to see Qin Luo's accomplishments today. The Seal of Life and Death was planted. Qin Luo felt a wave of exhaustion, and a vague tinge of excitement. The Holy King became his slave. Gee, that's a real bully when you say it. Chen Zhanshan's expression was extraordinarily complicated. He felt a brand deep in his soul that was left behind by Qin Luo. He couldn't erase it. That brand had already been rooted in his soul. If Qin Luo's thoughts moved, he might die. Next, Marquis Yingguo, you should immediately go and sue me and drive me out of the imperial capital. Communicating with Qin Luo briefly, Chen Zhanshan understood Qin Luo's thoughts. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "Your Highness, there is an unwritten rule in the Great Qin imperial dynasty. If a royal son or even a dignitary is guilty, but not guilty enough to die, they need to pay for their sins. You can join the 10th guard of the Jin Demon Division." 10 guards? Doesn't the Demon Suppression Division only have 9 guards? Jin Demon Division a total of 9 guards. The chief officer of each guard is the commander. Above the commander is the deputy commander. A deputy commander in charge of 3 guards. The 10 Devil Suppressing Guards is one of the most special divisions within the Devil Suppressing Division, and its members are a mixed bag. They include clan defectors as well as the sinners of the imperial dynasty and those who came after the sinners. The missions they carry out are the most dangerous ones, but their treatment is the worst within all of the Jinmu division's Jinmu guards. And of course, they have the fewest rules. If you want to leave the imperial capital, other than joining the 10 demon suppressing guards, you'll be joining the border army. I suggest that your highness enter the 10 guards of demon suppression instead of entering the border army. The military power has all been colored by the other princes. If your highness intervenes rashly, you might usher in more enemies. For example, the remaining princes besides the 8th prince. And Chen Zhanshan's expression was grim. My grandson may have been killed by one of the emperors sent by one of the emperors, and some of them may have colluded with Northern Mang. The Northern Mang have found me and want me to kill you, your highness. Oh, is that so? People from the Northern Mang imperial dynasty want to stir up my great Qin dynasty? Qin Luo was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that people from the Northern Mang dynasty had also intervened. However, it shouldn't be that the North Mang people valued him, but just his identity. If Chen Zhanshan made a move to kill Qin Luo, then Chen Zhanshan would not have a foothold in the great Qin imperial dynasty. And then the people of the Northern Mang imperial dynasty could receive Chen Zhanshan into the Northern Mang imperial dynasty and become one of their Northern Mang imperial dynasty. Killing Qin Luo also had a lot of benefits, and it would allow the battle between the imperial princes to begin to gradually enter a white heat. No one is a fool who can't guess the Tao of this die in this world. There is no such thing as ironclad evidence, just a reason and an excuse. If someone brought out some evidence that there was an open and shut battle between the princes within this matter, then the other princes would be happy to beat up on them. Who has a reason and an excuse to kill Qin Luo? Qin Feng has a reason and an excuse. And Qin Yin also has a reason and an excuse. They might just be the next to be liquidated. The Northern Mang dynasty was just pushing the envelope a bit, and the harvest was absolutely huge. Although the strength of the Northern Mang imperial dynasty was slightly weaker than that of the Great Qin imperial dynasty, it was not very much. The reason why the Great Qin imperial dynasties was an imperial dynasty was because the founder of the Great Qin imperial dynasty was a great emperor. A realm of power that no one in the Northern Mang imperial dynasty had ever reached from the beginning to the end. Even so, it didn't delay them from becoming one of the greatest enemies of the Great Qin imperial dynasty. I think there are others who are also plotting to get you, your highness. Out of the imperial capital and out of the center of power, the border troops, especially the Jinbei army, cannot go. Chen Zhanshan said in a serious tone. The Jinbei army. Basically the Jinbei king's one word. If he Qin Luo went there, not to say that he would definitely die, but he would definitely be suppressed to death, and wouldn't be allowed to have a chance to develop. Just go to the 10th guard of the Demon Suppression Division. Qin Luo made up his mind. I think some people would want me to enter the 10th guard of the Jinnian division as well. That's one of life's stains now. Qin Luo sneered. In the future, if he wanted to be the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, or even the Qin emperor of the great Qin imperial dynasty, this resume would be easy to be criticized by others, but Qin Luo didn't care. There was only one thing he cared about, and that was power. He has a longer vision than everyone else. A world where he can raise the world. The small great Qin imperial dynasty was just a stepping stone for him. Well, go ahead and set it up. Chen Zhanshan knew that he would have to think hard about how to deal with Qin Luo when he returned. I'm sure that the Qin emperor has a set of programs there by now. From the fact that Emperor Qin hadn't summoned Qin Luo yet, it was obvious that Emperor Qin didn't think much of this son, innate mortal body. Arrogant and domineering. These two together proved that Qin Luo had no future. Qin Luo had specifically scoured Lin Xian's spatial ring, and from within, he had only found a few feats, which were of a relatively low grade. He took an iron box out of it. A box that was sealed with a seal on top. Looks like there's a chance something good might come out of this? Qin Luo waved his hand and the human emperor streamer emerged as he entered it, shielded from outside perception. Shi Huang appeared by Qin Luo's side. Her gaze landed on top of the iron box, her brows frowning slightly, as if, this iron box has sealed an unimaginable thing inside. Dangerous? Qin Luo asked. It shouldn't be. Just open it and see. Shi Huang began to open the iron box, and Qin Luo slightly retreated to maintain a safe distance. After spending a few breaths of time, Shi Huang opened the iron box and a scale appeared in Qin Luo's gaze. Scales? Qin Luo looked at the scales that shimmered with a dark light, a disappointed expression in his eyes. This is it? Dragon scale. Shi Huang's shocked voice rang out. Dragon scale? Qin Luo's heart moved. A porcelain vase floated in his hand. The vase was a divine dragon's essence blood. He vaguely felt that the blood inside the vase and this scale in front of him had a feeling of echoing each other. It was like seeing a kindred spirit, and the dragon scales were almost solid. This is actually a dragon scale. It seems to be true that divine dragons have appeared in this world. This piece of dragon scale is extremely valuable. If it is forged into armor, it must be a top-tier armor of the saint rank. If forged into a weapon, it has the potential to become an emperor's weapon. You're kind of picking up the slack. Shi Huang looked at Qin Luo with odd eyes. Did you know that kid called Lin Xian, who had this treasure in his hand, before you struck out at him and beheaded him? How would I know? It's not like I have perspective eyes. Qin Luo faintly replied back. He just knows that the protagonist must have a chance against all odds. Lin Xian was no exception. Shi Huang didn't pursue the question as she leisurely said. Although dragon scales are precious, people who can forge them are hard to find in the entire world. For now. For you, this dragon scale is kind of a chicken scratch. Qin Luo nodded and didn't refute. He always felt that Lin Xian had other uses for this dragon scale, but he couldn't think of any for a while. Lin Xian. Lin Xian, why don't you have the habit of writing a diary? Qin Luo couldn't help but complain. Well, next, I still have to accept Lin Xian's legacy. He hadn't even begun to devour the 5 elements spiritual body's origin. Now was the time. With all the chaos outside, it was better to raise your strength more to save your little life. By the way, do you have any what a more awesome soul cultivation technique? Qin Luo looked at Shi Huang and asked. He had wanted to head inside the royal family's treasure trove to scavenge a bit before, but now that there was a ready-made top-notch powerhouse, could she not have one in her hands? Otherwise, how could her soul have existed for so long? Are you seeking my help? Shi Huang revealed a condescending stance. Then you need to agree to one condition. Conditions? That's right. Promise me a condition and I'll give you one of the top soul cultivation techniques on this realm. Snap. Soul-beating whip emerged in Qin Luo's hand and fiercely struck the void. Woman, you don't seem to recognize your place right now. And you're making a deal with me? What's yours is mine. What's mine is still mine. Conditions? Oh, you can only say request. Understand? In the end, Shi Huang still resigned herself to her fate. I'll give it to you. Please, don't fight. I can't take it anymore. While Qin Luo was lecturing Shi Huang, next to Lin Xian's corpse, a few men looked at each other with ugly faces. The stuff is gone. That's the dragon's reverse scale. How can we lose it? It was taken by Qin Luo. Qin Luo, he deserves to die. The item must be taken back, or our years of scheming will be a waste. If necessary, you can personally go down and kill Qin Luo. Qin Luo still obtained a soul cultivation technique from Shi Huang's hands. Remnants? Qin Luo's tone carried a touch of disdain, and Shi Huang was instantly anxious. What's wrong with a remnant? even if it's a remnant. It can still be called a top-tier cultivation technique of the saint stage. Shi Huang spoke proudly. It was by relying on this technique that my soul was able to be more powerful than others of the same rank. And only then was I able to retain my soul from being extinguished when facing certain death. This technique should have been left behind by a powerhouse that has transcended the Emperor realm. If there is a full version of it, even a powerhouse of the Emperor realm would have to go crazy. Soul refining melting furnace technique. This was the soul cultivation technique that Shi Huang had given herself. It is to coalesce a huge furnace in the depths of one's soul, forging and refining the soul continuously, quenching the power of the soul. This cultivation technique, which is very difficult to cultivate. If there are a large number of treasures that can nourish the soul, then the speed of cultivation can be said to increase by leaps and bounds. It was equivalent to treating those treasures that nourished the soul as a hearth, and only enough hearth could make his soul stronger. After listening to Shi Huang's words, Qin Luo smiled and said, "All these feats of mine, it seems that they all require a massive amount of resources." The heaven-swallowing devil technique was specifically created to devour the sons of Qi. The 9 revolutions golden body technique, a top-level body refining technique, required more than a vast amount of resources. The soul refining melting furnace technique, moreover, required an extremely large amount of soul resources. Simply, absolutely, kill a few sons of Qi. Maybe everything is in the system, right? Qin Luo muttered in his heart. The host is becoming more and more self-conscious. The unification of the sun is very pleased to find that the host bloodline of the closest relatives of the existence of a powerful son of Qi. Please host as soon as possible to suppress it. Bloodline nearest relative? Qin Luo froze. Other than Su Qianyuan, who else was his bloodline's closest relative? Emperor Qin? Or his so-called brothers and sisters? Qin Feng was not a son of Qi, and Qin Yun was a daughter of Qi but not very powerful. You're asking me to make a big deal out of it. Tun Chan, on the road to the top, there are some family members who want you dead more than strangers. No, 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 you're overthinking it. I'm a villain. Besides, I'm a fucking traveler. I mean, shouldn't you give me a little special bonus to give me some motivation? Just like in the TV show, that's my blood relative. Gotta add up. The system went offline. Obviously not intending to take care of Qin Luo dived down and continued to refine Lin Xian's 5 elements spiritual body origin, for 5 whole days. Qin Luo did not appear outside, but the things about Qin Luo intensified. Qin Zhanshan went to the palace several times, and he asked the Qin emperor to do his bidding and severely punish the murderer of his grandson. There was even Gu Yanting, who filed a complaint that Qin Luo had killed his daughter Gu Qingxue without authorization. He took out the evidence and said that Gu Qingxue was still a yellow girl before she died, and that the affair was purely false. There's also the commander of the Jin Demon Division who wants justice for Lin Xian, the 100th household of the Jin Demon Division. There were even people from the Wanxiang Holy Land who entered the imperial capital and demanded that Emperor Qin severely punish Lin Xian's murderer. As for Lin Xian's dual identity, there was a cooperation agreement between the Jin Demon Division and the Wanxiang Holy Land, and the Wanxiang Holy Land was interested in attaching itself to the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. So Lin Xian was the seed they sent out to cooperate and exchange. And now, Qin Luo's actions hadn't just killed their Wanxiang Sacred Land's heir, but had also destroyed the cooperation between the Wanxiang Sacred Land and the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. They even let out the words, "If the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty doesn't severely punish Qin Luo, the entirety of my Wanxiang Sacred Land will never agree to subordinate to the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty." The 9th prince is too rampant, openly murdering the 100 households of the Demon Suppression Division. Is there still heavenly justice? Is there any king's law? That's right. What a powerful force the Wanxiang Holy Land is. If they were to declare their affiliation with our Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, it would definitely expand our Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's influence. I've heard that the Holy Maiden of the Wanxiang Holy Land is still devoted to Lin Xian, and now that Lin Xian is dead, the Holy Maiden of the Wanxiang Holy Land has sent out the word that whoever is able to kill Qin Luo, she'll give the other person a holy weapon. Such a large amount of money? I'd say a saint would be moved, right? Even if the saints were moved, they wouldn't dare to risk universal condemnation to openly take action against the 9th prince. I just wonder how your majesty is going to handle this? At this point in time, someone has come up with a solution to the problem. Although the 9th prince is guilty of great crimes, he is after all the 9th prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. So if the 9th prince is killed just because of these trivial matters, then it really shouldn't be done. Yes, it looked like Qin Luo had killed several important people, but since his old man was Emperor Qin and his grandfather was Su Qianchen, it was just something trivial to him. I think it would be better to imprison the 9th prince in the middle of the Demon Suppression Division for 100 years, so that he can properly admit his mistakes. Otherwise, I heard that the 9th prince is extremely talented. It would be a waste to imprison him inside the Demon Suppression Division. How about letting the 9th prince go to the battlefield? A prince of my Great Qin Imperial Dynasty should fight to protect the interests of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. As the battlefield in the southern border is burning, the ninth prince should utilize his residual heat to kill the enemy on the battlefield to offset today's crime. This proposal was recognized by many people within the imperial capital, and was even on the verge of coming true with some people pushing it. Someone said, "I've heard that His Majesty has appointed the ninth prince as a lieutenant, and that he will be rushing to the southern border to join the war in the next few days." No, it's not the lieutenant, it's just making the ninth prince a tiny big-headed soldier, saying that he wants to punish the ninth prince. The crowd was talking a lot, and a man's face became even more bitter when he heard this. "Do I, Sima Hao, have to go to the southern border to fight? Mard, I heard that people are dying every day. The Marquis alone has died 3 times, and the day before yesterday the second prince was seriously injured. I don't want to go." The person next to him reminded, "My lord, this matter is not up to you. Who made you possess the bloodline of the Sima family? Who made you the ninth son of the Sima family? I don't fucking want it either. I've been getting away with being a dude in the imperial capital for so long. Who'd have thought? There's still a ninth prince in the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty? Go to the ninth prince's residence." Qin Luo didn't expect that someone else would come to visit him, or the more famous Sima clan of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. "What is the reason for your visit to me?" Qin Luo looked at Sima Hao and asked curiously. Sima Hao didn't talk nonsense. Sima Hao was willing to serve the ninth prince. Qin Luo froze. There must be a demon when things go wrong. He didn't yet think that his arrogant behavior could attract the first young master of a top mansion to fall down and worship him. "Reason?" Qin Luo asked. Sima Hao said in a deep voice. "The Sima family and the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty share a solidarity, and all of the imperial princes of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty are assisted by disciples of my Sima family. I am the ninth son of the Sima family, and your highness is the ninth prince, so I should submit to the ninth prince and serve him." So said. Qin Luo understand. Multiple bets. Well, what if I refuse? Qin Luo asked. Then Sima Hao will lose the support of the Sima family's resources, expel from the family, and set up his own foundation. The competition in the Sima family is also extremely cruel. Before he lay flat, but he also wanted to establish a foundation. But unfortunately, the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty only has 8 emperors. As for the imperial daughter Qin Yun, their Sima family has the allegiance of a woman. In fact, in a few years' time, he would lose his eligibility to compete for the position of family head and could only do things according to the family's arrangements. Now Qin Luo's appearance was an opportunity and a challenge for him, and thinking about it, he wanted to seize it. Even if you have a lousy hand, you still have cards in your hand and are more qualified to sit at the table than someone who doesn't. Qin Luo looked down at Sima Hao and said, "Fine, I'll give you a chance. Let your Sima family operate me inside the Demon Suppression Division, and I'll let you become my disciple." Sima Hao said with a hard look on his face, "Your Highness, this kind of thing is very difficult. Now many parties are making efforts, wanting Qin Luo to go to the south border, have the slightest accident and die, but also be able to find out the justifiable reason. You have no room to bargain. And if you want what you want from me, then show your worth. Where's the payoff without the payoff? Is it hard to believe that you want to go empty-handed?" After sending Sima Hao away, Qin Luo fell into deep thought. Marquis Ying's previous preparations had been almost enough to get him into the 10th Guard of the Jinmu Division, but now, there were more calls for him to go to the southern border, and even the public opinion of the entire imperial capital was driven up. This is right and wrong to want me dead? And I have such a great hatred? There must be a problem somewhere. Qin Luo muttered. In the end, it was felt that it should still be because of Lin Xian. A dead man, that is of even greater value. He is dead, and though the living want to avenge the dead, they are limited to those who are dear to them, such as that so-called holy maiden of the Wanxiang Holy Land. As for the others, they simply wanted Qin Luo to die, and now Qin Luo felt that they had a deeper reason. It was still because of Lin Xian, and that result spoke for itself. Dragon scales. Qin Luo grasped the point. They want to kill me and then take Lin Xian's dragon scale back. The southern border battlefield has the best chance, but south of the border, I'm not going. The enemies that the southern border faced were barbarians, who were born with enormous strength and whose bloodline was naturally different from that of the ordinary human race. It could be said that the battle between the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty and the barbarians was considered a battle of races. The barbarians were fierce and strong, and the army of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty suffered extremely heavy casualties. Another point of extra importance is that the land where the barbarians are located has a lack of resources. Qin Luo wanted to develop, and going to the southern border was the worst choice. His best bet is in the 100,000 mountains. There are more than 100,000 clans in the 100,000 Great Mountains. One of the most prolific creatures in the Sex Holy Land was the Sons of Qi. If you want to kill me, I'll give you this chance. Qin Luo's eyes flashed with a touch of madness. Intelligence also came from Zhang Tuo's side, saying that he had discovered Yi Chen's exact location. He's at the 10,000 Swords Villa right now, and he's hitting it off with the 10,000 Swords Villa's young lady. Sure enough, a soft food streaming son of Qi will be able to mix well anywhere. However, there was another piece of news that also surprised Qin Luo slightly. Korean Lu is getting married. She's going to marry the young master of Divine Soldier Valley. The Divine Soldier Valley even took out a powerful holy weapon as a bride price. Ruyan Lu, you were prepared for the son of Qi. How can you just marry someone? Say, the classic bridge inside the novel should be reproduced. For example, robbing the bride. Speaking of which, Qin Luo became vaguely excited. I just don't know if that Yi Chen will go. No, let him go even if he doesn't. How can he not get involved in something so fun? 100,000 mountains. Must go. Qin Luo said in a deep voice as he slammed the table that if it is really not possible, let Su Qianwan step in. Of course, Su Qianwan step in. That is to owe Qin Di a favor. The debt of favor has to be repaid. After Sima Hao returned to the Sima family, the first thing he did was go to his father. Qin Luo is going to the Demon Suppression Division? That's right. He said that if we, the Sima family, help him join the Demon Suppression Division, he can make me his disciple. Sima Hao laughed bitterly. When their Sima family members went to join the other emperors, which one of them was not valued by the emperors? Where was the one like Qin Luo, who was pressurized and not wanted, but he had no other choice? The people of the Demon Suppression Division can have a grudge against Qin Luo. Qin Luo has repeatedly slapped the Demon Suppression Division in the face, and Lu Cong and Chu Trus have even openly expressed their hostility towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo is simply making things difficult for me by coming up with this dilemma. It seems like he doesn't want me, Sima Hao, to follow him. Sima Hao smiled bitterly. Otherwise, there could be another place among the Jinmu division. Shin Demon 10 guards. Sima Xin said. Sima Hao froze. But, most of the 10 guards of the Demon Suppressor are sinners, and Qin Luo is an imperial son. He is also a sinner. Moreover, he can only be joining the 10 guards of Devil Suppression, or else he'll have to go to the southern border. I'll go find the family head. This matter might be able to work out. I heard that Marquis Ingwu was talked to before, and put forward the idea of wanting Qin Luo to go inside the 10 guards of Devil Suppression to take the blame for his sins. But joining the Demon Suppressing 10 guards means a stigma and no potential for advancement. How will the Ninth Prince compete for the position of Emperor in the future? Sima Hao was a bit anxious. He wants a lousy hand, but not a lousy hand that holds 3 Joining the Jin Demon 10 guards, everything was damn well on its own, and Qin Luo was destined to have no pathway to promotion. Nor would he have the resources to cultivate. It wasn't that the imperial sons could get a lot of resources. They all needed to be meritorious to be able to obtain resources from the imperial dynasty, and the resources of the 10 devil suppressing guards were pitifully small. The highest position that the Jin Demon 10 guards could be promoted to was that of commander, and joining the 10 devils guards for life does not allow you to break away. You can't be transferred to another government office unless you die in the line of duty. The possibility of Qin Luo wanting to compete for the position of emperor's son was almost zero, unless he relied on himself to grow up alone to the point where everyone couldn't resist him. But was that possible in the 10 guards of Jin Demon, competing for the position of emperor's son? Sima Xin sneered. Let's wait until he's able to break through to the Saint Realm first. We're just making an idle move. This is our Sima family's ancestral tradition. Otherwise, do you think our Sima family would invest in this kind of royal prince? Sima Xin's words were like a sharp arrow piercing Sima Hao's heart viciously. As it turns out, he already belongs to the abandoned, with the Sima family out there. Sure enough, public opinion has reversed somewhat. The Sima family's people want Qin Luo to join the Demon Jin division? It's simply a travesty. The people of the Devil Suppressor division would allow it? Qin Feng let out a cold laugh after hearing this news, revealing a touch of disdain. Your Highness, perhaps the Demon Suppression division will actually allow it. You forget that the Demon Suppression division still has the 10th guard. At these words, Qin Feng froze, then said with a frown, Qin Luo will go to the 10th guard? Realize that by going to the 10 guards of Demon Suppression, he'll have to leave the imperial capital. There are times when it's not up to him, don't you think? His Majesty should have to make up his mind. That's right. Emperor Qin is going to have to make a decision. An order was given, by order of His Majesty, declare Su Chien for an audience. After Su Changchen met the Qin Emperor, he was enthroned as a first-class marquis. As for Qin Luo, the old eunuch looked at Qin Luo and said, His Majesty has given you 2 choices. 1. Stay in the imperial capital and enter the Zhangrenfu to serve for 10 years without leaving. And 2. Leave the imperial capital and join the 10th guard of the Department of Demon Suppression. I'll go to the Demon Suppression division. Qin Luo decided decisively. The old eunuch didn't make any unnecessary nonsense. 9th Prince Qin Luo will be the deputy commander of the 10th guards of the Jin Demon division from today onwards. The news was kept secret. But after Qin Luo had just become the deputy commander of the 10th Guard of the Demon Suppression Division on the front foot, the forces in the city that wanted to know about Qin Luo's news on the back foot all knew about his appointment. A big invisible hand handed out all the information to all who wanted to know. Even after Qin Luo took over the mission, he provided Qin Luo with the exact time as well as route to leave the imperial capital. "I'll protect you in the dark," Su Qianwan said to Qin Luo with a serious expression. "Grandpa, no. I think you should stay in the empire." If he stayed in the imperial capital, Su Chanshan could enter the cultivation in the secret realm of the great Qin imperial dynasty. If he followed Qin Luo, it would undoubtedly be a waste to delay Su Chanshan's cultivation progress. Su Qianwan, now defined as a nuclear weapon by Qin Luo, served as a deterrent. It's like a great power war. You can do without it, but you can't do without it. And if you don't have it, someone else can beat up on you at any time. Pulling nuclear weapons around all day? That's a worst-case scenario. Terrific that the other side would send out saints. This was still because Qin Luo had the dragon scale in his hand, and the other party might send out saints to snatch his dragon scale, and Qin Luo. But he has Chen Zhanshan. That was one of his secret cards to eye in the eyes of others. Marquis Yingwu Chen Zhanshan left the imperial capital for his township after getting the answer he wanted. It's a pity, trying to pull in Marquis Yingwu, but he didn't fall for it. Inside the secret stronghold of the northern Mang dynasty, someone said with pity, "It's normal. This is after all a Saint King realm powerhouse. Where is it so easy to pull in our northern Mang dynasty? That 9th prince. Should we make a move? There's no need. This is something that crosses the border. Besides, it's just a prince who's destined to never grow up. Is it worth making a big deal out of it?" The reason why the Yingwu Marquis district was allowed to kill Qin Luo was still because they wanted to force the Yingwu Marquis into northern Mang. At the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng said to Gu Yanting, "Father, Qin Luo is leaving the imperial capital." Gu Yanting's eyes instantly glazed over as he looked at Gu Qingfeng and warned, "Don't mess around. We've done as much as we can by pushing him away." Gu Qingfeng was upset. But even if he leaves the imperial capital, he doesn't have to die. But there will always be people outside the empire who will want to kill him. "But I don't want to wait a moment for my little sister's revenge." Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. "If you don't want to wait, you have to wait. If you don't want to endure, you have to endure. Otherwise, it's doom and gloom. Remember, Qin Luo, he can die, but his death can never have the slightest bit to do with us. Before we charged him, it was reasonable to avenge Qingshue's death. If we still dare to take a shot at him, that would be murdering the prince and punishable by 9 clans." Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Yanting and nodded through clenched teeth. "Good." However, after Gu Yanting left, Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "If he doesn't die, my heart is really restless." After that, he hid his identity and learned about Qin Luo's route out of the imperial capital through a secret channel. There was also one extra important point. Su Qiqian wouldn't shelter Qin Luo in the dark. It's not just one person who wants this 9th prince to die. You can go and see just how he will die. A hoarse voice rang out from the black-robed man's mouth, and Gu Qingfeng, who was also shrouded in black robes, moved with intent. "It's always okay to watch Qin Luo die with your own eyes, right?" After taking away the information, the black-robed man looked at the direction he left and sneered. "The Gu family's brat really thinks he's hiding it well? How is it possible to just want to watch the show? If you don't make a move, someone else will force you to." Qin Feng was faced with a very difficult choice. "Your Highness the 8th Prince, we still have sincerity. Killing a Qin Luo for a Bodhi fruit, it's a good deal for you." Hearing the name of the Bodhi fruit again, Qin Feng's heart throbbed slightly. The Bodhi fruit could make it easy for a person to perceive the Gongfu and Dao, and it could likewise enhance his soul strength and improve his talent. He'll accomplish a little more in the future, but killing Qin Luo is too risky. "No, if this matter is discovered, I won't end up in a good place." Qin Feng still refused after thinking about it. "Your Highness, we know that Mensan Dagger he serves under your command. You could have let him do it." Qin Feng was instantly alert. "What are you babbling about? The Gate 3 blades did not serve under my command." The other party smiled. "Your Highness, don't worry. This matter is only known to us besides you. The Door 3 Knives made a move to kill the 9th prince. We get what we want to get. Together we have 2 benefits. Your Highness, you don't want people to know that Mensanjie serves under your command either, do you? The Grand Prince and Marquis Wen Xin have been searching for him for a long time. If they knew that he was serving under your command, do you think they would think twice?" Qin Feng's face instantly became ugly. Mensan Dagger was a person under him, and this matter was extremely secretive, especially after Mensan Dagger's incident had happened. He dared not let others know Gate 3 Knives was still a wanted man in the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, and when he was working for himself, he accidentally killed the daughter of Marquis Wenxin, the Grand Imperial Prince's foreign room. This matter, he wouldn't dare to let other people know about it. Or else he would definitely be put on trial and perhaps end up in the same situation as Qin Luo. It's always a hidden danger to your highness to have the gate 3 daggers alive. Why don't we let him strike this time? And then how about we help your highness solve this trouble? Qin Feng looked at the other party and said through gritted teeth, fine, but the Bodhi fruit, I want it now. As you wish. The other party painfully handed over a box. Your highness is a pleasure to work with. Qin Luo had traveled to the Jin Demon division to take up his post, and the Jin Demon 10 Guards was an extremely shabby government office within the Jin Demon division. A clerk came over and handed over a token. Your highness, this is your commander's belt tag. There are a few people under your command who just happen to be in the imperial capital at the moment. Would you like to meet them? Fine. Let them come over. Qin Luo said indifferently, people he also needs. And as a villain, hawks and dogs are a must. Soon several men came in. Among them 1,300. The Qianhu, who was in the lead, with an untamed look on his face, walked in and then arched his hand at Qin Luo in a salty manner before quickly retracting it. Greetings, your highness the ninth prince. Qin Luo corrected the other party. I am now the vice commander of the Demon Suppression Division. You should address me by my position. The other party didn't face Qin Luo's question directly, but instead said, I still have a mission at the moment, so I won't accompany your highness to chat more. Turning around he was about to leave. This was not putting Qin Luo in his eyes at all. Interesting. This Demon Suppression Division is really interesting. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed. The 10 guards of the Demon Control Division, who have no desire for advancement, won't even pay compliments to their superiors? Qin Luo's aura rose steeply as he spoke coldly. Did I let you go? The other party stopped, looked sideways at Qin Luo and said indifferently, moving weapons is prohibited within the Jin Demon Division. Your highness don't break the rules. Moreover, your highness is only at the cultivation level of the Divine Passage realm, and I am at the Cave Heaven realm. All of the 1,000 households of the Jin Demon Division had the lowest cultivation level of the Cave Heaven realm, which was his backbone against Qin Luo. Qin Luo flipped through the information in his hand about the identities of these people and looked at this 1,000 households information and laughed coldly. Jin Demon 10 Guards 1010 Li, former elder of the 9 Yuan Sword Sect. You were outraged and killed because your wife was abused by the son of the 9 Yuan Sword Sect's patriarch. And you joined my Jin Demon 10 Guards after you fled the country. That's right. Li Yi spoke faintly. If your highness has nothing else, I'm going home. After all of the Jin Demon 10 Guards finished their missions, they were given a few days of vacation to rest at home. By the way, I forgot you have a home in the Empire. By the way, you should have a sister, right? I've heard that she's not bad looking. Qin Luo's words caused the other party's footsteps to come to a complete stop. He clenched his fists and turned his head to look at Qin Luo and asked in a deep voice, what does your highness the ninth prince want to do? There's a saying that serves one's bowl and is subject to one's control. You're serving the rice bowl of my great Qin Imperial Dynasty, enjoying the shelter of my great Qin Imperial Dynasty, and are even more of 1,000 household under my Qin Luo's command. And that's the attitude you've got? I wouldn't mind if, once again, what happened in the 9 Elements Sword Sect happened. All of a sudden, Li Yi's eyes became incredibly red, and he shouted towards Qin Luo, how dare you? Kneel down. Qin Luo spoke coldly, his tone carrying a touch of undeniable color. You can escape out of the 9 Elements Sword Sect, but you can't escape out of my great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Those 300 tenants, who watched the scene with fear and trepidation, also lifted their hearts up. An Imperial Prince descending across the sky into the midst of their demon-suppressing 10 guards made it clear to them all that this Imperial Prince's future was finished, but I never thought that the other party would be so rigid. Li Qianhu, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. This is His Royal Highness. A centurion hurriedly reminded. Lie eventually knelt on the ground with difficulty. Subordinate Li Yi has met Lord Commander. That 100 households were no exception, both kneeling on the ground. Greetings to Lord Commander. Li Yi stays. The others go back for now. Qin Luo spoke indifferently. Several other people did not dare to hesitate and immediately retreated, leaving Li Yi alone still kneeling on the ground. Qin Luo looked down on Li Yi. He didn't say get up. Li Yi didn't dare to get up. All people have a soft spot, and he, Li Yi, is likewise no exception. His sister was the only thing he had left to hold on to, or else he wouldn't have defected to the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division. Only the Demon Suppression Division could shelter his family, and he sold his life for the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, doing missions for the Demon Suppression Division, which protected his family. After a while, Qin Luo finally spoke. The son of the 9 Yuan Sword Sect's patriarch abused your wife, and you killed his son alone? As soon as he mentioned this, Yi was upset. That's right. I only killed that guy alone. Rubbish. Qin Luo chided. What's wrong with killing that one man when his wife is being abused by someone else and you damn well should have killed his entire family? Why wouldn't Li Yi want to? In that case, he was indeed a waste. But I can't do it. Cultivation was hard. The 9 Yuan Sword Sect's patriarch, His cultivation had long since reached the peak of the cave heaven realm. A half-step saint realm not he, Li Yi, had only reached the third level of the cave realm in terms of cultivation. Submit to me and anything is possible in the future. You have and only have this one chance. Qin Luo's sentence made Li Yi freeze. Submitting to Qin Luo? Submitting to this Qin Luo who is the equivalent of being sent away? What? You don't believe me? Do you know that there is a great saint standing behind me? Wanting to destroy the 9 Elements sword sect might just be a matter of moving my mouth. Li Yi's heart was moved, and it was such a thorn in his heart that it kept his cultivation stagnant for many years, with almost no refinement now that he had a chance to take revenge. Of course he wanted to. Can the Lord Commander allow me to think about it? Fine. You have 3 breaths to think about it, Qin Luo said indifferently. For you it's an opportunity. For me, I don't lack this tiny cave realm of yours. You've got 1 breath left. Give me answers. Qin Luo's words made Li Yi all confused. Where is the one who let people consider like this? Simply outrageous. Bang! Li Yi kowtowed heavily. My subordinate is willing to serve your highness. I only ask that your highness can help me kill that 9 Elements sword sect's patriarch. No. 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Li Yi's heart, almost exploding when he heard Qin Luo's next sentence ring out. Destroy that 9 Elements sword sect. It's better to cut off the roots of the wrongdoing. So you'll be better off. And he'll be better off. Since you are loyal to me, I need to leave a seal inside you. Qin Luo never believed in loyalty. What he needed was control. He didn't have the time to sensitize the others to be 100% loyal. It's like saying it's love. Everyone else talks about it first. He has to do it first. Li was a decisive person. Since he had submitted to Qin Luo, he did it thoroughly, allowing Qin Luo to plant the seal of life and death. Feeling the seal of life and death, Li Yi's fear of Qin Luo deepened in his heart. It seems that this your highness, too, is not like what I just heard, that he was just sent to the 10 guards of demon suppression. Next, you give me a good lecture on the rules of our 10 guards. Qin Luo asked. He was in the Jin Demon Division, naturally to abide by the rules of the Jin Demon Division and utilize the rules of the Jin Demon Division to do things. Of course, if you don't abide by the rules and don't do things according to the rules, then the rules won't guard you either. Li told Qin Luo everything he knew, and in the end, he reminded, since your highness is already the commander of my Jin Demon Division, you need to follow the rules of the commander of my 10 guards, and are required to take on missions. I, the 10 guards of demon suppression, am the only one of the demon suppression division that doesn't need to be on duty in the imperial capital, and many of us have probably barely seen each other. This time, the subordinate has sort of stumbled upon it. Bring me all those tasks that the commanders need to accomplish. I'll take a look. Soon the quests were all brought over, and without exception, the commander-level quests were all related to people or forces at the saint level. For example, hunting down key criminal saint realm powerhouses and eradicating saint land level forces that openly fight against the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Just take this mission. Mission: investigate the truth of the Marquis Wu Yuan extermination case and apprehend or kill all the culprits. Introduction: Marquis Wu Yuan was a second-class marquis in the Imperial Dynasty of Qin, which could be hereditary for 3 generations. On the day of his death, Marquis Wu Yuan was suddenly exterminated by a mysterious person, subject of suspicion, the Blood Moon Sanctuary. TSK. But that's the kind of task I like to do. Isn't it up to me to investigate or something? Blood Moon Holy Land is also one of the sects among the 100,000 mountains. The strength in the Taishui Holy Land compared to perhaps slightly weaker. The former lord did not have any contact with the people of the Blood Moon Holy Land before, and the understanding is not a lot. Investigating them is naturally dangerous, so it requires a commander-level character to investigate to complete the mission. Qin Luo, on the other hand, had the empty name of a commander, but was someone who others thought did not have the strength of a commander. Seeing that Qin Luo was going to take this mission, Li Yi immediately reminded, Your Highness, the Blood Moon Sacred Land is not to be messed with. They themselves are not afraid of our Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, so if they are really pushed, perhaps they will take desperate measures. The words weren't as clear as they should have been. What was the result of the desperate act? Naturally, Qin Luo would be killed. It doesn't matter. It's just a small Blood Moon Holy Land. Qin Luo's tone carried a strong sense of confidence. Since Qin Luo said so, Li Yi didn't stop him. Prepare yourself, and in 3 days, set out with me for the 100,000 mountains, taking all the men under my command with you, and counting a few. The commander takes the task, and naturally, he can also count this task on his men. Yes, sir. Right. Go find that Sima Hao and have him come over to the Demon Suppression Division to do a formalization. He will be a soldier under my command in the future. When Sima Hao received this news, his entire body went numb. With an apprehensive expression, he found Qin Luo and said, Your Highness, I really didn't know that in the end, you would end up amongst the 10 guards of the Demon Suppressor. Please forgive me. Your Highness. He thought that Qin Luo would definitely be annoyed with him, and that letting him join the demon-suppressing 10 guards was Qin Luo's punishment for him. Oh, Qin Luo sneered. How do you know that this Shin demon 10 guards are not the ones I wanted to come here? Apart from the fact that the tasks were more difficult to complete and there were fewer resources, the rules were far fewer than the other 9 guards. Even the damn commander was out on a mission. Now it could be said that among the 10 guards of Jin Demon, Qin Luo was the biggest. It's good that there are few rules here. Then I, Qin Luo, will be the rule from now on. Alright, next I have a task I need to ask you to do. Do you think I can trust you? Qin Luo looked at him and asked in a deep voice. Sima Hao came back to his senses, and he seemed to have a hint of fighting spirit again. Although he didn't understand Qin Luo's thoughts, he knew that Qin Luo still had a fighting spirit and that Qin Luo would still compete for that position. My subordinate adheres to the Sima family's ancestral training, and will serve your highness until death do us part. Qin Luo shook his head. I don't believe in verbalized loyalty. Sima Hao wanted to say that he would show it later. Who knew that Qin Luo simply didn't follow the rules after the seal of life and death was planted? Sima Hao was still in a trance. His little life was controlled by Qin Luo? Remember, in the future, you are my person. One glory for all. One loss for all. If I rise to power, then the Sima family is yours to say. Besides, I very much dislike that multiple betting routine of yours. The Sima family, in my opinion, your Sima family's multiple bets to maintain the family's longevity is duplicity. Perhaps your Sima family has already had an insubordinate heart for a long time. Your Highness, this is impossible. Sima Hao was interrupted by Qin Luo before he could finish. Remember your identity. You are now my soldier. The person you have to serve is me, not the Sima family. Next, you use the power of your Sima family to help me publicize something, to create a persona for someone. Sima Hao spat in his heart. You don't let me be loyal to the Sima family, and you still let me utilize the Sima family's connections. Hey, this person's name is Yi Chen, and you're going to build him up to be a man of great affection, and you're going to publicize a love story that was unfortunately broken up by force, and in the end, he even had to marry someone he didn't want to marry. Qin Luo wanted to see. This Yi Chen's reputation had already gone out. Would he not go to steal the marriage? It would be a blow to his reputation if he didn't go. What's more, Qin Luo felt that Yi Chen's chi was enough for him to gain a lot of help, and that robbing the bride might actually be successful. 100-footed insect dies but never falls down, especially a son of Qi. The thing that he is best at is breaking and then standing up. Remember, I want almost everyone in the 100,000 Great Mountains to know Yi Chen's name, and to know about his love entanglement with Lu Ruyan, knowing that the Divine Soldier Valley young master stole his love from him, and that the Tai Ruin's Holy Land forcibly broke up the bitter lovebirds. Although Sima Hao didn't know what Qin Luo's purpose was, he knew that this matter, he had to do it beautifully. Besides, this is a slightly easier matter. Isn't it just spreading some rumors and public opinion? Simple. After arranging things in the imperial capital, Qin Luo repeatedly said that he didn't need Su Qiqian to follow him, and he also let Su Qiqian enter a secret realm in the great Qin imperial dynasty to cultivate in an honorable manner. That kind of puts a lot of people down. Qin Luo took Li Yi of the Demon Suppression Division in 300 households, plus some other people towards the outside of the imperial capital. They all hid their identities and faces and were in disguise. Just as he was about to leave the imperial capital, a sharp sound of horses' hooves came. A group of cavalry rushed in from the distance. Look at that flag. It seems to be His Highness the Fifth Prince? That's right. It's His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince. This time he quelled several rebellions. His Majesty will surely reward him greatly. This is the Prince of my great Qin Imperial Dynasty, fighting in all directions for the great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Unlike that, what's his name? The Ninth Prince, who was arrogant and domineering. He was also speechless. He didn't just kill a few people. How did he get such a bad reputation? Sure enough, the villain attribute can't be taken off. Who says it isn't? I heard that he's leaving the imperial capital today. From the time he came to the imperial capital to the time he left, His Majesty didn't even see him. So it's obvious that he doesn't have any future to speak of in the future? Hearing this, Li Yi's face changed and immediately scanned those under his command, speaking to Qin Luo in a grave tone. Your Highness, our information has been exposed, and I even think we may have been targeted. Why don't we leave another time? Qin Luo said indifferently. No harm done. I'm still afraid that they won't know that I'm leaving today. How am I supposed to kill someone if they don't jump out at me? There are only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can I, Qin Luo, defend myself against thieves for 1,000 days? Here they come, so kill them all. Qin Luo stopped. His gaze fell on the group of cavalrymen in the distance. One of them, an unusually martial young man, attracted Qin Luo's attention. Is this the so-called bloodline to the next of kin? Discovery of Qin Fan. The son of fortune, name, Qin Fan, age, 35, luck level, 5th order, luck value, 888. 000, physique, born with heavy pupils, Bone of the supreme Taoist bone and bloodline of the Inferno Dragon, born with heavy pupils who can decipher many secrets of the world. The bone of the supreme Taoist bone is transplanted after birth, and the bloodline of the Inferno Dragon is also acquired after birth. Cultivation, 7th level of the cave realm. Fighting across the ranks is as easy as drinking water for him. If you don't have the strength of a saint, don't rashly clash with him, or else you may be the one who loses out. Introduction. Born in the royal family, he has been accustomed to seeing the deception since he was a child, and he adheres to the saying, if a man does not act for himself, the sky will kill him. What do you think is the purpose of his sudden return? Brush. A stern gaze landed accurately on Qin Luo's body, causing the hairs on Qin Luo's body to stand up and sweat, as if he was being stared at by a wild beast. After the system's reminder, Qin Luo jolted awake. This Qin Fan in front of him. The purpose of his coming back may be because of him. Qin Fan came to see him die in the next second. His gaze was withdrawn. Qin Fan didn't even think of stopping and rushed into the imperial capital with his cavalry at the head of the horse, with his back turned in Qin Luo's direction. Qin Fan said with slight regret, it's true that he was born with a mortal body. A person without a special bloodline was not worth his attention. That guy, maybe he wants to see my talent. Qin Luo muttered. Interesting. The opponents are getting more and more interesting. The stronger the strength the better. The more awesome the talent the better. Especially, this fucking luck value is too coveted. Yi Chen. As a natural sword bone and burning skyfire body, Qin Luo felt that he could already be called the most bullish protagonist in this realm. Unexpectedly, Qin Fan was even more bullish than Yi Chen. If nothing goes wrong, the great Qin imperial dynasty should fall into Qin Fan's hands. TSK. It's a pity that he's on the side of being a son of Qi. It's impossible for him to sit on the throne of the Qin emperor of this great Qin imperial dynasty. Go! Qin Luo adhered to the principle that meals should be eaten one bite at a time and people should be killed one by one. Today, let those people help me break through to the transformation god realm. As expected, there was pressure, and then there was motivation, and the sense of urgency hit Qin Luo, who couldn't wait any longer. Hopefully, more of the same. Dragon scales, inflammatory dragon bloodline. Does the great Qin imperial dynasty have dragons? Qin Luo muttered, a hint of shock inside his tone. A dragon, but a divine beast. Do you think it's possible that there is a divine dragon in the great Qin imperial dynasty? Qin Luo's voice resounded inside the human emperor streamer. A divine dragon? Do you think it's possible? If your great Qin imperial dynasty really had a divine dragon, then in this realm, which other power would still be a match for your great Qin imperial dynasty? And wouldn't you have already ruled this realm? Shi Huang asked rhetorically. But how could this inferno dragon bloodline and also the dragon scales be explained? That's hard to say. Maybe, the dragon is dead? Even if it's a dead dragon, he's still covered in treasures. Enough to bring your great Qin imperial dynasty to another level. Maybe we'll soon find out if there are any divine dragons in the great Qin imperial dynasty. Qin Luo muttered. Their group traveled for a day and reached a canyon and stopped. This is a line of sky, often infested by mountain bandits. Li Yi explained from the side. I don't know about mountain bandits, but someone must be real. Come out, Qin Luo said as he looked at the top of the canyon. Ha ha ha, a loud laughing sound rang out. Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, someone wants me to take your life. How about you give it to me? A middle-aged man carrying a large sword came from the sky above the canyon, stepping into the air step by step. After becoming at the transformation god realm, one could briefly move through the air, and the fact that the other party was so relaxed proved that the strength was extraordinary. He's the Gate 3 Blades, Li Yi exclaimed. He is a famous and wanted criminal on the Great Qin's most wanted list. Gate 3 Knives, claiming that no one can walk up to 3 knives in his hands. Your Highness, his strength is already at least in the late cave heaven stage. I'll block him. You go. Li Yi took a step forward, and a long sword emerged in his hand, pointing at the other party from afar. His eyes full of gravity, the Gate 3 Blade laughed out loud. Ha ha, blocking me? With just you, a tiny early stage of the cave heaven realm? To be honest, Gate 3 Daggers, don't even need to make 3 swords before I can cut you down on the spot. Try it then, Li Yi said coldly. I'd like to see just how strong your Sect 3 blades are. Boom! Powerful sword momentum rose from Li Yi's body. His sword momentum had already reached the point of almost great accomplishment. Qin Luo looked around and sneered. Just let this one out? What are you guys doing hiding in the shadows? Watching the show? The Gate 3 Daggers laughed coldly. I'm sufficient alone. Your Highness the Ninth Prince, do you want to die quickly? You alone? What are you? A mere cavernous sky. Do you really think you can make waves in front of this imperial prince? Qin Luo took a step forward and Li Yi tried to stop him. Your Highness, he's very strong. It's better to let his subordinate stop him. My subordinate will definitely fight to the death to stop him. And I ask your Highness to take care of my sister in light of my subordinate's fight to the death. Is your life very worthless? Qin Luo asked rhetorically. Who the hell is the villain? I can't even tell the difference a bit now. Dare to intercept me? Oh. Qin Luo waved his hand and the human emperor streamer was offered. Boom. This orientation was instantly enveloped in the darkness of the human emperor streamer, pretending to be a god. A hint of disdain appeared on the face of the gate third blade. Today, Prince, I will kill you. Boom. His aura had just erupted when he was locked by a terrifying aura, griffin-like existence. Arrogant. Bang. The powerful aura suppressed him alive on the ground, preventing him from moving the slightest bit. Sage. Door third blade exclaimed in shock, his tone filled with horror. He never expected that a powerful saint would follow by Qin Luo's side. It's over. It's over. Li Yi, who was also shrouded inside the human emperor streamer, then realized that no wonder Qin Luo had acted so unconcerned before. So it turned out that there was a saint escorting him. The gate 3 blades won't work. If you guys have any more tricks up your sleeves, feel free to show them, or else I'll be leaving. Next thing you know, you might not be able to find my location. An opportunity is never lost. As Qin Luo's words fell, a light laughter sounded. The ninth prince of Great Qin, TSK, it really is arrogant. It's a pity that old thing Su Qianchen isn't by your side. Even if you have 1,000 skills, you won't be able to escape from the palm of this saint's hand today. As the voice fell, a woman wearing a black veil slowly emerged from the sky above the canyon. A saint. Indeed, the gate 3 blades was just a bait they sent out. If Qin Luo's side could eat it, they would send out the saints. If the gate 3 blades succeeded, then all was well. And if they didn't, it was to be expected. Are you from the Wanxiang Holy Land? Qin Luo asked. The woman smiled. Ninth prince, what about a guess? Why did you kill me? Someone took something they shouldn't have and offended someone they shouldn't have. Got it. You guys want this thing, right? Qin Luo took out an iron box and waved it at the woman. It's just no trouble talking to smart people. Unfortunately, the woman said regretfully, today, you are destined to have only one way to die. Give me the item and I can leave you a whole body. With you? Qin Luo's tone carried a touch of disdain. That's enough. You'll only die if Su Qianchen isn't by your side. Ninth prince, to tell you the truth, all under saints are mole crickets. And you are a mole cricket that can be crushed at any time in front of me. No need to say more nonsense. Today, you're dead. Whoosh. The woman leapt down from the sky and rushed towards Qin Luo and the others. Liu once again stood in front of Qin Luo, a touch of fear in his eyes. But still he was still shining his sword at a saint inside the human emperor streamer. Shi Huang waved her hand, and the human emperor streamer instantly enveloped the woman. How long can you block me? The woman laughed coldly and penetrated the human emperor streamer. Don't do it yet? What are you waiting for? A scolding voice resounded in the ears of the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, those hidden in the shadows finally appeared. At this time, all the people who came to watch the show were forced to make a move by the means used by that female saint. Today's matter needed to be borne by Qin Feng, Xin Yun, and the Gu family alone, forcing them to be in the same boat. Bodhi fruit. Not for nothing. Qin Luo, give me your life. Gu Qingfeng was really just coming to watch the show, but he, who had been discovered by the saint, had no choice but to die if he didn't make a move. The Gu family was sort of screwed by him and could only go one way. The other party had also given him the option of allowing their Gu family to join the power the other party was in, and he didn't have much hesitation. I can't block it. Feeling Gu Qingfeng's strength at the late stage of the cave realm, Li Yi's face paled. Kill! Li Yi roared and offered a sword to Ai in the next second. Poof! A sword penetrated Gu Qingfeng's chest, which caused him to go into a bit of a trance. That's it? That weak? A majestic voice resounded through the canyon. Dare to intercept and kill the imperial son of the Great Qin imperial dynasty. To be executed. Marquis Yinggu, it's you! A horrified and shocked voice came out from inside the human emperor streamer. The world knew that Chen Zhanshan's grandson had died because of Qin Luo, and now Chen Zhanshan had actually made a move for Qin Luo, which made everyone feel unbelievable. The farce should be over. Qin Luo spoke indifferently once Chen Zhanshan, who was in the same king realm, struck out. That female saint was naturally no match for her, and with the aid of the human emperor's streamer, soon, she was on her knees. A poof. The woman sprayed out a large mouthful of blood and fell to her knees with a hideous expression. Chen Zhanshan, your grandson died because of the imperial strife in the Great Qin imperial dynasty, and you even returned to the Great Qin imperial dynasty as a dog. You're so lowly. Snap. Chen Zhanshan slapped her hard across the face. The black veil fell off and a still pretty face appeared in everyone's eyes. Tell me where you came from and I can let you suffer a little less. Chen Zhanshan spoke coldly. Never. The woman spoke haughtily. Today's matter, I admit that I planted it, but in the coming day, someone will surely take revenge for me. Her gaze landed on Qin Luo's body and she sneered. Do you know who that Gate 3 Knives is? Let me go, and I'll tell you who the Gate 3 Blades work for and who wants to kill you. Before she could finish her words, the Gate 3 Blades flung themselves to their knees. Your Highness the Ninth Prince, spare your life. Everything was ordered by the 8th prince. He was the one who wanted me to kill you. He was the one. Bang bang bang. Door 3 knives cut out as if they were pounds of garlic, causing the corners of the woman's mouth to twitch. It doesn't matter where he comes from. I just want to know where you come from. What you're up to. Let me go and I can tell you a secret. Or an endless hunt awaits you. Women are still fighting. Xin Luo waved his hand. The screen turned, and they entered the human emperor streamer. Draw out her origin power. Xin Luo said coldly. As you wish. Shi Huang spoke indifferently. What are you doing? Don't! The female saint cried out in shock. And in the next second Shi Huang made her move. Her origin drained away, and her body fell. No! The female saint roared. Her expression hideous, but unfortunately it couldn't change the ending. Dead. Truly dead. An illusory soul floated out. Resentful eyes fell on Xin Luo and the others. I'll be waiting for you well down there. You'll die. You'll die for sure. You don't know what the hell you're holding. And you can't live in peace for the rest of your life with this thing. It's a bit too early to say last words. Xin Luo spoke indifferently, and the soul-striking whip emerged in his hand. Let me do it, Shi Huang said with some eagerness. Xin Luo glanced at her and said, beg me. Shi Huang's grumbling expression fell on Xin Luo's body. Please, let me do it, okay? Xin Luo was jolted. Crikey, this woman's voice was too crispy. Even. Shi Huang learned the clip sound. Yes, you do it. I want to know everything I want to know. Xin Luo waved his hand. Soul-binding rope as well as soul-striking whip both landed in Shi Huang's hand. Shi Huang, who had gotten these two things, had a face full of excitement. The look she gave the woman's disembodied soul sent shivers down the latter's spine. Next, I'll show you that death is the most extravagant thing you can hope for. Death isn't scary. What's scary is wanting to die but not being able to. It didn't take long for the female saint to start begging for mercy. No, please, spare me, spare me. I don't. Finally, the woman couldn't help herself. I'll say it all. Spare me. From her mouth, Xin Luo knew who the black hand behind the scenes was, and it wasn't the Wanxiang Holy Land. Or not exactly the Wanxiang Holy Land. Instead, it's a mysterious organization, the Hidden Dragon Society. And the thing in Xin Luo's hand was the dragon's reverse scale. What is the purpose of this thing? Xin Luo asked. Among the legends, the dragon's reverse scale is the most important piece of scale on the body of a dragon. And even to a certain extent, it is possible to forcibly establish a contract with a dragon with the help of the dragon's reverse scale and enslave a divine dragon. There is a dragon in the Great Qin dynasty, a living dragon. The news, it was too much of a shock. A living dragon. The Great Qin dynasty is simply going against the grain. I guess this dragon should be in the imperial capital, and it might even be in the imperial capital's demon suppression division, right? Xin Luo asked. From the fact that Lin Xian had joined the Devil Suppressor Division, it was evident that the Devil Suppressor Division's 108 layers of heavenly prisons, perhaps the Divine Dragon was imprisoned inside one of those layers. I don't know. That's about all I know. Well, then you can die in peace. Xin Luo opened his mouth indifferently and said to Shi Huang, overwrite her soul. I want the purest soul essence. Shi Huang frowned. Absorbing other people's souls is not the right path after all. This is an order. Xin Luo spoke coldly. The sense of urgency struck again. He had to break through. After putting away the human emperor streamer, he went to the outside world and spoke to Chen Zhanshan in a deep voice. Find a hidden place. I want to shut down. With the crowd in disbelief, Chen Zhanshan respectfully cupped his fists and said, it's ready. Your Highness can follow me. When the other people from the Demon Suppression Division saw this scene, their hearts were appalled. A Saint King Realm powerhouse was treating a sinful royal son in such a way. They somewhat didn't recognize this world anymore. Right. Xin Luo turned to the others and said, you have seen too much today, so, I'm giving you a choice. Submit to me completely, or go and accompany them. There was no hesitation. All of them were planted with life and death seals by Xin Luo. All the people who came to attack and kill Xin Luo's origin were extracted by Shi Huang, as well as the souls were all handled under special secret methods. Leaving only the seemingly clean soul origin, Xin Luo took out the divine dragon essence blood and took out all of Lin Xian's origin. He wanted to break through his cultivation, a leap into the God transformation realm. And it wasn't just as simple as the first level of the God transformation realm. Deliver the head of the gate 3 daggers to the residence of the 8th prince, and this guy's head sent to the princess residence. Tell them that since they dare to declare war, there will only be one outcome in the future. Immortality. It's not that I, Xin Luo, don't care about blood kinship, but they've crossed the line. Send Gu Qingfeng's head to the Department of Demon Suppression and tell them that Gu Qingfeng intended to murder this emperor. If the Demon Suppression Division doesn't deal with this impartially, then when I return to the imperial capital, I'll find them to settle the score one by one. That's right. Just look for Lu Tsong Lu Commander and Chu Trust Chu Commander. Let them do me justice. Swallow the heaven-swallowing demon technique to me, the saint origin, the cave realm powerhouse origin, plus their souls, as well as the Lin Xian origin power that hadn't been completely refined before. All of them entered Qin Luo's body. Shi Huang looked at Qin Luo with a grave expression. She had to admit that Qin Luo was crazy. Such a crazy person is not crazy. He's so ruthless to himself. If once he's allowed to become a top powerhouse in this world, he must be a ruthless person with no scruples. Perhaps, for the sake of his own power, he even dares to devour the origin of this realm. Devouring these origins several times raised Qin Luo's cultivation to the limit of the divine power realm. Limit and limit again, until there was not a single point that could be raised. Only then did they devour the soul essence of those people. Swallow me. Rumble. An exploding sound came from inside Qin Luo's mind. Even if it was cleaned up, the soul was still someone else's soul, and he was inevitably affected by the remnants of those people's souls. Mud. Old me reads a lot of movies. Consider it a fucking movie. Qin Luo said with a roar. To be honest, many people's experience might not be as rich as Qin Luo's. So what if they are saints? They just have their own experience. Qin Luo came from the era of the information explosion. He had read countless movies and countless novels. Do the memories of the remnants of the soul have an effect? Yes, but within tolerable limits. Soul refining melting furnace technique. Start practicing. Using those so-called soul origins as firewood to hammer their own souls, burning all the soul origins of those few cave realm powerhouses. The transformation realm became a reality. Then came the soul essence of that saint realm powerhouse. Burning. The fire of the bear soul burned crazily. The peak of the first layer of the God transformation realm. The peak of the second layer of the God transformation realm. Third level of the God transformation realm. Breakthrough. The fourth level of the spirit transformation realm. Advancing too quickly will cause problems. Shi Huang looked at Qin Luo with a grave expression. Somewhat hesitant. In the end, he sighed. Consider it as something this emperor owes you, and you should think about paying it back. After saying that, Shi Huang walked over to Qin Luo's side and operated a gong method to forcefully help Qin Luo clean up those negative emotions brought about by the burning of his soul essence. With the help of Shi Huang, Qin Luo's soul strength increased quite a bit. The main thing that the realm of transformation of the divine elevates is the soul. Only when the soul is solid can the cultivation be solid. Qin Luo's soul became a lot more solid. On the contrary, Shi Huang, her body became a bit more illusory. It's not as simple as saying that one honor is as good as the other. If Qin Luo had an accident, Shi Huang, would definitely die. Being able to become an empress, she was naturally a smart person who knew when to do what. Qin Luo, this person, in her opinion, should be a soft eater but not a hard eater. The fifth level of the spirit transformation realm. Qin Luo's cultivation was firmly established at the fifth level of the spirit transformation realm. Enough for a saint, plus several cave realm powerhouses as well as Lin Xian's 5 elements spiritual body origin. And to be honest, the same was also wasted. On the one hand, it was because the soul strength was not enough. On the other hand, it was because the time he spent was too short. If he patiently absorbed and settled down more, he might be able to go to the next level, but that would take too long. Qin Luo wouldn't and didn't want to wait that long. In his case, time was much more valuable than resources. There are plenty of resources. If killing a few more sons of fortune is not enough, then killing a few more saints will be enough. Opening his eyes, Qin Luo glanced at Shi Huang, whose body was very illusory, and took out the small porcelain bottle. Boom! A wave of pure energy shot up from the porcelain vase, causing Shi Huang to be shocked. All of a sudden, Chen Zhanshan, who was guarding Qin Luo outside, also woke up violently and discovered the source of the energy at the first opportunity. Your Highness actually has such a treasure? He didn't hesitate to lay down a layer of prohibitions at the first time, blocking other people's prying eyes. 9 revolutions golden body technique. Refine it for me. Qin Luo roared. The drop of divine dragon essence blood madly surged into his body, causing his aura to begin to climb. The flesh began to refine continuously. Another top-notch cultivation technique. Shi Huang's expression was wonderful. Before, inside the blood pool, because of the great Qin imperial dynasty's forbidden presence there, Shi Huang didn't sense what was happening outside Qin Luo. Now that she could see it for real, Qin Luo's level of this gongfu was extremely high. This is the innate mortal body that everyone looks down on. The bloodline returning to the ancestor. Ha! Shi Huang sneered, but they forgot one thing. This bloodline physique is the source of all human bloodlines. What's more, he has an evil, divine level technique like the heaven-swallowing demon technique. Shaking her head, Shi Huang also entered into cultivation. Her soul was consumed immensely, and if it wasn't for the existence of the human emperor streamer, she would probably be on the verge of being finished right now. Qin Luo had been refining for a long time this time. and his body was equivalent to being transformed. A drop of divine dragon's essence blood surprisingly just barely allowed Qin Luo's 9-turn golden body technique to cultivate to the second turn of the realm. I just don't know how powerful the second turn is. Qin Luo muttered. He had a premonition that perhaps no one was his enemy in the transformation god realm. A cave heaven realm powerhouse could also rely on the 9 revolutions golden body technique to fight hard and possibly even kill it. Cave heaven realm powerhouses were the ones who had opened up cave small worlds within their bodies, able to provide themselves with stronger and abundant energy. Qin Luo's dantian plus the strength of his fleshly body. He felt that it was not inferior to a cave heaven realm powerhouse at all. Alright, we should go to the 100,000 mountains next. The good show is about to officially begin. In the past few days of Qin Luo's cultivation, a major public opinion had occurred in the imperial capital. Did you guys know? The Gu family's people even went outside to intercept the Ninth Prince. The Gu family is really rampant. It's only natural to have revenge. How can it be called rampant? And didn't Vice President Gu say that Gu Qingfeng would never dare to ambush the Ninth Prince? It was the Ninth Prince who sent someone to kill Gu Qingfeng. There's no excuse for wanting to commit a crime. Commander Liu of the Demon Suppression Division can say that there is no evidence in this matter, and I hope that the Ninth Prince will send the evidence over. Otherwise there is no way to convict. Qin Luo sort of gave Lu Tsong a hard time, but in the end he decided that he would deal with it impartially. It was not enough to have Gu Qingfeng's head. Other evidence was needed to corroborate it before Gu Qingfeng could be convicted. As for Qin Feng and Qin Yun, their faces instantly changed when they saw the heads of their men. At the same time, the news was released, and everyone knew that Qin Feng and Qin Yun had sent someone to intercept Qin Luo. Seeing the human head of the moment, Qin Feng immediately heart a jolt. Along with it came a letter from Qin Luo. My dear brother, I didn't realize that it's just as well that you tried to kill me, but you also sent someone to kill the Grand Prince's woman. TSK, if our good big brother knew about it, do you think he'd let you off the hook? By the way, I've heard that you've got some great stuff like a Bodhi fruit. How about giving it to me as hush money? Qin Feng tore the letter in his hand at once, and with a slap, he smashed the head of Mensanje inside the box to pieces. Qin Luo, I'll never be a man until I kill you. This matter, he could never let the Grand Prince know, otherwise, he would have to shed a layer of skin without dying. The Great Prince was a Saint Realm powerhouse. If he made a move against him, he would surely be doomed. Qin Luo must die. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. At the residence of the Fifth Prince, Qin Fan, who had just finished his cultivation, heard about the fresh events inside the imperial capital. TSK, this sister and eighth brother of mine have lifted a stone and smashed their own feet, but it's all just a bunch of losers. Tearing each other apart is really no fun. Qin Yun's talent and background was barely okay. Qin Feng's mother clan was weak and her talent was not good enough. Qin Luo only had a great saint behind him, and now that he had joined the 10 guards of devil suppression, it was difficult to establish his own power. None of them were placed in Qin Fan's eyes. Your Highness, someone wants us at Blood Killing House to kill the Ninth Prince. Do we take this mission? The underling asked. Oh, is that so? What's the bid? Qin Fan asked. It's worth almost around an inferior grade sacred artifact. Lo, Qin Fan shook his head. At the very least, 2 sacred artifacts. If you can afford it, we'll take this mission from Blood Slaughterhouse. If you can't afford it, don't bother us. But that's the Ninth Prince, the henchman reminded. So what? As long as the price is affordable. That one, Blood Slaughterhouse, can go ahead and kill him as well. Qin Fan's gaze fell in the direction of the palace and said coldly. As for killing or not killing, another story. Lin Yin failed. Her soul light went out. In the middle of the Hidden Dragon Society's branch, a man said with an ugly expression. It seems that Qin Luo is still protected by a strong person of the Sage Above realm by his side. The way I see it, maybe the thing has already fallen into the hands of the great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Don't forget about Su Qianwan. What next? Don't move for now. Let's keep an eye on that thing first. As for that reverse scale, find a way to poke around to see if it's in Qin Luo's hands or in whoever's hands. Send a woman to approach Qin Luo and find a way to take him down. The beauty plan has been one of the oxymoronic ploys since the beginning of time, and it comes out of the mouth. Good. I agree. At the same time, I also suggest that we leave the imperial capital of the great Qin Imperial Dynasty immediately. This place might not be very safe anymore. Good. Leave first. Chen Zhanshan still had his own military affairs, and this time he was sneaking out from within the city he was defending. Others press on. It's better for you to sneak back and not reveal our relationship, Qin Luo admonished. Yes. Chen Zhanshan nodded. Your Highness, be careful on your journey. After Chen Zhanshan left, Qin Luo and the others accelerated their speed and without a moment's pause, they headed straight to the 100,000 mountains. During this time period, inside the 100,000 Great Mountains, but there was a rumor that intensified. In the middle of the 10,000 Swords Villa, A woman finished reading the words in her hand with a somewhat sultry expression. Miss, that Yi Gongzi, he even has other women in his heart. How dare he? The maid spoke indignantly from the side. The woman named Zhao Lingyin is the great lady of the 10,000 Swords Villa. She is because of Yi Chen's heroic rescue. The recent period of time and Yi Chen is considered to be mutual affection. Has almost reached the point of marriage, but it didn't occur to him that at this juncture, a lover of Yi Chen's popped up. She glanced at the talking book once more and sighed. After all, Brother Tatsu knows Sister Ruyan in the front, and I in the back. I just don't know how sad Brother Chen would be if he knew that Sister Ruyan was getting married. If she marries, then she marries. Then Lord Yu will only have the young lady to himself. Zhao Lingyin shook her head slightly. You're belittling Brother Chen too much. If it's that Sister Ruyan and Brother Chen no longer have feelings for each other, and if Sister Ruyan marries someone else, Brother Chen naturally won't say much. But they were forcibly separated by the clan elders, and Sister Ruyan wasn't willing to marry the young lord of the Divine Soldier Valley, so she must be bitterly waiting for Brother Chen to help her out of the fire pit. Brother Tatsu will definitely be impulsive. Hey! And Yi Chen was happy at first when he heard these news, because he was set up as a gifted, handsome teenager, and labeled as a big-hearted person. For a while, many people knew his Yi Chen's great name, but now he sensed something was off. Ruyan Lu was getting married. Well, if you get married, you get married, but why was the news inside saying that he, Yi Chen, would definitely go to steal the marriage? My guess is that someone like Yi Chen, who is so sentimental and righteous, will definitely snatch the bride on the wedding day. That's right. How could Yi Chen let his beloved become someone else's wife? There is a kind of love called, don't give up, don't give up. A person like Yi Chen will definitely go to snatch the bride even if he dies. If he doesn't go, I'll eat 2 pounds of dung. That's right. Yi Chen is the model of our young people. Will he fear the powerful? But I have heard that previously. The holy son of the Tai Ruins Holy Land, Qin Luo, who wanted to forcefully marry Ruyan Lu, was driven out of the Tai Ruins Holy Land alive by Yi Chen, who used his weakness to overcome his strength. If Yi Chen doesn't go to snatch the bride, I won't believe in love for the rest of my life. If Yi Chen goes to snatch the bride, I will definitely offer a modest contribution. Go forward and show solidarity. Looking at the mere words of those people that came from his hands, Yi Chen's entire body went numb. It was as if he was saying that if he didn't go, it would be him. Yi Chen, being ungrateful and abandoning his wife and son. He thought of a key question. Maybe Zhao Lingyin knew about it too. He walked quickly towards Zhao Lingyin's courtyard. After meeting him, before he could open his mouth to explain, Zhao Lingyin opened her mouth and said, Brother Chen, you don't need to say anything. I understand. I understand everything. She flung herself into Yi Chen's arms, her tears already staining Yi Chen's clothes. I saw the story of Brother Chen and Sister Ruyan. I support Brother Chen for you to go and snatch the marriage and get Sister Ruyan back. I'll ask Father to help you. 10,000 Swords Villa, will stand behind you. Well, Yi Chen man was numb. What's the main reason? Or the fact that the damn novel is spreading so widely? Qin Luo described the love story of Yi Chen and Lu Ruyan with ups and downs, establishing Qin Luo himself and the Taihui Holy Land as the big villains. That day when Qin Luo was put on trial was changed by Qin Luo into a plot where Qin Luo wanted to forcibly marry Ruyan Lu, and Yi Chen caused havoc in the Holy Land of the Taihui for the sake of Ruyan Lu, forcibly suppressing Qin Luo. I have to say that people in this world, their entertainment resources are really scarce. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's persona was set up, sentient and defiant, on the verge of becoming the idol of hundreds of millions of the younger generation. If Yi Chen doesn't go, then the room will collapse. Today he is held up on the altar. Then the next day, he will fall into the mire. Brother Tatsu, let's go together and pick up Sister Ruyan. Don't worry, I won't be jealous. Zhao Lingyin looked up at Yi Chen, so young and understanding that it was heartbreaking. Yi Chen, who had been grilled on the fire, had no possibility of retreating. He stroked Zhao Lingyin's head and spoke gently. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? I won't let my woman suffer even the slightest bit of harm, not from anyone. Since you can't go back, go forward. If he succeeded in stealing the marriage this time, then he would definitely become famous. And at that time, he, Yi Chen, would definitely have an extremely high reputation among the younger generation of the 100,000 mountains, and he would be able to call for help at the drop of a hat. Risks and opportunities go hand in hand. As it was, he needed to get his head in the game. The power of the 10,000 Sword Villa had to be borrowed. And there was another clan whose power had to be borrowed a bit as well, Danding Sect. He had the Danding Sect's already lost legacy in his hands, and he was also the most talented genius alchemist. He was confident that he could take down the Danding Sect and one more. He has a childhood friend who might be able to make a connection now, mobilize all the forces that can be mobilized to fight this battle in the Valley of the Divine Warriors. This is a battle that must be won. In the middle of the Tai Ruhui Holy Land, Lu Ruyan also got that talking book. and apart from a few names of people, she was completely unfamiliar with the rest of the plot. At the beginning is Yi Chen hero to save the beauty of the heart, the two secretly love. Yi Chen for Lu Ruyan joined the Tai Hui Holy Land, in many missions in secret realm and the secret protection of Lu Ruyan, so that she many times from danger to safety of the villain. Qin Luo repeatedly slandered Yi Chen and instead took credit for Yi Chen's protection of Ruyan Lu for himself. Looking at her, she became angry, thinking how Qin Luo was so bad, but come to think of it, the plot seems to be that Yi Chen is slandering Qin Luo, making her move away from him step by step. Then came the misunderstanding unraveling, Yi Chen exposing Qin Luo's hypocritical mask, and the Tai Hui Holy Land harboring Qin Luo, all evil. Yi Chen angrily struck out to suppress Qin Luo, but he was severely injured by the Tai Hui Holy Land, and if not for Lu Ruyan's bitter pleas, Yi Chen would have already been suppressed on the spot. Yi Chen left a sentence, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth. These words likewise greatly shook the vast number of underclass oppressed sect disciples, all fantasizing that they could one day raise their eyebrows. Yi Chen's fame had reached its peak. Lu Ruyan became sick with lovesickness and did not think about tea or rice, and in the end, the Tai Hui Holy Land wanted to use Lu Ruyan as a tool for marriage, just in exchange for a holy weapon. This instantly caused many more women to resonate. They were all fighting for Lu Ruyan, and even openly shouted out for Yi Chen to steal the marriage. The padding had all reached this point. If Yi Chen didn't show up, then it really wasn't justifiable. Lu Ruyan even had images inside her mind of Yi Chen going to make a scene at the wedding, snatching the bride and taking her away. If Yi Chen really goes to snatch the bride, I'm going to go with him? Ruyan Lu muttered, it would be much better to be able to marry Yi Chen than to marry that so-called Divine Soldier Valley Major. The young master of Divine Soldier Valley was a million miles worse than even Qin Luo. In Lu Ruyan's eyes, he couldn't even be counted as a licking dog, and she felt nauseous and revolted at the sight of that guy. Even if Yi Chen had done those things that defamed Qin Luo, the personality of the son of Qi was still there, especially now that everyone thought Yi Chen was the positive character and Qin Luo was the villain. It doesn't matter what the truth is. What matters is what others say and what others think. If Yi Chen dares to show up, I'll dare to repent the marriage. It is better to die than to marry someone you don't love. Watching the novel, Lu Ruyan also on the head. Not just her. All the people who have read the novel have brainstormed out the big happy ending. In Falling Maple City, Qin Luo was inside a restaurant, flipping through the novel talkbook he had just bought in his hand. TSK, not bad, not bad. The finished product still looks like that. After reading it, Qin Luo's gaze fell on Li Yi and asked, do you think the male protagonist inside this novel will go to steal the bride? Li Yi glanced at Qin Luo with an odd expression, not realizing that there was still Qin Luo's part in this. However, he felt like something Qin Luo could do, but it shouldn't be because of the woman called Lu Ruyan. He didn't feel worthy yet. He had long since passed the age of youthful impulsiveness, and he rationally said, this teenager inside, if he's rational, he shouldn't go because the Divine Soldier Valley and the Holy Land of the two ruins, they're too strong. How can he fight against these two forces? If one is not frivolous, one's youth is wasted, isn't it? Qin Luo asked rhetorically. When you were young, were you also able to throw away everything, even your own life, for love? Li Yi was a little bit in a trance. Yes, when he was young, he also used to fight for his wife, defying the power. So he and his wife were very much in love, and then she was abused by that brute, and he killed that brute in anger. Sometimes one can't do it rationally. The young man might do it, but he might die. Li Yi said. Qin Luo slowly shook his head. You're underestimating this Yi Chen. The power of the son of Qi is something you all know nothing about. That dog Lin Xian. It's also because in the imperial capital of the great Qin imperial dynasty, he didn't fully utilize the power of the underpinnings behind him. Otherwise, Qin Luo felt that he wouldn't necessarily have died in his own hands. However, this time, it's still going to be crushing because Yi Chen is no longer the Yi Chen from before. Previously, Qin Luo was only able to barely suppress Yi Chen with the help of the system, depriving him of his sword bone and robbing him of his master. And now, as a result of this, Yi Chen's undercard became Qin Luo's booster. I don't know about other people's bride snatching or not, but I'm very curious about this Blood Moon Saint Sun's concubinage today. A major event had recently occurred in Falling Maple City, and it was that the Holy Son of the Blood Moon Holy Land, Mo Knight Han, had taken a liking to the daughter of the Song family, Song Jinyu. He let out the word that today, he would come to Falling Maple City to take a concubine. And through the talk of these people inside the Falling Maple City, Qin Luo knew another thing related to Song Jinyu. She had a lover and was extremely good at it. And many people in Falling Maple City knew that the two had already been privately engaged for a long time, although he hadn't heard from the other party for many years. How did Qin Luo feel that the other party could possibly come? Perhaps a little advance rehearsal? Let's go. Let's go see a good show. If there's no good show on, Then I'll just have to be the main character. Qin Luo said with a smile. His target was clear. It was the holy son of the Blood Moon Holy Land. Mo Night Han, not he's here to make arrests. As for evidence? Sorry, no need. Many people in the Song family were saddened at the moment. AI. Big brother. It can't be helped. We can't resist the Blood Moon Holy Land. And it's still the Holy Sun. He's got his eye on our Jinyu. So we'll just have to take it as a chance for our Song family. When Song Yushan heard this, he almost didn't choke to death. What do you mean by their Song family's chance? How many concubines has that holy son of the Blood Moon Holy Land already taken? Just the ones he has inquired about are already 56. If it was his wife, he would have just held his nose and admitted it. But it was a concubine who could be abandoned at any time. But our Jinyu is superior in both looks and talent. How can she be a concubine for Mo Night Han? Big brother, could it be that you have another way? If Jinyu doesn't give him a concubine, according to the ruthless nature of the Blood Moon Saint's son, they will annihilate our Song family. Upon hearing this, Song Yushan instantly became depressed. Hey, Sino. In the Song family's backyard, Song Jinyu looked at herself inside the bronze mirror. Her eyes were a little dazed. She seemed to be seeing a familiar man appear behind her. 3 years? 3 years? I haven't heard from you in 3 years. Now, I'm about to get married, so maybe we won't see each other for the rest of our lives. As night fell, Qin Luo successfully blended into the Song family to eat the banquet. Your Highness, the sacred son of the Blood Moon has already entered the city. Li Yi whispered next to Qin Luo. There is no hurry. No hurry. Eat the banquet first. We have accompanied the gift. Although the Song family didn't want Song Jinyu to be a concubine to Mo Yinhan, they were not the least bit ambiguous about organizing the banquet and received quite a few gifts. This kind of family would only be able to complain and grumble behind their backs, and in the face of a behemoth like the Blood Moon Holy Land. Since they couldn't resist, they could only enjoy the benefits that the Blood Moon Holy Land brought to them. Qin Luo and Li Yi accompanied a simple gift and managed to sit at the children's table. The banquet was not opened before Mo Yuchan's person arrived, and Qin Luo's flowers were about to give up while he waited. Finally a high voice rang out. The holy son of the Blood Moon Holy Land has arrived. Wow! Everyone, except Qin Luo and the others stood up. In Qin Luo's opinion, a douchebag who tugged like a 250 walked in. Clustered behind them were the 4 great beauties, each with an extremely voluptuous figure. This Mo Yihan's aesthetic is quite specialized. So is Song Jinyu? 1 or 2 being of the same type could perhaps be taken as a coincidence, while 4 of them were all of the same type. Qin Luo had to suspect that the Mo Yihan in front of him was a dedicated person. Sit. Mo Yihan came in with a big grin and said with a smile, today all of you are able to see my concubine ceremony. All of you. Remember, it's all of you who are giving away 1 Xian Yuan Dan. Xian rank pills were just trash to Qin Luo, but for everyone else in the room, that's worth a lot. Your Highness, it seems like we're getting our money back. Li Yi spoke from the side, out of breath. We haven't even eaten the banquet yet. What do you mean by returning to the capital? Mo Yihan's eyes had gone straight when he saw Song Jinyu's appearance. This was the only kind of woman he loved. Song Jinyu's figure and face grew on the tip of his heart, especially since Song Jinyu in her wedding dress was even more gorgeous. Mo Yihan gave his promise at once. From now on, you, Song Jinyu, are my Mo Yihan's first concubine. All the concubines I took before are below you. Song Jinyu couldn't see the slightest bit of happiness on her face. The first concubine. Wasn't she still a concubine? Moreover, the Mo Yuchan in front of him, who looked like a little old man, was really too ugly. The thought of being pressed down by such a man made Song Jinyu feel a little sick to her stomach. Today I'm Mo Night Han's concubine ceremony, so eat well and drink well. I won't accompany you all. I'm going to spend some quality time with my concubine, to sharpen my skills in bed. Ha ha ha. Vulgar. Disgusting. And even more disgusting to Song Jinyu. Just at that moment, a voice that made her rampant and familiar rang out from outside. With me, Xiao Tang. Here today, no one can force Jinyu to marry. Bang! 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 A couple of the guards who were outside were kicked in as a dominant man walked in with a firm stride. He looked at Song Jinyu tenderly and said, Jinyu, I'm coming. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Watching Song Jinyu and Xiao Tang frown at each other, Mo Yichan instantly exploded. How dare you? What kind of thing are you? Robbing someone and daring to rob me? Mo Yichan. Qin Luo was also slightly surprised. He only vaguely felt that there was a possibility that this familiar plot might appear, but he never thought that it really appeared. This is fucking love. TSK. Qin Luo's tone carried a touch of mockery inside. Love? Dogs don't even fucking talk about it. But a warrior who charges for love is still encouraged. Especially, for the love of charging the Sons of the Air. Discovery of Xiao Tang. The Son of Luck. Name, Xiao Tang. Age, 27. Luck level, 3rd order. Luck value, 66. 600 points. Physique, Thunder Spirit body. can manipulate the special energy thunder power. The body has been forged by the power of thunder. Exceptionally powerful. Explosive combat strength, cultivation level, 7th level of the transformation realm, TSK. The villainous physique may come with the attribute of mockery. And wherever you go, you'll bump into the so-called Sons of Fortune, another minor protagonist who, unfortunately, runs into Qin Luo before he's fully grown. A powerful aura rose as an old man of the cave heaven realm took a step out and looked at Xiao Tang as if he was looking at a dead man. Get him. Mo Yuchan didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. Don't. Song Jinyu's attempt to plead for leniency made Mo Yihan even angrier. And that cave heaven realm elder naturally knew Mo Yihan's anger as he suppressed Xiao Tang towards him with a palm. Good timing. Xiao Tang roared. The power of thunder flickered on his fist. Crackling sounds rang out as he slammed his fist over fiercely. Bang! The two exchanged hands. That old man's face flashed a flash of surprise. A palm did fly Xiao Tang, but Xiao Tang slammed heavily on the ground and bellowed. It hurts. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and a flash of wariness appeared in his eyes, but it quickly dissipated. He knew that unless he played all his cards, he would not only be unable to deal with this cave realm powerhouse in front of him, but he might also fall in this place. That he was here today to stop Song Jinyu from marrying someone else, not to show his talent. Taking out a token from inside his spatial ring, he said in a deep voice, Xiao Tang, a true disciple of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, has come to welcome Miss Song family of the Fall Maple City today. Heavenly Tribulation Hall. Surprisingly, it's a true disciple of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. The Heavenly Tribulation Hall is somewhat mysterious, and it's said that its power also exceeds that of the Blood Moon Holy Land. So it seems that this Song Jinyu is Xiao Tang's today. Oh, I didn't expect that he would be a disciple of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. Qin Luo was also slightly surprised. The Heavenly Tribulation Hall had a long history. They once claimed that they were the rulers of heavenly punishment, but unfortunately, it had fallen for too many years. But even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. In front of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, the Blood Moon Holy Land was somewhat inadequate. So what if you're from the Heavenly Tribulation Palace? Mo Yihan roared, wanting to snatch his woman. The status of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall wasn't enough. My master is the third hall master of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. So what? Mo Yuchan was clearly running out of steam. I come from the Cloud Mountain Xiao family. Xiao Tang did not rush and exposed his other identity, the Xiao family. The number one family in Cloud Mountain City, possessed two saints, which was stronger than their Blood Moon Holy Land. Mo Yihan moved his lips, his expression getting a bit tangled, especially when that elder spoke in his ear. Saint's son, because of a woman, it's not worth making enemies. Xiao Tang continued to speak. How about, we let Jinyu decide who she wants to marry? Sort of a step? Mo Yuchan wanted to step down. Qin Luo shouted at this time to see what was going on. As the ancient saying goes, the feud that is not shared is the feud of killing a father and taking a wife. Even the woman was robbed. Shame on you. Hearing these words, Mo Yihan instantly went to his head. So what if it's the Xiao family of Yunshan City? Song Jinyu is my woman. If you want to rob my woman, I, Mo Yihan, won't agree. Beat the hell out of this kid who doesn't know any better. The elder sighed helplessly and could only strike. Xiao Tang froze. A ferocious light flashed in his eyes as he scanned the crowd. He wanted to see who was stirring up trouble here originally. He was already going to rely on his background to scare Mo Yuchan and successfully snatch back Song Jinyu, but now, it's over, and he'll just have to strike. Thunder tower out to me. Xiao Tang roared as thunder flashed and a small tower appeared out of thin air and smashed over towards that cave realm. Sacred artifact, TSK, not bad. I candy yo. Qin Luo licked his lips as he looked at the small tower that flashed with the power of thunder. Lead thunder skill. A thunderbolt exploded out of nowhere in the sky, and a lightning bolt descended from the sky, slashing viciously towards the Lei Tower rumble. The light above the thunder tower grew even brighter, and its power increased by more than a few times from just now. This operation, not bad. Qin Luo praised. Bang, bang, bang. Lei Ta and that cave heaven realm intertwined, and the two of them exchanged blows that made many people's hearts skip a beat. It's true that you're a genius, but you're a transformation spirit and I'm a cave heaven. You can't do anything about me today. The old man roared. The powerful attacks in his hands constantly acted on top of the Lei Tower. It was obvious that he had used all his strength, and Xiao Tang was struggling. Drop it for me. Bang! A large seal in the old man's hand smashed out, sending the thunder tower crashing down alive. Even though he didn't have a holy weapon in his hands, he wasn't afraid of the holy weapon-wielding transformation god realm. Xiao Tang's eyes flickered, and he had a calculation. In an instant, thunder shakes the 9 heavens. An arc of electricity flashed across his body, and his body was like lightning as he rushed towards Mo Yihan. Capture the thief first. Take down Mo Yuchan, and today's matter will be completely resolved. Kid, you dare protect the Holy Sun. The old man was just about to strike when he was slammed by the Thunder Tower again and could only deal with it first. A few people from the Blood Moon Holy Land immediately rushed out, and Xiao Tang's face revealed a touch of disdain, being at the same transformation god realm. He wasn't afraid of these people yet. Skyjacking formation. A formation diagram wrapped him, Xiao Tang, and the others. A thunder snake danced in it, and Xiao Tang smashed a transformation god realm with a single punch. Just like a thunder god, the fighting power is really strong. Qin Luo took a bite of dessert and commented, "Eat first, there won't be any left soon, because the fight is going to be over." Bang, 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 one by one. The spirit transformation realm flew out with smoke all over their bodies, and they all looked to be seriously injured. The old man struck the thunder pagoda and roared, "Little beast, how dare you!" But in the next second, his eyes narrowed as Moe-chan was killed by Xiao Tang in seconds. Then a chokehold was placed on his neck. Xiao Tang revealed a smile at Song Jinyu, causing Song Jinyu's entire body to become infatuated. Her Prince Charming falls from the sky and saves her. And isn't that like the open-ended happy ending in that recent talkie novel? Turning around, Xiao Tang said to the old man, "Today's matter, it ends here. Otherwise, I dare not guarantee the safety of your family's holy son." Threats. Naked threats. The old man's face was unsightly, and before he could open his mouth, he heard a voice leisurely ringing out from behind him. "Enough to eat and drink. It's time to get down to business." Qin Luo stood up from the kids' table and said, "The Great Qin Demon Suppression Division is on business. The Holy Son of the Blood Moon Holy Land is suspected of killing the family of Marquis Wu Yuan of my Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Moe-chan will come with us. Anyone who dares to obstruct my Jin Demon Division's case will be punished for the same offense." Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the kids who were at the same table with Qin Luo, who had just robbed them of their desserts. Qin Luo and Li stepped out. He was still holding a piece of dessert in his hand, not forgetting to bring it into his mouth. He laughed as he looked at Moe-chan and said, "Moe-chan, you've broken the law. You're under arrest." This scene, which now seemed to have a somewhat absurd feel to it, the gazes of the others locked onto Xiao Tang now that Moe-han was Xiao Tang's hostage. How did he suddenly become the person that the Jin Demon Division wanted to arrest? Xiao Tang spoke in a deep voice, "Gentlemen of the Demon Suppression Division, how about you deal with your matters after I finish settling my grudge with Mo-han?" Qin Luo shook his head and said with a smile, "Didn't you hear me clearly just now? Anyone who dares to obstruct my Jin Demon Division's case will be punished for the same offense. Could it be that you were involved in the extermination of my Great Qin Marquis Wu Yuan's residence?" Qin Luo chortled, and Xiao Tang's entire body went numb. He shouted furiously in his heart, "Can't you see that I have a grudge against Moe-han? How could I possibly collude with Moe-han to kill someone? Immediately hand over Moe-chan into my hands, or else." Before Qin Luo could finish speaking, he was interrupted by that Blood Moon Holy Land's old man. "Otherwise what? Is the Holy Son of my Blood Moon Holy Land to be captured whenever you, the people of the Demon Suppression Division, want to? This is the 100,000 Mountains, not your Great Qin Empire." Originally, he had a belly full of fire when he was obstructed by Xiao Tang, and now Qin Luo popped out again, making him feel even more fired up. He was a powerful man of the Cave Heaven realm, an elder of the Blood Moon Holy Land. Didn't he want to lose face? Li coldly glanced at the old man, took a step out, and the long sword in his hand was about to be sheathed. Qin Luo blocked him. Then his gaze fell on the old man and asked, "Do you want to obstruct my Jin Demon Division from handling the case? So what if it is?" The old man stiffened. When facing the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, the people of their Blood Moon Holy Land had always been tough, which stemmed from their friction with the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, and their hatred. They had quite a few disciples who were legally punished by the people of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty when they were committing crimes, not giving any face at all to the people from their Blood Moon Holy Land. He even had a disciple who was killed alive by the other party last year because of a clash with the people from the Marquis of Wu Yuan. Resist law enforcement, and there's only one way to go. Qin Luo happened to want to try out how strong he was now. The early stage of the cave realm was just the right place for him to sharpen his skills. He sheathed the Qingfeng sword in his hand and pointed it at the other party from afar as he spoke coldly, obstructing the case of the Demon Suppression Division. Death. Whoosh. He charged towards the old man. Another transformation god realm. Another transformation god realm dared to challenge his authority. The old man's face was as gloomy as water. Tiny transformation god, daring to take a shot at me. Today I'll take the place of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty to teach you a good lesson, so you'll know what it means to have a high heaven and a high earth. Blood Moon Palm. The blood moon subdues the sky. A huge handprint shadow emerged, looking cold and evil under the reflection of a curved blood moon, and slammed down fiercely towards Qin Luo. He wanted to suppress Qin Luo on the spot with a thunderous force, letting him know what people could be offended and what people could not be offended. The transformation god challenged the cave heaven, going against the heavens and attacking the top. He should be killed. Golden blade breaking you. A dazzling golden light flashed across Qin Luo's body, having devoured Lin Xian's 5 elements spiritual body. He could also evolve a metallic sharpness, adding Yi Chen's innate sword bone. The power of this sword technique increased by a large margin, holy rank perfection sword technique. Break! Qin Luo let out a furious roar as the Qingfeng sword stabbed into the top of the large handprint. The incomparably sharp sword she instantly tore apart the large handprint in front of him. Die for me! The sword's momentum did not decrease, and it charged fiercely towards the old man. How is it possible? The old man was horrified in his heart. His move was almost considered to be at full strength, but in Qin Luo's hands, it didn't even last a breath. It was enough to prove that this Qin Luo in front of him possessed a battle power such as his. Blood Moon Seal. Give me out. The old man roared. A large seal smashed towards Qin Luo. This was the old man's original weapon. A huge seal. A mere heavenly rank. Trash. Qin Luo stabbed his sword above that Blood Moon Seal. A huge force came from the Blood Moon Seal, trying to smash Qin Luo alive into the ground. But Qin Luo hardened himself and blocked it by his own powerful strength. Complete physical strength. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and the old man's eyes widened as he actually saw a crack emerge from his Blood Moon Seal. That's right, crack. Blood Moon secret art. Blood sacrifice. The old man roared, and a huge blood moon surfaced behind him. The blood chi in his body began to burn, and a dazzling red light shone onto his body from above the blood moon. His body began to fill up as far as the eye could see, and his entire aura drew up by a large margin. Kid, you're able to force me to this extent. You're proud enough to be proud of yourself. Today, the old man needs to suppress you on the spot. 2 tiny transformation spirits, one of which had exhausted him, and the other had forced him to cast a secret technique. He was angry now, and the consequences had to be severe. Boom! A huge handprint smashed towards Qin Luo. This strike was more terrifying than the power of any strike just now. Burning Origin. TSK. Qin Luo laughed and shook his head. Truly a waste. Not playing with you. He had already concluded that his strength was sufficient against early cave realm powerhouses. Sure enough, the 9 turns golden body technique was just heaven-defying. The power of the second turn of the physical body had already reached the level of a cave realm powerhouse. The Tai Ruin Bell emerged in his hand and struck it all at once. Thud. This voice resounded in the old man's mind, causing his soul to stir. Qin Luo takes advantage of your illness. The Qingfeng sword in his hand swept out and brushed. The sword chopped off the old man's arm. Ah! A painful hissing sound rang out as the old man snapped out of the state he had just been in. But in the next second, the great ruin bell slammed directly towards him. No! He looked at the Tai Ruin Bell that was getting closer and closer above his head, and he roared out in anger. Bang! The Tai Ruin Bell fell down fiercely, and the human emperor streamer was offered. Old man, you're too weak. Qin Luo's humiliating voice was the last thing the old man heard. When people die, their souls are taken into the human emperor's streamer. Thud. The sound of the Tai Ruin Bell smashing on the ground struck everyone's ears, sending a jolt through their bodies. The gazes that once again looked at Qin Luo all carried a touch of horror in them. Xiao Tang's gaze towards Qin Luo also carried a strong look of gravity and vigilance. Qin Luo looked around the circle and said indifferently, "This is what happens when you obstruct the case of my great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division. Do any of you want to experience it again?" The entire room was silent. Not a single person dared to speak. Qin Luo took a step towards Xiao Tang and spoke indifferently. "Hand over the person my Demon Suppression Division wants to capture." Xiao Tang looked deeply at Qin Luo for a couple of moments, hesitated, and still pushed Moe-chan out. Liu walked over and clamped down on Moe-chan as the man fell. After handing over the person, Xiao Tang extended his hand to Song Jinyu. "Jinyu, let's go." Song Jinyu's cheeks blushed slightly as she nodded and said, "Good." They had just taken 2 steps when they heard Qin Luo's voice ringing behind them. "Did I tell you to leave?" Xiao Tang turned his head to Qin Luo and said, "I've already handed over the people to you. What else do you want? You want to leave so easily after obstructing my Jin Demon Division's case? If I let you leave so easily, where is the face of my Jin Demon Division? What's more, he said that you were an accomplice in the Marquis Wu Yuan extermination tragedy." Qin Luo said as he pointed at Mo Yan. Mo Yihan blinked as if to say, "Did I say that?" Xiao Tang's face instantly turned gloomy as he looked at Qin Luo and spoke in a deep voice. "Are you slandering me? Is this how the great Qin Demon Suppression Division handles cases? It's simply a travesty. Smear? Doesn't exist." Qin Luo's gaze landed on Mo Yihan and asked, "Do you think he was involved in the Marquis Wu Yuan's extermination tragedy?" Mo Yihan blinked and said, "In the first place, he must have been involved, but I didn't." "Well, there's no need for words." Qin Luo's gaze once again landed on Xiao Tang and said indifferently, "He said that you are one of his accomplices." Mo Yihan wanted to retort. He didn't admit that he was involved. He only said that Xiao Tang was involved. He wasn't a fool. He naturally couldn't admit it, but Xiao Tang, this dog, since someone wanted to cure him, Moe-chan was happy to see it happen. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard Li Yi chortle in his ear. Shut up, ha ha ha. Xiao Tang sneered as he looked at Qin Luo and said, I didn't expect that the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division would handle cases like this. Good, very good, but I want to leave today, and you can't stop me. Qin Luo looked at him and said indifferently, maybe it can't be stopped, but you can't take that woman beside you, colluding with a wanted criminal of my Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. The Song family of Falling Maple City is equally guilty. At these words, Song Yushan's entire body went numb. How can his Song family be guilty? Song Jinyu's face changed and her heart tightened. She had originally married Mo Yanhan for the sake of her family, and now someone was threatening her with the safety of her family's loved ones. She thought it was really hard to be a woman. Shouting turned his head to Qin Luo and asked in a deep voice, what exactly do you want to do? Qin Luo spoke with a face full of righteousness. The tragic case of Marquis Wu Yuan's extermination is horrifying. I, Jin Demon Division, have the obligation to investigate this case clearly. If you are guilty, I, Jin Demon Division, will definitely not let go. If you're not guilty, I, the Jin Demon Division, won't wrong a good person. Xiao Tang didn't believe a single word of Qin Luo's words. He seemed to have read it inside Qin Luo's eyes, that is, I'm just framing you. What can you do about it? What if I have to leave? Xiao Tang spoke coldly. I, the Heavenly Tribulation Palace, and the Xiao family have no conflict with you, the Demon Suppression Division, and I don't think there are any grudges or entanglements between us. So if you want to incriminate me, then please show me the evidence. By moving out the Heavenly Tribulation Hall and also the Xiao family, he was telling Qin Luo that he also had a backstage and his backstage wasn't weak. Letting Qin Luo away, and Qin Luo laughed. Isn't the testimony of the main culprit enough? Don't scare me with the Heavenly Tribulation Hall and also the Xiao family. The Marquis Wu Yuan extermination case must be solved. God stops God. Mo Yihan wanted to speak again. When did I become the main culprit? But reason told him that it would be better to say more now or wait for his old man to come and fish for him. The people from his Blood Moon Holy Land had already contacted his old man through a sound transmission jade talisman. Soon, the Blood Moon Sage will arrive. Qin Luo waved his hand and the Human Emperor streamer was offered, instantly enveloping Xiao Tang. Today, you won't be able to get away. An ear-piercing voice within the Human Emperor streamer resounded in Xiao Tang's ears. Jia Jia Jia. Kid, come over and accompany the old man. The voice was slightly familiar. How Xiao Tang felt like the old man who had just fought him out. A spiteful voice rang in his ears, and a terrifying aura locked onto him. Xiao Tang's heart trembled. This is a saint. Just at this critical moment, a sound of breaking air rang out. An old man appeared from the void. He stood in mid-air and spoke coldly. Are the people of the Great Qin Demon Suppressing Division so rampant? This is the 100,000 Mountains, not the territory of your Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. A powerful aura emanated from the old man, who had been hiding in the shadows. He was from the Heavenly Tribulation Hall and Xiao Tang's protector. A strong person in the late cave realm. I would advise you to immediately release the disciples of my Heavenly Tribulation Hall. Otherwise, this matter will not be settled today. Others are afraid of your Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, but I, the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, am not. Old thing, finally giving up and coming out? Unfortunately, a small cave realm can't change the ending, don't you think? With a wave of Qin Luo's hand, the pitch-black world shrouded by the Human Emperor's streamer opened up. If you want to save your disciples from the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, then please go in. Invite the king. And Chui Yunhe looked at that Human Emperor streamer, a flash of gravity appearing in his eyes as he instinctively sensed danger. Therefore, he didn't move. His gaze remained locked on Qin Luo's body. Junior, I think that with your talent, you are also the descendant of whichever great person inside the Demon Suppression Division. Today, how about we trade one for the other? 1 for 1? Qin Luo sneered. Are you trying to use me as your hostage? He hooked his hand at Chui Yunhe and said, feel free to come over and try. If it's said that you can take me down, perhaps it's also possible to replace your Heavenly Tribulation Hall people. Chui Yunhe was obviously a very cautious person. He didn't take any action without authorization. His gaze fell on Qin Luo's body, his eyes flickering and indecisive. What? Don't dare? Qin Luo's tone carried a touch of disdain within it as he waved his hand and the Human Emperor streamer rushed towards him as he pinched Xiao Tang, who flew out from within the Human Emperor streamer. Xiao Tang was easily suppressed by the villain, losing 10,000 points of chi luck value. The host gained 10,000 points of villain value. Now, I have the hostage. How about you tie your hands? Chui Yunhe didn't expect Qin Luo to take down Xiao Tang so easily. His face was as gloomy as water. Today, are you sure you want to offend my Heavenly Tribulation Hall as well as the Cloud Mountain Xiao family? Chui Yunhe opened his mouth in a deep voice, with a strong threatening color inside his tone. What do you think? Qin Luo asked rhetorically. Good. Very good. Qin Luo was already ready to activate the Human Emperor streamer and have Shi Huang suppress that guy before he arrived, but never thought that this old thing even turned around and walked away. I'll tell you there's no end to today's matter. The heavenly tribulation hall won't let you leave easily. As soon as his words fell, a blood moon descended. And the blood moon sacred lord arrived. Who dares to strike at my son? A grim voice rang out. Mo Qianjie stepped from the distance step by step. At first it was still dozens of miles away. But in the blink of an eye it was close by. The holy might rose up to the sky as he stood in midair overlooking Li Yi and spoke faintly. Let go of my son and I will give you a painful death. Just by the other party's glance, Li Yi was chilled all over and a mouthful of blood gushed out. This horrified him in his heart. This is a saint. Indeed. The saying that all under saints are mole crickets is not as simple as saying it. Cui Yunhai hid in the shadows at the first opportunity. He felt that the opportunity might have come. Qin Luo looked at Mo Qianjie's appearance without a single bit of surprise. TSK, since people come, then don't go. Qin Luo shouted towards Mo Qianjie. Mo Qianjie, you're suspected of killing the entire family of the Marquis Wu Yuan's house of my great Qin imperial dynasty. Today, I, the Jin Demon Division, will arrest you and bring you to justice. Mo Qianjie landed his gaze on Qin Luo's body. A touch of grimness flashed in his eyes. A mole-like existence that dares to speak to the saint in such a manner deserves to be killed. A large blood-red handprint was about to coalesce and smash towards Qin Luo, however. Just at this time, a terrifying aura rose from behind him. A giant axe slashed viciously towards Mo Qianjie's back. Come to arrest someone. How could Qin Luo be alone in danger by himself? Mo Qianjie was alert in his heart and turned his head at the first opportunity. The bloody handprints coalesced and that huge axe ruthlessly collided together. Bang! His entire body then flew backwards. And with this strike, in his haste, he was injured. Seeing this scene, Cui Yunhe, who was hiding in the shadows, was horrified in his heart, and at the same time, he felt grateful. Fortunately, he hadn't been impulsive just now. He couldn't compare to Mo Qianjie. This strike was definitely enough to cause him to suffer a serious injury. Perhaps to the point of death. The IT gave him a moment of reckoning that he should go and shake the man, and turn away. Who is it? Mo Qianjie roared angrily, offering the long sword in his hand as his eyes looked into the distance with icy coldness. Before the person arrives, the sound is already there. I am Marquis Zhang Tuo, Marquis of the Broken Army of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Boom! Zhang Tuo descended from the sky. The giant axe flew back and fell into his hands. He looked intently at Mo Qianjie and said, Mo Qianjie, you even dared to kill the entire family of the Marquis Wu Yuan house of my great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Today, it is necessary to let you face the law. Li Yi glanced at Qin Luo in shock. He didn't expect that Qin Luo would be able to persuade the Marquis of Broken Armies in the army to come out to eye in the past. When the Demon Suppression Division carried out a mission, it could also ask for synergy from other government offices or the military, but after all, they are not affiliated, and the help they get is extremely limited. Relying more on their own network of connections to get help from others, the people inside the Jin Demon 10 guards basically had no future, and were also filled with a large number of people who had escaped from the sects, and they had even less friendship with the army, so the help they received was few and far between. How could Li Yi not be surprised when Qin Luo talked a Sage Realm powerhouse into making a move as soon as he came out? It seems that the Ninth Prince is indeed extraordinary, Li Yi said in his heart. The previous Marquis of Yinggu plus this time's Marquis of Broken Armies. Can he still not see it? Does he think life might have a run in it? Who the hell doesn't want to progress? There's just no avenue for progress here. He's been swinging for the fences for a long time now. Regarding Zhang Tuo's accusation, he naturally wouldn't admit it. Mo Qianjie said in a deep voice, if you say that I killed Marquis Wu Yuan's entire family, then please also show me the evidence. Otherwise, for you, the people of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty to grab my son for no reason and strike at me is slander. The 100,000 Great Mountains is not your Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. It's not a place where you can act recklessly. The evidence is naturally there. Just now your son has admitted it. Qin Luo took over and said. At the same time he also pointed at Xiao Tang and said, this guy is also your accomplice. He also admitted it. Mo Qianjie was all shocked. He had long heard that the Jin Demon Division was concerned about evidence and handling cases, but now, this person in front of him, was completely making things up. Doesn't he know if his son did it or not? And who is that young man in Qin Luo's hand? He doesn't even recognize him. Dad, I didn't. Mo Yihan immediately retorted. Pa! Qin Luo backhanded him and slapped him hard on the face. Dare to retract your confession? You're guilty as charged. Sacred Lord Bloodmoon, let me advise you. Immediately kneel down and confess your sins, or else I'll kill your son. Brush. The longsword in Qin Luo's hand was sheathed and placed on Mo Yichan's neck, causing the latter's body to chill all over. Not daring to say another word. Mo Qianjie gripped the longsword in his hand tightly as he looked at Qin Luo as if he was looking at a dead man. Kid, how dare you humiliate my son like this? Good. Very good. Your little life. Mo Qianjie, We'll take it. I said so. A rich blood aura surged out from his body as he dashed out towards Zheng Tuo in a flash blood moon phantom. This stance was extremely bizarre, as a single blood-colored phantom emerged, all of them aiming to charge towards Zheng Tuo in unison. Blood moon chop. A half-arc blood moon sword she chopped towards Zheng Tuo. Good timing. Zheng Tuo roared, and the huge axe in his hand slammed out fiercely. A boom. Boom. With a loud bang, a single force broke all laws. Zheng Tuo's power was instantly utilized to the extreme. Mo Qianjie rushed over fast, but flew back equally fast. He landed in mid-air with the help of this force from Zheng Tuo. He glanced at Zheng Tuo and said in a grim tone, "I'm telling you, this matter is not over." Then, turning away, "Run away." Qin Luo froze and blinked, then exchanged a glance with Li Yi. "Ran away?" Li Yi nodded. "It should have run away." Snap. Qin Luo slapped Mo-chan's face. "Why is your father so shameless? A saint, and this is just a fight, and he's running away? You don't even want your own son? So desperate?" Mo Yihan was also aggrieved. He wanted to cry. His father had even given up on him. He was sad. Actually, it's also true that this old thing had to wait until Marquis Wu Yuan was dead before he dared to retaliate against Marquis Wu Yuan, which proves that this old thing is an extremely cautious, death-fearing, and timid person. Zheng Tuo was also a bit stunned, and when he tried to chase out, he realized that he could no longer catch up. Speed was really not something he was good at. He landed on the ground and cupped his fists at Qin Luo. "Your Highness, my subordinate was incompetent and didn't stop Mo Qianjie." A sentence of "Your Highness" made Xiao Tang as well as Mo Yihan both freeze. What kind of person can be called His Highness in the Great Qin dynasty? It was a prince or a king of the Great Qin dynasty. The probability was that Qin Luo in front of him was a royal prince. A prince personally took a shot at them? A thought flashed through both men's minds. Mud. It's over. No harm done. There was no intention of being able to apprehend him at once. It's enough to be able to catch a fish. Is he here to handle a case? To run a bird case? He is to pry the whole 100,000 mountains with the help of the case of the destruction of the Marquis Wu Yuan's house. Take them both away. I want a proper trial. Let's get them convicted first. Then we'll talk about the rest. In handling cases, he, Qin Luo, is concerned about evidence as well as testimony. Mo Yihan is very painful. Let confess to any crime. Confess to any crime. Xiao Tang is not the same. Killed to death, good idea. Qin Luo let Mo Nighthon confess to the crime, and then confessed to the guilty Xiao Tang, Yi Chen and others. Xiao Tang is the guy who stole my woman? Mo Yihan asked. Exactly. Then who is Yi Chen? Don't look at Yi Chen is so famous now, but those who know him are either female disciples or ordinary disciples. His kind of holy son, concubinage can't be arranged over. And to go and read any talkative novels, it's simply ridiculous. Don't worry about that much. Write these first, and when you go back have your father prepare another one. You're letting me go back? A look of surprise appeared on Mo Yihan's face. Yes. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth hooked up slightly. A wicked expression on his face. Your father doesn't even care if you live or die. And you don't want to see your father going crazy at home making you a brother, do you? Father and son, naturally, should enjoy the same blessings and suffer the same hardships. I'll give you a chance to submit to me and I can spare your life, Qin Luo said as he looked down at Mo Nighthon. I submit. Mo-chan simply knelt on the ground. Marquis Wu Yuan's residence was all destroyed by that old thing. He dragged me into this. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will help you catch him. Ha! Qin Luo sneered. You think I'll believe you? Mo Yihan, who had spoken to his heart at once, had his expression frozen for a moment. I'm going to leave a seal inside your soul, Qin Luo said indifferently. Let go of your soul. Otherwise, you're just going to die. Mo Yihan's face was cloudy. The soul was the most important place of a person. If he let go of his soul and allowed Qin Luo to leave a little trick inside his soul, wouldn't he be subjected to it for the rest of his life? Remember, you only have this one chance. If you don't become mine, you'll only become dead. Mo Yihan could see that Qin Luo wasn't joking. He clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, flopping down on his knees. Subordinate is willing to let go of his soul. Yes. Qin Luo planted the seal of life and death inside his soul. Mo Yihan was in a trance for a moment. He felt as if his little life was no longer in his hands and next. Qin Luo let him practically experience the feeling of not controlling his life in his own hands. Qin Luo catalyzed the seal of life and death. Mo Night Cold felt a chill all over his body, followed by pain, like countless ants tearing at his body in general pain. Ouch! It hurts. Qin Luo indifferently watched the scene as he continuously activated the seal of life and death, causing Mo Yichan's pain to start escalating. Kill me! Kill me! Kill me! Mo Yihan began to beg for death. The pain was too much for him to bear. Bang! 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 He hit the ground hard with his head, a scene that caused Zheng Tuo, who was next to him, to be jolted. This kind of pain, honestly, he hadn't even seen before. The fearful emotion in his heart towards Qin Luo deepened. Bang! 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 It hurts me! Kill me! Please, kill me! Mo Yihan hissed and finally fainted from the raw pain. For an existence in the realm of transformation, to be able to make him pass out from the pain, how painful it would have to be. It's unimaginable. When Zhang Tuo thought of this question, Qin Luo happened to turn his head to look at him, causing him to have a jolt, only to hear Qin Luo leisurely speak. Marquis of the Broken Army, can I trust you? Before Zhang Tuo's words could be uttered, he heard Qin Luo leisurely say, my maternal grandfather. I am able to trust because that is my bloodline's closest relative, and the only relative I have in this world. This was a reminder to Zhang Tuo that there was a great sage realm powerhouse standing behind him. With so many things happening inside the imperial capital, it didn't make sense that Zhang Tuo didn't know about it. If he didn't know a single thing about it, then it proved that he wouldn't be worthy of being a saint. Probably, it would have been dead already. What about Marquis Ingwu? He's not my kin, so I used a bit of restraint on him. Li Yi. Qin Luo pointed at Li Yi and said, he has likewise pledged his allegiance to me, and I can completely trust him now as well. What was the prerequisite for complete trust? Zhang Tuo wasn't a fool. He understood. The tangled look on his face flickered as he asked in a deep voice, Your Highness, I only want to ask you one thing. Are you willing to compete for the position of Emperor's son? If Qin Luo didn't have ambition, then he, Zhang Tuo, would have no future by Qin Luo's side, and his revenge might be a long way off. The position of the Emperor's son? Qin Luo smiled disdainfully. Sort of. Anyway, in the future, this great Qin imperial dynasty needs to be controlled in my hands. Puff. Zhang Tuo no longer hesitated and knelt on the ground, saying in a deep voice, Your Highness, my subordinate is willing to swear allegiance to you to the death. This scene gave Li Yi a great shock, knowing that Zhang Tuo was a saint. He didn't know how a saint was willing to give his life to Qin Luo. That he didn't know the inside story. He didn't know Zhang Tuo's situation. He only knew one thing. Even a saint had to kneel in front of Qin Luo. After planting the seal of life and death inside Zhang Tuo's soul, Qin Luo felt very tired. This thing, it was extremely exhausting to the soul, especially Zhang Tuo's soul strength was far superior to his. Well, go check on that Xiaoteng. After seeing Qin Luo come over, Xiaoteng calmly asked, What exactly do you want to do by capturing me? We had no grudges in the past, and we have no enmity today. And my Xiao family and the Heavenly Tribulation Hall are also well watered with your great Qin imperial dynasty. Speak out your purpose. Qin Luo looked at Xiaoteng. He had to say that a son of Qi was different from ordinary people. In this situation, he was still able to be so calm, far beyond ordinary people, just different camps. Qin Luo returned indifferently. There was only so much he could say, and he wouldn't be able to explain it in one more sentence, without waiting for Xiaoteng to ask about the relationship between the camps. He heard Qin Luo say, How about I similarly give you a chance? Tell me about it. Xiaoteng asked. He now knew that there were two Saint Realm warriors by Qin Luo's side. His escape was hopeless, and the breakthrough was still in Qin Luo's body. Submit to me and I can give you a chance to live. Xiaoteng shook his head. It's impossible. If a person wasn't truly submissive, it was somewhat difficult to plant a life and death seal inside his soul. At least the current Qin Luo couldn't do it. This was because his soul strength had not yet far exceeded Xiaoteng's. That would be a shame. Qin Luo shook his head. Just had to send you on your way. After saying that, Qin Luo offered a sword and poof. It directly hit Xiaoteng's chest. Xiaoteng looked at this scene with disbelief. He had envisioned countless possibilities, but he had only never thought that Qin Luo would kill him so decisively. Ho ho! Why? Xiaoteng was full of questions, but Qin Luo had no obligation to give him answers. It's nice to be confused, Qin Luo said silently in his heart. Because I lack villainous values. A tiny third-order Qi Yunzi. Sure enough, not much of a surprise. Kill it and kill it a bang. Xiaoteng was killed by the villain, losing all his Qi value. The host gained 600 points of villain value. Is there any means that can subdue a saint? Poison. Qin Luo asked. System recommendation, blood and bone dan, heavenly grade. It can corrode other people's bones and blood for a short period of time until they die. And it is also effective enough for saints. Although it is not enough to kill saints, it can also cause them to be seriously injured and fall off their realm for a short period of time. Redemption price, 50,000 villain points, and you're so sweet. Redemption. Qin Luo did not hesitate. Then he got the elixir and handed it over to Mo Yihan. I know you're a dutiful child, and I'm going to ask your father to pay a small price to redeem you. How about that? In order to repay your father, you have to do everything you can to make him eat this elixir. I believe you can do it. In the Blood Moon Holy Land, Mo Qianjia's face was as gloomy as water. He didn't expect that the great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division had struck out, and had captured his son as soon as they did. Damn it! I won't let you guys walk out of the 100,000 mountains. Mo Qianjia spoke coldly. However, He had some headaches. Zheng Tuo was a strong person of the sage realm, and he didn't want to fight against Zheng Tuo if he didn't have to. I thought that my son must be finished, but I didn't expect Qin Luo to have a letter sent to him. One upper heavenly rank treasure can be exchanged for your son's life. Seeing this content, Mo Qianjia hesitated. Not that he couldn't spare it, and he felt that even if he took out a treasure the other party wouldn't necessarily release him anyway. If he were, he would never let go. Sacred Lord, Night Cold is your own son. You must save him. A beautiful woman shook Missouri Qianjia's arm and said, Night Cold is a very filial person and has the utmost respect for me as his mother. You must save him. Mo Qianjia nodded. After all, it was his own seed, so it was unreasonable not to save it. Good. I'll take out a treasure of the upper heavenly rank. Mo Qianjia clapped his hands and took out a treasure for someone to send back. Qin Luo smiled at Mo Yanhan after receiving it and said, It seems that your father still loves you. I had planned to lower my requirements if he didn't agree, but I didn't expect it. TSK. These words fell on Mo Yihan's ears, making his mood extraordinarily complicated. His father loves him so much, but he wants to harm him instead. Isn't this a pure animal? Qin Luo saw what Mo Yichan was thinking and patted his shoulder, saying, You have to remember that you're redeeming yourself. If your father doesn't kneel, then your father will only die. You're so filial. How can you bear to see your father die in front of you, right? And is it okay if I'm not there when your highness kills my father? Good guy. Qin Luo's expression was slightly frozen, looking at Mo Yichan's serious expression. Well, Qin Luo felt that this kid is really a filial son. Go on, think of a way to make your father take this elixir. With such a filial son, Qin Luo felt that the possibility of him accomplishing his mission was extremely high. Cui Yunha had already called for help, but before he could wait for reinforcements, he received a message from the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. Xiao Tang is dead. Cui Yunha was jolted. How could it be? When I came back, Xiao Tang was still fine. How could he be dead? Yeah, I'd like to ask you how Xiao Tang died. Boom! A terrifying aura locked onto Cui Yunha, and a middle-aged man with a cold and stern face stepped out step by step. And every one of those footsteps felt like they were stepping on Cui Yunha's heart, causing the tip of his heart to tremble continuously. A puff. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out, and Cui Yunha instantly became shriveled up. Greetings, Third Hall Master. Cui Yunha bowed respectfully. Tell me, what exactly happened? You as Xiao Tang's protector. Why did you live and Xiao Tang died instead? Cui Yunha didn't dare to hide the slightest bit, and briefly talked about what happened when he met Qin Luo and the others. Great Qin Demon Suppression Division? Our Heavenly Tribulation Hall and them don't interfere with each other. How could they dare to kill our Heavenly Tribulation Hall's disciples? I don't know. Maybe Xiao Tang has some personal grudge against him. Oomph. The sound of a cold snort smashed heavily into Cui Yunha's heart, causing him to stagger and almost plant himself on the ground. As a protector of the Tao, you failed to protect Xiao Tang. How do you think the Heavenly Tribulation Hall should punish you? Third Hall Master Zhao Yanyi asked. My subordinate will definitely avenge Xiao Tang. Cui Yunha replied in a deep voice. His entire body had gone numb. He had envisioned many possibilities, but he had not expected Xiao Tang to die so easily. But the other side had saints. What could he do? He was only in the cave heaven realm. Going there before was just sending food. I'll go with you, Zhao Yanyi said in a deep voice. Those who dare to kill a disciple of my Skyjack Palace must pay the price in blood. Pass the message to the Xiao family. Xiao Tang only began to emerge after joining the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, and had likewise become a key cultivator of the Xiao family. The news of his death also caused a sensation in the Xiao family. The Xiao family elders had a special meeting. Those who kill Xiao Tang must pay a price. Otherwise, others will think that our Cloud Mountain Xiao family is easy to bully. An elder spoke in a deep voice. But the news from the Heavenly Tribulation Hall side says that the murderer might be someone from the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division. So what? Our Xiao family and the Demon Suppression Division do not interfere with each other. They randomly beat and kill my Xiao family's children. They provoked them first. It is only natural for us to take revenge. While they were in the middle of a heated discussion, a young woman walked into the Great Hall. Brother Xiao Tang was killed? The woman's face was frosty and her eyes were cold. Yeah, we'll take care of this. No, I want to see that murderer die in front of me, Xiaoya said in a resolute tone. Brother Xiao Tang has been extremely kind to me since I was a child. And although we are not biological siblings, we are better than biological siblings. He was killed, and I must avenge him. It was still the Grand Elder who made the call. Alright, then bring Xiaoya along. We must kill him with a thunderous force to avenge Xiao Tang, one of the two most important men in her life. Xiao Tang died. Xiaoya was very sad. She even hid inside her room and cried, Brother Xiao Tang, I will definitely take revenge for you. Definitely. When she was heartbroken, someone sent her a talking book, and she once again saw Yi Chen's message and felt slightly better. However, seeing Yi Chen and Lu Ruyan's love story, she was a bit torn. Brother Yi Chen is such a sentimental person. Hey! At the same time, a letter arrived in Xiaoya's hands. A letter from Yi Chen inside. It told Yi Chen's thoughts about Xiaoya, making Xiaoya's mind keep recalling the previous days when Yi Chen was in Yunshan City and they played together. She was the older sister. Yi Chen was the younger brother. But the younger brother always stood in front of her when he encountered danger. And his not-so-large body gave Xiaoya a great sense of security. Before Yi Chen left Yunshan City, he had left behind a sentence. Sister Xiaoya, today's farewell is not what I wished for. In the future, I will use all of my strength to challenge that endless darkness, just to guard our oath. Teenage girls, they just fell for each other in that moment, looking at the contents inside. Xiaoya's expression slowly became firm. Brother Yi Chen, don't worry, your woman is my sister. I will help you. The Valley of Divine Soldiers, she's going there too. Well, Shouting's hatred can be put aside for a while. In her heart, affection took a back seat to love. Mo Yihan pondered all the way. If he wanted his dad to take this pill, he would need to find another way. The moment he returned to the Holy Land and saw little mother and Mo Qianjie, it seemed like he had a plan that night. Mo Night Cold pulled Mo Qianjie to have a big drink specifically to talk about how he was tortured at the hands of Qin Luo. Simply the hearer is sad and the listener is in tears. Mo Qianjie even put down harsh words. Don't worry, when I turn around and catch that kid, I'll let you properly concoct him. Mo Yihan spat in his heart. It's only in your acreage that you can be a mountain king. Wouldn't you be scared shitless if you knew the other guy was a prince? The son knows the old man best, the hatred of taking his wife and the hatred of killing his father. Marquis Wu Yuan has taken them all. Mo Qianjie froze and did not dare to put a fart. Hard to simmer to death after the Marquis of Wu Yuan. Before daring to secretly go to destroy the whole family of the Marquis of Wu Yuan, some people say that it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. But Mo Qianjie waited hard for 50 years. Mo Yuchan had to say, convinced. He knew that Mo Qianjie had just been perfunctory as well, and that the other party had a saint, and that this matter, basically, was over. After drinking, Mo Qianjie will definitely do something he loves to do, which is clear to Mo Yuchan. When it was late at night, Mo Yuchan heard an extremely angry voice ring out. Who poisoned me? Mo Yihan silently sent out a signal. So fast? This kid is quite good at doing things. Qin Luo's tone carried a touch of surprise. Let's go. Let's go to the Blood Moon Holy Land. Qin Luo had just raised his foot to go over when Zheng Tuo stopped him. Your Highness, to avoid any deception, it's better for me to go over and explore the situation before you do. There's no harm. It's just a small Blood Moon Holy Land. Qin Luo didn't just have a Saint Realm combatant on hand. He also had the human Emperor streamer in place. While heading towards the Blood Moon Sacred Land, Qin Luo said, the Blood Moon Sacred Land has repeatedly committed crimes in my great Qin Imperial dynasty, so I don't think there should be a need for them to continue to exist. An ironic killing intent was revealed within his tone. The inside of the human Emperor streamer was empty, and the thousands of people from the Blood Moon Holy Land were not young, all in accordance with your Highness' orders. When he arrived at the Blood Moon Holy Land, Zheng Tuo no longer hesitated. Who dares to trespass into my Blood Moon Holy Land? A Cave Heaven Realm Elder roared as Zheng Tuo leapt up and slashed his axe viciously in one fell swoop. He split his opponent in half, kill them all and leave no one behind. Qin Luo spoke indifferently. As you command. The men of the Demon Suppression Division under his command plus Zheng Tuo killed their way in until they encountered Ammonite Han.At this moment. Mo Yihan held her little mom's small hand and comforted. It's fine. It's fine. With me, everything will be fine. Seeing Qin Luo's appearance, Mo Chan flung himself onto his knees. The other woman followed suit and hurriedly fell to her knees. My subordinate is fortunate enough to be spared, and I ask your Highness to spare my life and that of my mother. Your mother? Qin Luo walked out and glanced at the woman. How to look at the woman's look? She didn't give birth to such a frustrated guy. Not pro. Mo Yihan said with a smile. Moreover, to be able to drug Mo Qianjie so smoothly, it was still my mother who took the credit. Oh? Qin Luo became interested. He asked curiously, how did you poison your father? Listening to the incessant screams ringing in his ears, Mo Yihan didn't dare to hesitate and pointed to an undulating spot on the woman's body and said, poisonous. Nice guy. The first thing he said was that he was a good guy. Looking at his villainous face, Qin Luo felt that this guy would be successful in the future. Not bad. Not bad. The children are teachable. Qin Luo patted his shoulder. Go, let's go see your father. Mo Qianjie still didn't know how he had been poisoned, and he hid in the clan's forbidden land to try to detoxify the poison. The huge stone door opened wide, and his shriveled appearance fell into Qin Luo's eyes as they looked on. Opening his eyes, Mo Qianjie saw his son like a dog's leg, fawning and bending in front of Qin Luo.At. Another glance. Qin Luo and Zheng Tuo. Aren't these the people who arrested his son? Mo Qianjie, His Imperial Highness is here. Why don't you quickly kneel down to greet him? Mo Yihan chided at Mo Qianjie. Put. Mo Qianjie spat out a large mouthful of black blood. Even if he was a fool now, he knew that the poisoning had something to do with Mo Yihan. Bastard! Bastard! How come I didn't get you on the floor over 40 years ago? I'm your own father. I'm your own father. Mo Qianjie roared. It's precisely because you're my real father that I can only sacrifice you in order to save my son's life. And you don't want to see our Mo family become extinct. I am your only son. Mo Yihan's words caused Mo Qianjie to spray out another large mouthful of blood, his expression becoming more and more hideous. Animal. Animal. Mo Qianjie roared. Stop cursing. Don't you think it's like cursing yourself? Mo Yuchan really choked people to death. Puff. Mo Qianjie roared. Bastard. Even if I die, I will strangle you. Give me death. Boom. He mobilized the only power he had left in his body, not caring about the toxins attacking his heart chakra. He was righteous. Qin Luo signaled Zheng Tuo to make a move, and Zheng Tuo took a step out and chopped over with an axe. Bang. A huge rumbling sound rang out, and Mo Qianjie flew out at once, smashing heavily against the wall. One hit and it hit hard. Poof. 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 That blood was like no money. Constantly spraying, Zheng Tuo put an axe on his neck and asked in a deep voice, submission or death? Qin Luo smiled from behind and said, remember, you have and only have one chance. Don't even think about it. I'm a hallowed saint. Make me submit? Mo Qianjie was still hardened. Kill. Qin Luo said indifferently. What? Not. Mo Qianjie didn't expect Qin Luo to say one chance to really fucking give a chance. I submit. Brush. The human head landed on the ground, and Mo Qianjie's face still had a look of disbelief on it. If you say there's only one chance, then there's only one chance, and you take what I say as a fart? It wasn't that Qin Luo didn't know the other party's idea of getting tough for a while before surrendering. Backbone. In his opinion, the most useless. Both want to be a bitch, but also want to make a fucking house of cards, not knowing what's going on in dead or alive. It was all the same to him. The human emperor's streamer unfolded and Mo Qianjie's soul absorbed it. Tonight, I'm going to retreat inside the Blood Moon Holy Land. We just killed so many people. We can't waste it, can we? You're going too crazy like this. Shi Huang's voice of reminder sounded under the shroud of the human emperor streamer. Crazy? Oh, no madness. No life. Qin Luo spoke without a care in the world. Only one's own strength being strong is fundamental. Everything else is vanity. However, you're easily affected by those negative energies like this, and it will affect your sanity. Shi Huang continued. Isn't there it? Qin Luo said as he took out a Bodhi fruit. This was the Bodhi fruit that had been blackmailed from Qin Feng's hand and had the same effect of removing negative energies. Shi Huang was a bit speechless and could only just let Qin Luo go. There were a total of 7 Cave Heaven Realm powerhouses and more than 20 Transformation God Realm powerhouses inside the Blood Moon Holy Land. As for most of the remaining cultivations, they were all relatively weak. In itself, it was not a powerful sanctuary, and to have so much of it was already rare. All of their souls were absorbed into the human emperor streamer, and their flesh and blood origins were reduced to Qin Luo's sustenance, including Mo Qianjie, coupled with Xiao Tang's thunder spirit body origin power from before. The cultivation resources this time were also extremely generous. After spending 2 whole days, Qin Luo raised his cultivation level a bit, reaching the 7th level of the Transformation Spirit Realm. Late Transformation Spirit Realm now. Can't continue. Qin Luo is just a little crazy, but he is not a madman. These blood, flesh and soul is going to have a great impact on him. The realm of the Transformation Spirit Realm requires simultaneous advancement of the soul and cultivation. The soul is a little difficult to raise, and inevitably wastes a lot of resources. Moreover, the origin power of the special physique was what he needed for his heaven-swallowing demon technique. Unfortunately, there wasn't even a single fucking genius in the entire Blood Moon Holy Land. After the human emperor streamer was added to Mo Qianjie, it had finally advanced, reaching the quality of a saint stage middle grade. The range of coverage and the power is much better. After Qin Luo finished his cultivation, Li Yi walked over at the first opportunity. Your Highness, shouldn't we turn in this mission? Killing Mo Qianjie was basically considered to have completed this mission, and as a matter of fact, Qin Luo was able to turn in his mission. What's the rush? There are still plenty of masterminds left to catch. Mo Yuhan, what do you say? Qin Luo asked as he looked over at the somewhat dull-eyed Mo Knight Han. It was only when he heard Qin Luo's voice that Mo Ichan snapped out of it and hurriedly spoke. Yes, yes, yes. Your Highness said yes. What's wrong with him? Qin Luo could see that the guy seemed to be a bit off, as if his life had lost its struggle. Li glanced oddly at Mo Ichan, then whispered in Qin Luo's ear. His stepmother died. It could be seen that Mo Yihan's feelings for that woman were even deeper than Mo Qianjie's, although no poison was taken. Smeared on the body, invaded the body and eventually died. My condolences. Qin Luo patted Mo Yihan. You must take good care of your health. You must give me more identifications of your masterminds, accomplices in this case. This one case? Shin Luo made him a big case. The involvement is extensive. Mo Yuchan can't die. By the way, that woman from Falling Maple City, she's yours. Hearing these words, a light seemed to appear in Mo Yihan's eyes, as if he had a reason to live again. Puff. Mo Yihan knelt on the ground. My subordinate will definitely swear to serve your highness to the death, and I will testify against whomever your highness tells me to testify against. He's not a fool. He naturally knows what he's worth, which is a rabid dog that climbs and bites indiscriminately. The child is teachable. Shin Luo nodded appreciatively. This kind of person is not a thing. But just fucking listen, the Blood Moon sacred ground was no more. Shin Luo planned to make a trip to the Cold Moon Sage. She wasn't very far away from this place, and his little sister could still be in her hands. Granted, the former lord's feelings didn't have much to do with him, but after he had crossed over, the youngest sister had even specifically asked the Cold Moon Sage to come and save him. So there was a connection. How could one's own senior sister be an apprentice next to that old bitch? That old bitch ain't no good. Just after leaving the Blood Moon Holy Land, a voice of reminder came to his ears. Someone is coming. They should be here to kill you. Shi Huang's leisurely voice rang out. Kill me? Shin Luo's gaze fell not far away. Zheng Tuo sensed it at this time, and could see that he was far worse than Shi Huang. That's him. A slightly familiar voice rang out. Shin Luo hitched his eyes to see if that wasn't the protector of what was called the Son of Chi Fortune. Boom. A sage aura descended. Zhao Yangi-san's cold gaze landed on Shin Luo's body. You're the one who killed my disciple? Shin Luo slightly stepped back, allowing Zheng Tuo to block in front of him. Resisting Zhao Yangi's aura, Zhao Yangi's gaze landed on Zheng Tuo's body. His expression had a slight hint of gravity. However, he was confident that he was stronger than Zheng Tuo. His gaze locked onto Shin Luo once again and he asked in a deep voice, Did you kill my disciple? Your disciple? Do I know them? Shin Luo asked rhetorically. Why don't you recognize that you blatantly captured a disciple of my heavenly tribulation hall? Cui Yunha roared angrily. Oh, if it's that guy you were trying to save, then I know him. He was one of the accomplices in the tragic case of the extermination of my great Qin's Marquis Wu Yuan, and had already confessed to his crime the day before yesterday. Boom! Zhao Yangi's even stronger aura rose to the sky as he roared towards Shin Luo. You deserve to die. Kill him. Zhao Yangi ordered to Cui Yunha as he leapt up towards Zheng Tuo in a blink of an eye. They exchanged blows, and the battle became extraordinarily fierce. There was only one saint within the people present, Zheng Tuo, and Cui Yunha's strength could crush Shin Luo and all of them. Yes, Cui Yunha knew that the only way for him to clear his guilt of failing to escort him was to kill Shin Luo. Whoosh! Cui Yunha rushed over in Shin Luo's direction, his expression grim as he roared, Little brute! Today I'm going to let you die without a burial place. Just by you? Shin Luo's tone carried a strong look of disdain, and the human emperor streamer in his hand appeared all of a sudden a brush. It instantly enveloped Cui Yunha. GGG. I'm so dead. Will you come stay with me? Are they pretty? Do you want them or not? A spiteful voice rang out, and those soul bodies inside the human emperor streamer were like evil ghosts as they whistled towards Cui Yunha. Shi Huang didn't even need to make a move, and in the blink of an eye, Cui Yunha became a dried-up old man. Bang! The body fell heavily to the ground as Cui Yunha let out a roar piercing through the human emperor streamer. No! Zhao Yangi, who was fighting with Zheng Tuo's face changed greatly, and an object in his hand bloomed with dazzling light. 10,000 Thunder Cauldron. Give me the town. Boom! Rumble! A huge bronze giant tripod, which flickered with densely packed thunder snakes, blocked away Zheng Tuo before suppressing it towards the human emperor streamer. Kid, you must die for me today. The 10,000 Thunder Cauldron, all of a sudden, broke through the human emperor streamer, and Zhao Yangi then rushed in with a hideous expression. He roared towards Shin Luo, Die for me! But in the next second, a terrifying soul aura locked onto him, like a basin of ice water pouring down from the top of his head. Saints! 3. Soul Striking Whip. Strike me! He Huang held the soul-beating whip and fiercely lashed out, a powerful whipping force that acted on top of Zhao Yangi's soul, causing him to suffer damage to his soul. Soul Binding Rope. Bind me! Tai Ruin Bell. Give me the town! Shin Luo roared. Since the other party had entered inside the human emperor streamer, there was no reason to let him go. Zhao Yangi's entire body went numb, and a strong chill rose in his heart. Revenge for your pupil? Avenge what? His little life is in jeopardy now. 10,000 Thunder Cauldron. Explode for me. He was decisive, and the look of flesh pain in his eyes flickered. The more than 10,000 thunder snakes inside the 10,000 Thunder Cauldron let out a deafening roar before they began to explode. This was the power of thunder that he had accumulated for hundreds of years. After hundreds of years of hard work, it's back to liberation overnight. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Dazzling light blossomed as that single thunder snake extinguished the soul body of a personal emperor streamer. Thunder moved the 9 heavens. Zhao Yangi didn't even look at the consequences he had caused, and with a flash, escaped. How arrogant he was when he came. How wretched he was when he fled, especially Zheng Tuo, who rushed over, chopped with an axe, taking away a large chunk of flesh and blood from his body. Zhao Yangyi didn't know whether it was from pain or anger. He hissed and fled playfully, crackling sounds were endless, and when the power of thunder was completely suppressed, Xin Luo's expression was a bit ugly, marred. This heavenly tribulation hall's holy weapon seems to be restraining my human emperor streamer. In this battle, he had lost quite a few soul bodies under him, and his human emperor streamer was also damaged to varying degrees. That heavenly tribulation hall must be destroyed, not to be questioned, Xin Luo said in a deep voice. Shi Huang waved her hand, and quite a lot of thunder power began to coalesce in her hand. This thunder power is very pure. It can be used as a cultivation source, especially if you cultivate that body refining technique. It's very suitable, barely enough to make up for our losses. Xin Luo's face looked slightly better, not having suffered after putting away the human emperor streamer. Xin Luo didn't have long before Zheng Tuo ran back. He spoke with some shame. My subordinate was incompetent and let him escape. There's no harm in running away from the monk. Li Yi, contact the Demon Suppression Division and tell them that there has been a major breakthrough in the tragic case of the Marquis Wu Yuan's extermination. One of the culprits, Blood Moon Sacred Lord Mo Qianjie, has already been put to death, and before he died, he confessed that there were several other culprits, one of which was the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. Have the Demon Suppression Division tell me the exact information about the Heavenly Tribulation Hall under their control? I'll turn around and go inside the Heavenly Tribulation Hall to arrest someone. Li Yi didn't dare to hesitate and immediately started contacting the Demon Suppression Division. When the news reached the Demon Suppression Division, the commander of the 10 guards of the Demon Suppression Division was a bit confused. There's a hidden agenda in the Marquis Wu Yuan extermination case? Hasn't the Heavenly Tribulation Hall been hidden for many years already? Are they involved in it as well? He was not skeptical about this news, only that there might be a deeper reason for it. Lord Commander, Vice Commander Qin has requested for support. Do we support him? The subordinate asked. No time, no one. One of my 10 guards has to be used as 2. Where would I have time to support Vice Commander Qin? Tell him that if things don't work out, he can close the case with the head of Mo Qianjie from the Holy Land of the Blood Moon. I think that Vice Commander Qin should be a smart person. An already dead Marquis Wu Yuan, his family was killed off. It was enough that they, the great Qin Imperial Dynasty, had helped him out. As for what hidden agenda there was, it didn't matter. Killing one culprit would be enough to console the entire family of the Marquis Wu Yuan in heaven. That's the reality, because the sufferers are dead. Let's go. Let's go to the Cold Moon Palace. The Cold Moon Palace was about 2 days away from them. Raising his head to look at the palace emitting a chilly aura, Xin Luo said to the woman guarding the door, please also report that Xin Luo has come to pay a visit to Sage Cold Moon. Yes. Soon Lin Huashang came out personally, giving Xin Luo great importance. I don't know what the Ninth Prince came to my Cold Moon Palace for? Lin Huashang asked. I want to meet my senior sister. Xin Luo spoke bluntly. Lin Huashang's face showed a difficult expression, causing a bad feeling to rise in Xin Luo's heart. What? Is Sage Cold Moon having some difficulty? Or did something happen to my senior sister? Lin Huashang shook her head. There has not been any accident. It's just that your senior sister is no longer in my Cold Moon Palace now. Out practicing? When will you be back? If nothing else, it won't be back. Xin Luo's voice rose steeply. Sage Cold Moon. What do you mean by that? Lin Huashang sighed and said with a touch of resentment inside her tone. To tell you the truth, Xin Wanning has been snatched away. Not waiting for Xin Luo to ask, she continued. This is considered a good thing for her. She has a much more promising future in that place than practicing in my Cold Moon Palace. All in all, it was one sentence. Her disciple had been taken away from her, and she couldn't resist. Who is it? Xin Luo asked. Ethereal Sanctuary. Ethereal Holy Land? Xin Luo's tone carried a tinge of surprise in his memories. The Ethereal Holy Land was extremely powerful and could be called one of the 10 great Holy Lands in the Netherworld Holy Land. There were great Saint Realm powerhouses suppressing the underbelly. How could evening be valued by the Netherworld Holy Land? Xin Luo was curious. Lin Huashang didn't hide it either. Before, I thought Xin Wanning was a Xianing body and thought of taking her as a disciple, but I didn't expect that she was actually a Xian beautiful body. Xian beautiful body? Shi Huang's surprised voice rang in Xin Luo's ears. This is one of the top physiques. The cultivation speed is extremely fast. One can easily comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. And if nothing goes wrong, cultivating to the Saint Realm is a matter of water to water. There won't be the slightest bottleneck. It's just a matter of time. One more thing. This physique, if one were to dual cultivate with someone, would be able to make the other person progress just as rapidly. This woman must be taken. Shi Huang said with a leap of faith. You, a mortal body, have a great obstacle in breaking through to the Saint Realm. It's more difficult than others. if she breaks through to become a saint realm, and you dual cultivate with her and take her yuan in, there won't be an obstacle in your breakthrough to the saint realm. The biggest bottleneck of the mortal body is the saint realm, and after you break through to the saint realm, you have a bright future ahead of you. Qin Luo secretly nodded. But the ethereal Holy Land was not something that could be taken casually. He looked at Lin Huashang and said with some grumbling, everyone says how arrogant and domineering the cold moon sage is and how powerful he is. I didn't think that you wouldn't be able to even watch a disciple. Hey! Lin Huashang felt that Qin Luo was slapping her face. She glanced at Qin Luo with a grudge and zoned out. Her good disciple Hey! In the misty Holy Land, on top of a towering mountain peak, there was a stunningly beautiful woman with long hair like a waterfall and deep eyes like stars. Revealing a hint of coldness and arrogance, she looked at the information in her hand and laughed coldly. Lu Ruyan, how dare you want to abandon my senior brother and marry someone else? I won't let you have your wish. You were born as my senior brother's man, and you can only be my senior brother's ghost when you die. Looking up at the Danding sect, Yi Chen took a deep breath and took a big step forward. The Danding sect's important land. Idle people are exempted from entering. The sound of chiding rang out. Yi Chen replied in a deep voice. I've come to participate in the Danding sect's examination that no one has passed in 1,000 years. You, the disciple guarding the gate, looked at how young Yi Chen looked, and his face was filled with disbelief. If I fail the test, I would like to cut myself in the middle of the Danding sect. Better to believe it than not. The disciple guarding the gate still passed the message, and as soon an elder came out and was stunned to see Yi Chen. That's him? Reporting back to the elder. He's the one who wanted to take that test in our sect. On what basis are you? Elder questioned. Yi Chen spoke without haste. Because I have cultivated the 10,000 spirit Xiandan technique, in its entirety. Boom! The elder couldn't suppress his own aura in an instant. He rushed to Yi Chen with a flash and grabbed him. You've cultivated my Danding sect's town technique. The 10,000 spirit Xiandan technique? Elder, strictly speaking, I should also be considered half of the Danding sect's disciples. Do you think I can't pass now? The elder's expression was cloudy. Looking at the confident and bland Yi Chen who was close at hand, he said in a deep voice, this matter, it's a matter of great importance. I need to report it to the patriarch and the others. The entire Danding sect shook because of Yi Chen, because Yi Chen had cultivated their Danding sect's Xinzong technique, the 10,000 spirit Xiandan skill, which had been lost for the most part, and it was still in its entirety. Patriarchs and elders, one by one, came out of the place of seclusion. They met and discussed for some time, without discussing the reason. I think it would be better to let him take the test first. That test is one that almost no one can pass except for saint-ranked alchemists. Within a short period of time to analyze the pharmacology and medicinal properties of 100,000 kinds of medicinal herbs. This test is not only the ability to make pills, soul strength, experience, alchemy talent is indispensable. This test of their Danding sect, someone passed it 1,000 years ago, and the person who passed it could become the holy son of their Danding sect. Good. I agree. Let him take the test. Yi Chen entered the place of assessment. And as the 10,000 spirit Xiandan skill was in operation, the pharmacology and medicinal properties of that single herb automatically appeared inside his mind. A test that lasted for a whole day. Yi Chen didn't stop, and the people of the Danding sect had been shocked. Appraisal passed. The alchemy test likewise proved that Yi Chen had top-notch talent. Possessing a special fire vein, he could be called a born alchemist, a genius that would be hard to come by in 1,000 or even 10,000 years, especially since Yi Chen had also taken back the 10,000 spirit Xiandan skill. It could be called a benefactor of their Danding sect. Knock knock. The Danding sect's great bell rang, and the sect master's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Yi Chen is my Danding sect's saint son at this moment. Anyone who helps my Danding sect to retrieve the 10,000 spirit Xiandan skill, my Danding sect will grant him a request. Yi Chen, even though you're my Danding sect's saint son, you're no exception. If you have any requests in the future, we will naturally raise the entire clan to help you reach them. Coming. As soon as he heard this, Yi Chen became energized. He immediately said with a straight face, Patriarch, I would like to request the clan to stand up for me. I would like to marry the holy maiden of the Tai Ruhui Holy Land, Lu Ruyan. Then he gave them a brief account of what had happened, telling them the story of his ups and downs of love. Of course, this was all a love story written for him by Qin Luo. Just go directly to the Tai Ruin Sacred Land. Can the Tai Ruin Sacred Land still not give face to our Danding sect? Yi Chen immediately denied it. He could want to take advantage of the wedding day of the young lord of the Divine Soldier Valley to make a big splash. How could he go to the Holy Land of the Tai Ruins and quietly get things done? He had also ascertained through special channels and his previous relationship in the Tai Hui Holy Land that Lu Ruyan still had feelings for him. This was a great opportunity to make a name for himself, and he had to take it. He said with a difficult look on his face, Patriarch, it's not that I don't want to go to the Tai Ruhui Holy Land, but because the Tai Ruhui Holy Land and I have a conflict, and I'm afraid that they'll hide Ruyan. If it's the big wedding day, they don't think they'll be able to hide anyone. It's still there. The Lord of the 10,000 Swords Villa promised to help me. The Cloud Mountain Shao family, too, has agreed to stand up for me. All of a sudden, the two Holy Land level forces agreed. The Danding sect patriarch hesitated. After all, Yi Chen was still their holy son. He felt that they, the Danding sect, couldn't afford to be left behind. Good. Then the Danding sect, will also make a move. Qin Luo was also arranging for this battle in the Divine Soldier Valley. He wanted to suppress Yi Chen with a thunderous force. If there are no accidents, if Yi Chen wants to succeed in stealing the marriage, the power he has at hand must exceed the combined power of the Tai Ruins Holy Land as well as the Divine Soldier Valley. The Tai Ruins Holy Land had 2 Sage Realm powerhouses, and the Divine Soldier Valley had 3, so Yi Chen would need around 5 saints as backers. Take down the Heavenly Tribulation Hall first. Qin Luo had a calculation in a flash. It seems that this matter still requires a trip from Chun Zhanshan. Well, have Grandpa come along to make sure it's alright. When a lion fights a rabbit, he also uses all his strength, and when villains kill people, he can't let the other side have a chance to turn the tables. How is Chen Mo doing now? Qin Luo asked. Now that the strength of his soul has increased somewhat, he's able to briefly catalyze his corpse. Shi Huang replied, wanting the horse to run and not wanting the horse to eat grass. This kind of thing, Qin Luo couldn't do it, although you are able to control the life and death of others. If they do not want to work for you from the bottom of their hearts, you can only just kill them. They should be allowed to meet their grandparents and grandchildren to give him a little bit of hope. Yes, simple manipulation is possible. That's fine. Send him a message. His gaze fell on Zheng Tuo and asked, how about you contact the Foursquare Marquis and ask him to go to the Divine Soldier Valley in a few days to help me stand up for myself? Subordinate tried to make contact. Zheng Tuo said there basically wasn't much of a discrepancy between the information that Qin Luo had gotten from Cui Yunhe about the Heavenly Tribulation Hall and the information that the Demon Suppression Division had sent over. The exact location of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall was known, and the number of their saints was a full 4. That's right, not 3 as outsiders might think. But 4. Zhao Yanyi sneaked back into the Heavenly Tribulation Hall with serious injuries, and facing the inquiries of several others, he roared, this matter? I'm not finished with the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division. I want to retaliate. I must retaliate. I want to let them know that I, Zhao Yanyi, am not one to be bullied. This matter needs to be discussed in the long run. 3rd Hall Master, you should still recuperate your injuries as soon as possible. The Grand Hall Master said in a calm tone, one must plan before one moves. And this matter, I see, is definitely not that simple. Killing our Heavenly Tribulation Hall Son of Thunder Tribulation right at the critical moment when our Heavenly Tribulation Hall was planning to let the Violet Divine Thunder Hammer come out. It's hard to guarantee that they weren't aiming for our Heavenly Tribulation Hall's Violet Divine Thunder Hammer. Xiao Tang is my Heavenly Tribulation Hall's most promising disciple to control the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Hammer. But it's a pity and a hateful thing. Old 3, you too, why did you let him out? That woman might have been the other party's bait. This time, if we don't have control over the Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder Hammer, and there's no way to open our Heavenly Tribulation Hall's cultivation secret realm, we've already been silent for thousands of years. Do we want to remain silent until our Heavenly Tribulation Hall perishes? After the mention, Zhao Yanyi was also awakened. He felt that all this, as if it was a conspiracy. After Chen Zhanshan received Qin Luo's message, he left from the city where he was stationed at the first opportunity. I'll go out for as little as 3 or 5 days, or as much as 10 days. And you'll be in charge of all military affairs within the city. Remember to keep it a secret. Don't let others know about my departure, and declare to the outside world that I'm in seclusion. He instructed his subordinate deputy, your obedience. After Su Chanshan got the news, he made a special trip to the palace and told Emperor Qin that he needed to leave the imperial capital for a while. Previously, Qin Luo's matter had sort of come to an end, and now his whereabouts were not so noticeable. Facing the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, Qin Luo could say that he had used all of his means. And he didn't believe that the Heavenly Tribulation Hall couldn't be destroyed yet. There's also a more important message. Shi Huang's voice rang in Qin Luo's ears. From the mouth of the one called Cui Yunhe was able to learn one piece of information. That is, there is a secret treasure inside the Heavenly Tribulation Hall that needs to be controlled by Xiao Tang. It is extremely important to their Heavenly Tribulation Hall. Perhaps that thing will be of great help to you as well. Oh, yeah, Qin Luo played with Xiao Tang's Thunder Pagoda, which was barely considered a holy weapon. But it was a bit of a chicken rib for Qin Luo. He needed the energy inside to help him cultivate the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique. The power of thunder already had the effect of quenching the body. Not to mention, it was a holy weapon. Saying dry, Qin Luo began to do it, splitting the entire Thunder Tower. The origin absorbing and quenching his body. The second turn of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique cultivation to the third turn required too much energy. It was simply a sea of energy. Compared to the first turn cultivation to the second turn, the amount of energy required increased exponentially. 10 times? Qin Luo felt that it was not enough. It was important to realize that 10 times was equivalent to 10 drops of divine dragon essence blood. This kind of technique is what the villain who plundered the heavens, can cultivate. How could a human actually have that many resources? Qin Luo muttered. He had a vague feeling that after cultivating to the third turn, he might be able to challenge saints with the power of his physical body. Thinking of this, Qin Luo was all agitated and cultivated. There shall be no hesitation. The cultivation lasted for a full 3 days before Qin Zhanshan arrived. And Su Qianwan arrived as well. With the two biggest combatants arriving, Qin Luo felt that he could start to take on the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. Grandfather, Marquis Yinggu. The strongest battle force of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall should be between the Late Saint and Saint King realms. This time, I want to bring the Heavenly Tribulation Hall under the control of my forces. It's fine, cultivating one's own forces inside the 100,000 mountains. This is considered an alternative path. Su Qianwan spoke appreciatively. Qin Zhanshan also finally understood why Qin Luo's idea of traveling to the Great 100,000 Mountains before. So it turned out that Qin Luo had always intended to start from inside the Great 100,000 Mountains to strengthen his own forces, and then go to compete for the position of the Emperor's son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Competition within the Imperial Dynasty is extraordinarily fierce. Between the princes of the secret struggle has entered a white-hot stage. The army. The various government offices have been installed by the princes of the people. Only the 100,000 Great Mountains were different. This place was not subordinate to the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. And the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty even stationed troops in the vicinity of the 100,000 Great Mountains all year round, in order to prevent the people of the 100,000 Great Mountains from joining together to make a move against the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. If this force was united, even the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty would have to feel tricky. Marquis Yinggu, Chen Mo is still in good shape now, so your master and grandson can have a chat. After saying that, Qin Luo stepped aside and Chen Mo slowly walked out, which made Qin Zhanshan's body shiver, because the Chen Mo in front of him was not a pure soul body, but had a physical body. Only his face was slightly pale, and he looked like a dead man's face. Chen Mo reluctantly smiled at Qin Zhanshan. Grandpa, I am now able to manipulate my body for a short period of time. Good, good, good. Qin Zhanshan couldn't help but burst into tears, which made him sincerely grateful to Qin Luo. Su Qianwan and Qin Luo walked together. He said to Qin Luo with delight, "You've done well. To control your own men by one means is destined to fall into the wrong hands. The means is just me making sure they're mine. And I, for one, am selfish enough to only treat you poorly if you become mine. Most of the main characters are I'm doing you a favor. I'm going to do a good job of probing you and making you mine, but Qin Luo treats you well on the premise that you'll become mine first before I'll think about you. Or else on what basis?" Right. Su Qianwan's expression was slightly grave as he said in a deep voice, "I think Emperor Qin is slightly different from before." The previous he was talking about was the Qin Emperor he had met more than 20 years ago. "I always felt like he was a different person. Perhaps it's been more than 20 years since we've seen each other?" Qin Luo asked. Su Qianwan frowned slightly. "Maybe, but I always feel that there is something strange about him somewhere. But it doesn't have anything to do with you now." That's right. Qin Luo had never even seen his cheap old man in this body now. So how could there be a relationship with him, after the warm moment was over? Qin Zhanshan knew he had to hurry up and get down to business. Their group then headed towards where the Heavenly Tribulation Hall was hidden. This is a quiet valley, all year round by the mist shrouded. Here 100 miles around the uninhabited. Occasionally this place, there is thunder descending, is simply a sinister realm. Not many people knew that there was a mysterious and powerful sect hidden here. The Heavenly Tribulation Hall today. Qin Luo arrived. He brought Zheng Tuo and they descended to the outside of the valley. Looking at the valley in front of him, Qin Luo told Zheng Tuo to start shouting. "The Great Qin Demon Suppression Division has come to handle the case. You, Zhao Yangi, the third hall master of the Heavenly Robber Hall, colluded with the Blood Moon Holy Land to kill my Great Qin Marquis Wu Yuan's family of 354. Quickly send him out to face the law, or else my Great Qin Jin Demon Division will surely trample through your Heavenly Robber Hall." Listening to the voices outside, several giants of the Heavenly Tribulation Palace had gathered together, and each of their faces were as gloomy as water. "Arrogant Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, do you really think you can do whatever you want here?" The second hall master said with a cold smile. "This is my Heavenly Tribulation Palace. I didn't expect them to chase me all the way." "Good, very good." Zhao Yangi's expression was hideous and terrifying. "Today, I will definitely let them die without a burial place. Boss, I'm going to exterminate them. Not a single one of them will be left behind." Zhao Yangi said as his gaze fell on the Grand Hallmaster. "Let's take a look at the situation first." The Great Hallmaster's brows were furrowed as he had a vague feeling of something bad. "Boss, is it hard for you to be afraid? If you're afraid, Then give me the Thunder Tribulation Divine Chain for a moment, and I alone will be enough to suppress them. Thunderjack Divine Chain, one of their Heavenly Tribulation Hall's Jinsek's top holy weapons, a middle-grade holy rank weapon. He was confident that with the Thunder Tribulation Divine Chain, he could crush Zheng Tuo and those so-called bizarre soul bodies. The Grand Hall Master thought for a moment and said, "Good. Be careful with everything. If things can't be done, retreat back immediately. With the help of our Heavenly Tribulation Hall's great formation we can still block the other party." Zhao Yanyi laughed coldly. "Still need to use formations? Oh, with me holding the Thunderjack Divine Chain, unless I encounter a Saint King, who will be able to block me? I just don't believe it. Would they, the Demon Suppression Division, have a commanding envoy level to come to my Heavenly Tribulation Hall?" Not to mention that he didn't believe it, but a few of the others didn't really believe it either. There are only a few commanders in the Department of Devil Suppression. Which one of them is not in charge of everything on a daily basis? The Grand Hall Master also had most suspected that someone wanted to fuck up Xiao Tang and did not want their Heavenly Tribulation Hall to rise, but never thought that someone would dare to overthrow their Heavenly Tribulation Hall. Be careful with everything. The Grand Hall Master didn't forget to give a reminder. Don't worry. Zhao Yanyi's expression grew more and more grim as he held the Thunderbolt Divine Chain in his hand, which had been forged with 9 heavenly basalt iron through purple heavenly divine lightning for 99 and 81 years. Whoosh! An air-breaking sound rang out, and he rushed over in the direction of Qin Luo and the others. "Coming!" The voice of Su Qianduan, who was hidden in the shadows, rang out. "Marquis Inggu, go suppress him," Su Qianduan ordered. "Yes, Su Shang." Chen Zhanshan was poised and ready to strike. "Arrogant brat. I haven't even sought revenge on you yet, and you dare to take the initiative to come to my door." Zhao Yanyi stood in midair overlooking Qin Luo below, his eyes filled with crazy killing intent. The consumption of so many thunder snakes he had collected inside his 10,000 thunder cauldron was empty, and he was even more nearly killed. Honestly, he hated Qin Luo. Even if Qin Luo was killed by 1,000 cuts, it would be difficult to eliminate his heart's hatred. Qin Luo looked at him in a serious manner and said, "Heavenly Robber Hall Zhao Yanyi, you conspired with the Holy Lord of the Blood Moon Holy Land, Mo Qianjie, to kill the entire family of the Marquis of Wu Yuan House of my great Qin. Today, you must be apprehended and brought to justice." "Ha!" Zhao Yanyi sneered. "Kid, do you know what place this is? This is my Heavenly Tribulation Palace. It's not your great Qin Imperial Dynasty, and since I'm a saint, you're just an ant-like existence in front of me. Do you really think that the name of your great Qin Imperial Dynasty is good everywhere? Today, this saint will tell you that there is only one end to messing with my Heavenly Tribulation Hall, and that is death." He waved the Thunder Tribulation Divine Chain in his hand and hooked his hand at Zheng Tuo. "Today, this saint will destroy you." Zheng Tuo didn't even have the idea of moving. Zhao Yanyi sneered. "What? You don't dare to fight with this saint?" The words had just landed on the ground when a tinge of alarm rose in his heart. "Old Third, be careful." The Great Hall Master's voice also sounded at this moment. Zhao Yanyi didn't hesitate and took the Thunderbolt Divine Chain and fiercely lashed it towards the void at the first opportunity. A rumble. With a loud bang, the Thunderbolt Divine Chain flew backward, and Zhao Yanyi's face suddenly changed. Thunder shakes the 9 heavens. He wanted to escape back at the first opportunity, but it was too late. Boom! A powerful attack landed on his body, and the same king strike that had been stored up for a long time caused him to be heavily injured all of a sudden. It was then that Zheng Tuo stormed out, taking advantage of your illness. "Saint King!" Zhao Yanyi spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his face became extraordinarily pale. It wasn't even close to being good enough, and now another Saint King had appeared, and this holy king turned out to be an old silver coin who snuck in. Martyr, with a higher cultivation level than him, and a sneak attack. Zhao Yanyi was a bit tearful. He wanted to spit blood again. What made him spit out blood was that there was also a siege, which was too much for him. Under the siege of Zheng Tuo and Chen Zhanshan, Zhao Yanyi didn't even last a single move before the whole man was lifted and thrown to Qin Luo's feet. Mad? Who's crazy? Qin Luo took the Qingfeng sword in his hand and slapped him in the face as Zhao Yanyi's hateful eyes fell on Qin Luo's body. "Kid, don't be arrogant. I'll get you killed sooner or later. Sooner or later I'll definitely get you killed. It seems that you haven't recognized your current situation. Big brother, your little life is pinched in my hands. You asked for mercy. Never." Bang! Zheng Tuo stomped on his back, and Zhao Yanyi's entire body fell to its knees in an extremely humiliating position. "Gentlemen, I don't think there's any enmity between my Heavenly Tribulation Hall and your great Qin Imperial Dynasty, so why are you all bullying my Heavenly Tribulation Hall like this?" The Grand Hall Master of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall stepped out from the mist as he kept a safe enough distance and looked at Chen Zhanshan and the others warily as he asked. Qin Luo stood out and said to him, "You, Zhao Yanyi, the Third Hall Master of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, colluded with Mo Qianjie, the Sacred Lord of the Sacred Land of the Blood Moon. To kill more than 300 members of Marquis Wu Yuan's family of my Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, violating the laws of my Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, and you must be severely punished. Smear! You're slandering! The seized Zhao Yanyi roared. Zhao Yanyi and your Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Marquis Wu Yuan don't know each other and don't have any grudges, so how could he have teamed up with the Blood Moon Holy Land's Mo Qianjie to attack him? The Grand Hall Master asked in a deep voice. Would a murderer admit to being a murderer? I have witnesses. Mo Qianjie's son personally heard Mo Qianjie and Zhao Yanyi conspire. Mo Nightcold stood out and immediately opened his mouth and said, I previously overheard my father and Zhao Yanyi plotting, saying that he wanted to kill the whole family of Marquis Wu Yuan's whole family. He can't even slander his own father. Can he? Qin Luo asked rhetorically. This sentence sounded like it had no faults at all, and it was surprising that the Grand Hall Master did not find a rebuttal in the first place. I heard Qin Luo continue to speak. You, Heavenly Tribulation Hall, are guilty of harboring Zhao Yanyi. I need to put you on trial, and all Heavenly Tribulation Hall disciples must bind their hands. Joke! The Grand Hall Master roared angrily. My hall, the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, will not allow you to be so humiliated. Returning to his senses, he understood that the other party was just looking for a grand reason to strike at their Heavenly Tribulation Hall. If you want to make a move against my Heavenly Tribulation Hall, then bring out your skills. As soon as his words fell, Chen Zhanshan leapt up and rushed towards him, sensing the Saint King's aura. The Grand Hall Master's face changed abruptly, retreating at the first opportunity in a vain attempt to rely on their Heavenly Tribulation Hall's formation to block Chen Zhanshan. Bang! 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 Loud sounds of exchanges resounded continuously as the Grand Hall Master and the Second Hall Master stood side by side. They barely relied on the Heavenly Tribulation Hall's formations to block Chen Zhanshan, but this could only be a stopgap measure. It wouldn't be able to hold them back for long, especially since their Thunderjack Divine Chain had been lost, and there weren't a few powerful sacred artifacts left inside the Skyjack Palace. Wake up, Senior Uncle, the Grand Hall Master said in a deep voice. Good. The Second Hall Master didn't object. It had already reached the moment of life and death. The Senior Uncle deserved to bring out his last remaining heat and save their Heavenly Tribulation Hall from the fire. Senior Uncle, the Heavenly Tribulation Hall is in trouble. Please come out. The voice penetrated the forbidden system and entered the forbidden area of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. The thunder pooled out. A walking old man's eyes snapped open, and an arc of lightning flashed in his eyes. Daring to come to my Heavenly Tribulation Hall to cause trouble. Arrogant to the extreme. Boom! He pulled himself up from the thunder pool, his aura reaching its peak in an instant. The first thing he noticed was Chen Zhanshan, that Saint King Realm powerhouse, and the look of gravity in his eyes flickered. Saint King's Realm? I can do it too. A thunderbolt disappeared into his body from the Forbidden Land, and his aura rose once again, leaping to the Saint King Realm. Today, you won't be leaving. Even if I put my life on the line, I will still leave you behind. He roared towards Chen Zhanshan, and the two collided together. Rumble. A huge rumbling sound rang out, and the endless flashes of thunder caused Qin Luo to squint his eyes. Chen Zhanshan unexpectedly fell into the wind in a short period of time? Sure enough, the people from the Heavenly Tribulation Hall are not bad in battle. They are good fighters. I guess that's kind of the bottom of the barrel for them? Today, you shall die. The old man roared at Chen Zhanshan, who was already on the verge of death, and after being awakened, he had no hope of continuing to live. Why not play your remaining role? Arrogant. A cold voice rang out, and a huge handprint ruthlessly covered towards the old man. The old man raised his head and looked at the huge handprint in the middle of the sky in horror. Locked in. He couldn't hide. Great sage. The great saint was hiding in the dark and sneaking in. His entire body was numb. Ah, no martial virtues. How dare you sneak up on me? My life is over. The scene that looked like a demon king destroying the world descended, and everyone in the Heavenly Tribulation Hall was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the figure that looked like a demon god in the sky. They had just been feeling excited and proud that their clan's ancestor had struck out and repelled the enemy, and now it was the strong emotion of fear that was growing from the bottom of their hearts. Bang! A loud roaring sound rang out as the old ancestor was slapped down from the sky to the ground. The two of them, the Grand Hall Master and the Second Hall Master, glanced at each other, and from each other's eyes they both saw despair. Skyjack Palace. It's over. The Grand Hall Master closed his eyes in despair. A puff. The old man spewed out a large mouthful of blood. He had just forcibly raised his realm, and now that he had been heavily attacked by a powerhouse of the Great Sage Realm, he was already at the point of running out of gas. Who is your excellency, and why do you have to destroy my Heavenly Tribulation Hall? The old man's tone carried a touch of sadness within it. It's still the same thing. Your Heavenly Tribulation Hall has broken the law. Qin Luo spoke again. Attracting the old man's gaze, there was a tinge of confusion within his eyes. He couldn't imagine that there were even great saints here. So why would he want to listen to a small transformation spirit realm in the middle of a conversation? Noticing that Chen Zhanshan as well as Su Qianwan didn't open their mouths, He realized that the young man in front of him was perhaps the source leading all of this? Regardless of whether it was ridiculous or not, he only had one idea right now, trying to buy them a ray of hope for the heavenly tribulation hall. Dare I ask who your excellency is? The old man asked. Qin Luo, vice commander of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division. The Great Qin Imperial Dynasty plus the Demon Suppression Division and the family name Qin. The old man thought a lot in an instant as he continued to ask, are you a member of the Imperial family? This is His Highness, the 9th Prince of our Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Zheng Tuo spoke from the side. So it's the 9th Prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. The old man somewhat understood why these few saints were treating Qin Luo with this attitude. So it turned out that Qin Luo's status was placed in this place. Dare I ask the 9th Prince what he just said? Qin Luo pointed at the Grand Hall Master and said, you can ask him. Grand Hall Master Jolie opened his mouth and spoke out the accusations that Qin Luo had just made. After hearing this, the old man's face was cloudy. He also didn't believe that Zhao Yangi dared to do this kind of thing. But now that the people were on the chopping block, they had to concede. He had a moment's reckoning. Zhao Yangi colluded with Mo Qianjie to brutally murder the Marquis Wu Yuan family. If this is indeed true, I, Heavenly Robber Hall, naturally do not dare to harbor Zhao Yangi, and let the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty dispose of Zhao Yangi. When these words came out, Zhao Yang went numb, and he exclaimed, Senior uncle, I didn't. The old man didn't even look at Zhao Yangi. He knew that it was now their heavenly tribulation hall's calamity. Zhao Yangi had to give up. Not enough. There's also the matter of your heavenly tribulation hall harboring Zhao Yangi. Qin Luo leisurely opened his mouth. Then give the Thunderjack divine chain to His Imperial Highness in reparation. The old man continued. Qin Luo glanced at him playfully. This Thunderbolt divine chain was now in their hands. This smooth favor. Was it enough? Of course it wasn't enough. Reading Qin Luo's meaning, the old man clenched his teeth. I, the heavenly tribulation hall, am willing to take out another holy weapon as compensation. Not enough, Qin Luo said indifferently. 2 handles. This time it was Jolie, who spoke through gritted teeth. Not enough. Why don't you make a request? My heavenly tribulation hall will definitely oblige if I can do it, Jolie said through gritted teeth. Good. Qin Luo also stopped talking nonsense and put forward his purpose in a straightforward manner. I want your heavenly tribulation hall to be loyal to me and become my subordinate. No way. Jolie was the first to retort. Then there's nothing to talk about. Qin Luo spread his hands. Then exterminate the door. As his words fell, Su Chanshan took a step out, and his powerful aura rose up to the sky, causing the several people on the opposite side of the room to become breathless. Shen Zhanshan was also not willing to show weakness and walked out. A great saint plus a saint king was enough to overthrow the current heavenly tribulation hall. The opportunity. I have given it to you, whether to destroy the clan, or to live on. Think about it. The heavenly tribulation hall that has been passed down for so long has been destroyed in this way. I think you guys also have no face to go down and see the ancestors of your heavenly tribulation hall. Don't you dare. Zhao Yangi roared at Zheng Tuo's feet. Jolie, senior uncle, if you submit to this fellow in front of you, you will be destroying my heavenly tribulation hall. And only then will you not have the face to see the ancestors of my heavenly tribulation hall. Noisy. Qin Luo coldly grunted. Kill it. Zheng Tuo didn't hesitate, and the huge axe in his hand slashed fiercely a brush. The head fell to the ground. Dead. The human emperor streamers silently took away Zhao Yangi's soul. Jolie slightly sidestepped their heads, not bothering to look at this tragic occurrence, and comforted himself in his heart. If I didn't see it, senior brother didn't die in front of me. How about I give you guys one last chance? Qin Luo continued to speak. You few of the heavenly tribulation hall submit to me. The disciples of this and the next generation of the heavenly tribulation hall submit to me. And the disciples of the next generation, I can give them freedom. This is my last line. Otherwise, your heavenly tribulation hall would be equivalent to a broken legacy. People are afraid of giving steps. They are afraid of self-hypnosis. In particular, Qin Luo's words were extremely reasonable. Jolie consoled himself in his heart. Just by surviving, we will be able to leave a legacy for the heavenly tribulation hall and not become extinct. Also, submitting to me doesn't have to be only bad, does it? Your heavenly tribulation hall has been silent for too long, and there are already many people in the world who don't know the great name of your heavenly tribulation hall. Do you guys just want to be turtles cowering in this hellhole? Good. The old man spoke in a deep voice. I promise. He turned his head to look at Jolie and the others and said, I don't have much longer to live. After I die, I will go and explain to the ancestors of my heavenly tribulation hall on your behalf. All this, it was my idea. All the responsibility. I take it all. The Temple of Heavenly Havoc submitted. Qin Luo naturally had to plant life and death seals inside their souls, controlling their life and death. Old man, you made a smart decision, and I'm satisfied, so I'll allow you to stay alive for now. Zhou Hong, you froze? allowing him to stay alive for a while? His own body, didn't he know? It was now at the point of running out of gas, and within 3 days, he would surely be seated. Qin Luo opened his mouth and transmitted his voice. A gong method fell into his ears. It was actually Shi Huang narrating and Qin Luo relaying it. Zhou Hongyu froze, from the initial confusion to the ecstasy afterwards. This gong method could help him reverse life and death. Qin Luo has treated him as if he were a newborn. Alright, go cultivate. Qin Luo waved his hand and Zhou Hongyu bowed to Qin Luo. That gesture couldn't be more standard. This made both Zhou Li and Jiang Tao look confused. They vaguely grasped a feeling as if defecting to Qin Luo was not a bad thing. I've heard that there's a good thing inside your heavenly tribulation hall? Qin Luo's sentence caused Zhou Li's expression to freeze. He still spoke honestly. Inside the forbidden land of my heavenly tribulation hall there is a holy weapon with the name, Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder Hammer, and its grade has reached the upper grade of the holy rank, a saint grade upper grade. This could already be considered an extremely powerful saint artifact. A saint artifact that only great saints were able to fully exert their power. I didn't expect that there would be this kind of good stuff inside the heavenly tribulation hall. Qin Luo revealed an interested expression. Zhou Li immediately opened his mouth and spoke again. The Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder Hammer is only controlled by those with a thunder power physique because it is too powerful and violent. And the previous thunder spirit body possessor of my heavenly tribulation hall, Xiao Tang, has already fallen into your hands, Your Highness. So, Zhou Li, this is to dispel Qin Luo's thoughts. Therefore, this Purple Sky Divine Thunder Hammer should be mine. Thunder Spirit Body. I can have it too. Qin Luo said in his heart. Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder Hammer. Not only was it one of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall's greatest treasures, but it was also the key to unlocking one of their Heavenly Tribulation Hall's secret cultivation realms. It contained an extremely rich thunder source liquid, a vital nutrient needed to cultivate their Heavenly Tribulation Hall technique. The Violet Sky Divine Thunder skill. It had been accumulated for a full 1,000 years of age, and the lightning source liquid inside was extremely rich. The chances of the Sons of Qi are all mine now. Qin Luo sighed in admiration in his heart. Alright, take me to refine the Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder Hammer. Qin Luo's tone carried a touch of undeniable color inside. Zhou Li hesitated for a moment and said, Your Highness, the Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder Hammer is relatively violent and cannot be refined by a body that doesn't possess the characteristics of thunder. If there is ever an accident, there are no accidents in my presence. Has my cultivation reached the requirements? Qin Luo asked. Cultivation is barely able to meet the requirements for refining. But your physique, that's enough. You should pray that I don't have an accident, because if I do, you two are screwed. He was talking about Jiang Tao and Zhou Li, which caused the two to tighten their hearts, and they couldn't help but say in their hearts, crazy. Remember, to remind me in time, as one of the villains inside Yi Chen and Lu Ruyan's love story. I have to be there on the day Yi Chen goes to steal the bride. Qin Luo reminded as he was about to go in to refine the Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder Hammer. As you wish. Zheng Tuo answered in a deep voice. Qin Luo looked at the top of a mountain not far away where thunder clouds were gathering and took a step. He might be able to make a guest appearance as the god of thunder. As Qin Luo began to refine the Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder Hammer, the Divine Soldier Valley was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Hang this lantern higher. This lantern is lower. What's going on? Be careful. It's okay. Don't rush. Do your best. In the past, the arrogant and domineering young Lord Song-breaking cloud inside the Divine Soldier Valley had recently appeared to be very approachable. He hadn't hit anyone for a full 7 days, which made many of the disciples of Divine Soldier Valley secretly grateful to the young lady who was about to marry into their Divine Soldier Valley. Young Lord, I heard someone saying that the kid called Yi Chen will come to steal the marriage. One of the legmen beside Song-breaking cloud reminded him. Song-breaking cloud gave a cold laugh. Robbing a bride? Oh, a waste of space who was expelled from the Tai Ruins Holy Land is also worthy. I've got accurate information. That great Qin Imperial Dynasty's 9th Prince Qin Luo has dug out Yi Chen's sword bones. That's a sword bone. He doesn't even have any bones left. He's not even a pug in front of me. Besides, what are his credentials? I know all about his origins as well. He's a waste of space who got bounced out of a marriage. And his family is even a small family inside Yunshan City, with no backing or backing at all behind him. Did he come over here to steal the marriage by 2 pieces of his mouth? But, maybe, he'll come to disgust me. Keep an eye on that guy then. And if he dares to come, break his legs, put a dog chain on him, right in front of the door of my cave, and listen to me and Sister Ruyan making love to each other, so that he can have a little participation. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this image made Song-breaking cloud's excitement uncontrollable. Lu Ruyan, too beautiful, and still so young, now all married Lu Ruyan. Later Lu Ruyan grew up, will be more flavorful. He is simply a winner in life. But young lord, do you think that 9th Prince will come over? Now that it was said, the henchman still gave a friendly reminder. Him? Song-breaking cloud's tone carried a touch of disdain. I've also had people gather information on him, and it said that he just went back and was arrogant as hell, offending a large group of people in the great Qin imperial capital. Even his own sister's face, the granddaughter of that king of Jinbei's granddaughter, dares to hit her. She simply doesn't know how to die. Now that he can't take care of himself, he still comes to snatch the marriage? It's simply a joke. Besides, Ruyan, however, has already drawn a line with him a long time ago. Ruyan is destined to be my woman. No one can snatch her away. Song Broken Cloud spoke confidently. Do you remember a previous incident, young lord? There was a brat who offended you, and you told us to kill his entire family. The brat who escaped all by himself. It's the kid whose sister looks pretty. Song Breaking Cloud seemed to have remembered. Yeah, that's the kid. Before he fled, he also gave a harsh word, saying that sooner or later, he would come to seek revenge on you and would be bound to destroy the Divine Soldier Valley. What? Caught that kid? Song Breaking Cloud asked with some disinterest. If that kid's sister didn't have some flavor, Song Breaking Cloud would have already forgotten about him. No, but I've heard from him. He had a letter sent. As he spoke, the henchman handed the letter to Song Beyond. It says, Song Broken Cloud, I hear you're about to get married. I'll give you a big gift. Make your wedding a funeral. Signed, Shu Feng. Seeing this, Song Breaking Cloud laughed. Ha ha ha, laughing me to death. The guy who got away with it before, even mouthing off about turning my wedding into a funeral? Do you really think I'm scared? Turning his head, he looked at his men and spoke somewhat angrily. This kind of thing is still worth letting me worry about? You think he can destroy my Divine Soldier Valley? My Divine Soldier Valley that has been passed down for thousands of years is something that a small mountain village boy like him can shake? The henchman hurriedly explained, Young lord, I don't think it's possible either, but I'm angry at his behavior. So, I mobilized our Divine Soldier Valley connections again and found one of his childhood friends. Moreover, it's extremely beautiful. Young master, you see? Song Broken Cloud waved his hand indifferently. Find someone to capture her. If her posture is still good, I wouldn't mind letting her taste my essence. This brat called Chu Feng. Find him for me and kill him. I don't want to have an enemy that keeps thinking about me in the dark. Yes, sir. Qin Luo had spent a full 5 days, and still barely managed to refine the purple heavenly divine thunder hammer with the help of Shi Huang. Boom! A muffled thunderous sound rang out, and several people from the heavenly tribulation hall were attracted to the area, and they stared blankly at the direction where Qin Luo was. Zhou muttered, Really let him refine it successfully? Doesn't it mean that the secret realm of my heavenly tribulation hall can be opened? A hint of joy was mixed within Jiang Tao's complex tone. Maybe, your highness will let us have a rainy day? Zhou Hongyu's words made the other few people shiver fiercely. Why did this sound so evil, causing goosebumps to rise all over one's body? Under the guidance of Zhou Li and the others, Qin Luo opened the secret realm, and the rich lightning source aura inside caused several people to become short of breath. A hint of greed and desire was revealed in their eyes as they swallowed hard. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth rose slightly. The smell in here was too good, he said to a few people. The rest of this is for you guys except for a portion of what I need. A few people froze, followed by ecstasy, and immediately knelt down to thank Qin Luo for his bestowal. It had to be said that the picture in front of him was really a bit ridiculous. He robbed someone else's things and then took out a bit to bestow it on them, and they still needed to be grateful to him. You're quite generous. Shi Huang's surprised voice rang in Qin Luo's ears. Empowering them is empowering me. It's ensuring my safety. It will be able to enable me to plunder more resources. I'm still clear on this score. Not to mention, they're my people now. Turning his head, Qin Luo looked at Zheng Tuo and asked, What's the movement of Yi Chen? Zheng Tuo replied, I had someone buy off a person inside the 10,000 Swords Villa, and the news he passed on to me was that the villa's villa master might have agreed to help Yi Chen out. He looked at Qin Luo with an odd expression. You might be right. Yi Chen seems to have the idea of stealing the marriage. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth hooked up slightly. The big show has already started. As the director, I should go and decide the direction of the plot. Get ready to leave at any time. Target, the Valley of Divine Soldiers. They had collected all the thunder source liquid that had been accumulated in the Heavenly Tribulation Hall for 1,000 years, and Qin Luo had taken almost half of it. His 9-turn golden body skill could need too much pure energy. Zhou Li and Jiang Tao split the remaining half, and Zhou Han you got a quarter. These thunder source liquids would not only compensate for his life force, but would also be able to advance his cultivation to the Saint King realm. There were still a few days to go before Yi Chen's wedding day, and with the help of Su Qianyuan, Zhou Hongyu had enough time to advance. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The Divine Soldier Valley was filled with joy and guests were widely invited, and Song Breaking Cloud, wearing a wedding dress and eagerly awaiting, finally heard the familiar name ringing out. The Tai Ruins Holy Land has arrived to send their relatives. Congratulations, young lord. Congratulations, young Song. Congratulations to senior brother Song for holding a beautiful woman. The corners of Song Broken Cloud's mouth could no longer close. This beauty, Lu Ruyan, was about to become his woman, and he would be able to ride this rouge horse, the most beautiful in his heart, and gallop around tonight. Lu Ruyan was brought to the Divine Soldier Valley with an expressionless face, and she glanced at Song Banyun with a sadness in her heart. Song Broken Cloud's identity was good. Being the young master of the Divine Soldier Valley, his future achievements should be considered unlimited, but the only thing, he is so ugly. A big pie face, collapsed nose, small eyes, and a pair of beckoning ears. How to look at it is not coordinated. If she let this kind of person lie on top of her, Ruyan Lu felt like she would die. It's far worse than senior brother Yi and also senior brother Qin. Why is my Lu Ruyan's life so bitter? I can be able to deserve a better man. How come it shouldn't be this ugly guy in front of me? Lu Ruyan muttered in her heart. Lu Changhua also seemed to be reading his daughter's mind from the side. His voice rang in Lu Ruyan's ears. Ruyan, you're not just a woman. You're also a daughter. And even more so, you're the holy daughter of my Tai Ruin's holy land. I've discussed this with the old ancestor. And in the future, the first child you give birth to, if it's a boy, then it will be the holy son of my Tai Ruin's holy land. And if it's a girl, then it will be the holy daughter of my Tai Ruin's holy land. The holy land is already very considerate of you, and you need to be more considerate of the holy land as well. Our holy land is considered to have missed an opportunity to soar to the heavens because of you, and likewise lost my Tai Ruin's holy land's heavy treasure, the Tai Ruin's bell. So, you have to be a good young lady of the Divine Soldier Valley. Marrying Song Boyun won't condemn you, and it's possible for you to take control of the Divine Soldier Valley in the future. Lu Ruyan is not a fool. She on the contrary is still a little smart. After Lu Chenghe's enlightenment, she is also able to understand that her situation is unlikely to change. Before, when she fantasized about the bridge of the story inside the novel, it was just a fantasy, and now she needed to accept the reality. I know, father. I'll think about the bigger picture. Ruyan Lu's clear and cold voice rang out, and she barely managed to squeeze out a smile as she looked towards Song Broken Cloud. Smiled. Ruyan smiled at me. She still loves me. Song Breaking Cloud was mesmerized, and he revealed a stupid smile that was even uglier. Ruyan Lu almost retched, shouting furiously in her heart, he's so ugly. The auspicious time has arrived. Today the wedding ceremony of my young master of Divine Soldier Valley, Song Broken Cloud, and the holy maiden of the Tai Ru-Hui Holy Land, Lu Ruyan, begins. Listening to the voices inside, the corner of Qin Luo's mouth slightly hooked up as he had already rendezvoused with Sima Hao and stepped into the middle of the Divine Soldier Valley. Your Highness, Sima Hao just said before being interrupted by Qin Luo, remember your identity. You're not some 9th prince's protege right now, but rather 100 household under the vice commander of the 10 guards of my Jin Demon Division. Sima Hao immediately changed his address. Lord Commander, according to your request, when we go in, we can be at a table with the children. His expression was a bit odd, unable to figure out how Qin Luo had such a bad taste that he had to be at a table with a child. In Qin Luo's mind, he thought that to do business, you can't drink, and if you don't drink, then naturally you have to be at the table with the kids. Rightfully so. After sitting down, Sima Hao immediately reported his results. Lord Commander, your previous novel, it was a bestseller, and we made a huge profit ruthlessly. That guy called Yi Chen has also gained a lot more fans. They are calling out very strongly for Yi Chen to step in and steal the marriage. And even this time, there are quite a few people who have traveled all the way here just to see this big show. If Yi Chen doesn't come, then he's destined to be infamous within the 100,000 Great Mountains, with everyone shouting at him. But if he comes, I think the odds are that he'll be crushed to death by the Divine Soldier Valley's people. And in the end, he might be able to be reduced to a talking point for quite a few people. Sima Hao glanced at Qin Luo oddly. He couldn't even figure out why Qin Luo had to set up Yi Chen in this way. This was putting someone on the fire, making Yi Chen in and out of a dilemma. If he was Yi Chen, he felt that he had the heart to die, and the smartest thing to do would have been to go incognito and wait until things had festered and passed before coming out. But he was also able to brainstorm that Qin Luo might write another sequel where Yi Chen had been cultivating hard for many years and came to the Divine Soldier Valley to take revenge. Why Yi Chen, who was written inside the novel's words, was destined to be relatively sad in this lifetime. Is that so? The corner of Qin Luo's mouth hooked up slightly. I think your guess must be wrong. Yi Chen, he will come, and he will also snatch Ruyan Lu. Do you believe it? Sima Hao obviously didn't believe it, but he didn't dare to refute it. Wait and see. Keep watching. Qin Luo's gaze fell on Lu Ruyan. One had to feel that Ruyan Lu was indeed a rare beauty, and wearing a wedding dress made her even more beautiful. Do I perhaps have a uniform fetish? Qin Luo muttered in a small voice. Shouldn't I be into a bit of stocking stuffing? And this glad rags are inexplicably of some interest? Shaking off his head, Qin Luo felt that the good show should start. His gaze fell below the high platform and spotted a woman. A surprised look flickered on his face. Discovered Xiao Yue. The daughter of luck, name, Xia Yue, age, 23, luck level, 3rd order, luck value, 54. 800 points, cultivation, 3rd level of the Avatar realm, introduction, the son of the Chi of childhood sweethearts. The plot does not turn. Destined to be the wife. Relying on the status of the wife of the Chi of the son of the power to suppress all the harem. Will also give birth to the heir of extraordinary talent. The blue is better than the blue, Yi Chen's rightful wife? His green plum? Qin Luo looked at the woman and spoke in surprise. All of his green plums were captured by song-breaking cloud? Tisk. TSK. The villain won't die until he's dead. Qin Luo sighed with emotion. Villains, indeed, are dangerous professions, always jumping sideways on the edge of death. On top of the high platform, Song-Broken Cloud looked at Ruyan Lu with affection and said, Ruyan, I've finally married you. In the future, I will definitely treat you well and make you the most honorable woman inside my Divine Soldier Valley. Lu Ruyan looked at Song Banyun, who was close by. She was a little nauseated and regurgitated, but she could still only just barely show a hint of a smile. Suffering from the ordeal, Song-Breaking Cloud and Lu Ruyan witnessed today in front of the elders of the division and many relatives, friends, seniors, and fellow disciples that from today onwards, the two of them are officially married. A voice resounded through the clouds. Song-Broken Cloud could not wait to walk towards Ruyan Lu, ready to pull up Ruyan Lu's small hand and start the night of the wedding. He was even afraid that he could not do it, and prepared pills, ready to kill the 4 directions, but just at this critical moment, a voice that was familiar to Lu Ruyan rang out. Ruyan Lu, she can only marry me. Yi Chen, when she marries. He looked towards Ruyan Lu with deep emotion and said, Senior sister Ruyan, I'm here. No one can force you today. I'm taking you. Everyone consciously made a passageway, highlighting Yi Chen, who had white clothes, a handsome good-looking face, an upright posture, and an extraordinary demeanor. Song-Breaking Cloud was like a toad compared to Yi Chen. Lu Ruyan's heart seized fiercely. Tears instantly mesmerized her eyes. She admitted that she was not a love brain, but compared to Yi Chen and Song Banyun, their gap was too big. One is in the sky and the other is 18 floors underground. Any fool knows how to choose. The novel mirrored into reality and she rushed. She felt she should rush this one. With teary eyes, she looked at Yi Chen and said, Senior brother Yi, I'm willing to go with you. The room was filled with clamor at these words. Everyone was stunned. I told you that the novel's grand finale must be Yi Chen stealing the bride and Lu Ruyan going with Yi Chen. Yi Chen is really a warrior who charges for love. For the sake of love, he doesn't even want his own little life. I've decided that when he dies, I'll definitely go to his grave and burn 2 pieces of paper. It's so enviable. When a man treats me like this, I'd be willing to die even if I had to. Song Boyun's expression was hideous and terrifying. He felt like a clown right now, being slapped in the face by Yi Chen. He roared, Where are the people from Divine Soldier Valley? You bunch of losers. How did you let this dog in? Zhao Linging stepped out from behind Yi Chen as she shouted, Yi Chen and Lu Ruyan are in love with each other. Why would the Taihui Holy Land be the evil one to beat up the lovebirds? Today, 10,000 Sword Villa, will help Yi Chen as a matchmaker. How about the sacred maiden of the great market marrying Yi Chen? Lu Chenghe's face instantly grimaced as he chided. Where is the junior from that dares to make a big deal out of this place? As soon as his words fell, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. I, Zhao Yuanshuan, helped Yi Chen's nephew as a matchmaker. Is that qualified enough? A rich sword intent rose up as the Villa of 10,000 Swords Villa's Villa Master stepped out. This is the Lord of the 10,000 Swords Villa. When did Yi Chen climb up to such a big shot? No wonder I was able to come into the Divine Soldier Valley. It turns out that there's such a great man behind me as a backer. I think it's possible that Yi Chen will succeed today. No, I don't think so. The 10,000 Sword Villa only has one saint, while the Tai Ruin's Sacred Land and also the Divine Soldier Valley have multiple. Zhuang Master Zhao, what do you mean by this? Lu Chenghe asked in a deep voice. Nephew Yi Chen saved my daughter's life, so naturally I, Zhao Yuanshuan, should return the favor. This instantly made many people understand that Zhao Yuanshuan was trying to stand up for Yi Chen. Oh, good arrogant kid, you rely on your 10,000 Swords Villa to want to snatch a bride from within my Divine Soldier Valley? Song-Broken Cloud's father, Song Ritian, took a step out. He was in midair looking down on Zhao Yuanshu and his face was filled with rage. This is the Divine Soldier Valley's Valley Master, Song Ritian, Sima Hao explained from the side. Righton? Crap, that name, bull. Sima Hao gave Qin Luo an odd look, not understanding why Qin Luo was laughing. Isn't that a great name? What if you add my Cloud Mountain Xiao family? A middle-aged man slowly walked in with a woman of outstanding appearance as a middle-aged voice rang out. The holy might swept through the air as another powerful saint descended. Not just one, but two. TSK, the chief fortune of a son of chief fortune is so damn enviable. Qin Luo's gaze fell on Shaya's body, discovered the daughter of luck. Xiaoya, name, Xiaoya, age, 20, luck level, 4th order, luck value, 398. 000 points, physique, Divine Phoenix bloodline inheritance, with heaven-defying aptitude, destined for an unlimited future. Breaking the mirror is as simple as drinking water. Cultivation level, 5th level of the transformation realm. Introduction, one of the destined protagonists of heaven and earth, the only one who is held back by love, cutting off the ties to advance faster. But unfortunately, the word love, the most difficult to give up, and in the end, may only be reduced to a man's appendage. TSK. I didn't expect that Yi Chen, this dog F***Ker, would have such unbelievable luck, and have such an awesome woman as a harem. I admit I'm sour. I have to earn all my fucking stuff on my own, and as a son of Qi, everyone else feeds it into your mouth. Qin Luo spoke with emotion. Unfortunately, you met me. Song Ritian's face was as gloomy as water when he saw this scene. He didn't expect someone from the Xiao family to come and intervene as well. Family Master Xiao, this matter, are you sure you want to intervene? Xiao Jun so helplessly glanced at Xiaoya, as their Xiao family's most talented descendant. As the future genius of their Xiao family who had the most hope of breaking through to the supreme realm and being able to lead their Xiao family to take off, Xiaoya's request was their Xiao family's mission. What's more, behind Xiaoya's back, there stood a powerful existence. If that one made a move, wouldn't their Xiao family have to eat hanging fall? Ha! That little girl is here too. Shi Huang's voice rang in Qin Luo's ears. You recognize? Qin Luo asked. Recognize? Shi Huang's tone was extraordinarily complicated. In fact, her previous attachment to Yi Chen's body was just a helpless move. What she looked favorably upon was Xiaoya. But unfortunately, there was a mysterious and powerful existence behind Xiaoya. Shi Huang was afraid that after being discovered, the other party would wipe her out. At that time, she was so weak that she couldn't even deal with a saint. She possesses the bloodline of a divine phoenix, a perfect fit for my inheritance. It can even allow you to take over your body, right? Qin Luo hit the nail on the head, and Shi Huang fell silent. If it was before, she was destined to have no thoughts in this regard. And after being tempered by Qin Luo, she also realized one thing, and that was that people don't act for themselves. As Qin Luo had said in her ear earlier, after your own death. Never mind the flood. Xiao Junse looked at Song Ritian and spoke in a deep voice. Today, this matter is in my Xiao family's hands. I also ask Valley Master Song to give my Xiao family face. Song Ritian woke up the two saints cultivating inside the Divine Soldier Valley at the first opportunity, and with them joining forces, Song Ritian felt that his waistline had become very hard. He said in a hushed voice, what if I say no? An old voice rang out after his voice fell. Master Song Valley, if you consider the consideration well, how about the old man is willing to take out an entry saint pill as compensation? As he spoke, many saints had expressions of surprise on their faces as they listened to this voice that was extraordinarily familiar. Turning his head to look, he saw an old man who smelled like medicine striding in. Patriarch of the Danding sect. It's him. He's even here? Yi Chen is my Danding sect's holy son. Today, can you sell me face? How about making them both young men? With his appearance, the situation instantly took a sharp turn for the worse, and the Danding sect could lose more face than Divine Soldier Valley. Moreover, the Danding sect was also slightly stronger than the Divine Soldier Valley, and many people felt that the Divine Soldier Valley might have to concede today. Sima Hao and the others oddly shot a glance at Qin Luo, not realizing that everything was not out of Qin Luo's expectation. TSK, this fucking good luck is enviable. Pity, you ran into me. Qin Luo took a piece of pastry from a child's hand, ignored the child's vicious gaze, and stuffed it into his mouth. After Divine Soldier Valley concedes, it's time for us to make our entrance. The Divine Soldier Valley's people were somewhat riding the tiger. Before their eyes, the Cloud Mountain Xiao family plus the 10,000 Swords Villa as well as the Danding sect. Their power had surpassed the Divine Soldier Valley by too much. Although there were no Saint Kings, the number of saints was extraordinarily impressive. And they only had 3 saints in the Divine Soldier Valley. Song Ritian's gaze landed on Lu Changhe, who turned his head as if he didn't see it. Regardless of the outcome of this matter today, the one who suffers is always not their Taihui Holy Land anyway. They already have the bride price in hand, and their daughter was handed over to the Divine Soldier Valley. So what does your Divine Soldier Valley's failure to guard their young lady have to do with their Tai Ruin sacred land? Moreover, Yi Chen had already become the holy son of the Danding sect, so their previous grudges could not only be wiped out, but they could also get a substantial bride price from within the Danding sect. Why not? This daughter was worth the price of her birth. But unfortunately, if it weren't so bad anymore, I'd have to have a few more high and low. It's a great deal of money, isn't it? Seeing Lu Changhe's appearance, how could Song Ritian not understand Lu Changhe's thoughts? He was so angry that he was shivering without waiting for him to open his mouth. Song Breaking Cloud below couldn't help himself. He roared angrily. Yi Chen, what are you doing? What do you have besides being a bully? If you want to take Ruyan away from me, Song Banyun, unless you step over my corpse, otherwise, I would rather be a ghost couple with Ruyan. As he spoke, he had long since touched Lu Ruyan's side and placed the sword in his hand on Lu Ruyan's neck. The inside of his tone was filled with the color of aggression. It had never been him who had been bullying others. Now that the heavens were good and he had become the oppressed, how could he stand it? The atmosphere has been baked to here. Yi Chen thought that this will be the water to the end. Can hold a beautiful woman. I did not expect this Song Broken Shine so illiterate. Looking at Ruyan Lu, who was under the control of Song Boyun, Yi Chen had a gentle smile on his face as he said to Ruyan Lu, "Senior sister Ruyan, don't be afraid. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you have the slightest accident." Raising his head, his gaze landed on Song Boyun's body, a mocking expression appearing on his face. "Young Master Song, as the young master of the hallowed Divine Soldier Valley, don't you think that this is very insulting to your status? Cut the crap. You come to steal a woman from me based on the power behind you, and how much better do you think you are than me? What qualifications do you have to be able to take Ruyan out of my hands except for being a bully?" The corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Song Broyun with a lofty stance and said, "Young Master Song, how about I give you a chance? You say that I'm bullying people? Well, then I'm not relying on them today, Yi Chen. You and I will have a battle between men. You win. I turn around and leave. I win. Then you let senior sister Ruyan go and don't pester her in this life. Well, don't you dare." Yi Chen took one step and his aura suppressed towards Song Boyun. "Ha? The first layer of the Avatar realm now?" Qin Luo's tone carried a small tinge of surprise within it. "Shi Huang, it seems that this disciple of yours has another chance." Shi Huang's complicated tone resounded. His luck has always been quite good, and with his burning heavenly fire body, if he encounters a powerful earth fire or exotic fire, it's enough to make his strength increase rapidly. So many forces value him. I think they've provided him with a lot of good things. Song Broken Cloud stared at Yi Chen with a deadly glare as he revealed a scowl. "Good. Since you dare to challenge me, then how can I not agree? Today, I, Song Broken Cloud, will teach you how to respect your seniors." Boom! His aura rose, having reached the 9th level of the Divine Power Realm, and he was considered to be at the top of the younger generation. As for the aura that Yi Chen exuded, he detected that he had only just stepped into the Avatar realm. Easy to hold. After dropping Ruyan Lu, Song Banyun carried his sword and walked out. He looked at Yi Chen and spoke coldly. "I won't stay my hand. Today you deserve to die." The matter of robbing the marriage was enough to make him a laughingstock in many people's mouths, and Song Broken Shine could hardly contain the killing intent in his heart when he thought about it. "Cut the crap. Let's see the real thing under the hands." The aura on Yi Chen's body was rising steeply as he held a long sword in his hand, his sword power raising in the blink of an eye. He had risen to the point where his sword power had become a great success, causing many people to be astonished. TSK, as expected of a son of Qi, the more frustrated he is, the more courageous he becomes. Instead of knocking him down, the previous blows broke him down. Qin Luo was very emotional. The existence of this kind of person was destined to be the sadness of the villain's life. I really can't figure out why the villains in those novels as well as movies and TV dramas don't come out strong when they can kill the protagonist, but instead give him the chance to grow up. The point is, you damn well keep giving him experience and brushing up on his hatred as he grows, afraid that people will forget that you're his biggest enemy. It's also outrageous to the core. Today, Yi Chen must die. I said so. Qin Luo's voice was loud and clear, and the gazes of the few people beside him fell on Yi Chen's body, their eyes slightly pitying. I thought it was a highlight moment. Who knows? Everything is designed by others. If I know this, Yi Chen will not be angry. Yi Chen held a long sword. A hot flame ignited above the sword, and Shi Huan's voice resounded in Qin Luo's ears. "Yi Chen has obtained a foreign flame. Mine," Qin Luo said indifferently. Yi Chen offered a sword, performing the exact same sword technique that Qin Luo had performed earlier. Fire danced 9 heavens. After the battle with Qin Luo, he had a deeper perception of this sword technique, which was even more powerful when combined with the foreign fire he had obtained. A trace of gravity flashed in Song Broken Cloud's eyes. The long sword in his hand trembled gently. His figure shortened, his feet shifted in pace, and he instantly disappeared from his original position. And when he reappeared, he was already at Yi Chen's side. The long sword in his hand swung out violently. Yi Chen let out a cold smile as a blazing sword uncut through the air and headed straight for Song Breaking Cloud. This sword aura seemed to carry endless flames, and wherever it passed, the air was scorched and crackled. Song Broken Cloud's face changed slightly, and the long sword in his hand swung violently, a silver sword light meeting the blazing sword on, emitting a deafening roar. Shockingly, the silver-colored sword light quickly dissolved in front of the blazing sword awnings, as if it was engulfed in flames. Yi Chen's cultivation level also increased in a blink of an eye. Late stage of the Avatar realm. Secret technique. Boom! The two of them collided together. Song-breaking cloud flew out as if it was a kite with broken strings. It was too fast. There were a total of not even 2 moves in the battle so far. And Song-breaking cloud was easily defeated. Bang! Song Boyun smashed to the ground. Yi Chen's figure appeared on his side, and with a sword against Song Boyun's throat, he spoke faintly. I won. At this moment, Yi Chen's compulsion had reached its peak, and Lu Ruyan's gaze towards Yi Chen was filled with little stars. Senior Sister Ruyan, are you willing to come with me? Yi Chen looked at Lu Ruyan and spoke gently. Lu Ruyan tearfully nodded her head furiously. I'm willing. Well, his life has reached its peak. He should meet destruction next. Xin Luo straightened his clothes and was just about to go on when he was actually preempted by someone. A cold female voice rang out from behind the crowd. I disagree. The familiar voice caused Xin Luo to freeze, turning his head to look. A woman who was incomparably familiar in his memory came and styled. That's Xin Lanning. She looked at Lu Ruyan with a touch of coldness in her eyes as she said coldly, Lu Ruyan, do you remember that you have already entered into a marriage contract with my senior brother a long time ago? You bitch, how dare you be so watery? Today, with me, Shen Wanning, you will never think of betraying my senior brother. In life you are my senior brother's person. In death you can only become my senior brother's ghost. Anyone who dares to obstruct me, kill. And who is she? Ruyan Lu has entered into a marriage contract with someone? This you don't even know. Ruyan Lu started off by entering into a marriage contract with the holy son of the Tai Ruin's Holy Land. You know about that holy son, don't you? It seems to be called Qin Luo. Yes, that's right. It's called Qin Luo. And I've heard something else. That Qin Luo was forced away by their Tai Ruin's Holy Land. That's not the point. The point is, that Qin Luo seems to be the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty. Crap. The Tai Ruin's Holy Land is missing out on a great opportunity to climb into a relationship with the great Qin imperial dynasty. The vast majority of forces in the 100,000 Great Mountains were unwilling to subordinate themselves to the great Qin imperial dynasty. But that didn't mean that they weren't willing to climb up the ladder with the great Qin imperial dynasty. The great Qin imperial dynasty was simply too powerful. They were as strong as the clouds, and it would be impossible for any of the sect sanctuaries inside the 100,000 Great Mountains to stand alone against the power of the great Qin imperial dynasty. Imagine an imperial son coming out of your holy land. How can I say? It has also established a good relationship with the great Qin imperial dynasty, and can definitely be used in the future. But Pop, you guys forced the prince away and almost killed him. Isn't that like lifting a stone and stoning your own feet? Lu Changhao finally stopped holding up his corpse at this time. He stepped out and rebuked at Shen Wanning. Shen Wanning, where is the place for you to speak here? Don't think that just because you have the cold moon sage behind you, you can talk big here. She, alone, is not qualified. Song-breaking cloud had already lost in full view of the public, so it would be impossible for him to become Ruyan Lu's husband. And now Ruyan Lu's husband was Yi Chen, who had even more talent and promise. Naturally, Lu Changhao would not allow others to disrupt such a good marriage. A cold female voice sounded behind Shen Wanning. Sage Lord Lu, I wonder if I'm qualified. A graceful and luxurious woman stepped out, causing Lu Changha's gaze to shrink. Not expecting to see this person. Once upon a time, he had a crush on this woman, and naturally knew that this woman's identity and status was not something he could climb above. Elder Yang Shan of the Netherworld Holy Land. Elder Yang is a powerhouse in the late Saint realm, and it's said that he has already taken that crucial step long ago and can be called a half-step Saint King. How did she suddenly appear here? Lu Changha's expression was also extraordinarily complicated as he asked, I don't know what Elder Yang means by this? Yang Shan smiled, glanced at Shen Wanning and said, Today, what my misty Holy Land Saint daughter Shen Wanning says represents my misty Holy Land. Gentlemen, can you give my misty Holy Land face? Otherwise, if I'm in trouble, you all might be in trouble too. Her meaning was clear. She was here to stand up for Shen Wanning. Yi Chen's face suddenly changed. He did not expect that at this critical moment to kill out a Shen Wanning, and Qin Luo never thought that Shen Wanning was still. Discovery of Shen Wanning. The daughter of luck, name, Shen Wanning, age, 18, luck level, 4th order, luck value, 479,000 points, physique, Xian beautiful body, implicitly Hangmeng Avenue in the way of Taiyin. Also known as the son of Taiyin. Cultivation is almost no bottleneck, can be quickly broken through the realm, but also a good tripod body. If it's dual cultivation, can benefit greatly, such as not the heart of the wish. That dual cultivation will be greatly reduced. Cultivation, 3rd level of the Avatar realm, introduction, should be because of the death of a close relative. Blackened into a generation of killing God. God block kill God. Buddha block kill Buddha. But ultimately because of the physique is coveted by people fall into danger. Perhaps because of the son of the luck of the air. Heroes to save the beauty. To avenge it slowly return to the heart. But now the plot may be different, if her memory is correct. Her previous cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Sea Pioneer realm. Right? I didn't expect that after awakening the Xian beautiful body, her progress would be so rapid. That's your little sister? Shi Huang's voice rang in Qin Luo's ears. Take her. Make sure you take her. I'm certain that the ethereal Holy Land's purpose for making her a holy maiden is definitely not pure. Perhaps there's more than just one person coveting the yuan-yin of her Xian beautiful body. Qin Luo ignored Shi Huang. His eyes were on the field. He now wanted to see how Yi Chen would break this situation. The might of the Netherworld Holy Land was extraordinarily terrifying. And the Netherworld Holy Land didn't need to send out a lot of powerful people to be able to crush everyone present. In the face of this situation, Zhao Yuanxuan and also Xiao Juan's faces were a bit gloomy. Zhao Yuanxuan said in Zhao Lingyin's ear, Lingyin, this matter has the Holy Maiden of the Netherworld Holy Land taking action, so it's not good for me to intervene. He, 10,000 Swords Villa, was unbeatable in front of the Netherworld Holy Land, and he was unwilling to offend Shen Wanning, much less Yang Shan. Other people didn't know Yang Shan's terror. As a person from the same era as Yang Shan, could he not know? Xiao Junsu also laughed bitterly at Xiao Ya's side. Xiao Ya, our Cloud Mountain Xiao family cannot offend the Netherworld Holy Land. Xiao Ya's expression was incredibly grave. She was already secretly contacting her master. The appearance of the Netherworld Holy Land had taken her by surprise, but the safety of Yi Chen's brother had to be ensured. Who could have thought that a single name of the Holy Maiden of the Netherworld Holy Land would make these people somewhat at a loss for words to why Yi Chen's heart was unwilling. He glanced at the apprehensive Lu Ruyan and stepped out. Senior sister Shen. Senior sister Ruyan and I are in love with each other. You and I are from the same sect. Can you just bear to break us up? Emotional card? Shen Wanning's face revealed a touch of disdain. Yi Chen, you don't want to put on a condescending face in front of me. You and that bitchy woman have defamed my senior brother together many times. Have you ever spoken of the friendship of fellow disciples? If it wasn't for my senior brother's great fortune in life, I'm afraid he would have been killed by you pair of dogs by now. I still say that Ruyan Lu must stay. Her person, her life is my senior brother's. If my senior brother doesn't want it, maybe you still have a chance. Today, I will kill whoever dares to stop me. If I, Shen Wanning, can't kill today, then when I have enough cultivation in the coming day, I will definitely find you guys to settle today's score. Lu Cheng's face was as gloomy as water as he looked at Yang Shan and asked, Elder Yang, do you Misty Sacred Land really want to bully my Taidhui Sacred Land like this today? Yang Shan let out a light laugh, looking quite charming. Sacred Lord Lu, as you can see, our Sacred Maiden's attitude is very strong. The Sacred Lord can't even be persuaded. Before coming, the Holy Lord specifically instructed that whoever dissatisfies my ethereal Holy Land's Holy Maiden today, then our ethereal Holy Land will make them cry. One sentence highlighted Shen Wanning's special position in the Netherworld Holy Land, causing many people to pay more attention to Shen Wanning. Lu Changhe was shivering with anger, but froze without retorting, which caused Yi Chen to feel bad in his heart. He immediately spoke. Senior sister Shen, if you have to bully others with your power today, I, Yi Chen, will admit it, but I won't give up on senior sister Ruyan. In the future, even if I have to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, I will definitely save senior sister Ruyan. Shen Wanning smiled disdainfully. You don't need to be shifty here either. I, Shen Wanning, am just bullying people today. What can you do to me? Ruyan Lu must stay, and you, Yi Chen, deserve to die. Come out with your sword. If you can block me, then I can let you leave alive today. Otherwise, I can only be avenging my senior brother. Yi Chen let out a sharp sigh of relief. If he was fighting Shen Wanning, he was still somewhat confident. Senior sister Shen, I, Yi Chen, am offended today. The aura on Yi Chen's body began to erupt. His sword power was greatly accomplished, and a foreign fire emerged behind him, making him resemble a character inside a game Qin Luo was more familiar with. The fireman. Senior sister Shen, please. Yi Chen's words fell, and with flying steps towards Shen Wanning, he rushed over, striking with all his might. Without the slightest intention of showing any mercy, Shen Wanning didn't panic as a bow and arrow surfaced in his hand. Bending the bow, an energy-condensed arrow coalesced above the bow. Sacred weapon. Lu Changhe exclaimed in shock. The expression on his face was exceptionally ugly. He could see that Shen Wanning's hand was a sacred artifact, and the grade was not very yellow. An arrow against a sword. Shoot! The arrows rushed towards Yi Chen, and Shen Wanning once again bent her bow and shot the arrows. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, whoosh! This single arrow fell in front of Yi Chen, making it extraordinarily difficult for him to wield it. Bang! 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 Loud booming sounds continued to resound, and Yi Chen's face became unsightly. The corner of Shen Wanning's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Another arrow rushed out. She put away her bow and arrow, and with a flash, she bullied her way towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen noticed this and let out a sharp sigh of relief as he muttered in his heart, close combat, I will surely crush you. A long sword emerged in his hand, and when he rushed to Yi Chen's nearness, his figure split into two, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. In the next second, numerous Shenhuaning simultaneously launched their swords towards Yi Chen. One of the ethereal sacred lands Shen sect mastery, the ethereal illusionary sword formation. Someone exclaimed in shock. Also, that's still a holy weapon in her hand. Many people were numb. Some saints didn't even have a single holy weapon so far. And now this so-called holy maiden of the ethereal holy land. She alone had 2 of them? This was still only what they had seen. Perhaps Shenhuaning had more to offer. A crushing. Completely crushed. Qin Luo shook his head. This son of Qi is not enough to look at. Cultivation was not as good as Shenhuaning. The value of Qi luck was now also not as good as Shenhuaning. And the bottom line was even worse, crushing is purely normal. Ah! Yi Chen roared angrily, and his cultivation skyrocketed as he executed the secret method, and the corner of Shenhuaning's mouth hooked up with the color of a cold smile. Secret techniques. Who wouldn't know them? She Misty Sanctuary is full of them. Brush, 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 brush. Countless sword chi streaked across, and Yi Chen roared in succession. Bang, 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 bang. In the end, Yi Chen couldn't support himself any longer, and his entire body was sent flying out, smashing heavily on the ground. Senior brother Yi Chen, brother Tatsu, brother Tatsu. A voice of astonishment rang out. Except for that one woman called Xia Yue, you lost your little life. I want it. Shenhuaning's sword was on Yi Chen's neck, about to slice through in the next second. However, just at this time, an old voice rang out. Little girl, don't be impulsive. How about giving the old man a face? As he spoke, Shenhuaning's body was uncontrollably pushed out by an invisible wave of air. Yang Shan's face instantly turned ugly as her gaze fell on the old man and she snorted coldly. Lu Yuan, you want to intervene in the feud between juniors? Do you pretend I don't exist? Lu Yuan shook his head and said to Yang Shan, how about treating today's matter as a favor owed to you by me? My Danding sect hasn't had a saint's son for over 1,000 years. Yi Chen is the hope of my Danding sect. Nothing can happen to him. With a saintly son coming out in over 1,000 years, Yi Chen was much more valuable than even a saint's status. What does it have to do with me? Yang Shan took a step forward, her powerful aura sweeping towards Lu Yuan. Yang Shan, don't need your favor. The swords are drawn and the battle is imminent. Lu Yuan's expression was grave, and after gritting his teeth for a while, he took out an object. This is a token given to me by the Holy Lord of your Netherworld Holy Land 300 years ago. Take this and you can ask your Netherworld Holy Land to do one thing. Today, I have just one request. The matter is closed. Yang Shan's gaze narrowed as she looked towards that one token. She knew that it was the Holy Lord's token, and would not be given to anyone else at idle. She took out her voice transmission jade talisman and contacted the people in the Holy Land and got a definite answer. More than 300 years ago, Lu Yuan did help the Holy Lord, and the Holy Lord owed Lu Yuan a favor. She glanced deeply at Lu Yuan, then dropped her gaze on Shenhuaning and shook her head slightly. Shenhuaning was resentful, but she knew that everything she had came from the Netherworld sacred ground, and the sacred ground was her backbone. Taking a deep breath, her gaze fell on Ruyan Lu and she said in a deep voice, Yi Chen, I can leave it to my senior brother to kill, but Ruyan Lu, no one can take it away. Elder Yang, this is my bottom line. She turned her head to look stubbornly at Yang Shan. No way. Yi Chen refused. Senior sister Ruyan has already agreed to marry me. She's my wife. No one can be taking her away from me. Not to mention. Yi Chen's gaze landed on Shenhuaning's body and said coldly, Senior sister Shen, you claim that senior sister Ruyan and senior brother Qin have a marriage contract. Please show proof. No one here has ever heard of such a thing, right? Sage Lord Ryu, he asked as his gaze fell on Lu Changhe. Lu Changhe nodded. That's right. The marriage contract in your mouth, Shenhuaning, is pure fiction. I can understand you wanting to stand up for your senior brother Qin Luo, but the marriage contract doesn't even exist. Ruyan isn't Qin Luo's fiancé, so what reason do you have to keep Ruyan? Snap. A sound of applause rang out, seemingly out of place here. TSK, so many lies have been told that you even believe yourselves? Why don't you ask me, the person in question? 2. The familiar voice made Shenhuaning shudder. She turned her head and saw Qin Luo's figure, instantly losing her eyes in tears. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Qin Luo spoke confidently. Qin Luo. Yi Chen clenched his fists. His expression was hideous. He couldn't wait to kill Qin Luo by 1,000 cuts at this moment. Lu Ruyan immediately gripped Yi Chen's hand tightly and said in a low voice, Senior brother Yi, don't be impulsive. Qin Luo was the 9th prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty. Qin Luo walked to the center of the field. He looked at Lu Changhe revealing a mocking expression. Sacred Lord Lu, after not seeing you for many days, I didn't expect you to still be so shameless. Lu Changhe's face was gloomy. He just coldly grunted and didn't say much. Qin Luo's gaze fell on Yi Chen and Lu Ruyan's body, and he smiled disdainfully. What a pair of dogs. Sure enough, some things don't represent character. Full of lies. When it really makes me feel sick. A son of fortune must be a moral model? Joke. But then, the grudges of the past. I, Qin Luo, am generous and don't intend to bother with you. Today, I, Qin Luo, commander of the Great Qin Demon Suppression Division, have come to arrest the murderer of the Marquis Wu Yuan Mansion's extermination tragedy. Yi Chen, you've broken the law. Don't kneel down and tie your hands. Breaking the law? The murder of the Marquis Wu Yuan's family? A confused look flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. The Great Qin Demon Suppression Division is handling the case. And if you obstruct it, you are working against my Great Qin Demon Suppression Division. And you are fighting against my Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Qin Luo looked around the circle, a scowl on his face. Those who obstruct, kill without pardon. Men, take Yi Chen away from me. Qin Luo waved his hand and Li Yi and the others stepped forward, ready to take someone. This scene was so dramatic that it was really a twist and turn. Crap. Isn't this better than that novel? It was so much fun. So much fun. It was awesome. Misty Sacred Land, Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, TSK, the top forces have all appeared. This Yi Chen is being treated very well. Not far away, Song Broken Cloud, who was looking at Yi Chen with hatred in his eyes, felt a sense of relief. Kill him, kill him. After killing him, Ruyan Lu is still mine. Humph. Lu Yuan took a step out and blocked Yi Chen's face, humming coldly. The Great Qin Imperial Dynasty has crossed the line, and if you want to take my danding sex saint son, then please show me the evidence. That's right, Yi Chen shouted angrily as he jumped behind him. Qin Luo, you belong to the category of personal vendetta. I admit that I had some conflicts with you before, but you can't slander me like this. Smear? Oh, Qin Luo's tone was filled with disdain. When you slandered me before, I admitted it openly and honestly, and you don't even dare to admit it now? I really despise you. Since you want proof, let the witnesses come out. With a wave of his hand, Mo-chan was pushed out, and Qin Luo asked, do you recognize that person? He pointed at Yi Chen and asked, I've just seen it before, but not that I knew his name, and now I do. Where have you seen him before? Qin Luo asked. At the Marquis Wu Yuan's residence. He killed the entire family of Marquis Wu Yuan with the others. Slander, a son of a bitch. Yi Chen roared. I've never seen him, and I don't know him. Everything he said is a lie. Rush. You're in a hurry. Don't get mad. Can you let someone finish? When you slandered me, I let you play around and slandered casually. Now when someone else just said something, you can't wait to jump out and oppose it. Are you weak-minded? Whether it's a falsehood or a real thing, the world has a scale in its heart. Qin Luo looked at Mo Yanhan and asked, what is your identity? I am the Holy Son of the Blood Moon Holy Land. Mo Knight Han. He's the Holy Son of the Blood Moon Holy Land? That's right. I've seen him before. He's the Holy Son of the Blood Moon Holy Land. He's not a good person. I heard that concubines marry endlessly and prefer human wives. The people of the Blood Moon Holy Land are not good things. This kind of thing, I feel like something the Blood Moon Holy Land could do. So Yi Chen? Listen to it. Tell me in detail about the destruction of the Marquis Wu Yuan's residence. Mo Yihan narrated. I'm the Saint Son of the Blood Moon Holy Land. Mo Yihan. My father, the Blood Moon Saint Lord Mo Chenjie, had a grudge against the Marquis of Wu Yuan. So he heavily invited many people to overthrow the Marquis of Wu Yuan's family. Among them are Zhao Yangi of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall and his disciple Xiao Tang. Speaking of this, the eyes of the Xiao family members turned cold when they looked at Qin Luo. It's him, he's the one who killed brother Xiao Tang. Xiao Ye gritted her teeth and said, I want to avenge brother Xiao Tang. Revenge must be taken. Xiao Ye, don't be impulsive. He's the imperial son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Xiao Junzi spoke calmly. There were some others. I didn't see them all. Among them was this man. I didn't know his name before, but his face, I remember. It was him, Yi Chen. He was one of the accomplices. Alright, Qin Luo interrupted Mo-chan and said to Yi Chen, Yi Chen, now that there are witnesses present, what else do you have to say? Smear. Yi Chen still had that same sentence. Slander? Qin Luo laughed coldly. He even gave up his bloodline relatives. Do you think he would slander you? Do you hold as much place in his heart as his father holds in his? For the sake of heaven's justice, Mo-chan's great righteousness, this kind of person, we don't believe him. Who do we believe? Believe you, a guy full of lies? It's simply a slip of the tongue. Do you still want me to tell you everything that happened in the Tai Ruins Holy Land that day? Stealing the Tai Ruins sacred grounds techniques, pills, and holy weapons, and pouring dirty water on me? Yi Chen, a lying person like you? What qualifications do you have to say that someone else has slandered? Or is it that you still don't want to admit that you didn't do those things before now? The disciples of the Tai Ruin sacred ground all know what you're like. Otherwise, if you make me an oath of the great Tao here, I might be able to consider the slur you made against me earlier as a passing joke. Yi Chen moved his lips. He naturally didn't dare to make a great Tao vow. As a son of Qi, if he made this kind of great Tao vow, his future would be doomed to ruin instead. At this time, Lu Ruyan walked out and opened her mouth. When was the Marquis Wu Yuan's mansion extermination case? The 3rd day of May. Mo Yuchan blurted out. That day, I was with senior brother Yi. He has an alibi. Ruyan Lu said firmly. Qin Luo looked at Lu Ruyan with a smile on his face. If this woman didn't come out to die, he would let her die, but now that she took the initiative to hand out the knife, where was Qin Luo's reason not to fulfill her? Is it an alibi? Or is it perjury? Or are you and Yi Chen both accomplices of Mo Chenjie? Mo Yihan was very upfront and spoke immediately. I recognize her. She went there as well. She was the one who received payment from me after completing the mission. It's just that she was wearing a veil that day, so I didn't get a real good look. Alright, there's no need to talk too much nonsense. The murderer of the Marquis Wu Yuan's family today must be apprehended by my great Qin imperial dynasty. Anyone who dares to stand in the way, there is only one word: death. Take someone. Qin Luo shouted in a deep voice. Ha! Lu Yuan sneered. Wanting to take away my Danding sect's holy son in front of me. Delusional. Boom. The holy might was so great that a wave of air impacted Li Yi and the others. Qin Luo's face didn't change at all. All of this didn't come as a surprise to him. He opened his mouth indifferently and asked, is this the Danding sect obstructing the law enforcement of my great Qin imperial dynasty's demon suppression division? Harboring the true culprits of the Marquis Wu Yuan's house extermination tragedy? Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Your accusation, in my opinion, is pure slander. Yi Chen had no motive, nor did he have the time to get involved in that incident. Whether it's slander or not, my great Qin imperial dynasty's demon suppression division will investigate. If he is innocent, we will naturally enforce the law impartially and return his innocence. But you are now obstructing the enforcement of my Jin demon division. You shall be killed. As Qin Luo's words fell, behind him, a terrifying holy might rose up to the sky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 powerful and terrifying figures stepped in. To reiterate once again, anyone who obstructs my demon control division from arresting a criminal will be killed. No one took Qin Luo's words seriously this time. It was because there were a full 5 powerful saints backing Qin Luo, Zhang Tua plus the 4 directions Marquis Fongwake, and the 3 from the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. Those 3 were all uniformly dressed to hide their true colors. Now, are you sure you still want to stop me? Qin Luo looked at Lu Yuan and spoke coldly. Lu Yuan's face became ugly to the extreme. Stop Qin Luo? That was purely looking for death, but their Danding sect's hopes rested on Yi Chen's body. If they didn't stop Qin Luo, Yi Chen would only have one way to die. Why Yi Chen's few green plums were also anxious at this time. Father, you must save brother Chen. Zhao Lingyin pulled Zhao Yuanxuan and begged bitterly. Zhao Yuanxuan was in a difficult situation. He was optimistic about Yi Chen, but with 5 saints beside Qin Luo in front of him, how could he block them? Unless, he glanced in Xiao Jun's direction. Xiaoya spoke in an undeniable tone. Family master, we must preserve brother Yi Chen. My master will arrive later. A look of difficulty appeared on Xiao Jun's face as he glanced at the other saint of the Xiao clan before looking at Xiaoya as he stepped out. Fine. I can go out and save Yi Chen's life. Xiao Jun no longer hesitated when he thought of Xiaoya's mysterious master with someone to back him up. He was naturally not afraid. He shouted, attracting the attention of the others. The Devil Suppressor Division killed my Xiao family's children for no reason. We had better settle this score today. Your Devil Suppressor Division said that Xiao Tang is guilty. Please also show the evidence. There was no need to speak for Yi Chen. Xiao Tang could also be the pride of their family and died at the hands of Qin Luo and the others. Shouldn't he seek justice for Xiao Tang? Rumble. 2 saints descended. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yuanxuan also stepped out. Today, if the great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division wants to arrest someone, they better bring out conclusive evidence. You must know that this is the 100,000 Great Mountains, not the territory of your great Qin Imperial Dynasty, and Yi Chen is still the holy son of the Danding sect. Is it not something that you can hold at will? Lu Yuan revealed a friendly look to Zhao Yuanxuan. And in today's matter, their Danding sect was destined to owe Zhao Yuanxuan a favor. This was one of the reasons why Zhao Yuanxuan had stepped in. A mere Yi Chen was not enough to make him harden himself against the great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Reaping the favor of the Danding sect was the most wonderful thing of all. Showing off? Qin Luo's gaze landed on Zhao Yuanxuan. Of all the saints in here, he was the weakest and dared to jump out without a valid reason. Kill. Qin Luo's words were concise, and when one sentence fell, Zheng Tuo and Zhou Li couldn't wait to kill towards Zhao Yuanxuan. This scene made Zhao Yuanxuan's heart jump. Just now Xiao Juan's had jumped out. Qin Luo didn't even let anyone take action. How come when he jumped out, Qin Luo immediately let someone kill him? He can't figure it out. Qin Luo would have explained to him if he knew what he was thinking. Xiao Junsa had 2 saints on their side, and there was also a daughter of luck. A daughter of luck with a very high luck value, so naturally she should be left to enjoy it at the end, and there should be no accidents. As for him, Zhao Yuanxuan. Ha, nothing, jump out must immediately die. Patriarch Lu, save me, he shouted towards Lu Yuan before Lu Yuan could move. Xiao Junsa had already moved. Master Zhao Shuang, I've come to help you. Xiao Junsu and another Xiao family saint were just about to strike when they were stopped by Feng Wei and also Zhang Tao. Your opponent, it's us. The battle situation became glued for a moment. Zhao Yuanxuan narrowly escaped death, and the 2 saints of the Xiao family could still be supported. As for Qin Luo, there was only one more saint by his side. Patriarch, capture the thief first. Yi Chen shouted from behind Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not hesitate, and with a flash, he rushed towards Qin Luo. Along with his movements was a saintly powerhouse from the Danding sect. Elder Yang, Shen Wanning shouted anxiously. Yang Shan didn't move. She just looked at Zhou Hongyu's back. Her expression was slightly gloomy. She couldn't see through the other party. Nothing may happen to your senior brother. As her words fell, the aura on Zhou Hongyu's body exploded. Rumble. The aura shot straight up into the sky, and in an instant, many people's faces showed shock, especially Lu Yuan and the others. Saint King. Lu Yuan's expression was extraordinarily grave. Zhou Hongyu slammed a hammer in his hand so hard that Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Especially at this time, he heard a miserable scream. Ah, no! Zhao Yuanxuan's cultivation was a shade weaker than even Zheng Tuo's, not to mention that there was also a Zhou, whose cultivation was too much stronger than his, and had long since reached the late stage of sage. Tragically, his life fell under the 2 men's desperate attack. A saint has died. This matter, it's big. The Lord of the 10,000 Swords Villa is dead, and an earthquake is about to begin. Block him together. Lu Yuan roared in hideous fury as he and another saint struck out together, catalyzing a large cauldron that barely blocked Zhou Honyu's strike. Bang! The hammer smashed on top of the cauldron, sending the 2 men into the ground alive, leaving only their heads still on top. After all, he still blocked it and did not die here as Zhao Yuanxuan did. Ha! Zhou Hongyu under the mask laughed coldly. You guys can hold back a moment. Do you think you can hold back a world? Today, you 2 won't be able to get away. No, father. Zhao Lingyin saw this scene and her eyes burst into tears. Her father who loved her so much had died in front of her. She couldn't believe it. Zhao Lingyin stumbled over to Zhao Yuanxuan's body. She hissed hysterically, Father, I don't want you to die. I don't want you to die. Zhao Lingyin tried to pick up Zhao Yuanxuan's body and leave the place, but in the next second, Zhao Yuanxuan's body was stomped on the ground viciously by a foot. I just killed it. It can't go to waste, can it? With a wave of Qin Luo's hand, the human emperor streamer collected Zhao Yuanxuan's corpse. Zhao Lingyin raised her head and looked at Qin Luo, her eyes filled with hatred. Qin Luo, I swear, I will kill you in the future. Kill me? Oh, little girl. I'm afraid you haven't seen your current situation clearly. Brush. The Qingfeng sword in Qin Luo's hand was on Zhao Lingyin's neck. Now, your little life can be in my hands. You don't have the day after. Qin Luo, let go of Lingyin. Yi Chen's angry voice sounded behind Qin Luo. The person you're looking for is me. You want revenge? You come at me. Don't involve the innocent. Yi Chen's body was also shining at the moment, causing many people to look at him highly. Zhao Lingyin also acted extraordinarily touched. Looking at Yi Chen with deep feelings in her gaze, Qin Luo mockingly glanced at Yi Chen. You still know the word implicate innocent? If it weren't for you, do you think her father would have died? Now, immediately kneel down for me right now. I can consider sparing her life. Otherwise, I'll have to destroy her with a hot hand. Brother Chen, don't mind me. Go. Zhao Lingyin was still immersed in love and couldn't help herself, sacrificing herself to protect her lover for the sake of love. Yi Chen said in a resolute tone. Lingyin, there is no way I will give you up. For your sake, I would rather die. His gaze once again fell on Qin Luo's body and he said in a deep voice, Qin Luo, you release Lingyin and I will fight you. If you win, I will willingly be at your disposal. Qin Luo shook his head slightly, then slashed his sword across. Brush. A bloodstain appeared on Zhao Lingyin's neck, and blood swept out. Only Qin Luo's cold voice rang out. I've already said that I can spare her life if you kneel down. I won't say good words twice. Now it seems you don't love her. You're just using her. Remember, the one who killed her was you. Yi Chen. Bang. Zhao Lingyin fell to the ground and died after 2 twitches. Yi Chen felt a heavy blow to his heart and poof. A large mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Yi Chen lost his love. Lost 10,000 points of fortune. Host gained 10,000 points of fortune. Love. Is it so fucking worthless? Only 10,000? Take Yi Chen. Take him down for me. Qin Luo gave an order, and Li Yi and the others immediately shot out to surround Yi Chen. Qin Luo cupped the human emperor streamer in his hand and was ready to fire. He would not give Yi Chen the chance to escape. Next, you'll have to deal with your good disciple. Are the emotions complicated? Qin Luo's voice rang in Shi Huang's ears. Shi Huang did feel a complex mood. Yi Chen was what she had seen since she was a child. It would be a lie to say that there were no feelings, but this emotion. After Yi Chen abandoned her and Qin Luo continued to abuse her, it completely dissipated. It's just a familiar stranger. So kill it. Shi Huang discarded that hint of complexity and viewed Yi Chen as if he were a stranger. Yi Chen looked at Qin Luo with a hideous expression. What Qin Luo had just said was so solid that it was hard for him. Qin Luo, today you will either die or I will die. You have the ability to fight me. Hiding behind someone's back is nothing. Qin Luo shook his head and laughed coldly. Yi Chen, are you an idiot? I'm the commander of the Great Qin Demon Suppression Division, and we're not here today for a personal vendetta, but to apprehend you. Look, he pointed in a direction and a scream rang out. A saint of the Shao family fell. Another person is dead because of you. Tell me about you. Can't you just honestly kneel on the ground and be taken by us? You people, why are you so damn selfish? You have to let everyone else die for you so that you can feel pain, right? In that case, I'll fulfill you. All those who obstruct law enforcement, leave no one behind. Qin Luo ordered indifferently. Die for me. Zhou Hongyu roared, and the huge hammer in his hand slammed down fiercely. Bang! The cauldron was sent flying, and one of the saints from the Danding sect's eyes widened as he exclaimed, my life is over. The entire person was smashed into pieces by Zhou Hongyu, too dead to die. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, took this opportunity to immediately break away from the battlefield. Narrowly escaping, the battle had ended too quickly from the start. Lu Yuan and his 5 saints had struck out and now 3 were dead. With only Xiao Junsu and Lu Yuan struggling to hold on, Lu Changhe was not involved in this matter from the beginning to the end. He had tried his best to hide himself. Yi Chen continued to growl impotently. Qin Luo, fight me if you have the ability. What is the ability to bully others? In the distance, Song Broken Cloud snorted coldly. Heaven's way is good. Then his gaze once again landed on Lu Ruyan's body. His eyes filled with infatuation within them. When Yi Chen dies, he'll take over. Goods like you. Are you worthy? Qin Luo slowly walked out. The Qingfeng sword in his hand flashed a ray of sharp color. A stern sword intent rose from his body, followed by a powerful aura crushing towards Yi Chen. Transformation God. Yi Chen looked at Qin Luo with wide eyes. This is sword intent. Ah! Yi Chen went a little crazy. If his sword bone hadn't been dug up, it might have been possible for him to condense sword intent even now. Want to die? Make you whole. Qin Luo slashed out with a sword, and just this sword alone made Yi Chen feel irresistible. I'm afraid of you, or I don't care to fight you. Now do you know? The mocking tone made Yi Chen feel groundless, and he felt like others were looking at him as if they were looking at a clown. Sad. Lava Earth Heart Flame. Explode for me. Yi Chen roared. Qin Luo, even if I die, I'll pull you as my back. Qin Luo shook his head and said disdainfully, you don't deserve it. Boom! A powerful soul force instantly locked onto Yi Chen, causing his movements to stall. To outsiders, Qin Luo and Yi Chen had been shrouded by the human emperor streamer, making it impossible to really see what was happening inside. The familiar aura gave Yi Chen an instant insight into the identity of the other party, and he exclaimed, Master! Shi Huang's figure appeared in front of Yi Chen, causing Yi Chen to be somewhat incredulous. He had thought that Shi Huang had already died in Qin Luo's hands long ago. Who knew that he would see his master's appearance again today? This instantly caused him to panic a bit. After all, before, he had abandoned his master in order to stay alive. Qin Luo slowly walked to Shi Huang's front, his eyes glancing playfully at Yi Chen before looking at Shi Huang and asking, what should you call me now? A sense of shame struck in Shi Huang's heart, and she rolled her eyes at Qin Luo in a manner that could be described as flamboyant. Yi Chen, who was not far away, was dumbfounded. He had never seen his master's father look like this before. In his memories, Shi Huang had always been a high and cold goddess. The transformation was too big now. He was a bit unable to accept it. And what was even more unacceptable to him was the way Shi Huang addressed Qin Luo. Master, put. Yi Chen spat out blood on the spot. He treats Shi Huang as an unassailable goddess, and Qin Luo treats Shi Huang as a slave girl? Yi Chen's mind collapsed, losing 50,000 points of qi. The host gained 50,000 points of villain value. Ah, master teacher, how can you be so lowly? Yi Chen roared. To be honest, since he was a child, his feelings toward Shi Huang were extraordinarily complicated. Not only did he have the emotions between master and disciple, but also some indescribable feelings. But now, Shi Huang broke his fantasy of the beautiful in a raw way. Why don't you go and die? Why don't you die? Why do you? What makes you? You're cheap. Yi Chen's mind continues to collapse. losing 50,000 points of chi. Host gains 50,000 points of villain value. Shi Huang looked at the hysterical Yi Chen, her eyes slightly cold. Master? Oh, I don't have a disciple like you. I taught you for more than 10 years, and almost died for you. And you? Just watch me fall into the enemy's hands and be bullied like that. Ha! The moment you betrayed me, your master was dead. What Shi Huang hated most in her life was betrayal. She fell into a soul body because of betrayal, and became the main soul of the human emperor's streamer still because of betrayal. That's right. I'm a lowlife. I'm now your enemy's slave girl, and you caused all of this. Shi Huang knew how to zap the heart, and Yi Chen sprayed out another mouthful of blood. Ah! Yi Chen roared. Hint, the son of luck has a tendency to become a demon. Xin Luo sort of understood. You dog, against public order and morals. Ah! Even the master who trained you has evil thoughts. Simply animals. Bang! With a wave of Shi Huang's hand, a huge force ruthlessly slammed into Yi Chen's body, instantly shattering his chi-si and reducing him to a wasted man. Yi Chen was invalidated. Lost 50,000 points of fortune. Host gained 50,000 points of villain value. Come on. Let's go and see if your women will even risk their own lives for you. Especially that Xiaoya with her explosive chi value. She was simply worth more than Yi Chen. She was the biggest boss today. Xiaoya, who was outside, was already anxious, but her cultivation level couldn't participate in the battle at hand. She had watched with her own eyes as the saints and her family had been killed. Xiao Juanza had been severely injured, and Yi Chen was alive or dead. Her heart was filled with hatred for Qin Luo. Brother Yi Chen, she exclaimed, seeing Yi Chen's appearance once again. At the moment, Yi Chen was stepped on by Qin Luo, looking like a dead dog. This caused Xiaoya to ache and feel a wave of suffocation. Bang! Xiao Junso landed beside her with serious injuries and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shouting, Go! Must go! For saints surrounded him alone, and he was only a saint. If it weren't for the fact that he still had his life-preserving saint weapon, he would have kneeled by now, just for a fucking Yi Chen. His Xiao family is going to be finished. He didn't resent Xiaoya, because his Xiao family still needed to rely on Xiaoya to be able to rise. No, I'm not leaving. I want to save brother Yi Chen. Xiaoya spoke stubbornly. And, master has arrived. Xiao Junso had just wanted to forcefully take her to escape when he heard these words and his eyes snapped open. With that one arriving, we might not have to die today. As Xiaoya's words fell, a terrifying figure descended from the sky and landed by Xiaoya's side. A hoarse voice rang out as the person pulled Xiaoya up and was about to leave. Let's go. Master, I'm not leaving. You help me kill that guy and save brother Yi Chen. Xiaoya pointed at Qin Luo with a hideous expression as she said coldly, Today, you're dead. Qin Luo looked at her playfully. Don't worry about whether I die or not, but you won't be able to walk away. Boom! A terrifying aura enveloped the entire Divine Soldier Valley. An old and neutral voice rang out. Since you want to come in, don't leave. The voice caused many of the people present to turn pale. Yang Shan raised her head to look at the sky, her eyes filled with gravity. This kind of aura. It seems like I've felt it from the body of the Holy Lord. The ethereal Saint Lord's cultivation was at the Great Saint Realm, and this person's aura was similar to the Saint Lord's. So wouldn't it be? Xiaoya's master looked up at the sky before throwing out an object and throwing it to Xiao Junso. You take Xiaoya and go. I'll hold him off. As soon as the words fell, he leapt up and rushed over in the direction of Su Chanshan. Just now, he had only barely managed to break through Su Chanshan's block with the help of the secret treasure. Going to fight Su Chanshan now. He felt that he might die. The expression on Xiaoya's face froze. She hadn't even been arrogant for a second, and she was just slapped in the face like this? Go! Xiao Junso pulled Xiaoya, and the small boat in his hand that looked like white jade began to grow larger, enveloping the two of them as it crashed fiercely towards the void. Qin Luo's leisurely voice sounded behind them. If you run away, I'll lynch Yi Chen on the spot. Let him die screaming for 79 days. No! Xiaoya wanted to turn back, but Xiao Junso disagreed and pulled her back, and the two of them disappeared into the void. Taking a glance at the place where they disappeared, Qin Luo overlooked Yi Chen and said with a mocking color in his tone, Yi Chen, your woman doesn't seem to love you that much. No, she still abandoned you. TSK, pathetic. Ah. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and said, Qin Luo, don't be complacent. Xiaoya will definitely take revenge for me. In the future, you will surely live in fear, live in fear forever. Is that so? Qin Luo's tone carried a touch of disdain. But you think she can escape? As Qin Luo's words fell, a miserable sound rang out in the void, and the white jade boat that had just appeared in front of the crowd returned. Bang! It was stomped heavily on the ground. Holy King! 2 Saint Kings, 1 Great Saint. Yang Shan's tone was extraordinarily grave. It's hard to believe that the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty is planning to make a move against the 100,000 mountains. This matter must be reported to the Holy Lord immediately. Without hesitation, Yang Shan immediately took out the voice transmission Jade Talisman and reported what happened today to the Netherworld Holy Lord. Xiaoya rolled out in a sorry state. Without the goddess-like appearance she had just had. Yi Chen looked at the scene dumbfounded, and was stomped on by Qin Luo again. Looks like your little lover. Running out. Alas, they have all been dragged down by you. You say you, are you not a calamity? Qin Luo slapped Yi Chen's face with the Qingfeng sword in his hand. Then his gaze fell on Lu Ruyan and asked, Sister Lu, how about I give you a chance? If you're willing to confess on Yi Chen's behalf, I can let Yi Chen live. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Chen with a complicated face. She knew that Yi Chen was dead today. No matter what she said, it was impossible for Yi Chen to live. She has to live for herself. She looked up at Qin Luo with a gentle smile on her face. Senior brother is joking. Yi Chen stole my Tai Ruin's Holy Land's greatest treasure and slandered senior brother. I'm just making false accusations with him. Yi Chen confused. Just that I am willing to still in the ear. Love is so fucking cannot stand the test? Oh, Qin Luo raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Ruyan Lu would be so sensible. Just now, Senior Sister Shen said that I, Lu Ruyan, was born as your senior brother's person and died as your senior brother's ghost. I think Senior Sister Shen is right. Senior brother, I am willing to serve at your left and right. I wonder if what you said before still counts. Qin Luo was a bit stunned. And surprisingly, he didn't remember what he had said at first. Ruyan Lu prompted. You said before in front of everyone in the Tai Ruins Holy Land that you want me to become your concubine. I can tell you clearly now that I'm willing. Lu Changhua popped out from nowhere. He looked at Qin Luo with an amiable expression. I also agree. Ruyan can become your concubine. And you can become the Holy Lord of our Tai Ruins Holy Land. We'll go back and prepare for your wedding. And at the same time prepare you for the grand ceremony to be inaugurated as the Holy Lord. Crap. Qin Luo was shocked by the shamelessness and self-consciousness of this father and daughter. Look. This is the woman Yi Chen likes. I really feel sad for you. Qin Luo patted Yi Chen with his sword, then looked at Lu Ruyan with a look of disgust on his face. Trying to marry 3 families in one day. You Lu Ruyan are really cheap. What is my status? What are you? A concubine? Are you worthy? Lu Ruyan's face was as pale as paper. She didn't expect that Qin Luo would not keep his previous promise. Song Broken Cloud fell at this time popped out. He looked at Qin Luo with a smile. Qin Luo, you don't want it. I want it. How about Lu Ruyan gives it to me, when I owe you a favor? Qin Luo turned his head and said one word succinctly. Get lost. Song Ritian rushed over with quick steps and ruthlessly gave Song Broyun a big mouthful. Roaring in anger, how did I give birth to goods like you? Qin Luo's gaze shifted and landed on Xia Yue. It's your turn next. Do you think Yi Chen, should he be killed? Xia Yue glanced at Yi Chen, her head full of doubts. Why ask me? However, she was a smart person who knew the current situation and immediately replied. It should be killed. Tip, Yi Chen is about to become a demon and will lose all of his chi luck value. If once he succeeds in his revenge, he will gain the sun of chi luck again. Brush. Qin Luo didn't even give the system a chance to finish, and with a sword stroke, Yi Chen's head flew up high, grunted, and rolled down to Xiaoya's feet right in front of all 4 eyes. Ah, brother Yi Chen. Xiaoya was going crazy all of a sudden. She picked up Yi Chen's head, her tears falling like rain and her heart twisting. Xiaoya is devastated by Yi Chen's death and has lost 50,000 points of fortune. The host has gained 50,000 points of fortune. He's still alive? Qin Luo asked. Why Yi Chen, who only had a human head, leaned over Xiaoya's ear and said, Qin Luo is the devil's son. He is, must be, then died. Tadako, will you let me finish my sentence? Isn't it just that he can be cleansed of what happened when he entered the devil in order to succeed in his vengeance? And then become a son of Qi once again and break the mold? The old formula. The son of Qi luck because of excessive sadness, into the demon success, kill people, after revenge, is not a demon, before the evil things, a sentence into the demon delirium, can be all whitewashed, kill the son of fortune, Yi Chen, and gain all his fortune value, which is automatically converted into villain value, rewarded, sword intent minor achievement, congratulations. Now you become a true sword cultivator, reward, soul crystal *1, pure soul origin, can be refined and absorbed to absorb powerful soul power, draw out his physique origin as well as his fey flame. Qin Luo waved his hand, and Yi Chen's body landed in the human emperor streamer. No, brother Yi Chen, Xiaoya roared hysterically, and a figure suddenly fell from the sky, and the mask crumbled. Appearing in front of the crowd was actually the face of a woman. A slightly pale face showing a sickly color. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at Su Chanshan and said, how about ending today's matter here? Not good. Su Qianwan said indifferently. The woman clenched her teeth and stomped her foot, taking out a token. I am the Xian Heavenly Dao Sect Elder Morong Shui. Does the great Qin Imperial Dynasty have to go against my Xian Heavenly Dao Sect? Xiaoya is someone that my Xian Heavenly Dao Sect patriarch holds in high regard, and is one of the internal candidates for Dao Sun, Xian Tian Dao Sect. She's actually a Daoist child of the Xian Heavenly Dao Sect. This is a power that claims to be able to rival the great Qin Imperial Dynasty. That's a kick in the teeth for them. Qin Luo also frowned slightly. The Holy Land was certainly powerful, but above the Holy Land, there was the Dao Sect. Most of them were secluded and didn't care about the strife in the world. They had only one purpose, which was to explore the great Dao and pursue that supreme realm. While the overall strength of the Xian Heavenly Dao Sect was certainly not comparable to the great Qin Imperial Dynasty, there was a possibility that they might have a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, or had appeared at one time. That body, do you still want it? Qin Luo asked. Qi Huang pondered for a moment. I have a secret method that allows a trace of soul to reside in her body, and in the coming days, I can slowly influence her and invade her soul, but there are some drawbacks for me. Doesn't matter, she can't escape me. She must be taken. Qin Luo spoke in an undeniable tone. It was also the first time Xiaoya heard that her master was actually from the Xian Tian Dao Sect, and she felt her back stiffen up. She stood up and looked at Qin Luo, her eyes filled with hatred. The words that Ji Chen had just said, that Qin Luo was a devil's son, still rang in her ears. She pointed her finger at Qin Luo and said, this person is a devil's son. Really? Morong Shui looked at Xiaoya with a shocked expression and asked, this devil's son was not some holy son or daughter of the heavenly demon sect or something like that. This devil, but an extraterrestrial evil devil. Previously, in order to eradicate evil demons, the human race cooperated and formed an organization called the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The Xian Tian Dao Sect was one of the founders of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. That's right. This is what Brother Yi Chen told me himself before he died. This person, he has cultivated the heaven-swallowing devil technique. He's able to devour the flesh and blood as well as the origin of our human race at will. Yi Chen's younger brother's corpse as well as Villa Master Lu's corpse, and Uncle Ancestor's corpse, all fell into his hands. What his purpose is self-evident. I have information about him here. He killed Lin Xian, the genius of the Wanxiang Holy Land. He also killed Xiao Tang, the genius of my Xiao family, and he even killed Yi Chen's younger brother. The three of them are all top geniuses. Although the extraterrestrial evil demon is generally the same as our human race, they are not from our realm, and he came here for the purpose of hunting down the geniuses of our human race. The heaven-swallowing demon technique was originally not a technique of the heavenly demon sect, but was left behind by an evil demon from beyond the domain. Qin Luo could have admitted that he practiced the heaven-swallowing demon technique in the Tai Ruin's sacred ground before. Yes or no? Xiaoya asked as she gritted her teeth and looked at Qin Luo. Qin Luo shook his head and smiled. Go on. Go on. Xiaoya felt that Ji Chen must not be deceiving her when he said those words before he died. Qin Luo was definitely the devil's son. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen also just wanted Xiaoya to avenge him, because he was familiar with Xiaoya and knew that Xiaoya was very familiar with that part of history, and that Xiaoya hated the extraterrestrial evil demons. You must possess the bloodline of an extraterrestrial evil demon, Xiaoya accused at Qin Luo. If I'm not mistaken, that thing in your hand should be the 10,000 soul streamer. Speaking of this, the hatred in Xiaoya's heart became even more unstoppable. You all may not know what the 10,000 soul streamer is made of. The 10,000 soul streamer is filled with the souls and bones and blood of the strongest members of my human race. The shaft of the 10,000 soul streamer was refined from the bones of my human race's strongest men, and the cloth of the 10,000 soul streamer is stained with the blood of countless geniuses, strongest men, and even great emperors of my human race on top of it. Also, inside the 10,000 soul streamer, it's them slaughtering one human race after another, forcibly suppressing their souls and refining them into a single resentful soul. This is the means of the extraterrestrial evil demons. Qin Luo, do you dare to let us inspect and check the 10,000 soul streamer in your hand? Good lord, if Qin Luo hadn't met Xiaoya for the first time, he would have felt that this Xiaoya had already ambushed him and gained insight into everything about him. Senior brother, so you're an extraterrestrial evil demon? Ruyan Lu's shocked voice rang out. What did I say? Why has my dear senior brother's temperament changed so drastically? It turns out that you have long since ceased to be the senior brother I once had, and you have actually become an extraterrestrial evil demon. No wonder. No wonder. You're so cruel. No wonder you're so heartless. No wonder you used to be so mindful of my body, but now instead you're not interested in me at all. So, you've long since awakened the bloodline of an evil demon. You're no longer human. Walter? As Qin Luo was about to end the farce, a voice sounded in his mind, acknowledging her accusations. She may expend the entire villain value, as she wishes. All of this is over $300,000. Qin Luo couldn't help but say, return is greater than investment. There is only one chance. Choice is greater than effort. Too many sons of Qi have been killed. The heavenly Tao has been alerted, and the sons of heavenly destiny may come forth. Host, please make your choice. Tons to 3. When the opening of the big reward, the white whoring was great, but now that he was consuming more than 300,000 chi values at once, Qin Luo felt a needache. However, the unified sun never pitched him. Qin Luo decisively chose yes. Since the system was giving rewards, there was no reason for Qin Luo not to follow it, wasn't there? He looked at Xiaoya and laughed. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful thing to say. Clap. While clapping, he walked over in the direction of Xiaoya. Right. You are right. I am an evil demon from outside the domain. This human emperor. No. This 10,000 soul streamer is just as you said. The shaft of this streamer is quenched from the bones of 999 sacred rank powerhouses. The cloth of this streamer is a shroud that has been stained with the essence blood of several great emperor powerhouses and has wrapped the corpses of several great emperors. As for the inside of the streamer, naturally there are countless dead souls, collected from the slaughter of hundreds of millions of human races. Boom! Everyone was confused all of a sudden. Xiaoya's accusation seemed a bit too magical to them. But what was even more unexpected was that Qin Luo had admitted it. Really? That's the 10,000 soul streamer? Qin Luo is really an extraterrestrial evil demon? Is it some so-called devil son? You're in over your head. Qin Luo is the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty. Does the great Qin imperial dynasty not know if he's an extraterrestrial evil demon or not? What's more, look at that 10,000 soul streamer of his. Acquired true devil bloodline *1, true devil or evil devil. In the end, aren't they still human? It's just that they're not from this realm, and their bloodline is slightly stronger. Enhancement of the human emperor streamer obtained. The human emperor streamer pole is made with the bones of 9,981 human emperors, and the cloth of the streamer is quenched with the essence blood of great emperor powerhouses, and tens of millions of dead souls are added to it, and the grade is upgraded in the middle of the upper holy order, the holy grade extreme. Half-step imperial soldier. Rumble. The human emperor flag in Qin Luo's hand rose into the air, attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, the golden light on the human emperor flag flickered. Like the rising sun, vast righteousness gathered into a river, surging and shaking heaven and earth. The crowd all stared with bated breath, and above the streamers, the Weiqi was dazzling, manifesting the majesty of the emperor, and their hearts were filled with awe, as if they were looking at the elders of their clans, their ancestors, or even the emperor among the human clans. Almost everyone stood up at this moment, and with awe, their gazes fell on top of the human emperor streamer. This is the 10,000 soul streamer? Don't be ridiculous. How can this human emperor streamer shine with golden light and emit a vast aura? Crap. Qin Luo in the bottom of his heart 3 consecutive crouches. All of a sudden half-step emperor soldier? This is simply bullish. Is there any? Even though they weren't emperor soldiers, half-step emperor soldiers were terrifying enough. Not to mention suppressing the Holy Land's underpinnings, they could completely suppress the underpinnings of the great Qin imperial dynasty. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth were still wearing a faint smile as his gaze landed on Lu Ruyan's body, not hiding his disdain. As for you, serpentine and full of male thievery, you dare to slander me for the sake of a little white boy, and I still think of you? Am I that cheap? A guy like you, who has a nice-looking skin but is really disgusting to me on the inside. Would I want to sleep with you? What a beautiful thing to think. Who the hell could look at a bitch like you unless they're stupid? Not hiding her humiliation, the vicious language continued to be output, causing Ruyan Lu to stagger. Not far away, Song Breaking Cloud was just about to speak. I don't mind her. Then seeing Song Retian's warning gaze, he instantly shriveled up. It doesn't matter if it's vicious or not, as long as the person is beautiful, has a good figure, and is very moist, isn't it? Song Broken Cloud muttered in his heart. This is the 10,000 soul streamer? Morong puzzled gaze fell on Xiaoya's body just now. Xiaoya spoke with conviction, and to be honest, she was somewhat convinced. However, she felt the majesty of the emperor from this 10,000 soul streamer, and felt the righteousness, which was the only thing that she did not feel the slightest bit of evil aura. It was completely unlike the 10,000 soul streamer that Xiaoya had spoken of. It has to be, Xiaoya said through clenched teeth. She was going to go one way or the other. Qin Luo, do you dare to open the 10,000 soul streamer and let us see if it contains the dead souls of our human race who died? Qin Luo laughed, just admitted that it was because of the system. Now, on what grounds? What kind of a thing are you to open it just because you say so? It's just a big joke. He casually put away the human emperor streamer before taking a step towards Xiaoya. Yichin tried to slander me in the Tai Ruin's sacred ground in every way possible before, but in the end, he found out that he was just lifting a stone and smashing his own foot. I drove him out of the Tai Ruin's sacred ground. It was considered to be the end of the grudge with him, and I'm not one to take personal revenge. I didn't expect that he would dare to take part in the tragic extermination of the Marquis Wu Yuan's residence. As the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, and as the commander of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Demon Suppressing Division, it is only natural that I, Qin Luo, will bring him to justice. Although I am not a person who communizes personal vendettas, it doesn't prove that I don't have a temper either. You are openly accusing me, the imperial son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, of being an extraterrestrial evil demon here. What are your intentions? Is it hard to believe that you want to subvert my Great Qin Imperial Dynasty? Don't say that you're the Dao son of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. So what if you're the sovereign of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect? I, Qin Luo, will demand an explanation for the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty today. Make your move. Qin Luo flashed out his Qinfeng sword and pointed it at Xiaoya from afar. That one called Xiaoya is impulsive. How can the imperial son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty be some kind of extraterrestrial evil demon? That's right. She's already doing whatever she can to get her revenge. I doubt that thing called the 10,000 soul streamer is something she made up and described in a decent way. It's a pity, even if her slander is true. So what? In this world, force is honored. Can't you see the situation clearly? Xiaoya gritted her teeth and looked at Qin Luo. Her cultivation had reached the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. She was confident that she could fight with Qin Luo. Good. I'll fight you. Xiaoya stepped out, and the aura on her body began to climb, as if a divine phoenix's shadow was flickering behind her. Get ready. The worst case scenario is the one you have. Qin Luo waved his hand and the human emperor streamer fell into his hands. His voice resounded in Shi Huang's ears. Good. Shi Huang had already begun to operate that secret method of hers, forcibly separating a sliver of her current soul, always ready to disappear into Xiaoya. Moron Shui watched this scene and had already silently crushed a jade talisman in her hand. As a future seedling of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect who could become a Dao son, the Xian Heavenly Dao sect would not allow her to fall here. Qin Luo's first strike was a killing move. His sword intent was overpowering, and when he offered his sword, the 4 elephants were united. The power of the 4 elephants of gold, wood, water, and fire crisscrossed across the sky, and endless sword chi enveloped the area. So strong, so scary. This is actually sword intent. My god, this Qin Luo is actually a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator who controls sword intent. Even though he's at the transformation god realm, the cave heaven realm can cut him down. Xiaoya's face changed. She didn't expect Qin Luo to become a small success with his sword intent. A blazing fire emerged around her body. A holy weapon emerged in her hand and rushed towards Qin Luo. Soul binding rope, bind me. Qin Luo summoned out the soul binding rope at the first opportunity, and with a whoosh, bound Xiaoya's limbs. The soul is firmly bound and can't maneuver its body anymore. A short moment was enough. Qin Luo's sword chi instantly surrounded her. It seems that the accident didn't appear? Qin Luo let out a laugh. Jia jia jia. You'll meet death next. As soon as his words fell, the sky instantly darkened and a terrifying shadow slowly emerged. Not good. A strong person has descended. Shi Huang's voice of reminder rang out. Execute Plan B. Qin Luo didn't hesitate for a second. A He Huang, which had shrunk countless times, whooshed out from inside the human emperor streamer and directly disappeared into Xiaoya's body in less than a second. Shi Huang was rooted in Xiaoya's soul. Xiaoya's soul has been eroded, losing 20,000 points of chi luck value. Host gains 20,000 points of villain value. Boom. Everyone looked up to the sky, and Qin Luo, who had sent Xiaoya flying with a sword strike, was no exception. Looking up into the middle of the sky. A blurry shadow emerged, and a majestic voice resounded in everyone's ears. If my Xian Heavenly Dao sect's disciples make mistakes, they will be dealt with by my Xian Heavenly Dao sect, so I won't bother you all from the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty today, may I? That virtual shadow's gaze betook itself to Su Chanchen's body. Even though it was a shadow, it gave Su Chanchen great pressure. Good, Qin Luo said in a deep voice, and Su Qianwan didn't hesitate any longer and nodded. Today's matter, it's over. Please have the Xian Heavenly Dao sect take care of their disciples. The imperial son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, the grandson of my Su Qianwan, is not something that can be slandered by anyone who opens his mouth. The words of the devil's son. If I hear them again, I will certainly not stop. If Qin Luo was a devil's son, then who did this bloodline originate from? Was it the bloodline of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty or his, Su Qianwan's, bloodline? This wasn't just slandering Qin Luo anymore. This was also slandering him. And even more so, it was slandering the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. In this matter, the Xian Heavenly Dao sect will give an explanation to the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. The silhouette turned his head to Morong Shui and the others and chided. Why don't you quickly retreat? Morong Shui didn't hesitate. Pulling up Xiaoya and fleeing towards the outside of Divine Soldier Valley. Xiaoya was a bit muddled. She felt that she had been hit hard by Qin Luo's blow. Before leaving the Divine Soldier Valley, her gaze landed on Qin Luo's body. The color of hatred in her eyes etched in her bones. Qin Luo smiled faintly at her and opened his mouth to say, We'll meet again. The seeds had been buried, waiting to take root and sprout. And by then, Xiaoya would still be at her mercy. There were still more than 300,000 points of chi luck value, so it wasn't a good idea to waste it. See you again. It's your time to die. Xiaoya spoke viciously. She wanted to go inside the Xin Tian Dao sect and cultivate properly so that she could avenge today's revenge Xiao Junso, who was dying from serious injuries. So Morong Shui leaving with Xiaoya and a bitter expression appeared on his face. All of them listened to Xiaoya's words to come here to help Yi Chen snatch the marriage. Who knew that, in the end, they would end up in such a situation? The body is dead. Qin Luo indifferently glanced at Xiao Junsu and also Lu Yuan and said, just now there were words. Dare to obstruct the law enforcement of the Department of Demon Suppression. When killed. So you deserve to die. Killed. 2 more saints fell. A full 5 saints had already fallen today. And it was foreseeable that the 10,000 sword villa was finished. And the Danding sect would also become fat meat in the eyes of others. As for the Yunshan Xiao family, many people's eyes flickered as they transmitted their voices out and also warned the opposite side to not trespass on the Yunshan Xiao family. After all, there was still a female child in the Xiao family who hadn't died, and she still had the possibility of becoming a Dao son of the Xian Tian Dao sect. With an esteemed status, turning his head, Qin Luo looked around and said to them, gentlemen, today's matter ends here. You can't drink the wedding wine. Please leave. By the way, the people from the Tai Ruins Holy Land should not leave for the time being. I still have some scores I want to settle with you. You guys said earlier that you wanted me to honor my promise. And when I think about it, I also once promised you guys something inside the Tai Ruins Sacred Land before. It would be deathless. See one. Kill one. The show was over, and the others withdrew with slight regret. Many with excited faces. What happened here today, with all its twists and turns, can be so much more exciting than a novel. Many of the people who had wanted to come to show their solidarity with Yi Chen were regretting it at the moment. Why Yi Chen's bride snatching was successful, but Yi Chen was easily stomped to death by Qin Luo again. It messes with them. It's cool, but not quite cool. It's hard. The villain inside the novel still suppressed the protagonist. It's true that novels are novels and reality is reality. What 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, struggling for so many years, in the end is not still being trampled to death? A cowhorse is a cowhorse. Want to go against the grain? Oh, it's simply impossible. As everyone was leaving, there was a man in the middle of the crowd who swept past Qin Luo. When he was closest to Qin Luo, he violently stormed up. Whoosh! A flash of cold light flashed as a short blade surfaced in his hand, stabbing fiercely towards Qin Luo's heart position. This scene was out of everyone's expectation. No one would have thought that at this time, someone would assassinate Qin Luo. The hairs of sweat on Qin Luo's body stood up. The other party's powerful aura had enveloped him. It was a saint. Marred. A saint coming to assassinate me. You really fucking look down on me. Qin Luo was enraged. Not good. Save his highness. The other people's faces suddenly changed. Especially Su Qianwan's eyes flashed with a cold chill. Under his eyes, he dared to assassinate his grandson. Arrogant to the core. Boom! A powerful aura surged from Su Chanchan's body as he dashed over in a flash. The corner of that saint's mouth hooked into a cruel smile. It's too late. He timed it just right. He hallowed a saint to strike. Unless Qin Luo was able to block his fatal strike. Otherwise, there was only a way to die. He had meanwhile prepared to run away. And after the blow, he immediately fled. There is a certain amount of danger, but the likelihood of success is extremely high, and it's the challenging things that are fucking more fun, isn't it? Today, Qin Luo is dead. Put. The short blade had broken through Qin Luo's flesh. His smile became even more cruel. This short blade is hardened with poison, and even a saint who is contaminated with it will surely die. Get the hell in here. Qin Luo roared angrily and forcefully activated the human emperor streamer, instantly enveloping him and this assassin. A powerful suction force came from Qin Luo's body, and the man felt that the toxin on top of the short blade was actively absorbed by Qin Luo. The man had a moment of dismay. The heaven-swallowing devil technique swallows everything. Poison is swallowed just as well. Boom! The toxin entered inside Qin Luo's body and instantly began to wreak havoc. The heaven-swallowing devil technique was able to swallow, but it didn't seem to be able to completely refine it. 9 turns golden body technique. Refine it for me. Brush. Qin Luo threw out the one bloodline of the true demon and began to absorb it. Soul crystal. Give it to me. A huge black crystal surfaced in front of Qin Luo along with the toxin. It was refined together, and he was going to raise his realm. Mud. Isn't this forcing him to grow up? As for that assassin, entering the human emperor streamer, he wanted to leave? Oh, perhaps he could have done so before Xiaoya defamed him, but now the human emperor streamer was a half-step imperial weapon. GGG. If you've come in, don't go away. Wouldn't it be wonderful to accompany us here for a while? That saint's face changed suddenly. His secret treasure of shattering space unexpectedly couldn't be used. And It's the fucking 10,000 souls. The outside shone with golden light, while the inside was dark and eerie. It's just a sheath of skin. Grandpa, I'm fine. Qin Luo's voice rang out, causing Su Qianwan outside to breathe a sigh of relief. The people from the Tai ruins Holy Land dared to assassinate me. Give me the chance to suppress them all. Being able to use honorable reasons. Why would Qin Luo need to retaliate against others with a personal vendetta? This statement almost made Lu Changhe piss his pants. Especially, since he had just gotten the news old man Tai Hui was asking for help. The Tai ruins Holy Land was attacked. Is the legacy of my Tai ruins Holy Land about to be severed? Lu Changhe's heart was filled with bitterness, and the hallowed sage unexpectedly went limp on the ground. The toxin didn't just harm the body, it also irreversibly harmed the soul. Qin Luo absorbed and refined the true demon bloodline while refining the soul crystal suppressed the toxin to become the nutrients of the nine turns golden body technique. The heaven swallowing devil technique finally brought out the characteristics of a divine level technique at this time. And during the process of devouring, a lot of impurities were removed from the toxin. And with the assistance of the nine turns golden body technique and the soul refining melting furnace technique, the damage was minimal. Cultivation upgrades. 8th level of transformation spirit. 9th level of transformation spirit. The peak of the god of transformation. The strength of his soul reached a critical point. And finally, he saw another realm. The realm of the cave. Cave heaven realm powerhouses can open up cave small worlds within their bodies, and even cultivate to the extreme realm. They can transform the cave small worlds into real worlds. It's like the creator opening up a cave sky is the sign of the cave sky realm. There are those with average talent who open up a cave sky realm. Those with slightly stronger talent open up 3 cave skies. And those with excellent talent open up 4 or 5 cave skies. A genius can open 7 or 8 caves. A top-level demon can open up 9 great caverns. The energy contained within a true demon bloodline far exceeded Qin Luo's imagination. Cave heaven, open it for me. Draw out the origin of those other saints and get them ready. Today I will go against the heavens. Qin Luo shouted at Shi Huang. Shi Huang didn't hesitate, glancing at the saint who had already been taken down. And with a wave of her hand, the origin power of the dead Xiao Junsu and the others had already been siphoned off. Among them were also Yi Chen's origin, the burning sky fire body as well as the lava earth heart flame. All of these collectively are nutrients for Qin Luo. That sage had been dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying cultivation scene. This was simply going against the heavens. Where did he think that instead of succeeding in his assassination, he had urged the other party's cultivation? And he felt as disgusted as if he had beat a dog at the moment. Don't worry, it will be your turn. Jia Jia Jia. A spiteful voice rang in his ears, causing him to jolt. Right. He was also a saint, so perhaps the other party would even use his origin for cultivation. Grandpa, I'm going to close down to break through the cave heaven. Qin Luo's voice resounded in the outside world as Su Qianchen spoke with a serious face. Immediately blockade the Divine Soldier Valley. Protector. Supported by the massive amount of energy, Qin Luo's first cave heaven unfolded effortlessly. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. He had opened up 7 caves. It's already not bad. To be able to open up 7 cavernous heavens without a special physique is enough to prove that your talent is top-notch. Shi Huang spoke from the side. Not enough. Qin Luo roared. Heaven swallowing devil technique. Open up for me. Qin Luo roared. He was going to use the heaven swallowing devil technique as the foundation to open out a cave. Shi Huang froze. It can still be like this? But, it does work. Divine level feats had already transcended this world. And it was enough to use the feats as a foundation to open up the cave heaven. If talent is not enough, feats will come with the 9 revolutions of the golden body skill. He opened up the cave heaven. 9 great caves now. Shi Huang was indeed a bit shocked, but that wasn't all. The soul refining furnace technique is only a remnant, so it shouldn't be possible, right? Shi Huang opened her mouth with some doubts, and inside her eyes, she did reveal a slight color of anticipation. It certainly wasn't enough for Qin Luo. The soul refining melting furnace technique plus the human emperor streamer as the foundation. A half-step imperial soldier plus the soul refining furnace technique was comparable to a divine level technique. Open for me. Qin Luo roared. Instantly the heaven and earth changed for the worse. A thunder force coalesced, and many shocked gazes fell on the place where Qin Luo was practicing. Su Chanshan's expression became extraordinarily grave. He didn't hesitate, and at the first opportunity, he covered up the place where Qin Luo was practicing, avoiding the prying eyes of others. 10 great cave heavens. Shi Huang looked at Qin Luo in shock. If he dared to open up 10 great cavern heavens, then Qin Luo's cultivation to the peak of the cavern heaven realm would require 991 times more resources than what a single cavern heaven would require to be consumed. This is still literally true, but in reality, it takes far more resources than that. No, It shouldn't be difficult for him. Shi Huang said with a light laugh. This was because the resources consumed by the 9-turn golden body skill that Qin Luo had recently cultivated had far exceeded that of some cave heaven realm powerhouses, or even ordinary saint realm powerhouses. The lack of any more resources is just one word, and that is, grab. A few large mountains away from the Divine Soldier Valley, a man and a woman sat on the body of a flying demonic beast rushing towards the direction of the Divine Soldier Valley. The male had a clean-cut look and was in his mid-20s, while the female had superior looks and exuded a powerful aura. Junior brother doesn't even waste this amount of time. His future accomplishments will definitely surpass ours. The woman looked at the man with a smile on the corner of her mouth and said to herself. The man who was practicing cultivation seemed to sense something in the underworld. He snapped open his eyes, and the light in his eyes flashed, and his aura changed instantly. The woman's eyes also revealed a flash of surprise. She vaguely sensed that her junior brother's temperament had changed, appearing somewhat mysterious and unpredictable. Senior sister, I vaguely feel that this place seems to have a chance for me. Chu Feng pointed at a place he had just passed by and said. He hadn't felt it when he had just passed by. Instead, he realized it as an afterthought after he had left, a feeling that was now growing stronger and stronger, causing a wave of longing to grow in his heart, and the moment he rose to this feeling was exactly the moment Yi Chen had just been killed by Qin Luo. Not going to the Divine Soldier Valley first? The woman frowned. That chance is very important to me, Chu Feng said in a resolute tone. As for revenge, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I've been waiting for years. It's not so bad as a few days. He was blissfully unaware that his green plum had also fallen into the hands of his enemies, and if he had known, perhaps human nature cannot be tested. Alright, let's go first. Without hesitation, the woman turned the demonic beast's big head and charged towards the place they had just left. Chu Feng's feeling was correct. In this place, there was a spirit fruit that was about to mature. The immortal spirit fruit. The grade had already reached the saint rank, and it was considered a heavenly treasure. Junior brother, it seems that you are the one who has been favored by the heavens, the woman said with a smile as she looked towards Chu Feng. I read that in the ancient texts. Those who possess great Qi are called sons of Qi, and I think that you, senior brother, can be called a son of Qi. Chu Feng smiled faintly, looking at the immortal spirit fruit. He was also extraordinarily excited. Senior sister, the immortal spirit fruit is of great use to me, so I won't give it away. It was originally discovered by you, so it naturally belongs to you. Senior sister will help you protect the spell. You just wait until the immortal spirit fruit matures and pick it. However, whenever spiritual fruits and medicines were ripe, they would attract some powerful demonic beasts or powerful cultivators to covet them, and a cultivation level close to the sacred king realm surged out of the woman's body, deterring a number of powerful demonic beasts. This was also Chu Feng's backbone for daring to threaten Song Broken Shine and to go to the Divine Soldier Valley to take revenge. Chu Feng looked at the immortal spirit fruit and said with slight regret, it's just a pity that we can't make Song Broken Cloud's wedding turn into a funeral. Qin Luo had successfully opened up the cavernous heavens. The energy of a true demon bloodline exceeded his imagination. Not only did it support him to open up the 10 cavernous heavens, it also allowed his 9-turn golden body technique to progress by a large margin. This resulted in the remaining sage origin and Yi Chen's origin not being consumed much. It was hard to imagine what realm of terrifying existence the possessor of that true demon bloodline was. Feeling the surging power within his body, he felt that by relying on the power of his physical body alone, there was hardly any enemy within the cave realm. The power of the true demon bloodline was still inside his body, and the 9 revolutions golden body technique was still continuing to run and absorb it. And when it was almost absorbed, Qin Luo felt that the 9 revolutions golden body technique might reach the critical point of the 3rd revolution. Qin Luo licked his lips. If there are 2 more drops of divine dragon's essence blood, perhaps it will be possible to raise the 9-turn golden body technique to the 3rd turn. If it was the 3rd turn, this assassin in front of him wanted to pose a threat to him? It was simply a big joke. He glanced at the saintly assassin who was still bound and asked, tell me, who sent you to kill me? When he thought about it, he had what seemed like a lot of enemies, but it wasn't really a lot to be able to send out a Saint Realm assassin to kill him. The circle could be much smaller. Don't even think about trying to know anything from my mouth. The assassin was a dead pig in a poke. He had already fallen into Qin Luo's hands, and he knew exactly what would happen to him. Qin Luo, you're actually really a devil's son. If this matter spreads out, you're dead. Qin Luo laughed coldly. Devil's son? Oh, whatever you say. So what if you just say I'm a true devil? Turning his head, Qin Luo looked at Shi Huang and commanded, from his mouth, pry out everything I want to know. Yes. Qin Luo stepped out of the human emperor streamer, and now he was able to utilize his power towards the human emperor streamer even more thoroughly. It's almost fused into one. Except that it takes more resources. Looks like it's necessary to go gripping that 5th brother of mine. Qin Luo licked his lips with some intention. However, there was another one whose chi value was explosive, and that was Shen Wanning. who possessed the body of a Xin beauty. Senior brother. Are you alright? Xinhuaning rushed over with a concerned face. Su Qianduan spoke leisurely from the side. The little girl has been guarding you in this place for more than 10 days, not leaving an inch. Qin Luo's heart was slightly warmed. Although Xinhuaning was the former lord's senior sister, Xinhuaning was now concerned about him. Qin Luo himself. He reached out his hand and touched Xinhuaning's head with muscle memory. It's fine. I'm fine now. Not only am I fine, but I've also broken through my cultivation level. At the same time, Qin Luo's puzzled voice sounded in his heart. Unity's son, my villainous senior sister. Why isn't the chi luck value given to me? Taking her down, suppressing her, killing her, taking her down, eating her up, and gaining all of the daughter of fortune's fortune value. Suppress? Kill? Are you kidding me? I'm only fucking villainous, but I'm not inappropriate. Unless the daughter of fortune will be deprived of her status as a daughter of fortune for the sake of the villain fighting against the heavenly Tao in this realm, she can only follow the requirements given by the system. As for eating Xinhuaning, now was not the time. The Yuanin of the Xian beautiful body would only be more useful when Xinhuaning's cultivation level was higher, just as Shi Huang had said. When he had cultivated to the peak of the cave realm, he had allowed Xinhuaning to use him to break through to the sacred stage in one fell swoop. Senior brother, I feel like you've changed into a different person. Xinhuaning looked up at Qin Luo with a touch of confusion in her eyes. Yes? Qin Luo's face was as usual, and he muttered in his heart. It's not so what? I came here from Karma Foreskin Death, and your senior brother has already hung up. He sighed deeply and explained. At the time when Ruyan Lu and Yi Qin colluded to defame me, the person I once was already dead. It was then that I truly realized who was worth cherishing. Ruyan Lu wasn't. Xinhuaning and Qin Luo exchanged a glance, their cheeks slightly red. Successfully diverted by Qin Luo, she said with relief. Lu Ruyan, she is a watery bitch. Senior brother, you should have woken up a long time ago. She doesn't deserve you. Yes. Qin Luo affectionately touched Xinhuaning's small face. She can't compare to our family's evening. She's not worth it, and in the future, senior brother will only cherish the person in front of him. Boom! Xinhuaning's head was confused, and she met Qin Luo's eyes. Then her face turned even redder. She wasn't a stupid girl. Naturally, she instantly understood the meaning of Qin Luo's mouth, and her teenage girl's spring heart fluttered. Aha! A voice as thin as a mosquito fly floated out from Xinhuaning's mouth. Right. Senior brother. What are you going to do with Ruyan Lu? Xinhuaning hurriedly pursued. She could know how much her senior brother loved Ruyan Lu, holding it in the palm of his hand for fear of dropping it, and holding it in his mouth for fear of melting it. She had said many times before that Lu Ruyan was close to Yi Chen and reminded Qin Luo, all of which were ignored by Qin Luo, who still believed Lu Ruyan brainlessly. She was afraid that Qin Luo had just been talking. As long as Lu Ruyan spilled her guts and threw a wink, Qin Luo might have fallen on his knees again under Lu Ruyan's pomegranate skirt. Qin Luo laughed coldly, a touch of coldness inside his tone. He had just crossed over and almost got killed. He had a big grudge against Ruyan Lu. If you don't kill it, save it for New Year's? Go, accompany elder brother as I go kill someone. He took Xinhuaning's small hand and headed towards the place where Lu Ruyan and the others were being held. Xinhuaning's small heart fluttered wildly. She looked at Qin Luo's side face and felt that what her senior brother had just said was so domineering. She liked it. She had a tendency to morph into a mindless little fangirl. Lu Changhe, as well as the people from the Divine Soldier Valley, were stuck in the middle of the square where Song Brokenshine's wedding had taken place earlier, and the people from the Divine Soldier Valley were equivalent to being imprisoned. Qin Luo glanced at Lu Ruyan and also Lu Changhe and the others, and took a step towards Song Ritian and the others in Divine Soldier Valley. The Divine Soldier Valley intends to collude with the Tai Ruin Sacred Ground to plot against this imperial prince. This is a serious offense. Qin Luo's sentence made Song Ritian and the others confused. What? They colluded with the Tai Hui Holy Land? Slander. Song Ritian spoke angrily. Qin Luo sneered. What? I was assassinated in Divine Soldier Valley. Do you dare to say that this matter has nothing to do with you? There is no need to say more. Today this sin, you have to admit it or not. I, Divine Soldier Valley, do not recognize it. Song Ritian said as he gazed coldly at Qin Luo. It doesn't matter to me whether you confess or not. If I say you're guilty, you're guilty. If you dare to murder the imperial prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty, no matter how far you flee to the ends of the earth, the great Qin imperial dynasty will not give up on hunting you and the others. And today, you won't be able to get away. The auras of two powerful saint kings locked onto Song Ritian and the few of them. And there was also a great saint realm powerhouse watching from the sidelines. There's no way they can escape from this place. This imperial prince, I am not some indiscriminate killer. And although you intend to plot against me, I am willing to give you a chance to live. Submit to me and I will forgive you your sins. Qin Luo's words were heard in the ears of Song Ritian and the few of them, making them completely see Qin Luo's face. Shameless. Slander them, bully them, And now they say they are grateful for giving them a chance to live. How in heaven's name can there be such a shameless person? Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Luo dumbfounded. She muttered in her heart. Senior brother. He really has changed. If he was like this before, how could I possibly fall for Yichun? Qin Luo, it's all your fault. It's you who forced me to come to this point. Pouncing. Song Ritian didn't react. Song Breaking Cloud was the first to kneel on the ground. Your Highness. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing. The corners of Song Ritian's mouth twitched. This son he had given birth to was too unproductive. If not, then just die. There is only one chance to choose. Su Chanchen's powerful aura locked onto Song Ritian as Qin Luo's words fell, giving him the feeling that if Su Chanchen made a move, he wouldn't even be able to receive a single move. The situation is stronger than the man, and submission is better than being killed. All he could do was bow his head in submission. I do. When Lu Changhe, who was on the side, saw this scene, his eyes slowly became firm as he shouted in a deep voice. I, the Tai Ruin's Holy Land, am also willing to submit to your highness. This almost made Qin Luo laugh. He turned his head to look at Lu Changhe and mocked. You deserve it too. One sentence cut off Lu Changhe's life. Kill it. Qin Luo pointed at Lu Changhe and said indifferently. The corner of Zheng Tuo's mouth hooked into a hideous smile as he chopped an axe towards Lu Changhe. No! Lu Changhe roared, wanting to resist, but with the other saints suppressing him from the sidelines. How could he resist? Lu Ruyan over there was anxious. She roared towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo, you're the holy son of the Taihui Holy Land. The Taihui Holy Land cultivated you, and you're this ungrateful. After killing Lu Changhe, wouldn't it be her turn next? No, she wouldn't allow it. Oh, ungrateful? Qin Luo shook his head. Back then, I was about to die in your Tai Ruin's sacred ground. There is only hatred between us. There is no favor. As for cultivating favors, that was related to the former lord, and had nothing to do with him now. He only knew one thing, that they were judging him when he traveled through the past, and quite a few of them would have hated to see him die right away. Your brush. Lu Changhe's head fell to the ground, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He died so easily. Seeing the death of Lu Changhe, the few saints inside the Divine Soldier Valley, their expressions became grave. Is this an example? Qin Luo did it successfully, and fear of Qin Luo rose in their hearts. They felt that it was damn good to be alive. Dead. Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Changhe's corpse with a dumbfounded expression until Qin Luo walked to her side and she snapped out of it, raising his head. He looked at Qin Luo with tearful eyes. Senior brother Qin, please, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, you can make me do anything you want. I'm willing to be your concubine. No, I'm willing to be your slave girl, as long as you don't kill me. Senior brother Qin, I'm willing to do anything. Please, spare my life. Qin Luo kicked Lu Ruyan out. What? Trying to pull the whole endure humiliation thing in front of me? I just had your own father killed, and I'm out of my mind if I keep you with me? Lu Ruyan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth as she crawled over towards Qin Luo's direction. Senior brother Qin, I don't hate you. Really, I don't hate you at all. I realize now that I love you. I've always loved you. You still love me, right? You must still love me. Qin Luo shook his head slightly. Sorry, never loved. A sword slashed through, and a bloodstain surfaced on Lu Ruyan's snow-white neck. She still had a longing expression on her face as she opened her hand, wanting to grab Qin Luo. Unfortunately, it is destined to be an empty. Shen Wanting kicked out. Lu Ruyan flew. Even Lu Ruyan didn't give her the chance to grab Qin Luo in the end. Bitch, deserved to die. Shen Wanting didn't forget to curse. Qin Luo smiled faintly and touched Shen Wanting's head. Alright, don't get angry over irrelevant people. Kill Ruyan Lu, the daughter of luck, and gain all the luck values, which will be automatically converted into villain values. 18,000 points of chi luck value was not a small harvest not far away. Song Broken Cloud saw this scene and felt his heart twisting. That was the goddess of his heart. Surprisingly killed by Qin Luo just like that. Noticing Song Boyun's expression, Qin Luo snorted and pointed at Lu Ruyan with his sword. Why don't you take it away? Song Breaking Cloud really did have this idea, as it was still hot, and he opened his mouth before he had a chance to speak. Die in the next second. Song Ritian slapped him hard on the back of his head with a big slap. Don't embarrass me here. Do anything out of the ordinary again and I'll kill you. Song Ritian now had no place to vent his fire. He had just figured out that the reason why their Divine Soldier Valley had been robbed today was because of the fact that Song Boyun had to marry Ruyan Lu. Not only did their Divine Soldier Valley hitch a ride on a holy weapon, but they were also almost tragically destroyed. He made up his mind that if his son couldn't manage his lower body, he'd have his son completely cut off from his roots. He felt that he was still young and might still be able to give birth, and as long as he gave birth to a second child, the end of Song Banyun would be near. Qin Luo also didn't expect that Song Banyun really had that idea, so he could only say that it was quite perverted. His gaze shifted and moved from Song Boyun's body to Xia Yue's. He was curious at this point. You don't know Yi Chen? Earlier, when Qin Luo had asked for her opinion, she hadn't hesitated for a second, and it was hard to doubt that she and Yi Chen were childhood friends. Xia Yue shook her head. If it is before this, I don't know Yi Chen. Not right. I read a novel with Yi Chen's name in it and… Xia Yue looked at Qin Luo. And your name? This is outrageous. Qin Luo's gaze fell on Song Baiyun's body. What's the situation with this woman? It didn't seem to be related to Yi Chen. So it was another son of Qi? Song Broken Cloud said honestly. I snatched it. Crap? A classic plot? Qin Luo froze for a moment, stealing the woman of the son of Qi? Tell me in detail. What plot? Qin Luo immediately became interested, before Song Breaking Cloud could compose himself. Song Ritian kicked him in the ass. His Highness is asking you. Hurry up and answer. There's no rush. Take your time and talk about everything. Little by little. There are quite a lot of sons of Qi here, huh? Qin Luo asked in his heart. The heavenly Tao will not put all its eggs in one basket, and some of them are even keen on raising parasites. There were different modes of cultivation, but ultimately there was only one purpose, and that was to cultivate top-notch sons of fortune or sons of heavenly fate, so that they could transcend this world, and thus enhance this world. The more powerful people who transcended in a world, the stronger the heavenly Tao would become, and when that time came, the human race in this world would be qualified to become the extraterrestrial evil devils in the mouths of the human races in other worlds. Song Broken Cloud narrated The Grudge with Xu Feng. Because the hero saved the beauty, Xu Feng and he had a conflict. He was angry and killed Xu Feng's whole family, who expected Xu Feng's life to be great, and even escaped with the help of a secret treasure before his big wedding. Xu Feng once again appeared in the news and also wrote him a threatening letter. His men happened to have investigated the news of Xu Feng's childhood friend, and he proceeded to capture Xu Feng's childhood friend, intending to become his concubine. Oh, so that's how it is. But why didn't that guy called Xu Feng come? Qin Luo asked suspiciously. According to the usual plot, since the protagonist is already threatening in place, he will show up at the critical moment and then crush the villain, avenge his death, and save her childhood sweetheart from the fire. But it had already been so long ago. If it wasn't for Qin Luo's unexpected appearance, Xu Feng's Qingmei would have already been eaten up. And there was even a possibility that she might even have a baby. The protagonist is not accepting green plots, so he can't raise a son for the villain. Can he? At this moment, Xu Feng and the others had already arrived outside of the Divine Soldier Valley, and Xu Feng looked at the three big words Divine Soldier Valley, a thick color of hatred appearing in his eyes. Father, mother, sister, brother, sister, brother, I will avenge you all today. Song Breaking Cloud, get your ass out here and die. The sound of stern shouts passed through the mountain gate of the Divine Soldier Valley and reached the plaza, and Qin Luo also included it in his ears. This son of Qi, he came quite late. He looked at Xia Yue and picked up her chin with his sword. Your lover boy is here, but unfortunately, he came too late. You're now Song Boyun's concubine, right? Song Broyun? Qin Luo's gaze fell on Song Broyun's body, and the latter was smart enough to immediately take control of Xia Yue. Preparing to show off in front of Xu Feng, the fight against the sons of Qi has to be carried out on many fronts. Well, if it wasn't for Shen Wanning being on the sidelines and Qin Luo still needing to keep up appearances, Qin Luo would have done this job.asa villain. He's a pro, and he knows how to irritate the protagonist. A man and a woman. The man had a clean-cut look that perfectly fit the image of the protagonist inside the novel. The woman is beautiful, rhyming, and perfectly fits the image of the main woman. Information also surfaced in front of Qin Luo's eyes at this moment. Discovered the son of luck. Xu Feng, name, Xu Feng, age, 24, luck level, 5th order, luck value, 789, 800 points, physique, indestructible sword body, with a broken dantian. He used a sword as his dantian to form his indestructible sword body, and is a natural swordsmanship wizard. Cultivation level, 7th level of the transformation realm. Introduction, the sword genius, dantian pregnant with a sword. And a son of fate is the enemy of destiny, the other side of the early death, from the heavenly way to obtain the other side of a certain fate, with 7 beautiful sister of him, can be called the winner of the life. The sword has been super god has been enlightened. The sword intention, over the level of fighting is simple as drinking water. Song Breaking Cloud, I, Xu Feng, am here, and today is the day you die. The sound has already fallen before the person arrives. Under Qin Luo's encouraging gaze, Song Boyun forced his arm around Xia Yue and walked out, saying with a grimace, Xu Feng, you're late. Ha ha ha, now Xia Yue is already my concubine. Hearing that sentence and then seeing the familiar person, Xu Feng's brain went down for a moment. Brother Feng. Xia Yue only uttered this sentence before Song Ritian sealed her mouth, unable to say a single word, and could only look in Xu Feng's direction, shaking her head frantically. Yu Wei. Xu Feng's eyes widened in anger when he saw the scene that he had come to avenge the extermination of his family, not to see the other party take his Qingmei as a concubine. At this moment, He was filled with rage, especially after hearing Song Breaking Cloud say, "If you had come a few days earlier, yes, the day of my wedding, if you had come over, she might not have been taken down by me yet. It's a shame, it's a shame. You're late. How about that? Do you especially hate yourself now for not keeping your promise?" Song Breaking Cloud was worthy of being a villain and knew how to irritate his opponent. But Chu Feng finally couldn't hold back. He sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. He hated it. He hated it too much. If it wasn't for my greed for that one immortal spirit fruit, Yu Wei, how could Yu Wei suffer such humiliation? I hate. I'm so greedy. It's a lifetime away. Chu Feng hates himself. His anger is so intense that he has a tendency to go crazy. He loses 50,000 chi points. The host gains 50,000 villain points. Sure enough, just as Qin Luo expected, Song Breaking Cloud followed his instructions, and in the end, as usual, he was the one who gained the villain value. Anything done by the villain's henchman ends up being blamed by the protagonist for the villain's sins. It makes no sense that the chi value wouldn't be given to him, doesn't it? Senior brother. Ling Yu sensed that Chu Feng was out of sorts, and a loud voice resounded in Chu Feng's ears. "Senior, you have to pull yourself together if you're going to get that girl out of the fire." Chu Feng spat out another mouthful of blood as he wiped the corners of his mouth, his expression grim as he looked towards Song Breaking Cloud. "Song Breaking Cloud, I will kill you." Brush. Song Breaking Cloud didn't hesitate. A short blade appeared in his hand and was placed on Xia Yue's neck. "Chu Feng, kneel down for me, or else I'll let you watch your lover die in front of you." Familiar scene. Previously Qin Luo had operated. Song Broken Cloud is considered to live and learn. It's just a shame. She's very moist. I'm still a bit sad to part with her. TSK, do you want me to describe to you what a marvelous figure she has under her clothes? Chu Feng was going crazy. This was like a thorn that was ruthlessly stuck into Chu Feng's heart and could not be pulled out. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Chu Feng's state of mind continues to crumble. Losing 20,000 points of chi. Host gains 20,000 points of villain value. It had to be said that it was still this kind of chi luck value of the Sons of Chi Luck that was better to brush. It was 70,000 in one go. But to Chu Feng, it was just a hair's breadth. Less than 1/10 of it. This was also enough to see how important the position of this destined main house was in Chu Feng's heart. Humph. Ling Yu snorted coldly as a powerful aura rushed towards Song Boyan. She could sort of see what this Song Broken Cloud was thinking, that he was constantly stimulating Chu Feng so as to influence his state of mind, causing him to have a heart demon and destined to have limited achievements in the future. This man kills and kills. The kill. Song Ritian immediately took a step forward and blocked in front of Song Boyun, blocking Ling Yu's aura. Even so, Song Broken Cloud still spat out the aftermath, sweeping in, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. "Who is your excellency and why have you come to my Divine Soldier Valley to cause trouble?" Song Ritian said with unkind words as he looked at Ling Yu. He was also holding a bellyful of fire. There was no place to vent it. Today, he couldn't help but to teach this woman a good lesson. "Sword Extinction Cliff Ling Yu." Ling Yu opened her mouth proudly, a stern sword intent rising from her body. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes. "Sword intent fledgling? TSK, not bad, not bad. It should taste great." Sword Jade Cliff. Song Ritian was instantly shocked. People of the younger generation might not know about the Sword Absolute Cliff, but he, as a long-established saint, naturally knew about it. The Sword Jade Cliff has not asked the world for many years, and the Sword Jade Cliff is not a powerful clan force. They have very few disciples, but don't think that they are easy to bully. More than 100 years ago, a powerful Holy Land almost killed a disciple of Sword Jade Cliff, and within a month, that powerful clan was exterminated by a woman from Sword Jade Cliff. By a woman from Sword Jade Cliff. One must know that that clan had a strong person of the same king realm, and was a powerful force in the 100,000 mountains, but it was destroyed so easily. After that day, it was rumored inside the 100,000 mountains that there was a great sage realm powerhouse at the Sword Extinction Cliff. Chu Feng is my junior brother from Sword Jaya, and I'm sure you all know what's going on since I'm here today. Song Broken Cloud killed my junior brother's entire family back then. We are here to seek revenge. Hand over Song Broken Cloud? Then all of your Divine Soldier Valley saints will waste one of their own arms, and the Divine Soldier Valley will henceforth close its mountain gates and not be allowed to come out of the world for 300 years. Ling Yu was like a queen on high, pronouncing judgment on Divine Soldier Valley. If not, Qin Luo noticed that Song Ritian was already a bit scared, and he opened his mouth to mention it from the side. If not, Ling Yu's tone revealed a bone-chilling chill. If you, Divine Soldier Valley, dare not do as you are told, then Divine Soldier Valley doesn't need to exist anymore. You should be clear that we, Sword Jade Cliff, have the ability to wipe out your Divine Soldier Valley from this world. Please start your performance. Qin Luo stood out and said to her with a smile. Only then did Ling Yu look squarely at Qin Luo. A flash of annoyance flashed in her eyes. Griffin-like thing, where are you to talk here? Get the fuck out of here. Qin Luo shook his head slightly. How can you just use your mouth? Letting you come for real. You can't? You threaten my people and won't even let me say more than a word? Are you polite you? Valley Master Song. Is this your divine soldier Valley's attitude? Ling Yu didn't want to bother with Qin Luo, and her gaze once again fell on Song Ritian. Song Ritian's next performance was completely out of Ling Yu's expectations. Did you tell her that I can make the call? Qin Luo also opened his mouth and asked. Song Ritian immediately humbled himself and spoke to Qin Luo. Everything but your call. Divine Soldier Valley looks up to you. For a saint to grovel so much. Ling Yu was somewhat dumbfounded, only to hear Qin Luo turn his head to look at her and say, I don't care about your past grudges, but you dare to threaten my people and trespass my territory today. Then, the two of you should not leave today. It would be a waste if Qin Luo didn't take the prey that was sent to him. As Qin Luo's words fell, 3 saints from Divine Soldier Valley stepped forward, together with the 3 saints from the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. A total of 6 saints pressed towards Ling Yu. This caused Ling Yu's face to change in an instant. Chu Feng also completely calmed down at this time, and he hurriedly opened his mouth and reminded, Third Senior Sister, there is something wrong with the situation. My revenge can go unrequited today, but nothing can happen to you. Senior Sister. Ling Yu's heart warmed. How could she let her junior brother down when he was so concerned about her? Don't worry. So what if they have a large number of saints? Unless a Saint King Realm powerhouse is present, they won't be able to stop me if I want to leave. Before her big words had just been put down, she felt an extremely strong aura rise up and fiercely suppress towards her. Boom! A thunderous power flickered as Zhou Hongyu gripped the sledgehammer in his hand and locked onto Ling Yue. It made her face change instantly. She had already condensed a fledgling form of sword intent, and with her strength at the late stage of the Sage Realm, even if she came across a Saint King Realm powerhouse, she could still fight. But if it was one Saint King, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 saints, she seemed to be a bit out of her depth. There are too many people. She felt embarrassed when this slapped her in the face just after she had said her big words. Do you guys really want to go against me? Sword Jade Cliff? Do you guys know what the consequences are? Ling Yu shouted in a deep voice. Are you being funny? You come here to cause trouble and you say that we're against you. Sword Jade Cliff? It's simply a big joke. Today, you won't be able to leave. Take them down, dead or alive. Qin Luo gave the order indifferently. Senior brother, quickly go. Ling Yu knew that today's matter could not be settled, and she shouted at Chu Feng, her body's sword intent overflowing as she blocked towards Zhou Hongyu and the others. Today, she's going to fight 6 of them alone. A voice sounded in Chu Feng's ears at this time. Do you need my help? Help me kill them. Your previous request is granted. He. The sound of cold laughter rang out. Kid, the help I said is only to bring you to escape from here. Kill them? You also too look down on that condition of yours. Unless, of course, you let me out. I can grudgingly oblige you. Impossible. Chu Feng immediately refused. He deeply knew what those things were. If he let them out, the first person they would kill would be him. Chu Feng, quickly go. Ling Yu inspired a small sword in her hand, instantly breaking through the void. Want to leave? Qin Luo sneered. Did you ask me? Grandpa. Su Qianduan nodded, and with just a gentle wave of his hand, the void that had been broken open was obliterated. When Ling Yu saw this scene, she despaired in her heart, and she roared, if you dare to strike out at us, our master will not let you go. No matter how many thousands of means she had exerted, under the combined attacks of a Saint King plus 6 saints, they were all like dirt. She really wanted to cry at the moment. This was simply bullying. So many people, bullying her as a girl. Shame on you. Bang! Ling Yu, who smashed heavily on the ground, closed her eyes in despair. The alarm bells in Chu Feng's heart that saw this scene were ringing loudly, and he knew that if he didn't leave again, he might not really be able to leave. 1 inch yes. I promise. Take me away. And my senior sister. As you wish. And as for your senior sister, take it or leave it. At that moment, everyone sensed an unusual aura surfacing, and in Chu Feng's chest, a pitch-black pendant emitted an overpowering to the extreme sword intent, and the pitch-black sword aura rose up to the sky, instantly shattering the void. An aura that made Qin Luo somewhat familiar swept Chu Feng's body towards the void. Su Qianduan immediately struck out. A large hand grasped towards Chu Feng, and a powerful sword chi inspired, instantly tearing apart that large hand and carrying Chu Feng to escape into the void. Extraterrestrial evil demon? Qin Luo finally remembered why that aura was familiar at this time. There was a great similarity to the aura of that true demon bloodline. Maybe they are from the same world? In the void, Chu Feng's face surfaced in Qin Luo's eyes, and he looked deeply at Qin Luo, as if he wanted to imprint Qin Luo's figure into his heart. I'll remember you. From today onwards, You're my greatest enemy. Across the void, Su Qianhuan tried and shook his head at Qin Luo. Can't catch it. Qin Luo slightly regretted. But it was normal when he thought about it. If a son of Qi with so much Qi value didn't have a little means of preserving his life, he felt that the other party was a fake. He looked at Xu Feng and said, "What? You don't even want your own senior sister and your lover? I'll tell you the truth. Your lover, right now, has not been colored by Song Breaking Cloud. By the way, your senior sister has never had a man either, has she? I'll give you 3 days to go to the Tai Ruin Sacred Land. Otherwise, I can't guarantee if the two of them will be able to retain their innocence. Once the 3 days are up, they won't just be reduced to sluts. They'll lose their lives because of you. Remember, only 3 days." The means of threatening was very low level, but it was very good. Qin Luo was sure that the other party would definitely come, and would come with a backer behind him. The things he did in the Divine Soldier Valley must have been rumored back to the great Qin dynasty, and if he didn't want to find a way to gather some villainous value, how could he make a trip inside that dragon pit? It didn't take his brain to realize that a number of people already thought of him as an imaginary enemy. "You deserve to die." Xu Feng's figure began to dissipate as he roared, "I will kill you with my own hands. Definitely, definitely." As the sound dissipated, Xu Feng's figure was also gone from the void. Qin Luo's gaze landed on Ling Yu's body. "Go inside my human emperor streamer and have a good chat." With a wave of his hand, the human emperor streamer was offered, and he took Ling Yu in, first letting Shi Huang accompany her for a good chat. Know your enemy and know yourself. How can you pin down the other side without knowing their depths? Next, all of you from the Divine Soldier Valley, you should offer your loyalty. Qin Luo indifferently looked at the several saints of Divine Soldier Valley. The force must be controlled by extraordinary means. As for Feng Wake, the others were here to help. Qin Luo wasn't heartless enough to forcefully suppress and control the other party. The gifts should be in place. And at the same time, Qin Luo also made a request for Feng Wake to join the camp he was in. He had already shown his strength, and his ambition was likewise on display. And Feng Wake knew it all of. Feng Wake faced Qin Luo's request and thought for a moment before saying, "Your Highness the Ninth Prince, I need to think about this matter. After all, there is still a huge family behind me and I need to consider their future." He wasn't like Zhang Tua who was alone. He had other options as well. Prematurely getting involved in this Emperor's Son strife, the benefits were certainly large, but the risks were also extremely high. He could help Qin Luo make a friendly strike against the sects inside the 100,000 mountains, and it would be considered a case for the Marquis of Wu Yuan, but to participate in the royal strife, that would be to fight with other royals in open combat, and death might be quick. Good. Marquis of the Four Directions, please also give it some serious consideration. I heard that you've also been stagnant in the Saint Realm for many years. Perhaps the choice represents the opportunity. Qin Luo also didn't mind throwing down his bait. After Feng Wake left, Qin Luo proceeded to control those 3 saints in Divine Soldier Valley. Meanwhile, the results of Shi Huang's interrogation were also available. He explained that he came from the Blood Killing Building, and that he killed you because someone had issued a mission inside the Blood Killing Building. Before, you were a tiny transformation god, and someone was even willing to take out the price of 2 sacred artifacts to kill you. You're really quite valuable. Qin Luo entered the human emperor streamer. That saint had already been tortured long ago. His soul had been drawn out, and there were even traces of being torn on his soul. I thought that death was the harshest punishment. Who knew that after death, there was such a horrible sight? You're an assassin from the Blood Slaughterhouse? Qin Luo asked. Yes, I'm an assassin from the Blood Slaughterhouse. I admit it. Tell me about your Blood Slaughterhouse. Qin Luo didn't know this Blood Killing House very well, and the memories inside his mind only knew that Blood Killing House was a killer organization. From this person's mouth, Qin Luo knew quite a lot. The Blood Killing House was a killer organization with an extremely long heritage, and had likewise been silent for thousands of years. It was also more than 10 years ago that the Blood Slaughterhouse began to rise again. He was also one of the saintly assassins trained by the Blood Slaughterhouse. An assassin such as him was considered a gold medal assassin within the blood killing floor, and below him were silver and bronze medal assassins. Above him, there are ace assassins, an unknown number of them. Who is the owner behind the Blood Killing Building? Have you seen it? Qin Luo asked. The man shook his head. I've never seen it, but I've heard other people say that the owner of our Blood Slaughterhouse has a pair of eyes that can see into people's hearts. He is able to see what's going on in your heart. It's very scary. The Blood Slaughterhouse also has means of controlling people. Betraying the Blood Slaughterhouse, my soul will soon be wiped out as well. Erase? Inside my human emperor streamer. Your Blood Slaughterhouse's tactics might not be able to affect it yet. That assassin only knew that someone had ordered a mission to kill Qin Luo inside the Blood Killing Building, but he didn't know exactly who had ordered it. Regarding the true strength of the mysterious assassin organization of the Blood Killing Floor, he only knew roughly that there were not many Saint King realm powerhouses, and there were also not many Same human realm powerhouses.as for whether the great sage had one. He wasn't sure. Blood-killing tower is it? Oh, if you guys dare to assassinate me, then don't blame me for finding trouble with you. Shi Huang, let him return to his position. It's that one beautiful young lady's turn next. Qin Luo's gaze landed on Ling Yu's body for a split second, causing the latter to be jolted. Don't you dare do anything to me. What kind of place are you here? I'm a disciple of the Sword Jade Cliff. If you dare to lay your hands on me, my master will not let you go. Don't worry so much about idle thoughts. I don't know whether your master will let me go or not, but I know that I will definitely not let you go. You better cooperate or else. GGG. Her flesh and blood must be delicious. Eat her. Come stay with me. I'm so empty. I'm so lonely. A grim voice rang in Ling Yu's ears, and she felt as if she had entered an evil demonic cave after Qin Luo went out. Shen Wanning excused herself and left. She was still a bit reluctant to part. Holy maiden, we've been out for quite a long time. We've already delayed you from receiving the inheritance, and the Holy Lord has strictly ordered that we must return. Yang Shan reminded from the side. Okay, Elder Yang. Shen Wanning reluctantly bid farewell. Senior brother, I'm going back to cultivate properly. They say my talent is awesome. When I've accomplished my cultivation, I'll come out and help you. I'll help you to become the Qin Emperor of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Elder brother, you must wait for me. Good guy. The little girl this ambition enough Others think that Qin Luo to compete for the position of Emperor's son. The moment she opened her mouth can be good. Want to drive down the current Qin Emperor Good. You cultivate well. I'll visit you when I have time. Shen Wanning and Yang Shan left for the ethereal Holy Land, and on the way Yang Shan reminded, as the holy daughter of the ethereal Holy Land, I would suggest that you should still have less dealings with the imperial prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Elder Yang, are you asking me to part ways with my senior brother? Shen Wanning asked in an unfavorable tone. Elder brother and I grew up together, and after my father's death, he was the closest thing I had to family. Bar none. If being the holy maiden of the Netherworld Holy Land can't come and go with the imperial son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, then this holy maiden, I can stop doing it. This sentence blocked Yang Shan's face slightly ugly, a flash of annoyance in her eyes. She saw firmness in Shen Wanning's eyes. She said in a slightly looser tone, things in the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty are too complicated. The strife between their imperial sons is too cruel, and I am only doing everything for the holy maiden's good. Thanks to Elder Yang, I have my own measure. There was more than a hint of detachment within Shen Wanning's tone. The coldness in Yang Shan's eyes flickered. She made up her mind that when she returned, she must tell the Holy Lord about Shen Wanning's attitude. The holy maiden that the ethereal sanctuary had cultivated wasn't meant to serve as a woman for the imperial son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. This kind of money-losing business can't be done. Let's go. We'll go to the Danding sect first, then to the 10,000 Swords Villa, and finally to the Tai Ruins Sacred Ground. 3 days shouldn't be nearly enough time. The spoils of war were collected on the way, the criminals had been put to death, but their family property still needed to be confiscated. Not long after he had just stepped out of the Divine Soldier Valley, Qin Luo encountered a very interesting thing. Help! Help me! Help me! A beautiful woman in a palace dress ran towards Qin Luo's and their direction in panic. She was wearing a light veil, her skirt swaying, and there were still quite a few wounds on her body. A bit of spring light leaking out when she saw Qin Luo's appearance. A flash of surprise and a prayerful look appeared in her eyes. My lord! Save me! Help me! That small face fell in Qin Luo's eyes. It was simply impeccable. Especially the woman's eyes were as deep as stars, wings like silk, seducing the heartstrings. Qin Luo even had a moment of disorientation. Born with a charming bone. Su Qianhuan spoke at Qin Luo's side. Born with charming bones. None of them is the beauty of the country. Their knitted brows, a word, a move, all reveal a charming demeanor. Gonzi, please, save me. Running quickly towards Qin Luo, the charming demeanor emanating from her bones made Qin Luo couldn't help but look twice more at this woman. Superb, take her down. And from now on the king will not have an early morning court. Unfortunately, Qin Luo was not a son of Qi. He felt that he couldn't meet such a good thing that came to his door. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Several men appeared behind the woman. They chased after her with grim expressions. Run, you run again. Today, Monclaras, we have to do you in. Kid, get out of the way or I'll even take you with me. The woman looked at Qin Luo pitifully, and really aroused a trace of protective desire in Qin Luo's heart. Qin Luo was honest in his heart, but his mouth didn't pick up on it. He said lightly, we're just passing through. Go ahead. Qin Luo's words let the woman almost bungbu live. Unexpectedly is not a hero to save the beauty? The next sentence fell even further from the woman's perspective. If you guys don't mind, how about I watch and observe from the sidelines? The woman froze. She couldn't believe it and looked at Qin Luo. She was such a big beauty here. Qin Luo even didn't save her hero? Instead, you want to spectate? Ha ha ha, a rampant laughter sounded. Good boy. You originally have this special hobby. Not bad, not bad. A scarred face amongst the several people looked at Qin Luo with a slightly odd expression as he said graciously, when I do her in a while, let you take a good look from the sidelines. When my brothers are done playing, maybe I'll let you have some fun too. You don't see many of these so superb. Just don't run away. Little beauty. Several people surrounded towards the woman, and the woman's pitiful gaze once again landed on Qin Luo's body, and Qin Luo, in a pose of watching the show, just didn't move. No, he should be waiting until the critical moment before he strikes. The woman comforted herself with this thought in her heart. In that case, she became even more pathetic. Tearaway. Her clothes were torn open. A bit of spring light leaked out. It was even more so that those few people's animalistic desire increased. Qin Luo also commented, quite white. Tearaway. Another strip was torn, and as he was about to reveal the key parts, Qin Luo was still unmoved. The woman completely understood. This ninth prince, he's not a man. He can't. Her eyes became slightly cold, looking at those people with a cold killing intent in her gaze. Since Qin Luo was not willing to make a move, she could only save herself. Her innocence can't be tarnished by these dogs and pigs. Boom. The extremely deep hidden cultivation exploded. The cultivation turned out to be sealed. Su Qianduan was also slightly surprised. The means of sealing was very special, and he did not see the woman's cultivation for a while. Just now he even thought for a moment that Qin Luo really had a special interest in this area. Can't hide it. Qin Luo laughed coldly. I told you, this kind of plot that only a son of Qiluk can encounter. How could I get caught in it? The good thing about pie in the sky and beautiful people throwing themselves at you. As a villain, you should hold the greatest malice in your heart and try to figure out what the other side is up to. A cultivation is in low, late stage of the spirit transformation realm now. As soon as the woman struck, a look of fear appeared on the faces of those men on the other side. It was only a small slag of the sea rescue realm, and in the woman's hands, it hadn't even gone through a single round. It was torn apart in an instant. Snap. Qin Luo slapped his palm. That was a good show to watch, but your director is an absolute douchebag. And this is the kind of setup that anyone would believe? Or do they have too much faith in your abilities? Overconfident? The killing intent on the woman's face collected. She smiled flirtatiously towards Qin Luo. Having been exposed, she started to show her cards. So your highness has already seen through it long ago. People thought that your highness couldn't see past the slave. The timelessly seductive aura emanated in an attempt to influence Qin Luo, but Qin Luo had insight into her thoughts and was unmoved. Tell me, what's your purpose and who sent you? Qin Luo asked. Your highness, did you obtain an item from Lin Xian's hands before? The woman's eyes looked at Qin Luo without blinking. Her charm power was unleashed, and Qin Luo's eyes flashed with momentary disorientation. Qin Luo frowned. His aura opened up fully, and he impacted fiercely towards the woman. Boom. This powerful aura instantly smashed into the woman's body. Cave heaven. The woman spoke in shock, her eyes revealing a look of shock. What was Qin Luo's cultivation level before? At most, he was a transformation spirit, and now it's only been a short while, and he's already been promoted to become a cave heaven. This can no longer be described as horrible. She was certain that that thing must be in Qin Luo's hands, and that Qin Luo could benefit from that thing, which was what allowed Qin Luo's cultivation to grow to such a heaven-defying level today. Poof. The woman retreated a full 7 steps and spewed out a large mouthful of blood before she calmed down slightly. What kind of thing are you? Your hidden dragon society sends slutty goods like you to seduce me? You guys are looking down on me too much. Qin Luo's words shocked the woman. She didn't expect Qin Luo to tell her the power behind her. The hidden dragon society. In one breath. How did you know? The woman spoke in panic. What I know can be far beyond your imagination. Qin Luo took 1 step towards the woman. The glaive in his hand picked up the woman's chin. What a beautiful face. TSK TSK. A flirtatious color blossomed on the woman's face as she smiled and said, Your Highness, as long as you're willing to take out the items, I can be your woman. Slaves can still be virgins, and slaves are very good at serving. To be my woman? Oh, a cultivated slave girl like you is also worthy? Qin Luo's tone was filled with disdain. I guess there must still be a Sage Realm powerhouse hiding in the shadows nearby, right? Su Qianduan's heart stirred. His senses spread towards the surrounding, and sure enough, he found a place with some slight abnormalities in the distance. His figure instantly disappeared in place, and only a roaring sound could be heard. And within moments, Su Changchen was lifting and throwing a saint over. After that sage landed on the ground, he immediately spoke. Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, we have no malicious intent. We just want to make a deal with you. You give us what you got from Lin Xian. Whatever you want, everything is negotiable. Qin Luo sneered and said, What if I say, I want the divine dragon essence blood? Will you guys give it too? That sage hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, We only have one drop as well. If your highness agrees to the deal, the divine dragon essence blood will be offered with both hands, but only if we are certain that the item is in your hands. Your highness, this made Qin Luo really a bit surprised. The other party was very generous, and they had a bit too many good things in their hands. Qin Luo pondered for a while. He slowly shook his head. I don't trust you guys. Your highness, we are very sincere. If you don't believe me, I can make an oath of the great Tao. Qin Luo laughed. I don't trust the Avenue oath either. How about you guys become mine? Honestly, I want everything from the Hidden Dragon Society. Qin Luo waved his hand. The human emperor streamer was offered. He was going to try to bury a few nails inside the Hidden Dragon Society. Weren't these two people in front of him a good choice? Shi Huang, I'm going to brand a mark within their souls. Qin Luo's undeniable voice rang out. You help me alone. The human emperor streamer had now been refined by Qin Luo to become the 10th cave. The soul refining melting furnace technique plus the human emperor streamer plus Shi Huang. His soul couldn't suppress an early stage saint? Forced suppression. Life and death seal branding. As for that woman, a small transformation god could easily be taken. Boom. Huge waves of souls crashed towards that saint sea of souls. Crazy man. You want to take a shot at my soul? The saint sneered. Then this day, this saint will play with you. Your highness, the ninth prince, this is your own way of seeking death. Far away in the western desert of the great Qin imperial dynasty, a man exuding a noble aura looked at the information in his hands. A ray of sharp color flashing in his eyes. 2 Saint King realms, several saint realms, plus that great saint realm of Su Qianchen. This ninth brother of mine is far more powerful than older 8, older 6, and there's several losers. Send a message to Divine Martial Marquis. Su Qianchen, the remaining member of the Su family, is to be wiped out at all costs. I have a premonition that if we don't kill Su Qianchen now, sooner or later, one day, he'll bring us trouble. After all, there's a blood feud between us. Go find out who those 2 Saint King realm powerhouses are. It's not like they're nameless. Go find Marquis Ingwu and tell him that I know who killed his grandson, and I want him to do something for me. Have him go and exterminate the Qingyan sect, and spread the word that people from the Qingyan sect were involved in the tragic case of the Marquis Wu Yuan's mansion extermination. The corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. Doesn't Lao Jiu want to use this case to go for something big? Then I'll help him add fuel to the fire. The man under his command asked with some hesitation. Your Highness the Third Prince, but that Chun Mo was killed by someone we sent. Is it hard to? Isn't it enough to make up some story? What if I say the Dick sent someone to kill him? Great Qin Imperial Capital. 5th Prince's residence. Your Highness, the assassin that was sent out, is dead. Qin Fan frowned and didn't care too much about it. If you're dead, you're dead. Keep the quest up. If someone takes it over, then by all means let them raise the level of the mission, and have the other party increase the bounty according to a king-level mission. Yes, Your Highness. The man was just about to retreat when Qin Fan called out to him. Did you send someone to destroy the Star Palace? Yes, Your Highness. I guess they are almost there now. Then there's no need to sneak around. Call out Qin Luo's name and say that the people from the Star Palace had something to do with the Marquis Wu Yuan's murder case. The henchman froze. Your Highness, I'm afraid no one will believe this, right? Qin Fan snorted. It doesn't matter what the truth is, since he dared to take this reason to exterminate the Blood Moon Sacred Land as well as the Divine Soldier Valley. And there will even be the Tai Ruin Sacred Land, the Danding Sect, the 10,000 Swords Villa, and so on. Why wasn't it him, Qin Luo, that annihilated the Star Hall? Why not have someone take the fall? I don't think I'll be the first and definitely not the last. He who dares to venture forth must be prepared to be suppressed. This ninth brother of mine is too restless. Qin Feng's mansion. After he listened to his men's analysis, he spoke excitedly. Quickly, go find someone to exterminate the Jiangzhou Li family. I want his family's eldest lady to become my slave girl. The charge? It's called colluding with the Blood Moon Holy Land to participate in the destruction of the Marquis Wu Yuan's residence. Ninth brother took a fall for me, so I'm sure he doesn't really care, right? Ha ha ha. Qin Feng felt that he had punked Qin Luo, and he shouted out in excitement as he felt great. But commander of the 10 guards of the Demon Suppression Division, when he received the detailed information, his entire body was dumbfounded. The Marquis Wu Yuan residence extermination case is so widely implicated? The Blood Moon Holy Land is the mastermind. The Heavenly Tribulation Hall is involved. The Divine Soldier Valley is also suspected, as well as the 10,000 Sword Villa, the Danding Sect, and the Cloud Mountain Shao family? He's numb. Marquis Wu Yuan was nothing more than an early-stage saint powerhouse, and this cultivation level might still be barely enough for Daigo to reach to. He is among the many Marquis of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. A proper little person. You said he offended so many people. This is not purely a joke. Inform that Ninth Prince immediately. Don't expand the case. I think we can close it. If he carries on like this, is he going to exterminate the entire 100,000 Great Mountains? It's crazy. It's crazy. Where is this some unpromising prince? This is the arrival of an ancestor. The sword extinction cliff, like a giant sword rising straight up into the clouds, is usually sparsely populated, and today a silhouette has fallen from the sky. It's Junior Brother. A cry of alarm rang out as a woman leapt up and hugged the falling Chu Feng, looking at Chu Feng, who was covered in blood. The woman opened her mouth in some panic. Junior Senior Brother. Junior Feng. Wake up! Wake up! The familiar warm embrace let Chu Feng know that he had now returned to the sword absolute cliff. He opened his eyes and looked at his beautiful senior sister who was close at hand, and spoke in a sorrowful tone. Third senior sister. Third senior sister. She's in trouble. Boom! A terrifying aura also landed beside them at this moment. What happened to third senior sister? What's wrong with sister? Junior Brother? What exactly happened? Didn't third senior sister go to Divine Soldier Valley with you? A sufficient number of 5 beautiful people who were pouring out of their countries surrounded Chu Feng, and every one of them had an anxious look on their faces. First, let Junior Senior Brother recover. He's seriously injured right now. The second senior sister looked at Chu Feng with a heartbroken expression and took out an elixir and handed it to Chu Feng. Junior Brother. Take it. Chu Feng shook his head slightly as he took out the immortal spirit fruit from inside his spatial ring and took it in one gulp. The immortal spirit fruit was even better than pills. Not only was it able to repair the injuries in the body, but it was also able to raise the cultivation level. Surprisingly, it's an immortal spirit fruit. The second senior sister opened her mouth in surprise. This chi of Junior Senior Brother. It's really good. When Chu Feng ate the immortal spirit fruit, a hot current began to flow inside his body, and his injuries began to improve with the naked eye. He stood up and spoke sadly. It's all my fault. If I didn't have to go to Divine Soldier Valley to take revenge, third senior sister wouldn't have been left behind. Second senior sister asked with a grave expression. Junior Brother, tell me clearly, does Divine Soldier Valley have the strength to keep your third senior sister? Ling Yu's cultivation could have reached the late Saint Realm a long time ago. The Divine Soldier Valley, as far as I know, doesn't even see any strong people in the late Saint Realm, not to mention the strong people in the Saint King Realm. So how could they be able to leave behind your third senior sister? It's another person, and he's surrounded by several Sage Realm powerhouses, as well as Saint Kings. I don't know why he's targeting me, but in any case, elder sister was arrested because of me. Humph. Second senior sister snorted coldly. Divine Soldier Valley is so bold. Go, follow me to Divine Soldier Valley. Second senior sister. He left word that he would let me go to the Tai Ruin sacred ground in 3 days, or else he would let me collect the corpse for third senior sister. Arrogant. Second senior sister roared. Send a message to master. And I don't know if master has finished his business with eldest sister. Soon the opposite side replied. The second elder sister Lu Jingjing said to the others. Master and the others will come back as soon as possible. 3 days' time must not be far off. Master told us to go to the Tai Ruin sacred land first, and we'll rendezvous at the Tai Ruin sacred land when the time comes. If you dare to touch our sword extremity cliff's disciple, no matter who he is, he will have to pay the usual price in blood. Boom! A strong sword intent rose from Lu Jingjing's body and shot up into the sky. Second senior sister. You've broken through to the Saint King realm. A few other senior sisters opened their mouths in surprise. Lu Jingjing nodded proudly. That's right. And I've made progress in my sword intent. My sword intent has become a small success. Even if the other party is an old Saint King, I can still win in battle. Let's go. Junior Brother. Senior sisters will take you out of your anger. With Shi Huang's cooperation, Qin Luo's battle of souls was won quickly. No. That saint let out a roar, but unfortunately it couldn't change the ending. He was branded with a life and death seal in his soul by Qin Luo. He looked at Qin Luo in front of him disheveledly with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Qin Luo laughed. You can go and experience what it means to be unable to beg for life and unable to beg for death. The seal of life and death was instantly unleashed. That saint's face immediately changed, and it was 10 times more painful, 100 times more painful, 10,000 times more painful than the battle of souls just now. No! He let out a hysterical roar. His expression hideous and twisted as he lay on the ground thrashing about continuously. Kill me, please, kill me, no, kill me, spare me, master, spare me. The scene made the woman next to her terrified. The hallowed saint was even tortured beyond recognition. What about her? Thinking of this possible sight, she fiercely shivered, thinking in her heart, it would be better to die, but she wasn't willing to do it. Noticing Qin Luo's gaze, she simply knelt on the ground. Slave Yu Yao pays her respects to master. Slave is willing to submit to master. TSK. From Qin Luo's angle, he was still able to see the other party's majestic place. He exclaimed, such a beautiful woman. and so smart. It really makes me spend less time talking. Let go of your soul. I'm going to leave a small mark inside your soul. Lin Yueyao didn't dare to resist. She was just honestly planted with the life and death seal by Qin Luo. After planting it, she felt as if her soul was already under Qin Luo's control. And with just one thought from Qin Luo, she would become the same as the saint next to her. Human or ghostly in appearance, with a wave of Qin Luo's hand, that saint's torture stopped. And he looked at Qin Luo with a strong emotion of fear in his gaze. Sun Zhongma has met his master. You two go back and say that I'm willing to take out Lin Xian's things and trade with you. That drop of divine dragon essence blood. I'll take it. Do you two know exactly where that living divine dragon is? And what exactly is the specific function of this dragon scale? Both of them had a flash of confusion in their eyes. They only vaguely knew some of it. And it was similar to what that female saint knew before. It seems that you are all considered minions within the Hidden Dragon Society. Qin Luo's tone carried a tinge of disappointment inside. And the two men were jolted. Master, we will go back and inquire immediately. And we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. The two of them hurriedly opened their mouths. Qin Luo picked up Lin Yueyao's smooth chin and looked at the naturally charming woman inside in admiration. Truly a masterpiece of the creator. Using such a beautiful woman to perform a beauty trick. The people of the Hidden Dragon Society are really smart. Lin Yueyao's eyes flashed with a touch of mesmerizing color, lightly biting her lips, showing off her charming demeanor. If Qin Luo could have her, she would naturally be happy to do so. She had seen Qin Luo's methods today, and this kind of person was definitely qualified to compete for the position of imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, becoming Qin Luo's woman. She didn't lose anything. Qin Luo gently patted Lin Yueyao's pretty face. Put away your foxy tactics. He didn't have the idea of possessing Lin Yueyao. A woman was just a skin. How could he affect his future for the sake of that 220 neat pain? Have you ever heard the saying? It's called, do unto others as you would have them do unto you? Lin Yueyao's eyes revealed a look of confusion. She really didn't quite understand, but Qin Luo would give her an explanation. Use your tactics on those people of your Hidden Dragon Society. I want to know all the secrets of the Hidden Dragon Society. Remember, everything, especially about the secret of the Divine Dragon. Okay, you two go do something. After dismissing the duo, Shi Huang emerged from behind Qin Luo's back. What? You don't even want that naturally charming woman? Qin Luo laughed. All men naturally like beautiful women. I'm no exception. But a moment's pain or a lifetime's pain, this I can still tell the difference. Well, what happened to the woman from the Sword Jedi Cliff? Hearing Qin Luo inquire about the progress, Shi Huang also put away her expression just now. That woman deserves to be a sword cultivator. Her mind is extraordinarily determined. Trying to pull the news of the Sword Jade Cliff out of her mouth is slim to none. I've decided that I can only go to the depths of her soul to check it out. There are risks? Qin Luo heard the seriousness in Shi Huang's tone. There is a certain risk. However, this is inside the human emperor's streamer, and there will be no fatal danger. Well, then go ahead and do it. Shi Huang nodded, and she performed a secret technique. Not a seizing, but similar to it. As she rushed into Ling Yu's soul, lying on the ground, Ling Yu's body spasmed, as if she was suffering from some great pain. Time passed by. As Qin Luo waited with some anxiety, Shi Huang finally came out. The situation is a bit bad. This woman's master is likewise a sword cultivator. Nonsense. Qin Luo rolled his eyes, naturally able to tell from the name and the fact that they both practiced the sword path, and her master is a great Saint Realm sword cultivator. Shi Huang silenced Qin Luo dryly with the sentence, it was true that Su Chanshan was a great sage, but against a powerhouse of the same great sage realm, it was hard to say which was stronger or weaker. With a heavy heart, Qin Luo walked out of the human emperor streamer and began to ask the system, how can you make a powerhouse of the great sage realm raise their strength? You can consume 130,000 points of villain value to exchange for the madness life reduction pill, top grade of the holy order. After taking it, your lifespan will be reduced immediately, and your strength will increase dramatically. Change it. Qin Luo refused. Just 130,000 points of villain value. You give me gripping light not to mention, but also want me to exchange this kind of kill the enemy 1,000 to lose 1,000 elixir. The door is not even there, consuming 100,000 villain values, plus a large amount of herbs. Unicorn will help you make the 9 Thunderbolt pill, the best grade of the holy order, using the power of the Thunderbolt to wash the essence and cut down the marrow. It can let the strongest person in the holy realm to advance in his cultivation, improve the physique, and have the effect of prolonging his life. Are you asking me to give you all the resources of the Danding sect? Qin Luo instantly gained insight into the system's thoughts. System, if the villain's value is not enough, the resources will come together. 100,000 villain's value in exchange for the system's one shot. It's worth it. You're about to crash your abacus beads into my face. Okay, immediately. Go to the Danding sect. At this moment, The Danding sect's protective array had long been opened, and many people were hidden in the shadows peering at the Danding sect. Want to make a move? Wait a minute. The Danding sect has been passed down for so many years. They are so rich. They must have a lot of resources. Whoever is the first to stand out will die. I'm here to watch the show. The Danding sect's connections are very strong. There might be a strong person who will intervene. A terrifying aura descended over the Danding sect, and many people instantly shifted their gazes to that person. Holy King! Is this a move against the Danding sect? However, that Saint King did not attack the Danding sect. Instead his gaze fell on those hidden in the shadows. Feng Tianque, owe a favor to the Danding sect. Whoever dares to take action against the Danding sect, don't blame me for being impolite. Feng Tianque of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. He actually stepped in. It looks like the Danding sect is going to escape this calamity. Is that so? You all may have forgotten one more person. Qin Luo of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Speak of the devil. Just after Feng Tianqiao's words had fallen, Qin Luo's voice then sounded. The Danding sect's sacred son, Yi Chen, was involved in the murder of the Marquis Wu Yuan's family, and has been executed for his crimes. Danding sect patriarch Lu Yuan is suspected of plotting to murder the imperial son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, and his crime is punishable by extermination of the entire clan. Today, no one can protect this Danding sect. Qin Luo, say so. Feng Tianque knew about the conflict between the Danding sect and Qin Luo and the others before. He waited for so many days before coming to return the favor to the Danding sect. He just thought that Qin Luo might not lay his hands on the Danding sect, but just after his big words were put out, Qin Luo and the others came. If he wimped out, it wouldn't just be a slap in the face. It would be ripping his cheeks off and crushing them on the ground. I dare say that Feng Tianque is riding a tiger right now. It's not so what? Just now he was speaking out of his mouth, but now he's admitting his weakness. Then his Feng Tianque's reputation is considered ruined. Now everyone knows that he, Feng Tianque, owes a favor to the Danding sect. If he backs out, Feng Tianque will have no credibility to speak of in the future. The gazes that had just looked at him in awe, now each one of them showed a mocking expression. They were watching the show now. Qin Luo and his group slowly walked over. Qin Luo looked up at Feng Tianque. What? You want to protect the Danding sect? Feng Tianque moved his lips. He didn't know how to say it. This moment, a sentence came out from inside the Danding sect. Pavilion Master Feng, the entirety of my Danding sect is grateful for your help today. After today, the favor owed by the past patriarchs for helping you break through the Saint King realm is paid off, and my Danding sect will also owe you a favor that will be rewarded in the coming days. This sentence further made it difficult for Feng Tianque to ride the tiger. I said, so it was the Danding sect that helped him. Feng Tianque, break through the Saint King realm. This is a big favor. Who says it isn't? If you don't pay back such a big favor, it'll be unstable in the Tao. If anyone can help me break through to the Saint King realm, I will definitely take my life to return this great favor. In the Saint realm, the breakthrough of each realm was like a heavenly difference. Breaking through to the Saint realm might be simple, but breaking through to the Saint King realm, it was 100 to 1. For the sake of this realm, many Saint realms were willing to fight for their lives. Today, Feng Tianque was uncovered, and he was so annoyed that he greeted the entire family of the Danding sect saint who had spoken unexpectedly. The other party came back and set Feng Tianque up on the fire to barbecue. Pavilion Master Feng, if you really don't want to help my Danding sect, we in the Danding sect won't blame you. Today, we are bound to fight to the death in order to guard my Danding sect's thousands of years of inheritance. And I would like to ask Pavilion Master Feng to help us collect the corpses of the top and bottom of the Danding sect on account of the fact that we had an old relationship before. Marred, isn't this giving me a hard time? It makes me feel like I'm not a person inside or outside anymore. You want to stop me? Qin Luo looked at Feng Tianque and continued to ask. I would advise you to recognize the time and not to lose your little life for nothing in order to puff up your face. Feng Tianque felt that quite a few people were in on his joke at the moment, and he spoke back in a deep voice. Danding sect patriarch Lu Yuan has done me a great favor. Can you all give me face today? Retreat for the time being? He had already taken a step back, and he felt that if he was able to keep the Danding sect for a day, that would be considered returning the favor. If your excellency retreats today, I, Wind Cloud Pavilion, will count it as a favor owed to your excellency. How about that? Qin Luo sneered. I'm sorry, you have no face to speak of in front of me. As for favors, this thing, you'll return it? How could he not hear Feng Tianque's meaning? This favor, in his opinion, is really worthless. This was another way of throwing his Feng Tianque's cheeks on the ground to make them run over. A Clayman still had 3 points of fire. Not to mention, he was still a Saint King realm powerhouse. Boom! A strong aura rose up from his body and shot straight into the sky, causing the wind and clouds to change color. He said in a deep voice, the Danding sect has been kind to me. so I can't help but say that I'm going to have a good time today. Get him dead. Qin Luo didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. As the words fell, Su Qianduan struck out, and used several holy weapons. The current Su Qianduan was very broad-minded, and the moment he struck out, it was a surefire kill move. Not giving Feng Tianque the slightest chance to escape. Feng Tianque had thought that even if he could not defeat Qin Luo and his group, there was not much of a problem for him to rout and flee. In this way, he had returned the favor and saved his face, but when he felt this powerful aura, his whole body was numb. Who strikes out at once is a great saint, and also has a posture of fighting for his life. As far as it goes, only one word surfaced inside his mind. Run. If you want to escape, it's too late. Several saint artifacts smashed out from Su Qianduan's hand, and a large handprint that covered the sky whistled towards Feng Tianque. How horrible. This is this a powerhouse of the great sage realm? It's simply too terrifying. Those saints hidden in the shadows each had more than just a wild change in their faces. They all felt a suffocating sensation. They felt that Su Chanshan only needed to move his thoughts to be able to crush them on the spot as well. Feng Tianque used all his means to try to fight against Su Chanshan, but under Su Chanshan's attack, all means fell apart. The sensation of death struck Feng Tianque, and he immediately begged for mercy. No! Spare my life. A palm landed heavily on Feng Tianque's body. He felt like his entire body was going to fall apart. The great sage strike was surprisingly terrifying as it was bang. His entire body smashed heavily on top of the Danding Sect's grand formation, causing the entire formation to ripple. The great formation that was claimed to be able to block the full force of a Saint King Realm powerhouse's attack collapsed. Feng Tianque's descending speed did not decrease, and in the midst of the horrified gazes of the Danding Sect's disciples, he ruthlessly smashed into the highest peak of their Danding Sect, on which the Patriarch's hall was smashed into rubble by him. Poof! Feng Tianque began to spray blood furiously from mid-air, interspersed with blood clots, spraying furiously like a blood-colored waterfall. Su Qianduan stood in mid-air, overlooking everything inside the Danding Sect. Feng Tianque struggled to climb out of the rubble. He was already considered to be at the end of his life, but he was now extraordinarily regretful. He should never have come. It was better to be blamed on a moral level than to lose his life. The next moment, something that made him feel even more regretful appeared. The acting patriarch of the Danding Sect, the only saint left in the Danding Sect. He led all the elders of the Danding Sect to salute towards Su Chanshan in the sky. I, the Danding Sect, am willing to submit, and I ask that Senior be merciful enough to preserve the legacy of my Danding Sect. Put. Feng Tianque sprayed out another large mouthful of blood as he looked at those people from the Danding Sect with eyes that looked like they wanted to eat people. What is he? He was about to be killed for the Danding Sect, and now the Danding Sect was kneeling? Ah! I repent! Feng Tianque let out a roar as the hallowed Saint King died of gas. At this moment, Qin Luo glanced at the already dead Feng Tianque and spoke regretfully. Is it worth it to throw away one's little life for that pathetic bit of face? He flew to Feng Tianque's side, and the human emperor's streamer was offered up. A powerful person in the Saint King realm would not be able to rise up and waste it. Then he looked at a few of the Danding Sect's higher-ups and ordered, hand over all of your Danding Sect's resources to me. Remember, it's everything, including everything inside your space rings. Otherwise, I don't mind having your Danding Sect's legacy cut off. The Danding Sect was scraped, and all the disciples were dumbfounded as they looked at the bald medicinal garden. What's the difference between such a Danding Sect and extermination? Someone muttered, but we're alive. Isn't it good to be alive? Regardless of the thoughts of those of them, Qin Luo communicated with the system. Consume 100,000 villain values and refine it for me. As you wish, consuming 100,000 points of villain value plus 5,000 years of Danding Sect savings to obtain the elixir. 9 turns Thunderbolt Dan, Holy Great Extreme. An elixir appeared out of thin air in front of Qin Luo, causing the thunderclouds in the sky to roll, and the elixir shot straight up into the clouds and into the thunderclouds. And boom! Rumble! A dull thunderclap sounded, and in the next second, the thunder was so loud that the wind and clouds changed. This is? Su Chanshan asked suspiciously as he landed beside Qin Luo in a single turn of his body. Qin Luo's eyes stared at Lei Yun without blinking. That's an elixir. An extremely high-grade elixir of the holy rank. I prepared it for Grandpa. Su Qianduan just wanted to ask, where did he get such an extremely high-quality elixir from? The Holy Grade Extreme Grade could already be considered the top elixir in this world. The owner of the Sword Extinction Cliff. She is very strong. She has already reached the Great Sage Realm, and she is also a sword cultivator. Grandpa, you should raise some of your strength. Qin Luo instantly changed the topic, and Su Qianduan's expression became grave. A Great Saint Realm sword cultivator whose strength far exceeds that of an ordinary Great Saint Realm powerhouse is indeed a bit tricky. His gaze also fell on the thunderclouds, and his heart was stirring. Who wouldn't want to improve their strength? And as a Great Sage Realm, he was no exception. As time passed, The 9 turns thunder tribulation pill that had gone through 99 and 81 lightning tribulations descended from the sky and landed in Qin Luo's hands, and he handed it to Su Qianwan with a smile. Grandpa, how long do you think it will take to refine this elixir? Su Qianwan took it over and felt the rich energy contained within, and pondered slightly for a moment. If it's a usual Saint Stage Extreme pill, it should take a long time if you want to refine it, but I always feel that this elixir, it seems like it doesn't need a long time to be able to be completely refined. The system will be a fine product. Short time, fast results, good results. Grandpa, you refine it first, and we'll then head to the Tai Ruin's sacred land. Within 3 days, if Su Chanshan didn't succeed in refining it, then the Tai Ruin's sacred ground would simply not go. It would be better to wait for the right time. Asa Hunter. He couldn't afford to rush. Yes, taking advantage of the lull in Su Qianwan's refining, Qin Luo began to scrutinize the Danding sect, and similarly put that one sage of the Danding sect under control. At the same time, he received a letter from the 10 guards commander of the Demon Suppression Division. Closing the case? How can that be? This case has only just begun. The mountain rain was coming down. He had sensed that a crisis was about to strike. How could he not use this case to raise his strength further? When he first came to the 100,000 mountains, he was not to say that he was penniless, but he was not far from it. And now, he already had 7 saints under his hand, and 2 Saint King Realm powerhouses, and with his human emperor streamer, he could even be considered a Saint King Realm powerhouse. I don't want to waste such a good opportunity. He immediately had Li Yi reply to that commander's message. Tell him to say that there is now a major breakthrough in the case of the Marquis Wu Yuan's extermination, and that the forces behind it are extremely terrifying. As the deputy commander of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division, I will definitely bring the real murderer to justice. When he received the news, the commander of the 10 guards of that Qin Demon Division's 10 guards, his entire body went numb, and the man behind it, my ass, how many people did Marquis Wu Yuan offend in his life, to still be able to live to the end of his life? He's quite contrary to the heavens. Aside from the Holy Lord of the Blood Moon Holy Land who was killed at the beginning, which of the remaining forces could not easily crush Marquis Wu Yuan as far as waiting until he was dead before daring to make a move? This falls under the category of talking with one eye open. Can't care? I don't care. Report this matter to the Lord Commander. This ancestor, I don't want to worry about it. No sooner had his message gone out than he received another piece of intelligence. The Star Palace was tragically exterminated on the grounds that he colluded with the Blood Moon Holy Land and other forces to participate in the tragic extermination of the Marquis Wu Yuan's residence. It's endless? The Star Hall was also destroyed? I am not sure that this is just the beginning. Anyway, those that should be exterminated needed to be exterminated, and didn't mind slandering Qin Luo and making him take the blame. In 2 days' time, Su Qianwan's cultivation broke through, breaking through to the middle stage of the Great Sage Realm in a single blow, only a sliver short of breaking through to the late stage. It's true that the things given by the system are just as good. Not only had his strength increased, but the power of the Thunder Origin was also born within his body. So, Grandpa, you can use this weapon? The Purple Sky Divine Thunder Hammer and Su Chanshan fit perfectly. The Sacred Rank Upper Grade Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder Hammer in conjunction with Su Qianwan was already capable of reaching the late stage of the Great Sacred Realm's battle power. Enough! Shi Huang's voice rang in Qin Luo's ears. At the Great Sage Realm, every tiny little realm increase is enough to open a big enough gap with the other side. Before, if your grandpa had faced that Great Sage Realm Sword Cultivator, he would have at best shielded you with a flat hand. But now he should be able to win the battle. What about taking down the other side? Qin Luo asked. It's not that easy. It's easy to defeat. It's hard to kill. And it's even harder to take it down among the hard ones. If a powerhouse of the Great Sage Realm is bent on leaving, it's hard to be able to stop them in the same realm. Qin Luo shrugged. It doesn't matter. Even if we don't take down that so-called master, taking down all of her disciples would still be considered a success. 7 beautiful senior sisters. TSK. This fellow called Shufeng is blessed with a lot of lust. I just don't know if the bond between their master and disciple is very deep anymore. Qin Luo does not mind taking the other side of the disciple to force the other side. The villain, well, things should be unscrupulous. The results are most important. As for the process, isn't history written by the victors? Depart. Target the Tai Ruin's Holy Land. I guess the Tai Ruin's old ancestor of the Tai Ruin's Holy Land should be panicking right now? Perhaps he has disbanded his disciples and fled? What happened in the Divine Soldier Valley had festered for so many days. It didn't make sense that that old thing, the old ancestor of the Tai Shui, was still waiting to die in his own territory. Previously, his Qin Luo's words had been a mouthful of spit and a nail, saying that he would destroy the Tai Hui Holy Land. He would destroy the Tai Hui Holy Land. After Su Qianwan delayed for this period of time, Qin Luo didn't go to 10,000 Sword Villa and headed straight towards the Tai Ruin's Holy Land. A familiar scene surfaced before his eyes. and a flash of trance flashed through Qin Luo's eyes, affected by his own memories. This was after all where he had lived for 18 years. But things were different now, looking at the fact that there wasn't even a single human hair outside the Tai Ruin's sacred ground. Qin Luo felt that the Tai Ruin's sacred ground might have been emptied of people. There's no one? Qin Luo frowned. If the Tai Ruin's holy land was disbanded, it would not be easy to find those people who had slandered him, looked at his jokes and even hated to kill him that day. There are still people, Su Qianwan said as his gaze landed inside the Tai Ruin's holy land. As his words fell, a voice came out from inside the Tai Ruin's holy land. The Tai Ruin's holy land has been destroyed. What came into his eyes was a pair of unbelievably long legs, and Qin Luo felt that these legs were longer than his life. Devil's figure, angelic face, long hair flowing in the wind. The memories inside his mind instantly opened up. Knight Lingxian? The former lord had previously thought that face value was justice and saved Knight Lingxuan's life, and after truly seeing the appearance of the person, Qin Luo finally understood why the former lord had that kind of thought, because this woman is too beautiful to be true. It was like a phantom demon. Unlike Lin Yueyao before, who still needed to perform her phantom power, this woman just walked out and made Qin Luo lose his concentration for a moment. Well, but it wasn't the face he was lost in, it was her legs, really long. Counterintuitive. Long time no see. Knight Lingxian spoke faintly. I've been waiting here for you for 10 days. You're finally here. You're here waiting for me specifically? Qin Luo asked suspiciously. He didn't have that deep of a friendship with this woman, and they were still considered two camps before it. The people of the Heavenly Demon sect had a grudge against many sects inside the 100,000 mountains because of their misbehavior, and although the Heavenly Dao Alliance no longer existed now, the Holy Land of the Ruins still had an offensive and defensive alliance with a few sects, and the enemy was the Heavenly Demon sect. The only time they crossed paths was when Qin Luo saved Knight Lingxian's life. You saved my life before, now I've come to repay the favor. Qin Luo froze and sized up Knight Lingxian. The former lord was not someone who held favors against Bao.as for him. Looking up and down at Knight Lingxian, if Knight Lingxian had this request, he might be able to consider it. However, soon Qin Luo knew that he had thought of a fork in the road. Only Knight Lingxian could be heard speaking leisurely. The people of the Tai Ruin's sacred land wanted to put you to death, and I had planned to come and save you, but I didn't think that you even had a hidden identity. Since you don't need me to save you, but I still need to repay you for saving my life, so I helped you exterminate the Tai Ruin's holy land. It's not quite a total extermination. Those who are still alive have been imprisoned by me, waiting for your arrival. You can dispose of them as you please. Qin Luo suddenly realized that this was the case. However, he sized up Knight Lingxian. For a moment the corners of his mouth hooked up into a playful expression. No, right, Knight Lingxian, I can exterminate the Tai Ruin's sacred ground as well, and I've come this time just to exterminate the Tai Ruin's sacred ground. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to just repay me for saving your life? Knight Lingxian spoke very matter-of-factly. You are now the prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty. Your enemies are destined to be very strong, and our Heavenly Demon sect's strength is limited. I can't drag the Heavenly Demon sect into the water just to repay you for saving my life, and even dealing with the Tai Ruin's sacred ground is considered to be beyond my capabilities. This actually left Qin Luo speechless, and he had to say that this woman on earth was sober. A woman like Unity Z is not even a daughter of Qi? Qin Luo asked in surprise in his heart. According to the usual plot, this kind of woman, she will definitely give the protagonist a great boost, and in the end, she even betrayed the Heavenly Demon sect she was in for the sake of the protagonist. Daughter of Luck is favored by the Tao of Heaven. Does not mean that the talent, cultivation, background, etc., not to mention that the inheritance does not originate from this realm, and does not fall into a black household such as the protagonist, has been considered good luck. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched as he looked at Knight Lingxian and said, I don't think that's enough. How about you guys help me deal with someone here? Who? Knight Lingxian asked. Sword Jedi Cliff. Knight Lingxuan's gaze narrowed, and it was clear that she was aware of the Sword Absolute Cliff. She immediately shook her head. No, the Sky Demon sect can't afford to offend her. She is a great saint, and even more so a sword cultivator. When she wasn't a great saint back then, she could fight with great saints without losing. Now, how terrifying her strength really is. You can think about it. I would advise you not to clash with her and hide back in your great Qin empire. Otherwise, you might die. Even if your maternal grandfather is a powerhouse of the great saint realm, he may not be able to shelter you. She also seemed to feel that rejecting Qin Luo in such a way was a bit too heartless. Or perhaps it was because, as Qin Luo had said, taking down the Tai Ruin's sacred ground really didn't count as repaying the favor of saving her life. After thinking about it, she threw out an object. Whoosh! The thing flew to Qin Luo's nearness. She explained, it's a breakthrough nail that might save your life in a pinch. The favor of saving my life that day has been repaid, and from now on, you and I, we don't owe each other anything. After Knight Lingxian finished speaking, She turned around and walked into the Tai ruins Holy Land. In no time at all, the people from their heavenly demon sect urged a demonic beast to leave the Tai ruin sacred ground. This woman, she's a bit interesting. Qin Luo laughed as he played with the sky-breaking nail in his hand, looking at the direction that Knight Ling Xian and the others had left. I like people with principles. I have a feeling we'll see each other again. Let's go. Let's go see the people of the former Tai ruins Holy Land. They were all imprisoned in the dungeon. The old ancestor of the Tai ruins had several huge chains pass through his limbs, blocking his cultivation, and when he saw Qin Luo's appearance, he opened his eyes and cursed angrily. Little brute. Tai ruins sacred ground, nurtured you, and that's how you repay me. Tai ruins sacred ground? I hate it. You white-eyed wolf. You'll get what's coming to you sooner or later. Qin Luo shook his head and let out a laugh. Old thing. The resources to cultivate me in the Tai ruins Holy Land were given by my master. And how much did my master pay for the Tai ruins Holy Land? You should know it by heart, so I won't say it all. But when my master was facing danger and asked for help from the Holy Land, you didn't go to save him, and in the end, his corpse was sent by his best friend. Although I am the holy son of the Tai ruins Holy Land, I shouldn't hold gratitude towards the Holy Land. And what's more, you guys are judging me with the intention of letting me die in the Tai ruins Holy Land, he said silently in his heart. I was the one who was me at that time. There was only hatred between us, no favor. I am a person who makes a clear distinction between grudges. Therefore, I don't have the slightest mental burden of destroying the Tai ruins Holy Land. I guess you don't know yet. Lu Changha has already left one step ahead of you, so hurry up and chase after him. Maybe you'll still be able to catch up with him. Nope, wrong words. You don't have to go after them. I'll send you guys to meet up soon. This time, you can be proper brothers. Inside the human emperor's streamer, all souls were equal. Where were the old ancestors and holy lords inside the Tai Hui Holy Land? Qin Luo released the only person. Lin Ruoxuan. This was the only elder who had spoken up for Qin Luo when he was facing judgment before, whether she did so because of Qin Luo's talent or for other purposes. In short, she had spoken up to stop those who wanted to put him to death. Qin Luo. Lin Ruoxuan looked at Qin Luo and wanted to say something. Elder Lin, there's no need to say much. They are bound to die. Lin Ruoxuan took one last deep look at the Tai Ruoxian Holy Land, tears in her eyes, and turned to leave. The disciples of the Tai ruins Holy Land had actually been killed by 2/3 of the heavenly demon sex people, leaving only 1/3 left. At Qin Luo's command, the remaining 1/3 were killed. Inside his mind was the image of those people who had beaten the dogs before. Listening to those people crying and begging for mercy, he said indifferently, slander and rumor have a cost, and that cost is your lives. The Tai ruins Holy Land, except for the Tai ruins ancestor, was annihilated in a group. Seeing this scene, old ancestor Tai Hui instantly went insane. Qin Luo, beast, I'm going to kill you, I must. While he was in hysterics, a sharp sword chi rushed in from outside the Tai ruins Holy Land, instantly tearing apart a building. A cold voice rang out, dare to touch my disciple of the sword Jade Cliff. No matter what identity you have today, you're dead. Old ancestor Tai Hui froze, then laughed maniacally. Qin Luo, you offended the sword Jade Cliff? Ha ha ha, you've offended sword Jade Cliff. You're dead. I want to see you die with my own eyes. Ha ha ha. Qin Luo glanced at him. Noisy, kill. Zheng Tuo chopped hard with an axe and brushed. The old ancestor of Tai Hui's head fell to the ground. I'm going to have a hard time keeping you out of the theater. Old ancestor Tai Rui closed his eyes unwillingly, his soul being taken away by the human emperor streamer by his flesh and blood. Qin Luo's gaze fell in the direction of the mountain gate of the Tai ruins Holy Land as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 people slowly walked in. 5 women and 1 man. The women are all different. Some are cute, some have long legs, some have big breasts, some are innocent, some are flirty. I have to say, Chu Feng's chi is heaven-defying, and his senior sisters are all beautiful. Lu Jingjing looked at Qin Luo and them and said in a deep voice, immediately release my senior sister. Otherwise, I, Jian Jia, will not rest in peace with you and the others. There is no aura of the great sage realm, Su Qianduan said after taking a look. The strongest person is just the female child at the head. The realm of the Saint King. Qin Luo laughed as he looked at Chu Feng and said, brothers, didn't you guys gather intelligence before coming here? You're really good at pitting your senior sister, putting me on hold to play Hulkbuster to save Grandpa? Although he didn't know what Qin Luo meant when he said that Hulyua saved his grandfather, a hint of a bad premonition rose in Chu Feng's heart again. The sword Absolute Cliff, had long been hidden for many years, and had little contact with the sects outside, and it was only when Chu Feng had gone forward to retaliate against the Divine Warrior Valley that they had learned a little bit about the strength of the Divine Warrior Valley. Chu Feng didn't know what was going on inside the Divine Soldier Valley, nor did he know how the son of Qi of his predecessor died at the hands of Qin Luo. Nor did he know that there was such a person as Yi Chen, junior brother. The situation is a bit off. Lu Jingjing's gaze landed on Su Qianwan beside Qin Luo. She couldn't see through Su Qianwan. She even vaguely felt an aura that was somewhat similar to her master's from Su Qianwan's body. Can it be that that is also a great saint? Lu Jingjing thought in her heart. Although she also aspired to do the same thing as her master's General Saint King realm dueling against a great saint. Right now she was only at the early stage of the Saint King realm that had just broken through, so she could only think about it for a while. And wasn't that arrogant, yet her tone tightened slightly. She could see that Qin Luo was one of the protagonists here, and the man Chu Feng was talking about. We at Sword Jade Cliff must not have any grievances with Your Excellency. Your Excellency is privately detaining my Sword Jade Cliff's disciples. Do you really think that my Sword Jade Cliff is easy to bully? My master's father is also already on his way here, so I'm sure Your Excellency has learned the information about my Sword Jade Cliff, right? They were not privy to Qin Luo's intelligence, but she was certain that Qin Luo would have known about their Sword Jade Cliff's intelligence in advance. With a wave of Qin Luo's hand, Ling Yu and Xia Yue were then thrown out from inside the human emperor streamer. Ling Yu had already been tortured beyond recognition, and after she came out, the several senior sisters and younger sisters who were extremely affectionate still recognized her at the first opportunity. Sister! Sister! A few cries of alarm rang out. Ling Yu looked up at her senior sister and junior sister, and at the first moment, she spoke in horror. Second senior sister, take them away, quickly. In the past few days inside the human emperor's streamer, she truly felt the terror and power of Shi Huan that simply didn't seem like a power or means that a human being could possess. The bad premonition in Lu Jingjing's heart grew stronger. She let out a low growl. Go, wait for master. She regretted why she had been so impatient to come over earlier to try to rescue her senior sister. Why she hadn't waited for her master to come and act together, but there was no medicine for regret in the world, and it was already too late for her to regret now. Want to go? Impossible. Qin Luo shook his head. He didn't expect that the other party would even be so arrogant. Without even figuring out the strength of his side, they dared to be so arrogant. How could he stand up to them if he didn't eat them all? Boom! Boom! Two terrifyingly powerful auras stopped them on their way to try to escape. Those who block me, die! Lu Jingjing roared. Her body's sword intent surged up. A sword was offered out, with an unrelenting and terrifying aura towards Zhou Hongyu and Chen Jianshan, and the two of them rushed over, facing two Saint King realm powerhouses. She was pleasantly unafraid, like a desperate man, burning the power of her origin at the first time, and exerting 13% of her 10% strength. What a terrifying sword cultivator! The duo of Chen Jianshan and Zhou Hongyu were both powerhouses who had not long broken through to the Saint King realm, and their expressions became extraordinarily grave as they sensed this overpowering sword intent. The strike. If any of them were to block it, they might have been heavily injured by the blow. However, when the two men's battle power was stacked up, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. They were stronger. A small accomplishment of sword intent. Truly a genius. The sword extremity cliff lives up to its name. Qin Luo slightly lamented. Fourth senior sister, take junior brother away. I'll stop them. While Lu Jingjing struck out, she did not forget to urge her senior sister to take Chu Feng away. Yes, the remaining few of them wanted to take Chu Feng away, but Song Ritian of the Divine Soldier Valley and Zhou Li of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, they weren't idle eaters. You won't get away today. The battle instantly unfolded. The battle of the saints was astonishing, making Qin Luo a little envious. Only saints possess a throwback status, Qin Luo said with emotion. No, it must be upgraded as soon as possible. There's no other way to say it. This case of Marquis Wu Yuan's residence will have to be expanded tenfold and 100-fold. The power of his divine level technique was relatively heaven-defying, but the resources it needed to consume were also extremely high, and the 100,000 Great Mountains had to become a backyard for him to claim it. Well, before he could do so, Lu Jingjing was really powerful. The two people, Chen Jianshan and Zhou Hongyu, combined their attacks and were still repelled by her before Lu Jingjing could be happy. A terrifying aura locked onto her. Su Qianchen stepped in. Sure enough, it's the great sage. Lu Jingjing was appalled in her heart. At this moment, Chu Feng was already cursing in his heart. Didn't you tell me that there were no great saint realm powerhouses among them? He cursed furiously in his heart. The other party smiled sorrowfully. Ha ha ha, if I didn't tell you, would you guys be so eager to come in? Release me and I can help you get all these beautiful sisters of yours out. That guy isn't a good guy. Guess what will happen to your senior sisters when they fall into his hands? Imagine them on their knees begging for sex. TSK TSK. Ah, don't say it. You deserve to die. Damn you. The other party was very familiar with Chu Feng and knew that he was extremely possessive of men, especially of men like Chu Feng, and to have a woman that he valued. If she was being abused, it would be even harder than killing him. Chu Feng's mind was stimulated and collapsed, losing 50,000 points of qi. The host gained 50,000 000 points of villain value. Is that outrageous? You can't handle a little excitement? Shin Luo searched for what he hadn't done yet, oblivious to the fact that there was also an assisting player who was constantly irritating Chu Feng. Imagine the picture you used to fantasize about before. Except, TSK, that man wasn't you. Ha ha ha, Chu Feng roared. Don't say it. This voice likewise fell on Shin Luo's ears, and he was a bit confused. I didn't even fucking start irritating you. What do you mean I don't want to talk about it? But if you don't want it, then I'll take it. Shin Luo pulled Xia Yue over, stroked Xia Yue's pretty face, looked at Chu Feng and said, you can't even protect your own woman. To be with you, to be your woman, it's really suffering. Only suffer, not just in your heart, but in your body. TSK, this place, you must not have touched it, right? Shin Luo's large hand gently covered a place. Xia Yue was shaken, blushing, wanting to open her mouth, but unfortunately, her mouth was sealed, so she could only look at Chu Feng's direction with tears in her eyes, not far behind Shin Luo. Song Broken Cloud was jealous and bad. Before, he could just pass his mouth. What the key parts? He didn't have the chance to get his hands on them. However, there are people who are even more difficult than me, aren't they? There was a touch of pity in his eyes as he looked at Chu Feng, as if he was somewhat empathetic just now. It was the stimulation of words, and now the appearance of the picture. Chu Feng had a picture inside his mind all of a sudden, which was even harder than killing him. He felt the green hat on his head porcelain. Ah, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Chu Feng's state of mind has collapsed. He has a tendency to become a demon. He has lost 50,000 points of chi. The host has gained 50,000 points of villain value. He immediately said in his mind, help me kill him, let me out. Chu Feng just wanted to agree, and suddenly woke up. There was a feeling in the underworld that if he agreed to the other party, he would lose something more important than a woman. No way. I can promise you that one thing from before. Gee, sure enough you're still selfish. I promise. Just relax. I'll take over your body and go kill him for you. Yes. Chu Feng traded with an evil demon. His body briefly became demonic. He lost 50,000 points of chi luck value. The host gained 50,000 points of villain value. Shin Luo was a little surprised. He looked up at Chu Feng and was able to detect that Chu Feng's aura had changed. He was someone who had devoured a true demon bloodline, and he was certain that the aura on Chu Feng's body had a great deal of correlation with the true demon bloodline that he had devoured earlier. It should be from within the same world. Chu Feng looked up at Shin Luo. Gg. That smile made Shin Luo's entire body almost clam up. Mimicking him as a villain? Outrageous to the core. Whoosh! An air-breaking sound rang out, and Chu Feng disappeared from his original spot. And when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Shin Luo's close proximity. His stance was extraordinarily bizarre. And surprisingly, even saints couldn't capture it. A sword was offered, and the sword intent lingered. Chu Feng was the one who had already gained insight into the sword intent a long time ago. You go to hell. Chu Feng's expression was hideous as he looked at Shin Luo and roared. It was as if there were two faces alternately switching on his face. His body is shared by two people in charge. Shi Huang's voice rang out. Shin Luo nodded, and he understood without hesitation. He pulled Xia Yue over at the first opportunity and blocked her in front of him. Chu Feng's eyes were enraged, and his movements abruptly paused. No way. That's Rainville. Women are nothing but a hindrance to your journey to the top. She is no longer clean. She deserves to die. No. Chu Feng roared. He was trying his best to stop it, but the words still shook him a little. The body briefly lost control, and poof. A sword pierced Xia Yue's body. Xia Yue looked at Chu Feng with disbelief. She reached out to touch Chu Feng, but she could not do so. Shin Luo kicked out, and Xia Yue rushed into Chu Feng's arms and was pierced by the sword in Chu Feng's hand. At the same time, Shin Luo waved his hand and lifted Xia Yue's seal. Brother Feng. Xia Yue let out a murmur, causing Chu Feng to take over the body once again. Yue did not apologize to you. Xia Yue's words caused Chu Feng to be struck by lightning. I don't blame you for dying at the hands of Brother Feng. Poof. Slap. Shin Luo clapped his hands. You're so ruthless. You're willing to lay your hands on your own woman like that? To tell you the truth, this woman, I only just touched it. Touching it isn't so bad as to make her lose her virginity. You're too ruthless. Chu Feng roared in rage as he hugged Xia Yue to the sky, shedding 2 lines of blood tears. The scene was a sight to behold and a sight to hear. It's a pity. Who made us belong to 2 camps? Shin Luo muttered to himself. How cruel it is to kill one's lover with one's hands. Chu Feng collapses, losing 100,000 points of chi, and the host gains 100,000 points of villain value. Xia Yue, the daughter of luck, was killed, lost all her luck values and was automatically converted into villain values. This wave Blood money. Qin Luo had gained more than 200,000 villain value. She's dead. Do you want to avenge her? Let me out and I'll kill them all. The voice once again resounded in Xu Feng's ears. Xu Feng instantly became furious. It's you. It's all you. It's all because of you. You killed Yue Wei with your own hands. It was you. No, it's not me. It's you. You don't think she's clean anymore. She doesn't deserve you. Killing to kill. This sentence viciously pierced into Xu Feng's heart. Ah, shit. All of it. Xu Feng stormed up and charged towards Qin Luo. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Flowing light swiping shadow sword. Cut me. His body steeply disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Reappearing again, he had already reached Qin Luo's nearness. The speed of this sword was astonishingly incomparable. So fast. Qin Luo was secretly surprised in his heart. Brother, how about coming inside my human emperor streamer for a while and I'll let you and your woman renew their relationship. Boom. Qin Luo sacrificed the human emperor streamer and instantly enveloped Xu Feng. Can't get in. You can't go in and walk away. Run. An alert voice resounded in Xu Feng's mind. The owner of that voice forcefully took over Xu Feng's body as he spoke. And of course, it was Xu Feng's willingness to do so. The vault of heaven split shadow. As the sword slashed through, the firmament was broken open with a crack, and Xu Feng's body instantly disappeared into that crack, while at the same time the pitch-black pendant on his chest emitted a pitch-black light, firmly blocking Qin Luo's human emperor streamer. As he was leaving, Xu Feng dropped a sentence. I will definitely come back again. He had just left when Zhang Tua chopped him in place with an axe, and Qin Luo's human emperor streamer ultimately failed to pull him in. Slippery as hell and harder to catch than a loach. And come back again. Ha, you fucking think you're the Grey Wolf? Some regrets, but not many. With Xu Feng's departure, a miserable scream rang out, and one by one, Xu Feng's senior sisters fell into the net. Lu Jingjing was worthy of being a genius sword cultivator, but she actually supported herself in Su Qianwan's hands for 3 moves before being taken down by Su Qianwan. Several sword cultivators with different looks but all beautiful women were thrown at Qin Luo's feet. Their unyielding gazes fell on Qin Luo's body. Lu Jingjing gritted her teeth and said, I'll advise you. You'd better let us go, or else when our senior sister and also our master come, they'll kill all of you. Tisk tsk tsk. Qin Luo looked Lu Jingjing up and down. The Qingfeng sword in his hand picked up Lu Jingjing's chin and then started to move downwards, touching her collarbone, and then it cut across her clothes. Lu Jingjing's eyes revealed a flash of panic. What do you want? What do you think? Now that you're my prisoner, you're threatening me like that? What kind of nice, decent man do you think I am? With a light stroke, the clothes were cut open, and the others subconsciously shifted their gazes. Lu Jingjing was trembling, but her dantian had been blocked. She couldn't mobilize a single bit of power. In front of Qin Luo, she was a completely weak woman. A drop of humiliating tears rolled down. Her hateful gaze fell on Qin Luo's body. She couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood, and thwart Qin Luo's bones. Several other senior sisters shouted together when they saw this scene. Don't move, my senior sister. Come at me if you have anything. Qin Luo snorted. TSK, TSK, you guys are sisters. Well then, I won't be too generous. How do you think your master would feel if I stripped you all naked and chained you up like bitches? What would your master feel when he saw that? Lu Jingjing was trembling. Such a humiliating sight. She definitely didn't want to let her master see it. She clearly knew that her master treated them all as his daughters and loved them dearly. If she saw that scene in Qin Luo's mouth, her master would definitely go crazy. She felt that the Qin Luo at this moment was a complete devil. A soldier can be killed but not dishonored. Kill us if you can. No, 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 no. How could I want to kill you all? How about we make a deal? Become my sword slaves and I will let you live, and live well. Otherwise, a grim smile appeared on Qin Luo's face. I will let your dear master die. Trust me, I have the ability. Threatening someone with the thing they care about most is extraordinarily effective. Qin Luo was threatening while communicating with the system. Now that I have quite a bit of villainous value, how can I easily take down a sword cultivator of the Great Saint Realm? Tons of advice. 1. Continue to raise the combat power of those around you. Effect lasting, but slightly longer. Suggestion 2. Redeem the Big Dipper 10,000 Swords Array Formation Diagram, Holy Great Extreme, with the Great Sage Realm Mid-Stage Powerhouse. It can completely crush. Item, Big Dipper Sword Formation Diagram, Holy Grade, Introduction. It contains 36,000 powerful sword chi of sword cultivators, and with sword chi against sword cultivators, it is like the tip of a needle against the tip of a wheat blade. Enough to resist the Great Saint Realm sword cultivators, and even can crush it. Price, 300,000 villain points. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched slightly. His villain value was only a little more than 330,000 right now, and the system took out 300,000 of him in one go. System, I have to say, you're quite the chicken thief. 300,000 000 points of villain value. Adding a foolproof insurance policy to you. Worth it. There is an important secret treasure on the Sun of Fortune. If you get it, you'll make a big profit. The pitch black light from before also appeared inside Qin Luo's mind. If nothing else, that thing should have been left behind by the extraterrestrial evil demons that invaded this world before, and there are still living extraterrestrial evil demons. Okay. Redeem. Qin Luo did not hesitate. Why would he take risks when he could be foolproof? Lu Jingjing was really intimidated by Qin Luo at first, but upon careful consideration, her master was a great sage realm sword cultivator, and the sword intent realm had long since been comprehended to the great completion realm, even though she was only at the early stage of the great sage realm. A normal middle stage of the great sage realm wouldn't necessarily be a match for her master, and even if she wasn't defeated, it would be as difficult as heaven if she wanted to leave her master behind. She felt that Qin Luo and the others didn't have the ability to do it. Lu Jingjing laughed coldly looking at Qin Luo. You think you killed my master teacher? It's simply a slip of the tongue. You've never seen my master teacher, much less would you know how terrifying she really is. You can't. Is that so? With a wave of Qin Luo's hand, the Big Dipper 10,000 swords formation emerged, enveloping the entire Tai Ruins Holy Land. 36,000 sword chi crisscrossed across the room, causing people to feel suffocated. And even Su Chanshan had a shocked expression on his face. The sword formation was already enough to make him feel a hint of threat. If I activate this sword formation, I can already fight with a Great Sage Realm powerhouse. What do you think if a Great Sage Realm powerhouse activates this sword formation? Qin Luo's words were like a giant hammer that ruthlessly hit Lu Jingjing's heart, making her feel suffocated and fearful. Grandpa, if this sword formation is given to you, what percentage of certainty do you think you have in retaining that sword cultivator at the early stage of the Great Saint of Sword Intent? Qin Luo made their master's realm clear. Lu Jingjing immediately turned her head to look at Lingyu, only to see Lingyu crying and not daring to look at Lu Jingjing. At the end of the day, this information is all from her. Lu Jingjing had fear in her heart because Qin Luo and the others already knew about her master's realm and still dared to be so emboldened. That proved that Qin Luo and the others had long been prepared to deal with her master's arrival, and she had indeed been impulsive. Su Qianwan thought for a moment and said, if it was before, I would have at most 30% certainty that I could leave her behind, but now it should be 10%. His confident tone caused Lu Jingjing to be jolted. Her master's battle power was certainly terrifying, and he also controlled the great completion sword intent. But in the great sage realm, which person was not a heavenly genius? And for her master to be able to cross over the ranks was already considered rare. If the other party was in control of such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction, even though she didn't want to believe it in her heart, she couldn't deny that this person might have the ability to defeat her master. And it was even very likely that he could cause harm to her master, because his own family knew his own business. The master was equipped with a body that was somewhat pitifully small. Even the original sword weapon in his hand was only the lower grade of the holy rank. You don't want to see your master die in front of you either, right? Qin Luo asked as he picked Lu Jingjing's chin with his Qingfeng sword. I heard that your master is also a beauty. I just don't know. Qin Luo's gaze fell under her leaked spring light and said, I just don't know if it's harder for her to be like you than to kill her. Believe me, I can make her experience humiliation like she's never experienced in her life. Don't you dare. Lu Jingjing and the others roared towards Qin Luo. It's up to you guys whether I do it or not. To tell you the truth, I see your qualifications and strength. That's why you have the capital to negotiate with me. Otherwise, I'll suppress all of you. Master and disciple. A dead man is just as useful to me. Think clearly before answering. You don't have many chances. Qin Luo patted Lu Jingjing's pretty face. At this moment, Qin Luo's image was 10,000 times more terrifying than the devil in Lu Jingjing's heart. Despair gripped her and overwhelmed her. She, who rarely traveled outside, really didn't know that the hearts of people in the outside world could be so vicious. At a place that was thousands of miles away from the Tai Ruins Holy Land, Chu Feng fell from the void. Bang! He smashed heavily into the ground, smashing out a deep pit. Poof! He sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and his expression became extraordinarily hideous. Ah! I vow not to kill you. Swear not to die. Kid, kill him or not for now. Give me your body first. I'll do it for you. Boom! A great battle unfolded inside Chu Feng's Sea of Souls, and Chu Feng's compromise still gave way to the other party. However, Chu Feng had also long been guarding against him, and with the favor of the heavenly Tao, he took half a day to finally banish that fellow. Once again, opening his eyes, Chu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and contacted his eldest senior sister. Eldest sister, I'm useless. Second sister and the others were all arrested because of me. Word soon came from the other side. Master and I will definitely arrive at the Tai Ruin Sacred Land in less than 2 days, and if they dare to offend my sword Jedi Cliff, they will only have one way to die. Hearing that Master and the others would arrive in 2 more days, Chu Feng wiped his tears, and when he thought of the scene where Xia Yue died in his arms, His heart was like a knife again. Qin Luo's smug expression surfaced inside his mind, and he roared in a hideous rage. I, Chu Feng, make the great Dao vow today. I will kill you in this life, even if it means falling into the devil's path for eternity. Rumble. A sound of muffled thunder rang out in the sky. Seemingly in response to Chu Feng's oath, Qin Luo had already become his heart demon. If he was not able to kill Qin Luo, he would never be able to climb to the top, no matter it was for the sake of his lover, or for himself. He had to kill Qin Luo. If he could kill Qin Luo, so what if he turned into an evil demon? In the middle of the Tai ruin's sacred ground, Lu Jingjing looked up at Qin Luo and asked through clenched teeth, if we are willing to become your sword slaves, can you promise not to kill our master? Asking this, Qin Luo knew that it was 9 times out of 10. Of course, although I, Qin Luo, am not a good person, I still keep my promises and do what I say. Senior sister, don't. The others also realized what Lu Jingjing wanted to do and immediately opened their mouths to block. What? Is there no unity of opinion? In that case, there's no point in talking, and my patience is limited. Kill two first. The Qin Luo who said killing made Lu Jingjing have a jolt, and as Zheng Tuo's axe was about to fall on top of the neck of one of her senior sisters, she immediately opened her mouth. I'm willing to become your sword slave. We all do. Lu Jingjing looked at her senior sisters and shouted, are you willing to see Master die in front of us? Master has nurtured and taught us, and this is how we repay Master? All she could think about was that staying alive was the only way to alert Master, the only way to give him a chance to escape, and if they died, Master would surely avenge them regardless. It's hard to imagine what will happen to Master when the time comes. Smart choice. Qin Luo didn't know what was in the other party's mind. He only needed the result and that was enough. Of course, if one is not truly submissive, a few deaths are just as good as a few deaths, and it doesn't really matter, does it? It's just a sword slave. It's not like you have to have something. Qin Luo, who was just about to lay his hands on a few women, was interrupted by Chen Zhanshan. Your Highness, there is a very important matter that needs to be reported to you. What is it? Qin Luo asked. The third prince asked me to make a move to destroy the Green Cloud sect on the condition of providing who my grandson's murderer was, and then planted the story of the Green Cloud sect's extermination on you. Your Highness. Qin Luo froze, then laughed. Another third prince has popped up here. TSK, he coerced you about your grandson. Do you think he could be your grandson's killer? Qin Luo's words made Chen Zhanshan froze, and after he thought about it, he didn't rule out this suspicion. At the side, Su Qianqian frowned and spoke after some thought. This third prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty, is his mother's clan the divine martial Marquis clan? Chen Zhanshan immediately replied, reporting back to Su Shang. Third Prince Qin Ming, he is none other than divine martial Marquis Wei Xiaolin's grandson. Upon hearing Wei Xiaolin's name, a coldness flashed across Su Qianwan's eyes. The reason why my Su family perished may have nothing to do with the Wei family. Perhaps, there's a real possibility that they'll step in and kill your grandson and frame Qin Luo for it. Chen Zhanshan froze, which seemed to increase the possibility, killed his grandson. And now he's using that condition to coerce him into letting him work for the other side? If this matter is true, then Third Prince Qin Ming is simply inappropriate. You can go and help him with that one thing. Whether the truth he tells you is true or not, he can't afford not to tell you. Can he? The Qingyan sect was a sect that only possessed a single saint, and it was unknown how they had offended Qin Ming, or whether the Qingyan sect had something in Qin Ming's thoughts. To Qin Luo, none of it mattered. Anyway, if Chen Zhanshan didn't go to exterminate the Qingyan sect, Qin Ming was perfectly capable of finding someone else to exterminate the Qingyan sect as well. He felt that Qin Ming wouldn't have only one idea of destroying the Qingyan sect. If the Wei clan was the one who had overthrown the Su clan as Su Qianqian had said in his mouth, then there must be other plans that followed. Go now. You're not really needed in this place anymore. My subordinate will leave. Chen Zhanshan bid farewell to Qin Luo and left. Qin Luo began to lay his hands on a few people from Lu Jingjing. Lu Jingjing and their master and sisters were 6 people. One of them was a saint king, 2 were saints, and the remaining 3 had all reached the peak of the cave realm, which was considered to be the realm of the half-saints. The Sword Jedi cliffs seemed to be sparsely populated, but their high-end combat power was very sufficient. Each one of them was a powerful sword cultivator. And it couldn't be better to be Qin Luo's sword slave. After branding the seal of life and death, Qin Luo entered a state of seclusion. There were still a lot of resources inside his human emperor streamer. Previously, he had consumed some of the resources when he broke through the cave realm, and there was still a portion left, plus the newly acquired old ancestor of the Tai ruins as well as the pavilion master of the wind and cloud pavilion, as well as all the brothers and sisters of the Tai ruin sacred ground. The power of the origin is sufficient to absorb, refine, devouring heavenly devil technique. Devour. The first layer of the cave heaven realm to the second layer of the cave heaven was to qualitatively upgrade the cave heaven in the body. And the other 7 cave heavens didn't require a lot of resources because they were all ordinary cave heavens. There were only the last 3 caves, which required a massive amount of resources. A Saint Realm powerhouse barely filled a cave. It took a full 4 saintly realms of origin to fill up the last 3 caverns. Boom! Qin Luo's body turned over as the cave heaven began to evolve. The second layer of the cave heaven realm. Continue. Qin Luo spoke without hesitation. Aren't you going to settle down? Shi Huang reminded. There's no need to waste time when there are enough resources. Time is more valuable than resources. Don't you know? Yi Chen's origin power. The burning heavenly fire body. And Lu Ruyan's origin power Xian Mei body. Lu Ruyan's origin was negligible. It was only able to enhance her beauty, and did not have any special effects, but Yi Chen's was different. In addition to the burning sky fire body, he also had the lava earth heart flame, which were all good things. Refine and absorb them all. Today, I will advance to the 3rd level of the cave heaven, worthy of being a son of Qi. His burning heavenly fire body origin power resolved the flaws and hidden dangers of Qin Luo's rapid breakthrough. The absorption of the lava geode fire origin power, the rich fire origin power, caused Qin Luo's cultivation level to increase drastically, and 3 of the 7 cavernous heavens were filled. Yes, go on. The next step would be to consume Feng Tianqua's origin. The powerhouses of the Saint King realm possessed a vast amount of origin power. The 6th cave, quickly filled, and the 7th was not delayed for long. The 8th, filled. 9th, a little lackluster. 10th, he missed by a drop and did not break through to the 3rd level of the cave realm. It's a little bit short. Qin Luo regretfully spoke. Shi Huang rolled her eyes as she looked at Qin Luo. Your battle power is now comparable to that of a late-stage cave heaven realm powerhouse, and with the treasures in your hands, it's enough to kill them. You're not satisfied? I have a rather large appetite, and it's not that simple to satisfy me. Tuzi, would it be alright to exchange a little bit of resources for me to upgrade to the 3rd level of the cave heaven? Qin Luo asked. Suggest to consume all the villain value to exchange 8 treasures Dan, 8 whip Dan, refined with 8 kinds of treasure of demonic beasts equivalent to the cave realm, forcibly taken when the demonic beasts put the essence cohesion, which contains the power of the essence of the rich. Take it to have the effect of strengthening the body, nourishing yin and tonifying the kidneys, and enhance the cultivation of the host, which is just enough to allow the host to enhance the cultivation in the realm. Huh? Qin Luo's eyes widened at once. For a while, Qin Luo actually a little speechless. He drank the 3 whip wine inside the previous world. Sweet, but the effect, the wise and benevolent. That's 8? The system is really considerate too. He was speechless for a moment, and after freezing for a while, he subconsciously asked, that thing, it's not slutty, is it? Suggested redemption. Do you want to redeem it? Irrelevant questions. Not answered. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched. Redemption. 35,018 villain values. Cleared. This system might have already been eyeing this drop of villainous value of his, and it wouldn't be over until he was gripped. Successful redemption. Obtain 8 treasures Dan. The elixir surfaced, and instead of just not having a tawdry smell, there was a refreshing aroma coming from it. Qin Luo did not hesitate to take a mouthful. Boom! A rich energy emerged from the dantian towards his 5 limbs and all the bones of his body, and most of the energy naturally entered the 10th cavernous sky. Soon, it's full. It's all overflowing. Cultivation. Breakthrough. The 3rd level of the cave realm. Boom! Qin Luo's body began to turn over, and crackling sounds emanated from his entire body. The cultivation level was raised too quickly, making his body slightly uncomfortable. If he were someone else, such a majestic energy would have already shattered his body with impact. Qin Luo was different. His 9-turn golden body technique began to operate automatically, and the strength of his body was not at all on the same level as that of an ordinary cave heaven realm powerhouse. But even so, Qin Luo felt a slight discomfort in his body, which seemed to be on the verge of reaching a critical point. This? Qin Luo was surprised and delighted. This proves that if I want to continue to raise my cultivation level, then I need to raise my 9 turns golden body technique first, or else my body won't be able to handle it. But again, it proves that I am perhaps strong. Is it possible to take on a saint? Getting out of his cultivation state, Qin Luo called over the weakest sage under his command, the old man from the Danding sect called Li Dandan. Old man, you and I will fight for 3 moves. If you can fuck me over in 3 moves, I'll let you go free. Hearing this, Li Dan's eyes lit up. Is your highness serious about this? Nature. Come. Qin Luo hooked his hand. The battle unfolded, and a moment later, Qin Luo was drenched in blood, but with a strong look of excitement in his eyes. He glanced at Liandan. You can't do it. You don't even know how to cherish the opportunity given to you. A saint can't even take down a cave realm in 3 moves. What a waste. Li Dandan was so ashamed that he felt that he had lived the last few hundred years of his life to a dog's death. Most of the others had their mouths wide open, especially the few women from the Sword Extinction Cliff, who were appalled in their hearts. Lu Jingjing cried out in her heart, Demon! Demon! Little senior brother offending this person is the greatest sorrow in his life. Instead of waiting for Chu Feng and the others, Qin Luo first waited for another person. One of the strongest holy lands in the 100,000 Great Mountains, the people of the Xionlan Holy Land. I am Shi Yuanjin, an elder of the Kanglan Sacred Land, and today, on the orders of my Kanglan Sacred Land Saint Sun, I'm here to invite the Holy Son of the Tai Ruin Sacred Land Saint Sun, Qin Luo, to attend the Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Party. As Shi Yuanjin spoke, he handed out an invitation. The Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Party, which was held once every 100 years, was an event where the holy sons and daughters of the many holy lands in the 100,000 Great Mountains could have in-depth exchanges. The Spirit Realm was a special secret realm, which was said to be a cave small world of an ancient great power, which was preserved after the death of the great power for special reasons. The reason why it is called the Enlightenment Tea Party is because there is a long-dead Enlightenment tea tree here. Although the Enlightenment tea tree is dead, some tea trees planted next to the Enlightenment tea tree possess some of the characteristics of the Enlightenment tea tree. Legend has it that the Enlightenment tea leaf can help one comprehend the laws of the laws and the great Tao, and is a holy relic for cultivation. Legend has it that someone realized the way in a single breath under the Enlightenment tea tree and stepped from a mortal body into the realm of a saint. The addition of metaphysical colors made the once-in-a-century Enlightenment Tea Party attract a lot of holy sons and daughters of the 100,000 Great Mountains. Because the spiritual realm is not Kanglan Holy Land alone found occupied, there are still a lot of palaces and inheritances coveted by other Holy Land. The last Kanglan Holy Land is only in name on behalf of the management, in accordance with the agreement with the other Holy Land every 100 years to invite qualified to participate in the spirit of the realm of the people into the tea, the Tao, the martial arts. According to the previous level of the Tai Ruin sacred ground and his cultivation level at that time, the probability was that Qin Luo would not be able to obtain an invitation to the Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Party, and based on his Qin Luo's current status, it would be even more unlikely for him to get an invitation, because he was now the prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty. In terms of status, he and the 100,000 mountains were not in a state of hostility, but they were not far apart. Invite me? Qin Luo looked at Shi Yuanjin playfully. He was able to figure out with his buttocks that the other party was up to no good. Spirit Realm, because of some law limitations, lead to the holy weapons have no way to use in it. The Holy Realm powerhouse is even no way to enter. So, he couldn't use all this battle power around him, tricking him into the Spirit Realm to get at him? Shi Yuanjin smiled and said, because this time, the earliest planted Enlightenment tea tree in the Spirit Realm should have matured, and after speculation, the weakest of the tea leaves produced should be of sacred rank quality. For every Enlightenment Tea Party, other than the Saint Sons and Saint Daughters who have already participated, all the remaining Saint Sons and Saint Daughters on the 100,000 Great Mountains surprising list are among the invitees, and the Saint Son of the Great Ruins is no exception. The 100,000 Great Mountains had a list called the Amazing List, on which there would be 100 people ranked on top of the list, and those who were able to make it to the list were destined to be in the realm of saints in the future, if no surprises were to be expected. As a matter of fact, Qin Luo was the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty. He wouldn't be ranked in the list, but I didn't expect that it was still ranked at the top of the list by someone with a heart of gold. Ranking 99th. How this ranking came about, Qin Luo didn't know, because no one within the people he had killed was on top of the list, and no one in the outside world knew how strong he truly was. This Enlightenment Tea Party should be said to be the largest in 10,000 years. And according to speculation, a palace in the spirit realm will be opened, called the Kirin Palace, and it is said that there is sealed Kirin essence blood within it. All those who enter the spirit realm will have the opportunity to obtain the Qilin's essence blood, and there is also a palace called the Sword Pavilion that may be opened, and it has been 3,000 years since it was last opened, and 3,000 years ago, the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sword Sect received a heaven-defying inheritance from the Sword Pavilion. And now some people are saying that he has long since become a great sage realm sword cultivator. In one sentence, Qin Luo's heart thumped. The other party also said a lot of possible treasures or powerful inheritance, but Qin Luo didn't care. The only thing he cared about was only one, Qilin essence blood. The Qilin was a divine beast, and its essence blood was no match for that of a divine dragon. The invitation has been delivered. The Saint Prince of the Taishu consider it. If you want to go, you can follow the instructions on the invitation and take the invitation token. After saying that, Shi Yuanjin turned around and left Dai in the middle of a restaurant close to the great Qin imperial dynasty. A magnificent woman looked in the direction of a mountain forest not far away. Her eyes in a bit of a trance. Her memory seemed to go back 7 years. She is dying of serious injuries from an accident and is picked up by a young man who was traveling outside. The teenager then carried her on his hard back, walked dozens of miles up the mountain, took her to a small mountain village, got some white rice from a villager's house, cooked a bowl of white porridge, and fed it to her one bite at a time. She swore it was the best thing she'd ever eaten in her life. She had wanted to go toward that mountain village again, but when she got here, she hesitated. She was afraid. Xiao Xian, don't worry. I will avenge you. Definitely. Definitely. I'm going to kill that brute with my own hands. And I'm going to take his head to your grave to pay my respects. A bone-chilling chill instantly enveloped the entire restaurant. And many of the people who were drinking were all jolted, fortunately. At this time, a youth stepped in. And the aura dissipated into nothingness. Light Yen. I say, why are you bothering? Wasting so much effort. Having to let that fellow go to some enlightenment tea party. In my opinion, that fellow won't be able to live for long in the great Qin imperial dynasty either. He just became a prince and dares to venture out. The other few emperors are no good. They might already be plotting to get him killed. A lazy man stepped up from downstairs and looked at Shen Xingyan and said somewhat helplessly, I'm going to kill him with my own hands. Shen Xingyan said word for word, have the invitations been delivered? She trailed off. The news has come through. The people from the Kanglan Holy Land have already sent the invitation over. Are you so sure that guy will go? The man asked curiously. He will definitely go. Shen Xingyan spoke confidently. From the information I've gotten, it's clear that he's a cocky, arrogant, an unseemly fellow who thinks that he can be lawless just because he has the status of a royal son of the great Qin imperial dynasty and a great saint as a backer. He is a typical villain in the mindset of the first rich man. This is an opportunity for him to show off. How can he miss it? He will go. He will definitely go. Shen Xingyan said with certainty. The man secretly shook his head. He did think that the possibility of Qin Luo going was not very high. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, separated from the shelter of those saints. Qin Luo was just a childish boy. He could be taken at will even if Qin Luo was a madman. He wouldn't be a fool. The weakest of the holy sons and daughters who were able to go to the spirit realm possessed the battle power of the cave heaven realm. As for Qin Luo, a few months ago, he was just a small divine aptitude. What's more, he was just a mortal body. And geniuses were not even close. Are you going? Su Qianwan asked in a serious tone. He could tell that someone wanted Qin Luo to go. And perhaps someone would target Qin Luo inside. Go? Why not? Qin Luo revealed a grim expression. Since they want to lure the wolf into the house, there's no reason for me not to go and savor the delicious food, isn't there? When these words came out, Su Changchen froze, as if he had just remembered Qin Luo unknowingly could already possess a battle power close to that of a saint. Since they want me to be the holy son of the Tai Ruins Holy Land, it would be better to just re-establish the mountain gate of the Tai Ruins Holy Land, Qin Luo said in a deep voice as he looked at the familiar Tai Hui Holy Land. From today onwards, the Tai Ruin Bell will remain the greatest treasure of the Tai Ruin Holy Land. Qin Luo waved his hand and the Tai Ruin bell flew out and struck heavily. Dang! 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 3 bells rang out, piercing through the clouds and beginning to spread out in all directions. Some of the powers, clans, and sects that were attached to the Tai Ruin Sacred Land. They all heard the bell of the Tai Ruins Sacred Land ringing. It is? The Great Market Bell? The Tai Ruins bell rings 3 times. Is this summoning us to the Tai Ruins Holy Land? Many people were a bit hesitant. 10 days ago, the Tai Ruins Sacred Land had sent out a call for help. And some of them had gone to the Tai Ruins Sacred Land, but the end result was that they never returned. After that, there was intelligence that the original saint son of the Tai Ruins Sacred Land, Qin Luo, now the imperial prince of the great Qin dynasty, had come to avenge his overthrow of the Tai Ruins Sacred Land. There wasn't even a single living dog left in the entire Tai Ruins Holy Land now that the Tai Ruin bell was ringing. They were a bit confused. The Tai Ruin bell is ringing. If we don't go, if the Tai Ruins Sacred Land blames us later, we may only have one way to die. But now that the people of the Tai Ruins Sacred Land may have been replaced with people from the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, won't we be dead if we go? Not necessarily. We're just some minions. It's not like we were involved when the Tai Ruins Sacred Land targeted Qin Luo before. There's no need for Qin Luo to kill us. Perhaps he's just trying to show off his prowess. Go, take the most outstanding woman in the family. After all, that's the imperial son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. If we can be taken in by him, then our family will soar. And it's not just one person who has this idea. There were 13 cities under the administration of the Tai Ruins Holy Land, with a combined population of nearly 1 million or so. Of those families, forces, and clans that were qualified to come on a pilgrimage to worship the Tai Ruins sacred ground, there were only about 20 of them. By the time they arrived at the Tai Ruins Holy Land, they found that the inside of the Tai Ruins Holy Land was silent, and there was no scene of bloodshed as they had imagined. Nor did they find a single corpse. The calmness was terrifying. And it was only after walking to the large square of the Tai Ruins Holy Land that they finally saw people. A figure that was somewhat familiar to many people sat on the seat of the Holy Lord of the former Tai Ruins Holy Land, and by his side were 6 women with top-notch figures and looks on either side. Seeing those women, some of those who had brought their families' women over felt their hearts go cold. Qin Luo had such high-quality women. He would still look at their families' women? Greetings, Your Highness the Ninth Prince. Everyone knelt down and greeted Qin Luo. Qin Luo looked at everyone below and spoke indifferently. There is no Emperor Qin Luo here. There is only the holy son Qin Luo of the Tai Ruins Holy Land. A statement that left a number of people a bit overwhelmed. What's that supposed to mean? Qin Luo had already thought about it a long time ago. Since others wanted him to become the holy son of the Tai Hui Holy Land, then he was the holy son of the Tai Hui Holy Land. To be them, to blend in, to be above them all, acknowledged him, then there's no way he's going to be kicked out. The identity of the prince is certainly good to use, and it is certainly convenient to act in the Jin Demon Division. But the case of Marquis Wu Yuan will eventually have a time to close. If he wanted to forcefully continue to use the reason to intervene inside the 100,000 mountains, he would definitely be resisted by the other Holy Lands and also the sections. But what if he's one of the 100,000 mountains own? Then it's an internal matter of the 100,000 mountains. You can use the rules of the 100,000 mountains. The other party had let him enter the stunning list and allowed him to participate in the Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Party. This was a proper acknowledgement of Qin Luo's identity. There was no reason he didn't follow through. Gentlemen, I've called you all here today to announce a sad news. Qin Luo's face revealed a touch of sadness. Everyone froze and looked up at Qin Luo, wondering what trick he was playing. Only Qin Luo could be heard saying in a deep voice, "All of you may not know that a dozen days ago, the people of the Heavenly Demon Sect attacked the Tai Ruin Sacred Land." Sky Demon Sect? So it was the Heavenly Demon Sect that attacked the Tai Ruins Holy Land at that time. They always felt that there was something wrong with the intelligence. When the Tai Ruins Holy Land sent out a signal for help, Qin Luo seemed to be in the Divine Soldier Valley. How did he split up and come over to overthrow the Tai Ruins Holy Land? Now after Qin Luo said that, it seemed to make sense. The Heavenly Demon Sect and the Tai Ruins Sacred Ground were feuding, and it was more than reasonable for the Heavenly Demon Sect to use that opportunity to lay hands on the Tai Ruins Sacred Ground. All of the disciples of my Tai Ruins Holy Land, after a bloody battle, were finally destroyed at the hands of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The entire Tai Ruins Holy Land, with its heritage nearly destroyed, only saved Elder Lin Ruochuan from the Heavenly Demon Sect's henchmen. After having an idea, Qin Luo had someone get Lin Ruochuan back. This woman hadn't gone far at all. She was waiting for Qin Luo to return to the Tai Ruin Sacred Ground once again after they left. She wanted to pass down the Tai Ruin Sacred Ground or end up here alone. Lin Ruochuan walked out, her expression extraordinarily complex, and many people recognized her as well. "It's Elder Lin." Qin Luo's gaze fell on Lin Ruochuan and asked, "Elder Lin, tell them who attacked the Tai Ruin Sacred Land a dozen days ago?" As Lin Ruochuan stood here, she felt a bit ridiculous that the person who had overthrown the Tai Ruin Sacred Ground had just told her that she wanted to rebuild the Tai Ruin Sacred Ground and carry it forward. Qin Luo's voice was still ringing in his ears. "Elder Lin, you don't want to see the inheritance of the Tai Ruin Sacred Ground broken off either, right?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruochuan looked at everyone and spoke in a deep voice. "A dozen days ago, the Heavenly Demon Sect's holy daughter Lang Lingxian and the Heavenly Demon Sect's 3 saints descended on my Tai Ruin Sanctuary. My Tai Ruin Sanctuary was undefeated, and my old ancestor was seriously injured, while the other disciples—" "Alright, help Elder Lin go down to rest." Qin Luo interrupted Lin Ruochuan's words, turned his head to the others and said, "I, Qin Luo, as the holy son of the Tai Ruins Holy Land, since the Holy Land hasn't cancelled my status as a holy son, then I have to shoulder the responsibility of rebuilding the Tai Ruins Holy Land. Today, on behalf of the Tai Ruins Holy Land, I declare war on the Sky Demon Sect." Widely publicized, the news of the declaration of war quickly reached the Sky Demon Sect. After Night Lingxian received the news, she was first stunned, then she smiled. "Good, since he declared war, there's no reason for my Heavenly Demon Sect not to respond to it, isn't there? I, the Heavenly Demon Sect, declare that I am responsible for the destruction of the Tai Ruin Sacred Ground. If the Tai Ruin Sacred Ground wants to fight, then let's fight." The Tai Ruins Holy Land was rebuilt, and the Holy Son Qin Luo temporarily took over the position of the Holy Lord. And after this matter was announced, the forces and family clans below the Tai Ruins Holy Land all responded, because those who don't respond have been exterminated. Some people from other Holy Lands felt that it was absurd. Qin Luo was the status of the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty. How could he be the holy son of the Tai Ruins Holy Land? After Qin Luo released the news that he was going to participate in the Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Party, under the impetus of quite a few well-intentioned people, they acquiesced to Qin Luo's identity and allowed him to continue to be the holy son of the Tai Ruin Sacred Land. This matter was taken care of, and the people from the Sword Jade Cliff made Qin Luo wait for his flowers. "You said that your master won't come to save you, right?" he asked as he looked down at Lu Jingjing, who was kneeling on the ground. Lu Jingjing heart naturally hoped that master will never come. "Here relative to master, is the Dragon Pool and Tiger's Den. Come in. There is a possibility that cannot escape, but in reality, she knew that master would come and master won't give up on the 6 of them. Not only would master, but senior sister would also come. And at that time, the sword jade cliffs might actually be wiped out in one fell swoop, but dreams are wonderful. But reality is cruel. An astonishingly terrifying sword intent rushed up, and a voice that was familiar to her rang out. Where is Su Chanshan? Sword extinction cliff Yilan is here. Come out and fight. A berserk sword chi descended from the sky, splitting a mountain peak in the Tai ruined sacred land in half with a single stroke. The might of the sword saint was as terrifying as it was. It seems that your master is not as busty as you guys. Qin Luo glanced at Lu Jingjing's chest and said that these words made Lu Jingjing ashamed and angry. She wanted to open her mouth to remind her master, but she found that she froze and couldn't say a word. Qin Luo smiled sorrowfully at her. You think, I don't know what you're thinking? You should pray that your master is more sensible, or else you'll have to go inside my human emperor Haki as sisters. Trying to enslave a great sage with the seal of life and death? It is difficult. Very difficult. Even if the other party's soul is seriously injured. It is difficult to brand the seal of life and death. Even if it is the seal of life and death, perhaps it is not able to completely control the other party, and it is hard to guarantee that such things as backlash will not appear. Qin Luo could only say, test to see what happens. Lu Jingjing shook her head at Qin Luo with tears in her eyes, as if she was questioning, didn't you say that you wouldn't kill my master? Qin Luo patted her pretty face. I can refrain from killing your master, but it's all with preconditions. That is to make her submit to me and prostrate herself at my feet. Otherwise, everything is not negotiable. Do you think the grudge between us can be ended? I'm not some stupid son of Qi. The heavenly Tao is damn well not on my side. How can I let go of someone who wants to kill me? Even if she is willing to let go of her hatred and stop striking out at me, then I let you guys go? I can be a pure fool, working for nothing. What do I want? If it is the protagonist, well, very normal operation. Lu Jingjing they released, and then come to what the agreement, to turn a war into a peace. In the end, they might even be able to coincidentally meet each other again, have some kind of renewed relationship, and because of some accident or something, take all 8 of the master and disciple. But there was a prerequisite for all of this, and that was that Qin Luo needed to be a son of Qi. But now, the son of Qi was Chu Feng, and these women were all reserved for Chu Feng's harem, while he, Qin Luo, was the villain. He couldn't dissolve the hatred no matter what he did. There is only one option, and that is strong suppression. Don't worry, Qin Luo patted Lu Jingjing's pretty face and said, my previous promise still stands. Your master will not die in front of you. I'll do what I say. I'm a man who values his promises. Lu Jingjing's eyes widened. She never thought that Qin Luo was keen on words. She wanted to spit out blood, but under Qin Luo's control, she froze and couldn't open her mouth, and could only swallow it raw, with only a trail of blood running down the corner of her mouth. Su Qianwan took a step into the midair and was met by a woman in a green shirt, holding a sword. She was Sword Jade Cliff Yilan, a sword saint who had once been at the Saint King realm and faced off against a great saint realm without losing. Behind her was a man and a woman. Stationed behind her, the man was Chu Feng, and the woman was Yi Lan's eldest disciple, Fong Cheng, whose cultivation had long since reached the Saint King realm. Fong Cheng, you go and save all your senior sisters. That old thing, I'll hold it off. Yes, master. Fong Cheng leapt down, wanting to rush in the direction of the Tai ruins Holy Land. Su Chanshan took a step across and stopped Fong Cheng. Your opponent is me. Yilan dashed towards Su Qianwan in a flash. Su Chanshan shook his head slightly, and without much ado, the Heavenly Dipper 10,000 swords formation that had already been refined by him was offered up all at once. Boom! It instantly enveloped the 3 of them, master and disciple. You guys, since you're here, none of you should leave. 36,000 sword chi crisscrossed across the room, and the terrifying aura caused Yilan's face to change in the blink of an eye. Before she came, she had already learned about Qin Luo's relevant information, and she also knew about Su Qianwan's existence. Su Chanshan's breakthrough into the Great Sage realm was only 20 to 30 years at most, and in her opinion, she was completely capable of winning the battle. However, he never expected that Su Chanshan would have such a terrifying great killing weapon in his hands this time. Yilan sat up a bit. Master, this formation is too terrifying. Why don't we retreat for now? Fong Cheng proposed from the side. Why Yilan didn't speak. She gripped her sword tightly and looked at Su Qiqian with a grave expression and said in a deep voice, Su Qiqian, I, Yilan, ask myself that I have not had any grudges with you. Why do you have to target my sword Jade Cliff? It was possible to hear from the tone of her voice that she was a bit of a wimp. Su Qianwan actually didn't know why Qin Luo was targeting Jian Jia, and to be honest, he couldn't see through this grandson of his at all. Come to think of it, Qin Luo always had his reasons for doing so. All he had to do was strike. There's no point in talking more. You make your move, Su Chanshan said with his hands behind his back, with a superior demeanor. Yi Lan's face was as gloomy as water as she said in a deep voice, good. Today, I, Yi Lan, must properly appreciate your strength. It's just a mere formation. Wanting to trap my Yilan, Delusional. Let's give it a try then. Su Qianwan waved his hand and thousands of sword chi whistled towards Yilan. The terrifying might was already comparable to some great Saint Realm powerhouses. Qin Luo rose up in the air and stood in the mid-air of the Tai Ruin sacred land. Looking at the battle in the distance, daughter of fortune found, name, Fang Qing, age, 137, luck level, second order, luck value, 20,000 points, cultivation, early Saint King realm, introduction, this woman is not a woman of fortune now. There is a second soul body existing in her body. After the main soul is erased, the second soul body will take over the body, and then develop into a woman of fortune, Qin Luo said with a slight blink of an eye. If nothing goes wrong, that woman called Fang Chang will definitely vow to die. And then she'll have no choice but to die. TSK, is this the heavenly Tao laying out a plan? Before the daughter of luck is even born, she already has 20,000 points of luck value. Cleverly, heaven has sensed that a crisis has arisen, and it will use its power to influence and intervene. Then since you've played a clear hand, and now you only have small cards in your hand, there won't be any surprises. Qin Luo's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the formation to see Fang Qing inside. At this moment, Chu Feng, who was protected by Fang Chang, his entire person was not well. How can he suppress master? How can he suppress master? Duan Mulin, didn't you say that his battle power is absolutely no match for masters? You're deceiving me again. Do you know what the price of deceiving me is? There is a limit to my patience. Chu Feng angrily roared into his heart with a hideous expression. Honestly, I didn't lie to you this time. This is the only time I didn't lie to you. I don't know how they still have this kind of horrible mass murderer. If I knew, I wouldn't have let you come over. The voice that reached Chu Feng's ears was filled with innocence. We're all in this together now. And if you're done, I'm pretty much done too. I don't think your master will ever make it. We only have one chance. Duan Mulin told Chu Feng his thoughts, causing Chu Feng to be shocked. Impossible. She's my senior sister. Just like my own sister. How can I sacrifice her to preserve me? If people don't take care of themselves, what's more, if you all die here, who will avenge them in the future? In the future, if you cultivate the great Tao, you might be able to bring them back to life. Chance, there is one and only one. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? If you die, how will you avenge the destruction of your family, the killing of your wife, and the taking of your sister? Chu Feng clenched his fists, his veins rippling as he roared. Don't you say it! A black gas surged from the pendant in front of his chest, and Fang Cheng looked back to find that Chu Feng's appearance seemed to have changed dramatically. The lingering black chi made Chu Feng look like a movie or TV drama villain. The black pendant on Chu Feng's chest turned into a blood-colored small sword that floated out of thin air in his hand, similarly attracting Fang Cheng's attention. From the body of the bloody sword, she detected a sickening smell of blood. Junior senior brother this is? Fang Cheng opened her mouth and asked. Chu Feng's hand that was holding the small sword shivered, and his expression looked somewhat grim. Give it to her. A low cry resounded in Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng snapped his head up to look at Fang Cheng. Senior sister, this sword might be able to break through this formation. Give it to me. Fang Cheng immediately reached out. But you might die. Chu Feng shivered. You'll make it out alive, right? Fang Cheng asked. Chu Feng did not answer, but Fang Cheng already had an answer. That will be enough. One of us has to get out alive. Otherwise, who will take our revenge? Give it to me. Fang Cheng forcefully took the small, blood-colored sword from Chu Feng's hands. Her face changed in a flash as she instantly got the way to activate it from within the blood-colored little sword. Devouring her flesh and soul could bring out the battle power of the great sage realm for a short period of time. With the help of the blood sword in her hand, she could break a crack in the middle of the formation and send Chu Feng out. Junior brother, in a moment, I'll make a move and you immediately flee from here. Remember, the farther away the better. Don't come over to seek revenge until your cultivation has risen to the great sage realm. Be sure to remember. Fang Cheng admonished Chu Feng in a serious tone, causing Chu Feng's heart to feel like a knife. He moved his lips and froze without saying a single word. Over there, the battle between Su Chanshan and Yi Lan had reached a white-hot stage. Yi Lan's strength was very strong. Her hand of sword technique was out of this world, and the great accomplishment of sword intent made her battle power soar. Slightly stronger than Su Chanshan in the middle stage of the great sage realm. Su Chanshan could only rely on the violet heavenly divine thunder hammer to fight Yi Lan to a draw. Sure enough, the battle power of a sword cultivator is extremely terrifying. Su Qianwan said secretly. If there was no Big Dipper 10,000 swords formation today, it was still unknown who would die, but now, Yi Lan has no chance. Big Dipper 10,000 sword formation. Give me the town. Su Qianwan let out a loud shout, and tens of thousands of sword chi from the heavenly Dipper 10,000 swords formation whistled towards Yi Lan, encircling her entire being solidly. While Yi Lan's face was gloomy as a voice transmission from her fell into Fang Cheng's ears. Shao Chang, I'll create an opportunity. You go all out. Maybe we can get a chance of survival for the two of you. Fang Cheng nodded silently as she squeezed the small, blood-colored sword in her hand and slashed her palm. Boom. The blood in her body began to be mobilized. Surging madly towards the small sword, her face turned as pale as paper in a flash. The small blood-colored sword in his hand turned into a long sword in this instant. Feeling all of this, Chu Feng finally opened his mouth with difficulty to block. Senior sister, don't. Jia. Boy, you really want to be a whore and make a name for yourself at the same time. It's not like you don't know that this behavior is irreversible. Why didn't you stop her before she started, instead of at this point? Boy, I really despise you. Chu Feng didn't know whether it was because he was told to break through the thoughts hidden within his heart, or because he was truly heartbroken. He hissed angrily, "Scram! Today, Chu Feng, am not leaving. I'm not leaving. Stupid ass. By all means." Boom! As that blood sword expanded, a black gas whistled out from it and rushed towards Chu Feng's body. The black chi had a clear target, which was Chu Feng's sea of consciousness. Chu Feng was invaded by an evil demon. Losing 50,000 points of chi. The host gained 50,000 points of villain value. Chu Feng's Taoist heart collapsed. Losing 50,000 points of chi. The host gained 50,000 points of villain value. Qin Luo froze. I'm not even on the field yet, and you're telling me that Chu Feng is about to be finished? This is no evil demon. This is clearly my dear teammate. Boom! The blood-colored longsword in Fang Cheng's hand blossomed with a dazzling blood-red light. While at the same time Yilan also discovered that something was wrong with Fang Cheng, but at this time there was no time to think too much. Yilan offered a sword. The green-colored sword chi quickly coalesced. The number of sword chi coalesced in an instant was more than the Big Dipper 10,000 sword formation. But in terms of power it was a far cry from that. The two sword chi collided together. Yilan's sword chi collapsed at the touch of a button. But it also bought time for Fang Cheng all the same. Only Fang Cheng held her sword with both hands and chopped out with great force. A blood-colored sword she instantly tore apart everything in front of her. Open for me! Fang Cheng roared angrily, and her appearance began to grow old with the naked eye, and in a short instant, she changed from the appearance of a wonderful woman to an old crone. Rumble. With a loud bang, the Big Dipper 10,000 swords formation shook at this moment. Qin Luo's eyes also widened outside. The Big Dipper 10,000 swords formation even had a crack at this moment? It's now! Go! Fang Cheng retained a surge of strength and forcefully pushed Chu Feng out. Live well. Listening to his senior sister's voice, Chu Feng could not help but weep. He hated himself too much. Chu Feng has become a demon and continues to lose his chi value. Losing 50,000 points. The host gains 50,000 points of villain value. Chu Feng loses 50,000 points of chi. Host gains 50,000 points of villain value. I want power. I want destructive power. I want to overthrow everyone present. I don't mind becoming a demon. Duan Mulin. Give me power. I agree to all your conditions. Give me power. Duan Mulin's voice resounded within Chu Feng's mind. It cannot be done. You clearly said before that you could help me overthrow everyone. Oh, then I was lying to you. Now I'm all out. So I'm not going to lie to you. Give me your body. Bring it to me. Jia. Don't worry. When I take over your body, I'll find a way to destroy this world and avenge you. Ha. No. Duan Mulin. You liar. In the Big Dipper 10,000 swords formation, Fang Cheng held the blood-colored longsword in her hand, and at this moment, she was no longer the one controlling the longsword, but rather a sword slave controlled by the longsword. Whoosh! The longsword broke through the void and carried her out. A head full of silver hair, fluttering in the wind. Lu Jingjing and the others saw the scene. One by one exclaimed in grief, "Senior sister!" But the next second, they saw something that shocked them even more. Chu Feng took a step across, and the blood-colored longsword fell into his hands. Then, he let out a piercingly treacherous laugh. Jia. With your blood and soul, help me open the sword prison. Puff! Chu Feng pierced through Fang Cheng's chest with his sword, and looking at Fang Cheng's expression of disbelief, the corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. Please don't hate me, because there's nothing I can do about your master's brother, and I want to live too. This is simply heaven-defying. The first sword on the shore. First to decapitate eldest sister? Qin Luo was also a bit tense. Of his family all hung up because of him. His fiancée was stabbed to death by his sword, and his sisters were reduced to slavery because of him. The master didn't know if he was alive or dead because of him, and his senior sister fought tooth and nail to get him out of there, and he killed him with a sword. People like that, they're just not human. Whoever befriended this kind of person would definitely be out of luck for 8 lifetimes. Eldest sister. No. Junior brother. How could you? Lu Jingjing and the rest of them were going crazy. Their little senior brother, who they loved with all their hearts, had killed their eldest senior sister. Chu Feng has succeeded in becoming a demon, losing 100,000 points of chi. The host gains 100,000 000 points of villain value. Chu Feng's cultivation began to soar, leaping to the peak of the harmonized god realm, and then continued, stepping into the cave heaven realm. Ah! How dare you! How could you? Chu Feng let out an impotent roar. Shut up! I'm in charge of your body now. Duan Mulin's cold voice rang out. Don't you want me to take revenge for you? Killing all of them may not be possible, but killing that guy is still doable. A mere cave sky can be destroyed with your hand. Chu Feng's body instantly disappeared in place. Whoosh! An air-breaking sound rang out as Chu Feng stabbed his sword towards Qin Luo. The power of this sword had already reached the late stage of the cave realm, and if it was another early stage of the cave realm, perhaps it would only be able to drink hate. But Qin Luo, he revealed a look of disdain as he sheathed the Qin Feng sword in his hand. The 10 great caverns in his body began to be mobilized, and in Chu Feng's eyes, in an instant, Qin Luo's aura changed, and it was as if he had seen a terrifying tsunami, while he was like a small wooden boat. How is it possible? Is this fucking still human? Chu Feng shouted furiously in his heart. Bang! The two exchanged hands before he truly felt how terrifying Qin Luo was. Demons! Definitely a demon. How could a power comparable to the Saint Realm not shock him? Puff! He sprayed out a large mouthful of blood and flew backwards, and at the first moment, he cut through the void with his sword to leave. Stay you! Qin Luo, who had already prepared for this, instantly offered up the human emperor's flag. GGG, don't go away. Stay and be a guest. Little brother, are people beautiful? Stay with me. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and when Chu Feng sensed the aura of this place, he was instantly stunned, and an expression of horror to the extreme appeared on his face. No, it can't be. This is the 10,000 soul streamer. No way. Chu Feng recognized the essence of the human emperor streamer, and as one of the so-called extraterrestrial evil demons that had once invaded this world, he was all too aware of the terror of the 10,000 soul streamer. Blast! 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 The blood-colored longsword in his hand bloomed with a dazzling red light rumble. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Chu Feng's body instantly disappeared in place, and a huge black hole swallowed him up. An extremely cold voice floated out from the black hole. I'll be back again. Chu Feng loses the heavy treasure of reversing heaven's destiny, losing 100,000 points of chi. The host gains 100,000 points of villain value. Qin Luo grabbed the small sword that had reverted to being a pendant-like object, looked at the thing, and muttered, almost gripped bald? What kind of heaven-defying heavy treasure is this thing? Qin Luo took a look at it and couldn't make it out. Casually, he threw it within his cave heaven and let the human emperor streamer suppress it. Hey Huang, you should study it first. There was still one very important thing that had not been done, and that was Feng Cheng, who had been killed by Chu Feng. Go, find that woman for me. Qin Luo gave an order and several people immediately rushed towards the place where Feng Cheng had just fallen. It took a full day of digging into the ground to finally find Feng Cheng. Are you Feng Cheng? Qin Luo looked at the girl-like woman in front of him and asked with some uncertainty, because of all the places searched. There was only this one woman in front of me. Feng Cheng looked at Qin Luo and didn't say anything because she had read from Qin Luo's eyes that the other party had determined her identity. Daughter of Fortune found, name, Feng Cheng, age, 17, time since birth of second soul, luck level, 4th order, luck value, 289. 000 points, physique, sword spirit sacred body. All divine weapons and blades have spirituality, and the sword spirit sacred body can be the spirit of a divine weapon, or an extremely powerful sword cultivator. A human sword in 1, cultivation level, 3rd level of the transformation realm. Introduction. The doomed calamity has happened in advance, but the one who should have gained her may have lost her forever. Gain her true allegiance, and the swordsmanship of the gods is no longer a dream. Qin Luo instantly understood the plot of the story about Chu Feng. Because of the accident, Feng Cheng died, but her second soul awakened and became a sword spirit, becoming his Chu Feng's sword spirit, accompanying him in his conquests, leading to the peak. But on the contrary, he, Qin Luo, appeared and cut Feng Cheng off. What do you want to do to me? Kill me? Feng Cheng opened her mouth and asked. No, 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 no. I'm a person who dislikes killing people the most, especially not women. Bang! Yilan was thrown down by Su Chanshan and landed on the ground. Qin Luo glanced at Yilan and walked over with his sword, placing it on Yilan's neck. You don't want to see all your disciples die in front of you, do you? How about giving you a choice? Submit to me and I can spare your lives and others. Qin Luo, who had just said that he wouldn't kill women, was now operating in a way that made the corners of Feng Cheng's mouth twitch. Hey, she sighed, it's that close, but unfortunately, there's no escape when you're in the devil's den. Yilan looked up at Qin Luo and mocked. With you, you're not worthy? Qin Luo shook his head. Since the other party wasn't willing to submit, he could only let her go inside the human emperor's streamer to be sisters with her disciples. Some pity. Unity Sun suggests that consuming 200,000 000 points of villain value can be exchanged for the Dao Xanc demon technique. God level technique can be presented with the embodied demon seed. *2 can be swallowed directly to plant the demon. Dao Xanc demon can be planted deep in the soul of the other side of the planting of a demon seed. Subconsciously change the other side. With the passage of time, the other side will be dead. Subjugation to the spellcaster system. I have to say, you're sweet, but you're also greedy. You call that a pillow for a sleepy head? Redemption. Consuming 200,000 points of villain value to redeem successfully. A profoundly mysterious gong method surfaced in Qin Luo's mind. He could cultivate the Dao Heart Demon Seed Grand technique to condense out the demonic seed and then plant it in the other party's soul. The enchanted then must not do anything to harm the caster, subconsciously changing the enchanted into the caster's most loyal slave. This was too much more terrifying than the seal of life and death. A pitch-black devil seed surfaced in his hand, and he looked at Yilan and smiled. It's not up to you, good girl. Swallow. Bang! Chufeng fell to the ground from the void, and after twitching twice, he fainted, and in the sea of his soul, two little people were fighting madly. The loss of the sword prison caused Guan Mulin to lose his absolute advantage, and Chufeng had a chance to turn the tide against the wind. And knock, knock. A sound of horse hooves came. Chufeng, who was lying on his back, was discovered. Your Highness, a dying man was found ahead. Xin Yun rode over and looked down on Chufeng, who was lying dead below, and sensing that Chufeng's vitality was extremely thin, she said indifferently, since we've come across it, let's dig a pit and bury it. Yes. A few knights were just about to make a move when they were blocked. Wait. Xin Yun's protector stepped out and walked over to Chufeng's side. She slightly probed Chufeng's injuries and was greatly shocked in her heart. Princess, this person has been injured extremely severely. His 5 organs and 6 bowels have almost all been shattered, and there is actually no dantian in his body. Xin Yun came with a hint of interest. What do you mean? There's a sword in his body, and it's not of a low grade. The reason why he's able to cultivate and maintain his undead state is all because of this sword. That means that this sword is very good? Xin Yun froze. Her gaze moved to Chufeng's dantian, and without the slightest hesitation, she spoke decisively. Dig it! Chufeng's body's divine sword has been dug up, losing 50,000 points of chi. The host gains 50,000 points of villain value. Chufeng's chi luck value remaining 19,800 points. About to lose Sons of Chi luck status. Outrageous. Someone is robbing my business? Qin Luo was stunned. The divine sword inside Chufeng's body was something that Qin Luo had already reserved, and it was surprising that it was being robbed by someone. Dare to rob me? You've got a lot of guts. Oh, maybe it's another son of Qi? Whatever. Let's get the business at hand done first. Qin Luo's gaze once again fell on Yilan's body. Good boy. You'll suffer less if you obey. Looking at the magic seed in Qin Luo's hand, Yilan coldly spoke. Impossible. You might as well kill me. Putting on a dead pig's face, he intended to die heroically. TSK, woman, you're a bit insensitive. Swallow it, or you will watch your apprentice die in front of you today. As he spoke, Qin Luo put a sword on Lu Jingjing's neck. Shoes. Lu Jingjing was controlled by Qin Luo with no way to speak. She could only signal her master not to agree to Qin Luo with eyes full of tears, without waiting for Yilan to speak. Qin Luo slashed his sword and brushed it. It did not cut through the neck of Lu Jingjing, but cut through her clothes, and the daytime clothes were exhausted. The next sword will be her neck. Qin Luo grabbed Lu Jingjing's neck. How white and smooth. And you put up with it? I don't think you want to see your apprentices die in front of you either, do you? No, not just dead. They probably had to suffer more abuse in life than you can imagine. And I, for one, just made a small request of you. As he spoke, Qin Luo slashed his sword across, and Lingyu's clothes were also torn to shreds. And then it was the other disciples. Each of them had a humiliated expression on their faces, itching to die here immediately. But the girls who were controlled by Qin Luo couldn't do it. Of why Yilan's eyes were red. She looked at Qin Luo and roared. Enough! I'll eat! Yilan said through gritted teeth. Several disciples immediately signaled Yilan with their eyes. Don't. Yilan sighed. If she was killed with her disciples, she closed her eyes and quickly passed. But for her to witness her disciples, whom she regarded as her daughters, suffer humiliation in front of her, how could she not possibly endure it? 1,000 times harder than killing her. 10,000 times harder. Smart choice. Qin Luo's magic seed was handed to Yilan's mouth. Yilan lightly opened her red lips, and the magic seed was like a tadpole, rushing in at once, entering her body. It began to wander around frantically, with an extremely clear target, which was Yilan's sea of soul. What have you done to me? Yilan looked at Qin Luo in horror. Just now that thing seemed to have rushed into her soul. There was no damage to her soul, but the soul is the most important place of a person. An inexplicable thing drilled into it. How could she not be alarmed? Nothing, just some small means, Qin Luo said indifferently. He was already vaguely able to discover the connection with the two as he operated the Dao heart-seeding magic. Just a little trick to make sure I don't let you kill me. I'm a person who keeps his promises the most, so I won't kill your disciples today. Before Yilan could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Qin Luo continue. However, it won't be guaranteed in the future. You lied to me. Yilan roared. Qin Luo shook his head. No, 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 no. It just proves that I'm a person who is more faithful to my promises. Or else if it were anyone else, they might have just torn up their promises. How about we make a deal next? You'll be by my side for a few years to do things for me, and I'll release all of your disciples from my control over them when the time comes. This kind of control, but it will make one's life worse than death. As Qin Luo's words fell, he catalyzed the seal of life and death within Lu Jingjing's body. Ah! Lu Jingjing let out a hiss of extreme pain, and fine beads of sweat surfaced on top of her naked body. This scene made Yilan's heart ache. One must know that Lu Jingjing was now in the Saint King realm. To be able to make the Saint King realm suffer so much that even sweat came out. What did this represent? Kill me, please, kill me. The pained Lu Jingjing couldn't even control her own life and death, and could only pray for Qin Luo's mercy. Yilan closed her eyes. Every time she compromised, she could only get an inch from the other side over and over again. She can't help it, can she? 3 years? I've been by your side for 3 years, but you can't force me to do what I don't want to do. Deal. With a wave of Qin Luo's hand, the pain on Lu Jingjing's body lifted. 3 years was enough time for the demon seed to take root and reverse Yilan's thoughts. After 3 years, she wanted to leave? Oh, Qin Luo only needed one word and she would immediately kneel at her feet. 3 years wouldn't need to be used if progress was faster. Qin Luo's gaze fell on Feng Qing. It's your turn next. Feng Qing's body trembled, and with great effort, she squeezed out a smile on her face and said, Can I not eat it? Qin Luo shook his head. I can't. Be good. Swallow it. It's very nutritious. Even the great sage couldn't resist. What could she, Feng Qing, do? Qin Luo could even forcefully brand her with a life and death seal. Only, why use that kind of tactics when you can sincerely submit? Sword spirit sacred body. This thing is of great use. As soon as Feng Qing closed her eyes, she swallowed it. Right. Qin Luo pointed at Feng Qing and said, This one is also your disciple Feng Qing. Yilan froze. Disciple Feng Qing? Kidding aside, she and Feng Qing had been together for over 100 years. How could she not recognize that not only were the looks different, but the soul aura was also completely different? Of course, she's not really Feng Qing, since Feng Qing has been killed by your dear little apprentice. Boom! Yilan's heart was as if a giant hammer had smashed it hard. This is what they saw with their own eyes. Qin Luo pointed at Lu Jingjing and the girls and said. Why Yilan looked up at Lu Jingjing and the girls and saw the answer in their eyes. Zhu Feng had actually killed Feng Qing? She's sort of Feng Qing's second personality. You see, your youngest apprentice killed your eldest apprentice, and I saved your eldest apprentice. TSK. When it comes down to it, I've done you a favor that has to be repaid. Don't you think so? Qin Luo's words left Yilan somewhat speechless. Surprisingly, it seemed to make sense. Feng Qing was implanted with demons, lost 20,000 points of qi. Host gained 20,000 points of villain value. Continuous loss of luck as the demon planting progresses. System. Didn't she have 20,000 points before? She's not her. She's automatically converted to her luck value after death. Good lord. That explanation seems to make some sense. Today could be said to be a bumper harvest. With an additional great sage under his command, Qin Luo felt that he could almost do whatever he wanted in the 100,000 mountains. After Qin Luo finished, Lu Jingjing and the girls had already put on their clothes and Zheng Tuo walked in. Your Highness, a letter from Marquis Yinggu. Oh, the Qingyun sect was overthrown? Qin Luo asked, reporting back to Your Highness. Yes, the Green Cloud sect is full of extinctions. Besides Marquis Yingwu's strike, there were also 2 other saints plus a Saint King realm powerhouse that struck. Boy, that's quite a look at the Green Cloud sect. Don't they just have one saint? Qin Luo asked. 2, in addition to the one saint on the surface, there is also a half-step Saint King realm powerhouse hidden within the Green Cloud sect. No wonder it takes 2 Saint Kings. What is Qin Ming's reason for destroying the Qingyun sect? Qin Luo asked. There is an already ripe soul infant fruit within the Green Cloud sect. Soul infant fruit? Qin Luo was really surprised. The soul infant fruit, a cool baby-looking spirit fruit, was said to blossom once in 1,000 years, bear fruit again in 1,000 years, and mature in another 1,000 years. It would take a full 3,000 years to get a soul infant fruit. And that didn't even count the time it took for the soul infant fruit tree to grow. The soul infant fruit's greatest function was just one, and that was to provide pure soul energy. A single soul infant fruit was enough to raise the soul strength of a cultivator who had just stepped into the cave realm to the sage realm. As for the soul infant fruit's grade, It had even reached the level of a Saint-grade upper-grade. Qin Luo licked his lips. This is good stuff. Does Chen Zhanshan have a chance? Zheng Tuo immediately shook his head. Marquis Yinggu didn't have access to the soul infant fruit, and the other saint, according to him, is stronger than him. Qin Luo was a bit regretful. It's a pity. On the side, Zheng Tuo took out the sound transmission jade talisman, and his face became extraordinarily grave. Your Highness, Marquis Yinggu has sent word that something big is about to happen. Third Prince Qin Ming, perhaps he wants to target Su Shang. Qin Luo's expression froze all of a sudden. Keep asking. Qin Luo asked. Zheng Tuo shook his head. Marquis Yinggu said that he would destroy the voice transmission jade talisman. He'll use special channels to get the message through. Good. Targeting my grandpa. Qin Luo sneered and told Su Qianwan the news. After hearing this, a flash of coldness flashed through Su Qianwan's eyes. Perhaps I was right. Wei Xiaolin is the murderer who overthrew my Su family. As a prince, Qin Ming, he won't sit back and watch you grow up. And as an enemy, Wei Xiaolin won't let me investigate the truth. So it's time for him to strike. I'm going back to the imperial capital. Su Chanshan said in a deep voice. Qin Luo, you should hibernate for a while and keep a low profile. Compared to the other imperial princes, your power is still too weak. According to the available intelligence, apart from the 8th Prince Qin Feng, who was not backed by a powerful person of the Great Sage realm, every remaining prince had the shadow of a great sage behind them to a greater or lesser extent. My grudge with Wei Xiaolin needs to have an end. Su Chanshan had returned to the imperial capital before to take revenge, but he had realized that he still had a descendant alive, so he had delayed, and now that Qin Luo had prospered, he felt that he should take revenge. Grandpa, now that the enemy situation is unknown, we should think twice. Qin Luo reminded. Wei Xiaolin was the divine martial marquis of the great Qin imperial dynasty. As early as 300 years ago, he had become a powerhouse of the great saint realm. How strong was he now? Unknown. Don't worry, I have my measure. They killed me for just 2 reasons. One is because of you, and the other is because of the Su family's revenge for the extermination of their family. I'd like to see just how strong Wei Xiaolin is. Even if I'm undefeated, he still won't be able to stop me if I want to leave. Don't forget that I still have the Heavenly Dipper 10,000 Swords formation in my hands, and even though it's not as powerful as it was before the battle with Yi Shang, it's still powerful enough to withstand a great sage realm powerhouse. On the contrary, it's you who should not be so aggressive after I leave. The case of Marquis Wu Yuan should be closed. Su Qianwan had also been stunned by Qin Luo's madness recently, destroying the Heavenly Robber Hall, Dan Ding sect, and the Tai Ruins sacred ground one after another, and also taking down a great saint. This kind of thing, he didn't even dare to think about it, and Qin Luo had actually done it. Alright, close the case. Qin Luo felt that now that he had a new identity, he shouldn't continue to use Marquis Wu Yuan's case against the clans inside the 100,000 mountains. Didn't you declare war with the Heavenly Devil sect? Those clans that participated in the destruction of the Tai Ruins Holy Land. Your end has come. What? You weren't involved? I'm sorry, I saw you guys make a move, and the Heavenly Devil sect will recognize it, won't they? Yi Lan, you go as well. If you have the chance, kill Wei Xiaolin, or worse, ensure my grandfather's safety. Qin Luo ordered to Yi Lan, who was at the side. Yi Lan, who had the intention to resist, did not know why, but ghostly agreed, which made her even feel ridiculous. Pass the news to my Lord Commander of the 10 Guards. Tell him that in the case of the Marquis Wu Yuan's residence, all of the final culprits behind the case have been eradicated, and the case can be closed. Li Yi let out a huge sigh of relief. Finally the case could be closed, but before his news could be spread, he received a message from the Demon Suppression Division. Your Highness, there is something wrong with the situation. Li Yi spoke with an odd expression. What's wrong? The Qingyun sect was overthrown, saying that it was because of its involvement in the Marquis Wu Yuan's case. Li Yi weakly spoke. Guest, didn't you say to frame me? Qin Luo faintly said back. Li swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, the Star Hall was exterminated, and it was also said that it was involved in the case of the Marquis Wu Yuan's residence, and that you sent people to overthrow it. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. There was also the Li family of Zhangzhou, where the entire clan was killed, saying that they had also been involved in the case of the destruction of the Marquis Wu Yuan's house. There's also the Red Flame Holy Land, which was also involved in the Marquis Wu Yuan's mansion extermination case. The Song family of Yunzhou, the Qi family of Wuzhou, and the Zhang family of Yunzhou, they had all been involved in the Marquis Wu Yuan's extermination case. And Qin Luo's entire body was stunned as he muttered, is this what happens when the gun hits the head? Just so blatantly planted? Which other one? Finish in one breath. Qin Luo chided. There's also the fact that Changping Wang's first grandson, Ning Yuan, was killed on the spot, saying that he was involved in the Marquis Wu Yuan's mansion extermination case. Crap. This is a bit anticlimactic. King Chongping wouldn't be a fool, right? Qin Luo felt that this planning was too much of a child's play. Chongping King wouldn't let anyone take this pot on Qin Luo's back unless he was a fool. Mo Yihan, who was on the side, weakly said, like, he's really involved. Huh? Qin Luo turned his head to look at him. His entire body was fucking messed up. You're saying he's really involved? Feeling Qin Luo's terrifying aura, Mo Nihan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, I heard my father say the word Ning Yuan before. It seems like one of Marquis Wu Yuan's great-granddaughters was given to that person. Qin Luo was exasperated and laughed. This kind of planting tactics is not clever, but it is very disgusting. Moreover, it is highly likely that the planting will be successful. One hammer in the east, one hammer in the west, proving that there are a lot of people who have made a lot of efforts. In that case, he'll be the one to stand out. Fine, play it that way. Was going to close the case? Since you guys are going to play, let's play a big game. Tell them that after our meticulous investigation, we have discovered that the Marquis Wu Yuan extermination case has a wide range of implications and inside information. The Black Hand behind the scenes intends to subvert the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Li Yi and the others were confused. This wave played a bit big. Before it could be said that it was the case of the Jin Demon Division. Qin Luo represented the Jin Demon Division, but now it was different. Qin Luo represented the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. He's investigating a case of rebellion. This case involves a wide range of people. Even within the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty there are people involved in it. An idle personal vendetta could never have such a great influence. So the case of Marquis Wu Yuan involves a conspiracy to rebel. And there are even big names within the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty who are involved in it. Send my deduction to the Jin Demon Division and spread the word widely. Since they've already played a big game, it's just as well they don't end it. When the news reached the Devil Suppressing Division, it caused an uproar. And anyone with a clear eye knew that someone was planting evidence against Qin Luo. But Qin Luo's suggestion that someone was intent on subverting the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty was also quite reasonable, wasn't it? A small Marquis Wu Yuan. What virtue can make so many people miss him? Qin Luo, this is considered to be a disguised admission that all those things were done by him. So many clans and forces they are involved in this matter. That proves that the case of Marquis Wu Yuan, there is something else going on. What a madman. After receiving Qin Luo's report, the 10 Guards commander of the Demon Suppression Division's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He had a premonition that things would go beyond everyone's expectations. And when the time came, there would be heavenly trouble. Ancestor yo! Quickly, take care of the matters at hand as soon as possible. I'm going to the 100,000 Mountains. The Cloud Mountain Shao family and the 10,000 Swords Villa are all Black Hands intent on subverting the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. So the entire clan should be exterminated. Qin Luo ordered in a deep voice. Originally, they wanted to use the skin of the Tai Ruins Holy Land to continue raiding the 100,000 Mountains. And since they were playing like this, they wouldn't stop. Let's go. We'll go to the 10,000 Swords Villa first. The most famous thing about the 10,000 Swords Villa was the Sword Tomb. And it was said that there were tens of thousands of famous sword weapons buried inside the 10,000 Swords Villa thousands of years ago. The 10,000 Swords Villa was also brilliant. And there were also great Saint Realm powerhouses. But unfortunately, by today, the 10,000 Swords Villa has completely fallen, even more so. Because of Yi Chen, he was about to meet his doom. There were enemies of the 10,000 Sword Villa who had struck out against the 10,000 Sword Villa even before Qin Luo went there. And they attacked the 10,000 Sword Villa all the way until they killed the 10,000 Sword Villa's Sword Tomb, which was stopped by the 10,000 Sword Villa's disciples with their sword formation with the help of the terrain. A full dozen large and small clan forces, numbering over 10,000, surrounded the Sword Tomb of the 10,000 Sword Villa. As for the 10,000 Swords Villa at the moment, it was like hell. Many of the female disciples of the 10,000 Swords Villa became the playthings of the victors, and the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Villa, who were reduced to the targets of those who were practicing against them, were sharply reduced on a daily basis. Gentlemen, after taking the Sword Tomb of the 10,000 Sword Villa, the Golden Blade sect, want 1,000 sword weapons. Old man, you play with swords. What kind of sword weapons do you need? I think it would be better to give all the sword weapons to my 9 Elements Sword sect, so that my 9 Elements Sword sect will still remember your Golden Sword sect as a favor. Since ancient times, swords are not separate. Why can't my Golden Sword sect play with swords? My Golden Sword sect can change its name to Golden Sword sect. I don't care what you guys want. 10,000 Sword Villa. 1,000 Illusion Sword sect. Want it? A handsome man walked out. He looked at the others and said in a deep voice, with an undeniable color within his tone, the 1,000 Illusion Sword sect was the main force that attacked the 10,000 Swords Villa this time. And the sect leader of the 1,000 Illusion Sword sect, Li Mo, had even just stepped into the realm of the saints. and was the same disciple as the dead 10,000 Swords Villa's sect leader, but killing up his former fellow disciples. He was not merciful at all. The 10,000 Sword Villa died more than 10,000 people. At the very least, 8,000 died in the hands of their 1,000 Illusion Sword sect. Since sect leader Li wants it, we naturally won't grab it from sect leader Li. Only the sword weapons inside this sword too? The Golden Sword sect patriarch asked tentatively. The 1,000 Illusion Sword sect, don't want any of them. When these words came out, the other people's eyes lit up. They thought that Li Mo was going to take the lion's share, but now that Li Mo didn't want it, they could be happy. Attack! People of 10,000 Sword Villa, leave no one behind. Kill for me. Li Mo offered a sword, transforming into thousands of bodies, and attacked frantically towards this great formation of the sword tomb in front of him. Brush, brush, brush. Each fall of the sword was bound to stir up a ripple. In a short moment, Li Mo had made a full thousands of swords within the sword tomb formation. All of the disciples looked up at the terrifying sight of the sword chi outside, and each of their faces were as pale as paper. Old man sighed. Today, my 10,000 Swords Villa, it seems that I'm in trouble. Fight to the death. Fight to the death and don't retreat. The other disciples shared the same hatred. Holding their long swords in their hands with firm eyes, the opponents almost always don't leave prisoners. They only fight to the death. Boom, boom, boom. The others also joined the battle, and the 10,000 Swords Villa's formation was about to be broken. At this critical moment, a voice filled with majesty resounded within the 10,000 Swords Villa. The 10,000 Sword Villa is involved in the case of the destruction of the Marquis Wu Yuan's residence with the intention of subverting my great Qin imperial dynasty. The Demon Suppression Division is on the case, so idle people get out. Otherwise, you'll be punished for the same offense. These words fell on the ears of the others, causing an uproar. What? The 10,000 Sword Villa intends to subvert the great Qin imperial dynasty? This shitpot is a bit big. What virtue does 10,000 Swords Villa have? It's that Qin Luo. He's here again. Go, can't get involved in things here. There were smart people who knew that Qin Luo was true to his word. When he said you were an accomplice, but some people were not happy about it. Especially Lemur, just a little bit. He could have destroyed the 10,000 Sword Villa's great formation. Just a little bit. He could have gotten that important inheritance underneath the 10,000 Sword Villa, but why did Qin Luo and the others come at this critical moment? He specifically waited for several days to confirm that Qin Luo was unlikely to remember 10,000 Swords Villa before he came over, who knew that Qin Luo simply didn't follow the routine. Taking a deep breath, Li Mo leapt and flew up, landing in midair. He spoke in a deep voice. We also have a grudge against the 10,000 Sword Villa. Most of the 10,000 Sword Villa's disciples have already died by our hands. I can offer all the resources within the 10,000 Sword Villa with both hands. I only have one request. Let me personally avenge the destruction of 10,000 Sword Villa. If the 9th Prince of Great Qin allows it, I, 1,000 Illusion Sword Sect, will count myself as owing you a favor. In the future, on the Mountain of Swords and in the Sea of Fire, I, Li Mo, will definitely return this favor. Qin Luo stepped out. He looked at Li Mo and spoke faintly. I won't repeat what I just said a second time. As for you, a little saint, are your favors worth much? Lu Jingjing, prepare to clear the field. After 3 breaths, all those who don't want to leave this place, kill. Qin Luo was angry. The consequences were serious. Negotiate with him? Without capital. Where is the qualification? Li Yi saw one person at this time. His eyes instantly became red, clenched his fists, and his expression became hideous. Your Highness, Li Yi shouted towards Qin Luo. I still ask your Highness to help my subordinate. Kill the 9 Yuan Sword Sect Patriarch Ho Yangping. Following Li Yi's gaze, Qin Luo then saw Ho Yangping in his group. He said indifferently, the people from the 9 Yuan Sword Sect will stay behind. If one of you escapes, none of you will leave today. Wow. In an instant, those people below were separated from the people of the 9 Yuan Sword Sect, leaving them standing alone and looking abrupt. Ho Yangping's face went pale in an instant. He didn't expect Li Yi to become Qin Luo's henchman. This would be a real tragedy. He immediately opened his mouth to try to buy himself a ray of life. Your Highness the 9th Prince, Li Yi is the one who killed my son to betray my 9 Yuan Sword Sect. Your Highness, his character is not good. I, the 9 Yuan Sword Sect, am willing to serve your Highness, and serve your Highness as a dog and horse. He took out what he thought was his biggest bargaining chip with the intention of impressing Qin Luo. Any way you look at it, the 9 Elements Sword Sect combined was worth more than Li Yi alone. Li also clenched his fists. He did not expect Ho Yangping to be so decisive. Allegiance? Qin Luo sneered. This kind of thing, it's also about first come first served, isn't it? Besides, are you worthy? He immediately pronounced the sentence. The 9 Elements Sword Sect colluded with the 10,000 Swords Villa to exterminate the entirety of my Marquis Wu Yuan's house in Qin. with the intent of subverting my Qin imperial dynasty, when the whole clan is executed. With a wave of Qin Luo's hand, the few women from the sword extinction cliff killed towards the people from the 9 Yuan sword sect. Each and every one of them had been suppressed for too long, and the pent-up grievances in their hearts finally had a chance to be vented. Looking at the several women as if they were crazy, Qin Luo looked at Lu Jingjing and said, "Women, especially older women, when it's time to release, they should release it, always so pressurized. Who will want to marry in the future?" Lu Jingjing glanced at Qin Luo grudgingly, as if to say, "Isn't this all your responsibility for us becoming like this? Li Yi, you also go down." Qin Luo waved his hand. Li Yi immediately rushed down. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to kill Ho Yangping handily. Qin Luo patted Lu Jingjing's shoulder. "Look, now you know how lucky you guys are, right? Those who have no value are not even qualified to submit to me. You should be thankful that your talent and cultivation are considered good. By the way, the person who should be more thankful that you have the treatment you have nowadays should be your junior brother." Lu Jingjing's expression became even more sultry. At the time Chu Feng stabbed their eldest senior sister to death, she had classified Chu Feng as a stranger. After being classified as a stranger, she snapped out of it and realized that she really should be thanking their young master for all of this. If Chu Feng hadn't gone to take revenge, how would Ling Yu have fallen into Qin Luo's hands? And if Ling Yu hadn't fallen into Qin Luo's hands, how would she have been taken down by Qin Luo? Moreover, it was a multiple abuse, and as a woman, her innocence was almost gone. Marrying a man, marrying his grandma's leg. If it wasn't for the fact that they had all fallen into Qin Luo's hands, how could Master be subjected to Qin Luo? The root of the evil of everything was Chu Feng. She had reason to suspect that Chu Feng was the heavenly Tao that had arranged for them to come here, specifically for them to cross the tribulation. But it was a pity that this tribulation had not been crossed. The people of the 9 Yuan sword sect died out. Liu Mo took a deep look at the direction of the sword tomb. A touch of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. He didn't dare to continue to stay here, and with a flash, he rushed towards the outside. Lu Jingjing resumed her cool appearance. She glanced at the direction where Li Mo disappeared, then said to Qin Luo, "There's something wrong with that person just now. Maybe there's something here that's worth his thoughts." "Oh yeah? Thinking about my things, TSK. Qin Luo sneered. "I'd like to see how many heads he's grown. Attack and take that so-called formation." Qin Luo gave an order. Lu Jingjing made a move. Others took the trouble to get half a day and could not break. She only needed one move. A sword chi ruthlessly impacted on top of the formation, and the formation shattered in an instant. As the formation shattered, a roar of fury rang out. "Kill! For the sake of Master Zhuang's revenge, avenge your little sister." Qin Luo just watched this scene with cold eyes as Ling Yu and the girls rushed into the crowd like an executioner, mercilessly slaughtering the disciples of 10,000 Sword Villa. Blood dyed the entire ground red. Qin Luo landed on the ground, and the human emperor streamer was offered up, taking all the dead souls into the human emperor streamer. "That place? It seems like there is a sword spirit," Fang Qing said with a reminder at Qin Luo's side. "A sword spirit? Same as you?" Qin Luo asked. "It's not the same. I'm still human in nature. I just have the sword spirit holy body. Perhaps I was a sword spirit in my previous life," Fang Qing said after thinking about it. "This would be what you just said that guy wanted to miss." Qin Luo looked at Lu Jingjing and laughed. "Let's go and take a look. I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest inside this 10,000 swords villa. One should travel more. Any family or power that is associated with the protagonist shouldn't just be a coincidence. Perhaps they all have their own excesses." Deep inside the sword tomb, there was a wordless tombstone, and according to the account of the dead soul inside the human emperor's streamer, the sword weapon of one of their ancestors from 10,000 Sword Villa was buried here. "Dig in." At Qin Luo's command, Ling Yu and the others made their move. As soon a small bronze coffin appeared in front of Qin Luo and the others. "The sword spirit is in here. I can feel it," Fang Qing said. "Open the coffin." As the coffin opened, Qin Luo and the others saw a broken sword appear inside, and even though it was a broken sword, it was still emitting a cold chill. As if realizing the danger, a sharp sword chi sparked from above the broken sword and roared towards Qin Luo and the others. A brush. "Being able to attack on your own? TSK? Not bad. A broken holy weapon was just a broken holy weapon. Even if a sword spirit was born, it couldn't possibly cause the slightest harm to Qin Luo." Lu Jingjing stepped forward, and with a wave of her hand, that sword chi was shattered, and a strike heavily smashed on top of the broken sword, and a mournful sound rang out. "What is the use of a sword spirit?" Qin Luo asked. Fang Cheng replied without thinking. "If the sword weapon has given birth to a sword spirit, then its power will become extraordinarily terrifying. The sword weapon can mimic its owner to attack, and the sword spirit is also evolvable. If it evolves to a certain level, the sword weapon will advance. However, its sword has been destroyed, and it doesn't see that it will accept a new sword weapon. Then it's useless to me?" Qin Luo frowned. "Works for me." Fong Cheng sucked in a mouthful of water. Qin Luo glanced at Fong Cheng. You want it? Fong Cheng nodded. Beg me. Fong Cheng looked at Qin Luo pitifully, then opened her mouth. I beg you. Okay? Lu Jingjing and the girls looked at Fong Cheng in shock. Fong Cheng could be considered their senior sister. Just this? It's true. Pampering is a woman's innate skill. Untaught. Okay? It's yours. Qin Luo waved his hand. What sword spirit could compare to a sword spirit sacred body like Shangqing, which could be used as a sword as well as a person? Get Qin Luo's permission. Fong Cheng cannot wait to rush into the bronze small coffin inside. In front of her, modeling as a small cloud of sword spirit, was Fong Cheng, control in the hands, and then open his mouth. Sucking. Burp. She burped hard. Then her eyes closed and bang. Head first, she fell inside the small coffin. Sleep when you're full? This habit. It's quite good. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched. Fong Cheng's favorability increases. The progress of demon planting increases. 50,000 points of luck value are lost. And the host gains 50,000 points of villain value. Is that good news? What goes around comes around. But this is more than good news today. The Hidden Dragon Society has agreed to a deal. Qin Luo thought about sending a message to set the trading place at the 10,000 Swords Villa. By the way, didn't you say someone was thinking about what's here? Then let's see if he'll come. A guy who just broke through the Saint Realm is just a guy. You're interested in him too? Lu Jingjing asked suspiciously. Qin Luo smiled. No matter how small a fly's leg is, it's still a piece of meat, isn't it? Don't be overly ambitious. Quantitative changes can sometimes cause qualitative changes. One saint is insignificant. What about 10? What about 100? 1,000? If there were 1,000 saints inside his emperor's streamer, even a great saint would have to kneel when he came. Liemo hadn't gone far. He had been observing the situation at 10,000 Swords Villa, not letting him wait for too long. Qin Luo inside the 10,000 Swords Villa left with them. I hope they didn't notice. Liemo muttered. The swords and weapons that can be buried are mutilated. It is the living swords that are stuck in the ground, and no tombstones are erected. After waiting for some time, he realized that Qin Luo and the others had no intention of returning, and he silently sneaked into the 10,000 Swords Villa. The target was clear. It was the sword tomb, the grave that Qin Luo and the others dug up earlier. It's finally here. Excited heart, trembling hands, he was trying to dig when he heard voices ringing out behind him. Sure enough, the little mouse couldn't resist venturing out after all. As Qin Luo's words fell, their group slowly appeared, and there were several saints alone. Limo's face instantly paled like paper. He looked at Qin Luo and the others, moved his lips and didn't say a word. Since the other party had said that, it proved that they already knew what he was up to. Liemo of the Thousand Illusion Sword Sect. Meet your highness the Ninth Prince. He cupped his fists at Qin Luo and said, have I ever said that those who do not leave the 10,000 Swords Villa are considered their accomplices? What do you think a go-getter like you is considered? Qin Luo asked. Give me a reason not to kill you, and remember, you only get one chance. When Liemo heard this, his mood had fallen to the bottom. His head was running frantically. He could tell that Qin Luo wasn't joking. After thinking about it, he told his biggest secret to the whole world. Your highness the Ninth Prince, I have a sword. Name, Dragon Scale Sword. It is said to be built with 77 and 49 pieces of dragon scales. The only thing missing from the sword weapon is the sword spirit. If the sword spirit is in the master, the sword weapon may be able to pass into the gods. Qin Luo was also a bit surprised. He had a dragon scale and the other party had a dragon scale sword. Congratulations, you've managed to pique my interest. Give me the dragon scale sword and you can save a little life. There's no need to enter the human emperor streamer, so let's get the seal of life and death on it. Liemo had thought that he was letting him go by saving his little life, but he didn't realize that in Qin Luo's case, saving his little life was just that, saving his little life. He was also branded with the seal of life and death by Qin Luo, and he couldn't wait to ruthlessly slap himself a few times. Go and bring me the dragon scale sword. Remember, your life and death are already under my control. If I move with a thought, you won't just die. You might as well be worse off than dead. Yes, sir. After Liemo left, let's see how much villain value I've got. Host, Qin Luo, age, 19, luck level, 0, black, villain value, 320, 000 points, realm, 3rd level of the cave realm, sword Dao realm, sword intent minor success, techniques, devouring heavenly devil technique, 9 turns golden body technique, Tai Hui Xin Jing, martial arts, 4 elephant sword technique, blast wind sword technique. The villain is worth quite a bit more. So keep it for now. The divine dragon essence blood of the Hidden Dragon Society was coming, and there were still good things predicted inside the spirit realm, just in case. Qin Luo had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Limo soon arrived, and with him came a sword. Looking at the sword blade, Qin Luo felt a sharp color. Song Ritian, go check it out. As a master in refining weapons, Song Ritian brought over that sword and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. A good sword. Indestructible. The material of this sword is beyond my imagination. I ask myself if I want to use this material to forge such a sword. Without 100 years, I might not succeed. It's forged from dragon scales, Liemo prompted from the side. Dragon scale? Song Ritian exclaimed, his tone carrying a strong look of shock. There are even dragon scales in this realm. My god, this sword has the potential to become an imperial weapon, he said with certainty, but it is a pity that this sword is not spiritual enough, more like a cobbled-together sword weapon, and it is difficult to fully utilize the power of the material. If a top-notch refiner makes a move, it might be possible to bring this sword's grade up a notch. The person who refined this dragon scale sword had good strength, stronger than Song Ritian, but even stronger. It would be difficult to force the dragon scale sword into a powerful sacred weapon. It was only possible to use the power of the dragon scale to barely get this sword to step into the holy rank. If there is a sword spirit, it might be possible to change this sword inside the long years and allow it to advance. Liemo said as a reminder from the side. This was the main purpose of his visit to the 10,000 Swords Villa, which was to obtain the sword spirit. Unfortunately, it's now a lost cause. Good. Then I'll take this sword with a smile. Qin Luo nonchalantly put the dragon scale sword inside the human emperor streamer. I am the human emperor streamer. Shi Huang's voice rang out. The sword that was obtained from Chu Feng's hands earlier seems to be a bit odd now. What does it mean? Qin Luo waved his hand. The human emperor's streamer was offered, and he stepped inside. In the depths of the human emperor streamer, quite a number of Saint Realm's dead souls, under the command of Shi Huang, suppressed the blood sword that they had previously obtained from Chu Feng's hands with a powerful aura. The blood sword was churning violently, and it was like something sealed inside was about to burst out. This sword, perhaps not a sword alone, but several swords. As Shi Huang's words fell, she waved her hand, and the single blood sword disintegrated, becoming a small, blood-colored sword. Every little sword, trembling, there were voices coming out of it vaguely. Let me out! Let me out! When I get out, I'll definitely suppress your soul inside the thatched pit for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. There were a total of 8 swords that, when combined, could coalesce into a single sword, but only the centerpiece was missing. 9 swords, each with a person sealed inside? Nope. I should say that it's holding an extraterrestrial evil demon. Qin Luo finally knew the source of that extraterrestrial evil demon in Chu Feng's body. The extraterrestrial evil demon that was imprisoned inside the sword. This is not a sword. Perhaps this can be called a sword prison. The prison that holds these extraterrestrial evil demons, Shi Huang said from the side. Only after refining all of these extraterrestrial evil demons will this sword be able to become a true divine sword. Unfortunately, one of the most crucial cores is missing. Shi Huang spoke with regret. The most crucial core is in Chu Feng's body, and that sword has now been scooped up. Let's find Chu Feng first. Get Sima Hao over here. Soon Sima Hao arrived in front of Qin Luo. My subordinate has met your highness. I'll give you a task. Go investigate all traces of Chu Feng. I want to know where he is now and what people he has come into contact with, as soon as possible. Yes, my subordinate will do so. The rest of you, follow me to Yunshan City. Little Miss Xiao, how about destroying your family first? All the sons and daughters of the Xiao family were recently becoming furious. They wanted to take revenge, and the clan elders of the family had also contacted Xiaoya through a special channel, wanting to let a few outstanding disciples from the family to go to cultivate in the Xian Tian Dao sect. Xiaoya agreed and sent a few people from the Xian Tian Dao sect to personally pick them up. The Xiao family gave the highest welcoming specifications, and all of the Xiao family's executives came out to greet the Xian Tian Dao sect's group at the entrance of Yunshan City. Elder Qi, that Qin Luo won't make a move against our Xiao family, right? Xiao Junhe, the Xiao family's acting patriarch, cautiously opened his mouth and asked. The news of the Danding sect's destruction came, and the news of the 10,000 Swords Villa's destruction, which they hadn't received yet, was enough to make them become birds of prey. Qi Cheng of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect smiled faintly. With my Xian Heavenly Dao sect as your Xiao family's backer, how would he, Qin Luo, dare to take action against you and the others? This is the great mountain of 100,000, and we of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect have already given face to the great Qin Imperial dynasty before. If they don't have the good sense to make a move against the Xiao family, then they are provoking my Xian Heavenly Dao sect, and all of my Xian Heavenly Dao sect's clans. Saying this, Xiao Junhe's expression relaxed quite a bit. They had just walked into the city gates. Qi Cheng's words had just been finished when on his back foot, he heard the sound of a loud shout accompanied by a powerful and terrifying aura coming from the distance. The Xiao family of Cloud Mountain City, colluding with the Blood Moon Holy Land to kill the family of Marquis Wu Yuan, intending to plot against the imperial son of my great Qin Imperial dynasty in the Divine Soldier Valley, and even colluding with the thieves in an attempt to subvert my great Qin Imperial dynasty. Today, the Xiao family of Yunshan City, when the whole family is executed, exterminate their 9 clans. If you stop them, You will be punished for the same offense. Elder Qi. This? Xiao Junhe's face instantly turned as pale as paper. He looked towards Qi Cheng with a pleading look in his eyes. Qi Cheng also didn't expect that the other party would come and punch him in the face just after he had finished speaking. This was not giving him Qi Cheng face. And even more so, it was not giving him Xian Tian Dao sect face. Unbearable. Boom! He leapt up and rushed into mid-air, looking towards the distance, only to see Qin Luo lying on top of a soft couch, with 4 beautiful women carrying him as they slowly flew over around him. There were 2 Sing King realm powerhouses, Lu Jingjing and Zhou Hongyu, as his left and right guards. In front of him, Zheng Tuo held a huge axe, his face full of horizontal flesh trembling as his stern eyes bet on Qi Cheng's body. You dare to stop me? As he spoke, he had already clenched the huge axe in his hand, ready to strike at any time. Mid-Sage Realm. Qi Cheng's expression was slightly gloomy. Zheng Tuo's cultivation level was considered indistinguishable from his. Quickly get out of the way or be punished for the same offense. Zheng Tuo chortled towards him. It was impossible to let. He, Qi Cheng, was walking outside, representing the face of the Xian Tian Dao sect. He grunted. What if I say no? Then there is only death. Boom! As soon as Zheng Tuo's words fell, an axe slashed viciously towards Qi Cheng. There wasn't a single extra word of nonsense, which caused Qi Cheng to be alarmed. He hasn't even had a chance to introduce himself yet. How come the other side doesn't follow the rules? Qin Luo, who was lying on top of the soft couch, glanced at Qi Cheng and said with a smile, if I'm not wrong, that fellow should be someone from the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. It's only with the exception of their people that they can be so arrogant and insensitive. The corners of the other people's mouths twitched when it came to arrogant words. If Qin Luo dared to recognize the second, they felt that no one would dare to recognize the first. Qi Cheng was also beaten out of the real fire. Said to do it? Not at all martial arts. How can he not be angry? The two of them fought a dozen moves against each other in a short instant. And as you and I went back and forth, Qi Cheng was steadily falling behind. Seeing that he hadn't taken down Qi Cheng, Zheng Tuo roared, come help me. Good. Zhou Li leapt out, his aura even more powerful than Zheng Tuo's. Qi Cheng's eyes widened. He never thought that the other party was not just not speaking of martial virtues, it was completely shameless. He shouted furiously in his mind, I'm the one who's down. You're looking for backup? Do you have any manners? After following Qin Luo for a long time, they had all discarded some of their pedantic thoughts, and Qin Luo was a person who looked at results, the process. Of course, the faster the better. The two struck out together, and Qi Cheng was clearly undefeatable. Bang! Taking a hard hit from Zheng Tuo's axe, Qi Cheng flew backwards towards Yunshan City. The members of the Xiao family who watched this scene were all pale and cold. It's over. It's over. I should have known. We should have run away. Xiao Jun, he said with a wailing face. Xian Heavenly Dao sect. You have victimized my Xiao family. If Xiaoya hadn't sent a letter saying that the Xian Heavenly Dao sect would be the backstage of the Xiao family, if the Xian Heavenly Dao sect hadn't promised to send someone to their Xiao family to select outstanding disciples to join the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, their Xiao family has long since run away. Puff. Qi Cheng spewed out a large mouthful of blood right in midair, and after falling to the ground, he immediately shouted towards the top. I am Qi Cheng, an elder of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. You people of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty have gone too far. Are you guys trying to start a war with my Xian Heavenly Dao sect? Qin Luo leapt up from above the soft collapse and stood in midair, overlooking Qi Cheng below, and spoke indifferently. The Yunshan Xiao family participated in the murder of the Marquis Wu Yuan's family with the intention of plotting against this emperor's son, and the delusion of subverting my Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. This is a serious crime. Xian Heavenly Dao sect wants to act as a protective umbrella for the Cloud Mountain Xiao family. Is it possible that Xian Heavenly Dao sect is also presumptuous enough to want to subvert my Great Qin Imperial Dynasty? If Xian Heavenly Dao sect wants to fight, then let's fight. My Great Qin Imperial Dynasty is not afraid of your Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Qi Cheng's entire body went numb. Looking at the righteous Qin Luo, he almost believed it. Nonsense. The Cloud Mountain Xiao family is just a small cultivation family in my 100,000 Great Mountains. How could it possibly go and subvert your Great Qin Imperial Dynasty? I have witnesses that prove his Yunshan Xiao family's involvement in the case of overthrowing the Marquis Wu Yuan's residence, and Marquis Wu Yuan was tragically destroyed because he discovered that someone had colluded with the Li, Jian, and Song families within my Great Qin Imperial Dynasty with the intention of subverting my Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. AI. My father's allies are a bit too many. Mo Yihan, who was behind Qin Luo, lamented, force is truth. The Xiao family is in trouble today. You have to move the Xiao family today? Qi Cheng looked at Qin Luo and asked in a deep voice. The Xiao family will be destroyed today. As for you, if you kneel and kowtow immediately, I can forgive you for the offense you just committed. Otherwise, you share in the crime. Qi Cheng gasped and laughed as he let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, good. What an arrogant ninth prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. I, Xian Heavenly Dao Sect will take note of today's matter. After my Xian Heavenly Dao Sect's Dao son grows up, Qin Luo, I hope you'll still be able to be as arrogant as you are today. One last word of advice. This is the 100,000 mountains. Do you really think you can do as you please? After Qi Chang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Xiao Junhe, revealing an apologetic expression that he can't protect the Xiao family on his own. Turning around, he was about to leave. I let you go? Qin Luo's words made Qi Chang stop in his tracks. That he turned to look at Qin Luo. What? Do you, Qin Luo, want to offend my Xian Heavenly Dao Sect to death? You dare to kill me? You still don't know me well enough. I, Qin Luo, speak with a mouthful of spittle and a nail. Having said that, if you kowtow, I can forgive you for your innocence, but if you don't do it, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. Those who obstruct the law enforcement of my great Qin imperial dynasty, along with the Cloud Mountain Xiao family, are guilty of the same crime. Execute them. As Qin Luo's words fell, Lu Jingjing beside him rushed out with an arrow step, sheathing her sword in a flash of cold light. Psst. Qi Chang looked down to his chest. His eyes held a look of disbelief. He never thought that Qin Luo was not joking with him. How dare you let someone kill him? He pointed his finger at Qin Luo. Xian Tian Dao Sect. No, will not let you go. Dead man. What's the point of worrying about so many things? Qin Luo reached his side in a flash, and the human emperor streamer instantly collected Qi Chang. Don't worry. Sooner or later, all of your Xian Tian Dao Sect will go in to accompany you as brothers. Qin Luo's gaze shifted within Yunshan City and said in a deep voice, seal the city, and don't leave an inch of grass in Yunshan Xiao family. Spread the word that those who violate my strong Qin will be executed. The news of the destruction of the Cloud Mountain Xiao family instantly swept across the entire 100,000 mountains. There's a sect in the 100,000 mountains intent on subverting the great Qin imperial dynasty? You're kidding. Which sect in Holy Land has this ability? I don't think it's an empty point. Do you forget the previous mountain rain? Early preparation. Deep within the 100,000 great mountains, in a dark palace, a cold-faced man sitting on top of a high platform received information about Qin Luo. Humph. He snorted coldly, his face as gloomy as water. Is this a test by the great Qin imperial dynasty? Could it be that they've really discovered something? Hibernate for a while these days. All operations are suspended. Send a message to the people of the Hidden Dragon Society and tell them to put that into effect as soon as possible. There's no time to lose. After giving his orders, he looked outside, his face cloudy. Qin Luo, the sacred son of the Tai ruins and the 9th prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty. It's hard to believe that Emperor Qin found out 20 years ago? He's been laying out a plan all along? However, a mouse shit that wants to spoil my pot of good soup. Delusional. It was an unexpected surprise that there was an earth fire within the Cloud Mountain Xiao family. Sure enough, Xiaoya's divine phoenix bloodline awakening has heavenly treasures pushing it forward. Shi Huang sighed as she looked at the ground fire. The divine phoenix was a divine beast, an emperor that manipulated flames. Shi Huang was the one who carried the word phoenix in her title because she had some unsettling relationship with the divine phoenix. This earth fire can only be cheap. This time, Qi Chang had not only come over to bring the Xiao family's children to the Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, but he also wanted to take the Xiao family's earth fire, the meteorite burning flame away. Unfortunately, nothing was accomplished, and he lost his little life here. Continue. Qin Luo gave an order, and the clans that had previously feuded with the Heavenly Tribulation Hall and Divine Soldier Valley were liquidated. There were also a few holy places that Zheng Tuo had been eyeing that had no fear of the great Qin imperial dynasty that were similarly destroyed by Qin Luo for a time. The entire 100,000 great mountains began to be on edge, and many people were on edge. Silver Snow City. On top of the restaurant, a young man with a bucket hat was sitting at a table by the window, his gaze falling above the street without blinking. That he had been waiting here for 3 days. He was a patient hunter at the moment, waiting for his prey to come to him, and here was his one and only chance, waiting until the afternoon. Finally, a figure emerged in his eyes that he had wanted to get killed day and night. A fair-faced man with his arms around a couple of scantily clad women beckoned from that end of the street. While walking, he didn't forget to eat and play with the grapes in his hand. Walking under the tavern, he suddenly realized something was wrong and looked up to meet a pair of stern eyes. He reacted extremely quickly and pushed the woman in his arms out, erupting out of his cultivation at the peak of the Avatar realm. On top of the restaurant, the man leapt down, his harmonized God realm cultivation exploding, and a long spear in his hand viciously stabbed out. The gun came out like a dragon. A deafening sound of a dragon's roar rang out. As fast as thunder and lightning, the gun sent the woman who was pushed out flying. The speed didn't decrease, and the gun hit that man. Pust. The youth pierced through the man's chest with a shot, and the youth's words fell on the dying man's ears. The one who kills you, Su Yu, stirred with force, destroying all life. And the other side, bang. He flung the lance in his hand and threw the body heavily away. It was then that someone shouted as an afterthought, "Murder! The holy son of the Xianin Holy Land has been killed! Quick, catch the murderer!" When someone greeted, naturally, someone rushed towards Suyu's direction. Only Suyu could be heard shouting in a stern voice, "I am the 100 households of the Demon Suppression Division under the 9th Prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, the holy son of the Xianin Holy Land, Chu Qingquan, colluded with the Blood Moon Holy Land with the intention of subverting the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, and you dare to strike at me, but are you his accomplices?" One sentence bluffed a lot of people, and Suyu used this opportunity to rush into the crowd, walk into an alley, change his face, and enter an abandoned mansion. There had long been a woman waiting here, and when she saw Suyu coming over, she immediately asked after him, "It's done? It's done. Chu Qingquan has been killed by me. Our revenge for the extermination of our clan is partially avenged. Sooner or later one day I will kill my way up to the Xianin sacred ground to avenge the dead elders and brothers of my master's clan." I didn't expect that Qin Luo's name to be very comparatively useful. A single sentence bluffed those people into not daring to make a move against me. But it's always bad to frame someone else, isn't it? The woman said after a moment of hesitation. What's wrong with that? All the Qin dogs deserve to die as well. My parents but died at the hands of the Qin dogs. Sooner or later, one day, I'm going to pierce the sky of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. It would be nice if they could dogfight. Alright, senior sister, don't say so much. Let's hurry up and leave. This is the territory of the Xianin Holy Land. They must have gotten the news by now. Yes. They immediately escaped into a tunnel that had been dug long ago, after a bloody cleansing. A full 5 holy places were swept away by Qin Luo. And inside the human emperor streamer were 5 more dead souls of the holy realm. The deal with the hidden dragon society was imminent. So Qin Luo and the others borrowed a route from the Xianin Holy Land's territory towards the 10,000 Swords Villa, lying on top of the soft couch carried by 4 beautiful women. Qin Luo ate the grapes that Lu Jingjing fed over, and had a nice little life. After the deal with the hidden dragon society is done, I should go to the spirit realm. I'm really busy. Qin Luo lamented. Lie reminded from the side. Your Highness, the Lord Commander of the 10 Guards said that he wanted to come over to discuss the case of Marquis Wu Yuan's extermination with you, and he feels that the case should be closed. Qin Luo sneered. A mere commander of a district, able to decide whether or not to close a major rebellion case? He's not qualified enough. Don't see it, just tell me I'm not available. Let's just say that I've discovered their secret gathering in the 100,000 mountains, and that I intend to infiltrate them as the holy son of the etheric ruined sacred land to get a list of their collusion with the many forces of our great Qin Imperial Dynasty. The corner of Li Yi's mouth twitched. Who didn't know now that the holy son of Tai Hui was the 9th prince of the great Qin Imperial Dynasty? Isn't it a clear-cut card to break into them in this capacity? But what Qin Luo said was right. What Qin Luo said was the truth, and he just needed to implement it. Yes, I'll reply immediately. Not long after Li Yi left, he turned back. Your Highness, someone from the Xianin Holy Land has come to pay a visit. Get him over here. Soon an apprehensive middle-aged man walked over. He saluted the first time he saw Qin Luo, Deputy Holy Lord of the Xianin Holy Land. Yin Daoyan greets His Highness the 9th Prince. Holy Lord? There's a deputy? Qin Luo was really a bit shocked. It was the first time he heard that there were still Deputy Holy Lords. Yin Daoyan was also a bit tearful. Did he dare to say that he had just been brought up as a Vice Sacred Lord? In order to be able to represent their Xianin Holy Land. To be honest, he didn't want to come, but he couldn't help it if he didn't. And now all the gazes of the forces in the land under the jurisdiction of the Xianin Holy Land were placed on their Xianin Holy Land. The holy son of the Xianin Holy Land had been killed by Qin Luo's men in front of a large crowd, and now Qin Luo was waving around in their territory. Many forces below the Xianin Sacred Ground had set their eyes on the Xianin Sacred Ground. There were hidden people saying that their Xianin Sacred Ground was all a bunch of guys with no balls, and the public opinion was getting stronger and stronger. With prestige gone, who would still be submissive to their Xianin Sacred Ground in the future, and their strength would be in tatters at that time. After some heated discussions in the Xianin Holy Land, they urgently promoted Yin Daoying to become the Deputy Holy Lord of the Xianin Holy Land and came to ask Qin Luo if he had killed their holy son of the Xianin Holy Land. They thought that there was a high probability that Qin Luo hadn't sent anyone to kill, but they couldn't say it was good. After all, the person in front of them was a bit crazy, and there was no pattern to killing and overthrowing other forces. To be honest, a lot of people from the Xianin Sacred Ground had already started to run away, fearing that Qin Luo would make a move against their Xianin Sacred Ground. The Xianin Sacred Ground only needed a word from Qin Luo right now. It would be best if they didn't admit it. If they did, they would immediately admit their mistake and apologize. A dragon. Dare I ask your highness, the 9th prince, why did you kill my sacred son of the Xianin Sacred Land for no reason? Qin Luo lay down comfortably, ate a mouthful of grapes, and said indifferently, there have been a bit too many killings lately. Who knows what kind of minions your holy son of Xianin Holy Land is? Kill it and you'll get another one. What? Want to make a claim on me? You're the first one who dared to do that. And I have to say, you're super brave. Qin Luo's playful expression landed on Yin Daoyin's body, causing him to have a jolt. He knew it. He knew it. He came and he can't fucking leave. It's a madman. The forces that Qin Luo had recently exterminated might not seem regular to outsiders, but they all knew that these exterminated forces were either enemies of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall or had grudges and entanglements with the Divine Soldier Valley. The Heavenly Tribulation Hall being controlled by Qin Luo had always been a mysterious matter in the outside world, and no one knew about it. Only the Divine Soldier Valley and the Danding sect being controlled were known to the outside world. The next holy places and forces to be overthrown should also be among the holy clans that had grudges and entanglements with these forces under him. The Xianin Sacred Ground was not inside the current liquidation plan. As for the Xianin Sacred Son, he hadn't seen him before. Maybe he was a guest in another holy land and was treated as an unlucky egg and got killed at puff. Without the slightest bit of hesitation or a hint of backbone, the Vice Saint Master of the Xianin Sacred Land, Yin Daoyin, just knelt down. Your Highness the Ninth Prince, spare your life. Your Highness the Ninth Prince, spare your life. We just want to know if it was you who sent someone to kill our saint's son in Silver Snow City, and if it was you who killed him, then he must have deserved to die. Wait, Silver Snow City? Have we been there? Qin Luo turned his head to look at Lu Jingjing and asked. Have not been there. Lu Jingjing replied categorically. Oh, that wasn't me sending someone to kill. Qin Luo returned, and Yin Daoyin's entire body was messed up. He now realized that the son of their Xianin Holy Lord, the holy son of the Xianin Holy Land, was really an insignificant minion in Qin Luo's eyes. Frame up? Planting evidence? Qin Luo instantly understood that someone was using his name to act. TSK. It seems that my Qin Luo's name works well, but if you dare to do this in my sphere of influence, I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death, right? Previously, the third prince and the others had planted Qin Luo or in a place beyond Qin Luo's reach, even within the great Qin imperial dynasty. And now, daring to kill someone under Qin Luo's nose and with the help of his name, this was too much to put him. Qin Luo, in his eyes, tell me everything in detail. Remember, don't miss a single detail. Qin Luo looked down on Yin Daoyin and had no thoughts of letting him get up. Yes, Yin Daoyin didn't dare to get up either. He was the only one who could treat the Holy Lord as such a humble person. After hearing this, Qin Luo thought for a moment and said, this doesn't seem like something my enemies could do. If my enemies wanted to plant evidence on me, then the Xianin Holy Land no longer exists. These words made the heart of Yin Daoyin, who was kneeling on the ground, jump. That's why it can only be a small mouse who has a grudge against your Xianin Holy Land, but is not yet qualified to lay hands on your Xianin Holy Land. That's confusing things. Give your Xianin Holy Land 10 days. If you can't find out the person who planted me, then your Xianin Holy Land doesn't need to exist anymore. Yin Daoyin's eyes widened. Wasn't he the one who came to get an argument? How come it was now Qin Luo who wanted to get an argument back from their Xianin Holy Land instead? Well, get off your ass and do something. Yin Daoyin didn't even know how he returned to the Xianin Sacred Ground, and by the time he said Qin Luo's request, the entire Xianin Sacred Ground was plunged into a deathly silence. Just for a fucking face. You want the lives of tens of thousands of people in the Xianin Holy Land as a price? Check. Check all the enemies of the Xianin Holy Land, from top to bottom. I'd rather kill them than let them go. The Xianin Sacred Lord gritted his teeth and said, I think we can check up from the rumors. Maybe there is someone pushing for it. Yin Daoyin weakly spoke up. A boom. A powerful aura of the Xianin Sacred Lord instantly locked onto him and shouted towards him. Why didn't you say that before? You're the Vice Saint Master of our Xianin Holy Land. Who would dare to disobey your words? Yin Daoyin no longer wanted to spit in his heart. Whose Deputy Saint Master wasn't a saint? Xianin Holy Land, this is Scorpion Poop. One of a kind. What's he got to say about it? Isn't he just a top bag to die? Do you think the man who planted me is out of his mind? Or is he my fated enemy? Qin Luo looked at Lu Jingjing and asked. I don't know. Anna Lu answered honestly. I have a feeling that the man who planted me may be a big fish. Villains and protagonists always collide with hatred without even realizing it. It's been many days since Chu Feng left. Lu Jingjing and the girls didn't understand what exactly Qin Luo meant by what he said, and Qin Luo didn't have the idea of explaining. At this moment in the dark, a pair of eyes just watched Qin Luo after he left. He spoke with some regret. Unfortunately, even though Su Chanshan isn't by his side anymore, there's still no chance. That's not a good mission to accomplish. Follow it for a few days and see what you can find. As he spoke, his figure was once again hidden in the darkness. The Blood Slaughter Tower's mission to assassinate Qin Luo had been stacked with rewards that were so generous that inviting the Saint King realm to take action was already considered more than enough. Unfortunately, Qin Luo had been following a Saint King realm powerhouse around him, and he hadn't been able to find an opportunity. But it doesn't matter. I'm a patient killer. I don't believe it anymore. That woman can follow you for the rest of her life. The man in the darkness muttered. The people from the Hidden Dragon Society who came this time included Sun Zhengma and 2 other saints. And one of the women was the leader this time. Her cultivation level wasn't very high, but her status was the highest among the few, standing in mid-air. Looking at the devastated 10,000 Swords Villa, the corner of the woman's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. This son of Qin Luo is too arrogant, pulling in so much hatred in the midst of the 100,000 great mountains. As I see it, his time to die is almost up. Sun Zhengma chimed in. Third miss. Qin Luo has a great saint behind him. Great sage. Ha, soon. He won't have a great sage behind him to back him up. Don't worry. There's no way he'll leave the 100,000 mountains alive. This is the last time we'll have to deal with this fellow. Sun Zhengma was shocked in his heart, but he hit it well and his face was as normal. Third miss. Is there something big going on? The third young lady glanced at Sun Zhengma and said indifferently, you don't need to know what you shouldn't know. Sometimes one won't live long if they know too much. Solely they didn't have to wait too long. Qin Luo came very invitingly. The woman took a step out. Striding towards Qin Luo's direction, the prompt surfaced in front of Qin Luo's eyes. Daughter of Fortune found, name, Angela Long, age, 38, luck level, 4th order, luck value, 325, 800 points, physique, fire spirit sacred body. Inferno dragon bloodline, born with a fire spirit sacred body. Able to manipulate flames as he pleases. His power sublimates as he improves. Capable of burning the sky and destroying the earth. And baptized with Inferno dragon blood. Possessing the Inferno dragon bloodline, cultivation level, 9th level of the cave realm, half-step saint. Introduction, mysterious background. Powerful talent. With a heavenly inheritance, such as no accident. Can become one of the most honored people in this world. For you there is a saying called, delicious but dumplings. Sister-in-law? Qin Luo froze and said in his heart. His gaze fell on Long Jiruo's body once again. And it became a bit odd. A woman's. Gee, is that so-called fifth brother not just holding a gold brick? Qin Luo didn't know how powerful the Hidden Dragon Society was, and the two of them, Sun Zhengma and Lin Yueyao, weren't very clear about the bottom line of the Hidden Dragon Society either. A glimpse of the whole. A saint like Sun Zhengma was not even a core member, which was enough to see that the Hidden Dragon Society was strong. Moreover, they were still thinking about a dragon among the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. And they dared to arm wrestle with the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, which was even more proof of their strength. A woman of Qi fortune is normally paired with a son of Qi fortune, so it's highly likely that Qin Fan has long since metamorphosed with this woman. Perhaps, in order for Qin Fan will utilize Long Jiruo's power to take control of the Hidden Dragon Society, and this woman will turn her elbow outward. Qin Luo muttered in his heart, then he took a step towards Long Jiruo. I didn't expect Hidden Dragon to send a beautiful woman over to trade with me. I've decided. Plus one more condition. Give me this beauty. Qin Luo's words caused Long Jiruo's face to instantly become gloomy, unbridled. Qin Luo, don't think that just because you are the imperial son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Unbeknownst to you, my Hidden Dragon Society crushed you like an ant. Oh, is that so? Qin Luo sneered. Well then, you Hidden Dragon Society is welcome to run me over. You. Long Jiruo was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, and her mountain peaks trembled with it. Don't dare? Qin Luo looked at Long Jiruo with contempt. Don't talk big if you don't dare. Be careful of flashing your tongue. What a sharp-tongued brat. Today I must teach you a good lesson in place of Emperor Qin. Long Jiruo was just about to make a move when she was stopped by another person. Third miss. It's still a big deal. Long Jiruo glanced at Qin Luo unwillingly and snorted coldly. Good, then reach out to Qin Luo and bring out the stuff. Qin Luo said indifferently. Pay with one hand. Deliver with the other. Where's the divine dragon essence blood I want? A porcelain vase surfaced in Long Jiruo's hand. It's right here. Bring out what I want. And the divine dragon essence blood is yours. Good. Qin Luo didn't hesitate and took out a box. The same box that Lin Xian had filled with dragon scales before. But inside the box, not dragon scales. Throw them together, or I'm afraid you won't keep your promise. Qin Luo said. Long Jiruo snorted coldly. I, the Hidden Dragon Society, am most concerned about credibility, and there's no need to deceive you on such matters yet. As she spoke, she threw out the divine dragon essence blood in her hand. Qin Luo threw that box out at the same time. As the two men struck out, the man behind Long Jiruo rushed out with an arrow step and grabbed the iron box. Lu Jingjing similarly grabbed the porcelain bottle with a hand at Qin Luo's gesture before handing it to Qin Luo without hesitation. Qin Luo opened the porcelain bottle and smelled a familiar flavor. Can't go wrong. He threw the porcelain vase into the cavernous sky in a flash. And the next second, he heard the sound of hysterical roars of rage ring out. Qin Luo, you lied to me. Long Jiruo took out a piece of imperial weapon remnant from inside that iron box. That's right, it was the piece of imperial weapon remnant that Shi Huang had finished studying. There is no other use for it other than being a sharp piece of material. When did I lie to you? Qin Luo innocently spoke. Long Jiruo's eyes widened in anger as she looked at Qin Luo and angrily rebuked. This is not a dragon scale. Right. Qin Luo didn't retort. She's not a dragon scale. But it's Lin Xian's relic. We want dragon scales. You're cheating. No. Qin Luo interrupted. I think you guys are misunderstanding. His gaze fell on Sun Zhengma and asked. When I said earlier that I would take Lin Xian's things and trade with you, did I mention the word dragon scale? Sun Zhengma was also confused. It was Qin Luo who controlled him, not him. How did he know what Qin Luo was thinking? It turned out that Qin Luo could play like this? I did say before that I was willing to take out Lin Xian's things and trade with you. Is that what I said? Everyone's gazes fell on Sun Zhengma, who shuddered and spoke weakly. It seems to say so, but I thought that the thing you were going to trade for was dragon scales. Qin Luo shook his head. You think that's what you think? I thought you guys just wanted Lin Xian's relics to go back and remember. I didn't expect that you guys would want the dragon scale. TSK, where's the face? A drop of divine dragon essence blood and you want the dragon scale? If you want dragon scales you can, and we'll continue the conversation. Long Jiruo could still not know now that she was being tricked by Qin Luo. Qin Luo was playing word games. The first time someone dared to tease their hidden dragon society like this. The first time someone dared to make her Long Jiruo suffer. Qin Luo, today's dragon scale. You have to give it or not. Do it. Long Jiruo roared angrily, and with an arrow step she charged towards Qin Luo, her half-saint cultivation bursting out. Already comparable to some saints who had just broken through, with a middle-aged man beside her erupted with the cultivation of the Saint King realm and met Lu Jingjing, looking at Long Jiruo charging towards him. Qin Luo waved his hand and the human emperor streamer was offered. Come in, you give it to me. The district's half-saint. Within the human emperor's streamer. Crushed. Boom. Long Jiruo felt as if she had arrived in the middle of another world, and a dark, gloomy aura struck her. Playing God. Qin Luo, get out. Today, I have to let you know what will happen if you deceive me. Long Jiruo, as you wish. Qin Luo's figure appeared and a sword chopped towards Long Jiruo, with the 10 great cavernous cultivations in his body erupting. The might of this sword had already reached the threshold of the holy rank. How is it possible? Long Jiruo was appalled in her heart, not expecting Qin Luo to be so strong. He's not that unappreciated prince. He's the son that Emperor Qin secretly nurtured? This thought surfaced inside Long Jiruo's mind. Bang! The two exchanged a move, which was considered an even split, and landed on the ground. Long Jiruo looked at Qin Luo with an extraordinarily grave expression. Qin Luo, you're hiding so deeply. If the secret of your cultivation spreads out, do you think you'll become a thorn in the side of those brothers of yours? Spread the word? With you? No chance. Qin Luo sneered and said, make your move. Long Jiruo instantly felt a powerful sense of oppression come over her, and her face changed in a flash. Qin Luo, you dare! I'm the daughter of the president of the Hidden Dragon Society. Bang! Long Jiruo was crushed to the ground by Shi Huang's powerful soul force, unable to move the slightest bit. Knock knock. Qin Luo took a step towards her. The Dao heart-seeding demon technique was in operation, and he cultivated for some days before he was able to coalesce the first demon seed. He took the constantly throbbing devil seed and sent it to Long Jiruo's mouth. Be good. Swallow it. Long Jiruo looked at Qin Luo with wide eyes. What do you want to do to me? Qin Luo, if you dare to poison me, even Emperor Qin won't be able to shelter you. Don't worry, the poison won't kill you. It's just a sugar bean. If you don't eat it, I can't guarantee that you'll walk out of here in one piece. Shi Huang, who was next to him, gave a timely and vicious whip snap. The power of the soul-beating whip acted on top of Long Jiruo's soul, causing her entire body to tremble. Damage to the soul is 100 times more painful than pain in the flesh. If you don't eat it, you're in for a rude awakening. Long Jiruo had been pampered for so many years. When had she ever been humiliated like this? She saw a cold color in Qin Luo's eyes, and she even felt that Qin Luo really dared to kill her. The Saint King Realm powerhouse outside did not expect Lu Jingjing to be a sword cultivator? This matter was not mentioned at all inside the newspaper. The outside world didn't recognize the people of Sword Jade Cliff at all, and it was even more unknown that the people of Sword Jade Cliff were completely wiped out in Qin Luo's hands, coupled with Zhou Hongyu swatting at the side. He was defeated, and next to him, Sun Zhengma, unsurprisingly, was suppressed and heavily injured. Sun Zhengma spat in his heart. I'm one of my own. Is it necessary to act so real? Just now Zheng Tuo's axe really almost split him in half, and he looked at Zheng Tuo with a strong color of resentment in his gaze. That one Saint King dragged his injured body and looked at Lu Jingjing and the others and angrily rebuked. What have you done to Third Miss? Release her immediately, or else the wrath of our chairman is not something you can bear. Even if he's a prince, the great Qin imperial dynasty can't shelter him, and he didn't know that at this moment, Long Jiruo was experiencing inhuman torture inside the human emperor's streamer, and her soul was on the verge of collapse, especially since Qin Luo had that soul-binding rope of some kind. being able to bind the soul. The body is naturally no different. If eyes could kill, Qin Luo would have already been lynched by Long Jiruo. You're a madman. Madman. How dare you? Kill me if you can. Kill me and see if you can still live. To tell you the truth, your grandfather is dying now, too, and you're just in time to go down and be with him. Hey! Qin Luo sighed. Woman, why don't you know better? Eat this little sugar bean. You won't die, even if you are poisoned. Do you think that with your father's means he won't give you an antidote? But if you don't eat it, you will surely die. Smart women choose. You look pretty unintelligent for what you are. No wonder they say that what's big is brainless. Qin Luo obediently dropped his gaze to a position that made Long Jiruo feel a sense of abuse. Indeed, what Qin Luo said, there is still some truth in it. Long Jiruo felt that her old man is considered to be the small group of people who stand at the peak of this world. Even if Qin Luo was a prince, what means could he have? There is no fear of being left without wood. Yes, I'll eat. She didn't have a choice, did she? Smart women, and generally the smarter they are, the longer they live. Qin Luo sent the devil seed into Long Jiruo's mouth, and in the next second, that devil seed drilled madly towards the inside of Long Jiruo's sea of soul. You, Qin Luo, what have you done to me? Long Jiruo wanted to block it, but she realized she couldn't with her soul already heavily damaged and suppressed by Shi Huang. She was now a lamb to the slaughter. In fact, Qin Luo was perfectly capable of using force, but why go against a woman's wishes when you can? It's okay, a little trick won't affect anything. Qin Luo asked in his heart at the same time. Unity Sun, will the magic seed be discovered? Once the magic seed is planted, the person who is planted can't tell about the magic seed, and no one in this realm can detect it. The magic seed will change a person's mind subconsciously, and I believe that she won't be willing to sell you out. Dragon Jiruo has been successfully planted, losing 20,000 points of fortune. The host gains 20,000 points of villain value. After the demonic seeding was successful, Qin Luo let Shi Huang release Long Jiruo. Actually, all these things between us are just misunderstandings coming up. Do you think the dragon scale would still be in my hands now? At these words, Long Jiruo's gaze narrowed and she blurted out, Emperor Qin. Qin Luo didn't admit it or deny it. It was equivalent to acquiescence in Long Jiruo's case. I knew it. This matter is not that simple. How could the dragon scale still be in your hands? What is the specific function of dragon scales? Qin Luo asked. Long Jiruo glanced at Qin Luo. She always felt that Qin Luo was much more obedient, but she still wouldn't tell Qin Luo about the effects of the dragon scales. Even if Emperor Qin obtained the dragon scale, he wouldn't be able to do anything with it. She replied so confidently. Oh, is that so? Qin Luo looked deeply at Long Jiruo. He felt that it wouldn't take long for Long Jiruo to tell him what he wanted to know and what he wanted to know. As for Lin Yue's idle move, perhaps it couldn't be used. With a wave of his hand, Qin Luo and Long Jiruo appeared in front of the crowd. That same king of the Hidden Dragon Society saw that Long Jiruo was intact and felt a huge sigh of relief in his heart. I'll figure out what to do about the dragon scales. If you guys can give me 3 drops of divine dragon essence blood, I might be able to help you guys go and get the dragon scales out. Qin Luo looked as if he was asking for a lion's share of the money. Humph. Long Jiruo laughed disdainfully. With you, you're able to take it out of Emperor Qin's hands? It's simply a slip of the tongue. Not even if you are his son. Emperor Qin is a mean and unforgiving man. Let's consider today's matter as us admitting to it. Let's go. Long Jiruo took a step and was about to leave. It was at this critical moment that the assassin hidden in the shadows finally struck. Qin Luo felt that he was locked in, and all the blood in his body had paused its flow. Saint King? It must be Saint King. It was impossible for a saint to pose such a great threat to him, and a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Whoosh! An arrow pierced viciously towards Qin Luo's chest as the sound of breaking air rang out. Although there were 3 Saint Kings present, the 2 of them, Lu Jingjing and Zhou Hongyu, were staring at that Saint King of the Hidden Dragon Society, and Qin Luo didn't even have a saint by his side, not to mention a Saint King, so this was the perfect opportunity. The opportunity was too good to miss, and even if he had seized it, the assassin hadn't taken the risk himself, but had attacked from afar very cautiously. Mud! Damn it! The anger in Qin Luo's heart was instantly ignited. Assassination? A man like that, he has no morals. Puff! An arrow accurately hit Qin Luo's chest. The 9 Revolutions golden body technique operated crazily, and at this moment, it played out a huge role. The arrow broke through Qin Luo's defense and pierced his heart, but it couldn't kill him. Heavily damaged. Puff! Qin Luo sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. His gaze fell on that Saint King in the distance and he gritted his teeth. Get him dead. When Long Jiruo saw Qin Luo like this, her heart was also like a knife. She had a feeling in the dark that if Qin Luo was finished, she might die. One strike missed, and the man immediately tried to flee. Lu Jingjing leaped and rushed out. Only Zhou Hongyu was a little hesitant. He didn't know if he should leave. When you're older, you think about things more. And there can be people from the Hidden Dragon Society here, who knew that at this moment. Long Jirua hissed angrily, Elder Wang, kill that assassin. Elder Wang froze. Third miss. This matter has nothing to do with my Hidden Dragon Society. Long Jirua snorted coldly. If he dies in front of us, Emperor Qin will surely think that the Hidden Dragon Society, killed him. Elder Wang froze and thought, that makes sense. Even if we didn't kill them, Emperor Qin would still say that we did, so that there would be a reason to liquidate the Hidden Dragon Society. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out, and he rushed out as well. A Zhou Hongyu didn't hesitate and shouted in a low voice, "You few protect His Highness." Then with a leap he rushed out. After that assassin fled out, he felt the harsh aura coming from behind him and regretfully spoke, "It's a pity. Next time there won't necessarily be such a good opportunity." But in the next second, 3 terrifying auras rushed towards him, causing him to almost stagger. 3 against 1? Didn't they just fight and kill their enemies? Are you alright? Long Jirua didn't realize that she had blurted out words of concern to Qin Luo offhandedly. Qin Luo covered his chest and pulled out that arrow bit by bit, and returned. He can't die. There was no poison quenched on this arrow, and if it was quenched, it would be relatively troublesome. Bang! Qin Luo threw that arrow on the ground, then said to the others, "I'm going to close down and cultivate. Long Jirua, be my guest." After saying that, the others immediately protected Qin Luo. Qin Luo once again opened the Human Emperor streamer. He entered it, took out the drop of Divine Dragon Essence blood, and began to refine it. The 9 Revolutions golden body technique worked like crazy, and soon the drop of Divine Dragon Essence blood was absorbed by Qin Luo, and the wound in his heart was slowly healing. The strength of his fleshly body was insanely increasing, and after the cultivation continued for many days, Qin Luo felt that his 9-turn golden body technique was on the verge of reaching a critical point. He opened his mouth and inquired, "Is it possible for me to exchange some heavenly materials and treasures to cultivate the 9 turns golden body technique to the point of the 3rd turn? If it was the 3rd turn, that arrow from before would not have been able to do much damage to him at all, and it was even possible that it wouldn't have broken his defense. After system projection, 500,000 villain value can be consumed to exchange for 1 drop of Divine Essence blood * to upgrade to the 3rd turn. Divine rank? Divine Dragon Essence blood isn't divine rank? Besides, where do I get $500,000? Loans are available in the system. 9 out of 13. Good man. Black heart. 9 out of 13. Isn't that trying to trap him? No loan. Qin Luo decisively refused. Should I exchange for a holy weapon that can defend myself? After system testing, the host's body strength is comparable to that of a holy weapon, or can be exchanged for the top quality soft armor of the Holy Order. Item, Magic Flame Dragon Scale Armor, Holy Grade Upper. Description, forged by the burning heavenly demonic flames of the land of the 9 Sepulchre. It can withstand a fatal blow from a great sage realm powerhouse. Price, 300,000 villain points. Too expensive. Option 2, the Dragon Scale Sword can be used as a material to break down and refine it into the Magic Flame Dragon Scale Armor. Price, 100,000 villain value. Alright, let's choose option 2. Qin Luo hesitated slightly and spoke decisively. Consume 100,000 villain value. Start refining in. Refining completed. Obtain Magic Flame Dragon Scale Armor. This was the 2nd time he had been assassinated. Qin Luo had to be warped. He had to save his little life before he could have a future, covered by the Magic Flame Dragon Scale Armor. Qin Luo's sense of security skyrocketed. What else do I need to improve now? Give me some suggestions. A few days ago Qin Luo's idea was that the villain value was kept for emergencies. After all, now his situation looked bad. In case he was planted, he was still able to rely on the villain value to turn the tide. Now he doesn't think that way. There's a saying that the most painful thing in life is when people die with no money left to spend. Let's get the day in front of us first. The sons of the air will be there, and so will the villain values. It is recommended that the host consume 200,000 villain value to upgrade the level of the 4 elephant sword technique. Automatically comprehended. Battle power source. Unity is trying to suck his villain value dry with this one. Qin Luo hesitated slightly, but decided. Redemption. Successful exchange. Obtain 4 elephant sword technique, holy grade, comprehension, swordsmanship comprehension. Triggering an epiphany state. Please cherish it. An epiphany? Qin Luo's thoughts moved, and before he could return to his senses, he felt that he was in a sea of sword chi. He felt incredibly comfortable, as if he had become a sword. Time passed by. Qin Luo's epiphany lasted for a full 10 days. 10 days later, he opened his eyes and a flash of stern sword intent flashed through his eyes. Sword intent, great accomplishment. Qin Luo waved his hand and a powerful sword intent rose from his body, causing Shi Huang, who was not far away, to be completely shocked. Sword intent, great success? My god, what kind of demon is he? Even Yi Chen, who previously possessed the sword bone, and Chu Feng, who had the indestructible sword body. The two of them, such innate sword cultivators, could not compare to this Qin Luo, who was born with a mortal body. In front of him, is this heaven-swallowing devil technique just that heaven-defying? Shi Huang's heart thumped a little, but in the end, she still sighed. Even if Qin Luo was willing to let her cultivate, there was no way for her to do so. It was said that the powerful one who created the heaven-swallowing demon technique had a physique even worse than Qin Luo's. Qin Luo was a mortal body, while that one could only be considered a wasted body, although Shi Huang, didn't have a body right now. Her soul wasn't something that a mortal body or a wasted body could fit into. How much time has passed? Qin Luo asked as he opened his eyes. 20 days have passed since your seclusion. 20 days already? That spirit realm should be opening soon. Where's the killer? Qin Luo asked. Seriously wounded. Left an arm and a leg behind and escaped. So, he's only got 3 legs? But to have let him escape? An icy color flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. However, the monk can't run away from the temple. Blood-killing floor. You're finished. Shi Huang froze. 3 legs? Eyes subconsciously moved toward Qin Luo's lower body. Qin Luo walked out from the human emperor streamer. Lu Jingjing and the others immediately lowered their heads. Your Highness, it's because my subordinates did not do their job well enough to let him escape. Aha! Publish a reward message. One person who kills a blood-killing floor assassin will be rewarded with a heavenly ranked upper-grade treasure. One person who kills a blood-killing floor saint realm assassin will be rewarded with a holy ranked lower-grade sacred weapon. And one person who kills a blood-killing floor saint king realm assassin will be rewarded with 2 lower-grade sacred weapons. As for the middle grade, none of his men could share a single piece, so naturally he was not able to take it out and offer a bounty. Anna Lu, I'm going to give you an assignment. Please, Your Highness, I desire to establish an organization of assassins, the name of which, for the time being, will be the Temple of Hades. You people of the Sword Extinction Cliff will be my Yanluo Temple's killers in the future. Concentrate all the resources inside those holy places, so that your senior sisters can all ascend to the Saint Realm. The first mission objective I've given you is to find out the Blood Slaughterhouse and overthrow them. Things don't come in threes, and now that the Blood Slaughterhouse had struck out at him twice, he wouldn't allow a third time to occur. Prepare to depart for the Spirit Realm. Your Highness, when that Long Jiruwa left, she left behind a sentence. She said that someone had made a move against Su Shang, and that there were at least 2 great saints, as well as several sacred king realm powerhouses. Qin Luo's eyes were slightly cold. It seems that the third prince wants to go to war with me. Well, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Far away in the territory of the great Qin imperial dynasty, Chen Zhanshan had already gotten the news of his grandson's murderer from the side of third prince Qin Ming. He felt ridiculous. The second prince? Oh, the second prince sent someone to kill my grandson? Third prince? Is this using me as a mallet? Ridiculous to the extreme. If there was a person who was least likely to take a shot at his grandson among the several emperors, who was it? That would be the second prince, the rigid and upright second prince. His mother's family is of humble origin. He has been fighting in the southern border all his life, and has been seriously injured and dying many times. He is quite prestigious in the army, and is called the god of war in the southern border, and his sphere of influence is also limited to the southern border. He had met the second prince, and he had an extremely high opinion of him in his heart. There was one more thing that the third prince did not know about, because before, he and the second prince had already been secretly communicating with each other long ago, and he had the intention of supporting the second prince in his bid for the position of emperor's son. That was the most important reason why he was certain that the second prince would not kill his grandson. Playing me like a monkey? It seems that your highness was right. The third prince is most likely the murderer of my grandson. A ferocious light flashed in Chen Zhanshan's eyes. A crazy thought surfaced inside his mind. He felt that this ambush on Su Shang was an opportunity for him, a good chance to avenge his grandson's death. I think your highness would understand me, wouldn't you? Put up a fight, kill the third prince, and I might be able to become a nail planted by his highness and other forces. The news that Su Chanshan had traveled to the imperial capital was not deliberately concealed. When they reached the territory of the great Qin imperial dynasty, it became even more impossible to conceal them. Outside Blackstone City, Su Chanshan was ambushed. Su Chanshan looked at a man shrouded in a black robe that appeared in front of him and said in a deep voice, Wei Xiaolin, don't hide your head. I know it's you. A rich, ferocious light flickered within his gaze as he looked at Wei Xiaolin. You're the one who exterminated my Su family's entire clan, right? Since the other party had already seen it, Wei Xiaolin no longer hid his identity. He laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that, you old thing. Su Qianduan not only didn't die, but instead, you broke through to the great sage realm. But no matter, I will send you to accompany your Su family today. Su Chanshan sneered. Wei Xiaolin, you have a lot of guts. You dare to lay your hands on me within the great Qin imperial dynasty. Aren't you afraid that the Qin emperor will pursue the matter? I was just enthroned as a first-class marquis by Emperor Qin. You're provoking him. Wei Xiaolin let out a cold laugh. Su Qianduan, do you think that His Majesty can shelter you? Unfortunately, His Majesty is now in seclusion. And he probably won't come out of seclusion without 3 or 5 years, by which time the grass on your grave will already be very high. Do you think that time has changed, and that His Majesty would lay hands on me, the divine martial marquis of the great Qin imperial dynasty, because of a dead man like you? You think too highly of yourself. Good. In that case, let's strike. I'd like to see what you, Wei Xiaolin, have to be able to take me down. Su Qianduan was also a great sage and was naturally confident in his cultivation. If Wei Xiaolin didn't have a bottom card, he would kill Wei Xiaolin today to take revenge. The fact that Emperor Qin was in seclusion was considered a good thing for him, and no one would come to hold him accountable. Not to mention the fact that Wei Xiaolin had taken the initiative to go after him. Wei Xiaolin didn't rush to make a move. Instead he said lightly, I alone may not be able to guarantee that I will kill you, but what if two? Brother Lin, make your move. As his words fell, a man covered in sword intent stepped out. Sword cultivator. Su Qianduan's gaze narrowed. Wei Xiaolin, I didn't expect you to think so highly of me that you would find a sword cultivator. That's natural. To cut the grass you have to get rid of the roots. Who made you? Su Changchen. Not stay in the imperial capital, but have to be outside to protect that so-called grandson of yours. Grandchildren, after all, are outsiders, and you say how unworthy it is for you to throw away your own little life for an outsider. No, your grandson is your only bloodline. That's right, it's the only bloodline heir to your Su Changchen. TSK, it's a pity. If you die, he won't live. Cut the crap and strike. The violet heavenly divine thunder hammer in Su Changchen's hand flashed with lightning arcs as he leapt out and took the initiative. A rumble. A deafening sound of thunder rang out, and Wei Xiaolin was clearly somewhat stunned. Surprisingly, it's an upper grade of the saint rank. A flash of greed flashed across his eyes. Brother Lin, don't hold back. Strike together. Two great saint realm powerhouses struck out at Su Changchen, and for a while it was difficult to distinguish between them. Su Changchen was at a disadvantage, but he was also considered to be in a comfortable position. Yi Lan, who was hiding in the shadows, had already built up his strength. She transmitted her voice to Su Qianduan. Both of them are very strong. It's a bit difficult to stay. She was asking Su Changchen if she needed her to be exposed. As Su Qianduan smashed away Wei Xiaolin's attack with a hammer, and his voice reached Yi Lan's ears, then there's no need to make a move. Keep your cards for the moment. Prematurely revealing that Qin Luo had two great saint realm powerhouses by his side was not a good thing. It would cause Qin Luo to attract the firepower of others. Bang! 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 Su Qianduan was like a god of thunder, blocking the attacks of those two men. Hammer after hammer. His body dyed in blood. He roared, today's revenge. I, Su Qianduan, will remember. You too, will meet again in the coming days. He's trying to run. Can't let him get away. As Wei Xiaolin's words fell, a full 7 sacred king realm powerhouses stepped forward, and together, they catalyzed a large formation that was comparable to a great sacred realm powerhouse. This was one of the reasons why Yi Lan and Su Qianduan didn't have the backbone to cooperate fully and kill Wei Xiaolin. 3-2. And Wei Xiaolin's cultivation had been raised to the late stage of the Great Sage Realm. Big Dipper 10,000 Swords Formation. Break it for me. Su Changchen sacrificed the formation diagram and instantly tore a corner of the formation and escaped. Wei Xiaolin, after we meet again, it will be your time to die. After them, Wei Xiaolin roared. He always felt that there was one less Saint King, but now was not the time to pursue this matter. Killing Su Changchen was the King Dai in the land of the Western Desert. Qin Ming had been waiting for the latest news. But instead of waiting for news, he had waited for someone. Bang! One of the saints who had been guarding Qin Ming in the shadows was thrown in front of him, causing him to tremble, his brows furrowing slightly as he raised his head and looked in the direction of the person who had come. Knock knock. Chen Zhanshan slowly walked in, causing a bad feeling to rise in Qin Ming's heart. Marquis Inggu, why have you appeared here? Qin Ming asked. Chen Zhanshan sneered. Your Highness the Third Prince, where do you think I should appear? Selling your life for you to ambush Su Sheng? Qin Ming didn't say anything. He had realized that the situation was wrong the moment Chen Zhanshan appeared, and he had already crushed the life-preserving jade talisman in his hand, killing my grandson and framing others in a vain attempt to get me to kill the 9th prince. Now instead, you're deceiving me and putting this charge on the 2nd prince's head. What? 3rd prince? What do you take me, Chen Zhanshan, for? As a fool? Boom! The powerful cultivation of the Saint King realm erupted, giving Qin Ming great pressure. Marquis Inggu, you dare to make a move against me? Consequences. Have you thought it through? Qin Ming asked with a gloomy face. My Chen Zhanshan's bloodline is broken, and you people of the great Qin imperial dynasty are playing with me like a monkey. Today, I, Chen Zhanshan, am revolting. Kill! Chen Zhanshan roared. Striking out with all his might, Qin Ming immediately exploded out his cultivation. And no one had expected that he had long since reached the Saint Realm. Desperate, when Qin Luo got the news, his entire body was a bit confused. Your Highness, Marquis Ingwu is wanted. Li Yi's words messed up Qin Luo. What the hell? What the hell did he do? Marquis Ingwu Chen Zhanshan, intending to murder the third prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, causing serious injuries to the third prince. The Great Qin Imperial Dynasty has issued a wanted notice. Anyone who kills Marquis Ingwu Chen Zhanshan can be named a second-class marquis. Hereditary. Qin Luo was froze for a while. He turned his head to Zheng Tuo and asked, I didn't ask him to fuck Lao San, did I? Zheng Tuo shook his head. Your Highness naturally did not. And him? It didn't take long. Qin Luo here also received a message from Chen Zhanshan. Your Highness, my subordinate has already traveled to North Mang to work undercover. And when your Highness attacks North Mang in the coming days, my subordinate will definitely help your Highness subvert North Mang. Beside him, Zheng Tuo noticed that Qin Luo's face was a bit off, and hurriedly spoke up. Chen Zhanshan has taken matters into his own hands and is too unrestrained, or else my subordinates will bring someone to arrest him back? Qin Luo glanced at him. I use you? His little life is pinched in my hands. If I tell him to live, he lives. If I tell him to die, he can only die. But damn it, a Saint King didn't even fuck up Lao San. He really is a waste. Send a message and tell Chen Zhanshan to find a way to encourage the Northern Mang Imperial Dynasty to send someone to get Lao San killed. Mard, dare to come at me with a dirty trick. Lao San must die. The assassination of third Prince Qin Ming by Chen Zhanshan of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty had shocked the entire Imperial Dynasty. At the same time, a piece of news also spread out. It turned out that it was because earlier Qin Ming had sent someone to kill Marquis Ingwu's grandson, Chen Mo, and then framed the ninth prince. Now that Chen Zhanshan had discovered it, he naturally couldn't stand it and struck out in anger. Unfortunately, Chen Zhanshan can't fight the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty on his own. The imperial tipping of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty is too powerful. Even one of the ninth emperors who just came back? This ninth prince is really a bit pathetic, lost outside for nearly 20 years. And when he comes back, his bloodline's closest relatives are going to put him to death. The people of Great Qin's royal family are cool to the core. Oh, it can all be hereditary. Be careful what you say. Beware of reaching heaven. But I have insider information. Rumor has it that this is all because of one person, Divine Marshal Marquis Wei Xiaolin. Do you all know about the tragic case of the extermination of the Su family where the ninth prince's grandfather, Su Shang, was located? The ninth prince's birth mother passed away shortly after she just gave birth to the ninth prince because she was seriously ill. And you should know that the ninth prince's birth mother was a powerful person in the half-saint realm, so she could die just by giving birth to a child? Before she passed away, the Su family was exterminated. It is said that the one who exterminated the family was Divine Marshal Marquis Wei Xiaolin. Marquis Shenwu was too bold. You know that's a consort. I've heard that Su Shang is also being hunted down by the Divine Marshal Marquis right now, and his current life or death is unknown. My goodness, wouldn't that prove that the ninth prince is in danger? As far as I know, quite a few people have already come to the imperial capital to sue the ninth prince, saying that he's doing nothing wrong in order to seize the family and clan's greatest treasures, fabricating crimes and killing entire families. Then without Su Shang as a backer, wouldn't the ninth prince be cool? Who says it's not? There was no talent in the first place, and now the backer is still gone. The main thing is, he's too crazy making enemies everywhere. I put my word down here. If he doesn't go to the heavenly jail, I'll eat shit. Xian Tian Dao Clan. Xiaoya would always think of that day when Yi Chen and the elders of the family died in front of her. After she returned to the sect, the first thing she did was to enter a state of seclusion. Lately she had always felt muddled, as if there was something wrong. After cultivating for many days, her cultivation had barely advanced an inch after coming out. Morong Shui looked at her to speak, but finally opened her mouth. Xiaoya, the Elder Qi who was previously sent to your Xiao family did not return. I remember that Elder Qi has been gone for quite a long time. Why hasn't he come back yet? Is there some kind of accident? Xiaoya asked. Hey, Morong Shui sighed. Elder Qi, dead. Your Xiao family, extinguished. Boom. Xiaoya was struck by lightning and her entire body stumbled. Xiaoya suffered a major blow. Her soul was further invaded. She lost 50,000 points of Qi luck value. The host gained 50,000 points of villain value. Who is it? Xiaoya asked through gritted teeth. Qin Luo. It's him again. Qin Luo. Xiaoya. And you are irreconcilable. I'm going to break you into pieces. Xiaoya roared angrily. The whole person was like a madman. She hated very much. Not only did she hate Qin Luo, but she also hated herself. If she hadn't strongly requested it, the family elders probably wouldn't have gone to the Divine Soldier Valley, wouldn't have died in the Divine Soldier Valley. and wouldn't have had the current extermination tragedy. Meditate. Morong Shui looked at Xiaoya, who was in an off state, and droned in a deep voice, pulling Xiaoya back from the brink of collapse. Xiaoya, who had regained her senses, immediately asked, Qin Luo killed an elder of my Xian Tian Dao sect. What did the sect master say? She expected the clan to stand up for her and forcefully suppress Qin Luo, but Morong Shui's words disappointed her. Qin Luo is the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, and he killed our Xian heavenly Dao sect's elder. Perhaps intentionally. The situation right now is chaotic. Our Xian Tian Dao sect cannot be the one to take the lead. One wrong move and our Dao sect might face annihilation. So the Dao sect has already formally protested to the great Qin imperial dynasty to express our dissatisfaction. That's it? Xiaoya was exasperated and laughed. She was so disappointed the Xian Tian Dao sect, being punched in the face and not daring to fight back? Morong Shui saw Xiaoya's appearance and knew that she could no longer listen. Could it be to say that Elder Qi was just an insignificant elder and that the Xiao family was a family that had no connection with their Xian heavenly Dao sect? That's why their Xian heavenly Dao sect wouldn't make a move? However, after thinking about it, Morong Shui said something else. Qin Luo, as the holy son of the Tai Ruins Holy Land, he has been invited to the spirit realm to attend the Enlightenment Tea Party. Your senior brother, Shan Yi, he'll be attending as well. Xiaoya's eyes lit up as she asked, if Qin Luo has an accident in the spirit realm, is it possible? Morong Shui nodded. Competition between peers. Some accidents couldn't be more normal. Even the great Qin imperial dynasty has no way to say anything. Then I'll go find senior brother Chen. Xiaoya immediately left in excitement. Morong Shui was old and pleased. It's quite good that Yi Chen is dead, so that if Xiaoya is able to get together with Chen Yi, it would be maximizing the benefits for our Xian Tian Dao sect. Chen Yi was also one of their Xian Tian Dao sect's internalized Dao children, having been initiated for a longer period of time, and had long since cultivated to the cave heaven realm by now. The clean-looking Chen Yi, who looked like a neighborhood big boy, showed a touch of anger on his face after learning about Xiaoya's intentions. Humph. A mere prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty, daring to be so arrogant in the midst of my 100,000 mountains, and even killing Elder Qi and his sister's family. This person is simply an animal. Don't worry, senior sister. When we reach the spirit realm, I will personally waste him. Thank you, senior brother. Xiaoya slightly owed her body, and a fiery color flashed under Chen Yi's eyes. I in the misty Holy Land. A graceful, beautiful man holding a folding fan was blocked outside Chen Wanning's cultivation place. Senior brother Lu, the holy maiden is in seclusion, and she has instructed that no one is to be disturbed. Lu Yunfei was annoyed in his heart. He had just clearly chased Chen Wanning's figure to this place. Chen Wanning had just stepped in with her front foot, and now she was saying that she was in seclusion? Instead, he maintained his gentle demeanor and said, since senior sister Shin is in seclusion, I won't bother you much. Turning to leave, he ran into Yang Ji. Meet Elder Yang. Yang Ji nodded slightly. Do you know why the holy maiden doesn't see you? I still ask Elder Yang to enlighten me. Lu Yunfei asked. Because the holy maiden had already fallen for someone else long ago when she was cultivating in the Tai Ruins Holy Land. Who is it? Once the holy son of the Tai Ruins Holy Land, now the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, Qin Luo. Upon hearing this name, a flash of killing intent flashed across Lu Yunfei's eyes. From the first time he saw Shen Wanning, he was already astonished, and he had a vague feeling within him that this woman was definitely capable of helping him further. The Netherworld Holy Land only had holy girls, not holy sons, and if he could obtain Shen Wanning, he felt that he had a chance to become a holy lord in the future. But Shen Wanning hadn't shown him any respect, and now he kind of knew the real reason. I heard that he'll be going to the Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Party as the etheric market saint's son. Yang Ji faintly mentioned it again. Oh, is that so? Lu Yunfei's face revealed a touch of playfulness. Then I'd like to take a good look at how much weight the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty has. It seems like your progress isn't slow? Qin Luo asked to Shi Huang. Not really sure, because I've stripped that strand of soul of its connection to my main soul, and I won't be able to be sure unless I get close to her. Shi Huang replied. Oh, so that's what happened. But there's no rush. I think you'll be in control of her in no time. Qin Luo turned his head to Li Yi and said, contact the commander and ask him to wait for me outside the spirit realm. Li Yi froze as he asked with some surprise. Your Highness, didn't you not intend to see him before? Qin Luo smiled. I've changed my mind now. Something big might happen within the spirit realm. It's always good to have more of your own people outside. As Li Yi listened to Qin Luo's words, it was as if he saw a picture of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His heart turned over. Can it be that your highness wants to go on a killing spree inside the spirit realm? Qin Luo certainly wasn't going to go on a killing spree. But how could he let go of those who dared to provoke him? Those who dared to rob him? All the good things inside the spirit realm should be his. Send a message to Yilan to come over as well. Su Chanchen and Yilan had now hidden from the light to the dark. The news to the outside world was that Su Chanchen was seriously injured and dying, and was in hiding. The truth was that Su Chanchen was also injured. But even Wei Xiaolin didn't know exactly how serious it was. Qin Luo was afraid that he would be beaten to death after he came out of the spirit realm, and it was necessary to have someone come over to protect him. After arranging all this, Qin Luo was able to come to the location where the spirit realm was located with peace of mind. This was not the territory of any clan or Holy Land, and the entrance to the spirit realm, which was not small in scope, was more than enough to scatter tens of thousands of individuals. Qin Luo took out that one invitation, and after inspiring it, a black hole surfaced in front of him. Alright, I'll go in first. Qin Luo stepped into the black hole. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the discussion about Qin Luo had become heated. Daring to put a bounty on someone from my blood-killing tower. Ha, this ninth brother of mine is a bit arrogant, Qin Fan said with icy killing intent flashing in his eyes. He, blood-killing house, took people's money and eliminated people's disasters. What's wrong with that? Instead of reflecting on why he was offered a bounty for assassination, Qin Luo wanted to stiff them as a killer organization. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? For the Blood Slaughter Tower to be able to stand in this realm and not fall for so many years, their depth exceeded many people's imagination. Qin Luo's provocation made Qin Fan, who hadn't paid much attention to Qin Luo, angry. He's angry, and then the consequences are very serious. Since those people want to suppress Qin Luo, let's use our connections to put Qin Luo's guilt into effect and let him go to spend the rest of his life inside the heavenly prison. Your Highness, according to the intelligence, Qin Luo is going to attend the Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Party. This is definitely a trap targeting him. He might die in it, the henchman said after a moment's hesitation. Qin Fan sneered. If he died inside, it would be considered lucky for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to die even if he wanted to. The cruelest thing you can do to a person is not to kill him, but to suppress him for all eternity without seeing the light of day. The Qin Emperor is in seclusion and cultivation, and the 3 dukes are in charge of the government. Plus the 9 ministers. The folders like snowflakes kept flying to the desk of the 3 princes and 9 ministers, all of them impeaching Qin Luo under the manipulation of a few imperial princes as well as Marquis Shenwu and others impeaching Qin Luo for his own selfish interests, fabricating crimes, exterminating a full clan, tarnishing the prestige of the great Qin imperial dynasty, abusing lynchings, taking by force, and destroying the good relations between the great Qin imperial dynasty and the clan. After a few days of discussion, it was decided that the case would be tried by the 3 chambers of the Dalizi, the Ministry of Justice, and the Department of Devil Suppression, and that strong men would be dispatched to the 100,000 Mountains to bring the 9th prince, Qin Luo, back to trial. After Qin Luo entered the spirit realm, Yilan and Su Qianwan quietly sneaked back and hid in the shadows. There could be a lot of Holy Land powerhouses here, all similarly hidden in the shadows, and they had just one purpose, to protect the geniuses of their Holy Land that came out from inside a foggy space. Qin Luo stepped out. He was able to see a large hall, and a continuous forest, above a huge square. There were already a lot of people talking and laughing. Is this what is called a strong man's cave? It's like a small world. It occurred to Qin Luo that this world they were living in now was not likewise the cave of a certain powerful person. Thinking carefully, Qin Luo immediately collected his thoughts. People are damn scared to death by themselves. Senior brother Lin, I heard that you invited Qin Luo over? He's the prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty. It's a bit inappropriate for him to come to our Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Party in the 100,000 Mountains, isn't it? A man with a slightly dissatisfied color looked at Kenglin Saint Sun Lin Hao and said, every single resource inside this Enlightenment Tea Party was extremely precious. Qin Luo coming here meant that he was going to get a share. So naturally, there were quite a few people who were dissatisfied. Lin Hao glanced at a beauty sitting not far away, and the other party also gave him a smile, causing the smile on his face to intensify. He looked at the others with a smile and said, Qin Luo was also a person of my 100,000 Mountains before, and he was even the holy son of the Tai Ruin sacred land, so he is qualified to come to the Spiritual Realm Enlightenment Tea Party. What's more, he's already entered the amazing ranking, so if I don't invite him, wouldn't I be disobeying the rules of the Enlightenment Tea Party? It is a default rule that those who enter the amazing list must be invited. However, it's just inviting an unimportant character. Do you all think that you're inferior to the Holy Prince of the Great Market? The moment Lin Hao said this, the others sneered. But it's just a guy who is arrogant and domineering in my 100,000 Mountains based on his background. What makes him qualified to be in the amazing ranking? I think that there must be an inside story for him to be able to enter the amazing ranking. Someone is operating in the dark. Shen Qingyan's body trembled slightly, and without moving, she glanced at the person who said that someone was operating in the dark. It was indeed a backdoor operation, but it wasn't Qin Luo. It was her. Shen Qingyan, who was operating in the dark, allowing Qin Luo to enter the surprising ranking. Before she was able to give Qin Luo a reason to enter the spirit realm, she was happy that Qin Luo did agree to come. Qin Luo, this is the grave I prepared for you, Shen Xingyan muttered as a figure appeared in her eyes and a murderous intent flashed through her eyes. She immediately stood up, her eyes falling on the figure walking slowly. Qin Luo, she shouted angrily in her heart through clenched teeth. You all came quite early. Qin Luo smiled and greeted the people looking at him. Sacred son of the Tai ruins Qin Luo. Welcome. Lin Hao stood up and spoke towards Qin Luo with a smile. Qin Luo smiled happily. As expected, there were few sons of Qi and daughters of Qi here. Before he could take a closer look, he heard a provocative voice ring out. Qin Luo, 99th on the stunning list. Ha! A sharp-tongued guy stood up and glared at Qin Luo. We know each other? This guy wasn't even a son of Qi, and he looked so distinctive that if Qin Luo had seen him, he would have recognized him. Similarly, most of the people here were not accessible to him in his previous position as the saint son of the Tai ruins. Instead of answering his words, the other party said to himself, I want to know what gives you the right to step on my head. Today, I'd like to see how much weight you have. What qualifications are there to be able to rank 99th? Qin Luo looked back at this time. He looked at this person and said, What? You want to grab the 99th place? Then it seems that you, a waste of space, are the bottom of the amazing ranking? A single word of countdown to first made the other man's anger no longer bearable. Qin Luo, I want to challenge you. The bottom one, trying to take the bottom two position. Qin Luo felt that he had lowered his compulsion. He looked at the man and said seriously, It's easy to get killed when you go out on a limb. If you want to die, I can fulfill you. Since the wolf has entered the sheepfold, there is no need to hide. His strength is there. Unified suppression. We're going to do a big job today. Arrogant to the extreme. Oh, aren't you just from a good background and lucky enough to possess the royal bloodline of the great Qin imperial dynasty? What do you have besides this identity? Today, I, Luo Tong, will teach you that you can't be too arrogant as a human being. Boom! As he spoke, Luo Tong's cultivation began to fully explode, reaching the third level of the cave realm in a single leap. As the holy son of the Tsangshan Mountain Holy Land, Luo Tong's cultivation has long since reached the third level of the cave heaven, and his battle power is even stronger than that of an ordinary middle stage of the cave heaven. And this son of Qin Luo, if the intelligence is not wrong, more than half a year ago, it seems that he was only in the divine passage realm? Yours has long since been a thing of the past. Qin Luo's cultivation has long since reached the spirit transformation realm. With so many resources from the great Qin imperial dynasty, he can still fail to be nurtured as the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty? There was a sour flavor in the tone of his voice. Where is it like me? The clan is weak, all relying on myself to take one step at a time and walk hard to reach today. Even the spirit transformation realm is able to enter the amazing ranking. TSK, no wonder Luo Tong is unconvinced. There's no shady business here. I honestly don't believe it. The gold content of the amazing list has gone down. I think it's better to let people just fill it out by hand. Shen Xingyan turned a deaf ear to these words. Her gaze was dead on Qin Luo. She wanted to see Qin Luo die. Luo Tong didn't have the guts to kill Qin Luo's, but it didn't matter. Someone would kill Qin Luo. Give me the town. Luo Tong exerted about 70% of his strength as soon as he struck. He wanted to strike with all his strength, but he was afraid that a single slap from his full strength would kill Qin Luo here. Killing Qin Luo was easy for him, but after killing Qin Luo and going out, he and the Tsangshan Holy Land were destined to die. It was true that he was angry, but it was also true that he didn't dare to kill Qin Luo, the great hand seal of Tsangshan. A huge mountain shadow emerged and ruthlessly suppressed towards Qin Luo. Just this? Qin Luo looked at Luo Tong's attack with disdain. To take a shot at me and not even go all out. Are you looking down on me? Or do you not value your little life? Qin Luo didn't even have the idea of moving his sword because the Luo Tong in front of him didn't deserve it. Boom! Qin Luo met him with a punch, and the smile at the corner of Luo Tong's mouth became even more intense. It was as if he had already seen the image of Qin Luo being suppressed by him on the ground, begging for mercy. Bang! The two of them exchanged hands. His face changed in a flash. From Qin Luo's body came a powerful force that made him unrivaled. He unexpectedly couldn't block it. Impossible! Luo Tong exclaimed, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. His attack instantly popped under Qin Luo's punch, and the speed of Qin Luo's fist was unabated towards Luo Tong as he ruthlessly smashed over it. Bang! The punch landed solidly on Luo Tong's chest. Put! Luo Tong sprayed out a large mouthful of blood with clots. He was hit hard with one blow. Bang! He was smashed to the ground by Qin Luo's fist, and then Qin Luo's foot ruthlessly stepped on his chest. Puff! Luo Tong once again sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and his entire body instantly became shriveled up. He was already dying from serious injuries. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect the ending to be like this. Luo Tong, unbeatable. In Qin Luo's hands, Luo Tong couldn't even last a single move? Is that Luo Tong acting? That Qin Luo's cultivation hasn't even exploded and he can't? Acting is too fake, isn't it? It's possible. This Luo Tong might be trying to flatter the great Qin imperial dynasty. Just this? Qin Luo looked down at Luo Tong with disdain. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Little punk like you? Rubbish. It's a waste of food to keep you in this world. Qin Luo raised his foot and was about to step out again, sending Luo Tong to his death. At this time, Lin Hao spoke. Senior brother Qin, how about giving me face? Lin Hao's information floated before Qin Luo's eyes. Discovery of the Son of Fortune, name, Hao Lin, age, 35, luck level, 3rd order, luck value, 130, 000 points, physique, peripheral star body, can use the power of the stars to cultivate and perform powerful martial arts, and when cultivated to the stage of great completion, can even control the stars and the circumference of the sky, gaining nearly endless power. Cultivation, 7th level of the cave realm. Introduction, a former supporting character, now has the potential to become a protagonist, perhaps a receiver, not only to take over the woman of the late son of Qi, but also to take over his resources in the future. Only, can he grow up? Senior brother Qin may not be familiar with me, so let me introduce myself. Lin Hao smiled at Qin Luo and said, I'm Lin Hao from the Kanglin Holy Land. So it's Lin Hao, the holy son of the Kanglin Holy Land. I was able to come to the Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Party this time, and it was you who invited me, right? Lin Hao nodded. That's right. As the organizer of the Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Party, I'm the one who sent out the invitation. Good. Qin Luo removed his feet from Luo Tong's body. You, Lin Hao, invited me here. I'll take you up on a favor. I don't want this kid's life, but he dared to provoke me openly. A mortal sin can be waived, but a living sin cannot be escaped. As Qin Luo's words fell, he kicked out with a bang. A huge force rushed into Luo Tong's dantian, crumbling his dantian cave. Ah! Luo Tong let out a hiss of pain and instantly fainted. Everyone was shaken when they saw the scene, and some people immediately rushed over to confirm one thing: Luo Tong was ruined. This son, wicked, arrogant. Luo Tong paid a little too much to flatter the great Qin imperial dynasty, didn't he? The acting is too real. Hearing this, the corners of many people's mouths twitched, and it was true that prejudice was not so easy to change. Lin Hao's face was also blooming in an instant, and his gaze towards Qin Luo carried a tinge of unkindness. Senior brother Qin, haven't you gone too far? Qin Luo sneered. Over? No. If the one being suppressed is me, I won't mention my opinion. Not as skillful as a man. And you still don't know how to provoke. You deserve to die. As Qin Luo said this, his eyes also swept over the others. Gentlemen, I know that many of you look at me with disdain. Welcome to challenge me. I hope you guys won't be as much of a loser as that guy just was. At this moment, Qin Luo was too arrogant. Everyone showed dissatisfaction and hostility towards him, and some even jumped into action. Qin Luo's gaze accurately locked onto a woman with extremely outstanding appearance, and when he saw her name, the corner of Qin Luo's mouth slightly hooked up. So it's her. Lin Xian's little mistress, daughter of fortune found, name, Shen Shengyan, age, 28, luck level, 4th order, luck value, 400, 000 points, physique, broad cold spirit body. It is said to be the inherited body from the mysterious Moon Palace, able to cultivate and fight with the power of moonlight, and when cultivated to the state of great success, it is possible to ascend to the Moon Palace to rule it. Cultivation, 3rd level of the cave realm. Introduction, a woman's big three hold a golden brick. Someone, because of her support, only has the ticket to the summit race in this world, but unfortunately halted in the qualifying rounds. Take over the Son of Luck is very likely to get the ticket to the summit race from her hands. Qin Luo saw this and instantly understood in seconds. He looked at Lin Hao and said, Saint San Lan, I think you should thank me if I didn't kill your love rival. You'll never get a kiss in your life, let alone be her lapdog. Shen Xingyan stood up in a flash. The killing intent in her eyes could no longer be suppressed. She wasn't a fool. Why couldn't she hear the meaning within Qin Luo's words? Lin Hao was interested in her, but she gravitated towards Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was Lin Hao's love rival, which wasn't true at all. This wasn't just a provocation to her, it was a humiliation to her and Lin Xian. Lin Hao glanced at her out of the corner of his eye as she stood up, and immediately opened his mouth to chide toward Qin Luo. Qin Luo, shut up. Today is the Enlightenment Tea Party, so don't you dare talk nonsense here. Oh, is that so? The Enlightenment Tea Party? Where's the tea? Why don't you see the tea yet? As he spoke, Qin Luo walked towards an empty seat, sat down and knocked on the table. Serve tea. Everyone increased their disgust for Qin Luo. This time, Qin Luo looked around at the other two sons of Qi, one of which had a lower Qi value than Lin Hao. It really pulls the crotch extraordinarily. Discovery of the Son of Fortune, name, Lu Yunfei, age, 33, luck level, 2nd order, luck value, 88, 000 points. Physique, body of Tongyu dragon's marrow. It can condense a trace of pure Tongling chi in the body to constantly refine the body. And it can also allow the woman who gets it to cleanse her essence and improve her cultivation greatly. Cultivation, 5th level of the cave realm. Introduction, a good stove body. If he meets a woman who truly loves him, he may be able to change his destiny against all odds and become the protagonist of one side of heaven and earth. What? What ghost? Qin Luo's entire body was a bit messed up. This thing? It's a stove? When he looked at Lu Yunfei was also looking at Qin Luo. His eyes were slightly cold as he looked Qin Luo up and down and said in his heart, "Is this the man that senior sister Shin has her eye on? Coarse and mean, arrogant, and far less handsome than me. I don't know what senior sister Shin sees in him. This enlightenment tea party. I'll let him know that senior sister Shin isn't someone like him, who is nothing but status, who can climb high." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take out a crystal clear mirror and admire his stunningly beautiful face. Good lord. Qin Luo almost threw up when he saw this. What the hell? No woman in the room is as narcissistic as you, Qin Luo decided. In order to not let this guy continue to disgust himself during this enlightenment tea party, this person must die. Where's the tea? Why isn't it up yet? Qin Luo said as he slapped the table again, without waiting for Lin Hao to speak. A disdainful voice rang out. The enlightenment tea party? Not everyone is qualified to drink tea. Discovery of the Son of Fortune. Name, Chen Yi. Age, 30. Luck level, 3rd order. Luck value, 258. 000 points. Physique, Kirin bloodline, unawakened, tattooed on the Kirin. A divine beast. Those with this bloodline are born with strong vitality and combat power, and have exceptionally sharp senses. Cultivation, 7th level of the cave realm. Introduction, rise in this moment. Awakening the unicorn bloodline will inevitably undergo radical changes, destined to be one of the protagonists of heaven and earth. Good guy. Qin Luo didn't expect that there was a big fish, and this big fish is now provoking himself. The fisherman? Bang! Qin Luo slapped his hand hard on the table, and instantly this stone table was in pieces. I, Qin Luo, am not qualified? Who here is qualified? The enlightenment tea party? Isn't it just about whoever is stronger? Who drinks the tea? Today, I, Qin Luo, am here, and whoever wants tea needs to ask me. Qin Luo's arrogant statement caused everyone to bet their eyes on him. It's getting more and more interesting. So arrogant. How to die for fear of not knowing. Let's see. Then, who will be the first to strike? The gazes of the others all fell on Chen Yi. The words that had just provoked Qin Luo. But Chen Yi had opened his mouth. If Chen Yi doesn't make a move, it wouldn't make sense, would it? Chen Yi slowly stood up. He looked at Qin Luo with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Qin Luo, you, a royal son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, even in the midst of my 100,000 mountains, arrogant and domineering at every turn to destroy people's entire families. You've gone too far. As your senior, I shouldn't have made a move against you, but you have already caused my 100,000 great mountains to become furious, and you even killed my Xian heavenly Dao Sex elder. So today, I can't help but teach you a good lesson, so that you'll know that my 100,000 great mountains isn't your great Qin imperial dynasty, and it's not a place where you can do whatever you want relying on the status of an imperial son. Boom! The cultivation of the 7th level of the cave heaven realm exploded, and the gazes of the others shrank. He's the one from the Xian Tian Dao sect? He's Chen Yi, the 18th ranked Chen Yi on the amazing ranking. What a powerful aura. 7th level of the cave realm. I think this strength can already be ranked in the top 15 of the amazing ranking. Today, this Qin Luo has met a tough opponent. He dared to kill an elder of the Xian heavenly Dao sect. I'm afraid he'll die without even knowing how. It seems that we can only drink tea after watching the good show. But being able to see Qin Luo being suppressed, I don't think there's any harm in drinking tea later. Chen Yi took one step. A powerful fluctuation emanated from him and ruthlessly suppressed towards Qin Luo. It was as if Qin Luo saw the silhouette of a qilin floating in front of him, making roaring noises towards him, suppressing and impacting his soul as well as his body. Unfortunately, to me, it's similar to scratching an itch. Qin Luo was disdainful in his heart. It was really because the technique he cultivated was too heaven-defying, and his strength far exceeded the current 3rd level of the cave heaven realm. Kirin treading heavenly steps. The moment Chen Yi struck, it was the top grade inheritance that he had gotten from that qilin tattoo, and he was going to forcefully suppress Qin Luo on the spot with a thunderous force bang. Another step was taken, and his aura climbed once again. An ordinary early-stage cave realm powerhouse would be enough to be heavily injured under his 2 steps, but when he looked at Qin Luo, he found that Qin Luo was surprisingly unmoved. Just this? Qin Luo's tone carried a strong look of disdain. Take 2 steps and you want to suppress me? Are you being funny? Bang! 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 Chen Yi did not reply. Taking 3 consecutive steps, the qilin shadow behind him seemed to have coalesced into substance in Qin Luo's eyes. Xian Tian Seal. Jun Mi. Chen Yi roared, condensing out a huge seal and ruthlessly suppressing it towards Qin Luo. You should be the strongest handful of people inside this Enlightenment Tea Party, but it's too disappointing for me. Qin Luo gripped the Qingfeng sword in his hand tightly. His aura changed abruptly. His sword intent rose up to the sky. His terrifying aura instantly tore apart Chen Yi's Xian Tian seal, and continued to impact towards Chen Yi with an unrelenting aura. Chen Yi's eyes completely widened as he carried a look of disbelief in his eyes. Under the suppression of his Kirin treading heavenly steps, under the attack of his Xian heavenly seal, Qin Luo just exuded an aura and broke it? This is sword intent. A sword cultivator exclaimed in shock. Minor accomplishment? No, this is sword intent. Sword intent grand completion. The tone of his voice was filled with horror. Qin Luo offered a sword. The 4 elephant sword technique's golden blade breaking you. It's my turn next. 1 sword second for you. A sharp sword chi shot out with an unrelenting momentum, causing Chen Yi to feel the threat of death. At this time, Qin Luo finally exploded into a cultivation level that belonged to him. 3rd level of the cave realm. Heavens, he's only at the 3rd level of the cave realm and he's comprehended sword intent? Before, he was only a transformation spirit. So how did he ascend to become the cave heaven realm so quickly? Is he a devil? No matter how shocked these people were in their hearts, Chen Yi was now in a huge crisis anyway. 10,000 rivers of autumn water. Chen Yi forcibly stabilized his body and began to execute another of the Xian heavenly Dao Sex mastery techniques. The surrounding air currents were mobilized by him as if they were a river, converging in front of him, mobilizing the power between heaven and earth. Coupled with the 9 cavernous heavens in his body operating at full strength, the power of this strike was enough to rival the Saint realm. Bang! The two exchanged blows, and everyone's eyes stared at the scene without blinking. Pfft. Chen Yi sprayed out a large mouthful of blood and immediately became depressed. In this exchange, he was at a disadvantage. Bang! His body flew out backwards with the help of this force, attempting to break away from the battle. Want to go? Impossible. Qin Luo laughed coldly. His speed did not decrease and continued to rush towards Chen Yi. When sword intent hadn't reached the realm of great completion, Qin Luo already possessed the power to even the odds with saints. Right now, it's not an exaggeration to say that he's a saint. One must know that Jilan of the great sage realm had only just comprehended sword intent at its great completion. Whoosh! Qin Luo's speed of this sword had been so fast that Chen Yi couldn't dodge it. He roared. Kirin arm. Block for me. The unicorn tattoo on his body emitted a dazzling light at this moment, and even through his clothes, he was able to make out a red aura rushing up to the sky. His arm began to expand at an exaggerated rate, covered in scales, completely unlike a human. Is it hard for this Chen Yi to have a demonic beast bloodline? Is it hard for him to be a bastard? A human and a demonic beast are able to have children? Why not? I've even seen someone with that fox. Aha! I can't fucking believe I thought the little fox looked good too. Qin Luo, you forced me to do this. Today, you must die for me. The execution of the Qilin arm had already caused Chen Yi to consume a great deal of his life essence, and if he didn't get the Qilin essence blood to go and fully awaken his Qilin bloodline this time around, then it would definitely hurt his life essence for him, and his cultivation stagnation would be a minor matter. In all likelihood, there will be a regression in cultivation. Boom! A deafening rumbling sound rang out, and in the midst of everyone's gazes, Chen Yi was like a Qilin at the moment, and the Qilin arm in his hand slammed viciously towards Qin Luo. The power of this strike has properly reached the saint realm, and an ordinary saint may not even be able to block it. Qin Luo immediately estimated the power of this strike. But that's just it. My 9 revolutions golden body technique plus 10 great caves plus great sword intent plus sacred rank middle grade sword technique perfection realm. Sufficient. 4 elephants in one. The 4 elephants of gold, wood, water and fire came out in unison and converged into one move. Endless sword chi crisscrossed across. Qin Luo chopped out with a sword. Today, this Qilin arm of yours, I want it. Give me the chop. Boom! As soon as the sword was offered, the only thing in everyone's gaze was the dazzling sword aura. It can't be blocked. This is the great completion sword intent. This is the great completion sword intent. The cave heaven realms him is enough to fight with saints by relying on the great completion sword intent. The same sword cultivator looked enviously at Qin Luo's sword. With a touch of infatuation as well as admiration in his eyes. He sensed something from Qin Luo's sword, and he immediately sat down on his knees to savor it. So strong? How could he be this strong? Shen Xingyan looked at this scene with a strong look of shock in her hateful eyes. The mirror in Lu Yunfei's hand couldn't help but fall. He was thinking of suppressing Qin Luo before, but now, he felt that the odds were that he wouldn't be able to do it. A brush. This sword chi collided on top of Chen Yi's Qilin arm, instantly splashing with fire. Ah! Chen Yi roared as his expression grew more and more hideous. Burn! Burn for me! He kept roaring, and the unicorn tattoo on his body became even redder at this moment. Everything is in vain. Here, I am almost invincible. Qin Luo said indifferently. Chop me! Chop! Chop! In an instant, 3 sword chi chopped out brush, brush, brush. The 3 sword chi slashed at the same location with precision. Blood was splattered everywhere, and the skeletal muscles inside could already be seen. Go on, give me the chop. Another sword. A strike that had already gathered almost all of Qin Luo's strength. Not good. Chen Yi is going to lose. Shen Qinyan exclaimed as she immediately opened her mouth. We can't let the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty kill my genius from the 100,000 mountains. When these words came out, the others jolted awake, and the first one to react was Lin Hao, who had been called a licking dog by Qin Luo. He took Shen Qinyan's words as holy orders and struck at the first opportunity. Qin Luo, let's be forgiving. As he struck out, so did several others along with him. Qin Luo, this is the Enlightenment Tea Party. Will you be allowed to be so reckless? Qin Luo, stop it quickly, otherwise, we'll kill you on the spot. In the face of their threats, Qin Luo had a look of disdain on his face. The demonic flame dragon scale armor on his body instantly opened. Today, I will chop off this Qilin arm. No one can stop me. I, Qin Luo, say so. Keep chopping for me. Another sword, chopped out. The dazzling sword aura caused many people to subconsciously close their eyes. Ah! A hissing sound of extreme pain rang out. The person who didn't make a move saw a huge arm come off of Chen Yi's body. Chopped off. Qin Luo chopped this arm. Is it not for eating? Barbecue? A fat man licked his lips. I like eating demon beast meat the most. He's a siren. A nearby buddy warned Fatty immediately wiped his mouth clean. I don't want to eat it then. Bang! The huge unicorn arm fell to the ground. Chen Yi's unicorn arm was chopped off. Losing 50,000 points of fortune. The host gained 50,000 points of villain value. The attacks of the others also landed on Qin Luo's body, and were blocked for the most part by the demonic flame dragon scale armor on Qin Luo's body. Only sporadic attacks landed on Qin Luo's body, and at most, they left a trace of blood at the corner of Qin Luo's mouth. With a wave of his hand, the Qilin arm fell into his hands and was directly stowed within the cave heaven. Turning his head, he looked at Lin Hao's people, a scowl on his face. Good. Dare to make a move against me. Next, one of you will die. Of course, the first one to be killed was Chen Yi, but before Qin Luo could do anything, a light rose from a large hall in the distance, instantly enveloping Chen Yi before pulling him towards that hall. Want to run? Qin Luo dodged and chopped out with a sword. Stay for me. Brush. A sword chi slashed through, and screams of misery rang out. Ah, Qin Luo, I swear not to die until I kill you. Bang. A thigh fell to the ground. Chen Yi's mind collapsed and he was seriously injured. He lost 20,000 points of chi. The host gained 20,000 points of villain value. So brutal. Wouldn't Chen Yi only have one arm and one leg now? Chen Yi is ruined. Qin Luo's battle power is too amazing. The faces of Lin Hao's few people became extraordinarily ugly. They didn't expect that Qin Luo would waste Chen Yi alive in front of them. But that light just now? Someone with a puzzled look on their face looked towards the place where Chen Yi had disappeared. Only Qin Luo could be heard speaking leisurely. I think the Qilin Palace should have opened by now, right? Many people's eyes lit up. One of their purposes of coming here was to sip tea, and the second of their purposes was naturally for the inheritance that might be inside the Qilin Palace. Their gazes were set on the place where Chen Yi had disappeared, and they were already ready to head there as they rubbed their fists together. Lin Hao and the others were also moved in their hearts. They too wanted to head to the place where Chen Yi had disappeared. However, one of them had just raised his foot when a sword chi chopped him in the foot. I don't care what happens to them, but none of you can leave. Dare to strike at me. Today one of you will die for me. There were a full 5 people, and 2 of them Qin Luo had information about them in his memory. Purple Sky Holy Land, Li Xiuran, Misty Hidden Holy Land, Sanihan. Both were previously existences that the former lord looked up to, but now, in front of him, Qin Luo, the 2 people could only be lambs to the slaughter. Qin Luo, don't bully others too much. Don't think that you can be so unbridled in front of us just because you won against senior brother Chen of Xian Tian Dao sect. A cold aura erupted from Li Xiuran's body as he looked at Qin Luo and said with a mischievous face, Senior brother Qin, the Enlightenment Tea Party is a once-in-a-century event in my 100,000 mountains. Do you have to make trouble here? If you're bent on having your way, all the heavenly pride of my 100,000 great mountains will definitely not allow you to act arbitrarily. Lin Hao stood out and said to Qin Luo with the appearance of a leading elder brother. Qin Luo sneered. Don't act aggrieved. Am I the one who has to make trouble? What is your purpose in getting me here? You, lick spittle, think you know it well. Don't you just want to lick that pussy Shen Qinyan? When she farts, you want to get on your back and smell it. You think it all smells good. She asked you to avenge her man, and you came up here on your ass. TSK, as a fellow bandwagoner, I, Qin Luo, am somewhat looking down on you. Lin Hao's face instantly turned red as he growled angrily towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo, don't you dare to talk nonsense. It's just that you badmouth me. You even insulted senior sister Shun. Today I have to teach you a good lesson. Shin Qingyan, who was not far away, had a reddened face and her eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. Shin Shangyan has messed up her mind and lost 50,000 points of fortune. The host has gained 50,000 points of villain value. Qin Luo, you insult me too much. I, Shin Qingyan, hereby make a vow. If any senior brother can help Lightning Yen kill this thief, Lightning Yen is willing to give her body to him until death do us part. Many of those celestial pride who had wanted to go to the Qilin Palace turned their heads for the first time, and their gazes landed on Qin Luo's body point one by one. Their eyes became fiery, especially Lin Hao. The hot flames in his eyes made Qin Luo unable to bear to look at him. A licking dog can have a chance to climb into the bed of a goddess. That would turn into a mad dog in a heartbeat. TSK, you're selling a lot? Qin Luo looked at Shin Qingyan with a touch of mockery as well as contempt in his eyes. Although Shin Qingyan didn't know the meaning of Qin Luo's words, she could hear that it carried a strong meaning of humiliation. Qin Luo, you must die, Shin Qingyan said through gritted teeth. Qin Luo laughed coldly. I will let you all know that I am invincible here. To you all, I am the biggest nightmare. As the words fell, Qin Luo dashed out in a flashpoint 4 elephant sword technique of fire dance in the 9 heavens. Boom! The hot flames unfolded like a huge fire phoenix and rushed towards Li Xiaoran, who was closest to Qin Luo. Good timing! Li Xiaoran roared angrily, and his aura began to climb upward. Senior brother Li, we have come to assist you. No need. A mere Qin Luo. I can suppress him with my hands. Li Xiaoran refused. He asked himself that he was also the pride of a generation, having cultivated more than 10 years earlier than Qin Luo. Would he be afraid of Qin Luo? Let others help him. Doesn't he want to lose face? Li Xiaoran felt that Chen Yi's defeat of Qin Luo earlier only showed that Chen Yi was not as skilled as he was. The sword cultivator who had already gained some slight insight from Qin Luo's sword technique just now, looked up at Li Xiaoran. Unconscionable. The terror of a sword cultivator is not something you could possibly imagine. With a great sword intent, you can't stop it. Fool. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth hooked up with a touch of disdain. And it was only when his attack came close that Li Xiaoran felt how terrifying Qin Luo really was. Sword intent was greatly accomplished. It was not something he could resist. Horrified in his heart, he immediately shouted, come quickly and help me. Songyihan, they are so big speechless. Just now you said you don't want it, and now you take the initiative to say you want it. It's too much of a mouthful. Late. Boom. This huge wave of fire and Li Xiaoran collided together, and Li Xiaoran's face changed immediately. Poof. The blood that had just been spewed out was instantly burned out by the flames. Qin Luo's sword did not lose momentum and chopped over fiercely towards the position of his heart. He realized that Qin Luo was trying to take his little life. He roared, Qin Luo, how dare you? I'm the holy son of the Violet Sky Holy Land. The only 3 words that answered him were, little trash. No, Li Xiaoran roared, his cultivation at the 6th level of the cave realm exploding, but he still couldn't block it. Puff! A sword cut into his chest, instantly tearing his body apart. The human emperor's streamer flickered slightly, and the corpse was put away. Li Xiaoran died. Qin Luo, how dare you? Songyihan's eyes widened. He didn't expect the Violet Sky Saint's son to be killed by Qin Luo just like that. Those who kill will always be killed. Qin Luo returned indifferently. His gaze shifted to the sword cultivator who had been watching him fight, and he spoke in a deep voice. A sword cultivator should be fearless, an enemy to the world. A sword cultivator needs only one word in his heart, kill. This one word hit the man's mind hard, making him feel as if he saw a horrifying picture of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. 4 elephant sword technique of rain falls infernal. A blanket of fine rain descended from the sky. An endless sword chi enveloped the dozen or so so-called heavenly prides present who wanted to strike at Qin Luo. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth hooked up as if he was a murderer in the middle of a rainy night. Boom! The 10 great caverns erupted, and the saints that had previously been beheaded in the outside world began to devour them, providing endless power. Qin Luo appeared beside Songyihan in a flash. A sword slashed through. Songyihan's head flew up. The second saint's son fell. Then a third. A fourth. Bang! 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 The sound of bodies landing on the ground sent chills down the spines of many people. Shin Qingyan looked at this scene. Chills all over her body. How could she not expect that Qin Luo would be so terrifying, so powerful? Only now did she realize that Lin Xian hadn't died unjustly. Because the man in front of me is a devil. In due time, Qin Luo turned his head to look at Shin Qingyan. The corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. It's your turn next. Don't you want to use your body as leverage? Today, how about I make you the slut of all men? He glanced at Lin Hao, who was rushing toward him as if he were crazy, and said, if you beg me, I'll let you be the first. Qin Luo, I'm going to kill you. You deserve to die. In the sky above the spirit realm, a star vaguely twinkled. An endless star power rushed into Lin Hao's body. TSK, is this planning to hang? Qin Luo's speed didn't decrease, and a strike landed on Lin Hao's body before his hang was completely online. A bright and uncertain shield of stars surfaced in front of Lin Hao, firmly blocking Qin Luo's attack. Bang! However, some of the power of this strike still landed on Lin Hao's body, causing him to fly out. Qin Luo's goal is clear. The big boss present is the Shun Qingyan in front of him. How can he put the cart before the horse? Take the big guys first, then kill the little guys. I may not have been gentle with my hands. In a moment, maybe you'll just have to be while it's hot. Ha ha ha. Lin Hao understood in a second. He hissed towards Qin Luo with his eyes wide open. Qin Luo, if you have the ability to punch me, you're not worthy. As Qin Luo's words fell, he had already arrived close to Shun Qingyan, who had been verbally humiliated by Qin Luo, had a grave expression as a mysterious power surfaced on her body. A white moonlight sprinkled on her body, adding a mysterious color. Qin Luo pierced Shun Qingyan with his sword, but he didn't expect it to be a phantom, moonflower phantom. This was the inherited martial skill that Shun Qingyan had obtained from within her physique, and several phantoms surfaced within Qin Luo's line of sight. Shun Qingyan could switch to any of the phantoms at will with a thought, then stir them all up. Qin Luo slashed out with his sword chi streaking out towards those phantoms. 10,000 elephant devil suppressing prison. Shun Qingyan spoke in a light voice, and a huge dark and gloomy cage instantly appeared in the sky, as if the hissing and despairing voices of countless devils were ringing out. Clatter! The sound of the chains vibrating was extraordinarily ear-piercing. This was a mid-grade holy weapon of the Wanxiang Holy Land, and it was also a mastery of the Wanxiang Holy Land. Give me the town! Shun Qingyan shouted angrily and fiercely suppressed towards Qin Luo. It's just a holy weapon. Don't I have one? Qin Luo laughed coldly as the human emperor streamer was offered and the Wanxiang demon suppressing prison collided fiercely. Bang! The loud roaring sound caused many people's bodies to shake and their faces to turn pale. Although the human emperor streamer wasn't a hard-hitting holy weapon, the human emperor streamer was of high rank, a half-step imperial weapon. The blood on top of the human emperor's streamer cloth stained the Wanxiang demon suppressing prison, and the Wanxiang demon suppressing prison shook violently. A miserable howling sound resounded inside the Wanxiang demon suppressing prison. Great Emperor, this is the blood of the Great Emperor. Wanxiang Holy Land, don't let me go out. I'll go out and I'll turn all the women of your Wanxiang Holy Land into my slave girls. Ravage for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Qin Luo froze, then revealed a smirk. This thing still holds a good thing inside? I'll take it. Qin Luo bullied his way up, and the human emperor streamer fully unfolded, enveloping the 10,000 elephant demon suppressing prison. Realizing that Qin Luo wanted to snatch her sacred artifact, Shun Qingyan roared, Qin Luo, you seek death. Wanxiang Tianju, rumble. The heaven and earth changed, and the energy between heaven and earth coalesced towards Shun Qingyan. Sure enough, Qin Luo was right. Shun Qingyan was the biggest boss. Although her cultivation level was not very high, her fighting strength was very strong. Even better than Chen Yi just now. Of course, Chen Yi, that was because he hadn't completely awakened, and if he had completely awakened, it was yet to be seen which was stronger or weaker. Wanxiang Shadow Killing Formation. Rumbling, a huge formation diagram enveloped towards Qin Luo. Countless phantoms surfaced, executing one divine secret technique that Qin Luo had never even seen before. Killing over, however, it didn't cause much trouble for Qin Luo. At the same time, the direction of the Kirin Temple shone brightly, and the dazzling red light contained a rich vitality. The Temple of the Unicorn is open. Not playing with you guys. Qin Luo used the human emperor streamer to forcefully sever the connection between Shun Qingyan and the 10,000 elephant demon suppressing prison. He leapt up and made a mad dash in the direction of the Qilin Palace. The Qilin essence blood, to him, was extraordinarily important, and was the key to whether or not he would be able to break through to the third turn of the 9-turn golden body technique. The gazes of the others also fell in the direction of the Qilin Palace, and one by one, without hesitation, they ran wildly in the direction of the Qilin Palace. As for the matter of tea tasting, instead, they all forgot all about it. Below the tea tree, a fat and a thin, two people looked at the tea tree tea leaves. Two people face a greedy expression. Brothers, it's about time we got rich. The enlightenment tea leaves are ours. 1 inch, I have to say. They're all idiots. As good as the Qilin Temple stuff is, how many of them will get their hands on it in the end? Might as well come and pick enlightenment tea leaves. 1, 2, 3, 5, 13. TSK, get rich, get rich. The two men were just about to make their move when the sound of clapping was heard. Snap. That's right. That's right. You guys are indeed right. Even if the things from the Qilin Palace are good, I don't see how I can snatch them. But the enlightenment tea leaves are different. I'll be able to get my hands on all of them. What do you guys think? The two men looked back and saw a burly man dressed in black striding towards them, completely unfamiliar. They did not recognize this person, but a look of vigilance rose in their hearts without exception. Who are you? Dare to grab something from my brothers? Do you know that we are the Xianmei, two sons of the Xianmei Holy Land? Xianmei Holy Land. There are two holy sons, known as Xianmei two sons, one fat and one thin, one tall and one short. The two people can be said to be at the bottom of the list among the many holy sons in single combat. However, the two were almost inseparable, and if they struck out together, they would be able to fight even a saint's son ranked at the top of the amazing ranking. The man laughed. Whether you're the second son or two, today this enlightenment tea, I'll take it. This enlightenment tea tree, I want it too. Boom! The man took one step, and a huge pitch-black demonic shadow surfaced behind him, causing great pressure on the two. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out immediately. Otherwise I don't mind giving you a ride. Who the hell is your excellency? Fatty asked in a deep voice. The man revealed a cold smile and said, Night Lord. Upon hearing these 2 words, the fat meat on the fatty's face trembled as he immediately exclaimed out in shock. You're the demon son of the giant demon sect, Night Lord. He immediately wimped out. Be my guest. It's yours. Our brother retires. He pulled up his companion and, in a puff of smoke, ran away without the slightest desire to resist. Li Lord coldly laughed, and did not care to go after the 2 people. He took a step to walk to the enlightenment tea tree next to all the tea leaves gleam clean, then a giant axe surfaced in his hand and ruthlessly hacked towards the tea tree. Told you to drink. Don't ask me to drink. Oh, then let's never drink again. Within the Qilin Hall, Chenny looked at a Qilin statue not far away, and he felt the tattoos on his body turn hot. His eyes were filled with eagerness. He had a premonition that inside that unicorn statue, there was something he needed. There were supreme treasures that could activate the unicorn bloodline in his body, and perhaps also allow his arms as well as legs to grow back. When he thought of being defeated under Qin Luo and having an arm and a leg chopped off by him, his expression became more and more hideous. Qin Luo, when I get out, I will kill you. I will kill you with my own hands. Chenny gritted his teeth and said. The light of the Qilin palace grew even brighter. Chenny listened to the movement coming from outside. He knew that the others had already come over. He couldn't continue to wait. He hopped towards the front with one leg. He was going to try to use his blood to open the inheritance of the Qilin temple. Reaching the side of the griffin statue, he rubbed the wound at his shoulder, where he had no arm left. On the griffin statue ZYE.as if painting the eyes of a dragon, the eyes of the unicorn statue became alive. On the contrary, Chen Yi's face grew paler and paler. When Qin Luo rushed to the entrance of the Qilin palace, he heard a deafening voice ringing out. What's that sound? This seems to be the sound of a demonic beast? Crap! Demonic beasts! Someone exclaimed in shock. Everyone saw a bony, jagged tiger-type demonic beast that slowly walked over to it. Was a dead color in its eyes, and only when it saw these people did it lick its lips and its eyes took on a glint. Roar! The sound of its long suppressed hiss rang out, and after the roar, it leapt up and pounced towards the nearest person. At the same time, 2 more demonic beasts crawled out. One of them was a large elephant. However, it was now about to turn into a small elephant. Moreover, most of its body had been mutilated, revealing the skeleton inside. The other was a wolf with not a speck of hair on it, bald and extraordinarily ugly looking without exception. They saw people and charged playfully. It should be some demonic beasts that have survived with the help of the Qilin palace. Their strength is now comparable to that of a saint. Qin Luo guessed. Qin Luo, take your life. Shen Xingyan roared, carrying the 10,000 elephants shadow killing formation and smashing it towards Qin Luo. Woman! I don't have time to play with you. Qin Luo was vaguely able to sense that Chen Yi had taken the lead. These 3 demonic beasts were like helping him in stopping these people. He dashed out with a flash, and the Qingfeng sword in his hand bloomed with a dazzling light. Chop for me. Qin Luo chopped his sword towards the tiger demon, causing the man who had just fought with the tiger demon and was defeated to stare in disbelief. Roar! Deafening hissing sounds rang out. The tiger demon was unexpectedly unbeatable in Qin Luo's hands. Brush, brush, brush. Countless channels of sword chi crisscrossed across, and the tiger demon's eyes once again regained their previous deathly gray appearance. Bang! The tiger demon's body smashed heavily on the ground. Dead. Bang! Qin Luo's sword chi speed did not decrease towards the Kirin Hall and slashed ruthlessly, slashing out a white mark on top of the gate. Go! Smash the door! Qin Luo shouted to a holy son not far away. Who am I to listen to you? There's the inheritance of the divine beast Qilin inside. If you don't go, it'll be taken by Chen Yi. One sentence is enough. Qin Luo turned his head towards that elephant demon and charged over, easily decapitating it. As for the other wolf demon, it had already been subdued on the spot by the many holy sons. Not all of them are trash. Qin Luo laughed coldly before attacking towards the gate of the Qilin palace. The prohibition was completely gone after Chen Yi entered, and there was only this one hard gate firmly blocking them. Qin Luo. Shen Xingyan only had Qin Luo in her eyes. No inheritance was more important to her than killing Qin Luo. Lin Hao was still quite sensible and reminded from the side. Senior sister Shen, let's go to the Qilin palace first before we say anything else. I don't want the Qilin inheritance. I just want to kill Qin Luo. Shin Xingyan said through gritted teeth. Qin Luo glanced at Lin Hao and said, a child can be taught. I think there's still a possibility of salvation for you, licking dog. I'll give you a choice. Submit to me and I'll let you ride the goddess of your heart. Think about it. Ha ha ha. Qin Luo laughed out loud as the power of the 10 great caverns were all mobilized. Devouring a saint for energy, deliver a supreme blow. Boom! A sword chopped on top of the gate and it broke. While the others shocked Qin Luo, they had already felt the majestic life energy from inside the Qilin Palace. Even those with sharp eyes had already seen meat buds growing out of Chen Yi's arms. Quickly! The inheritance inside has the efficacy of living and dying. Hurry! Someone cried out in alarm. One by one, they playfully attacked, and that gate was smashed. Bang! The sound of the gate landing on the ground rang out, attracting Chen Yi's attention. He turned his head to see Qin Luo and their appearance. Especially when he saw Qin Luo, his eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. Qin Luo, you've spoiled my good deed. I'm going to kill you. I will kill you. Boom! A powerful force of qi and blood rushed inside his body, and he was already too late to refine it in detail. As far as the eye could see, his arms and also his thighs were growing out like crazy. The whiteness was tantalizing, causing everyone present to swallow hard. Go, kill Chen Yi and take away the Qilin inheritance. Qin Luo's words immediately made Chen Yi a target. Kill. There was the first to strike, and then there was the second. Just now Qin Luo was considered a public enemy, and now Chen Yi immediately took Qin Luo's place, attracting the enmity of almost everyone. The inheritance of the divine beast Qilin. This was too heaven-defying, especially since they had just seen Chen Yi easily grow a leg and an arm. The sense of visual impact was strong. Kirin treading heavenly steps, Chen Yi took a step out, and it had to be said that the new leg was just as good, and was even more powerful than before. Boom! It was as if a giant hammer had ruthlessly smashed into the bodies of the others, instantly causing quite a few people to spit out blood and fly backwards. It was only at this time that quite a few of them realized that the Chen Yi who fought with Qin Luo before wasn't too rookie, but rather it should be Qin Luo who was too strong. Together, can he fight 10 alone? Get together and get him killed. Qin Luo didn't have the slightest intention to make a move from the back, making a strong arch of fires granted. They all knew that Qin Luo was arching the fire, but they were still on it together. Anyone who thought they might be able to obtain the Qilin's inheritance, anyone who thought they were the lucky one, the one who had been favored by the heavens. Qin Luo's gaze was like a torch as he kept searching in the great hall. He was looking for the Qilin essence blood that might appear. He looked around, his eyes locking onto the unicorn statue. Whatever. This thing, I'll take it. Whoosh! Qin Luo leaped up and rushed towards the Qilin statue. Chen Yi immediately blocked him, but he was stopped by the others, and in the end, he didn't stop Qin Luo, allowing him to rush to the side of the Qilin statue. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi was enraged. Qin Luo, you seek death. He immediately exposed himself. The inheritance of the Qilin temple is within the statue. Kill Qin Luo together and I'll share it with all of you. Instantly, everyone's hostility shifted to Qin Luo's body. Shin Xingyan added, whoever is able to kill Qin Luo, I, Wanxiang's sacred land, will raise the entire resources of the sacred land to help him raise his cultivation, and I, Shin Xingyan, will be willing to give my body in return. Kill Qin Luo. Everyone's eyes were red as they killed towards Qin Luo. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth hooked up slightly before he offered the human emperor flag to envelop the Qilin statue, and the vast violet aura rushed up to the sky. Gentlemen, dare you enter my human emperor streamer for a moment? That human emperor streamer was so purple and black that it was intimidating. Each of them was a proud son of heaven. Naturally all of them had a special perception of danger, and no one was the first to make a move. Chen Yi saw that no one had stepped forward and secretly cursed. Wastes, they were so eager to strike at me just now, but now they don't dare to strike at Qin Luo instead. They're all wastes. Someone has to be the head honcho, and if no one is, then he comes to bang. Chen Yi took a step out. He looked at Qin Luo and chided. Qin Luo, you are not a member of my 100,000 great mountains. How dare you rob my 100,000 great mountains of the chance to hand over the item? Otherwise, don't blame us for coming together to take action against you. Even if you are as strong as you are, do you think you can hold off all of us present by yourself? How come I'm not from the 100,000 mountains? Qin Luo asked rhetorically. If I'm not, why was I invited into the spirit realm? If you guys think that I'm not from the 100,000 mountains, then the person who invited me must be harboring evil intentions. And please, fuck my accomplice first. Not a word was mentioned about Lin Hao, but everyone knew who he was talking about, and one by two, their gazes fell on Lin Hao's body, making him feel like he was on pins and needles. It was Shin Xingyan who relieved him. Qin Luo, it was my idea for you to enter the spirit realm, and it is in the spirit realm that I want to kill you with my own hands, to avenge the innocent people who died at your hands. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief and gratefully glanced at Shin Xingyan. He felt that Shin Xingyan was still quite kind to him, or else Dry wouldn't have taken the blame on her own. Oh, speaking in a grandiose manner. Isn't it just wanting to avenge that little lover of yours, Lin Xian? In order to avenge him, luring wolves into the house and killing the violet sky saint sun, the misty hidden saint sun, and so on, TSK. Their vengeance should be credited to you. One sentence successfully helped Shen Qingyan pull in the hatred. There were quite a few people present who liked Shen Qingyan and were interested in her proposal, wanting to possess her, but there was no delay in them coming to their senses and thinking that Shen Qingyan was the culprit for today's situation. Shen Qingyan immediately spoke. Senior brothers, I will give you an explanation for today's matter. Don't let the Sun Qin Luo stall for time here. Account? How? There are so many men here. How long will this have to wait in line? Qin Luo didn't mince words in his humiliation. Shen Qingyan's face was instantly as gloomy as water, as her number one licking dog couldn't help it and rebuked towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo, you're full of foul language. How can you be worthy of the status of the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty? Today, I have to teach you a good lesson. Perimeter star formation. Boom! A star projection surfaced around his body. His aura began to climb upward. In order to obtain Shen Qingyan, he put up a fight that he was going to be the first man to kill Qin Luo. You're in a hurry. Look, you're in a hurry. A dog licker is a dog licker. I'm telling you, you can't get Shen Qingyan for the rest of your life, unless you submit to me. I can make Shen Qingyan your slave girl. Think about it. There aren't a lot of opportunities you can choose from. Qin Luo was indeed stalling for time as the Qilin statue was reviving, adding to that 10,000 elephant demon suppressing prison that had just been suppressed, and the previous sword prison. There were a bit too many things that were suppressed inside the human emperor streamer. The force is not enough. This Qilin statue might not be able to suppress it anymore. There's a force within it that's breaking out of its body. Shi Huang's voice rang in Qin Luo's ears. No harm done. Inside or out. That thing is mine. Now, give me full suppression. Because those little caramels, they're coming over. As Qin Luo's words fell, sure enough, those people made a move. There's no point in talking more. Strike together and suppress Qin Luo. Chen Yi took a step out, and the Qilin treading heavenly steps were once again executed. Come on! Qin Luo hooked his hand to make a provocative gesture, then disappeared into the human emperor streamer. The pitch-black human emperor streamer was like a giant man-eating beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for them to come to the door of their own accord. Xian heavenly seal, Chen Yi shouted, and the huge seal reappeared, and together with Lin Hao's circumstantial star formation, they launched an attack towards Qin Luo with a leader. The others are naturally not willing to show weakness. Rising Dragon Fist. 5 Mountains Jinshan Palm. God-destroying sky-breaking slash. The cold moon is sealed for miles. Numerous celestial pride struck out, dazzling people. Under Chen Yi's leadership, they immediately rushed into the human emperor streamer. Just as soon as he stepped inside, Shen Yi felt a great sense of crisis strike him. Not good. We can't stay here. Shen Yi secretly screamed that it was not good, and the Qilin treading heavenly steps were once again executed. But this time, he was not attacking towards Qin Luo, but fleeing. Boom! A black barrier stopped his escape. Qilin arm, give it out! Chen Yi roared, and his Qilin arm slammed out fiercely towards the void. Bang! 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 A huge rumbling sound rang out as Chen Yi finally smashed out a crack and escaped. Lin Hao, who was following Chen Yi, also reacted extremely quickly, and just as he stepped into the human emperor streamer with one foot, he threw the large formation in his hands and retreated in a backward movement of his OWN.AS for the others. Most of them didn't react as quickly as the 2.1, 2, 3, 5, 7. A full 7 people rushed into the human emperor streamer. Boom! Rumble! A huge rumbling sound resounded inside the human emperor streamer. Quite a few dead souls were completely obliterated under the strike. It was only after they entered that they reacted violently to the fact that the two guys, Chen Yi and Lin Hao, had hidden. Why is this place so eerie? What kind of evil place is this? Qin Luo's voice rang out. GGG. Welcome to the human emperor's streamer. Today, none of you will be able to get away. Stay here together as good brothers for life. GGG. Stay. Stay. I'm so lonely. I'm so empty. A grim voice rang in their ears, and a horrible dead soul surfaced. Saints. Or fucking saints. Not only were they stronger than them, they were even outnumbered. How can we fight? I can't. Ah. Qin Luo. You can't kill me. I'm the holy son of the heavenly vault Holy Land. Within the human emperor streamer, all beings are equal. Qin Luo spoke indifferently. Ah, Chen Yi, you're screwing me over. A furious roar rang out, and no matter how many means they used, they couldn't change the end of their suppression. That's when the unicorn statue finally revived. Boom! A loud roaring sound rang out, and the dazzling red aura of the Qilin statue flashed by as its two eyes turned red. Suppression is impossible. Shi Huang's voice rang out. Only half of it can be left. Shi Huang's means were exhausted, causing the Qilin statue to shatter in half, and a dazzling drop of red blood attracted Qin Luo's attention. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, getting rich. Qin Luo felt that the third turn of the 9-turn golden body technique could be taken care of. Boom! The remaining Qilin statue broke through a crack and rushed out with an unrelenting momentum. The outer receiver of Chen Yi, who had a sense of the underworld, caught the Qilin statue at the first time, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately fled. Qin Luo, today's revenge. Chen Yi, take note of it and I will avenge it in the coming day. His thoughts had just risen when a giant axe carrying a terrifying aura descended from the sky, blocking Chen Yi's path. Good stuff. How about a share for me? The Lich Lord descended from the sky and blocked Chen Yi. Night Lord. Chen Yi's face became extraordinarily ugly. Chen Yi, I didn't expect us to meet again here. Look at you like this. Quite miserable. The more miserable you are, the happier I am. Ha ha ha. The Lich Lord laughed out loud. The huge axe in his hand did not hesitate and chopped towards Chen Yi at the first opportunity, not far away. When Lin Hao heard the voice of the Night Lord, he revealed a look of confusion. Night Lord of the Giant Demon Sect? Why is he here? Who invited him over? However, now was not the time to consider that much. His gaze fell on Xin Xingyan's body and he spoke. Senior Sister Shen, that sacred artifact in Qin Luo's hand is too terrifying. It's hard to take him down. There were more than 50 people who had participated in the Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Party this time, and now a dozen or so of them had already folded in Qin Luo's hands. The remaining people, although they were previously moved by Xin Xingyan's offer, but when they saw the Qilin statue held in Chen Yi's hand, one by one, their gazes shifted back to Chen Yi. Xin Xingyan's eyes revealed a touch of unwillingness, and there was also a grudge in her gaze towards Chen Yi, who had come to cause trouble. Taking a deep breath, Xin Xingyan shouted, whoever is able to kill Qin Luo, Xin Xingyan, will immediately redeem the 2 sacred artifacts, and my previous promise will still be valid. The Li Lord who was fighting with Chen Yi asked towards Xin Xingyan at this moment, what promise did you make before? Xin Xingyan glanced at the Night Lord and didn't hide it. Whoever kills Qin Luo, Xin Xingyan, will give my body in return, and raise the resources of my Wanxiang sacred land to help him grow. The Li Lord's eyes lit up as he smashed an axe, an interested expression on his face. Interesting, beauty. I'll help you kill Qin Luo. How about you sleep with me tonight? Hearing this, Lin Hao's face instantly grimaced as he rebuked towards the Night Lord. Night Lord, your giant demon sect and all the sect forces in my 100,000 mountains are not all the way, and I have not invited you to the spirit realm, so why were you able to come in 1 inch? Lord Li sneered. Why do I need your invitation? Wouldn't it be better to kill a guy with an invitation? Bang! The Li Lord's axe slashed heavily on Chen Yi's unicorn arm, causing the latter to stomp back a dozen steps. Seeing that Chen Yi was so unbeatable, a strong look of disdain appeared on the Li Lord's face. Chen Yi, you are truly a waste of space. Before I thought that you were able to stand shoulder to shoulder with me, but now it seems that you don't have the qualifications. Since that's the case, then you will completely die here today. Mountain opening chop. The Lich Lord shouted, gripping the giant axe with both hands as he descended from the sky and slashed towards Chen Yi. Damn it, if it wasn't for Qin Luo, I could have suppressed this guy with my hands. Chen Yi couldn't help but curse angrily in his heart. Unicorn arms, give me big. Chen Yi roared with a hideous expression. His strong right hand, at this moment, became thick and black. The huge Qilin arm touched Porcelain Night Lord's huge axe. Bang! Sparks splashed everywhere. The power of the arm was as terrifying as it was, and it even smashed the Night Lord fiercely out. Bang! The Night Lord, who smashed heavily on the ground, rushed into midair with a single catapult, and he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, painful. Again! Chen Yi, I want to see how many axes you can block me. After Qin Luo killed those guys, he stepped out. He didn't expect that there were people outside to help him stop Chen Yi. Looking at the arrogant vigor of the Li Lord, Qin Luo commented, this son is very fierce. If he goes into the middle of the battlefield, he is bound to be a fierce general. Bang! The Li Lord and Chen Yi collided once again, and both of them flew out backwards at the same time. Qin Luo saw his chance and struck out. A sword was sheathed, and the golden blade broke the mountain. Whoosh! The speed of this sword was fast to the extreme, and it was also the metallic sword chi with the sharpest attack. Chen Yi sensed Qin Luo's attack behind him, and he immediately cursed. Qin Luo, you are also the Imperial Prince of Great Qin, but you are so unethical in martial arts. Martial virtue? Oh, this thing can be eaten for food? Qin Luo disdainfully opened his mouth. His attack had already reached Chen Yi's proximity, and Chen Yi could only be tired of parrying, constantly falling into the wind. Chop your unicorn arm again. Qin Luo gained momentum, his sword chi spread out, and his sword intent rose to the sky. Lin Hao and Xin Xingyan glanced at each other. Then Lin Hao spoke. Gentlemen, The chance of our 100,000 mountains cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. Join me in helping senior brother Chen and take down Qin Luo. Good. Strike together. Strike together. The others responded and rushed towards Qin Luo.at this moment. A man carrying a sword took a step across and stopped in front of Lin Hao. Ling Tian Sword Sect. Zhuang 13, please teach me. As his words fell, the long sword behind his back was sheathed and fell into his hands, the tip of the sword pointing straight at Lin Hao. Senior brother Zhuang, what do you want to do? Lin Hao asked with a gloomy face. I have gained some insight from him, and as he has instructed me, I should naturally return the favor. Zhuang 13 spoke seriously. The sword intent on his body began to rise up, also causing Qin Luo to look at him in surprise. Sword intent fledgling. In a short period of time, Zhuang 13 had actually comprehended sword intent, although it was only in its embryonic form. It had already begun to take root, and it was only a matter of time before it truly coalesced into sword intent. Then I'll come to learn about Master Zhuang's swordsmanship. The power of the stars lingered, and Lin Hao struck out with all his might. In the shadows, a fat man and a thin man. They were observing the battle, and the thin man asked, should we go up and get a piece of the action? Fatty gnawed on a chicken claw and whimpered, can't you see that guy Night Lord watching the show? Although the two of us brothers are very powerful, and we were able to snatch the stuff, but Night Lord, he's the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow at the back. We had used up most of our power by that time, so how could we fight against a guy like him, who had been raising a lot of energy? So let's just watch the show. Here, nibble on a pig's foot. As he spoke, a pig's hoof appeared inside his oily, fat hands. Qin Luo slashed his sword accurately at the location of one of the wounds on Chen Yi's unicorn arm, causing him to be in agony. Within a short period of time, Qin Luo had already chopped out dozens of swords, and if he continued, this Qilin arm of his that had just grown out would be broken. Qin Luo, you forced me to do this. You forced me. Chen Yi roared hysterically as he directly crushed the Qilin statue with his other hand and shouted, open! Seal open! The eyes of the Qilin statue instantly turned a blood-red color, and a terrifying power blossomed within it. Boom! The unicorn statue exploded. Terrifying hissing sounds emanated from underneath the Qilin palace, as if some terrifying beast that had been sealed was about to break free. Qin Luo didn't panic and first chopped a unicorn arm to suppress the shock. Chop for me. Brush. It was like the last straw that crushed the camel. A sword slashed through with a very silky smoothness. Bang. Chen Yi's unicorn arm is broken again. Losing 50,000 points of fortune. The host gains 50,000 points of villain value. Ah, Qin Luo, I swear not to be human until I kill you. Swear not to be human. Chen Yi roared, and a red aura instantly wrapped around Chen Yi and the broken Qilin statue. In an instant, Chen Yi actually had the tendency to animalize. Not far away, Fatty felt the chicken claws in his hand not smell good anymore and opened his mouth wide. He's really a human demon. It was visible to the naked eye that all three of Chen Yi's limbs appeared to be unicornized. Nope. The fourth limb is starting to grow out as well. The bloodline of the Sons of Fortune has begun to awaken. Name, Chen Yi, age, 30, luck level, 3rd order, luck value, 138. 000 points plus 10. 000 plus 30. 000 plus. Luck being enhanced, physique, Kirin bloodline, initial awakening, cultivation level, 8th level of the cave realm, breaking down and then standing up. Cultivation grows against the trend. When Qin Luo saw this scene, he hesitated and stopped instead. At this time, the attacks of the others had already Qin Luo's proximity. Qin Luo, die for me. A holy weapon emerged in Xin Xinyan's hand and she urged it with all her might. Senior sister Shen, let me help you. Lu Yunfei, who didn't know from which nook or cranny he appeared from, bent his bow and shot towards Qin Luo. Kill. The other few holy sons of the Holy Land also executed their deadly strikes, rushing up and wanting to die. Then I'll fulfill you. Qin Luo chopped out with a sword. Other than the son of Qi Luck who was worthy of his attention, the rest were all small trash. Chen Yi, the son of Qi, was growing, so Qin Luo planned to raise it first and kill it after a while. A so-called saint son who thought he could fight with Qin Luo didn't even follow Qin Luo's sword and was taken away in a wave. Qin Luo let Chen Yi awaken and wanted his Qi Luck value, but some people didn't want it. The Lich Lord struck at this critical moment, chopping an axe towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi, you're dead today. Before his axe could land on Chen Yi, a sudden change appeared as a hideous giant hand emerged from the ground and slapped viciously towards him. Bang! A loud roaring sound rang out as he was sent flying with a palm strike. Wow! What a big beast claw! The corners of Fatty's mouth harangued instantly. Boom! Rumble! The entire Qilin palace began to turn upside down at this moment. Could it be that some terrifying demonic beast is sealed underneath this Qilin palace? This thought flashed through Qin Luo's mind, but, regardless of all that, he was going to kill someone today. Whoosh! A sword pierced through his chest and another saint's son was killed. Another sword, wiping the other's neck. This time a holy woman. And oddly good looking it seems. The woman's eyes hungry for life didn't make Qin Luo raise a trace of pity. Qin Luo, you go to hell. Shun. Shen Xingyan held a huge bronze giant seal and smashed it fiercely towards Qin Luo. A single Jin character emerged, attempting to block off all the escape space around Qin Luo. Lu Yunfei at this time. An arrow 3 consecutive. 3 arrows, the target is Qin Luo's head, heart, and penis. I have to say, this guy kinda makes you feel sick. Qin Luo blocked the arrow in front of his head with a sword, and the demon flame dragon scale armor covered his entire body, including underneath. 2 arrows landed on his body without even a ripple. His main target was Shen Xingyan. Woman, you can't. Qin Luo's 10 great caverns were fully activated and met Shen Xingyan's attack. Bang! That bronze giant seal in Shen Xingyan's hand shook, and Shen Xingyan was sent flying by Qin Luo, gaining momentum. Qin Luo bullied his way up and stabbed his sword towards Shen Xingyan, hitting his chest. It was as if a lightning rod had been inserted on top of a mountain peak. Bang! A huge sound of impact rang out, and Shen Xingyan's body was also armored, but the impact still caused Shen Xingyan to spit out blood and hit hard to puff. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and a touch of determination appeared in Shen Xingyan's eyes. Lunar divine descent. Under a bright white moonlight, the mysterious shadow descended from the sky and disappeared into Shen Xingyan's body. Her aura changed abruptly, as if she was a completely different person, and her cultivation began to climb continuously. The 4th level of the cave realm, the 5th level of the cave realm, the 6th level of the cave realm, the 7th level, the 8th level, and the 9th level. It reached the apex of the spirit realm limit, the peak of the 9th level of the cave realm. Shen Xingyan looked at Qin Luo in front of her and spoke indifferently. You deserve to die. A light palm whistled towards Qin Luo, causing him to feel a pressure. That makes it more fun, doesn't it? It's just an appetizer now. Swallow it for me. Qin Luo shouted in his heart. The heaven-swallowing devil technique worked madly. A saint's origin was devoured, together with the saint's origin that wasn't completely devoured before. This time, Qin Luo was incomparably powerful. The 10 great cave heavens operated crazily as Qin Luo met him with a sword. Stinky bitch. What kind of high-flying goddess are you pretending to be? Kneel for me. The 4 elephants were united. The power of this sword far exceeded that of an ordinary saint, and Shen Xingyan's indifferent face had a hint of movement. Puff. That light palm was cut through by Qin Luo's sword, and the speed of the sword chi did not decrease as it crashed into Shen Xingyan's body. Bang! Even though she had activated all of her strength as well as her holy weapon, she couldn't block it. Puff! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out, and Shen Xingyan flew out backwards, truly kneeling on the ground. Shen Xingyan, who was seriously injured under the mysterious state, affects her fortune, losing 50,000 points of fortune value, and the host gains 50,000 points of villain value. Is this being poorly judged by the other party? Qin Luo sneered and bullied his way up. Take advantage of your illness. No! Seeing Qin Luo hit Shen Xingyan hard with one blow, licking dog Lin Hao finally couldn't help himself. He let out a roar and forcefully repelled Zhuang 13 before charging over in Shen Xingyan's direction. The circumstantial star body operated crazily, and he was like a dazzling star. Shen Xingyan, who was flying out backwards at the moment, saw Lin Hao's circumstantial star body. Her heart moved, and without a trace of emotion, she said, "Then let you help me block his attacks." A moonlight power rushed into Lin Hao's body, causing the light on Lin Hao's body to grow even brighter and the power of the stars to become even stronger. Puff. Qin Luo stabbed his sword on Lin Hao's body, piercing through his body. Is it worth it for a woman who hasn't gotten it? She could have other men later on. Do you think that when she's doing all those lovey-dovey things, she'll ever think that a lickspittle once fought and died under my sword for her? Killing to kill. Lin Hao, who had been stabbed through the heart, hadn't felt that much pain, but now, he was in agony. Qin Luo, you die with me. Lin Hao roared, preparing to explode himself. Your life is not as valuable as mine. Qin Luo kicked over and with the force, flew out backwards, targeting Lu Yunfei. Sons of Qi, none of them can be spared. Lin Hao's heart is pierced and he's on the verge of death, losing 100,000 points of fortune. The host gains 100,000 points of villain value. Still not dead. As expected of a son of Qi, life is hard. Shen Xingyan struck a moonlight power into Lin Hao's body, forcibly stabilizing Lin Hao's injuries. Seeing Qin Luo rushing over, Lu Yunfei's entire body panicked. They combined were not Qin Luo's opponent alone. How could he be alone? In a panic, Lu Yunfei blurted out a sentence. Qin Luo, if you dare to take a shot at me, Shen Wanning will be dead. Qin Luo really paused for a moment, and it was this pause that the demonic beast got out of its trap. Boom. The sky turned over and Qin Luo's figure was somewhat unsteady. It's getting dark. It was as black as ink, and even the ability to perceive souls was restricted, and it was only after a few moments that all of them were able to see things, and the reason for this situation lay in a hideous and terrifying beast that stood in mid-air. It exuded a monstrous ferocious might, and with a roar, Many people felt a headache coming on. Bang, bang, bang. People were constantly falling from mid-air. Whoosh. An air-breaking sound rang out, and a huge beast claw appeared not far from Qin Luo, and a woman with a pretty face was grabbed by a claw. Save me. I'm willing to be your woman. The woman felt the unrivaled power and shouted in Qin Luo's direction. The next second, poof, the woman was pinched into mush with a hard grip of that giant claw. TSK. It's a pity. Qin Luo also recognized that holy maiden, a genius known far and wide, a figure that even the Tai Ruin's Holy Land had to flatter before. Too bad that behemoth doesn't have an aesthetic. Ha ha ha, die for me, all of you. Chenny laughed as if he was insane. This giant beast was the demonic beast that had been suppressed by the Qilin Palace, and now that he had unleashed it, almost no one present was a match for the giant beast. The power of each strike of the giant beast reached the limit of what this space could withstand, and its strength reached the limit of the half-saint realm. Boom. The large hand roared in Qin Luo's direction. Qin Luo met him with a punch. Bang! A huge rumbling sound rang out and his entire body flew backwards. Well, it does seem rather fierce, so you guys have fun on your own. I'll go first too. Whoosh! Qin Luo instantly disappeared from his original spot. He was hidden and ready to watch the show. He felt that since Chenny dared to unleash this giant beast, he must have a means of controlling it. How could a son of Qi, who was not yet at the point of utter despair, possibly want to die with others? Even if he allowed it, the heavenly Tao wouldn't allow it because of this demonic beast's rampage. Quite a few people had died, and the Night Lord was also a bit tired of dealing with it. Finally, at this critical moment, Qin Luo realized that Chenny had made a move. As for Chenny at this moment, his Qi luck value had already reached a relatively high point. Name, Chenny, luck level, 4th order, luck value, 480,000 points. Chenny leapt up and charged towards the demonic beast, his Qilin arm punching straight into the dragon as his entire body rushed into the demonic beast's mouth. Crap! Food can still feed itself into your mouth? High-end ingredients in the most unique way of serving them. Fatty gulped as he watched this scene. He also fantasized that one day, he would come across this kind of top-notch ingredient. He's dead? Lordly looked at this scene with some disbelief. Chenny wasn't a fool. How could he take the initiative to send himself to his death? It seems that the key to breaking the game lies in the demonic beast's mouth and belly. After Chenny entered, he charged straight into the belly of the demonic beast, in which there was a teardrop-like crystal that shone with a dazzling light. This was the inheritance of the divine beast Qilin, which was sealed with a drop of the divine beast Qilin's heart essence blood. As for what Qin Luo had gotten, it was just the Qilin's ordinary essence blood. Chenny had a premonition that after obtaining the Kirin's essence blood, his Kirin bloodline would be completely revived, and at that time, he would become the protagonist between this heaven and earth. Marred. Put up a fight. Qin Luo looked at the demonic beast, and a crazy decision emerged in his mind. Spell rich once for 3 years. No madness. No life. Roar. The demonic beast also realized that something was wrong, and it let out a hissing sound of pain as it tried to force Chenny out of it. This time, Qin Luo moved. He leapt up and rushed into midair. The human emperor's streamer was offered. Give me the town. 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 The black gas rose, and the human emperor's streamer began to expand crazily under Qin Luo's urging. As Qin Luo's 10th grade cave heaven invested almost all of its resources. If he wanted to fully activate a half-step imperial weapon, Qin Luo's own cultivation was naturally insufficient, and even if he wanted to fully utilize the power of an ordinary saint artifact, he couldn't do so at his current cultivation level. So, it can only be stacked with resources. The heaven-swallowing devil technique was running. All the resources were eaten in and then exported. Qin Luo's body was reduced to a transit station. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of muffled thunder continued to resound inside his body, and the 9 revolutions golden body technique was working frantically. The entrance of the human emperor streamer became larger, and it was already big enough to swallow the beast head of this huge demonic beast in front of him. It's not enough. Give me a continuation. Qin Luo roared and increased his output. The body was on the verge of breaking down. Boom. The human emperor streamer violently expanded and swallowed. Everyone looked up to the sky and realized that Qin Luo stood in midair like a god of war, his hand holding the human emperor streamer that emanated a vast and righteous aura. That demonic beast, only one of its tails had yet to enter the human emperor streamer, and was pummeled in by Qin Luo. Everyone's mouths were wide open. The unrivaled demonic beast that had just been there was just nothing? This son is somewhat heaven-defying, Li Lord muttered as he looked at Qin Luo. He weighed the huge axe in his hand. Stupidly, he seems to have reached the end of his oil. Kill him? Turning his head, he glanced over and Shin Xinyan was no longer there. Why isn't beauty here? Who honors promises when beauty is not here? Qin Luo didn't give him a chance to continue thinking. With a flash, he rushed into the human emperor streamer. The battle, which had just begun. The human emperor streamer and the spirit realm were 2 worlds altogether, and it was here that the power of that demonic beast began to completely explode. Beast King! No! Peak Beast King. It's still growing. Shi Huang's tone carried a tinge of shock, regardless of whether it's a Beast King or a Beast Emperor. Today, it will be suppressed completely. Qin Luo gritted his teeth and said the demonic beast's cultivation suddenly skyrocketed, causing Chen Yi who was inside it to cry out in agony. He was on the verge of getting his hands on the Qilin essence blood, but in the next second, the demonic beast's powerful strength erupted inside it, almost sending Chen Yi away. Shi Huang and the others all appeared. Qin Luo held the sword prison tightly in his hand, and under the shroud of sword intent, the sword prison reluctantly became a weapon in Qin Luo's hand, temporarily obeying his commands. Chop for me! Qin Luo roared as he gathered his strongest sword. A holy weapon emerged. The soul-beating whip, the Tai Ruin bell, the Qingfeng sword, the soul-binding rope, and some other holy weapons that had plundered other holy lands, and they all suppressed them towards the demonic beasts under the full firepower. The demonic beasts were in trouble both internally and externally, and they fell into the wind for a while. Qin Luo hadn't forgotten about this guy Chen Yi. He aimed at the belly of the demonic beast and chopped out with a sword, not realizing that this sword was extraordinarily sharp, and cut open the demonic beast's belly in a raw manner. Dazzling red light flashed at this moment, almost blinding Qin Luo's eyes. As it happened, Chen Yi had already held the Qilin's essence blood in one of his hands, and as his four eyes met, Chen Yi's eyes revealed a strong look of disbelief the next second. However, he laughed. Ha ha ha, Qin Luo, I didn't expect you to be the first person I saw after I came out. That's good. Next, how about I send you to your death? Chen Yi was acting a bit wild at the moment. Qin Luo also laughed. Kid, you don't seem to realize your situation. Welcome to the human emperor streamer. Gripping the crystal tightly, not only would he be able to obtain the Kirin's essence blood sealed inside, but Chen Yi would also be able to control that terrifying demonic beast now, and in this spirit realm, he could be called invincible. As Qin Luo's voice rang out, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. However, right now was not the time to think so much. Chen Yi leapt out, gripped the crystal tightly, and commanded, kill him. Roar! A painful hissing sound rang out from the demonic beast. Not only was the Qilin essence blood sealed inside the crystal, but also its soul essence. It could not disobey Chen Yi's orders. Boom! The huge beast's claws slapped fiercely towards Qin Luo, but at the same time, they had also sort of given up on fending off Shi Huang's attacks on them. With a thought, Qin Luo's entire body disappeared into thin air. Bang! The huge commotion caused the human emperor streamer outside to shake continuously. Many people were hesitant as they looked at the human emperor streamer. They didn't dare to make a move. It was still Lord Li's skill that made him bold as he chopped over with an axe, but to his surprise, it didn't make the human emperor streamer show a single scratch. Shaking his head, he gave up. Let's go. Go see what else is good. We can't return empty-handed after coming here, can we? It was only after he left that the fat man hiding in the shadows dared to open his mouth, robbing the enlightenment tea leaves and calling it returning empty-handed? This person doesn't look fat, but his appetite is even bigger than mine. Let's go. Let's go scavenge as well. There's still some time before we leave. After the spirit realm is entered, it is a state of blockade, and only after the time is up will it be rejected. Moreover, the flow of time in the spirit realm was completely different from that outside, and time passed a bit extraordinarily fast here within the human emperor streamer. Chen Yi did not expect that Qin Luo would dodge the demonic beast's attack so easily. Shi Huang and the others' attacks landed on the body of the demonic beast, and it was then that he realized with a jolt that something was wrong with this place. What a place! Qin Luo's voice sounded not far from him. Welcome to my world. My world. I'm in charge, and since you're here, then don't leave. Qin Luo dodged and appeared next to Chen Yi, slashing out with a sword that carried an overwhelming momentum, causing Chen Yi to suffer. Here, he's pinned down. Qilin arm. Block for me. Chen Yi realized that here, he couldn't draw on any of the power of the heavens and earth, and the only thing he could use was his physical body and the power of the cave heaven. Looking at the unicorn arm that had already grown again, Qin Luo's mouth hooked up with a wicked smile. How obsessed are you with this right arm? How could you be so unable to let go of it? Is it hard to believe that your right hand is your dearest lover? As he spoke, Qin Luo chopped his sword on top of the Qilin arm. Sparks splashed everywhere. Chen Yi was in agony. This sword was even more painful than what he had endured outside before. The sword was too sharp. 3 swords. Just 3 swords. And Chen Yi's Qilin arm was chopped off. Ah! Chen Yi let out a hissing sound of pain. Chen Yi's unicorn arm has been chopped off again. Things don't come in threes. After 3, it will decline. It will lose a great deal of life essence. It will lose 100,000 points of luck value. And the host will gain 100,000 points of villain value. Bang! Chen Yi, who was heavily smashed on the ground, was about to take Qin Luo's fatal blow when the demonic beast's big hand blocked in front of him at his command. Puff! Qin Luo pierced through the demonic beast's large hand with his sword, and blood poured over Chen Yi's body. causing him to wake up a bit. He knew that he was in an extraordinarily difficult situation and that he had to escape, but what can be done? He gripped the crystal in his hand, his expression becoming more and more hideous and frantic, especially when he heard the miserable howls of the demonic beasts continuously ringing out. He knew he couldn't continue to hesitate. Burst, burst, explode. He roared in anger continuously. Tyrannical emotions came from the depths of the demonic beast's soul, and it couldn't control its body at all as powerful forces coalesced inside its body. It was going to self-destruct. A demonic beast comparable to the Great Saint Realm self-destructing was extremely terrifying, but before that, the crystal exploded first. Boom! A miniature demonic beast silhouette emerged and burst into pieces. At the same time, Qin Luo also saw a drop of blood that shone with a dazzling light. It was far too powerful than those so-called Qilin essence blood energies he had gotten before. Must get my hands on it. That's mine. Qin Luo didn't hesitate and charged towards Chen Yi Rumble. With a loud bang, the human emperor streamer shook violently, but the human emperor streamer was not damaged in the slightest. Chen Yi's face was filled with disbelief. Impossible. What the hell is this place? Qin Luo laughed coldly. A mere demonic beast comparable to a great saint exploding itself wants to destroy my human emperor streamer? You're also looking down on my human emperor streamer too much. Qin Luo dodged and grabbed the Qilin essence blood under Chen Yi's grim expression. Chen Yi lost his Kirin's essence blood, losing 100,000 points of fortune. The host gained 100,000 points of villain value. This is the Qilin essence blood? Qin Luo had just gripped the Qilin essence blood when a powerful explosion aftermath swept towards him. Boom! It smashed heavily on his body, causing his entire body to fly out. Qin Luo, it's all because of you. After I get out, I'll spend my entire life trying to kill you. Chen Yi gritted his teeth and said the demonic beast exploded itself and couldn't save him, so he could only crush the jade talisman in his hand at the first opportunity. He's going to run away. This was a life-preserving item given to him by the Xian Tian Dao sect, which could help him get out of the spirit realm. Want to leave? Qin Luo sneered. In my territory, you think you can walk away? With a sword offering, Chen Yi felt the threat of death. Qin Luo's strength is too terrifying. No, we must spread the news. Qin Luo must die. Chen Yi frantically tried to escape, but the spirit realm was after all considered to be two worlds from the outside world, with barriers separating them, plus the fact that this place was the human emperor's streamer, which was equivalent to separating another world. Even if he had a secret treasure, it would be difficult to completely open the spirit realm at one time. You can die in peace. Qin Luo indifferently chopped out thousands of sword chi, instantly enveloping Chen Yi. Brush, 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 brush. Sword chi crisscrossed across his body, one after another, shredding Chen Yi's defenses and leaving countless sword wounds on his body. His expression pained and twisted. Kirin transformation. He roared, and the Kirin silhouette emerged behind him as his entire person began to fully animalize. Where he had just broken his arm, a unicorn arm had already grown, and his entire person was like a unicorn, radiating a powerful aura. Open for me. Chen Yi could already sense that the spatial barriers were opening up. He's leaving. He's one step away from escaping, but in the next second, Qin Luo exerted the four-elephant sword technique with all his might. The power of the four elephants enveloped him, and his sword chi steeply increased to 10,000. Chen Yi can't. Poof, 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 put. Many mouthfuls of blood were spat out. Qin Luo rushed towards Chen Yi while still not forgetting to urge Shi Huang. These are all good things. Don't waste them. Collect them. The corner of Shi Huang's mouth twitched, but she still complied with Qin Luo's order and took out a sea bowl to catch all the blood that Chen Yi spat out. Chen Yi had already seen a black hole appear, and his eyes were filled with longing. Reaching out, he had touched the black hole, and he felt a suction coming from it. He can escape, but the next second, Qin Luo chopped over with a sword, which was silky smooth, and directly severed Chen Yi's right arm once again. Ah, no! Chen Yi roared, his tone filled with resignation. He watched as his right arm entered the black hole and was gone. Things don't come in threes. This was already the fourth time Qin Luo had chopped off his right arm. Chen Yi's entire body was numb. Nightmare grows in Chen Yi's heart. Losing 100,000 points of fortune. Host gains 100,000 points of villain value. Who was the nightmare? Naturally it was Qin Luo. Although Chen Yi didn't admit it on his lips, his heart had already begun to fear Qin Luo. Having fought with Qin Luo several times, he hadn't gained the upper hand even once, and he had been injured by Qin Luo every time. Ah! Chen Yi let out a desperate roar. Qin Luo, I'm not leaving today. It's either you or me. Qin Luo sneered. It's not because you can't leave. Unmercifully zinging, Chen Yi took it as if he hadn't heard it. His aura continued to climb, and soon, it reached its peak. He had already burned all of his life essence. He was not going to leave a backhand behind. He was going to fight Qin Luo to the death. Even if he died, he was going to bite a piece of meat off Qin Luo's body ruthlessly. Unconscionable. I will let you know that there is a world of difference between you and me. Qin Luo spoke indifferently, then struck out with a sword chop. It's like an immortal's chop, falling from the sky. Block for me. Chen Yi let out a furious roar as he tried to block Qin Luo's attack, but no matter how many thousands of means he used, he just couldn't block it. Ah! Impossible. I, Chen Yi, am the Dao son of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. How could I be killed by a punk prince like you? Open! Drive! Drive for me! Chen Yi hissed with eyes wide open. All the holy weapons on his body were sacrificed, and his life essence had been burned to the limit, but Qin Luo just lightly slashed his sword across brush. A sword swept past, and all means of resistance fell apart. No! At the sound of Chen Yi's unwilling roar, he was split in half by Qin Luo. Death is death. Qin Luo stepped over and said to Shi Huang, put it away first. Kill the son of fortune, Chen Yi, and gain all his fortune value, which is automatically converted into villain value. Reward, 10,000 swords technique, comprehension, sacred greatsword technique. 1 man for 10,000. 10,000 cannot be enemy. 10,000 swords technique? The sword stance of the 10,000 swords technique instantly surfaced in Qin Luo's mind. There were only 2 sword moves, one of which, 10,000 swords, instantly inspiring 10,000 sword chi, or controlling 10,000 sword weapons. The second, 10,000 swords return to 1. 10,000 sword weapons coalesce to become 1 sword. It can attack in groups or kill alone, and is simply made for killing. TSK, this is considered a means of immortal cultivation, isn't it? However, the requirement for soul strength isn't low. I should focus on soul enhancement next. Qin Luo muttered. Chen Yi died, and Qin Luo's only regret was that the 4th Qilin arm was not left behind. The black hole closed, carrying Chen Yi with one arm towards the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Within the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, many people had gathered, looking at Chen Yi's arm which had been restored to its normal state, looking at each other with some disbelief. This is Chen Yi? That should be right. Then did Chen Yi have an accident? No one answered, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone, causing each of their faces to become extraordinarily ugly. When Xiaoya learned of Chen Yi's return, she couldn't wait to rush over. Where's senior brother Chen? Where is he? Did he kill Qin Luo? Xiaoya's eyes were filled with the color of anticipation. Her recent day and night thoughts were all about the scene where Qin Luo had beheaded Yi Chen, and she had long since lost interest in cultivating. Morong Shui sighed, then pointed to an already arm on the ground and said, this is Chen Yi. Xiaoya moved her gaze to that one arm with difficulty, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Senior brother Chen him? Maybe dead. Boom! Xiaoya was struck by lightning and staggered backward 2 steps, spraying out a large mouthful of blood. Xiaoya's heart and soul are injured, losing 50,000 points of chi. The host gains 50,000 points of villain value. Blame me. Blame me. If senior brother Chen hadn't gone to the spirit realm to avenge my death, he definitely wouldn't have gotten into trouble. No matter who killed senior brother Chen, I will avenge him. Ah! Xiaoya roared hysterically. Morong Shui sighed and muttered, a change in the sky. My Xian Heavenly Dao sect's scheming has fallen through. There will be changes in the future. The younger generation, especially the heavenly pride such as the Saint Sun and Dao Sun, were the future hope among the sects, and were the key link in laying out this world. Now that they had all fallen before they had completely grown up, it was equivalent to a heavy blow to the sect. Qin Luo didn't hesitate and absorbed the Qilin essence blood at the first opportunity. Boom! A rich life energy began to rampage through his body, causing most of the injuries on his body to be repaired instantly. Qin Luo forcibly held back the idea of finishing refining the Qilin essence blood before going out. The process was a bit long for him. There were still several prey inside the spirit realm waiting for him to hunt. Refine it slowly. There's no rush. It's already mine anyway. Qin Luo appeared outside the human emperor streamer with a turn of his body. At this moment, outside of the human emperor streamer, there was only one person sitting cross-legged on the ground. Seeing him appear, Zhuang 13 stood up and nodded at Qin Luo. Then, taking a step, was about to leave. You're protecting me? Qin Luo asked in surprise. Zhuang 13 paused and looked at Qin Luo and said, because of you, I condensed my sword intent. I count myself as owing you a favor and can only do what I can. Qin Luo didn't expect that there was such a cute person. He liked this guy's character. For these words of yours? In the future, you can come and seek my help when you are in trouble. Without replying, Zhuang 13 stepped away and began to search for his chance. Qin Luo rushed towards the place of the enlightenment tea tree at the first time. The tea leaves might be gone, but that tea tree, Qin Luo wanted it, but to his surprise, when he found the enlightenment tea tree, the place was bare and gone. Where's the tea tree? Chopped by the Night Lord. Yes, it must be him. A voice rang out, and the fat and thin duo drifted over from the distance. They came to see if they could pick up some tea leaves, but they didn't expect to see this scene, and it just so happened that Qin Luo was asking. So they answered. Qin Luo's gaze fell on the 2 men, who immediately began to introduce themselves. I am the sacred son of Xianmei, Wu Dahai. I am Lu Shashan, the saint son of Xianmei. The two men clasped their fists slightly at Qin Luo from a distance. We are just passing through. We have met in the landscape. See you again. After saying that, the two couldn't wait to escape the place. Say, what did you have to come over to say hello for? Lu Xiaoshan even complained. I want him to fuck the Night Lord. That's our enlightenment tea leaves. Now it's good. Even the tea tree is gone. I can't even come here to drink tea in case I have a child in the future. Bastard. Wu Dahai was filled with resentment. Qin Luo watched the two men leave and shook his head and smiled. That Wu Dahai's little trick. He still couldn't see through it? However, that Night Lord was outside chopping his human emperor streamer. This enmity. He had made a note of it.to be paid back. At a place not very far away from the enlightenment tea tree. Lin Hao was saved by Shen Qingyan. As for Shen Qingyan, he didn't know whether it was because he had used up too much of his cultivation or some other reason. But now he had fainted to the side instead looking at the beautiful and moving Shen Qingyan. Qin Luo's words from before were like the devil's whisper, ringing in his ears. He gently stroked Shen Qingyan's pretty face, somewhat unable to control his emotions just as he wanted to make his next move. A familiar voice rang in his ears. TSK, Licking Dog is awakening and planning to take advantage of the situation? Take advantage of the situation and stab his savior in the back? Lin Hao was instantly alert, his gaze falling in the direction of the incoming person as Qin Luo slowly walked over. We meet again. And this time, I don't think you have a chance to escape from me. Lin Hao blocked in front of Shen Qingyan. His stern eyes landed on Qin Luo as he said in a deep voice. Qin Luo, you went on a killing spree in the spirit realm. Have you ever thought that after you go out, you will inevitably have to face the pursuit of many powerful people? Qin Luo nodded. Naturally, I have thought about it, and I don't want to kill so many people, but you guys don't know what you're doing. You want to kill me. Won't you allow me to kill you? What the fuck kind of sense is that? I have to say, kid, you've got some double standards. Lin Hao wanted to say, it's not because you wantonly killed in the middle of the 100,000 mountains and went against the grain, but there was no point in fighting a war of words. Qin Luo was clearly trying to get at the two of them. Kid, you're already so valuable enough in front of me. Get lost and hand over the woman behind you. I can spare your life. Without Qin Luo's interruption, perhaps Lin Hao would have had a close encounter with Shen Qingyan, and perhaps there would have been a possibility for his chi luck value to grow, but Qin Luo wasn't going to give him a chance anymore. Dang. Dang. Thud. Every sound of Qin Luo's footsteps sounded like a death knell for Lin Hao. Kanglan chess formation. The power of the stars around him coalesced, and his aura began to grow as a star fell, like a chess piece floating in the void. Then another chess piece. Then another. Looking at the surrounding pieces that were encircling towards him, Qin Luo shook his head slightly. Anything fancy is all in vain in front of absolute power. One sword can break the sky. Brush. Qin Luo chopped out with a sword. Sword intent spread across the sky and earth. The so-called chess formation that Lin Hao had exerted so much effort to cast, immediately collapsed. A sword chi, unabated in speed, rushed towards Lin Hao. Puff. A sword pierced through his body, and Lin Hao was once again heavily injured. Stump. Lin Hao retreated a dozen steps before he barely stabilized his body. He looked at Qin Luo with a strong look of horror in his gaze. He didn't expect that Qin Luo would be so powerful. It's just anticlimactic. As soon as he retreated, that Shen Qingyan had no one to block in front of her. Qin Luo rushed to Shen Qingyan's front with a flash. His eyes were cold to the extreme, and he stabbed his sword towards Shen Qingyan. Just at this time, Shen Qingyan, who was supposed to be sleeping, violently opened her eyes, without a trace of emotion in her eyes. She looked at Qin Luo, who was getting closer and closer, and lightly opened her red lips. Griffin-like existence. I grant you death. Brush. A moonlight power enveloped Qin Luo, instantly binding his body. Qin Luo was really a bit surprised. Not expecting the other party to have this kind of tactic, the powerful soul power instantly pressed towards Qin Luo, trying to tear Qin Luo's soul, and just as he was about to offer up the human emperor streamer and tough it out, Qin Luo heard a system prompt, unknown powerful soul found. Unico suggests consuming 200,000 villain values to upgrade the soul-beating whip to the top grade of the Holy Order. Engage. Qin Luo had no hesitation at all. 200,000 villain values consumed. Upgrade successful. Whoosh. An air-breaking sound rang out, and the soul-beating whip automatically appeared and fiercely lashed out in Shen Qingyan's direction. Snap. The blow struck the void, but landed on top of the soul within Shen Qingyan's body. From Shen Qingyan's bright and uncertain eyes, Qin Luo could tell that she was having a hard time. In a flash, Qin Luo's feeling of being suppressed by his opponent disappeared. As soon as he reached out, the soul-beating whip fell into his hands, and once again he brought the whip. Hard. Pop. 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 Green smoke rose from Shen Qingyan's body, and her expression became hideous. Griffin, you dare to hurt my divine soul. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. A mouthful of mole crickets. What are you, God? Oh, Let's just count you as a god. And I, Qin Luo, will kill a god today. Pop, pop, snap. Every whip of Qin Luo heard above Shen Qingyan's soul and also Lin Hao's heart. As he watched this scene, his heart ached to the extreme and he let out a roar. Qin Luo, if you have the ability to come at me. As if in a state of madness, he rushed towards Qin Luo, looking at Lin Hao's appearance. Qin Luo's eyes were icy cold. Licking dog, shall not die. Boom! A foot kicked out fiercely, hitting Lin Hao squarely in the chest, causing his entire body to fly out, smashing heavily on the ground, spewing out another large mouthful of blood. His face instantly as pale as a sheet of paper, and his breath as if he was swimming. He looked at Shen Qingyan's back, his eyes blurred. Qingyan, it's me who didn't protect you. Can't live in the same year. We might die in the same year today. But how he said that out loud. He felt a little snicker in his heart. Looking back, he felt like such a brute and wanted to give himself a hard slap. But unfortunately he couldn't even lift his hand. Shen Qingyan returned once again. Her hateful gaze fell on Qin Luo's body. She knew that she didn't have a chance. So many people had struck out at Qin Luo and failed to kill him. How could she do it by herself? How is it? Isn't it cool? Qin Luo asked her with a smile. There's no need to thank me for helping you get rid of the woman who tried to take over your body. Qin Luo, even if I die, I won't let you go. Shen Qingyan gritted her teeth and said, yeah, sorry, you probably won't be able to be a ghost. As Qin Luo spoke, a sword slashed across a brush. A bloodstain surfaced above Shen Qingyan's neck, and blood flowed horizontally with another sword. Qin Luo picked off Shen Qingyan's armor, revealing a delicate body. He had and only had indifference in his eyes as he pierced his sword through his chest. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere, and the powerful force instantly shattered the vitality within Shen Qingyan's body, including her soul. Shen Qingyan's hateful gaze kept falling on Qin Luo's body without moving away. Kill Shen Qingyan, the daughter of luck, and gain all the luck values, which will be automatically converted into villain values. Bang! Shen Qingyan smashed heavily on the ground, and this hit also hit Lin Hao's heart. With a thump in his heart, he realized that something important was moving away from him. The sound of dong 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 dong. Qin Luo's footsteps sounded, and a sword was set on his neck. Lin Hao looked up at Qin Luo with difficulty and let out a bitter smile. I don't know how, but I actually have a feeling of relief. It's like I feel like I should thank you. Ha! Qin Luo all froze. What kind of bullshit last words are these? Thank him for helping the other side kill the goddess? It's simply not too outrageous. Okay, I want to accompany her. Are you able to fulfill my wish? Lin Hao looked at Qin Luo prayerfully and asked. Qin Luo was silent for a while. He felt that there might be a hope of salvation for this little Karami in front of him. After killing so many people, Qin Luo was a bit tired. He planned to be merciful and give the other party a chance to live, provided that the other party couldn't be a human being anymore. I'll give you a chance to live. Qin Luo's words caused Lin Hao to freeze. Only Qin Luo pointed in the direction of Shen Qingyan's corpse and said, she's the goddess in your heart. I'm sure you won't mind her, right? Lin Hao turned his head with difficulty to look at Shen Qingyan, then shouted angrily down towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo, killing people is nothing but humiliation. That's right, I'm humiliating you. Qin Luo did not hide his thoughts, but it's worth whatever it takes to stay alive, isn't it? You and I are the only ones here. You know it, heaven knows it, and no third person will know it. What's more, you're just a licking dog in Shen Qingyan's heart. In order to avenge her lover, she's even willing to give her body, and even dedicate her whole life. I have to say, you've lived a pretty pathetic life. Think of your father, your brother, your sister, your brother, and the thousands of fellow elders and masters and brothers in your clan, and you don't want everyone to be buried with you because of your selfishness, do you? Lin Hao faltered. Qin Luo was right. Shen Qingyan never loved him. It was all his self-interest, and even when Shen Qingyan saved him, it was because he had almost paid the price of his life for saving Shen Qingyan, and the other party was just trying to return the favor. Looking at Shen Qingyan in front of him, Lin Hao's expression became twisted. The evil side of the Sons of Qi resurfaces to dominate and is about to lose its Sons of Qi status. What happened next was something Qin Luo never expected. It was outrageous that Shen Qingyan had come back to life. It's true that everything inside the novel is true. The life of the Son of Qi is really damn hard. The cause of Shen Qingyan's resurrection from the dead was mainly due to Lin Hao, and he felt that if he were to convict Lin Hao, he should be convicted of practicing illegal medicine. Boom. A powerful force was inspired from Shen Qingyan and smashed towards Lin Hao. Poof. Lin Hao's mouth spurted wildly. His blood was like a fountain, and all of a sudden, he was seriously injured and dying. Qin Luo dashed over with a flash, blocking Shen Qingyan's attack with a sword. How could the little brother he just received be killed so easily? Brush. A sword chi swept through and sent Shen Qingyan flying. Shen Qingyan, who landed on the ground, looked at Qin Luo and Lin Hao with eyes full of hatred. Qin Luo was no longer at the top of her must-kill list. Perhaps Lin Hao was. Bastards, I'll remember you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you for sure. This was a strange shame for her. Looking at Qin Luo and also Lin Hao, she burned the faces of the two men deep into her heart. Ah! Shen Xingyan roared in anger, her tone carrying a strong color of resentment. You all deserve to die. Deserve to die. Kill. Boom! A moonlight enveloped her. In an instant her power had exceeded the limit of the spirit realm. She wasn't fighting for her life. This was a complete lack of life. If you want to kill me, go inside the human emperor haki for a moment. Qin Luo immediately opened the human emperor streamer. In order to avoid Shen Xingyan from pulling such a stunt again, Shen Xingyan, who had already been completely drowned in rage, did not hesitate for a second and rushed into Qin Luo's human emperor streamer. Hey Huang! Suppress! I want her soul to be completely obliterated. Boom! It took a powerful feeling of oppression to strike before Shen Xingyan recovered a trace of her sanity. However, she did not care too much about it. She had only one goal, to kill Qin Luo, not hesitating to destroy this body as well as her soul. Seeing that she didn't have a chance to suppress Qin Luo, a color of determination flashed in her eyes after she forcefully broke through Shi Huang's suppression. She didn't have even the slightest hesitation to self-destruct. Rumble! With a loud bang, waves of air swept towards Qin Luo. Her self-detonation wasn't just her body, but also her holy weapon. A full 5 saint weapon self-detonated. And it had to be said that this Shen Xingyan was truly a tycoon. No wonder. She had promised before that she could mobilize the resources of the Wansheng sacred ground. This kind of treatment was something that even a sacred lord could not possibly have. However, wanting to injure Qin Luo inside the human emperor streamer was simply delusional. This time Shen Xingyan was really dead. Too dead to die. At the same time, a voice rang in his head, kill the woman of the upper world's fortune. A wisp of divine soul completely obliterated the woman of fortune. Shen Xingyan. To obtain the reward, cave heaven remodeling, sacrifice of the 10 great caves to unite as one, unification of the subtip, killing too much, has become a thorn in the eyes of others, a thorn in the flesh, proper hiding, pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. The cave heaven, the unity of the battle force sword. Qin Luo didn't expect that there were still daughters of Qi from the upper realms. Is the upper realm the so-called god realm or the immortal realm? Or the world where the so-called extraterrestrial evil demons are located in many people's mouths? Qin Luo asked. The evil demons in this world are only the enemies of other worlds at the same level. With that said, Qin Luo understood, the upper world is equivalent to the world after ascension, or the advanced world, such as the difference between the second or third and fifth level civilizations above the first level civilizations. The eye in the middle of the so-called upper realm far away from this realm, a body sleeping in an ice coffin slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes were filled with an icy cold chill, killing my air and destroying a strand of my divine soul. You two are dead. She gently opened her mouth, and the image about Qin Luo and Lin Hao's duo was transmitted to an old crone's mind. These two people from the Koan Ruins realm, they have jeopardized my great event, so their souls should be destroyed. If necessary, we can start a realm war. The crone fell to her knees respectfully. By the oracle, Shi Huang also walked out from the aftermath of the explosion at this moment. She looked at Qin Luo grudgingly and said, this is already the second time. Don't lure all the enemies inside the human emperor streamer to self-detonate. Okay? Quite a lot of departed souls have already died. The death of so many dead souls made her feel a little bit of pain. As the main soul of the human emperor's streamer, those dead souls were her little brothers, and if one died, her strength would be weakened by 1 point. Don't worry, the dead souls will be there, and the human emperor streamer will be stronger. Turning his head, he glanced at Lin Hao, who was already on the verge of death, and took out some pills and fed them to him in a brain. Then Qin Luo branded the seal of life and death in his soul, enslave a son of fortune and gain all his fortune value, which is automatically converted into villain value, another 30,000 in hand. Qin Luo asked, Tuzi, am I able to exchange a lot of good things now? Unicorn suggestion, the host should digest the proceeds as soon as possible to prevent a long night's sleep. The proceeds of this time were really quite a lot. There was Qilin essence blood, as well as Chen Yi's 3 Qilin arms, as well as ordinary Qilin blood, along with the origin of those holy sons and sacred maidens. TSK, but it was quite a lot. They were all the pride of heaven, and there was no lack of special physique people in them, which was enough to make Qin Luo's heaven-swallowing demon technique go up another notch. Well, by the way, Lu Yunfei, that little mouse, can't be spared either, and the dog called Night Lord who robbed me of my enlightenment tea. Qin Luo slapped Lin Hao's face. Wake up, it's time to work. Go, use your identity as Kanglin Saint's son and go find someone for me. Then, put out the news of Shen Xingyan's death, and say, well, Qin Luo pondered for a moment and said, let's say that the guy called Night Lord insulted Shen Xingyan and then killed her. He's from the troll clan, isn't he? Prejudice is enough to convince others that it was him who did it. Lin Hao looked at Qin Luo in a daze. A thought surfaced inside his mind. Framing? The education he received since he was a child told him that he should be honorable, and the words of refusal, just as he wanted to say them, were detected by Qin Luo one step ahead of time, only to hear Qin Luo leisurely say, "You also don't want to be known for what you've done to Shen Xingyan, right?" Lin Hao immediately set his mind right. "Yes, I'll do it right away." The Night Lord, walking through the jungle, sneezed viciously. "Achoo! Strange, strange, why do I inexplicably feel a chill? How much time is left until we go out?" Qin Luo asked. "There should be about 5 more days." Lin Hao thought about it and replied, "Okay, 5 days should be about right." Qin Luo was ready to sacrifice the 10 great cave heavens and merge the 10 great cave heavens into one. Mobilize your connections to find Lu Yunfei's trail. After Qin Luo instructed Lin Hao, he entered within the human emperor streamer and began to remodel the cave outside. People from the Delizi, the Ministry of Justice, and the Department of Demon Suppression had all arrived at the 100,000 Mountains. Qin Luo went to the spirit realm? One of the middle-aged men frowned. The spirit realm is where their 100,000 Great Mountains amazing ranking heavenly pride gathering is located. If Qin Luo goes to that place, wouldn't he be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Another man took over and said, perhaps he thinks that the identity of the imperial prince of the great Qin dynasty will be able to shelter him inside the spirit realm as well. That place can all be 100,000 Great Mountains in the pride. They are the same camp. Qin Luo in case of accidents inside. They can also be excused. It's hard to believe that my great Qin imperial dynasty is still able to Qin Luo this ninth prince, and the entire 100,000 Great Mountains to go to war not? AI. An old man sighed. I told you that this trip is not a good errand to run. No matter what. Let's go to the vicinity of the spirit realm first. If the ninth prince really had some accidents, we have to investigate it as well. That's right. An iron-blooded killing aura rose from the body of a commander of the Demon Suppression Division. The ninth prince represents my great Qin imperial dynasty. If the slightest accident occurs to him, then there is no other way to say that it will be necessary to stir up a bloody storm in the 100,000 Great Mountains. The 100,000 Great Mountains have been calm for too many years. They may have long forgotten the majesty of my great Qin imperial dynasty. Let's go. Let's go to the spirit realm immediately. I hope Qin Luo he will come out safely from inside. Otherwise we can be considered as fish in the pond. And outside of the spirit realm, there were quite a few sect saints who couldn't sit still anymore because some of the holy sons and daughters of the Holy Lands had left their life cards within their sects. And at the moment, their life cards shattered. The holy son of our clan is dead? The holy maiden of our clan has fallen? In bits and pieces. News had already come from 5 clans. Not all clans would let their holy sons and daughters leave their life tags behind, because inside it would seal their own soul blood, which might have a slight effect on cultivation breakthroughs in the future, but the known deaths of 5 holy sons and also holy daughters were enough to see that an accident had occurred within the spirit realm. How could there be such a big accident at the spirit realm enlightenment tea party? Could it be related to Qin Luo? Someone asked hesitantly. Some clans in Holy Lands, before entering, knew that the holy sons and daughters of their clans would target Qin Luo in the spirit realm, so they couldn't help but think about it more. You think too highly of that imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty. Not to mention his low cultivation. Even if he is cultivated to the realm of the cave heaven, he's still the bottom of the heap in the spirit realm. Elder Li, what do you think? You do know how he came to be ranked on the stunning list. Someone looked at Li Chang of the Wanshan Holy Land and said. Li Chang felt inexplicably annoyed at the moment. He didn't care and didn't want to pay attention to whether others died or not. It was enough as long as Shen Xingyan didn't have any accidents. Only their own people from the Wanshan Holy Land knew how heaven-defying the inheritance Shen Xingyan had received. She was a heavenly pride destined to walk out of this realm, and their Wanshan Holy Land might be able to reign over the world someday. It could be said that in the Wanshan Holy Land, Shen Xingyan's status was higher than even the Holy Lord, and even if the Holy Lord died, Shen Xingyan couldn't have the slightest accident. If Shen Xingyan hadn't strongly requested to participate in the Spirit Realm Enlightenment Tea Party, the Holy Land wouldn't have allowed her to break away from the sight of the powerful. This son, Qin Luo, has some abilities. His battle power is still okay. He is qualified to be ranked among the amazing rankings, Li Chang said indifferently. The others scoffed at Li Chang's words. Who didn't know that it was the people from the Wanshan Holy Land who wanted to kill Qin Luo, and had deliberately ranked him in the stunning list. A kid who didn't even have the cave heaven realm. Even if his talent was even more heaven-defying, how could he possibly enter the amazing ranking? What's more, Qin Luo's talent could only be described as very average. In the middle of the Xianin sacred ground, Yin Daoyin faced the sacred lord, and he had a smile on his face that was worse than crying. The Xianin Holy Lord patted Yin Daoyin. Daoyin, feel free to go without worry. I think that His Highness, the Ninth Prince, will definitely forgive us on account of our dedication. And, Xianin Holy Lord, glancing at no one to the left or right, whispered in his ear, the Ninth Prince has gone to the spirit realm, and there is a possibility that he won't be able to come out. If he can't come out, naturally all will be happy. If he comes out, then you'll posture a little lower, and say that we've found traces of the man and are in the middle of an all-out manhunt. Do a good job. I think highly of you. I'll reserve the position of future Saint Lord for you. The Xianin Sacred Lord patted Yin Daoyin's shoulder, almost causing the other party to curse. He felt that he might not be able to come back after this trip. This damn thing was still a deputy Holy Lord? It was simply a backstabber, however. He can't go without going. His wife and children are in the hands of the other party to pinch. Yes, Holy Lord. I promise to complete the mission. Yin Daoyan stepped away, and an image of the wind Xiao Xiao Ishu a cold. A strong man going away and never coming back appeared. Qin Luo sat in the human emperor's streamer and began to sacrifice the cave. The first cave heaven all the way to the seventh cave heaven was instantly sacrificed, and a powerful force erupted within him, his body nearly collapsing from the impact of this force rumble. A sound of muffled thunder rang out within his body. His expression was hideous and terrifying, causing the Shi Huang at the side to be a little frightened. Coalescing the 10 great cavern heavens had already proved that Qin Luo was a top genius, but now this top genius, what was he doing? He was actually remodeling the cave and merging into one. Crazy, he's just crazy. Shi Huang muttered. Heaven-swallowing devil technique, run for me. Qin Luo roared. The heaven-swallowing devil technique operated crazily, and the power of the cave that had been sacrificed as if it were chaos inside his body within his body coalesced. A huge black hole emerged, instantly devouring all the energy of the 7 great cave heavens. A day passed. Qin Luo's 7 great cave heavens were sacrificed, and the prototype of the only cave heaven had appeared in the 8th great cave. The sacrifice. The body was once again subjected to a tremendous force of impact. The 9 revolutions golden body technique was running wildly, and the Qilin essence blood was absorbing madly to replenish the vitality in the body. The 9th cave. Sacrifice. The 10th cave. The sacrifice. Qin Luo's figure emerged in the outside world, and the human emperor flag disappeared into his body, rushing into the only cave heaven. As if the scene of the opening of the heavens appeared, the human emperor flag topped the heavens and stabilized the only cave heaven. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded in the sky, and Qin Luo vaguely felt as if he had violated a taboo, and even the heavenly Tao couldn't look on. Boom! The cultivation level in his body broke through, and Qin Luo stepped into the 4th layer of the cave heaven realm. Mid-cave realm now. Very good. At this time, Lin Hao also rushed over. He glanced at Qin Luo with some awe, then immediately lowered his head and said, Your Highness, Lu Yunfei's trail has been discovered. There's less than a day until the spirit realm opens. Time enough for him to want to leave? Qin Luo sneered. Not even the door. Go, kill Lu Yunfei. What happens when you go against me is nothing but death. Or death. You're considered relatively lucky. Qin Luo turned his head to look at Lin Hao and said, Honestly, I've been pretty good to you. You just invited me into the spirit realm, and I didn't just let you get what you wanted. I let you live. The corner of Lin Hao's mouth twitched. Is that called getting what you want? Well, barely. I thought it was dead, but I didn't realize that it was alive again, and I was able to take the goddess of my heart without so much regret. Therefore, it's all the more reason for you to honestly serve me. Qin Luo patted his shoulder. When you get out, set aside your relationship with me, and if necessary, you can use the victimization to blame me as well. Qin Luo urged to Lin Hao. This was a nail that he had buried in the middle of the 100,000 mountains, and he might be able to play a great role in the future. Yes, Your Highness, I know what to do. Lin Hao also instantly gained insight into Qin Luo's thoughts. He knew that a person like Qin Luo would inevitably reign over the world, and he might be able to chicken out by following Qin Luo's back. Lu Yunfei always felt a bit distracted. He always felt that Qin Luo would suddenly appear and give him a fatal blow. Qin Luo, when I get out, I'll definitely take revenge on you. I'm going to snatch your woman and ruthlessly take out a mouthful of bad anger. Previously, Lu Yunfei had planned to rely on his stunning looks to get close to Shen Wanning and then take her down step by step. Now, say no more. He needed to use some special means. After killing so many saint sons, Qin Luo, you'll definitely be hard to escape death even after you go out. The clans that Qin Luo had destroyed before and also the Holy Land were all just average in strength, but in the spirit realm, those holy sons and daughters that he had killed were all heavenly prides on the astonishing list, and each one of them had the potential to become the top future powerhouses of the 100,000 great mountains. Those holy places must be crazy? He had already thought that after he went out, those holy lands were like madmen striking out at Qin Luo. Perhaps, you'll die near the spirit realm. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Shen Wanning. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Lu Yunfei felt inexplicably excited. Soon, he had felt a hint of the repulsive force appear. He could get out. He's relaxed, but just at this critical moment, a familiar voice sounded not far away. Brother Yunfei, one day's absence is like 3 autumns. How about we meet again and send you home? Knock knock. Qin Luo's step was like stepping on top of Lu Yunfei's heart, causing his body to tremble along with him and causing his face to become extraordinarily ugly. Qin Luo. Lu Yunfei gritted his teeth and looked towards Qin Luo. A bow and arrow surfaced in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he bent his bow and an arrow rushed towards Qin Luo's forehead with a cracking sound. Qin Luo waved his hand. A sword chi emerged like an arm. Bang! It heavily collided with that one arrow and instantly exploded, causing Lu Yunfei's gaze to shrink. He seemed stronger? Not daring to hesitate, he instantly drew his bow. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 7 arrows, 7 stars in a row. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking air resounded continuously, and after he finished shooting these arrows, his breath became shriveled. This was already his most powerful attack. 7 stars in a row. The power of each arrow was stacking up, and in the end, the power of the 7th arrow would move even a saint. More than more? Qin Luo sneered. It just so happens that I also want to test how powerful my 10,000 swords technique is. 10,000 swords. Qin Luo pointed the Qingfeng sword in his hand at Lu Yunfei from afar. A sword chi coalesced around his body, shaped like the Qingfeng sword in his hand, densely packed, making one's scalp numb when looking at it. Lu Yunfei's face instantly turned a miserable white color. A thought rose in his mind. Can't stop it. Absolutely can't. Lin Hao hid in the shadows and watched the scene. His heart was appalled. Your Highness is too strong. He's still only in the cave heaven realm. When he becomes a saint, who in that saint realm can fight him? I have to say, becoming an enemy with your Highness is definitely a lifelong nightmare. At the same time, in his heart, he was glad that if he hadn't turned bad, he would have ended up in a situation no better than what Lu Yunfei was about to face. Out! Qin Luo swung the Qingfeng sword in his hand and 10,000 sword chi roared out. Die in an instant. It drowned out the 7-star streak that Lu Yunfei had shot out, and those 7 arrows didn't resist for even a second under Qin Luo's sword chi. Escape! The boots under Lu Yunfei's feet flashed with a greenish-colored light, and his speed had steeply reached the threshold of a saint. Not much skill, but oddly cautious. Unfortunately, you met me. The sword chi whistled towards Lu Yunfei, catching up with him in the blink of an eye and drowning him in it. However, right at this moment, a delicate shadow floated out from Lu Yunfei's body. She wore a 9-dragon phoenix crown that was radiant and dazzling, and she wore a dragon-embroidered robe. She had an upright posture and deep eyes that radiated supreme majesty. Just by waving her hand, a transparent light shield bluffed Lu Yunfei, and all the sword chi impacting on the light shield around Lu Yunfei only caused a ripple and did not break the defense. Lu Yunfei, who had thought that he was planning to wait for death, also stared wide-eyed at this scene, with a touch of aftermath in his eyes, as well as a hint of confusion. It was clear that he was extraordinarily unfamiliar with this woman's figure. Scram! The woman chortled in Qin Luo's direction, and all the sword energy instantly flew backwards. Qin Luo's expression became grave. This woman in front of him, mysterious and bizarre. From the outburst it was obvious that the cultivation power she exerted here wasn't very strong, but she was able to repel her own 10,000 sword chi. Her means was evident. Since spreading out the attacks won't work, let's combine them into one. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Luo immediately urged the sword chi that flew over backwards to coalesce. A sword chi and the nearest sword chi merged into one, then merged into one again. Week after week, the woman's face became a bit grave as she looked in Qin Luo's direction and asked in a deep voice, "What is your relationship with that 10,000 sword sect? And why did you return 10,000 swords to the sect? Want to know?" The corner of Qin Luo's mouth hooked into a mocking expression. "Then kneel down and beg me. Maybe I'll tell you once I'm in a good mood." The shadowy woman's face instantly turned gloomy as she chided towards Qin Luo. "What a big dog's guts. How dare you be unreasonable to this emperor? Today, this emperor grants you death." Hearing the word emperor, Qin Luo's heart was jolted and his expression became extraordinarily grave. "Marred, now you've offended an emperor-level powerhouse? But this is in the spirit realm, for fuck's sake. Even if you're a great emperor, you're just a projection. 10,000 swords to one. Give me death." All the sword chi instantly coalesced into one. Qin Luo held his sword with both hands and heavily chopped out. Kill. Rumble. This sword seemed to have pierced a huge hole in the sky. The woman's expression was grave. Her body blossomed with dazzling light as she rushed towards that sword chi. Bang! The two collided together with a dazzling light that caused Lu Yunfei and the others to close their eyes, feeling like they were already going blind. Qin Luo is too strong. How could he be so strong? But fortunately, there is a mysterious strong person who is sheltering me. I survived. Ha ha ha. In particular, the rejection of the spirit realm had appeared, and Lu Yunfei was going out. If you don't die from a great calamity, there will be a blessing afterward. That mysterious woman. Maybe she is an elder among my Lu Yunfei's family. I, Lu Yunfei, am going to be rich. Ha ha ha. Blocked? Qin Luo frowned as he similarly detected the power of repulsion, but letting Lu Yunfei go? Ridiculous. Qin Luo. Ha ha ha, don't worry. I'll go back and take care of senior sister Shin. Ha ha ha. Half of Lu Yunfei's body was already going out. He couldn't help but laugh rampantly. Die. Qin Luo carried a thunderous momentum towards Lu Yunfei and charged. That woman's figure had become illusory after resisting that strike from Qin Luo, and she shouted out delicately at this moment. Don't hurt my furnace pot. These words drifted into Lu Yunfei's ears, causing his expression to instantly freeze. Stovepipe? Who's the stove tripod? As he watched Qin Luo and the woman hedge against each other, Lu Yunfei had a horrified expression on his face. He's actually a stovepipe? The corner of Qin Luo's mouth hooked up slightly. Today, send the two of you on your way. Rumble. The sky outside the spirit realm was instantly covered in dark clouds. The sky and the earth changed in color, and a thunderous force coalesced. The woman looked up to the sky with a strong look of shock in her eyes. Thunderbolt? In an instant, the thunderbolt descended from the sky, covering Qin Luo and her plus Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei, a small karami, in the first wave, was struck into powdered dregs. No! Lu Yunfei's roar of fury rang out, making the woman's silhouette even more illusory. Qin Luo grinned when he saw the scene and muttered in his heart, not a single one is spared. Quite good. A single opening was like a sharp sword stabbing hard into her heart, making her furious. I'm sorry, but your furnace was struck by lightning. Kill Lu Yunfei, the son of luck, with the power of the thunderbolt, and gain all his luck values, which are automatically converted into villain values. A fly's leg is still a piece of meat even if it's small. Qin Luo lamented, and had to say that Lu Yunfei was really too poor. This is heavenly thunder? Thunderbolt? Who has done something that the heavens are angry with? Surprisingly, it has triggered a thunderbolt. Many people outside the spirit realm raised their heads to look at the sky with a strong look of shock in their eyes. The woman looked deeply at Qin Luo, her eyes deep and profound. I'll remember you. I hope you'll live well and we'll meet again. After saying that, a thunderbolt descended from the sky, shattering her silhouette. Too many debts don't weigh you down. Qin Luo shrugged indifferently, and the next second the thunderbolt bombarded his body heavily, causing pain all over his body. Detected the wrath of the heavenly Tao. The thunderbolt is trying to kill the host. The unified sun suggests, exchange for the thunderbolt avoidance pill, to blind the heavenly Tao and avoid the attack of the thunderbolt. That's not right. Didn't it say in the novel that the lightning tribulation would quench the body and make one stronger? You also said it's a novel. The thunderbolt only serves to erase the budding crisis, and won't stop until the host is out of this realm and out of the heavenly Tao's range of perception, okay? Redeem. By the way, how much villain value is that thing? Redemption successful, 200,000 points of villain value consumed. Acquired, Thunderbolt Avoidance Elixir, no grade, no rank, special elixir that can blind the perception of heavenly thunderbolts in this realm. Holy shit. This thing is so expensive? Another thunderbolt struck Qin Luo's body fiercely, directly causing Qin Luo's skin to split open without hesitation. He immediately sent the elixir in his hand into his mouth. After Qin Luo swallowed the lightning avoidance pill, he instantly felt the thunderbolt rushing towards him lose its way. He dodged and dodged. The thunderbolt just blasted on the ground. The robbing clouds in the sky, somewhat unable to find their way, wandered in the sky, and the sound of muffled thunder resounded continuously. Phew! This crisis looks like it's over? Qin Luo wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and said in a somewhat robotic manner, just now the system was right. That thunderbolt would not help him quench his body, but was destroying his body within his body. There was still a streak of thunder power that was raging. Looking up, many people's gazes fell on him. Qin Luo revealed a smile. At the same time, he was already urging the Jade Talisman to contact Yilan and the others. Next, it was going to be a huge test. You always have to pay back what you've done. Out. The Holy Maiden has come out. The Holy Sun has come out. A single figure was ostracized from the spirit realm. How come so few people came out? More than 50 people went in, and now only how many have come out? Not even half. Li Chang searched among the crowd and did not find Shen Xingyan's figure, and he began to panic in his heart. The Xian Heavenly Tao Sect Saint stared wide-eyed in a vain attempt to fight for that glimmer of hope, and it was clear that he was destined to be disappointed. Chenny is gone. He is indeed dead. This time a figure unfamiliar to many people appeared, and after appearing, he didn't hesitate and disappeared towards the distance at the first opportunity. This son? Night Lord, the devil son of the Troll Sect, a holy land that had a grudge against the giant demon sect. The first thing that happened was that someone stepped in and tried to stop the Night Lord's boom. A black aura surfaced as an old man blocked that sage. I'm here. If you want to move my clan's demonic son, you'll have to go through me first. Rumble. A powerful aura rose up to the sky, and many people were moved, because this person is a great saint, great sage. The giant demon sect has actually come with a great saint. This is not a battlefield after all. It's just a secret realm for juniors to communicate privately. who sends great saints over to protect the law apart from Qin Luo, a very self-conscious person. There was only the sinful troll sect. The Li Lord was a rare genius of their giant demon sect for 5,000 years, and could not be lost here, converging their auras. Many of the saints whose own saints' daughters and saints' sons had not come out were still expecting people to continue coming out of the spirit realm, and the saints who had already known that their own holy sons and daughters were dead began to loudly question, "Who killed my holy daughter of the praying wind Holy Land? Who killed the holy son of my Tian Luo Holy Land? Who killed the holy son of my Tsong Mu Holy Land?" Quite a few people had already subconsciously landed their gazes on Qin Luo's body, and someone had just wanted to speak when they heard Lin Hao open his mouth. Senior Sister Shin of the Wanxiang Holy Land is dead. Many people's hearts and minds were shaken. They had already seen Xin Xingyan's powerful terror and mystery, and now she was even dead? Whoosh! Li Chang's body appeared beside Lin Hao in an instant. The anger in his eyes was like substance as he shouted, "Is this true?" Lin Hao couldn't help but feel sad when he thought of the image of Xin Xingyan's death. "I don't know if I'm really sad about Xin Xingyan's death, or if I'm sad about my unfinished business. I saw it with my own eyes." "Who is it?" A monstrous killing chant erupted from Li Chang's body. "Troll Sect Night Lord." Lin Hao's words confused Night Lord, who had just been preparing to hide and watch the show. Li Chang's gaze instantly landed on the Night Lord's body, and his killing intent rose to the sky. "Night Lord, pay for the life of my holy daughter of the Wanxiang Holy Land." None of Lin Hao's words were doubted, and besides, it was normal for a demonic son of the giant demon sect to kill people. At this time, quite a few saints who had the hindsight to realize this, placed their eyes on the Night Lord, who vaguely felt as if he had taken a shot at their saint son. Li Lord's scalp was numb at this moment. He just wanted to see Qin Luo's good show. How come this good show descended on him? "I didn't." Lord Li immediately began to retort. "Slander. This is slander. Lin Hao. You dog. How dare you slander me?" Lin Hao's eyes widened in anger as he roared towards the Night Lord. "You didn't just kill Senior Sister Shin. You insulted her as well. Li Lord, I can't wait to break you into pieces." At this moment, Lin Hao's performance was as real as a movie star, and Qin Luo couldn't help but give Lin Hao a pat on the back. In his line of sight, the figures of Lu Jingjing and the others had already appeared. Taking advantage of the fact that the others were focusing their attention on Night Lord, he silently approached Lu Jingjing and the others, preparing to run away. Looking at Lin Hao's grief-stricken posture, no one was unconvinced. Qin Luo knew that Lin Hao was Xin Xingyan's loyal licking dog. Where did they people not know that? "You didn't just kill Senior Sister Shin. Senior Brother Chen of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect as well as Senior Brother Lu of the Misty Sacred Ground must have died at your hands, as well as other holy sons and daughters. You, Night Lord, are guilty of heinous crimes." At this time, Wu Dahai chimed in. "All of the Enlightenment tea leaves have been robbed by Night Lord, and he even chopped down the Enlightenment tea tree, so we'll never be able to drink Enlightenment tea again." This time, it was solidly established that Night Lord was the culprit. Boom! A terrifying aura locked in the direction of the Night Lord. "Night Lord, take your life." "I didn't." Lord Knight's face turned red with anxiety. "Slander. Everything is slander." Li Chang spoke coldly. "Whether it's a slander or not, search your soul and you'll know. Gentlemen, together we will take down this thief." The elder of the giant demon sect also had a numbscalp. It was not true that he was a great saint, but there were dozens of saints on the scene, and there was no lack of saint kings inside. So even if he was strong, he couldn't block it. With a wave of his hand, a wave of black smoke wrapped around the Night Lord and vanished towards the distance. The Li Lord looked at the elder aggrievedly and said, "Elder, I really didn't." If he had done it, he wouldn't be afraid to admit it, but he didn't do it, and it's hard for him to have shit on his head. Looking at the expression on the Night Lord's face, the corners of the old man's mouth twitched, but he still replied, "All right, I believe you." A look of surprise appeared on the Li Lord's face. "I told you that you would believe me, Elder. When we go back, I'll treat Elder to Enlightenment tea." After saying that, he felt as if the atmosphere was a bit off, immediately explaining, "Would you believe me when I say that I only chopped down the Enlightenment tea tree?" "Don't say anything, escape first." The old man didn't want to answer anymore. The Night Lord ignored his trust and actually slapped him in the face. "Your Highness, the commander of the 10 guards of the Demon Suppression Division has already arrived nearby," Zheng Tuo reminded beside Qin Luo. "All right, no need to say so much. Hurry up and run." "No, hurry up." Qin Luo opened his mouth carefully. Afraid of attracting attention, Zheng Tuo and the others were stunned, but obedience was their greatest strength. "But after killing so many people, you want to run?" The sacred son of the Violet Heavens was killed by Qin Luo of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. The saint son of Sangshan also died at Qin Luo's hands. The misty hidden saint son also died at Qin Luo's hands. The Snow Moon Palace's sacred maiden was also killed by Qin Luo. An accusing voice rang out. And those people finally came back to their senses from what happened to Night Lord. Many people's gazes immediately shifted to Qin Luo's body. Leave Qin Luo behind. Qin Luo, you killed my holy land's holy daughter. Damn you. There were a dozen or so more accusations with names. All at once Zheng Tuo and Lu Jingjing they finally realized why Qin Luo had to hurry to escape. It turned out that it was because Qin Luo had done something heavily in there. However, it was fortunate that those few disciples of the strongest sects were not killed by Qin Luo. Otherwise, this matter would be in big trouble today. Qin Luo has killed many people. Even I almost died in his hands. If it wasn't for senior sister Shen. I hate Lin Hao. Swear that if I don't kill the Night Lord in this life, I will not be a human being. Lin Hao's timely performance made people even more convinced that the Li Lord had killed Shen Qingyan. Go! Hurry up! Qin Luo urged. As soon as Lu Jingjing pulled Qin Luo, her speed was utilized to the extreme. You guys block the people behind you. Lu Jingjing also said without forgetting to exhort the others. On Qin Luo's side, there were quite a few saints, so slightly blocking the pursuers behind him could still be done. A whoosh. Qin Luo and the others vanished towards the distance with extreme speed. Over there, a middle-aged man had already met up with Li Yi and came in Qin Luo's direction. When Li Yi saw Qin Luo rushing over, he immediately opened his mouth and shouted, Lord Vice Commander, Commander Rin has arrived. Ran Tianqing, the commander of the 10 guards of the Demon Suppression Division. His cultivation had long since reached the peak of the Saint King realm, and was only one step away from the Great Saint realm. Finally, I've met this ancestor, and this time, I'll take him back first, no matter what. Bring back as to whether to let the 3 halls of justice, or other. Ran Tianqing does not intend to care, anyway, cannot let Qin Luo continue to act recklessly inside the 100,000 Great Mountains. Seeing Ran Tianqing appear, Qin Luo's eyes lit up and immediately spoke. Commander Rin, you've come at the right time. I've already gotten the incriminating evidence of the murder of the Marquis Wu Yuan's family from quite a few clans inside the 100,000 mountains, colluding with the internal clans of my great Qin imperial dynasty with the intention of rebelling. Hearing this, the corners of Ren Tianqing's mouth twitched as he mentally spat. Still talking about the case, you're already in big trouble. They are chasing after this imperial prince at the moment. Commander Ren, help me block them. Hearing this, Ren Tianqing frowned. Hunting down the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty? What a nerve! It would be fine if he didn't know, but at this moment he bumped into it, and as a vassal of the great Qin imperial dynasty, he naturally had to take action. Don't worry, Your Highness. With Ren Mao here, we will definitely not let anyone else harm Your Highness. His tone revealed a strong color of confidence. He was at the peak of the Saint King realm, only one step away from the Great Sage realm. Even if a Great Sage made a move, he could still maneuver around. As for the Great Sage chasing after Qin Luo? Are you kidding? Does the Great Sage still need to chase after him? Ren Tianqing took a step out. He had already sensed the aura coming from not far away, and immediately shouted in a deep voice, who dares to pursue and kill the imperial son of my great Qin imperial dynasty? Retreat quickly, or else, Ren will cut you down to the sword today. Ren Tianqing was holding an open sword, and his aura rose up to the sky, quite a formidable one. Stop, Qin Luo whispered. Perhaps a potpourri? The color of madness burned in Qin Luo's eyes. In the shadows there could be Su Chanshan and Yilan. The trip was perfect when he eliminated the people he was chasing and then took Ren Tianqing under his wing. Boom! Rumble! A terrifying aura descended, and there were 15 saints and 5 sacred king realm powerhouses. Ren Tianqing's expression froze for a moment. As he had expected, no great saint realms had gone after Qin Luo, but no one had told him that there were 15 saints plus 5 sacred king realm powerhouses. He's the one who can fight 3. It would take 6 or 7 of him. He turned his head to look at Qin Luo, his expression more or less ghostly. Qin Luo killed my clan's holy son for no reason. The great Qin imperial dynasty must give an explanation. That's right. This is the 100,000 Great Mountains, not your great Qin imperial dynasty. If you act so arbitrarily, all of my sects and holy places in the 100,000 Great Mountains will not agree. Killing my holy land's holy daughter. Qin Luo must die. There were impulsive people who already wanted to get tough with Qin Luo. Ren Tianqing's entire body was numb, listening to these people. Qin Luo seemed to have taken a group of holy sons and also holy daughters and braised them in one pot? No wonder it's pissing off so many people. Heaven and earth. Your Highness, can this be true? Ren Tianqing swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked cautiously. Qin Luo shook his head and said righteously, slander, purely all slander. Bullshit. This is what the holy son of the mixed sacred land said himself. How can this matter be false? That's right. Just now the saint son of the Easy sect also testified, and the holy maiden of the Purple Cloud Pavilion said that you killed the holy maiden of my clan. Each and every one of them were filled with righteous indignation and rage, wishing to immediately slap Qin Luo to death. Here, Qin Luo said faintly, they said I killed someone. I said I didn't kill anyone. Why do you have to believe them and not me? Ha! A sage sneered. Qin Luo, do you dare to make a heavenly Dao oath? Why don't you dare? Qin Luo didn't hesitate for a second. Qin Luo, make a heavenly oath here today. If I kill those people, I'll ask heaven to send down a 9 heavenly thunderbolt to strike me to death on the spot. Everyone didn't expect that Qin Luo would really dare. Even those under Qin Luo were stunned. At this moment, they asked themselves, could it be that His Highness really didn't kill those holy sons and daughters? Boom! A muffled thunderclap sounded in the sky. Someone was just about to open their mouth to say that the oath was fulfilled. But in the next second, not even a thundercloud had coalesced. After a moment of coldness, Qin Luo said indifferently, how is it? I've already made the heavenly Dao oath, so I can prove my innocence now, right? They looked at each other speechless. Qin Luo's innocence was confirmed just like that? It didn't seem like that was the case. Someone immediately spoke. This matter must be investigated clearly. Qin Luo, you have to come with us. That's right. Qin Luo cannot leave today. It must be judged by all the sects in my 100,000 mountains. The swords are drawn and the battle is imminent. At this critical moment, an old but neutral voice rang out. When was it your turn to judge the clans of the 100,000 mountains for the imperial son of my great Qin imperial dynasty? Do you want to go to war with my great Qin imperial dynasty? Everyone's gazes fell on the source of the sound, only to see 3 Sing King realm powerhouses striding over. Rin Tianqing also breathed a sigh of relief and murmured in a low voice, it's finally here. As he spoke, he wiped a non-existent bead of sweat from his forehead. Who is the visitor? One of them asked in a deep voice. Great Qin's Ministry of Criminal Affairs. Mr. Li Xian, Great Qin Demon Suppression Division Chu Xing, De Qin De Lizi Song Gao. The moment the 3 names came out, many people's faces changed slightly. It was obvious that some of them knew where the 3 came from and their battle records. These 3 have all dealt with my 100,000 mountains. Each one of them is a hardliner, not easy to deal with. Some people already had a mind to retreat. One of the saints from the Violet Sky Holy Land didn't have the slightest idea of retreating. Instead, he took a step out and looked directly at the 3. You, the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, wantonly killed the holy sons and daughters of many of my sects and sanctuaries in the middle of my 100,000 mountains, and also overthrew forces such as the Tai Ruin Sacred Ground, the Dan Ding sect, the Shao family of Cloud Mountain, and the 10,000 Swords Villa on trumped-up charges. For you to harbor him like this, is it possible that your great Qin imperial dynasty is treating my 100,000 mountains as your great Qin imperial dynasty's backyard? Qin Luo killed my holy son of the Violet Sky Sacred Land. He must give my Violet Sky Sacred Land an explanation today. Li Shi, the only old man among the 3, stepped forward and spoke indifferently. So what if we killed him? The imperial son of my great Qin imperial dynasty can only be judged by my great Qin imperial dynasty. As for you guys, you don't have the qualifications. A sentence that instantly made everyone furious, not giving any face at all. The great Qin imperial dynasty was already stepping on their faces, crazily crushing the output. Good. Very good. Another saint stepped forward. Li Shi, this is my 100,000 great mountains, not the territory of your great Qin imperial dynasty. Today, this explanation is yours to give or not to give. Killing our clan saint's son. This matter is not over. Another saint stepped forward, and in succession, a dozen or so saints and several saint kings stepped out a step forward, their powerful might pressing toward Li Shi and the few of them. If you don't give it, what can you do? You and the others. But do you want to go to war with my great Qin imperial dynasty? Chu Xing's aura rose up to the sky, his face carrying a look of unruffled authority. Similarly, Song Gao also took a step out towards the front as they sheltered Qin Luo behind them. No matter what their purpose of coming here was, but at this moment, Qin Luo was the imperial son of their great Qin imperial dynasty, and with the face of their great Qin imperial dynasty at stake, no one would be able to touch Qin Luo in front of them. Tsk. Qin Luo also knew some information from Zhang Tuo and the others. He said with emotion, if I didn't know what they were up to, I would have thought they were all family. At the same time, he was also receiving a series of intelligence he had recently received, and knew that public opinion in the great Qin imperial dynasty was extraordinarily unfavorable to him right now. Hiddenly, a few of the princes are secretly pushing the envelope, and that only princess, too, has made a move. An important piece of information had also been obtained. Lin Yuya had identified the location of the divine dragon of the great Qin imperial dynasty. Long Jiruo also vaguely revealed that the divine dragon was in the great Qin demon suppression division. Looks like a trip to the imperial capital is needed? A divine dragon, covered in treasure. That's too many resources. Now that Qin Luo had predicted his capital, he could go to the imperial capital to make a trip to the imperial capital. Especially, since he still had so much villainous value. A full 750,000 points. The 100,000 Great Mountains couldn't continue to stay, nearly brazing the next generation of the 100,000 Great Mountains pride in one pot. They already hated themselves. It's definitely going to be a clusterfuck here. Qin Luo's gaze fell in front of him. The atmosphere at the moment was one of saber rattling. Just at this time, a cold voice rang out of thin air. Who killed my Li Daoyuan's son? Boom! An extremely powerful aura rose to the sky as a peak Saint King realm. Half-step Great Saint Realm powerhouse appeared, the Holy Lord of the Purple Sky. Li Daoyuan. He took one step and the others immediately made way. His gloomy gaze fell on Qin Luo's body, sending chills all over his body. His battle power should have already reached the Great Saint Realm. The voice of Su Qianwan, who was hidden in the dark, entered Qin Luo's ears. Li Daoyuan walked step by step as he said in a deep voice to Ring Tianqing and the few of them, "Get out of the way. I don't care what his status is. A murderer pays for his life. I've already lost 9 sons, and now the only one left is dead. I have nothing to worry about. God stops God and kills God. Even if he's the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, there's only one way to die." Boom! A powerful aura swept towards Ren Tianqing, causing Ren Tianqing, who was at the same realm, to feel a trace of pressure, and his expression became grave. Crap! 10 dead sons? Qin Luo was also surprised. 10 out of 10. His provocation caused Li Daoyuan's anger to intensify, causing the corners of Li Shi's and several of their mouths to twitch if they wanted to slap Qin Luo and tell him to shut up. But at this moment, they had to die to protect Qin Luo. At this moment, the misty hidden sage urged an object. Space shattered, and a black hole emerged. A rowdy old man stepped out of it. My old husband, Song Tianan. I never thought that there would be this day when a white-haired person would send a black-haired person away. Today, I can die, but the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty will be buried with me. Another half-step great sage. The others followed suit and immediately summoned out a full 4 more half-step great saints. For a while, the situation became extraordinarily grim. Li's expression was hideous as he shouted in a deep voice, "Do you think that there is no one in my great Qin imperial dynasty?" He took out a token and activated it, saying in a respectful tone, "Mr. Li welcomes the arrival of the King of Jinshan." At these words, the faces of the others changed drastically. King of Jinshan. This title. What kind of mountain is it? The town is 100,000 mountains. Rumble. Instantly the heaven and earth were changed. Thunderclouds were dense. A black hole emerged, and from inside the black hole came out a huge palm that covered the sky, causing many people's hearts to despair. A voice resounded between heaven and earth, deafening the ears and making people feel a great majesty. "Old thing, since you want to die today, then go to hell." Boom! That huge palm print swept towards Song Tianan, causing the latter's face to change abruptly, a strong look of fear appearing in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately disappeared towards the distance, trying to escape from the pursuit of this big handprint. However, no matter how much he tried, he could not escape, just like a monkey trapped in the palm of Buddha's hand. No! Song Tianan let out a hiss of despair as he was ruthlessly suppressed by the huge handprint. Bang! The entire person split into pieces and became slag. The misty hidden Holy Land's old ancestor, who was at the half-step great sage realm, was easily subdued like this. With that, a middle-aged man only then slowly walked out from the black hole. As he looked at these saints and holy lords of the 100,000 mountains in front of him, a powerful aura swept towards them, causing everyone to subconsciously take a step back. The Jin Mountain King's aura was as terrifying as it was, causing many people to feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Who among you has an opinion on the actions of the prince of my great Qin imperial dynasty? Raise it. One of the saints clenched his teeth and cupped his fists at the man. Mountain King Jin, this is my 100,000 mountains. The great Qin emperor killed my family's saintly son in the spirit realm. He needs to give us an explanation. Oh, is that so? The Mountain King of Jinshan raised an eyebrow, then swung out a palm. Boom. This palm smashed fiercely into the other party with a thunderous momentum. The man's face changed suddenly. He didn't expect the Jin Mountain King to start the fight at the drop of a hat. He wanted to hide, but he couldn't, and his defense means were instantly torn to shreds. It's over. He regretted it, but unfortunately it was already too late. Bang! Another saint was killed, and everyone's heart trembled at the tips of their fingers, only to hear the Jinshan King faintly say, "Whoever still has opinions, mention them." The faces of the people present, one by one, became incomparably ugly. Their eyes were filled with anger, and not a single one of them froze and opened their mouths to speak. Crap! The King of Jin Mountain is so awesome? Qin Luo sighed with emotion while looking towards the direction where Song Tianan and the saint who had just died in a meaty manner. Wasted. Wasted. Ah! A waste. Knock knock. Jinshan Wang, step by step, walked towards those people, and those people followed Jinshan Wan's footsteps and took a few steps backward. One person, alone, suppressed more than 20 people on the other side with his aura, and among them, there were many strong people who had already touched the threshold of the Great Saint Realm. After taking a few steps, Jinshan Wan looked at the others and said indifferently, "When juniors clash and fight with each other, Deaths and injuries are unavoidable. Are you and the others trying to break the rules by coming out strongly? It seems to me that they are dead, and instead of going after the people who killed them, you should also ask good questions of the ones who are already dead. Look for their own reasons. Cultivating for so many years and their battle power is still not good. So have they cultivated hard for so many years? If you don't work hard when you're young and cultivate, you can only be beheaded when you grow up. You deserve to die. A dead genius. Then it's not a genius. And if a holy son dies, then a new one will be chosen. To be so thoughtless? Is it hard to believe that you want to be overthrown the entire Holy Land? By the way, that old fellow just now, if I remember correctly, was the old ancestor of the misty hidden Holy Land, right? Jin Shanhuang deliberately asked. Chu Xing, who was familiar with the situation of the 100,000 mountains, immediately spoke. Reporting back to your highness, king of the Jin mountain, Song Tianan is the former holy lord of the misty hidden Holy Land. Oh, then exterminate the misty hidden Holy Land and say, I, Qin Shao, said so. Yes, your highness. A sentence landed in silence, and not a single person dared to stand up for the misty hidden Holy Land. It was because the person who spoke was Qin Shao, the mountain Jin king of the great Qin imperial dynasty, a terrifying existence that was able to suppress the entire 100,000 mountains with his own strength. Is there anyone else who has other opinions? Qin Shao continued to ask. None of the people present within the room dared to answer. Even Li Daoyuan, who had just said that he had died 10 sons, stopped speaking. That he was angry, but he wasn't a fool, and a needless sacrifice was still something he wasn't willing to make. Since there aren't any, then all disperse. Qin Shao waved his hand, and quite a few people left immediately as if they had been pardoned after everyone else had left. Qin Zhao's gaze fell behind Qin Luo. You are Qin Luo? Qin Shao asked as his gaze fell on Qin Luo without hesitation. Qin Luo immediately stepped out and cupped his fists at Qin Shao. Nephew Qin Luo, meet uncle. Qin Shao froze, then smiled. Right, I almost forgot. In terms of seniority, I'm still your uncle. He took a step to Qin Luo's side and patted his shoulder. Bang, bang, bang. The tremendous force caused Qin Luo to keep sinking down, not going past his knees. A flash of surprise flashed across Qin Zhao's face as he sighed twice in admiration. Good cultivation, and his body is quite sturdy. Thanks for the compliment, uncle. Qin Luo lowered his stance. One must know that this one was the king of Jin Mountain. With a powerful cultivation and terrifying battle strength, the most awesome battle record was 50 years ago. With his own strength, he fought in a group against 56 Saint Realm powerhouses, among which there was a great saint and 7 Saint Kings. And in the end, the final result was that the other party was annihilated in a group. And at that time, Qin Shao was not yet at the Great Sage Realm cultivation level, having made a temporary breakthrough on top of the battlefield. That's why those people just now feared Qin Shao, who was the main war faction and advocated raiding the 100,000 mountains and killing those who didn't submit. You went to the spirit realm? Qin Shao asked. Yes. Qin Luo was as honest as a small quail. He could see that the other party had no malice towards him, but instead had some faint admiration. And he was naturally happy to display the posture of a latecomer. Killed a few geniuses from the amazing ranking? Qin Shao continued to ask. Qin Luo thought for a moment. I can't remember some of them. Anyway, 20 should be there. As soon as these words came out, Rang Tianqing and the few of them felt their scalps go numb and their eyes changed as they looked at Qin Luo just now. They still believed in the heavenly Tao oath that Qin Luo had sworn. But now, Qin Luo himself had admitted it openly and honestly. And it was still 20 geniuses of the amazing hunger ranking. Who among them didn't know how high the gold content of the amazing ranking was? This was tantamount to cutting off at least 20 or so future experts above the Saint King realm and the 100,000 mountains. No wonder those people played hard to get Qin Luo killed. Anyone who had this on their plate would want to get him killed. Qin Shao froze, then laughed. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. You're good. Qin Shao slapped Qin Luo 2 more times, this extra hard, causing Qin Luo to grimace, a bitter smile on his face. Uncle, withdraw your strength. My nephew is weak. Ha ha ha. Instead of just not withdrawing his strength, Qin Shao vigorously patted Qin Luo's shoulder again. You're weak? If you were weak, the younger generation of my great Qin imperial dynasty would all be weaklings. You're good. Don't worry. I know all about you. Qin Shao appreciated what Qin Luo had done, and he had already treated Qin Luo as a fellow traveler at this moment. These people from the 100,000 great mountains, they have long been harboring evil intentions. The heart of killing my great Qin imperial dynasty will not die. The more you kill, the better. Turning his head, his stern gaze landed on Li Shi and the others. When you go back, tell the heads of your various magistracies that Qin Luo's trial must be conducted impartially. If there is even a hint of injustice, don't blame me, Qin Shao, for not giving them face. The powerful aura suppressed towards the several people, causing them to stagger and scream in their hearts. It could only be a nod and a yes. Turning his head, Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Qin Luo's body and said, "Don't worry, no matter who is judging you. As long as you say a single word of no, this king will not allow them to convict you. When you return from the imperial capital, come serve in my army. Let us, the two of us, stir up this 100,000 mountains." The meaning of Qin Zhao's subtext was obvious, and the several people from Li Shi glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. As long as Qin Luo doesn't plead guilty, then Qin Luo is not guilty, which is equivalent to just going through the motions, with the Qin emperor in seclusion and the three princes in charge of the court. No one would openly offend the Jinshan king on this matter. Qin Luo also didn't expect that what he did in the 100,000 mountains had unexpectedly gained him a backer. Nephew thanks uncle first. When the coming day comes, nephew will definitely come and help uncle to level the 100,000 mountains. Qin Luo's words were also the words of a tiger and wolf, making several people's hearts tremble. If these two people were to get together, it would truly be a nightmare for all the sects and holy places in the 100,000 great mountains. If they were hardliners in the face of the 100,000 mountains, then Qin Luo and Qin Zhao's uncle and nephew were exterminationists. Ha ha ha, well. Qin Zhao heavily patted Qin Luo's shoulder twice. "I'll wait for you in the 100,000 great mountains, and in the coming days, suppress all the holy sons of whatever holy sons he has in the 100,000 great mountains, and leave all the holy daughters for you to warm your bed. Let his 100,000 great mountains be reduced to my Qin family's backyard. I have military business to attend to, so feel free to go back to the empire." After saying that, Qin Zhao took a step to leave, and as he was leaving, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept a glance at Su Qianwan as well as Yilan where they were hiding. Several people, including Mr. Li, also let out a long breath as their gazes fell on Qin Luo's body and became extraordinarily complicated. If before, their mission was to escort Qin Luo to the imperial capital to be judged, now they should be protecting Qin Luo to the imperial capital? After pondering for a moment, Li Xian took a step to Qin Luo's side and spoke in a gentle tone. "Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, someone has impeached you for exterminating someone's entire family for your own personal gain. Please return to the imperial capital with us to account for this matter clearly." A single prince, and one without much of a foundation at that, was not so polite as to make him so polite. But Qin Luo, behind him now stood the Jinshan king Qin Shao. One word from the other party was able to make him die without a burial place. He didn't dare to treat Qin Luo with the slightest bit of negligence. "Oh, is that so?" Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. "What if, say, I don't go?" With these words, the atmosphere became a bit tense. Those saints under Qin Luo, Lu Jingjing and the others, immediately made a stance of preparing to strike, detected that the host is about to face a crisis. In order to help the host to better pretend to be a pig and eat tigers, the tally suggests the host to exchange the gongfu, breathe to become strong method, holy level middle grade. Every breath can absorb the outside world's energy into the body, to enhance their own strength. Every breath can speed up the unicorn's essence of the refining of the blood. The other gongfu cannot run, but the breath to become strong method can certainly help you to enhance the power. Redemption price, 100,000 villain points. Qin Luo wasn't a fool, and instantly understood Unity's idea, which was to let himself go deep into the tiger's den. How do you get a tiger's son if you don't enter the tiger's den? Alright, redeem it. Regardless of whether Qin Luo entered the heavenly prison of the great Qin imperial dynasty or not, this so-called breath transformation strength technique was considered to be able to act as an auxiliary technique. Redemption successful, 100,000 villain values consumed. Remaining villain values, 650,000 points. Unity, should I continue to exchange something? Qin Luo asked. The time has not yet come. Unico is coming up with a discount program. Good lord, you're going to leave it here for me for the whole 618 and double 11? Qin Luo's gaze fell on Li Xian and smiled. I was just joking. Go, why don't you go? I'd like to see who is slandering me. A loyal servant of the great Qin imperial dynasty. I'm fighting and killing for the great Qin imperial dynasty on the front line, and there are always unruly people behind me who want to plot against this emperor and want to pull my leg. Those people of theirs are the assholes of my great Qin imperial dynasty. However, it's fine for me to go, but I'm not going over as a prisoner. You guys go first, I'll be right behind you. Qin Luo said indifferently, revealing a hint of unquestionable color within his tone. Chu Xing frowned and stepped out, drinking in a deep voice. Ninth Prince, you are now the commander of my Jin Demon Division, and the person we want to arrest is Qin Luo, the vice commander of the 10 guards of the Jin Demon Division. He also didn't forget to call out Ren Tianqing. Commander Ren, the vice commander under you. Can you manage? Ren Tianqing secretly rolled his eyes. This matter had half a cent to do with him. He was completely uninvited, not allowing Ren Tianqing to speak. Qin Luo spoke impatiently. What? You don't agree? Don't agree. Fine. Very well. Then you guys, strike. Qin Luo waved his hand, and Lu Jingjing offered a sword. The sword intent rushed to the sky. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Chu Xing. Zhou Hongyu also immediately burst out his cultivation, the realm of the Saint King, together with the other 2 saints of his heavenly tribulation palace. Together they condensed an extraordinarily amazing aura. Then there were the gentlemen of the Divine Soldier Valley plus Li Mo, Li Tan and the others. For a while, the atmosphere became tense. The faces of the Chu Xingfu became exceptionally ugly. It was Li Shi who acted as a good old boy and said with a smile, "Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, don't be impulsive. Just now, King Jinshan has said that he is going to pay attention to this matter. So what are you still uneasy about?" As he said this, he also glanced at his other 2 teammates, and the subtext was clear. King Jinshan is planning to stand up for Qin Luo. What do you guys have to hold on to? The way I see it, the Ninth Prince only needs to travel to the imperial capital to explain things clearly. Song Gao also walked out and said Chu Xing's heart was unwilling, but he was not a fool. Qin Luo's calamity this time. Perhaps he had really gotten through it. Why bother clashing with Qin Luo on such matters? Good. Then I hope that His Royal Highness, the Ninth Prince, will go to the imperial capital as promised, and if he disobeys the orders of the court above, no matter who it is, he will be severely punished. Oh, Qin Luo turned around and left. He has to plan well. Go can go. He would like to see how many enemies pop up. If you dare to try him, you must have witnesses against him, otherwise it is all a lie. Lu Jingjing, remember, all those who dare to accuse me shall be killed without pardon. Every person who is killed must leave behind my Yanluo temple's Yanluo order. Hades tells you to die on the 3rd night. Who dares to keep a man until the 5th night? With this opportunity, to raise the banner of my Yanluo palace, no matter who it is, no matter what cultivation level it is, there is only one word: kill. Lu Jingjing hesitated for a moment and asked, what if those people are imperial princes? Should they be killed as well? Qin Luo sneered. Those dear brothers and also sisters of mine. They won't go down personally. The ones who will go down will only be their legs. But I'll settle their score with them myself. Between Qin Luo's exhale and inhale, he felt a constant flow of energy entering his body, constantly quenching his body. Although it was slower than running Gongfu cultivation, this did not require cultivation as well as running. Breathing was able to become stronger. Unico makes a good point. It's kind of a good value for the money. On Qin Luo's side, he was arranging and setting up some things, and he vaguely felt that this time, perhaps he would be able to accomplish what Lin Xian hadn't. If he really did control a divine dragon, TSK, he, Qin Luo, would have the final say in the entire Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. And the news that King Jinshan had helped Qin Luo out had immediately spread to the Great Qin Imperial capital. After hearing this news, Qin Feng's entire body was a jolt. He had planned to use his connections and contacts to suppress Qin Luo ruthlessly, but now he wimped out. Qin Fan frowned after hearing this news. It seems that this 9th brother of mine is really qualified to be my opponent. Before, he had never looked at Qin Luo, but now it was different. The Jinshan King's position in the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty was very supreme. Jinshan Wang is optimistic about Qin Luo. Qin Luo can take off if he is in the 100,000 Great Mountains, and then perhaps he will become a tale of the momentum. So this time, after Qin Luo returns, don't leave the imperial capital. A touch of coldness flashed in Qin Fan's eyes as he said in a deep voice. The henchman hesitated for a moment and asked, but, if this happens, won't we offend the Jinshan King? So what? Qin Fan said without much care. Without the Qin Emperor's edict, the Jinshan King may not return to the imperial capital. I, on the other hand, will soon go into seclusion. And when I come out of seclusion, I will have already transcended into sainthood. This world, sooner or later, I should be in charge. Yin Daoyan felt that this trip had really been a long one, and having seen so many saints trying to fight against the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty and suppressing the imperial sons of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, he also met the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's renowned mountain king of Jinshan, who was like a demonic god with his own strength. He forcefully killed 2 powerful saints, and even cut off the misty hidden sacred land with a single word. It made him feel suffocated. He waited for 2 days and finally got the accurate news that Qin Luo was going to be brought back for trial by the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. So it seems that the 10-day appointment, now it doesn't count anymore. Qin Luo can't protect himself. After Yin Daoyin learned of this news, he couldn't wait to return to the Xianin sacred land to share it with the sacred lord and the others. But what he never expected was that just in the 2 days that he had come out, the Xianin sacred ground had exterminated its doors. Come in fine. Go back. Can't go back? He looked far away in the direction of the Xianin sacred ground, where a huge cluster of flames wrapped around the entire Xianin sacred ground. On top of a mountain peak not far from the Xianin Holy Land, a youth and a woman stood side by side. The youth laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, finally destroyed. Everyone in the Xianin Holy Land deserves to die. They all deserve to die. Master, Sacred Lord, Elder Yu, Senior Sister Yan, Senior Sister Lu, Senior Sister Song, Senior Sister Wang, Senior Sister Lu, Senior Sister Chi, did you see that? Revenge! Revenge! The Xianin Holy Land is overthrown. Ha ha ha, Su Yu laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath, and tears continued to well up in his eyes. One beautiful, delicate figure passed before his eyes, and he agonized. However, seeing the Xianin sacred ground burn to the ground made him feel much more pain. An old man stepped from the sky above the Xianin Holy Land, and Su Yu and the two of them immediately bowed respectfully. Old ancestor. The old man nodded and his gaze fell on Su Yu's body. I didn't expect such a tragic disaster to occur after so many years of my seclusion, but fortunately, the two of you escaped by chance, and only then did you let me know that the one who exterminated my Kuan ruined sacred ground was the Xianin sacred ground. Today, the Xianin Holy Land has been destroyed, and it is only right that my Kuan ruins Holy Land should rebuild and renew its past glory. Su Yu, there is a wonderful opportunity for you right now. There has been a shocking change in the 100,000 mountains. The Heavenly Tao Alliance has a tendency to rebuild. If the Heavenly Tao Alliance reappears, it will do everything it can to cultivate the top geniuses in the Alliance. And as you are the disciple of my Kuan Market Holy Land who has the best chance of obtaining the Kuan Market inheritance, I intend to bring you to look for an old friend of mine, and my Kuan Market Holy Land is going to be one of the first to join amongst the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Disciple honors the order of the old ancestor. Su Yu replied with a serious face. He knew that his time was coming. The Heavenly Tao Alliance did have a tendency to rebuild, and quite a few Holy Lands as well as sects had already received invitations to travel to the Xian Tian Dao sect to discuss important matters together. Many sects and holy places rushed to Xian Tian Dao sect and held a meeting at the first opportunity. The lowest cultivation level of the participants was at the Saint King realm, and among them, there were also some great saints who had long ago spread the news of their deaths. The 100,000 great mountains, have always been scattered, allowing others to bully and slaughter me. And now, the 100,000 great mountains, cannot go on like this. In one spirit realm enlightenment tea party, 25 geniuses above the amazing ranking were killed in our 100,000 great mountains. This is a huge loss for my 100,000 great mountains. My Xian Heavenly Tao sect's future Tao son, Shan Yi, similarly died in the spirit realm. So the Xian Heavenly Tao sect has decided to take out my Xian Heavenly Tao sect's inheritance as well as its resources and invest them in pairing up with the talented disciples of the 100,000 great mountains. Gentlemen, times are different. The next era is crucial. Only by uniting together can we compete with those transcendent forces in this realm for future opportunities. Chen Huaishu, the patriarch of the Xian Tian Dao sect, looked at the sect talkers present and said in a deep voice. Li Daoyuan was the first to respond. I, the Violet Sky Holy Land, am willing to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance to fight against all evil demons. Ladies and gentlemen, the Imperial Prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty wantonly killed the geniuses above my 100,000 great mountains amazing ranking in the spirit realm. And the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's King of Mountain is even strong enough to obliterate the entire misty hidden sacred ground. They're bullying people too much. If we don't unite, one day, the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty will surely swallow our entire 100,000 mountains. And when that time comes and our inheritance is severed, what face will you all have to go down and meet our ancestors? Another person chimed in. That's right. Qin Luo bullied people too much and even killed my son in the spirit realm. I am at loggerheads with the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. There's also the demon sect's demonic son, Night Lord. He didn't just kill my Holy Land's holy maiden, he even insulted her. His demon sect has bullied people too much. My Wanxian Holy Land is already planning to go to war against the giant demon sect. Chen Huaishu nodded. That's right, the troll sect harbors evil intentions, hunting down and killing my 100,000 great mountains holy sons and daughters, and even suspected of killing my sect's Dao son, Shan Yi. Xian Tian Dao sect, also intend to wage war against the troll sect. The troll sect's nightly lord cutting down the enlightenment tea tree is cutting off the future of my spirit realm of the 100,000 mountains, and I, the sacred land of Xianmei, am going to wage war against the troll sect as well. The night lords killed Lu Yunfei, a disciple of my misty holy land, and my misty holy land has declared war against the giant demon sect as well. There's also a possibility that my clan's holy son will die at the hands of that lich lord, and my clan also intends to declare war on the giant demon sect. Declare war. First, destroy the giant demon sect and proclaim the establishment of our Heavenly Tao Alliance, so that the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty and other forces will know that we, the 100,000 mountains, and our Heavenly Tao Alliance are not to be bullied. That's right, this battle must exterminate the entire giant demon sect, and along with it, the heavenly demon sect and the like, so that the legacy of these extraterrestrial evil demons will be completely cut off. For a time, the group was furious, and the giant demon sect as well as the Li Lords became the outlet for their emotions. Good. Since all of you have agreed, then our Heavenly Tao Alliance is officially established, and at the same time proclaim the world. The troll sect is wolfish and ambitious. Its demonic son Night Lord chopped down the spiritual realm enlightenment tea tree, breaking the foundation of my 100,000 mountain spiritual realm, killing the holy daughter of the Wanxian Holy Land Xin Qingyan, the Taoist son of the Xian Tian Dao sect Chen Yi, and the misty Holy Land Lu Yunfei and other disciples with the intention of destroying the future of my 100,000 mountains. I, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, have declared war on the troll sect from today. It will not end in death. All clans that dare to help the troll sect are enemies of my Heavenly Tao Alliance. At the same time, protest to the great Qin imperial dynasty, and have them severely punish Qin Luo who wantonly slaughtered my 100,000 mountain clans. This wave, completely played out, and as the originator of this event, Qin Luo had already left the 100,000 Great Mountains and entered the territory of the great Qin imperial dynasty. Yet he froze when he learned of this news, and an odd look appeared on his face. Brother Night Lord, it's hard for you to make the entire troll sect history with your own strength. You are destined to go down in the annals of the troll sect. However, the establishment of the Heavenly Tao Alliance might not be a good thing for the great Qin imperial dynasty, and a war might be about to begin. Inside the giant demon sect, Lord Li immediately took out all the tea leaves to invite the several giants of the giant demon sect to drink tea. A few people took a sip and all closed their eyes in experiencing the wonders of the enlightenment tea. The Night Lord also hurriedly took a sip and drank it in. His cultivation level was low and he experienced more, but the next second, before he could completely grasp that feeling, a hard slap hit him on the back of the head. And drink your mum. F***ck. You little thane. You've victimized my troll sect. Mud. Hurry, run away. The imperial capital arrived. Qin Luo looked at the imperial capital of the great Qin imperial dynasty with some emotion. The first time he came to the imperial capital he was still just a small person with the name of the emperor's son not many people put in his eyes. The second time around, he had gotten a great deal of momentum and had become a thorn in the side of many people's scruples. There were many powerful forces behind him now. It could be said that he, Qin Luo, was enough to support a top-tier sect. Go! Enter the city. Qin Luo waved his hand and led a few of his Demon Suppression Division's juniors towards the city. On his trip, he had only brought Li Yi and Sima Hao plus a few of the Demon Suppression Division's juniors. None of Su Qianwan and the others were here. They had all gone to the middle of the Tai Ruins Holy Land. Those few peaks of the Cave Realm and the Sword Absolute Cliff, with the provision of resources, had already begun to make breakthroughs in seclusion, and it was thought that it wouldn't take long for them to be able to break through to the Sage Realm. As for that Fang Qing, she was surprisingly still in a deep sleep. However, her cultivation level had risen more and more rapidly. Limo's Thousand Illusion Sword Sect, under Qin Luo's orders, was actively plotting to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and with Lin Hao's secret mediation, it was thought to not be too much of a problem. The Temple of Heavenly Hijacking continued to act as if it was hidden from the world. The Divine Soldier Valley and the Danding Sex people, who basically belonged to the exposed, relocated their clans and headed to the Tai Ruins Sacred Land. The geographical location of the Tai Ruins Holy Land was crucial. The Tai Ruins Holy Land was relatively close to the boundaries of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, and in less than half a day's journey, one would be able to arrive in the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's military camp. The Four Directions Marquis Fongwake was stationed not far from the Tai Ruins Holy Land, and Zhang Tuo had also received an order to go to the vicinity of the Tai Ruins Holy Land after asking for instructions. Qin Luo, the Holy Son and acting Holy Lord of the Tai Ruins Sacred Land, announced that the Tai Ruins Sacred Land and the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty would engage in friendly cooperation and establish an alliance. And the King of Xinshan agreed with a broad stroke of his pen. For the Dragon's Den of this Great Qin Imperial capital, Qin Luo planned to make a good trip on his own. Knock knock. Qin Luo and the others rode into the city and instantly attracted the attention of many people. In particular, the people from the Demon Suppression Division had been waiting for a long time, and when they saw Qin Luo appear, a group of people rushed out in a brainstorm, blocking the path Qin Luo was bound to take. The thousand-title Lu Xiang of the Demon Suppression Division greets His Highness the Ninth Prince. A middle-aged man cupped his fists in Qin Luo's direction. Lords of the Demon Suppression Division, the Delizi, and the Ministry of Punishment have been waiting in my Demon Suppression Division for a long time, so I'd like to ask Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, to come with me. With a wave of his hand, his men surrounded Qin Luo and his group. The reason why he struck out at Qin Luo within the city was to drop Qin Luo's face, so that everyone could see that Qin Luo was now a prisoner. To say that there was no authorization behind it, he wouldn't believe it even if he killed Qin Luo. Qin Luo sat on top of his horse, overlooking Lu Xiang below, and spoke faintly. Get lost. I won't say it a second time. Lu Xiang didn't have the slightest idea of wavering. He stood right in the center of the street. Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, we are also following orders. Please don't make things difficult for us. Your Highness, the Ninth Prince. As he spoke, he immediately lit up the paperwork in his hand. Ninth Prince Qin Luo, suspected of fabricating charges, exterminating a full family without reason, and other crimes, shall be escorted for interrogation by the Department of Devil Suppression. Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, please dismount. Lu Xiang's voice raised steeply. His hand had already gripped the hilt of the knife in his hand, and by the looks of it, he was already ready to make a move on Qin Luo. The powerful aura of the ninth level of the cave realm surged from his body, and it was evident that someone had already done their homework a long time ago, knowing some of Qin Luo's eccentricities. The 1,000 households sent here were all top-notch existences within the Demon Suppression Division. Qin Luo patted his horse forward. He looked down on Lu Xiang in front of him, and without saying a word, he was ready to strut away. Lu Xiang's face instantly grimaced as he immediately ordered, "Stop everyone and bring them to the Demon Suppression Division for trial." As he spoke, he struck out at Qin Luo at the first opportunity, slashing out with a knife, aiming at Qin Luo's horse's head. Brush, a dazzling light flashed, and many people subconsciously closed their eyes, and at this time, Qin Luo struck, sheathing his sword, accompanied by his words that resounded throughout the streets. The following offenses are punishable by death: murdering the emperor's son in the street with the intent to commit treason. Kill. Sword chi lingered in the sky. Many people subconsciously looked in Qin Luo's direction, and some people's expressions became extraordinarily grave. Sword intent, no doubt. Terrifying sword cultivator. This son Qin Luo's talent cannot be judged by normal people. Lu Xiang, who was close by, was more than able to feel Qin Luo's terror as he roared, "Drive for me!" He vainly attempted to resist this sword of Qin Luo's, but when he collided with Qin Luo's sword chi, he realized how unbeatable his cultivation at the ninth level of the cave heaven realm was in front of this ninth prince. A mantis is not a good idea. In your next life, remember, don't be so obedient as to be used as a gun. Brush. With a sword stroke, Lu Xiang's unwilling head was cut off and rolled down on the ground with a grunt. Qin Luo's Qingfeng sword was sheathed as he looked around and said in a deep voice, "The Demon Suppression Division seems to be rotten to the core, to the point where someone dares to assassinate this imperial prince on top of the street. Is there any king's law? Is there any justice in heaven? Today, this imperial prince must go to the Demon Suppression Division to get a statement. Follow me. If you come across anyone who dares to plot against this imperial prince, kill them without pardon." After Qin Luo left, a furor instantly rose behind him. Another good show. Last time this ninth prince made a mess. This time do you guys think he'll be able to get away with it? Whole body. What, are you kidding? Do you know who all wants to deal with him? The divine martial marquis has spoken. Did you know that there is also the king of Jinbei? Who said that he is also paying attention to this matter? The king of Jinbei also said that North Mang has added a fierce general, and this matter and the ninth prince Qin Luo can't be disassociated. Vaguely revealing the meaning is that the ninth prince cooperated with North Mang and forced away the Marquis of Yingwu. There's also the fact that the third prince personally came to the imperial capital despite his serious injuries, just so that Qin Luo could be judged. There's also Her Highness, the princess, who specifically explained to the Zhongrenfu that if the Demon Suppression Division and the others aren't able to teach Qin Luo a lesson, they, the Zhongrenfu, will properly discipline Qin Luo. The backer behind him is, so far, alive or dead. So who do you think still has him in their sights, having just so arrogantly killed one of the 1,000 households of the Demon Suppression Division? It seems to me that he is the last of the madness. Have you guys overlooked an important issue? Just now, that Lu Xiang was a strong person at the ninth level of the cave realm, and he was killed by the ninth prince alone just like that. What does that prove? Many people's faces changed when these words came out. Sage battle power. The ninth prince is comparable to a saint? Or has he already broken through to the saint realm? Isn't he an innate mortal body? How could he be so demonic? My great Qin imperial dynasty was founded on martial arts, and with the ninth prince Qin Luo being such a demon, do you think that his majesty will let others suppress the ninth prince? At this time, a man said leisurely, "Do you know why the three princes are now running the court? That's because his majesty has gone into seclusion. That's why the ninth prince, who exposed such cultivation and talent, has become a thorn in the side of many people's eyes and a thorn in the flesh. This is the best chance to suppress him, not knowing how to hide his clumsiness, being arrogant and domineering, and exposing his talent and cultivation. Qin Luo already has a way to take his death. Before he even arrived at the magistrate's office of the Demon Suppression Division, Qin Luo learned a few good news. Xiaoya's soul core has been invaded, losing 50,000 points of chi value. The host gains 50,000 points of villain value. Dragon Jiruo's demonic seed is deeply planted in the soul core, losing 100,000 points of chi. The host gains 100,000 points of villain value. At this moment, Long Jiruo was also in the imperial capital of the great Qin imperial dynasty, and she was with Qin Fan. Qin Fan looked at Long Jiruo with affection and said, "Jiruo, my breakthrough this time is crucial. You must help me get me that drop of divine dragon essence blood from your hidden dragon society. When my cultivation breaks through to the Saint Realm, I might be able to use the drop of divine dragon essence blood to break through to the peak of the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. At that time, the position of Imperial Son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty will be mine. Speaking of this, Qin Fan felt that he was about to become the master of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty in general, and that he would soon be able to start making great achievements. The situation in the 100,000 Great Mountains had changed. Qin Fan had already decided that after he left the gate, he would head to the 100,000 Great Mountains to promote the war. The war was the only way to obtain more resources, the only way to allow him to grow up faster. Long Jirua frowned. Her heart was vaguely unhappy. She felt that Qin Fan was just asking for things, but never did something for their hidden dragon society. That drop of divine dragon essence blood. I can't move it. If you can help us get the dragon's reverse scale, perhaps I can persuade father to give you the divine dragon essence blood. One sentence caused the smile on Qin Fan's face to freeze. He seriously looked at Long Jirua for a couple of moments. Jirua, why do I feel that you are like a different person? What is the relationship between us? If I take down the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty after I grow up, I will become the new Qin Emperor and you can become my Empress. Long Jirua interrupted Qin Fan. Divine dragon essence blood. I really can't make the decision. If I can't get the dragon's reverse scale, I have no way to convince my father. After all, the Hidden Dragon Society isn't me in charge. She also perceived some problems. She faced Qin Fan, as if she was a little more rational, and after being rational, she realized that her feelings for Qin Fan didn't seem to be deep enough to give everything for the other party. Qin Fan frowned and explained, if the dragon's reverse scale isn't in Qin Luo's hands, it will inevitably be in the palace, and the only way for me to have a chance to get it is to have more say in it. Long Jirua shook her head. There's no way. I can't get the divine dragon essence blood. It wasn't that she couldn't get it, but it was already gone, and she couldn't give it to Qin Fan. Rejecting him in a raw manner, the two of them parted on bad terms, and Qin Fan's face clouded over after Long Jirua left. He asked in a deep voice, do you know who Long Jirua has been socializing with recently? What are the abnormalities? The two had previously skyrocketed in their relationship because of their work together, and their many exchanges had allowed the two to sort of already settle into a relationship, but today, Qin Fan sensed Long Jirua's estrangement from him. The henchman hesitated for a moment and said, Your Highness, if I have to say that there is some abnormality, it was the time before when Long Jirua went to find Qin Luo. What exactly happened that time? They didn't know, but from that time, Long Jirua was certain that the dragon's reverse scale was not in Qin Luo's hands. It's Qin Luo again. Qin Fan's expression instantly darkened. Previously, Qin Luo's bounty had caused him to lose 2 Saint Realm assassins in Blood Killing House, and he hated Qin Luo's teeth. Now Long Jirua has a change of heart that may be related to Qin Luo? The thought jolted him awake. Right. Why did Long Jirua suddenly come to the imperial capital? Did she get the news that Qin Luo was going to be tried before she came over? Qin Luo, this jumping clown. It's time for him to disappear. He had just finished speaking when news of the scene that happened when Qin Luo entered the city came through. Hearing that Qin Luo had killed a Cave Realm 9th level Demon Suppression Division 1000 household with a single sword after entering the city, Qin Fan's entire body was stunned. His eyes widened with disbelief. Are you sure Qin Luo killed a Demon Suppression Division 1000 household at the 9th level of the Cave Realm? Okay. The henchman was on the spot and saw it extraordinarily well. Lu Xiang, the 1000 household of the Demon Suppression Division. His cultivation reached the 9th level of the Cave Realm 10 years ago, and he has the qualifications to impact the Sacred Realm. Qin Fan's expression became more and more grave. Can it be that I looked away before? No. Interrogating Qin Luo. I must go and see for myself. A veil of mystery had been cast over Qin Luo's body, making Qin Fan feel a little apprehensive in his heart, and he had a vague premonition that if he wasn't able to crush Qin Luo to death, perhaps in the future, Qin Luo would become his strongest rival. Beheading the 1000th household of the Demon Suppression Division in the street. Qin Luo has great guts. He thinks he can act so arbitrarily just because he's a prince? His Majesty's words earlier, that a prince who breaks the law is as guilty as the common people, are still ringing in our ears. How dare he disobey? Let's go to the Jin Demon Division's court. I want to see how arrogant and domineering this 9th brother of mine is. If the Demon Suppression Division and the others can't manage it, I, as a brother, will do it for them. When Qin Feng got the news from Qin Luo, he was ecstatic at first. Ha ha, Lao Jiao, you're simply crazy. You dare to behead the 1000 households of the Demon Suppression Division in the street. TSK, you're finished. However, he quickly reacted and asked with some hesitation. If I remember correctly, the lowest cultivation level of the 1000 households of the Demon Suppression Division has to be in the Cave Heaven realm, right? The man under his command nodded. Your Highness remembers correctly. That Lu Xiang is none other than a strong person at the 9th level of the cave realm. What? What realm are you talking about? Xin Feng felt a little bad about his entire being. 9th level of the cave realm. Crap. Xin Feng was messed up and made sure again. You saw Qin Luo kill that Lu Xiang with your own eyes? That's right. The 9th prince killed Lu Xiang with one sword. Xin Feng shivered and fell into his chair. Can it be that those people in the 100,000 Mountains accusations against Qin Luo are true? They're not slandering Qin Luo? Did Qin Luo really rely on himself and kill so many geniuses on the stunning list? Thanks to him, he had always thought that the people of the 100,000 Mountains were as much of a slur against Qin Luo as he was. He felt that Qin Luo was at most a tiny transformation god now, and killing a genius on the stunning list was simply a big joke. Those people must have slandered Qin Luo as he did and wanted to get Qin Luo killed, but now, he thought that thing might be true. His entire body went numb as he muttered, to kill the 9th level of the cave realm with a single sword. Wouldn't that be proof that old Nine has the battle prowess of a saint? He winced fiercely. No, Lao Jiao. I can't afford to mess with you. I can't afford to mess with you. Immediately, have the men we've arranged to charge old Nine suspended. Old Nine's talent is so heaven-defying. If he doesn't die, sooner or later he will come to trouble me. Old 8. Don't play this kind of high-end game. Let old 5, old 3, and the others play. I want to shut down. All fucking born from the same father. There might be some hidden talent that I haven't unearthed yet. Qin Luo's front foot had just stepped through the door of the Demon Suppression Division when the system's voice rang in his ears, predicting that the host is about to face judgment. The Unico discount program is now available. Please check the details to begin your selection. Choice 1, stiffen all enemies. Can consume 618,000 points of villain value and gain late-stage cultivation of the Great Sage Realm. Temporary, help the protagonist to escape from the world. And you can get away with anything in the sky and the earth. Option 2, plead guilty to the crime. Can consume 618,000 points of chi to obtain the evidence of the crime of accusation manifest. Help the protagonist to be suppressed in the heavenly prison of the Department of Devil Suppression. The prison has its own face. The prison has its own golden house. Qin Luo did not expect that the unified sun really gave himself 618 activities. 618,000 TSK, and left him almost 200,000 points of villain value. Point 2 choices. If the first choice, Qin Luo pondered for a while and gave up a temporary cultivation. So what if it's at the late stage of the Great Sage Realm? The return is so low it's only temporary. For the second option, he vaguely sensed that there was a hint of danger, and the unified sun had been laying it out before. The breath transformation power method was meant for him to use when he was suppressed inside the heavenly prison of the Demon Suppression Division. If he was suppressed in the heavenly prison, he would be completely blocked from cultivation, and the possibility of wanting to cultivate would be extremely low. But he couldn't be prevented from breathing, and Tadako left almost 200,000 villain value. Perhaps just in case? Then choose the second one. Qin Luo didn't hesitate too much and spoke decisively. He hadn't forgotten what his purpose was for coming to the great Qin imperial capital once again, and it was that divine dragon in the heavenly prison of the Demon Suppression Division. Redemption successful, consuming 618,000 villain points, remaining villain value, 182,000. If you're going to cut leaks, you have to give the other side time to grow, don't you? To suppress the villain, the heavenly Tao of this world will choose the Son of Heaven's destiny. Erasing the Son of Heaven's destiny will result in great rewards and the recreation of the heavenly Tao in this realm. What does this mean? The heavenly Tao is fearing me? I won't be suppressed and the heaven's destined son won't come out? Qin Luo's tone carried a touch of mockery. Have I grown to the point where I make even the heavenly Tao afraid? Heavenly Tao will detect the crisis of the Son of Heavenly Fate in the dark. The existence of the Son of Heavenly Fate, the greatest hope of heavenly Tao's transcendence, and the danger should be nipped in the bud. It doesn't matter. The heavenly prison of the Jin Demon Division. I'll definitely enter it. Qin Luo glanced in the direction of the Jin Demon Division and said to a few of his men, all of you leave. I've already explained to Rin Tianqing. He'll shelter you and the others. If there's any trouble, go to him, and if he can't take care of things, then contact the Tai Ruins Holy Land. Of course, if you guys die unexpectedly, I'll just say I'm sorry. However, those who kill me, I will exterminate their entire family. Li Yi and the others immediately clasped their fists and saluted. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. As his lapdogs, it was more than normal for them to be targeted, and completely preserving their little lives. Qin Luo didn't see that he could do it, but the consequences of killing his people may not be something those people can afford. Qin Luo waved his hand and several people immediately bowed and retreated. Then Qin Luo took a step towards the gate of the Demon Suppression Division and slowly walked over. At this moment, at the entrance of the Jin Demon Division's government office, many people looked at Qin Luo with a look of gravity in their eyes. They could all have gotten the news that their fellow officers, their superiors, had died in Qin Luo's hands. By rough estimation, Qin Luo possessed Saint Realm battle power. The ones guarding the outside besides a few thousand households were also Qin Luo's old acquaintance. Lu Tsong, Commander Lu, long time no see. Lu Tsong looked at Qin Luo's gaze with a touch of scorn. Qin Luo killed Lu Xiangthing. He has already implemented. It is Qin Luo personally shot a sword to kill Lu Xiang. That he estimated his strength. Wanting to kill Lu Xiang so easily was doable, but he was a saint. And Qin Luo? Right now, the cultivation level Qin Luo displayed was only at the 4th level of the cave realm. It was enough to shock him. How long had it been since he had seen Qin Luo? And Qin Luo had risen to the 4th level of the cave heaven realm as if he was riding a rocket. He even possessed the formidable battle power to kill a person at the 9th level of the cave heaven realm. If given time, then Qin Luo was going to go against the grain. 9th Prince, the lords have been waiting inside for a long time. Please come in with me and make clear the crimes you have committed. Lu Tsong was hoping that Qin Luo would be condemned and then suppressed or even killed. There was sort of a feud between him and Qin Luo, and it had almost reached a point of no reprieve. Qin Luo sneered. If you want to talk about crimes, Commander Lu, before, I had asked you to properly investigate that Gu family's intent to murder this prince. Now, why haven't you given me an explanation? And today, the Jin Demon Division even had 1,000 households that tried to plot against me in public. I have the need to suspect that the Jin Demon Division has been infiltrated by the sects inside the 100,000 mountains. Commander Lu, do you also wish for my death? I feel that you too have long since betrayed my great Qin imperial dynasty. Qin Luo's aggressive attitude caused Lu Tsong's face to become extraordinarily ugly. 9th Prince, what you said about murder is also just your family's words. How can I, the Jin Demon Division, punish you based on mere words? Qin Luo sneered. Really? Then I'd like to see what you guys use next to find me guilty. After saying that, Qin Luo took a big step into the magistrate's office of the Department of Devil Suppression. Lu Tsong took a deep look at Qin Luo, and then followed closely behind him, stepping into the magistrate's office of the Department of Devil Suppression. At this moment, the person in charge of this matter in the Jin Demon Division is still the deputy commander of the Jin Demon Division, Shu Truss, together with the left minister of the Ministry of Justice and the young secretary of the Delizi, the 3 chambers of the court plus. Many prying eyes made Qin Luo's heart tighten. It seems that there are great saints hiding in the shadows. And there's more than just one. Someone among the 3 princes will surely be observing this scene from the shadows. The cultivations of the 3 dukes were all great saints at the weakest. And they weren't even ordinary great saints, adding the fact that among the 9 ministers, there were also several great saints. The entire Great Qin imperial capital could be said to be a dragon's den. The commanding envoy of the Demon Suppression Division was also definitely a powerhouse of the Great Sage realm. It was just that I didn't know if he was amongst the Demon Suppression Division, and underneath the Demon Suppression Division was the heavenly prison of the Demon Suppression Division, which definitely had a great Saint Realm powerhouse in attendance as well. Sure enough, the first choice is also, at best, able to allow me to leave the imperial capital and get away with it. Qin Luo muttered in his heart. At this time, Qin Fan also stepped into the middle of the courthouse, and after he sat down in the gallery, he couldn't wait to run his heady pupil to peer at Qin Luo. Look no further. He immediately exclaimed, how can this be? He subconsciously stood up, attracting the attention of the others. 5th Prince, this is my Demon Suppression Division's courthouse. Please also be quiet. Shu Truss frowned and reminded Qin Fan, forced to smile and nodded before sitting down. Qin Luo shifted his gaze and locked eyes with Qin Fan. He knew that Qin Fan must have just been operating his heavy pupils and peering into his secrets. It should have already discovered that there was only one cave in his body. A look of shock lingered in Qin Fan's eyes as he muttered in his heart, does he only have one cave heaven? Or has he reshaped several other cave heavens and coalesced a cave heaven? This is something that is important to him. He had obtained an extremely heaven-defying inheritance, relying on his demonic talent to open up the heaven-defying 10 great cave heavens, and then remodeled and sacrificed the 10 great cave heavens to coalesce a cave heaven. This gave him a battle record that could harden against saints and even decapitate saints at the late stage of the cave realm. If Qin Luo was only condensed out a cave sky is just, if it is the latter, the fact that he was able to kill Lu Xiang, who was at the 9th level of the cave heaven realm, proves that he definitely won't be the former. Qin Fan raised his head violently as he and Qin Luo locked eyes deeply. Qin Luo read something inside his eyes, as if it was like seeing a fellow traveler. This brother of mine is on the same path as me? After all, Qin Fan had the supreme bone, so there was no way for Qin Luo not to think in that direction. It's really worthy of being the strongest son of Qi I've encountered so far, Qin Fan thought in his heart. Qin Luo must die. He must have other secrets that I can't see through. He's definitely not some innate mortal body. I'm going to dissect his body. I'm going to plunder his talent. His gaze shifted and landed on the young secretary of the Delizi, And that middle-aged man instantly understood in seconds when he saw Qin Fan's imperceptible nod. It was his turn to step in and suppress Qin Luo into his Dalizi prison. The Dalizi was Qin Fan's territory, and when it came to his territory, Qin Luo could only be at his mercy. Then Wang Jianyuan, who was the junior secretary of the Dalizi, spoke up. Ninth Prince, as a prince, you disregarded the laws of my great Qin imperial dynasty and committed a monstrous crime. His Majesty had said before that a prince committing a crime is the same as a commoner. I ask you, can you plead guilty? The other two frowned and glanced at him, but didn't break it up. Today, this case, the trial is destined to some trouble. First let him out to try the water. Always good. However, Qin Luo's reply made them never expect it, only to hear Qin Luo faintly speak, plead guilty, since you don't recognize it. Then what? You plead guilty? Wang Jianyuan froze. Qin Luo obviously shook him for a moment, causing him to not react for a moment, and after he did, he immediately continued, but I haven't told you what crime you committed. Don't care what you say about the crime. I'll admit to it. Hurry up and pronounce my sentence, and then we'll part ways. We're all pretty busy. Wouldn't it be nice to save some time? Qin Luo, who looked like he was swinging for the fences and didn't care, made everyone present confused. They had envisioned countless possibilities, but only this one. Without even starting the trial, and even Qin Luo didn't know what he would be charged with. He just pleaded guilty? How will people talk about it when it gets out? They would only think that everyone forced Qin Luo to confess to the crime, and that was what was unwarranted. However, from the previous incident where Qin Luo killed Lu Xiang, it can be seen that Qin Luo is not a person who will give in. Nope. Chu Trust snapped at something. He muttered, what if Lu Xiang's death was framed on Qin Luo? It's not about how it turns out. It's about what people think. He was instantly chilled all over. Qin Luo was planning to pull them down. After today's incident spreads out, the fairness and justice that their demon suppression division represents will be questioned by others. This was digging into the roots of their demon suppression division, and he would not allow such a thing to happen. Wang Jianyuan glanced at Qin Fan, and from Qin Fan's eyes, he read it. Immediately speaking, he said, good, since the ninth prince has already confessed to the crime, then the ninth prince will be handed over to my Dalizi, and then the detailed aspects of the crime will be determined. Men, take His Royal Highness, the ninth prince, back to the Dalizi prison. The first time I saw him, he was in the prison, and he was in the prison. Qin Luo froze. This plot direction is not right. He is to enter the heavenly prison. Who fucking want to go to the Dalizi prison? Without waiting for him to speak, Chu Trust spoke in a deep voice. Wait, today, is Meijin Demon Division, the Ministry of Justice, the Dalizi 3 halls of the trial. Wang Shaoqing, so rash, cannot. Ninth Prince Qin Luo is a prince after all. The crimes he committed need to be tried together by us. Otherwise we can't account to His Majesty. If you want to determine culpability, then you need to go line by line, confirming that there is no mistake. And only after we and the 3 government offices jointly determine to report to the 3 dukes, can you be convicted. Chu Trust's tone was extraordinarily serious. This was a case being heard in their Jin Demon Division. No matter what punishment Qin Luo had in the end, he had to make sure that there was no room for criticism. This operation just now is too much of a child's play. Wang Jianyuan moved his lips and could only manage to utter a good word. The left minister of the Ministry of Justice, naturally, had no objections, and the interrogation only began formally at this time. Chu Trust's gaze fell on Qin Luo's body and asked in a deep voice, Ninth Prince, there are people accusing you, borrowing the case of the Marquis Wu Yuan's residence to defame the Qingyun sect and exterminate its entire clan. In reality, in order to seize the Qingyun sect's soul infant fruit, can there be any truth to this? Someone, bring witnesses. As soon as Chu Trust's words fell, Qin Luo grabbed the first reply. Yes, however, did I only rob the soul infant fruit of the Qingyun sect? Qin Luo asked again, causing the corner of Chu Trust's mouth to twitch. You've admitted it is. So is it, don't you know? The witness walked in and heard that Qin Luo had already confessed to the crime, and not a single bit of the bellyaching he had managed to do was used. His expression slightly confused. Recognize the extermination of Qingyun sect. Get soul baby fruit *1. Acquired green cloud sex body technique. Green cloud treading heavenly steps. Holy grade middle grade body technique. Advanced body technique is extremely fast. Green clouds are straight up, treading in the sky, with additional attacking effect, similar to Kirin treading heavenly steps. It's not what he said I did that makes me admit it? Qin Luo asked in his mind. The tally will be automatically matched, taking the best and removing the worst, and the evidence of the crime will emerge. Good. Go on. Qin Luo snapped his head up to look at Chu Trust, causing the other party to almost break his defense. This is a trial? How does this look like child's play? Taking a deep breath, he continued to speak. The Star Hall has already determined that it wants to attach itself to my great Qin imperial dynasty. You sent someone to overthrow the Star Hall on trumped-up charges. The human and material evidence is all there. Can you plead guilty to this? As Chu Trus's words fell, a disciple of the original Star Hall came in and accused. It's him who brought people to exterminate our Star Hall's entire clan. I still have the shadow retaining stone here. The image left behind. Qin Luo was also a little surprised. I did not expect the other party to do a full set of drama. Not a mere slander above the shadow retaining stone. Images remained, in which there was indeed a figure that resembled Qin Luo. I did it. Qin Luo admitted baldly, overthrowing the Hall of Stars. Obtaining the Hall of Stars technique, Dipper's Star Technique, Holy Grade Medium. Dipper's Star Technique can be practiced by invoking the power of the 7 stars in the sky, and assisting in battle with the power of the 7 stars, which correspond to Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Gui, Tian Quan, Yu Hong, Kaiyan, and Shaking Light. Obtain Star Origin *1 drop, Holy Grade. The Star Temple extracts the origin power from fallen stars, which has the effect of enhancing cultivation, boosting soul power, and quenching the physical body. Good guy. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. He kind of understood why the Star Palace was destroyed. The piker is not guilty. The harborer is not guilty. A drop of Star Origin of the top grade of the Saint rank, TSK. This was also a treasure of great value to him. It's very refreshing, penetrating, and the heart soars. The trial continues next. I personally heard someone say that the 9th prince sent someone to destroy my Red Flame Holy Land. That's right. It's me. Qin Luo admitted readily, overthrowing the Red Flame Holy Land. Obtaining 1 Fire Spirit Bead *, top grade of the Holy Order, a sacred object for the cultivation of the Fire Spirit body, providing a sense of the laws of fire, rich flame origin power, and can also be used as the core of the refining artifacts. Fire Spirit Vein *1, Holy Grade. Fire Spirit Vein can provide the effect of refining the body, and can also assist in refining weapons. Alchemy. The fire attribute of the practitioner of the Holy Land of Cultivation. Qin Luo roughly estimated that he had made a fortune. Definitely made a fortune. Go on. Someone else come and accuse me. Come on. Crazy. Although Qin Fan didn't know what exactly Qin Luo wanted to do, but looking at this state of Qin Luo, he felt that Qin Luo was not a normal person at all. Perhaps his brain is not working well due to his talent. Qin Fan muttered in his heart. But if your brain is no longer good, then contribute your talents and let me, as your brother, use those talents for you. According to this trend, Qin Luo was bound to be executed and become the fish on his plate. In order to satisfy your animalistic desires, you forcibly took over the Miss Song family of Yunzhou, and you were even so heartless as to exterminate their entire family. Can there be such a thing? Chu Trus asked in a deep voice. The Song family in Yunzhou also had an old relationship with him, and when he heard about this, he slammed the table on the spot. Not far away, a beautiful and moving woman looked at Qin Luo with a face full of hatred, making Qin Luo almost think that he had really done such a thing. Are you sure it's me? Qin Luo looked at the woman and asked. The woman gritted her teeth and said, even if you turn into dust, I'll still recognize you. You ravaged me for 7 whole days. 7 days. You are an animal. Looking at this woman's hideous expression, not to mention the others, even Qin Luo almost believed it. This shit, I don't recognize. I've killed people, set fires, blocked roads, robbed, but I've never forced a woman. This imperial prince is still a child man. I won't carry this pot. I can't carry it. A great man recognizes something and denies it. Mad. The slur has no bounds. Admit it. What the fuck can be gained from this except to be looked down upon? If I say that I destroyed her whole family, I can admit it, but to say that I forced her, I don't admit it. This was the first time that Qin Luo denied it. Chu Trus felt a challenge arise. He even felt that he was not going to decide whether Qin Luo was a child man or not, but the next second, I heard Qin Luo open his mouth and said, let the people who accused me come over. In addition to forcing a woman, the rest of the guilt, I Qin Luo alone I'll take it. Soon, one by one, the people who identified Qin Luo came up, and Qin Luo took all the blame. Acknowledgement of the crime. Obtaining the elixir, face repairing elixir *10 PCS, holy grade lower grade, sacred weapon, void breaking bow, holy grade medium, an arrow shot can break the void, making people defenseless and killing those with weak senses in a second. Acquired technique, blood killing blade technique, holy grade, born for killing. The more you kill, the more powerful it is. Acquisition of sacred weapon, thunder battle axe, lower grade of sacred order, attachment of the power of thunder, overbearing and powerful, amazing power, 9th prince. I have heard that you have a holy weapon in your hands with the name, Human Emperor Streamer, which can hold dead souls and has bizarre attacks that are impossible to defend against. Is this true? A middle-aged man sitting in the gallery opened his mouth. There was a stern look in his gaze towards Qin Luo. A powerful aura rose from his body. Wang Jianyuan. who was sitting in front of him, changed his face and immediately opened his mouth. Prince Chongping, this matter, and this case has nothing to do with it. But please Don, Prince. Before he could even finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Luo, who looked at the other party with a smiling face and said, Right, you're right. Qin Luo has even learned to snatch the answer. I guess, you should want to say, this is not some human emperor streamer. It must be the 10,000 soul streamer. I killed so many people just to refine the 10,000 soul streamer, to make my 10,000 soul streamer even more powerful. Right? That's right. I recognize what you all said. I killed so many people just to refine the 10,000 soul streamer, just to make my 10,000 soul streamer stronger. Ergo, are you satisfied? The hall was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Qin Luo in shock. Two words popped up in their minds at the moment. Crazy. The Qin Luo in front of him is a complete madman. He has exposed himself, and he has organized himself to death. 10,000 soul streamer. This kind of thing had been popularized by Xiaoya after that one time in Divine Soldier Valley, and many people knew that this was completely the means of the extraterrestrial evil devil, Qin Luo strings. How can others not hear? But it does not matter. They can pretend not to hear. Only think it is Qin Luo, he confessed. Colluding with extraterrestrial evil demons and refining the 10,000 soul streamer is already a felony. The crime is unforgivable, but Wang Jianyuan's face was extraordinarily ugly. At the beginning of the establishment of the Demon Suppression Division, they were suppressing the demons of the extraterrestrial evil demons. All the prisoners related to the extraterrestrial evil demons needed to be imprisoned in their Demon Suppression Division. It would be a bit difficult for him to get Qin Luo to the Delizy prison. Congratulations! You've learned to answer. The human emperor streamer has been given the opportunity to be upgraded continuously, and in time, it will surely become a supreme imperial weapon. When? Upgrade in progress? At this moment inside Qin Luo's only cave, the human emperor streamer began to slowly upgrade. Well, the process might be a bit long, from a half-step emperor soldier to a true extreme emperor soldier. This was already a leap in class and quality. If it was upgraded to an extreme Dao emperor soldier, the power would not only increase by more than 10 times. This activity ends here. Please be aware of it. Qin Luo felt that it was highly likely that Unity Z felt that it was too much of a loss to close the event. Prince Chongping's son, Ning Mingzhou's gaze was locked on Qin Luo's face. He wanted to make sure if what Qin Luo said was true or not. If the one in Qin Luo's hand was really a 10,000 soul streamer, then his son might still have a soul in him. As the mastermind behind the murder of the Marquis Wu Yuan family, Ning Yuan was the most likely to die at the hands of Qin Luo. I need to open Qin Luo's 10,000 soul streamer, Ning Mingzhou said in a deep voice to the few people from Chu Trus. That's what my father wants. He likewise moved out King Chongping to put pressure on the other side. Chu Trus. Several people frowned. They were the presiding judges. This Prince Chongping had overstepped his bounds just when they didn't know how to reply to Ning Mingzhou. Qin Luo helped them out. What kind of a thing are you that if you want to see it, you have to be shown it? You slandered me like that and still want to see the 10,000 soul streamer. Go eat shit. It's over, isn't it? Qin Luo, just don't admit it. Hey, I'm just playing. You have all finished slandering, and I have confessed my guilt as you wished. So next, kill or die as you see fit. Qin Luo put on a posture of a dead pig. The faces of Chu Trus's few people were unsightly. The matter of today's interrogation would definitely be spread out, and it would be treated as a joke. Who the hell would believe that Qin Luo had done so much? The logic doesn't even make sense. However, things have come to this point. Qin Luo must be imprisoned. At that moment, another voice rang out from outside. Many geniuses above my Heavenly Dao Alliance's astonishing list were killed by Qin Luo, the imperial son of the great Qin imperial dynasty, and I, the Heavenly Dao Alliance, have lodged a serious protest against this. This matter is something that the great Qin imperial dynasty must give my Heavenly Dao Alliance an explanation for. A few people looked at each other, and they all saw the look of gravity in each other's eyes right now. There are a lot of people in the courtroom who are evil to Qin Luo, because Qin Luo had killed many geniuses from the 100,000 Great Mountains. He had contributed to the reorganization of the Heavenly Dao Alliance by the sects and holy places of the 100,000 Great Mountains, which was also a not-so-small hidden danger to the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. A scattered 100,000 mountains, the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty does not put in its eyes, but united 100,000 mountains that could become a great danger to the heart. A majestic voice rang out at this moment. His Majesty has said that a royal son's offense is the same as a commoner's offense. Qin Luo, the 9th prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, has confessed to the crime he committed, and the evidence is conclusive. He shall be imprisoned in the Delizy prison, awaiting punishment. A glint appeared in Qin Fan's eyes. It would be his turn next. His eyes burned as he stared at Qin Luo, as if he wanted to see through all the secrets in Qin Luo's body. 9th brother, I'd like to see what heaven-defying talent you're hiding. The unknown was even more exciting. and he felt that what he obtained from Qin Luo's body definitely far exceeded the supreme bone he had obtained before. Qin Luo also noticed Qin Fan's gaze and he frowned. It's the Delisi prison again. It seems that this place is Qin Fan's territory. We have detected that the plot has deviated from the unification plan. Do we consume 100,000 points of villain value to refine the Wanxiang devil-suppressing prison, release the extraterrestrial evil demons within it, and enter into a cooperation contract with it? The host is guilty of colluding with evil demons, and shall be suppressed in the heavenly prison of the Department of Devil Suppression. Yes. Qin Luo didn't hesitate for a second. Redemption successful. 100,000 villain points consumed. With a movement of his thoughts, the 10,000 elephant demon suppressing prison began to be refined by him. In the middle of the manifestation demon suppression prison, a cloaked man who was bound by thousands of densely packed chains felt a voice ringing in his ears. Today, the person who released you is named Qin Luo. Are you willing to enter into a contract with him to be driven by him for 10 years? The man looked up, his dark, deep eyes filled with madness. What's 10 years if you just set me free? Pact reached. Boom. A mysterious imprint rushed into his mind. His eyes instantly widened. He never thought that this deed would actually appear. Who are you? He bellowed. But there was no answer. In the next second, the chains on his body began to crumble continuously. Freedom, close at hand. He was ecstatic. Ha ha ha. I, Tuoba Yen, didn't think that I would be able to get out of this hellish place one day. Ha ha ha. Wanxiang Holy Land. I will turn all the females in your holy land into my female slaves. Cut the crap and get to work. Qin Luo's voice resounded in his ears. Tuoba Yen frowned. According to his temperament, anyone who dared to talk to him like this, he would then slap the other party and make them scum. However, the imprint inside his mind was constantly reminding him to abide by the contract, but he was extraordinarily cherishing his hard-won freedom. Outside, Chu Trus wanted to open his mouth, but in the end, he didn't speak, because when the big man behind him opened his mouth, Qin Luo's fate had already been decided. As for the matter of the 10,000 soul streamer, he also thought that it was purely a falsehood. Men, bring the 9th Prince Qin Luo back to my Delisi prison. Wang Zhenyuan stood up and started giving orders. A few officials from the Delisi walked over in Qin Luo's direction. Just as they were about to take him away, a cold and terrifying aura came from Qin Luo's body. Qin Luo smiled and said to these people, in fact, I should have another charge, and that is colluding with the extraterrestrial evil demons. Otherwise how would I have refined the 10,000 soul streamer? Wouldn't I? Enough! Chu Trus had just rebuked, when in the next second, a sudden change occurred. A black hole appeared out of nowhere, and a piercing voice came out. So many people. Looks like we can have a full meal today. GGG. A cold and terrifying aura instantly enveloped everyone present, sending chills all over their bodies as each of their faces changed wildly. It is? Extraterrestrial evil demon. Boom! The terrifying aura instantly tore apart a Delisi official who was close to Qin Luo. The Sage Realm powerhouses, under this aura, did not have an ounce of resistance. Blood and flesh flew, sweeping towards the direction of the black hole, instantly covering Tuoba Yan's figure. Cool. Got to be strong. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Yan took a step forward. The thick black gas rushed up to the sky. The formation above the Jin Demon Division emerged and only blocked it for only 2 breaths. The black gas rushed into the clouds and enveloped the entire Jin Demon Division. Many of the people outside landed their gazes in the direction of the Demon Suppression Division, and each of their eyes were filled with shock. Something happened to the Demon Suppression Division? I've heard that the Devil Suppressor Division suppresses all devils inside. Is a devil escaping from prison now? Tuoba Yan looked around with a hideous expression. Jia jia jia. Good. Very good. All very good blood food. Ah. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. His body appeared next to one person like a ghost. A claw was like a black tiger pulling out a heart. Poof. Directly pulling out a heart from a saint's chest. Then with a forceful pinch, blood and gas splattered in all directions. He took a heavy breath, a contented expression on his face. Strike together to suppress this evil demon. Chu Trus roared and was the first to strike. The others did not dare to hesitate. And in a moment, a full 5 Saint King Realm powerhouses rushed towards Tuoba Yan. Oh, a praying mantis, not self-conscious. Even if I'd been suppressed for thousands of years, I'm still not something you mole crickets can provoke. Boom! Black chi lingered. A cluster of black flames surfaced around Tuoba Yan, and with a wave of his hand, the flames roared towards those people, heavily slamming into Chu Trus and the others. It crushed all the Saint Kings in one blow, and the flames landed on those people's bodies, burning crazily and unable to be extinguished. Kill that fellow. Qin Luo's gaze fell on Qin Fan's body, and because of the contract, his voice rang into Tuoba Yan's ears, and there was and only he could hear it in an instant. Tuoba Yan's gaze shifted to Qin Fan's body. A whoosh. An air-breaking sound rang out and Tuoba Yan appeared in front of Qin Fan, his hand grabbing towards Qin Fan. Damn it! Qin Fan roared in his heart. He didn't expect that this extraterrestrial evil demon had set its sights on him. The power of the cave heaven in his body surged out crazily. The Inferno Dragon bloodline erupted in an instant. The Supreme Bone flickered with a dazzling light, and a bizarre color flashed in his eyes. In an instant, he mobilized all the power in his body, and at the moment of life and death, he met his opponent with a punch or bang. A huge rumbling sound rang out, and a shocked look appeared into Obayan's eyes. This son, a demon. Puff! Qin Fan flew backwards with a heavy blow, and one of his holy weapons crumbled on his body, blocking the aftermath of Obayan's attack. Qin Fan was seriously injured, delaying his cultivation progress, losing 50,000 points of chi. The host gained 50,000 points of villain value. Poof, poof, poof. Qin Fan sprayed out several mouthfuls of blood, his breath instantly becoming shriveled. Demon-level geniuses of this realm, when killed, Obayan was about to make up for it when a terrifying aura descended. Devil, don't be reckless. A terrifying figure emerged, and before the person arrived, the attack had already arrived close by. A bang. The two collided heavily, evenly matched, and in the next second, another terrifying figure emerged and launched an attack towards Obayan, fighting 1 against 2. Obayan was out of his depth. This time, his voice resounded in Qin Luo's ears. Old man will die if he stays any longer. Let's go. Your mission is accomplished. Qin Luo said. What a waste to let Obayan die here. Just sitting on the evidence of Qin Luo's collusion with the extraterrestrial evil demon was already enough. Unfortunately, it didn't kill Qin Fan. Yes. Obayan shouted. Old me. I won't play with you guys. Ha ha ha. No good. He's trying to run. Take him. Then another terrifying aura surfaced. Still a great saint. Boom. Obayan inspired a black flame, instantly burning and opening out of the formation above his head as he leapt out. Ha ha ha. The old man is out. Wanna go? A terrifying figure emerged, and Qin Luo also felt shocked. There are enough 7 great saints, and there are even more powerful auras awakening incoming. You guys can't stop me. Ha ha ha. Obayan was alone against 7 people and was injured by all 7, but he still managed to shatter the void by relying on black flame. I will come back again. When I come back, it will be the time for you to die. His body disappeared into the void, and a rampant voice came out from the void. In the next second, a huge palm shot straight up from underneath the Jin Demon Division and slapped the void viciously. The terrifying aura instantly tore through the void, allowing one to see an image of the palm slapping on the complacent Obayan. Ah! Obayan let out an agonizing hiss, clearly having suffered a serious injury. A mouthful of blood was spat out as if it was not wanted. If I don't die, I'll come back sooner or later to take revenge. This was the last hiss that Obayan let out. Qin Luo's expression was extraordinarily grave as he glanced at the bottom of the Demon Suppression Division, a flash of scorn in his eyes. The water of the Demon Suppression Division seems to be very deep. 7 great saints couldn't stop Obayan, and a mysterious great man inside the Devil Suppressing Division nearly caused Obayan to go up in smoke with a single palm. Although Obayan's battle power was far from his peak, it was enough to prove that the Demon Suppression Division was terrifying. 9th Prince Qin Luo shall be suppressed in the heavenly prison to await his majesty's judgment. A voice resounded in everyone's ears. As you wish. Chu Trust bowed respectfully and saluted. All the dust settled, and it was only then that everyone's gazes once again fell on Qin Luo's body, each expression extraordinarily complicated. Chu Trust gritted his teeth as he looked at Qin Luo and angrily rebuked. Qin Luo, you're a human being, and even more so, you're the imperial son of my great Qin imperial dynasty. You even colluded with the extraterrestrial evil demons. You're simply beyond forgiveness for your crime. Only Qin Luo was heard saying faintly. Did I collude with him? How do you know that it wasn't him who framed me just now? Besides, that guy just now, isn't he human? How can a person be some kind of extraterrestrial evil demon? A sentence almost silenced Chu Trust dry. Wasn't that guy just now a human being? None of them were stupid. The one just now was naturally a human being, but they won't recognize each other as human. Humph. Don't talk too much. Qin Luo, you must give my Demon Suppression Division and my great Qin Imperial Dynasty an explanation for this matter. Colluding with evil demons from outside the domain. Everyone should be punished. Men, first suppress Qin Luo to the 100th floor of the heavenly prison. Wait for the punishment. Wang Jianyuan glanced at Qin Fan's direction, then opened his mouth and finally froze without saying a single word. The big brother of the Demon Suppression Division has spoken. He dares to refute? That would be the old man hanging himself. Living beyond his means, Qin Luo sort of got what he wanted and entered the heavenly prison. Looking at the crowd, he muttered in his heart, according to your logic, I can be considered an extraterrestrial evil demon. Qin Fan dragged his heavily injured body and watched as Qin Luo was escorted into the depths of the Demon Suppression Division, his eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. Qin Luo, it turns out that you have obtained the inheritance of the extraterrestrial evil demon. No wonder. No wonder you were able to cultivate into the only cave as I did. Don't worry. You won't be able to escape me. You are destined to be my Qin fan's prey. He was able to cultivate the only cave heaven because he had obtained the top-tier inheritance of the domain. This inheritance was extremely harsh. Qin Luo wanted to cultivate successfully, but there were no shortcuts that he could take. It was enough to prove that Qin Luo's talent was as demonic as he was. Qin Luo smiled faintly at Qin Fan, and his smile made Qin Fan's heart thump, as if there was some bad premonition growing in the bottom of his heart. However, it was shaken out of his mind in the next second as he looked at Qin Luo's disappearing back and muttered, "However, even if you have heavenly abilities, when you reach the heavenly prison of the Department of Devil Suppression, you'll only be a lamb to be slaughtered." Turning his head, he did not hesitate and immediately left the Demon Suppression Division. "I'm going to close the door. Close the door to death. Not until I break through to the Saint Realm. I won't come out of seclusion." The heavenly prison of the Department of Devil Suppression, with a total of 108 floors, each of which suppressed prisoners with different degrees of criminality. Qin Luo was escorted into the heavenly prison. As he entered the heavenly prison, he felt a probing power covering his entire being, and he felt as if the secrets of his body had almost been seen through. The human emperor streamer emitted a vast and righteous aura for an instant, and the feeling of being spied upon only disappeared as the purple aura rose to eye in the first few layers. Qin Luo could already detect the oppressive feeling hitting him. There were formations shrouding him, making the cavernous heavens in his body, the operation of which had become arduous. After reaching the 90th floor, he could no longer feel the power of the cave sky at all. After reaching the 95th floor, he felt that the power inside his body could no longer be mobilized in the slightest. He tried to cultivate the 9 turns golden body technique and realized that he could no longer run it. It really is a dragon's den, Qin Luo muttered. Soon, he reached the 100th floor, where he felt like a more ordinary person. It's like going back to the physical state he was in before he was karma circumcised. Properly crunchy college students, walking 2 steps. He was already a bit out of breath. Fortunately, Qin Luo was able to become stronger just by breathing, and between one breath and one inhalation, his body slowly began to grow stronger. The leader of the guards on the 100th floor was a blind, crippled old man. "Yo, it's been almost 100 years since a newcomer came, and today there's one so tender?" The old man's unbridled gaze surveyed Qin Luo's body as if he wanted to see through all of Qin Luo's secrets. "Head Lu, this one is the 9th son of His Majesty today, the 9th prince of the current dynasty." The one escorting Qin Luo reminded, "The emperor's son?" A flash of surprise flashed across Lu Cripple's face. "The prince is also to be imprisoned to the 100th floor? What crime has he committed? Colluding with extraterrestrial evil? Colluding with extraterrestrial evil demons?" Lu Cripple was even more shocked. He looked Qin Luo up and down. "TSK, what a big guts." Oddly enough. "Alright, bring it in," Lu Cripple said as he pointed to the darkened space behind him. The man also just placed Qin Luo at this pitch-black entrance and faintly said, "Ninth Prince, if you have anything you want to explain, you can go to Head Lu. Colluding with an extraterrestrial evil demon is a great offense, and you'll only have a chance to walk out of here if you make up for your mistakes. Otherwise, you're going to be suppressed in this dark place forever. So think it over." After saying that, the other party turned around and left, wanting to pull out secrets from Qin Luo's mouth. A lot of unconventional means were impossible to use. Qin Luo was after all an imperial son. Not if it had been anyone else, the soul search might have been completed by now. Lu Cripple took a step towards Qin Luo's direction and said to Qin Luo, "This imperial prince, when you come here, you have to abide by the rules here. Go in, stay inside honestly." As he spoke, a token surfaced in his hand, and after he activated it, a powerful pulling force pulled Qin Luo into the darkness. Dark, deep. The unpleasant odor inside made Qin Luo feel a sense of suffocation die in the darkness of space. He saw several pairs of eyes that were a little unnerving. Finally, to his cell, bang, he smashed in heavily, and the chains came whistling from behind him, firmly locking Qin Luo's body, causing him to fall to the ground with an unbearable weight. Lu Cripple's voice sounded at the same time. 10 days and 1 meal. If you want to open your mouth, call out to me. Remember, I'm the boss here." Be called Lu Tao. Not much of an official, but a lot of authority. "This is jail?" Qin Luo looked around. It was pitch black. What's the difference between this and being locked in a small dark room? No power, no voice, constant confinement. One would go insane. However, this person did not include him. Qin Luo, sitting down with his knees crossed, between one breath and one inhalation, Qin Luo began to cultivate. He didn't want to waste any time at all. Underneath the 108th floor of this heavenly prison, it was highly likely that there was the existence of a divine dragon, and that was what he had entered this place for. After Qin Luo entered the heavenly prison, public opinion instantly erupted. How dare Qin Luo, a royal son, collude with an extraterrestrial evil demon? He deserves death by 1,000 cuts. Oh, do you guys believe it? I don't believe it anyway. There's a saying that says, if you want it, you can't have it. Has the royal strife in the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty reached this point? I've heard that His Majesty is having some problems. Shen Yan, do you want to find death? Anyway, I think something's going to happen to the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. A mountain rain is coming. There was a force that was secretly pushing the envelope, and they were committed to whitewashing Qin Luo and making people see the darkness of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. It showed the meanness and ruthlessness of the various imperial princes of Great Qin, honoring Qin Luo's order. Not long after Qin Luo was imprisoned in the heavenly prison, Yi Lan, Lu Jingjing and the girls struck out. All those who had accused Qin Luo and the Demon Suppression Division had become their targets. Kill of. In less than a month, with the exception of the Chongping King's son, Ning Mingzhou, the rest of them were all exterminated. Master, you're going to kill the Prince of Chongping? Lu Jingjing asked with a touch of gravity in her tone. Yi Lan nodded. That's right, he's accusing His Highness and the Demon Suppression Division, and he's also wandering around outside with the intention of prying out His Highness's secrets. He already has a way to take his death. Lu Jingjing looked at Yi Lan. She felt as if her master was more attached to Qin Luo's affairs than they were. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and kill someone. You guys stay hidden for now. Once Yi Lan made his move, there were naturally no surprises, and 3 days later, a piece of news swept through the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty when King Chongping's son, early Saint King powerhouse Ning Mingzhou, was killed. King Chongping was enraged, and the Great Qin court issued a diatribe. Wanted for the murderer of Prince Chongping's son. Those who provide information on the murderer will be rewarded with a holy weapon, and those who catch the murderer will be crowned a third-class marquis. Have you heard? This incident was done by Yama Temple. I've heard that the people of the Yen Luo Hall are all messengers of justice. They are not used to seeing the darkness of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, and they fought for the 9th Prince Qin Luo, and went out to kill those who slandered Qin Luo. King of Hell told you to die on the 3rd night. Who dares to stay until the 5th night? Yama Temple. Now this name can be compared to that blood-killing building to be the majority. These second-generation officials, they enjoy the top treatment and kill people as if it were child's play. They deserve to die. I think it's still fair for the 100,000 Great Mountains. Everyone has the chance to enter the Holy Land to cultivate, and if they are successful in their cultivation, they have the chance to be a holy son or a holy lord. I think so. The Great Qin Imperial Dynasty is rotten to the core, and it's said that the Heavenly Tao Alliance of the 100,000 Great Mountains doesn't even dare to mess with the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Look again. If the Heavenly Tao Alliance is strong, I've decided that I'm going to join it and fight for my future. 5 years have passed in a flash. The landscape of the 100,000 mountains has changed drastically. The entire troll sect was massacred, and between the 5 years of fleeing, more than 1 million people were killed because of the troll sect's involvement. The Heavenly Demon sect was able to resist the attack of the Heavenly Tao Alliance in the beginning, but unfortunately, it was betrayed by a traitor who sabotaged the grand formation, and the Heavenly Demon sect perished, with the exception of the Holy Maiden, Knight Ling Xian, and a few of the elders who disappeared. And none of the rest of the people survived. The Ghost King sect, Demon Flame sect, Blood Demon sect, Soul Devouring sect, and 17 other Holy Land level sect forces were annihilated. Within the 100,000 Great Mountains, there were no more devilish sects, and the Heavenly Tao Alliance was in the limelight for a while. A large number of sects and holy places joined amongst the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and the Soul Temple came later, with the Soul Temple's Hall Master becoming the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Lord of formulating a series of rules and codes for the Heaven's Path Alliance, developing the list of potential dragons, and focusing on cultivating the Heaven's Path sons that belong to their Heaven's Path Alliance. All human races are allowed to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and all geniuses are allowed to enter the subterranean dragon list. After the pacification of the 100,000 mountains, the Heavenly Tao Alliance grew stronger and stronger, with its sword pointing directly at the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. At the same time, the Heavenly Tao Alliance announced that it had formed an offensive and defensive alliance with the Northern Mang Imperial Dynasty to help each other. The Barbarian tribe also notified the world that their barbarian tribe was also a member of the human race, and that their barbarian geniuses were qualified to enter the potential dragon list. They also actively sent emissaries to the Heavenly Tao Alliance with the intention of forming an alliance with it. The 100,000 Great Mountains have a wide range of borders with the Northern Mang and the Barbarians. If the three forces were to ally, it would form a three-sided encirclement of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Qin Fan, who had been in seclusion for many years, broke out of the realm and went straight to the realm of saints. In the first battle, he fought the 5 saints of the 9 sepulchral sacred land alone with his own strength, killing 4 of them and seriously injuring one of them, and he became famous in one battle. For a time, public opinion rose within the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, and many people thought that Qin Fan could be the imperial son of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. How is Qin Luo now? Qin Fan asked. Your Highness, there is no news coming out of Qin Luo. That brat, Does he really not intend to come out of the heavenly prison of the Jin Demon Division? Or is he pinning his hopes on that father emperor of ours? Qin Fan's tone carried a touch of mockery. Keep an eye on it, and report to me in time if Qin Luo has any movement. By the way, is Old Four also within the 100,000 mountains? Your Highness, according to our latest intelligence, the fourth prince had contact with people from the Hall of Souls before and is now practicing in a secret realm in the 100,000 mountains. Keep an eye on him. Qin Fan said coldly. It didn't take long for a major event to shake the entire Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Qin Xuan, the fourth prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, had fallen in the middle of the Great 100,000 Mountains. The entire Great Qin Imperial Dynasty was agitated, and the sound of shouting and killing shook the sky. As the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Jin Mountain King, Qin Shao, he had killed his way into the 100,000 Great Mountains, destroying 7 Holy Land level forces and beheading a great saint. A great blow was dealt to the arrogance of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, under the order of the 3 dukes, is in full state of war readiness, and this is just the beginning for the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, as the third prince suffers an assassination, narrowly escaping death, and the assassin is identified as Marquis Yingwu of the Northern Mang Imperial Dynasty, Chen Zhanshan. That's right, after joining the Northern Mang Imperial Dynasty, in order to nauseate the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, still named Chen Zhanshan as the Marquis of Yingwu, and was currently in charge of a large army, always ready to attack the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. North Mang's move was undoubtedly in solidarity with the Heavenly Dao Alliance, but the higher-ups within the Heavenly Dao Alliance were screaming for help. This fourth prince being killed has nothing to do with my Heavenly Dao Alliance at all. This move by the Northern Mang Imperial Dynasty is undoubtedly saying that he is responding to our actions and that we are their allies. This is simply, check. We must find out exactly who killed Qin Xuan, the fourth prince of Great Qin. Oh, what's the use of checking, even if it's a slander? So what? Does the truth matter? What matters is how the people of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty think. Right now, the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty lacks a reason to make a move against our Heavenly Dao Alliance in an honorable manner. No matter who killed Qin Xuan, the fourth prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, this black pot will have to be taken by us, the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Gentlemen, prepare for battle. The moment of life and death for our Heavenly Dao Alliance is coming soon. This battle is about inheritance. If we survive it, then the future of this realm will belong to us after all. Preparations for war began within the 100,000 Great Mountains, and all clans, holy places, cities, and families responded as a whole that they must join the Heavenly Dao Alliance, or else be exterminated. The Tai Ruins Holy Land was one of the most special among them, and after the Heavenly Dao Alliance's order was issued, the Tai Ruins Holy Land immediately announced that it had joined the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, which immediately sent troops into the city below the Tai Ruins Holy Land. For a while, the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty was in a frenzy internally, and as for Qin Luo, 5 years was enough time for most people to forget about him as a not-so-important character. It's only mentioned occasionally. Qin Luo, who had nothing to do, counted out the 5 years he had spent between one breath and the next. 5 years? Do you know how I've spent the last 5 years? Who's counting sheep for 5 years? I definitely broke the world record. Today, I won't count. 2 streams of essence light shot out from Qin Luo's eyes. His aura was climbing up. 5 years was enough for him to completely refine all the Qilin essence blood he had obtained, allowing his fleshly body to reach the threshold of the Saint Realm. Today, he was going to break through the realm in the flesh. Boom! A dull sound rang out within his body, and it seemed that there were shackles in his body that he had broken. And then with force, boom! Another dull sound rang out, this time, shatter that yoke completely. Instantly, he sensed the power of the cave heaven, sensed his human emperor streamer, and was able to run the 9 revolutions golden body technique. At the same time, a powerful blocking force pressed towards his body. Still want to suppress me? The door is closed. Just this instant was enough for Qin Luo's heaven-swallowing devil technique to work. Boom! The energy that suppressed Qin Luo was also swallowed by Qin Luo in an instant. The operation of the 9 revolutions golden body technique caused his fleshly body to completely break the mirror. The third turn became, as for the chains controlling Qin Luo? Oh, in Qin Luo's flesh body has reached the realm of saints, and it has been as if it were paper mache. Lu Cripple, come quickly, come quickly. Qin Luo took out an object and shouted. This was the first time he had called Cripple Lu in 5 years. Within moments, Lu Cripple walked in with a limp. Only then did Qin Luo finally notice that Lu Cripple's cultivation level should have touched the threshold of the Saint King realm. What? Qin Luo, are you planning to explain about your collusion with the extraterrestrial evil demons? Lu Cripple frowned at Qin Luo, always feeling that something was wrong. What a big dog's guts. Qin Luo chortled. You're just a tiny cell head. Who gave you the courage to call this prince by his name? As Qin Luo spoke, he communicated with the human emperor streamer, which was now only one step away from being refined into an extreme Tao Emperor soldier. And in an instant, with a thought, the human Emperor streamer began to catalyze. Prince? Oh, you don't look at what status you have now. You're just a prisoner in my heavenly prison, Lu Cripple said disdainfully. However, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong, and he took a step back towards the back. If there's nothing else, don't look for me. This official is very busy. What? You want to leave? Qin Luo sneered. Boom. Instantly, the human Emperor streamer opened up and instantly enveloped Cripple Lu, causing Qin Luo to reveal a satisfied smile. Sure enough, the upgraded human Emperor streamer is even more powerful. Qin Luo, what have you done? What is this place? Qin Luo looked at him with a smile and said, welcome to the human Emperor streamer. Cripple, kneel down and admit your faults, and this emperor may forgive you for your offense. Otherwise, you'll just become like them. Following Qin Luo's finger, densely packed thousands of dead souls looked at him resentfully, making his scalp numb. You really have the 10,000 soul streamer, Lu Cripple said in horror. No, I must correct you on one point. It's not called the 10,000 souls. Qin Luo pointed to the three big words inside the human emperor haki that emanated a vast aura of righteousness and glittered with golden light and said, read after me, human emperor haki. Lu Cripple's entire body was numb. The three big words human emperor streamer written on the 10,000 soul streamer is not a 10,000 soul streamer? Fooling the fool. Ninth Prince, don't mistake yourself. This is the heavenly prison. If you mess around, you won't be able to eat. You still haven't heard me clearly. Kneel down and I can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, Qin Luo waved his hand and the army of undead souls roared towards Lu Cripple. GGG. The upgrade of the human emperor streamer was itself an upgrade of the dead souls within the human emperor streamer. And among these dead souls, there were a few more existences of the same king realm. Lu Cripple, this kind of little Karami. Shi Huang didn't even need to make a move and was easily suppressed. Bang. The seriously injured Lu Cripple was stepped on by Qin Luo. Do you want to die? Or do you want to live? Qin Luo asked as he looked down on him. Lu Cripple looked up at Qin Luo and asked, Ninth Prince, are you trying to break out of prison? There are great saints suppressing within the heavenly prison. You can't walk out. Bang! Qin Luo stomped on Lu Cripple's body again. It seems that you choose to die? Sometimes, though, death may not be the end, but only the beginning. Lu Cripple understood Qin Luo's words in seconds. He looked up at Qin Luo. Ninth Prince, I can help you escape. Submit and release your soul. Qin Luo said in a deep voice. Cripple Lu had no other choice but to let Qin Luo brand the seal of life and death in his soul. Lu Cripple also resigned himself to his fate. He humbly stood by Qin Luo's side and looked at him, carefully saying, Your Highness, if we want to get out from the middle of the heavenly prison, we should think long and hard. He was afraid that Qin Luo had been impulsive. He was now in a position of honor and loss with Qin Luo. If this matter was exposed, he was bound to be soul-crushing. Qin Luo glanced at him and said lightly, Don't worry. I'm not leaving now. The next sentence caused Lu Cripple to tremble and almost sit on his butt on the ground. Do you know how to get to the 108th floor? Does your highness want to go to the 108th floor? Lu Cripple seemed to have grasped a key point. Qin Luo might not have been falsely imprisoned, but had thrown himself into the net. The purpose was to rush the secret of the 108th floor. He immediately persuaded, Your Highness, in the last 100 years of the heavenly prison, there have been 3 times when people have tried to reach the 108th floor by various methods, and without exception, they all died. Oh, so it's a 3-way tie. 4th time. I'll do it. Unity Sun, I've restored my cultivation now. Unity Sun, come out for a moment. Qin Luo called out in his heart. Unico was on. Tadaka was counting the villain value settlements during the shutdown. Qin Luo was speechless. He couldn't contact the system since he came in. He thought the system had hung up. I didn't realize that the system had shut down. 5 years. There wasn't even anyone to talk to. And it was a good thing Qin Luo hadn't gone crazy. Xiaoya's soul core has been invaded for most of the time, losing 100,000 points of chi value. The host gains 100,000 points of villain value. Hint, please help Shi Huang control Xiaoya as soon as possible. Delay will lead to change. Feng Cheng's demon planting is complete, losing all of his chi value. Host gains 219,000 points of villain value. Is it time to refine the sword spirit? Long Jiruo's progress in planting demons has reached 90%. She has lost 150,000 points of luck value, and the host has gained 150,000 points of villain value. Subconsciously, she has grown to have a great affection for the host, and she will agree to most of the host's commands and requests. Host, Qin Luo, age, 25, villain value, 601,000 points, cultivation, 4th level of the cave realm, physical realm, sage, sword Dao realm, sword Dao De Chang, techniques, devouring heavenly devil technique, 9 turns golden body technique. Breathing changes strength technique. Martial arts, 4 elephant sword technique. 10,000 swords technique. It's been 5 years and saved up 600,000 or so villain values for Qin Luo. It was kind of a surprise. Unico, I'm all the way in. Now it's time to play out your role. Please go to the 108th floor of the heavenly prison as soon as possible, and the unified sun will help the host to get out of the cage. Qin Luo's gaze fell on Cripple Lu. Cripple, how do you think we'll be able to reach the 108th floor? Lu Cripple's body trembled. If he didn't have to, he definitely didn't want to head to the 108th floor. That was purely looking for death. It's easy to go, but to return, you can't come back. Lu Cripple narrated. In reality, there were no restrictions on each level of the heavenly prison. You could completely travel to the next level, but there were formations, extremely terrifying formations, laid out in the heavenly prison. After the 100th floor, the prisoners were all felons, and they were all unable to move an inch under the shroud of the array. It's hard to breathe, let alone get anything done. Traveling to the next level was no problem, but coming back required the consent of the controller of the formation, and each level had barriers in place, because the only way to leave the heavenly prison was to go up step by step and leave from the first floor. Your Highness, if we reach the bottom, the cripple me could be crushed to death by the power of the formation. It's not that I can't do it crippled, but the heavenly prison's formations are too terrifying. Moreover, there are rumors that among the 108th floor, there is someone guarding the greatest secret of my heavenly prison, a powerful existence that has already surpassed the great saint realm. Lu Cripple tried to dispel Qin Luo's thoughts, but he was doomed to disappointment. Since we can go, then we'll go. Qin Luo's tone carried an undeniable color within it. Lu Cripple cried and mourned. There is no way. Now his little life has been controlled in the hands of Qin Luo. What Qin Luo said, that is what. Get ready to go. With a wave of Qin Luo's hand, the two of them walked out from inside the human emperor streamer, being able to run the heaven-swallowing demon technique. The formations in here would have almost no suppression effect on Qin Luo, and the reason why Cripple Lu was able to be so arrogant inside the 100th floor was because of the token he had on him, which isolated the effect of the formation. Under Lu Cripple's guidance, Qin Luo arrived at the entrance to the next level. 1 foot stepped in, and sure enough, Qin Luo felt an even more terrifying force of suppression. However, after running the heaven-swallowing demon technique, the pressure transformed into motivation. Lu Cripple looked at Qin Luo in shock. He didn't expect that Qin Luo would be able to move freely even here. On each layer, there was a jail cell, and the location was the same as the previous layer. Cripple Lu led Qin Luo around the location of the jail cell and continued to the next layer. 102, 103, 104, 105. Lu Cripple stopped at the 105th floor. He couldn't get down. Your Highness, I can't. Lu Cripple panted and looked at Qin Luo with a bitter expression on his face. It's not just that he can't go down. He can't even go up. Come in you. Qin Luo waved his hand and the human emperor streamer swept Cripple Lu inside. Qin Luo continues to move forward. 106. 107. However, a small hiccup occurred when he was about to step into the 108th floor. A man stopped Qin Luo's way. Who are you? Kill your people. Qin Luo didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. Time waited for no one. Perhaps it had all been discovered by now, and only by going to the 108th floor could there be any hope of breaking the game. Brush. The human emperor streamer enveloped the man, and with a cry of shock, he was torn apart by the swarm of dead souls. Watching this scene, Lu Cripple was secretly glad that he was too lucky compared to this person. 108 floors in, Qin Luo stepped into the 108th floor with 1 foot and looked at the scene in front of him. A shocking color appeared in Qin Luo's eyes. A forest of skeletons stood, and among them were men and beasts. It was densely packed, tens of millions of them, without exception. They were all dead. Looking at this scene, Qin Luo's densophobia was going off. Some of his scalp was numb. The sizzling aura that hit his face just as he entered caused Qin Luo to stagger. The Saint Realm's fleshly body showed signs of erosion under this aura, and his fleshly body seemed like it was about to collapse. It was only when Qin Luo offered the human emperor streamer that he blocked the erosive force. He now sort of knew why Cripple Lu said that everyone who came in was dead, unless they also had something as terrifying as an imperial soldier in their hands. Otherwise, who would be able to block the aura of this place? Qin Luo looked at all the skeletons. They were all facing in one direction, where there was a high platform, a divine dragon covered in scales, and flames burning around it. There was even a crackling sound in the air. Its body was incomparably huge, and Qin Luo felt that he would just be able to be as big as the other party's toes. Inferno dragon? Qin Luo said uncertainly. Right. There's another thing that might be able to block the power of erosion. A scale surfaced in Qin Luo's hand the moment he took it out. Qin Luo didn't know if it was an illusion or not. He felt that those skeletons and that inferno dragon in the distance, Their gazes all glanced in Qin Luo's direction. It was also the moment the dragon scale came out that the oppressive feeling Qin Luo felt suffocating and hot dissipated into nothingness. He put away the human emperor streamer and headed in the direction of that inferno dragon. There was no doubt for sure that the dragon scale was of great use. That inferno dragon isn't dead? Or is it in a deep sleep? The dragon's reverse scale can wake it up? Or even enslave it? According to the regular plot, it's the son of Qi, taking the dragon scale, forcing a soul contract with the inferno dragon. And odds are it's still some so-called equal soul contract. From then on, the son of Qi Fortune rode the dragon, then conquered the heavens and went to the peak of his life. As Qin Luo looked at the skeletons around him, he was certain that this place was definitely not any so-called heavenly prison originally, but a heavenly prison that the great Qin imperial dynasty had built on top of this place. As for these people, it was obvious that they were all killed by Yanlong. That's why good and evil, things like that, can't be seen in terms of killing or not killing. If there are no surprises, Yanlong will end up on the side of justice as well, and the son of Qi is qualified to replace these millions of people to forgive Yanlong for the murderous sins he has created. That's why good and evil are just different positions, and whoever is the victor has the right to write history. When I overthrow all the sons of Qi, then I will be the embodiment of justice, and I can put a skin of the sons of Qi on myself. Qin Luo mumbled to himself as he approached the Yanlong. A sizzling breath came to his face, making Qin Luo experience the sensation of sizzling, and he felt that his meat was about to be cooked. His hand, which held the dragon scale, gently touched the inflamed dragon. Boom! A cluster of powerful flames surfaced and swept towards Qin Luo. Unicorn prompt: please raise the host's level of the soul-beating whip to Holy Order Extreme. Consumed villain value, 300,000 points. Huh? Qin Luo knew that the system wouldn't be aimless, and immediately, get it up. 300,000 points of villain value consumed. The soul whip has been upgraded to holy grade. Boom! The void broke open and the soul-beating whip surfaced in Qin Luo's hand. A dark light flickered above the whip. At this moment, in the forbidden land deep within the imperial palace of the great Qin imperial dynasty, a man with his eyes closed violently opened his eyes filled with a cold and icy color. Brush. A weird aura flickered from his body. In the next second, the 108th floor of the heavenly prison was like an earthquake. Boom! Rumble! The vibrating airwave whistled towards those skeletons, and one skeleton flew to ashes under the impact of this airwave, and the entire 108th floor blew an ashen wind. Griffin, hand over your reverse scales and submit to me. I can spare you from death. Unicorn tip: the host can forcibly refine the dragon's reverse scale, or can establish contact with the other party. There is a chance to produce a bond with the other party, or can get through the crisis. The dragon's reverse scale is extraordinarily important to the dragon race. Handing it over will surely lead to death, given that the host is not a son of Qi. The heavenly favor is not present. The possibility is perhaps relatively low. Then do it. Qin Luo spoke with a grim expression. 2 steps together. While you're sick, take your life. Dragon scale. Refine it for me. Qin Luo held the soul-striking whip and fiercely struck the Yanlong's body with a whip. Ow! A terrifying sound rang out in an instant. Griffin, you dare to strike at me? I will burn you to death. Come on. Qin Luo immediately opened his human emperor streamer. If you don't come, you're my fucking grandson. The human emperor streamer's vast and righteous chi rose up to the sky. The purple color rose up. The purple color turned black and black turned green, and an eerie and horrifying voice rang out. GGG. Eat the dragon. Eat the dragon. Dragon meat in the sky. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. You actually found a dragon. Shi Huang's shocked voice rang out with a tone of disbelief. That's right. Today, we will slay the dragon. Can you do it? Qin Luo's frantic voice rang in Shi Huang's ears. Shi Huang trembled, and even though she didn't have a body, she felt her soul trembling and her scalp tingling. An indescribably exciting feeling grew from the bottom of her heart. Slay the dragon. Count me in. Shi Huang roared. Human emperor streamer. Shun. 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 With her roar, all the power of the dead souls inside the human emperor streamer was drawn out by her. Only she was able to barely utilize a trace of the human emperor streamer's power. And the current Qin Luo wasn't enough. Boom! The human emperor streamer covered towards the Yanlong, and countless undead souls pounced towards the Yanlong, lying on its body and continuously tearing at it, with each bite acting on the soul. Damn! Damn! Lowly human race! The Yanlong was infuriated. Death to all of you! Boom! Endless flames surged out from his body and wrapped towards the human emperor streamer. Attempting to burn it to the ground, the light in its eyes grew stronger as another strand of soul returned. Give it to me! Get lost! Qin Luo lashed out hard with a whip. Snapping! The wisp of soul that had just returned was unexpectedly whipped out by Qin Luo, and a small miniature dragon landed on top of the inferno dragon. Looking a little confused. Go on! Smoke me! Snap! Qin Luo landed a whip on the miniature little dragon's body. causing it to fall to the ground. At the same time, a suction force came from the dragon's reverse scale that Qin Luo was refining. Raleigh sucking a strand of soul into the reverse scale. Suggestion from Unicorn: consume all the villain value to bring out the full power of the human emperor streamer once, reinforcing the streamer pole with its skeleton, smearing the cloth with its blood, and subduing its remnant souls. Would that be pleasurable? Screw it! Qin Luo shouted. Boom! A powerful force rushed into Qin Luo's body. He felt that the human emperor streamer was like an arm in arm at the moment. He knew that there was only one chance. He had to suppress the Inferno Dragon in front of him at once, and then hollow it out. Within the body of the Inferno Dragon, another remnant soul roared. Humble human, you even attempted to refine my reverse scales. I grant you, today, death and eternal darkness. Its body emitted a powerful dragon might, and at the first moment, it broke free of the human emperor streamer under Shi Huang's control. The soul fire in its eyes was already starting to burn, and this wisp of a remnant soul, too, was considered to have suffered a heavy blow, but after it had just broken free, Qin Luo struck. Give me the town! Qin Luo roared, and the human emperor streamer, with its purple aura rising, black aura lingering, and green aura sweeping in, and the human emperor streamer steeply grew in size and slammed viciously towards Yanlong. Bang! A loud roaring sound resounded through the heavens and earth, and the entire heavenly prison of the Demon Suppression Division shook with it. A crack surfaced in the middle of the 108 layers, and the earth cracked open in a deep, bottomless gash. It's dark and gloomy, and it's a sight to behold. The moment the human emperor streamer smashed onto Yanlong, the human emperor streamer, which was comparable to an extreme Dao emperor soldier, heavily damaged Yanlong. The dragon scales crumbled and flew, and the blood spilled, landing on top of the human emperor streamer's cloth, which was instantly absorbed, and the human emperor streamer's power became even more powerful. Griffin, Grilla Talpa, you actually injured my honorable dragon body. The Inferno Dragon roared hysterically. Every drop of dragon blood on its body was extraordinarily precious, especially since there wasn't much blood left in its dragon body. Only the essence exists. Qin Luo's blow took out a full third of it. It hurts. It roared angrily, and a miniature little dragon appeared floating above the head of that middle-aged man in the middle of the great Qin Palace, which was a bit more solid than the miniature little dragon that Qin Luo had absorbed into the dragon scale before. Damned humans deserve to be killed. That miniature little dragon let out a low roar, then disappeared into the void. After it had just left, a trace of clarity returned to the middle-aged man's eyes. However, it passed in an instant. Within the dragon scales, a strand of soul was suppressed, and the human emperor's streamer had struck Yanlong heavily, so it could be said that Yanlong was in a somewhat bad situation at the moment. Human emperor streamer tonic, boosting the progress of advancing to the ultimate imperial weapon, Rumble. The human emperor streamer continued to suppress. The Yanlong scales continued to crumble. Blood spilled out and was absorbed by the human emperor streamer, and the skeleton was about to be exposed. However, at this time, a small miniature dragon surfaced, and the Inferno Dragon roared in anger and fought back. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. Here it is, finally! Boom! The attack of the human emperor streamer was only considered to be fully utilized by this time. A powerful suction force caused the miniature little dragon to involuntarily fly towards the human emperor streamer. Damned human! You want to suppress my dragon soul? Delusional! The miniature little dragon roared, but no matter how furiously it barked, it couldn't break free from the suction force of the human emperor streamer. Finally, it resolutely separated a portion of its dragon soul. Whoosh! That part of the dragon soul didn't enter the human emperor's streamer, and the remaining part rushed into Yanlong's body. Human, I will let you die. A huge dragon claw grabbed fiercely in Qin Luo's direction and touched with the human emperor streamer. The power of a near-extreme emperor soldier, comparable to the great emperor realm, was exerted. Bang! A strike from the human emperor streamer caused the Inferno Dragon's dragon claws to crumble, revealing the white bones. Brush! The human emperor streamer gently slashed through, and the Yanlong almost split in half. Blood is spilled. Bones fall. Human! You deserve to die. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Qin Luo's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Good stuff. All good stuff. Hide. Qin Luo didn't hesitate and ducked into the human emperor streamer at the first opportunity. While the blood and bone skeletons were all collected, boom! The powerful attack landed on top of the human emperor streamer, and it was just like a mud cow entering the sea, not making any waves. Refine them all. Qin Luo shouted excitedly. A dragon claw, and some bones, were instantly absorbed by the human emperor streamer, refining and reinforcing the streamer pole. A small wisp of dragon soul was suppressed and worn down by the many dead souls led by Shi Huang. The overall strength of the human emperor streamer was rising, the evolution of the extreme Dao imperial soldier. If there was a progress bar, Qin Luo would be able to see that the evolution was extremely fast. He held the dragon's reverse scale tightly in his hand, and he began to refine it as well. The Inferno Dragon, now in its weakened state, no longer posed much of a threat to him after he succeeded in refining the dragon's reverse scale. Then he would be able to control the strand of dragon soul inside, and possibly even enslave the inferno dragon outside. Thinking of this, Qin Luo felt his body tremble with excitement. Refine. Qin Luo didn't hesitate for a second after the initial madness of the inferno dragon outside. It calmed down instead. It looked in the direction of the human emperor streamer, its eyes full of coldness as it gritted its teeth and said, "An emperor soldier. It's actually an emperor soldier. Damn it. All my years of scheming, and now it's all for naught? No, I won't allow this to happen." It could feel its reverse scales being refined by Qin Luo. If Qin Luo succeeded in refining them, it could possibly take control of its lifeblood, and it might have to submit to Qin Luo's feet. Go! It made up its mind in a flash, and it intended to leave this place. It hid in a place where Qin Luo couldn't find it, and waited until it succeeded in its plot, then killed Qin Luo and took the dragon's reverse scale from Qin Luo's hands. It looked at Qin Luo with a reluctant heart, a cloudy color flashing in its eyes. Dragon souls. A full 1/2 of the dragon souls were discarded here, and essence blood. 1/2 more essence blood. There was that one dragon claw, and a couple of dragon bones that hurt so much it felt excruciating. Good boy. I'll remember you. In the coming days, I'll definitely break you into pieces. Its other dragon claw clawed fiercely in the void. A passageway emerged, and it was just about to step inside when a terrifying aura descended. Rumble. That passageway crumbled in that instant. A majestic voice resounded throughout the space. You're a demonic dragon suppressed by my great Qin imperial dynasty. Want to leave? Have you asked me? Dang. The sound of muffled footsteps caused Yanlong's eyes to reveal a strong look of shock and horror. It's you. I've clearly suppressed your soul. You unexpectedly, want to take over my body, suppress my soul, control my great Qin imperial dynasty, and subvert this realm? Delusional. Today, you should not leave. Consecrate your whole body, bones and blood to help me get to the next level. Rumble. A loud bang came from the sky as a large seal descended from the sky. In the heavenly prison of the Demon Suppression Division, a man who had already been awakened and was about to head to the 108th floor exclaimed, "Heaven sealing seal, your majesty, out of the gate? It's really that dragon that has a strange movement." At this moment, on the 108th floor, the middle-aged man looked down at Yanlong and said in a deep voice, "Today, use your dragon soul to reshape my great Qin seal of heaven. In the future, is it okay to name this seal, the Imperial Dragon Seal of Heaven?" Qin Luo also didn't expect that Qin Di had made a move. And Qin Di had actually almost been seized by the dragon soul of the Yen dragon before. He was inside the human emperor streamer at the moment, continuously refining the dragon's reverse scale in his hand. And the Yanlong outside could be said to be facing enemies on both sides. It had thought that it had suppressed Qin Di's soul, but it had never expected that Qin Di had kept a hand in it, taking advantage of this wonderful opportunity to kill the Jedi. It's not just that its chances of making a comeback are gone now. It's highly likely that it will be killed by this father and son duo, to death, after a bloody battle. Yanlong's significant body was smashed to the ground, dying of serious injuries. Emperor Qin looked down at the Yanlong at his feet. "Today, the battle between us is going to be completely decided. You don't have a chance." The Inferno Dragon's hateful eyes fell on Qin Di's body as it roared. "You won." Emperor Qin sneered. "Does it matter? The end result is that you die and I live. Don't worry. I will suppress your dragon soul for eternity and guard the national fortune for my great Qin imperial dynasty." He rawly extracted the dragon soul of the Yanlong and suppressed it in the heaven sealing seal. As for the Yanlong's body, it was sent into the cave heaven with a wave of his big hand. He would let the corpse of this inferno dragon help him break through the shackles and step into another realm. This time, Qin Luo also heard the system's prompt. Qin Fan, the son of luck, has lost 100,000 points of luck in his future chance, and the host has gained 100,000 points of villain value. Sure enough, all good things are prepared for the sons of Qi. Qin Luo was in an exceptionally good mood at the moment. However, with the help of the human emperor streamer, Qin Luo observed the outside and his expression became exceptionally grave. This Cheng bite that came out halfway as fierce. It was at this time that the prison master who was guarding the heavenly prison finally arrived. "Your servant, Shui Wenyuan, greets your majesty." Qin Luo glanced at him, and his powerful aura immediately made him hold his breath, not daring to breathe. "You're a very competent warden of the heavenly prison." Humph. The sound of a heavy cold snort caused Shui Wenyuan to stagger and almost spit out a mouthful of blood. He immediately lowered his head, a look of fear in his eyes. "Minister, guilty, please punish your majesty." Previously, there were rumors that Emperor Qin had problems with his seclusion, but in his opinion, these were purely false, and at this moment, Emperor Qin still possessed the ability to crush him. The Qin Emperor turned his head to look at the Haoran righteousness lingering and the Hongmeng purple qi rising. The Qin Emperor's face revealed a touch of mockery. I didn't expect that this son of mine even refined the 10,000 soul streamer. TSK, TSK, TSK. Shui Wenyuan was jolted. He had already probed before. Qin Luo's human emperor streamer and 10,000 soul streamer were worlds apart, and listening to this meaning in Emperor Qin's mouth. This is the 10,000 soul streamer? Boom! Emperor Qin waved his hand and a portal emerged from the human emperor streamer. Qin Luo never expected that Emperor Qin would be so terrifying that the human emperor streamer couldn't stop him. In reality, it wasn't that the human emperor streamer didn't work, but that his Qin Luo's cultivation level was too far off, and without the augmentation that he had just received, Qin Luo wasn't good enough to take on Emperor Qin. Glancing at each other with Qin Di, Qin Luo could only walk out with a stiff upper lip. Tuzi, you didn't tell me that this would happen either. Ah, this is Emperor Qin. Will he get me killed? The terrifying Qin Emperor made Qin Luo feel a sense of powerlessness rise. Qin Luo greets your majesty. After Qin Luo walked out, he bent his head low and had to bow his head under the roof. Emperor Qin looked down on Qin Luo, his scrutinizing eyes falling on his body as if he had seen through all his secrets. Even the soul trembled along with it, as if it had been examined for its soul essence. This caused Qin Luo's heart to rise inside his throat, his body stiffening as he waited for Emperor Qin's judgment. The time was just an instant, but Qin Luo felt as if a year had passed. Even longer. Whoosh! The dragon's reverse scale in Qin Luo's hand came out of his hand and was controlled by Qin Di. This thing? I'm useful. I'll take it. After Qin Di finished speaking, he turned around and left, causing Qin Luo to let out a huge sigh of relief. He had almost scared him to death just now. That was the dragon's reverse scale. Qin Luo, who was out of the life and death crisis, looked at the direction where Qin Di disappeared with some flesh pain. The old man even robbed his son's things. Is there any justice left? Qin Luo muttered a small complaint. Shui Wenyuan beside him was shaken. Qin Luo was the first person who dared to talk about Emperor Qin in such a way. He could be afraid of being caught in the crossfire. However, in the next second, he heard Emperor Qin's voice coming from the void. Go to the Imperial clan's treasury and fetch a holy artifact of the top grade of the holy rank, and consider it in exchange. How could the old man? How could he rob his son? Right? Ha ha ha. It was obvious that Emperor Qin was in an exceptionally good mood. Bang. Qin Luo sat on his butt on the ground. He had just walked through the ghost gate. Emperor Qin was one of the pinnacle figures of the great Qin imperial dynasty and even this realm. If he knew that he had taken over the former lord, wouldn't he? He can't find out? Qin Luo asked suspiciously. Unico explains, the soul is still the same soul, just fused with the host's memory and soul, and dominant only. Unico here? The identity must be reasonable. Qin Luo froze and opened his mouth with some uncertainty. Then in principle, I'm still really his son? Does it matter if it is or isn't? The most important thing is to follow your heart. Qin Luo has some realization. Yes, follow the heart. He is still the same Qin Luo who died because of karma's foreskin. This time, it also kind of removed a piece of Qin Luo's heart. Turning his head, Qin Luo looked at Shui Wenyuan and said with a smile, "This lord, I want to go back to my cell. Please lead the way." He hadn't forgotten now that he was still a prisoner. How could he break out of prison without Emperor Qin's permission? He's going to go out with a straight face, and it won't be long before he gets out. I don't think just now. Emperor Qin had said that he should go inside the imperial family's treasury to fetch a top-grade saint weapon. Subtext, doesn't that mean, let him out of jail? Emperor Qin had come out of the gate, and for a moment this news shook the entire imperial capital. Previously, quite a lot of gossip had spread out, and some had even deluded themselves into saying that Emperor Qin had had problems with his seclusion and had already fallen long ago. The entire great Qin imperial dynasty was not to say that it was in a stormy situation, but there were also rumors flying around. And many people were already having thoughts in the shadows. And now the first thing the Qin Emperor did when he came out of the gate was to call for a court meeting, which all the senior officials in the imperial capital were required to attend. The court meeting lasted for an entire day. And on top of it, Emperor Qin announced an order that shook the courtiers one by one. The Heavenly Dao Alliance plotted to murder Qin Xuan, the fourth prince of the great Qin imperial dynasty, and his crime is punishable by death, with immediate effect. The Heavenly Dao Alliance is the enemy of my great Qin imperial dynasty, and will conquer the 100,000 great mountains without end. The northern Mang imperial dynasty has taken in the traitor Qin Zhanshan of the great Qin imperial dynasty and has repeatedly assassinated the imperial son of my great Qin imperial dynasty, provoking my great Qin imperial dynasty, with immediate effect. The great Qin imperial dynasty declares war on the northern Mang imperial dynasty. Together with the barbarians, the great Qin imperial dynasty was considered to be at war on three sides, and a clamor rose. The prime minister of great Qin was the first to object. Your Majesty, starting a war on multiple fronts will not be favorable to my great Qin imperial dynasty. Please think twice. Your Majesty, please also withdraw your order. In the face of these people's opposition, a powerful aura emerged from Emperor Qin, only to hear him drink in a deep voice. My great Qin imperial dynasty does not tolerate provocation. Even if the battle comes down to a single soldier, I will definitely make all those who provoke my great Qin imperial dynasty pay the price. The Northern Mang imperial dynasty and the Heavenly Dao alliance intend to subvert my great Qin imperial dynasty. So the only way is war. Great Qin imperial dynasty. Raise the nation to battle without end. Kill those who fear war. The decisive tone of his voice made everyone realize that the ironic and murderous Qin emperor from back then had returned. All rumors were not broken. And Emperor Qin was still the same Emperor Qin. The war order was followed by a simultaneous order. The matter of Ninth Prince Qin Luo colluding with extraterrestrial evil demons is purely false. Release Ninth Prince Qin Luo and restore all treatment. Since the Ninth Prince likes the 100,000 Great Mountains, let him go to the 100,000 Great Mountains as a member of the general in charge of the army. As the imperial son of the Great Qin imperial dynasty, he has the responsibility to fight for the Great Qin imperial dynasty. With a word from Emperor Qin, Qin Luo was released from prison. As for the other offenses, Emperor Qin pressed for an explanation. Even if Qin Luo has committed so many crimes, so what? Does it matter? Not important, because Qin Luo was his son, the imperial son of the Great Qin imperial dynasty. The saying that the prince commits the same crime as the common people is really just words. What's more, Qin Luo's talent was so demonic. How could he punish Qin Luo for the sake of an ordinary Lichuan? Only Xue Wenyuan knew that the matter of Qin Luo colluding with the extraterrestrial evil devil might be true because Emperor Qin himself said that Qin Luo's human emperor streamer was the 10,000 soul streamer. But this kind of thing, does it matter? Important and unimportant, colluding with the extraterrestrial evil demons and betraying the Great Qin imperial dynasty were two different things. Qin Luo made a bloody profit with this wave. A point that he had been worried about for a long time was now completely resolved. Moreover, his human emperor streamer, upgraded. Extreme Imperial Soldier. The human Emperor Streamer has been upgraded to a Supreme Imperial weapon, and needs to undergo a Thunderbolt before it can be completely advanced. Please choose a location as soon as possible. Oh, that looks like a good choice of place. Several target places surfaced inside Qin Luo's mind, such as the Xian Tian Dao sect, the Wanxiang Holy Land, and even the Giant Demon sect could be used as an alternative, assuming, of course, that the Troll sect would exist. Before he came in, the Troll sect had all been targeted by the Heaven's Path Alliance, and now the odds were that it was no more. Then go to the Holy Land of 10,000 Elephants. Gentlemen of the Wanxiang Holy Land, wait for me. I will soon give you a great gift. Get out of jail. Qin Luo walked out brightly from within the heavenly prison of the Demon Suppression Division. Lie and the others had already been waiting for Qin Luo at the entrance of the Devil Suppressing Division, and after seeing Qin Luo, a few of them immediately knelt on the ground. My subordinates see your highness. They didn't make things difficult for a few of you, did they? Qin Luo looked at Li Yi and the others and asked. At first, there were people who wanted to make a move against us, but after Yama Temple became famous, those who wanted to make a move against us instead laid down. Li Yi replied. Do you know who is trying to make a move against you? Qin Luo asked. Gu family. Next to him, Sima Hao spoke without thinking. This immediately triggered Qin Luo's memories of the Gu family. Gu Qingxue, Gu Qingfeng, and Gu Yanting, TSK. Jumping around so happily, it seems that he wants to seek death. In that case, I'll fulfill him. Anyway, sons and daughters are not gone. The old thing living by himself is meaningless, isn't it? Go to the Gu family. Qin Luo didn't hesitate for a second. This time when he was released from prison, he no longer needed to hide his clumsiness. He needed to be lawless, to make everyone know how powerful he, Qin Luo, was. As you wish. Several people followed Qin Luo towards the direction of the Gu family, and the commotion, naturally, attracted the attention of many people. Lord Commander, should we still care? The people under Chu Trus asked. Couldn't care less. Chu Trus just fatally returned a sentence. Qin Luo was sent out by that man himself. He's the real head of the department. How can he control him? How can he control it? Give me a report on the recent events. Qin Luo asked Li Yi to tell him about the recent events as he walked. Qin Luo didn't realize that so many things had happened in these 5 years. Soul Temple? Heavenly Dao Alliance. TSK? Why do I feel that the words, this Heavenly Dao Alliance, are a bit dark? Your Highness, after His Majesty ordered a war against the 100,000 mountains, the Heavenly Dao Alliance also announced an alliance with the Northern Mang Imperial Dynasty, the Barbarians, and other forces, and has already purged some of the internal traitors within the Heavenly Dao Alliance in advance. A full 5 sacred land-level clans have been wiped out. Oh, there shouldn't be a Kanglan Holy Land, right? Qin Luo's faint words caused several other people to tremble. Good lord, that's a very informative sentence. No. Li Yi peeked at Qin Luo and said, the Kanglan Holy Land has a pivotal position in the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Even if the Kanglan Holy Land has connections with our great Qin Imperial Dynasty, the Heavenly Dao Alliance will not arbitrarily lay hands on the Kanglan Holy Land. Well, it doesn't matter. If you do it, You do it, Qin Luo said uncaringly. There's one more thing, Li Yi told the latest news he got. The forces in the Heavenly Dao Alliance led by the Wanxiang Sacred Land. They've already launched multiple attacks on the Tai Ruins Sacred Land. 3 of the cities underneath the Tai Ruins Holy Land have been reduced to rubble, and the 4 Directions Marquis has been seriously injured. As the Tai Ruins Holy Land under Qin Luo's control, along with those few sects that betrayed the 100,000 mountains, they naturally received special care. And after the declaration of war, the Heavenly Dao Alliance was already rubbing their fists and preparing to overthrow the Tai Ruins Holy Land. The Wanxiang Holy Land is a bit unorthodox. Isn't it just that I didn't give them a gift? So I'm being targeted like this. Qin Luo was now going to command troops in the 100,000 mountains. The Tai Ruins Sacred Land was his foundation, and the Wanxiang Sacred Land was digging up his roots. In that case, I'll go send them a generous gift as soon as possible. Li Yi and the others didn't know exactly what Qin Luo was going to do, but they knew that the odds were that the Wanxiang Holy Land would be finished. So far, Qin Luo has never failed to honor what he said. Right, Li Mo's Thousand Illusion Sword sect hasn't been discovered, right? It was only then that Qin Luo finally remembered Li Mo. It's really because the guy's presence is a little too low. Not yet. However, Patriarch Li had previously passed on news that he was currently in a difficult situation as he was sent to attack the demon sect. The heavenly demon sect somehow suddenly found some outside help and ambushed them, killing a full 13 saints from the Heavenly Dao Alliance in a single battle, as well as a Saint King, and Patriarch Li nearly fell. It seems that Knight Lingxian is still alive? Qin Luo asked. According to reliable sources, Knight Lingxian is still alive right now. After getting all the information pretty much out of the way, Qin Luo also arrived at the Gu family's mansion. Go inside. Qin Luo led Li Yi and the others to step towards the inside immediately. Someone stopped them. Who are you? And do you know what this place is? The 9th prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, Qin Luo, come to send Gu Yanting to find his family. Qin Luo's voice resounded throughout the entire Gu family. A sword was offered. 10,000 swords were launched. A sword aura surfaced behind Qin Luo's back, and at this moment, under the reflection of the sword aura, he was like an emperor among swords. The son of the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng, assassinated this prince. A heinous crime. According to the laws of Qin, the entire family should be executed. Gu Yanting, get your ass out here and die. Today, your Gu family shall be destroyed. Gu Yanting didn't expect that the first thing Qin Luo did when he came out was to find trouble with him. Wasn't he just watching Qin Luo go in, wanting to take out Qin Luo's lapdogs in one fell swoop? To know, a son and a daughter are dead. Just kill a few Qin Luo's lapdogs, and still Jin Demon Division 10 guards that inside a few insignificant guys. How is it? At first, he was actively traveling, trying to plant Li Yi and the others on the charge of complicity. In fact, there are still quite a few people who sell him face, and he has disciples in the Dalizi and the Ministry of Justice. However, after Yama Temple went to bat for Qin Luo and killed a lot of people, especially after killing King Chanping's son, those disciples wimped out and shrugged it off. There was nothing Gu Yanting, could do. He was just a teacher. He had no law enforcement power, unless he was willing to personally go out and kill Li Yi and the others. But he never expected that after Qin Luo came out, the first thing he did was to stand up for Li Yi and the others. He hadn't even touched a single hair on Li Yi and the others. Boom! A powerful aura rose from his body. 9th Prince, this is pure slander on your part. When did my son Gu Qingfeng assassinate you? There are royal laws in the Imperial Dynasty of Great Qin. Even if you are a royal son, you cannot talk such nonsense, and you are not qualified to lay charges on my son indiscriminately. Don't look at Qin Luo came out. Gu Yanting was really not afraid of Qin Luo, because Qin Luo came by himself. His sword chi looked bluffing, but the chi that Qin Luo displayed on his body was only cave realm. Gu Yanting is a saint, and a saint would be afraid of a cave? Joke. I, the Imperial Prince of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, would not slander others at will. Since you're a dead duck, go ask your son if he's done this kind of thing or not. Don't worry, you won't lose anything by dying. Kill! Qin Luo roared. 10,000 swords fired, and countless sword chi covered towards the Gu family residence. A sword chi instantly pierced through each of the Gu family's clansmen, guards, and slaves. Gu Yanting didn't expect that Qin Luo would strike when he said he would, so recklessly. He roared. 9th Prince, how dare you wantonly kill my Gu family members within the imperial capital? Do you still have the king's law in your eyes? Is there still my great Qin law? As he spoke, his chi exploded, trying to stop those sword chis. Qin Luo sneered. Your opponent is me. Whoosh! He rushed to Gu Yanting's side in a flash. The sound of breaking through the air at purely physical speed caused Gu Yanting's heart to be startled. Qin Luo's sword chopped out, causing Gu Yanting to feel a great pressure. His heart was horrified. He couldn't figure out, even if he thought about it, why the power of Qin Luo's sword was so terrifying. Bang! The two exchanged blows, and as one blow landed, Gu Yanting spat blood and flew backwards. He was horrified in his heart because Qin Luo didn't even mobilize a single bit of energy. It was completely pure flesh power. Flesh body sainthood? Gu Yanting exclaimed, a strong look of shock in his eyes. This could be too much harder than a realm breakthrough to a realm. This kind of person was simply a demon and a pervert. Smart. Qin Luo's sentence landed on the ground, once again appearing close to him. Another sword followed by another. A flat, uninteresting sword with only brute force caused Gu Yanting to continuously spit out blood. Despair gripped Gu Yanting. He glared at Qin Luo with his eyes wide open. Qin Luo, do you still have the king's law in your eyes? King's law? Oh, what I, Qin Luo, say is the king's law. Today, I declare that you are guilty. Be executed. Sword intent greatness. Chopped. Brush. Gu Yanting's unwilling head fell to the ground, and the human emperor streamer emerged and collected it. A miserable scream rang out in the Gu family's mansion as Qin Luo exterminated the entire Gu family with his own strength. By the time the people from the Demon Suppression Division arrived, the Gu family had become a haunted mansion, with not a single hair on its head, except for the blood all over the ground that proved that there had once been people living here. A commander of the Demon Suppression Division gave Qin Luo a scornful glance before asking in a deep voice, Ninth Prince, why did you exterminate the Gu family's entire clan? A full house? You saw that? Where's the evidence? Where's the body? Don't talk nonsense if you don't have proof. Those who slander me don't have a good ending. You understand? This was completely open-eyed, and that commander froze, unable to say a single word in rebuttal. He could only watch Qin Luo walk past him. After Qin Luo left, his men spoke indignantly. Commander Qi, we're just going to let him leave? Or else? Commander Qi glanced at him and said indifferently, or else you go and testify that the Ninth Prince exterminated the entire Gu family. The man under his command had a jolt. How could he dare to offend a big shot like Qin Luo? Humph. Commander Qi sneered. Our Demon Suppression Division has the responsibility to subdue the great Qin Imperial Dynasty and maintain its rule. But you should likewise not forget that we of the Demon Suppression Division are dogs raised by His Majesty. Unless His Majesty says that the Ninth Prince is guilty, we will be able to punish him. Otherwise, he looked at the Gu family's miserable state and said, it would just be a walk in the park. If he wanted to take Qin Luo, he wasn't qualified enough, and the most he could do was to question Qin Luo. Since Qin Luo didn't admit it, what could be done? Within a day, the Department of Jin Demon issued a diatribe. After investigation, Gu Qingfeng 6 years ago, involved in the assassination of the Ninth Prince, by the Ninth Prince guards killed on the spot. Now that the crime is proven, the Gu family's immediate family will be decapitated within 3 generations. All members of the collateral line, male and female, will be sentenced to military service. As for Qin Luo, he had already entered the imperial treasury, and it's still the most central place. An old man's scrutinizing gaze swept over Qin Luo. This caused Qin Luo to shiver, having a feeling of having his secrets looked at. A feeling he had previously had inside the heavenly prison. It was enough to prove that this old man in front of him was a strong person whose cultivation was not second to Shuwen Yuan. Greetings, elder. Qin Luo slightly owed his body. The old man spoke faintly. I know you. You should address me as fourth grandfather. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched, not expecting that it was still a close relative. Greetings, fourth grandfather. Since he was an elder of the clan, Qin Luo didn't feel any discomfort in opening his mouth. Good. For being so obedient. I'll give you some pointers then. You're a sword cultivator? The old man asked. Qin Luo nodded. Verily. The old man revealed an ugly smile and said, straight ahead. There's a small door on that wall. Open it and go in. Inside are all the things you need. Thanks for the guidance. Fourth grandpa. Qin Luo took a step towards the inside and had already seen several holy artifacts of the top grade of the holy rank, but he kept in mind the old man's instructions and went to a wall. And sure enough, there was a secret door in the wall. After opening it, there was a different heaven. There were 7 swords on top of a row of shelves, each of them emitting a powerful sharp aura. Tutelage tip. There is a sword artifact that is extremely suitable for the sword spirit. You can spend 100,000 villain points to get the best choice. Qin Luo couldn't help but spit out a sentence. You don't have anything else to do day after day, and you're just thinking about this villainous value of mine. Here you go. All of it. All of it. 100,000 villain value consumed. Host's remaining villain value, 0. Unico won't accept the host's generosity because you only have 100,000 yourself, after the villainous value was consumed. Unity Z still did his job and instantly guided Qin Luo to the side of a sword weapon. Beside that sword weapon there is an introduction. The whole body is cast with 9 heavenly basalt iron, which is called the Xian Tian sword. Isn't that just mediocre too? Qin Luo asked suspiciously. 9 heavenly metaphysical iron was indeed an extremely rare material, and there was nothing special about casting out a saint rank upper grade sword artifact. Was there? This one next to it, the Starfall sword. was forged with the power of the origin of a falling star. The other tiger whistling sword was even forged from the blood of a demonic beast of the Beast Emperor realm. A demonic beast at the Beast Emperor realm had already reached the Great Sage realm in terms of its battle power, 9 heavily metaphysical iron in general. But what if it has the essence of metaphysical iron in it? If this sword is nurtured by the sword spirit, it may be transformed into a higher grade sword at a later stage. Oh, that's it? Although the words were like this, Qin Luo moved extremely fast, drawing out that Xin Tian sword as he walked away, finally bidding farewell to the clan elder. He looked deeply at Qin Luo and did not say much. Sword cultivators can just follow their hearts, and every sword in there is unique in its own way anyway. Before Qin Luo left the imperial capital, he got the appointment that belonged to him. He was transferred from the Jin Demon Division to the Jin Mountain King Qin Zhao's subordinates, and became a captain under Qin Shao, who could command 100,000 troops. The official positions of military generals in the Great Qin dynasty from bottom to top are 100 households, 1,000 households, school captains, commanders, capital captains, vice generals, great generals, and imperial captains. The king of Jinshan, Qin Shao, was the position of the great general of the Western conquest, overseeing all the battles against the Heavenly Dao Alliance. As a matter of fact, the standard of cultivation for a captain was a Saint King realm battle power, but Qin Luo had the added bonus of being an imperial prince, so he was perfectly capable of taking up the position. What's more, that Qin Fan was only a captain. The great general's order has been issued. Your Highness, you need to head to the vicinity of the Tai Ruins Holy Land as soon as possible to construct the Tai Ruins fortress and fend off the attack from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The great general has ordered Marquis Broken Army, Marquis Wuling, and Marquis Huban to head to the vicinity of the Tai Ruins sacred ground with 30,000 troops to await your orders. The great general said that the troops are now strained, and he believes that you are perfectly capable of replenishing the remaining soldiers yourself. And if there is really no one, he has plenty inside the Heavenly Dao Alliance. He only has one request for you, which is to build and guard the Tai Ruins fortress, and for the rest, you are free to give it your best shot. And even if he pierces the sky of the 100,000 mountains, he will still cover for you. Synthesizing Qin Luo's relevant deeds, Qin Shao asked himself that he still extraordinarily understands Qin Luo. Too much restriction is not necessary. Let Qin Luo freely play. Alright, report back to the great general. I'll immediately set out for the 100,000 Great Mountains. The matter in the imperial capital was over, so Qin Luo naturally had to go inside the 100,000 mountains to deliver the gift. Defending the Tai Ruins fortress? Oh, offense is always the best defense, Qin Luo said with a cold laugh. Qin Luo didn't know just how terrifying the Extreme Dao Emperor Armament transition was, but he was able to tell from the name. Extreme Dao Emperor Armament. The streamer pole was hardened with the bones of a saint-ranked powerhouse, reinforced by the skeleton of an inferno dragon, and the cloth of the streamer was a shroud wrapped around a great emperor powerhouse, stained with his essence blood, and embellished with the essence blood of an inferno dragon, and within it were countless dead souls, and dragon souls suppressed. Each one taken out individually was enough to shock the world, let alone them all gathered together. Shi Huang, do you think that an extreme Dao Emperor soldier crossing the threshold will kill a great saint? Qin Luo's voice rang in Shi Huang's ears. Shi Huang rolled her eyes, i.e. an envious and jealous tone rang out. I don't know. I haven't refined an emperor soldier. I've only been fortunate enough to use it once. Qin Luo thought that Shi Huang had imperial soldiers before, but he didn't expect that he had never possessed one. Poor bastard. Qin Luo's sentence almost made Shi Huang break her defense. Don't worry. You didn't have the chance to have an emperor soldier in your last life. In this life I'll let you be an emperor soldier. Shi Huang almost spat out blood, if she had any, as her sultry voice rang in Qin Luo's ears. Are you polite? Picking up the intelligence of the Wanshan Holy Land, Qin Luo looked at it little by little. The strongest person in the Wanshan Holy Land on the surface was only a Saint King realm powerhouse, but there was intelligence that showed that they had at least one great Saint realm powerhouse in the Wanshan Holy Land. Departure. Target. 10,000 Elephants Holy Land. Qin Luo just took the kitten 3 or 2 towards the direction of the 100,000 mountains this time, not hiding his whereabouts at all. But this time, no one was presuming to make a move against Qin Luo, because Emperor Qin had just revealed himself not long ago. And even though he said that he was once again in seclusion, who knew if what he said was true or not? The Qin Emperor, who had died as son, might now be a furnace that was about to explode, and no one dared to touch it. Changping King's mansion, wearing a black robe, demonic to the extreme, sitting on a chair, smilingly looking at Changping King Ning Dingfang said, King Changping, your son and grandson both died because of Qin Luo. Can you swallow this breath? Hoof. Ning Dingfang snorted coldly. Don't think that I don't know what your soul palace is thinking. Isn't it that you want to alienate my relationship with the great Qin imperial dynasty, so that I will make a move against Qin Luo, and in desperation, I will have no choice but to join you? Let me tell you, In the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, I'm still a royal title, hereditary, and as long as I don't rebel, as long as the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty exists, I, the Chongping King, will exist for one day. What's more, I don't just have a son. What Ning Dingfang said could be described as earthly sobriety. And as for what he thought in his heart, only he knew. The woman smiled. Chongping King's words are good. As long as you don't rebel, the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty is going to let your descendants inherit the title of Chongping King all the time. But, what if the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty is gone? Where would you go then? Not in? Ha ha ha, arrogant. You think that the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Northern Mang together will be able to overthrow the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty? It's simply delusional. But don't forget that the Qin Emperor alone is enough to suppress the entire underbelly of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. As Ning Dingfang spoke, a look of scorn appeared on his face. You also said that the Qin Emperor is the existence that suppresses the underbelly of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. But what if, by any chance, he has problems? The confident look on the woman's face caused Ning Dingfang's heart to thump. King Chongping, think about it. Of course, there's no harm if you're willing to watch the show from behind the scenes, but by the time everything becomes clear, you might not necessarily be able to have the position you have today. Consider carefully why we would swarm against the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. And if we had no chance of winning, we would strike? This time it's a war to divide the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. King Chongping, think about whether you want to join us or not. Qin Luo, it can be taken as your pitch. If you don't want to come openly, there's no harm in hiding in the shadows. Ning Dingfang was silent. He had thought about it for a long time, and he definitely wasn't as relaxed as he appeared to be. He did have several sons, but only one of them had broken through to the Saint Realm, and the rest of them were hopeless in the Saint Realm, and this son who had broken through to the Saint Realm had also reached his limit. Only Ning Mingzhou was his hope, but Ning Mingzhou was killed. How could he not hate it? If he didn't take revenge for killing his son, he would be a father in vain. He will be laughed at by the world. There's no rush. Let's see what happens first. Ning Dingfang muttered. The woman from the Hall of Souls, after walking out of the Chongping King's mansion, her face instantly became gloomy. That old thing still wants to wait and see. Ha! Find someone. Go assassinate Qin Luo and frame this old thing, and then get someone to go to Hades to put a bounty on that son this old thing wants to identify as the Shisu. The henchman froze, then asked cautiously, Your Holiness, this tactic is a bit too simple, isn't it? The woman smiled. Yes, it's just simple. But it works. Qin Luo or the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty needs a reason to take a shot at the Chongping King. It's enough for us to add fuel to the fire. Does this old thing really think that the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty doesn't know that he's been colluding with the barbarians left and right and once? He only has one choice. To become one of us? No. To become a dog of our soul palace. In the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Wanxiang Holy Land occupied a pivotal position, and the Holy Lord of the Wanxiang Holy Land directly commanded the 5 Holy Lands under the Heavenly Dao Alliance to fight against the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. At this moment, in the Wanxiang Holy Land, the Holy Lord of the Wanxiang Holy Land, Shen Yi, had summoned the Holy Lords of several other Holy Lands for a pre-attack military meeting. Li Chang, come and speak about the comparison of strength between the enemy and us, Shen Yi said to Li Chang. Yes, Holy Lord. Li Chang stepped forward and faced the other 5 Holy Lords and said, Holy Lords, the target of our attack is the Tai Ruins Holy Land. According to the latest intelligence we've received, the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty is going to build a Tai Ruins fortress in the Tai Ruins Holy Land to block our Heavenly Dao Alliance's eastward march. The location of the Tai Ruins Sacred Land is extremely crucial. We have mapped out the situation of the Tai Ruins Sacred Land in advance, and it is currently known that the Tai Ruins Sacred Land has 3 saints from the Divine Soldier Valley plus 1 saints from the Danding sect, and together with Qin Luo's previously exposed strength, the total number of saints should be in the region of 7. Expectedly, there are also 2 Saint King Realm powerhouses. The moment these words came out, the gazes of the others all shrank. There were only 6 saints in their 5 Holy Lands combined. That's why several of their gazes fell on Shinya's body of the main force in this battle. They felt that it should be Shinya's 10,000 elephant sacred land, and they couldn't afford to put all their family's money on the line. Shinyi saw the scene. How could he not know what they were thinking? He let out a smile and said faintly, Don't worry. This battle, I have 2 supreme elders from Wanxiang Sacred Ground to fight. Together with me, in the Saint King Realm, it's enough. The advantage in this battle is mine. The others instantly relaxed at this statement. The great elder of the Wanxiang Holy Land had the battle power of the Saint King Realm. So this battle, it was a sure thing. We are willing to follow Sacred Lord Shen and conquer the Tai Ruin Sacred Land together. Alright, all Holy Lords, go back and prepare. Gather your disciples and conquer the Tai Ruin Sacred Land. In this battle, kill all those who betrayed my 100,000 mountains. Not an inch of grass will be left behind. However, Just as everyone had left the main hall and was about to gather the sect disciples to assemble, they sensed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. It's getting dark. Not good. There's a situation. Shinye's face changed and he looked up at the sky with a slightly gloomy expression. A rampant loud laugh resounded in everyone's ears. GGG. Ha ha ha. Little brats of the Wanxiang Holy Land. I'm coming. Ha ha ha. You guys couldn't have imagined, could you, that I'm still alive? Ha ha ha. Suppressing me for 3,000 years. 3,000 years. 3,000 years. Do you guys know how I've spent the last 3,000 years? I'm out. And your end is near. All the men of the Wanxiang Holy Land, go to hell. And all the women pucker up and wait for me to pamper them. A loud roaring sound rang out, and a black gas lingered in the sky as a man with an evil aura slowly walked out. He looked down at everything below, a hideous smile on his face, his eyes filled with insane killing intent. It's him, it's that devil. Shinyi was shocked in his heart, for the attack on the troll sect, their Wanxiang Holy Land was the one who contributed the most, but they had already ravaged the troll sect's patriarch 10,000 times. But he froze and said that he had never seen the Wanxiang devil suppressing prison frozenly. He said that the demon son of their giant demon sect, Night Lord, hadn't killed Xinxian. They had searched for a full 5 years without finding any trace of the Night Lord, but now, the devil had come out from inside the Wanxiang devil suppressing prison, and the probability was that the Li Lord had reached an agreement with him and released him. This is a great saint. A sacred lord detected Tuobayan's aura and a look of horror appeared on his face. The Wanxiang sacred land had unexpectedly had a great sage realm powerhouse come over to seek revenge, and they were afraid that they would be the fish in the water. Shinyi took a step out and looked up at Tuobayan in the sky and said in a deep voice, "You've been suppressed for 3,000 years. Do you think you have the ability to overthrow my Wanxiang Holy Land? Today, since you've come, you'll stay in my Wanxiang Holy Land completely. Don't you leave," Shinyi said in a deep voice to the few people behind him. "Gentlemen, help me to take down this extraterrestrial evil demon." Those few people were numb. If they had known that today, they would never have come over to participate in this whatsoever pre-war meeting. Shinyi was naturally the first to strike, and with a wave of his hand, monstrous giant flames rose from the depths of the Wanxiang sacred ground, and a huge bronze tripod burning with scorching flames rose up from the ground, burning away the darkness in the sky. 10,000 elephant heaven burning cauldron. Give me the town. Shinyi roared, and the giant cauldron slammed fiercely towards Tuobayan. Bang! Tuobayan and the 10,000 elephant heaven burning cauldron collided together, and his clothes seemed to show signs of burning as his entire body flew backwards, greatly boosting the fighting spirit of those saint lords. This devil is nothing more than that. Follow me and kill. Shinyi took one step into the sky, and those saint lords naturally followed suit and killed right along with him. Bah! Tuobayan spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed coldly. A few tiny saints want to kill me? Delusional. He opened his palm and a pitch-black fire lotus emerged. Go! The fire lotus rushed out and crashed on top of the Wanxiang heaven burning cauldron. A huge rumbling sound rang out. Xingye's face changed and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Flying backwards to it didn't matter if he flew this way. He highlighted those few saint lords. Those few people were messed up. They were following Xingye to charge out. But after killing, Xingye went offline, facing the charging Tuobayan. They could only try to block it with their heads. Gentlemen, strike together. They went all out to sacrifice their holy weapons, without even a trace of reservation. They confidently met Tuobayan, but the next second, bang! A huge force came. Their offensive means did not stop Tuobayan even a trace. The great saint realm is as terrifying as it is. A saint lord let out an emotional voice, and in the next second the black flames landed on his body, burning him to the ground. A holy lord fell. Run! The remaining 4 people, without even the slightest hesitation, immediately ran wildly in the direction of the Wanxiang Holy Land, afraid of falling a step behind and being killed by Tuobayan. Can you run? Tuobayan laughed coldly and leapt down, his entire body landing on top of a peak in the Wanxiang Holy Land. A bang! The enormous force caused the entire human mountain peak to tremble and the rocks to roll down. He's dead. Shinyi popped up again at this time. He looked at Tuobayan with a fierce expression and said, "Demon, today, you will surely die." As his words fell, 2 terrifying auras rose, locking onto Tuobayan, who had landed in the Wanxiang Holy Land. In an instant, while the formations of the Wanxiang Holy Land were fully opened. Ha ha ha, devil, do you really think that my Wanxiang Holy Land is easy to bully? Seeing this, those few saint lords were cursing in their hearts. This was using them as bait to lure this devil into the 10,000 elephant Holy Land. Saint Lord Wanxiang, truly inappropriate. A saint lord couldn't help but spit in his heart. Tuobayan was also aware of the crisis. He never thought that this small Wanxiang Holy Land was actually hiding 2 great saint realm powerhouses inside. There may be trouble today. The injuries he sustained last time hadn't healed well, and it was a bit too much for him to fight against 2 great saints. Go! With an instant decision, he leapt towards the sky, black flames bursting out in a vain attempt to blow open a passageway unexpectedly. Just at this time, the sky suddenly became darker as a thundercloud coalesced without greeting. A thick robbing lightning descended from the sky and ruthlessly struck Tuobayan's body in an instant. Tuobayan was split to the point where his body trembled and his outside was scorched. Seeing this scene, Xinyi laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, devil, you can't leave. Everyone, please look. The heavenly Tao doesn't even intend to spare this devil, and has sent down a thunderbolt, so he'll definitely die today. Xinyi opened his mouth proudly, his body covered with a layer of mysterious aura. The heavenly Tao was dedicated to their Wansheng sacred ground, and the sun of the heavenly Tao would inevitably be spent in their Wansheng sacred ground. A few saint lords barely managed to squeeze out a smile, wanting to concur with Xinyi. After all, the other Wansheng sacred ground was too powerful. Not only did it have a powerful person of the great sacred realm, but it was also able to summon a thunderbolt. But in the next second, a thunderbolt thicker than an arm struck above the Wansheng Holy Land's grand formation, instantly splitting out a hole. Then it landed on the body of one of the saint lords, and that saint lord's entire body exploded into ashes. With not even a bit of dregs left, the remaining three were numb, and one of them couldn't even help shouting, "I believe you, damn it!"